Chapter 001. The debut of the fish boy from Orangetown. In the East Sea, on Andric Island, lies Orangetown. As twilight descends, the sun's fading rays cascade across the ocean's surface, enveloping it in a golden veil, rendering everything by the seaside dreamlike and ethereal. At this hour, the inhabitants of the small island conclude their bustling day, gradually returning to their humble abodes. This quaint town, home to just over 100 families, experiences its share of minor incidents from time to time, yet for the most part, it remains a sanctuary of tranquility and harmony. Life unfolds gently within these unremarkable days, flowing steadily onward. Andric Island features a landscape that rises steeply in the north and slopes gently to the south. At its northernmost point lies a crystal-clear, crescent-shaped lake, embraced by dense woodlands that provide a serene backdrop. A meandering brook winds through this greenery, journeying from north to south across the island before rushing into the sea. At the southern end of the brook, the scenery is picturesque, with the water babbling softly. Though the dusk deepens, the silhouettes of several small figures can still be discerned gathered by the water's edge. They appear to be children of around 7 or 8 years old, bent over with expressions of curiosity as they gaze into the water before them. Minutes pass, and aside from the clear sound of flowing water, there is stillness in the brook. At this moment, a freckled boy with brown hair sniffles and finally speaks up. "Hey, I wonder if that guy is drowned after being underwater for so long?" "Roy, don't be ridiculous," interjects a slender boy in suspenders, adjusting his black-framed glasses with a calm demeanor. "You know how skilled Shano is in the water. This amount of time is nothing for him." His name is Anderson, the only son of the town's mayor, who holds a position of great esteem among his peers. The reprimand renders Roy momentarily silent, lowering his head in defeat. "Exactly. Not just Shano. Even I could hold my breath for that long." Another chubby boy chimes in, nodding in agreement. He glances at a shadowy figure beneath the brook's surface, chuckling. "Besides, Roy, this is merely a brook, it's not the ocean. Who would be foolish enough to drown here?" "True enough," Roy mumbles, scratching the back of his head in frustration. Then, as if recalling a memory, he spits out disdainfully. "But that brat Shano, last time he beat me up for stealing his grilled fish, I couldn't walk for 3 days. Humph, I'd rather see him drown here. Come on, it's not like you're blameless. You were too foolish to fall asleep in his house after gorging yourself. With Shano's temperament, he wouldn't have bothered with you otherwise." The chubby boy casts a disparaging glance at Roy, then pats his own belly. "For instance, I too have indulged in a few clandestine escapades, swiftly departing after indulging, and I have yet to witness brother Shano confront me about it. Oh, speaking of which, the taste is indeed delightful," unexpectedly remarked the usually composed Anderson, raising his eyebrows and displaying a hint of nostalgia pleasure on his face. Wait. Even you, Anderson, have partaken in such secrecy?" The chubby boy was evidently astonished, his mouth twitching as he was about to voice a retort. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned toward Roy's countenance, eagerly seeking a more distressed expression to revel in. Yet upon lifting his gaze, he was met with Roy's wide, terrified eyes, pointing frantically behind him, his mouth trembling as if he wished to utter something, though no words escaped his lips. "Roy, what is the matter?" The chubby boy looked at him, perplexed. Just then, he noticed Anderson beside him, gasping softly, rising abruptly with a face full of disbelief. "It's surfacing." Roy finally managed to stammer a few words. The chubby boy paused, suddenly enlightened, and turned around just in time to see a shadow beneath the shimmering surface of the water, drawing ever closer at a discernible speed. Ultimately, a bare back emerged from the water, rigid and motionless, presenting itself before the trio of boys. "Brother Shano? This must be a deception. How can this be?" In an instant, the expressions of the 3 boys transformed dramatically. Anderson and the chubby boy exchanged a glance, and without a moment's hesitation, they flung off their shoes and leaped into the stream. Roy, after a moment of hesitation, resolutely snorted back his tears and, gritting his teeth, plunged into the water, swimming towards the center. The stream was merely 3 or 4 meters wide, and they reached it in no time. "Brother Shano." The chubby boy gazed at the unmoving figure before him, nearly on the brink of tears. Roy, too, was rendered helpless by fear, but fortunately, Anderson remained relatively composed. With a stern countenance, he bellowed, "What are you panicking for, Bill, Roy? We must work together to lift him to the shore, and then send someone to town to fetch Dr. Maria. If we act swiftly, there is still hope?" "Understood." With Anderson as their anchor, the 2 boys quickly nodded in agreement. Following his lead, they extended their hands, attempting to leverage their strength to hoist the figure from the water. However, The moment their small hands made contact with the person's back, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a splash, the surface erupted, water spraying like shards of silver, and in the horrified gaze of the boys, the figure that had been floating motionless on the water. Like a silver fish leaping from the water, he sprang forth with a sudden burst, stretching his form under the gentle embrace of the setting sun. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he pivoted gracefully and landed with a resounding thud on the bank of the stream. In the fading light of dusk, a slender youth with long black hair and a bare torso appeared before them. What in the world is happening? Roy stood transfixed, staring blankly at the unfolding scene, unable to contain his running nose. Haha! The black-haired youth brushed aside his damp bangs, revealing a visage both charming and pristine, his eyes as clear as water, appearing no older than 12 or 13, a stark contrast to his robust physique as he gazed at his bewildered companions in the water, grinning mischievously, and said, "Hey, you little rascals, I heard everything. If you dare to steal my fish, don't blame me for what happens next. How does it feel to be splashed in the water?" Chapter 002. A Long Journey. Only the sword as companion. Huh. Upon hearing these words, the three young ones realized they had been playfully tricked, their mouths agape in astonishment as they glared at the black-haired boy with indignation. How infuriating. Once again, you've outsmarted us. Roy's freckled face flushed crimson with anger as he stood upright, rolled up his sleeves, and stormed towards the shore, intent on confronting the black-haired youth. However, in an unfortunate moment, he misplaced his footing and stumbled, crashing into the stream with a resounding splash. Ouch! Water splashed up, drenching Anderson and the portly Bill. They exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared sense of schadenfreude, as they watched Roy struggle in the water. Yet, not long after, half of Roy's body still submerged, he suddenly exclaimed with exhilaration, thrashing about before emerging with a triumphant grin. "Anderson, Bill, come quickly. Look, it's crayfish. So many crayfish. Crayfish." Anderson and Bill paused in astonishment. Then, realizing the delight of the situation, they dove eagerly into the water. Moments later, a splash resounded as the trio surfaced, their faces alight with joy, each clutching a net full of lively, pale crayfish, wriggling vigorously in their grasp. Roy beamed at his haul, wiping his nose with a proud smile. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glanced over at the black-haired youth on the shore, raising his catch triumphantly. "Hey, Shano, did you see that? You can forget about catching fish today. I discovered all these crayfish, so how about I generously share some with you?" Nevertheless, Roy, with a sly grin, swiftly concealed the fishing net filled with crawfish behind his back, evidently unwilling to share it with the raven-haired youth. "Roy, this doesn't seem right," the chubby Bill exclaimed, startled by his actions, tugging at his sleeve. "After all, Brother Shano has helped us numerous times. How can we? What's wrong with it? Who told that scoundrel to toy with us?" Roy haughtily raised his chin, interrupting Bill, then turned to Anderson for support. "Right, Anderson? Let's take these crawfish home and divide them among ourselves." Anderson hesitated for a moment, but recalling his earlier concerns that had proven fruitless, he resolutely adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and gritted his teeth, declaring, "All right, it's settled." What a trio of rascals. The raven-haired youth observed the scene before him with amusement. The shared defiance on the youthful faces of the three was, in his eyes, quite amusing. However, upon catching a glimpse of his own youthful visage reflected in the stream, he could not help but smirk, only to find himself unable to laugh any longer. His name was Shano, appearing to be an ordinary boy residing in Orangetown, but unbeknownst to many, his soul hailed from a distant realm, Earth, where he shared the same name. It was rather perplexing in his previous life. Shano was merely a 20-something youth who had just concluded a chaotic university experience, scurrying through various job fairs in search of a satisfying employment opportunity. After facing numerous rejections, in a fit of frustration, he invited a friend to indulge in a few rounds at a gaming CF, hoping to alleviate his mood. Little did he anticipate that he would face 5 consecutive defeats, plummeting from gold to silver rank, and in a fit of rage, he retaliated against his friend, who had repeatedly chosen Yasuo, resulting in their dismal performance, before storming out in exasperation. If that had been the end of it, it would have sufficed. However, what Shano could never have foreseen was that upon stepping out of the CF, he would be met by an out-of-control long-distance bus that struck him and sent him soaring into the AI in that instant. His physical form perished in the mortal realm, yet his soul traversed in the most clicked manner into the body of a similarly named boy, who was merely 9 years old at the time. The memories of the former occupant flooded into Shano's mind upon awakening, allowing him to comprehend that he had arrived in the world of One Piece, assuming the identity of a young boy from a small town named Orange Town, who had lost his mother at a tender 8GAS for his father. He had vanished a year prior to Shano's arrival, leaving the 80-year-old boy behind to embark on a sea voyage. And according to town gossip, this sole remaining family member had seemingly joined a notorious pirate crew. Upon learning of the series of events, Shano's immediate reaction was one of despair, contemplating the possibility of ending his own life in hopes of traversing back or perhaps finding himself in an alternate realm. What a preposterous notion. It is essential to recognize that in his previous life as an ordinary young man, Shano had been infatuated with One Piece, deeply moved by the fervent narratives within that animated saga. However, he was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this world, rife with bizarre abilities and formidable experts. For an average individual, the lack of security was profoundly unsettling. Any day could culminate in an untimely demise amidst an unforeseen area of effect. Furthermore, the identity he assumed upon his arrival was that of a frail youth, utterly alone and barely surviving through rudimentary fishing skills. Fortunately, just as Shano made this fateful decision, he sensed a peculiar presence emerging within his mind. It appeared that the lingering resentment from his past life, having been mercilessly bested by a friend's Yasuo, had manifested as a system known as the Wind Swordsman inheritance system. Accompanying him into this new world, as he began to explore this system, Shano gradually found solace, and with the enhancements it provided, he eventually adapted to his surroundings and began to establish a foothold. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. As his thoughts began to dissipate, Shano's gaze returned to the smug Roy before him, and he shook his head, speaking with a hint of resignation. Roy, it is quite inappropriate to casually take someone else's belongings. Perhaps it's time to set down the lobster. Huh? What do you mean? Roy replied, momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Shano raised his empty hands with a smile, saying, "Do not forget, you came here today to witness my fishing prowess. The sun is nearly setting. Do you truly believe I have returned empty-handed?" At this, the others began to realize that the normally adept Shano had emerged from the water without a single fish, which was indeed peculiar. In the next moment, the most astute among them, Anderson, seemed to grasp the implication, lifting the fishing net in surprise. "Brother Shano, are you suggesting that this lobster is your catch?" "Impossible," Roy exclaimed, suddenly anxious, sniffling as he glared at Shano. "Are you trying to steal our little lobsters?" "Huh, I knew this was your intention." "Never mind, Brother Shano is correct, let's give it to him," Anderson interjected, having connected the dots. This 8 or 9-year-old boy adjusted his black frame glasses, his face resolute as he continued. "Roy, to my knowledge, no one has set nets in this part of the stream. Only Brother Shano's home is nearby, and he has been busy underwater for quite some time. Since he hasn't caught any fish, it's clear he must have been gathering lobsters." "Haha, well said, Anderson. With that clarified, I need not explain further to these two oblivious youngsters. Assistance in explaining matters to the young ones certainly alleviates concerns." With a smile, Shano began to speak, and, as anticipated, was met with a round of eye-rolling from Roy. "All right, if it must be returned, then so be it." However, after a brief lecture from his companions, Roy came to understand the true ownership of the lobster. With a sullen murmur, he reluctantly complied and, along with Bill and Anderson, dragged the fishing net ashore, presenting it to Shano. Shano accepted the net filled with lobsters, casting a glance at the 3 boys, who looked somewhat envious. After a moment's contemplation, he cheerfully remarked, "It's rather late now, and your families have likely prepared dinner. I shall not impose, however. If you wish, you are welcome to come by tomorrow for dinner, and I shall prepare some crayfish for you." Really? Initially feeling rather dejected, the 3 boys were momentarily taken aback by his words. Upon seeing Shano nod affirmatively, their spirits lifted, and they gathered together in jubilant celebration. "Splendid. My utmost delight is indulging in lobster, especially when prepared by the esteemed Brother Shano. With his culinary prowess, it is assuredly delectable." Indeed, in a moment of enthusiasm, even Roy, who has often harbored a sense of rivalry toward Shano, eagerly chimed in, clearly indicating that, at least when it comes to culinary skills, Shano's artistry is far more effective in tempering his spirit than mere physical prowess. After a brief period of merriment, the group noticed the abundance of lobsters and, despite Shano's protests, insisted on assisting him in hoisting the fishing net, laughing heartily as they made their way northeast. There lay a dilapidated wooden cabin, starkly contrasting with the houses of Orange Blossom Town, positioned at the very periphery of the settlement, closer in proximity to the meandering stream that originated from the northern Crescent Lake. This was Shano's abode, a sanctuary he had called home for the past 3 years. The smoke curled gracefully from the chimney, and in the distance, faint echoes of adults calling their children to supper wafted through the streets of Orange Blossom Town. As the silhouettes of the 3 young ones gradually faded from view, the smile on Shano's face slowly diminished. He raised his gaze to the fiery clouds sprawling beneath the remnants of the setting sun, closed the door, and turned slowly. The modest cabin was exceedingly simple. Apart from a bed and a set of worn-out tables and chairs, the only striking feature was a wooden post, approximately a meter in height, standing in the corner, surrounded by scattered wooden swords. The post bore numerous scars from countless strikes, glimmering faintly in the twilight, reminiscent of the sweat-soaked 3 years that had passed. Silently gazing at the familiar wooden post, Shano's presence gradually solidified. Suddenly inhaling deeply, he tossed the lobsters against the wall and approached the post with deliberate steps. Grounding himself, he steadied his stance, grasped a wooden sword from the corner with his right hand, and held it firmly in both hands, positioned before him. With a deep breath, Shano let out a fierce shout, his wrist flicking with precision, the wooden sword slicing through the air with the swiftness of the wind, crashing down upon the wooden post. A resounding crack echoed within the confines of the cabin as the sturdy post received the blow, instantly adorned with a new long scar at its apex. Unfazed, Shano withdrew the sword, his demeanor serious, and executed another swing. Chop, slash, thrust, stab, intercept, flick, sweep. With each stroke of his sword, a relentless flurry ensued. Yasuo resembled a crouching beast, his weapon wielded with a ferocity akin to a tempest. An imposing aura emanated from him, saturating the atmosphere around him, transforming the scene entirely from the earlier presence of Anderson and his companions. The wind of the sword surged like a sudden storm, and beads of sweat cascaded down his brow as time gradually slipped away. The sun descended slowly beyond the horizon, plunging the already dimly lit room into complete darkness. At last, Yasuo ceased his relentless motions, relinquishing the wooden sword and settling into a cross-legged position upon the ground. In that moment, his breath was noticeably labored, and perspiration dripped from his temples in large droplets, revealing his exhaustion. After an interval of 30 minutes, his body began to regain its strength, the soreness in his muscles gradually dissipating. Concurrently, a soft chime resonated within his mind. Daily basic swordsmanship practice task completed, proficiency 1. Here it comes again. Yasuo silently rose to his feet, a fleeting thought sparking within him, and an ethereal blue-glowing attribute panel materialized before his eyes. This truly is the only instance of seeing Chinese characters in this world. Gazing at the familiar square characters on the attribute panel, Yasuo's expression grew complex, and he couldn't help but exhale softly, murmuring to himself. This is the legacy system of the swift Wind Swordmaster that accompanied him through the journey. Name: Yasuo Hero Level 1 Strength, 11 Agility, 15 Wind Sword Technique, Basic Proficiency 458, 1000 Skills, Steel Slash, Conditions Insufficient, requires Wind Sword Technique to reach beginner level. Life to Death, Conditions Insufficient, requires Wind Sword Technique to reach beginner level. Unyielding Spirit, Conditions Insufficient, not yet learned. Wind Barrier, Conditions Insufficient, not yet learned. Forward Slash, Conditions Insufficient, not yet learned. Gale's Final Slash, Conditions Insufficient, not yet learned. Reputation, insignificant. In this vast world of pirates, you are but an unnamed minion. Your life or death goes unnoticed, and no one cares for your fame. The path to the expansive horizon is accompanied by solitude and humility, where the mundane and the ordinary coexist. The long journey stretches ahead, with only the sword as a companion. Chapter 003. The boy with obsessive-compulsive disorder and the pirate ship indeed. There appears to be little change. After swiftly scanning the attribute list before him, Yasuo shook his head in disappointment, clearly unsatisfied with the data displayed on the panel. First and foremost was the hero level. That glaring number 1, which had not changed since his arrival in this world. What was even more frustrating was that he had yet to discover a way to elevate it. This was an unavoidable predicament. When Yasuo first acquired this system, he was immensely excited and explored it fervently, hoping to find a dedicated, intelligent voice assistant, akin to those he had encountered in web novels of his previous life, to guide him in familiarizing himself with the system and swiftly enhancing his strength. However, after a series of futile attempts, Yasuo despairingly realized that this system was merely a rudimentary assistive tool devoid of any self-awareness. It was significantly inferior to the beginner guides he had experienced in various RPGs in his past life. It couldn't even answer some simple questions. What kind of system was this? At least the beginner guides and RPGs would masquerade as charming characters, using melodious voices to gently coax and entice the player. Upon contemplating this, Shano found himself in a state of discontent. He decided to retrieve the leftover grilled fish from lunch, warmed it up, and seated himself by the edge of the bed. As he savored large bites, he gazed at his attribute panel, lost in thought, ignoring the hero level. The panel displayed his basic attributes in a rather succinct manner. Strength 11, Agility 15. This was the most direct evaluation of his physical prowess by the system, and indeed, the aspect of utmost concern for the present Shano. Although these figures appeared somewhat meager, based on Shano's explorations and comparisons over the years, they represented a strength that was not entirely insignificant. In the quaint town of Orange, the average adult male possessed similar attributes, hovering around the score of 10. Thus, it could be inferred that Shano, at merely 12 years of age, could theoretically vanquish an ordinary adult man with ease in a one-on-one confrontation. This was undoubtedly a testament to his relentless training over the past 3 years, rather than any innate talent of this body. It is worth noting that when he first traversed into this realm 3 years prior, the original owner of this body was merely a mediocre fisherman with a commendable skill in catching fish, slightly taller and sturdier than his peers, but ultimately a rather lackluster combatant. The source of Shano's vexation stemmed from the fact that his strength and agility had stagnated at these figures for over half a year, despite his fervent efforts to enhance his physical abilities. His gaze lingered on the series of skills listed below, and his expression grew increasingly complex. Every time he beheld this section, he could not suppress an exasperated outburst. Whether it was the fundamental wind sword technique or the dazzling array of skills such as steel-cutting flash step, these were the very foundations upon which the Wind Blade hero relied. Logically, upon his arrival in this world and with the acquisition of the inheritance system, these skills should have served as a catalyst on Shano's path to becoming a formidable warrior. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself unable to utilize any of these skills. This was truly a predicament, were it not for the basic wind sword technique, which presented a progress bar that incited a flicker of hope within him. Shano would have felt compelled to extract this system from his very being and deliver a thorough thrashing. In reality, the progress bar for the wind sword technique was yet another cruel trap. After traversing to this new realm, Shano found himself endowed with an exceedingly rudimentary swordsmanship, consisting merely of a handful of techniques. According to the system, he was required to elevate the proficiency of this foundational swordplay to 1,000, essentially achieving a novice level, before he could truly begin to fathom the intricacies of the wind sword technique. Consequently, over the course of 3 years, whenever leisure permitted, Shano would diligently practice these basic sword forms, even going so far as to establish wooden stakes within his humble abode for convenience. From the meager earnings acquired through fish sales, he managed to allocate a small sum to procure several wooden swords for his training. However, the rate of proficiency advancement proved to be less than satisfactory. Often, after a full day of rigorous practice, Shano's swordsmanship proficiency would scarcely increase. After 3 years, his progress bar had barely surpassed the halfway mark, and the prospect of mastering the novice wind sword technique remained distant. He wondered when he might finally grasp this fundamental skill. Surely, it would not require another 3 years. As he bit into a hefty piece of fish, a flicker of discontent crossed his eyes. The skill's description indicated that Yasuo's passive ability, Way of the Wanderer, alongside the skill Steel Tempest, necessitated the novice wind sword technique for mastery, while the remaining skills likely demanded a higher level of swordplay. With insufficient proficiency, how could he venture into the vast seas and carve out his own niche during this grand era of piracy? For a modern youth familiar with the original narrative, it was utterly intolerable for him to remain a fisherman on this remote isle in the East China Sea for the entirety of his days. He could not abide the notion that the reputation section of his attributes panel would perpetually display the meager phrase insignificant. It was not until several minutes had elapsed, after consuming the last of his fish, that Shano managed to extricate himself from these ruminations, reflecting on his current predicament with a faint sigh. Glancing outside, he noted that the night had deepened considerably, fatigue sweeping over him from all corners of his being. Stifling a yawn, he tidied up the remnants of his meal before retiring to bed. Living alone in an unfamiliar world demanded attention to myriad concerns, and ample sleep was undoubtedly among them. He was certainly unwilling to fall ill due to insufficient rest, for that would inevitably lead to spending a significant portion of his modest fortune on medications. Before long, a soft and rhythmic snore filled the little wooden cabin, gently dissipating into the night. The following morning, as the autumn sunlight filtered through the small wooden window, casting countless fragmented rays upon the interior. The dark-haired youth finally stirred from his slumber, blinking sleepily awake. In the next moment, he realized that his head was at the foot of the bed, his feet resting on the pillow, and his body contorted at an odd angle. With half of him suspended in midair, the blanket had long since slipped to the floor. When will I ever manage to change this habit? He grumbled to himself, somewhat annoyed, as he got out of bed to retrieve the quilt. After a brief moment of frustration, Shano gazed at the disheveled bed linens, unable to suppress a troubled scratch of his head. This had been a persistent flaw of his since childhood. He had always tended to kick off the covers in the middle of the night, tossing and turning on the sheets. During his university days, he had been the subject of countless jests from his roommates, yet he had never managed to amend it. To his surprise, this quirk had persisted even after his transmigration into the world of pirates, continuing unabated to the present day. Thankfully, having been single in his previous life, he mused that otherwise, should he find a girlfriend and cohabit, he would likely be unceremoniously kicked from the bed on the very first night due to this habit. It was truly vexing. After spending half the morning arranging the sheets and pillows, only when the bedding appeared presentable once more did Shano clap his hands in satisfaction and step away from the bedside. As a Virgo, he possessed another quirk, a rather serious case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. After washing up, he donned a tank top and approached the door, slowly pushing it open. The nascent rays of the sun greeted him, enveloping him in warmth and dispelling the autumn chill. Just a short distance from the door, a clear stream gurgled by, occasionally splashing against dark stones, producing a melodious tinkling sound. At the horizon, a thin veil of mist hung in the air, resembling delicate wisps of smoke, shrouding the waters surrounding Anric Island. The crescent lake, nestled amidst lush green forests, appeared even more serene and tranquil within this ethereal haze. The air was truly invigorating. Although he had been living in Orangetown for 3 years, each time he rose early and breathed in the local air, Shano felt an indescribable sense of relief permeating his very pores, far surpassing the suffocating steel jungle of his former life. Thus, it was time to begin anew. In the gentle light of dawn, the coastline at the far end of the horizon became vaguely discernible. After a slight stretch of his limbs, Shano bent his right leg slightly, and with a powerful thrust of his heel, he began to jog toward the shore in a remarkably refined manner. Each morning, Shano would rise early to run a full lap around the entire Anric Island along the coastline, utilizing this as a means of exercise to strengthen his physique. Though Anric Island is modest in size, a complete circuit spans nearly 20 kilometers, a feat nearly insurmountable for an ordinary adolescent. Yet, Shano persevered for 3 consecutive years, undeterred by the elements throughout the nearly 1,000 days. After all, until his proficiency in wind swordsmanship reached a fundamental level. A robust physique was his sole asset for survival in this tumultuous world, and this was indeed the key to his rapid physical development over the past 3 years. It is an era of tumultuous waves, without effort and sacrifice, where would progress and reward arise. As he sprinted alongside the stream for approximately 6 or 7 minutes, the coastline finally came into view. The briny sea breeze greeted him, and what first captured Shano's attention was a quaint little harbor. This was the point where the stream flowed into the sea. The coastline on either side receded inward, forming a natural refuge from the winds. After some renovations by the residents of Orangetown, it became the only port on Anric Island, serving as a docking place for vessels entering and leaving the sea. Unfortunately, Anric Island's location in the East Sea rendered it quite remote. Apart from a few small fishing boats from the town, scarcely any other vessels had been seen anchoring in the harbor. The last time Shano had witnessed a large ship passing by was over 3 months ago. As usual, the harbor appeared almost deserted today. After casting a distant glance, Shano nonchalantly shifted his direction, preparing to commence his morning run along the coastline. However, something was amiss. In an instant, the fleeting image from earlier flashed in his mind, and Shano's expression shifted dramatically as if he had unearthed a revelation. He abruptly halted, turning to gaze toward the sea shrouded in mist. Indeed, amidst the distant haze, a faint shadow was gradually approaching the island at a leisurely pace. Straining his eyes, he discerned a colossal vessel towering at least 10 meters high, making its way toward the harbor. What could that be? As Shano's pupils constricted, a change began to manifest in his gaze. Above him, the mast stood tall, the sails billowing with the wind, and a broad black flag fluttered majestically at its pinnacle. Chapter 004. One must not forsake the sunlight and lobster from a distance. The white skull insignia, faintly visible upon the black flag, made it abundantly clear to Shano the nature of the peril he faced. His heart tightened, and instinctively, he retreated a couple of steps, his countenance darkening with unease. In his past life, he had reveled in tales of pirates, but the stark reality was that, unlike the likes of Luffy, the majority of pirates were far from romanticized. They could easily be described as scoundrels who thrived on chaos, pillaging and plundering treasures as their favored pursuits. To the ordinary folk residing in various locales, the term pirate itself epitomized sin and calamity. The mere whispers of notorious pirates' rise to fame or the arrival of a new marauder in the vicinity would instill a lingering dread among them. The inhabitants of Orangetown were no exception. Eric Island, situated in the East Sea, was notoriously remote, having seen no pirates for many years. Thus, the sight of a pirate ship today was utterly unexpected. As the vessel, shrouded in mist, approached ever closer, Shano clenched his teeth. Though he could hold his own against an average adult, he knew that facing a ruthless pirate could spell his doom before he even realized it. The port area was quite desolate, and remaining there posed an imminent danger. Casting a glance about, he spotted a small grove that caught his attention. His eyes brightened, and he hurried toward it, selecting the sturdiest tree to take refuge behind its trunk. After a brief period of silent waiting, he adeptly ascended the tree, ensuring that the lush foliage concealed him entirely before cautiously peering out. As anticipated, the formidable pirate ship had now entered the harbor, and as its speed gradually diminished, a burly sailor emerged on the deck. With a hefty black anchor, he cast it into the depths below, sending waves crashing and a resounding thud echoing through the air as the ship anchored securely at the shore. Was it truly here? In Shano's mind, a tense sensation gripped him as he fixed his gaze upon the pirate ship, hardly daring to breathe, yearning to discern the happenings upon the deck with greater clarity. However, what transpired next was somewhat unforeseen. Instead of a horde of menacing pirates pouring forth or an array of gleaming weapons, only a man clad in a white cloak emerged from the cabin, accompanied by a diminutive figure, a boy who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. Laughter echoed from afar, seemingly the man bidding farewell to those within the ship's hold. Subsequently, he and the young boy disembarked, waved at the pirate vessel, and made their way along a northern road towards Orangetown. As for the enormous pirate ship that had so captivated Shano's attention, it exhibited no inclination to linger, raising its anchor and setting sail, soon disappearing into the mist, vanishing from Shano's sight. Witnessing this scene, the tension and concern within Shano dissipated significantly. Was it possible that the pirate ship had merely come to deliver someone passing by this way? As the pirate ship receded from view, Shano pursed his lips and turned his gaze towards the direction of Orangetown. The individuals who had disembarked were now too distant for him to discern their features. However, given that there were only 2 of them, one being a young boy, it seemed unlikely they posed any substantial threat to the island's inhabitants. Thus, there was no need for him to hasten back through shortcuts to raise the alarm. Although his father had forsaken his family to become a pirate, leaving Shano an orphan, the townspeople of Orangetown had always treated him kindly. Shano, too, cherished the tranquil and harmonious atmosphere of the place. Had there truly been pirates on the attack, he would not have clandestinely fled, leaving the townsfolk to face peril without warning. He could not help but wonder about the origins of those 2 individuals, who had been delivered by such a formidable pirate ship. As he recalled the immense pirate ship he had glimpsed from afar, Shano felt a lingering unease. The size of such a vessel was nearly equivalent to the combined might of all the fishing boats in Orangetown. For what he understood of the pirate world, the dimensions of a pirate ship often served as a testament to the strength of its crew. Thus, the ship docked at the port of Eric Island was likely associated with a notorious pirate crew renowned throughout the East Sea, and its arrival certainly heralded no insignificant presence. Regardless, he resolved to gather information first. Encountering such a spectacle had extinguished his desire to continue his morning run along the coastline. After some contemplation, he descended from the tree and retraced his steps towards the town. Before long, afternoon arrived. The autumn sun pierced through the dense clouds, freely roaming the surface of the sea. Yet, when it grazed the skin, it only left a gentle warmth, a comforting sensation that rose from within and spread to every corner of his being, evoking a yearning to bask in its glow all day long. On such days, sharing laughter and conversation with kindred spirits under the warm sun, indulging in food and drink, should indeed be a joyous affair. Shano had once entertained such thoughts, but now, as he observed the scene before him, he felt anything but joy. Instead, a hint of exasperation surfaced on his face. Anderson, Bill, and Roy, these 3 young rascals, had each brought a small stool and were now seated in a row before Shano, their eager eyes fixed on him, brimming with anticipation. To his right, a large iron pot bubbled with boiling water, while an old wooden table beside it held a basin of freshly cleaned and shelled crayfish, accompanied by an array of colorful seasonings. Xiano gazed at the trio with a bemused expression. "Are we about to start cooking the crayfish?" Upon noticing Xiano's glance, the three youngsters erupted with excitement, their mouths nearly watering at the prospect. Roy, in his impatience, even forgot to wipe his nose, urging him fervently, "Hey Xiano, hurry up. We can't wait any longer." Xiano felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he beheld the thick stream of snot, realizing that he had no choice but to suppress his urge to comment. Just the previous day, he had told these three companions to come over for crayfish in the evening. Yet, whether they had misheard him or were simply drawn by the allure of his cooking, they had arrived unexpectedly at midday, sitting at his doorstep with those eager eyes, making Xiano, who had just been practicing swordplay, feel rather uncomfortable. As such, he had no option but to abandon his training and attend to the crayfish early. Chapter 005. The Gale Chef Xiano, an uninvited one-legged old man. Xiano's cabin, though modest in size, features a small kitchen that suffers from poor ventilation. Consequently, unless preparing simple dishes, Xiano typically opts to cook outdoors. Under the eager gazes of three little ones, Xiano sighed, gently rolled up his sleeves, approached the wooden table, and laid out a cutting board. Fortunately, the diverse array of ingredients in the pirate world far surpasses that of his previous life, and many common items are quite affordable. Thus, gathering the necessary seasonings for a delightful dish of crayfish proved to be a simple task for Xiano. With a sharp knife in hand, he deftly maneuvered his wrist, causing the blade to dance as if cloaked in frost. In mere moments, garlic, ginger, and scallions were finely chopped, while chili peppers were neatly sliced. Following this, Xiano carefully measured out appropriate quantities of bay leaves, star anise, and cinnamon, rinsed them, and set them aside. The bottom of the pot had begun to heat, and after pouring out excess water, Xiano wiped the iron pan clean and added a generous amount of golden peanut oil. Once the oil reached a moderate temperature, he introduced the finely minced garlic, ginger, and scallions along with the chili pieces, causing an enticing aroma to envelop the air. Sizzle. The hot oil bubbled and smoke began to rise, with droplets of scalding oil occasionally splattering about, creating an atmosphere of peril. Yet, Xiano remained unfazed, his expression calm as he patiently awaited the moment when a slightly pungent fragrance wafted from the frying pan. At that point, he took the clean crayfish and poured them into the pan. After a brief stir-fry, as the crayfish curled slightly and began to absorb the sauce's hue, he skillfully grabbed the assortment of bottles that had been lined up on the edge of the table. Sake, soy sauce, and sugar were added one by one, as if a tempest of flavors were converging in the pan. The essence of the dish began to thicken, and after a moment's pause, he sprinkled the chopped bay leaves and star anise evenly over the mixture, followed by the addition of the freshly boiled water, with the lid placed firmly on the pot. The cooking process unfolded with a grace akin to flowing water. Having completed these tasks, Xiano exhaled softly, stepped back 2 paces, leaned against the cabin, and gazed silently at the azure sky. Oh wow, amazing. Xiano's movements are so practiced. He truly is impressive. His culinary skills are indeed as renowned as they say. This scene indeed captivated the 3 little ones, who immediately erupted into applause, with Roy being no exception. In their large, sparkling eyes, a glimmer of eager admiration seemed to dance. Upon hearing this, Shano couldn't help but smile to himself. In his previous life, he could hardly endure the cafeteria's fare and often endeavored to cook for himself. After years of honing his culinary skills, winning over the appetites of these little ones would be an exceedingly simple task. However, as he gently closed his eyes, a pensive expression flickered across Shano's face. Earlier that morning, upon returning home from a port, he had refrained from practicing swordsmanship due to concerns about the 2 individuals who had disembarked from the pirate ship. Instead, he had set out early, feigning his usual routine of visiting the shops in Orangetown to procure some ingredients and seasonings while secretly hoping to glean information about the whereabouts of those 2 men. To his surprise, it seemed that many townsfolk were already aware of these peculiar visitors. After a brief conversation with the kindly aunt selling soy sauce, she had opened up to him, chatting animatedly for quite some time, nearly forgetting to collect payment for the soy sauce until Shano reminded her. According to the scant information she provided, the man who had brought the young boy to the island appeared to be an old friend of the town's mayor, having once ventured across the seas together in their youth. The purpose of the man's visit to Andric Island seemed to be to pay a visit to this old companion, having gone straight to the mayor's residence upon arriving in Orangetown, with no news emerging since. This revelation allowed Shano to lower his guard entirely, yet a wave of curiosity surged within him. After all, based on what he previously knew, the mayor of Orangetown, the silver-haired Uncle Rul, was typically a warm-hearted man with a constant smile. How could he possibly be friends with someone connected to a pirate crew? Who exactly was the man clad in the white cloak? The little imp arrived early in the morning, eagerly waiting for me, oblivious to whether he had seen his father, the town mayor, entertaining guests. Glancing at the bespectacled Anderson, who bore the semblance of maturity, Shano felt a twinge of conflict as he rubbed his nose. Being the only son of Uncle Rul, the mayor, this lad usually exhibited a demeanor more composed than Roy and Bill. Yet today, he was utterly captivated by the allure of crayfish. Otherwise, I might have gleaned some information from him. Buzz. At that moment, the lid of a pot nearby quivered gently, producing a muffled sound that drew Shano's attention. He hastily cast aside his thoughts and hurried to the large pot, wrapping a cloth around his hand and cautiously lifting the searing lid. Splash. In that instant, the realm within and outside the pot converged, as if a new chapter had been unveiled. The bubbling oil revealed fragrant bay leaves and star anise, while the vibrant red crayfish lay before him, their colors intermingling beautifully. Accompanied by a rich broth drizzled with sesame oil, an enticing aroma of spice wafted through the air, infiltrating his senses with an irresistible allure. Just one glance was enough to evoke a profound longing. Oh, it's ready. The crayfish is done. Can it truly be this fragrant? It's almost criminally tempting. How infuriating. Regardless, I must indulge until I am utterly satisfied. As the long-awaited crayfish was brought forth, the three young boys could no longer contain their excitement. They leaped from their stools in unison, rushing to the table, their small hands outstretched, seemingly disregarding the heat, ready to snatch them up. You little rascals. Have you washed your hands? Go wash up properly before you come back. However, in the next moment, a cloth, straightened and taut, descended from above, landing with a resounding smack upon the three dirty little hands. Ouch! At Shano's bellow, the boys immediately recoiled, their faces falling long. Yet they had no choice but to comply. Swallowing hard as they gazed longingly at the crayfish, they dashed towards the kitchen in the little wooden house. Truly, as I watched their figures vanish behind the door, Shano shook his head helplessly and returned to the table to tidy up the items. Yet just then, a massive shadow suddenly enveloped the light before him, and a coarse yet warm voice, imbued with age, resonated closely in his ear. This crayfish appears to be quite exquisite, young lad with dark hair. Might you allow this old man to sit and savor it as well? In the next instant, a wooden prosthetic foot stepped forward, coming into Shano's line of sight. Chapter 006, The Intent of the Red Foot. Ziano was still holding a cloth to wipe the knife when he heard the sound. He momentarily froze before instinctively looking up at the newcomer. Before him stood an elderly man with disheveled yellow hair, appearing to be in his 50s, draped in a flowing white cloak that imparted an air of grandeur. What captured attention the most was his wooden prosthetic leg and his golden mustache, styled into two strands tied with a water-green bow, resembling a twisted pastry. Such a distinctive appearance allowed Ziano to recognize the man almost instantaneously, and in a moment of surprise, he nearly lost control of his tongue. Zeph! The man before him, an old pirate with a limp, was none other than the great pirate Zeph, the owner of the Bartai restaurant, who had raised Sanji. What are you staring at, you little brat? Are you reluctant to part with the lobster on the table? Seeing Ziano frozen in place, Zeph assumed he was hesitating. He waved his hand and laughed heartily. Young man, do not be so stingy. Food is meant to be shared. How can one refuse a guest? Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, Zeph had already plucked a small lobster from the platter, bringing it to his lips for a taste. His eyes brightened, and without even peeling the shell, he tossed it into his mouth with fervor. Accompanied by the crunching sounds, the enticing red broth oozed from the corners of Zeph's mouth, staining his oddly shaped golden mustache. As a look of enjoyment spread across his face, while chewing, he mumbled indistinctly, delicious. This little brat's culinary skills are impressive, far surpassing that old coot Rul. This is undoubtedly the best thing I've eaten in months. It turned out that the one who had gone ashore to find Uncle Rul that morning was none other than this old man. At this moment, Shano finally regained his senses, gazing at the incessantly munching Zep with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, before helplessly shaking his head and letting out a sigh of relief. As one of the prominently featured characters in the pirate manga, Shano was well aware of Zep's character. Since the individual who had disembarked from the pirate ship was this fellow, there was little cause for concern. Hey, you yellow-haired uncle. I'm not as petty as you claim. However, consuming my food without prior consent is quite impolite. Wouldn't you agree? With a roll of his eyes, as Zep continued to indulge himself in the delicacies, Shano remarked with an air of annoyance after witnessing him devour more lobster, swiftly grabbing 2 more after swallowing the last. Ah, it seems I've acted somewhat rashly. However, young lad, your lobster is truly delightful, Zep responded, his weathered face tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Yet, as he stuffed another lobster into his mouth, his apology became garbled and indistinct. Suit yourself, Shano muttered wearily, exhaling a sigh. He did not rush to inquire further of Zep, but instead focused on tidying the chaotic table before him. At that moment, a sense of pride flickered within him. It seemed his culinary skills were indeed commendable. After all, charming the likes of Roy and his companions was one thing, but earning the endorsement of a renowned chef like Zep was an entirely different challenge. Nevertheless, this was merely a minor interlude. As the blurred timeline of pirate adventures flashed through his mind, Shano's expression gradually turned serious, and he began to contemplate the information behind Zep's arrival on the island. Memories, long buried, began to resurface with clarity, and a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. According to the chronological information he had gleaned from newspapers, this year marked the 1511th year of the Sea Circle calendar. In relation to the manga's narrative, it seemed that Zep had recently returned from the Grand Line, and the chef pirate crew he had founded was destined to meet its demise in a storm shortly thereafter. From that point on, Zep hung up his swords, transforming from a fearsome pirate into the proprietor of a maritime restaurant in the East Sea. Thus, it was the beginning of a new chapter. Shano reminisced about the scene he witnessed that morning, his heart stirring with intrigue. Could that young boy, seemingly no more than 8 or 9 years old, brought over by Jipu, truly be Sanji? The possibilities seemed quite plausible, as both the timing and age aligned perfectly. Just then, the door of the wooden cabin burst open with a loud thud, and a cacophony of cheers erupted from within, jolting Shano from his thoughts. Haha, it's done. Hurry up, or we'll have trouble if the lobster gets cold. The sound of footsteps approached rapidly, and soon 3 little rascals, led by Anderson, scrambled out from behind the door. Upon spotting Shano from afar, they proudly displayed their damp hands before eagerly darting past him towards the table. Lobster. Saliva dribbled from the mouths of the 3 little ones as they reached the table, each grabbing a lobster, exhibiting the same impatience as Jipu. Without bothering to peel the shell, took a bite and stuffed it straight into their mouths. I'm starting. The succulent flesh melted in their mouths. A wave of satisfaction surged within them. It was only after they finished chewing their lobsters that the 3 boys exhaled contentedly, breaking free from their lobster-induced reverie. Looking up, they found Jipu, also savoring a lobster, their gazes locking in surprise. Hey, who is this? Why are you eating our lobster? Hey, you old geezer. Put down that lobster right now. After a moment of stunned silence, Roy and Bill's faces flushed crimson, and they charged forward, shaking their tiny fists in an attempt to snatch the lobster from Jipu's grasp. However, Jipu merely chuckled, casually blocking their advances with one free hand, leaving the 2 boys bewildered and unable to reach him, ultimately retreating, panting for breath. How infuriating! Roy stomped his feet in frustration, forgetting to wipe his nose, ready to charge again. Yet, just as he took a step forward, a small hand reached out to stop him. It was Anderson, who had remained frozen in place since he first spotted Jipu and had not joined the fray. Anderson, what are you doing? Don't you see this old man is stealing our lobsters? Come on, let's chase him away, Roy exclaimed, bewildered and fuming. However, Anderson ignored him, turning instead to Jipu, scratching his little head in confusion. Uncle Jipu, weren't you supposed to stay at my house for dinner? Why are you here with Brother Shano? It's you, the little rascal from the Ruhr family. It appears that Jipu had recognized Anderson long ago, yet he remained preoccupied with his lobster until this moment, reluctantly putting it aside. He reached out, and despite Anderson's disapproving gaze, he affectionately ruffled the little fellow's head, bursting into laughter. Of course, dinner must go on as usual. Although your father's cooking leaves much to be desired, I must honor the friendship we share. Ignoring the increasingly dark expression on Anderson's face, Jipu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he continued. As for why I am here, it is firstly because I was drawn by the enticing aroma of the crayfish, and secondly, of course, to fulfill the task that brought me to Androck Island. His gaze shifted to the bewildered Shano, who was tugging at his long beard. With a chuckle, he remarked, Ah, it is you, the foul little rascal known as Shano. Chapter 007. The final day in Orangetown. You're looking for me? Shano was genuinely astonished this time. Upon seeing Jipu nodding earnestly, devoid of any jest, he was momentarily rendered speechless. He pointed at Anderson beside him and then at himself, and timidly inquired, I mean, dear sir, you haven't mistaken me for someone else after having too much to drink at Uncle Ruhr's house at noon, have you? Do not underestimate me, you insolent lad. Jappu squinted, letting out a derisive snort from his nose. His golden mustache, resembling twisted dough, perked up amusingly, creating quite a comical sight. I may have indulged in a drink at noon, but with my capacity for alcohol, how could I possibly be inebriated enough to misidentify someone? Are you truly not here to seek out Anderson? Deep within, Shano felt a tinge of confusion. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Jappu suddenly stepping forward, bending down, and scrutinizing his face with wide, round eyes. Just when Shano began to feel somewhat uneasy under the intense gaze, Jappu abruptly reached out a hand and ruffled his hair, laughing heartily. Ah, you truly resemble him. It's as if you are a mirror image of that lad in his youth. Hey, you old coot, speak plainly and refrain from such antics. Shano exclaimed. His composure shattered as the rough, calloused hand tousled his hair, leaving it disheveled. He could no longer contain his irritation. Forcibly withdrawing from Jappu's grip and raising his voice in protest. His fervent reaction stemmed from two sources. Firstly, Shano suffered from a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder and could not endure the thought of his hair being carelessly transformed into a chaotic mess. Secondly, he was, after all, a 20-year-old soul inhabiting a new body, and being treated like a mere child subjected to a playful head pat felt exceedingly awkward. What a bother. After hastily arranging his unruly hair, Shano recalled Jappu's earlier words and looked up, a perplexed expression adorning his face. What do you mean a mirror image? Jappu seemed taken aback by the intensity of Shano's reaction to what was merely a playful ruffle of hair. His hand remained suspended in the air, his expression clearly one of bewilderment. Upon hearing Shano's question, he sheepishly retracted his hand, stroked his beard, and stammered, Ahem, what I meant to say is, you bear a striking resemblance to your father. Father? Ziano was taken aback by the unexpected words of his interlocutor, momentarily stunned. His father had embarked on a seafaring life as a pirate a year prior to Ziano's arrival in this world, and for the past several years, there had been no word from him, nor had he established any connection with Andric Island. Consequently, Ziano's impression of this so-called father was merely a collection of vague, fragmented memories from his early childhood. He only recalled that his name was Costa and that he had a penchant for heavy drinking, often to the point of inebriation. Familiarity was hardly the right term to describe their relationship, although it could be said that they bore a slight resemblance in appearance. How did Zeph know this? Do you know him? Ziano questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Zeph. Ah, indeed, your father Costa is quite the remarkable pirate, Zeph replied with a smile, glancing at the young lad beside him who was enthusiastically devouring lobster. Lost in thought, his thick brows furrowed, and he let out a soft sigh. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned closer to Ziano and said in a hushed tone, Hey kid, it's not convenient to talk here. How about we discuss this at your home? Am I home? Ziano hesitated for a moment, but after catching a glimpse of the sincere gaze from Zep, he nodded in agreement. Very well, follow me. The autumn climate is often elusive. Just moments ago, the sun shone brightly in a clear sky, yet now ominous clouds began to gather, casting a shadow over the landscape, heralding an impending downpour. Joyful moments always seem fleeting. In less than 20 minutes, an entire platter of lobsters have been devoured by the three little ones as if swept away by a tempest, leaving only remnants of red sauce and shrimp heads on the plate. Even the shells have been chewed and swallowed by the mischievous trio. Hey, where did it all go? I haven't had enough yet, Roy lamented, scratching his head as he gazed at the empty table. Haha, Roy, that's what you get for being slow. You only manage a few, while I devour half of them. You and Anderson combined didn't eat as much as I did. I'm already full, boasted the chubby Bill, patting his round belly and casting a sidelong glance at Roy in mockery. All you do is eat, eat, eat. Keep at it, and one day you'll turn into a balloon, unable to move. Let's see what you do then, Roy snorted, wiping his nose and shooting a disdainful glare at Bill. If that old codger hadn't come and snatched several lobsters, I wouldn't be left wanting. Puffed, if that old man hadn't taken them. I would have eaten the extras myself. They wouldn't have gone to you, Bill retorted, rolling his eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, casting a puzzled look toward the tightly shut door of the wooden cabin nearby. By the way, that old man followed Ziano inside, right? It's been a while. Why hasn't he come out yet? Who knows? Roy shrugged. He had been so engrossed in devouring lobsters, like Bill, that he hadn't paid attention to the conversation between Ziano and Zep. However, upon noticing Anderson, who had been rather quiet, his eyes brightened. Hey, Anderson, that old man seemed to know you. Do you have any idea what he came to see Ziano about? I'm not quite sure, but I overheard my father mentioning that this old man used to be quite a notorious pirate, Anderson replied, adjusting his black-framed glasses. His expression tinged with concern as he glanced at the little cabin. Such individuals, though they may appear affable now, usually have a history filled with misdeeds. A pirate? As soon as Anderson's words fell, Roy and Bill recoiled in terror, with the more timid Roy paling visibly, trembling as he stammered, "No way. I just hit that old man. How could he be?" Bang! A sudden dull thud echoed from a short distance away, abruptly interrupting Roy's stammering speech and startling the anxious little ones once more. Cautiously, they turned towards the source of the sound, only to discover that the previously closed door of the wooden cabin now stood ajar. The terrifying old man they feared was emerging alongside Shano. Both engaged in a hushed conversation, their expressions a mix of complexity as they exchanged low whispers. However, their voices were barely audible, leaving Roy and the others in a state of confusion, unable to grasp even a few vague words, which prompted looks of bewilderment among them. Chapter 008. Setting Sail. Destination, Bar Thai Restaurant. Haha, in that case, take your time to ponder it. There is no rush. After a brief moment, Jipu suddenly raised his voice, laughing heartily as he uttered these words. He then nodded towards Shano, greeted Anderson at the table, and cheerfully departed along the cobblestone path they had come. Meanwhile, Shano stood for a moment, lost in thought, before shaking his head with a peculiar expression and walking towards them. "Shano, are you all right?" Seeing Shano's unusual demeanor, the chubby Bill felt a twinge of concern and could not help but ask anxiously. "Oh, it's nothing." Ziano finally regained his composure, noticing the three little ones gazing at him with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Puzzled, he inquired, "I merely stepped inside to converse with that old man for a brief moment. Why the intense scrutiny? Have you all feasted to your heart's content?" Upon being questioned by Ziano, the youngsters furtively glanced at the table, their cheeks flushing slightly, and they began to stammer their responses. "If you are satisfied, simply say so. Why the hesitation?" He continued. "Indeed, since earlier, your reactions have been rather peculiar." Ziano furrowed his brow and cast a suspicious glance at them, preparing to inquire further. However, upon observing the empty plates on the table, he immediately grasped the situation, his astonishment rendering him momentarily speechless. In an instant, fury surged within him. "What on earth? A whole pot of lobsters, and you lot devoured them all? Did you leave nothing for me?" In response, the only sound that met his outburst was the involuntary belch from the chubby Bill. Initially hesitant to speak, Anderson and Roy swiftly turned their heads, glaring fiercely at him. Bill, startled, trembled, and quickly bowed his head, daring not to steal another glance at Ziano. Ziano's lips twitched slightly. "Forget it. I was merely preparing this meal for you all. Why are you so tense? Are you afraid I might harm you?" After gazing at the three silent youngsters with exasperation for a while, Ziano sighed, finding the situation both amusing and perplexing. Upon hearing his words, the trio initially exhaled in relief, then sheepishly scratched their heads, chuckling awkwardly. Originally, according to Ziano's earlier statement, this pot of lobsters was meant for 4. But the 3 of them not only arrived early, but also devoured Ziano's portion. Now, realizing their misstep, they felt a twinge of guilt, fearing a repeat of the incident when Roy had sneaked a bite of grilled fish and ended up with a beating at Ziano's hands. "All right, since you're all full, you can scram. I'm not hungry yet, and if I start craving lobsters, I might just have to give each of you a good thrashing." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Ziano issued the command and fell silent, moving to the table to tidy up the dishes. The little ones hesitated for a moment, appearing somewhat ashamed, as if wanting to assist with the cleanup. However, after a brief murmuring among themselves, the 3 mischievous children changed their minds, thanked Ziano, and left the little wooden cabin, laughing joyfully. Once the children were gone, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Ziano cleared away the kitchen scraps and spent a considerable amount of time organizing the dining table and utensils. Only after ensuring everything was in order did the area around the cabin appear as pristine as before, barely averting a bout of his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Rubbing his slightly sore wrists, Ziano ambled to the side of the cabin, leaned against the wooden planks, and sat on the grass, resting his arms behind his head while gazing dreamily at the overcast sky. "It's a thankless task. I can't let these little rascals run amok next time." Yet, recalling Jipu's earlier words, he chuckled softly, muttering to himself in self-deprecation. "There won't be any more opportunities like this, will there?" This year marks the year 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar, the 3rd year since his arrival in this world. Ziano had anticipated lingering in Orange Town for a few more years, striving to elevate his wind sword technique to the novice level before embarking on a voyage. Little did he expect to encounter the infamous pirate Jipu, returning from the Grand Line, in this very autumn. He never imagined that Jipu, accompanied by the young Sanji, had ventured to Andric Island specifically for him. The root of this circumstance lay in the abandonment by his long-unseen father, Costa, who had set sail, forsaking his family. In other words, his father was not only acquainted with Japu, but had also fought alongside him as a comrade and friend. Yes, Ziano's father was none other than Costa, the notorious drunkard and a pirate with a bounty of 17 million berries, once the vice-captain of the East Sea Chef pirate crew, who had safely returned from the Grand Line. However, upon returning from the Grand Line, the Straw Hat Pirates encountered a tempest while attempting to plunder an ordinary passenger vessel. Except for Zeph and Sanji, who was serving as an apprentice chef aboard the ship, the rest of the crew from both vessels were engulfed by the storm, leaving no survivors. Shano's father, Costa, served as the vice-captain of the Cook pirate crew. Despite possessing considerable combat prowess, he ultimately fell victim to the forces of nature, perishing in the same calamity. The fortunate survivor, Zep, felt a profound sense of guilt and nostalgia for his deceased companions as he resolved to abandon his piratical pursuits. Notably, Costa, with whom he shared a close bond, had frequently mentioned Shano in life and expressed deep regret for having abandoned him in the pursuit of his dreams. Reflecting on those memories, Zep found it hard to let go of the young Shano, prompting him to seek out the child of his late friend on Andric Island. Upon discovering Shano living alone in a dilapidated cabin at the town's edge, struggling to catch fish for sustenance, Zep's heart was stirred by profound compassion. He gently urged Shano to join him at his newly established Bartai restaurant, offering to raise him in a more favorable environment. According to Zep, Shano would enjoy a vastly improved quality of life there, liberated from the daily grind of fishing and the solitude of his current existence. This wayward father, having met his end, might as well have remained absent. Even the boy whose body he once inhabited would likely feel indifferent upon hearing the news. Upon recalling Zep's anxious expression when he delivered the grim tidings, Shano couldn't help but scoff at the thought of the despicable Costa, whose mere mention ignited a blaze of frustration within him. Interestingly, the original narrative of the Bartai restaurant did not feature a character like Shano, and it seemed unlikely that the original Shano would have rejected such an offer. The only plausible explanation was that Zep had failed to locate the boy on Andric Island. In other words, had Shano not traversed into this world, the naive child might have met an untimely fate over the years, explaining why Zep could not take him under his wing. The so-called great pirate, Costa, though he expressed remorse and regret during conversations with his crew, remained a scoundrel who abandoned his family. Shano, in moments of reflection, often felt a tinge of sympathy for the boy who had once inhabited his body. Conversely, Zep's proposal struck a chord with Shano, and during the time following Zep's departure, he underwent a period of contemplation that solidified his decision. Gazing into the depths of the ominous clouds, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Shano's eyes. In Zep's perspective, taking Shano was a promise to an old friend and a means to ensure his safe growth. For Shano, it represented a rare opportunity, a chance to set sail. Though Andric Island was tranquil and idyllic, it was ultimately too isolated, lacking the necessary challenges for personal growth. Remaining on the island for a lifetime might be a welcome prospect for many in Orangetown, but for Shano, the reincarnated soul with the legacy of the Wind Swordmaster, it was utterly intolerable to continue masquerading as an oblivious 12-year-old, aimlessly drifting through life. Chapter 009. The Tato Pirates and Sanji in the early morning. At the horizon of the sea, a delicate hue of purplish-red dawn gradually emerged, dispersing the thin mist. The sunlight burst forth like molten steel, illuminating the vast azure sky with a crystalline brilliance. A colossal pirate ship sailed against the wind upon the sea, shrouded in this gentle morning light. Silver-white waves cascaded over the ship's sides, creating ripples that ultimately converged at the stern, resembling a shimmering ribbon of water. Under the embrace of the dawn, the surface sparkled with a myriad of glistening reflections, stretching infinitely into the blue expanse. Ziano leaned against the cabin, seated on one side of the deck with his knees drawn close. The sea breeze caressed him, and occasionally, a splash of waves surged onto the deck, scattering like shards of silver upon his face, soaking his dark hair, which clung to his temples and trickled down his neck. Yet, he remained unmoving, silently gazing at the distant mist that was gradually dissipating. There, a small island, familiar to him, was slowly receding into the horizon. Hud, hud, hud. After an indeterminate passage of time, a muffled sound of footsteps approached from behind, and soon, a tall figure cloaked in white emerged onto the deck, unceremoniously taking a seat beside Ziano. Shano did not need to glance back to ascertain the identity of a newcomer. The moment the individual took a seat, a springy mustache jabbed towards him, compelling him to discreetly shift his posterior to the right. It was none other than Japu, who, upon noticing the situation, initially felt a hint of embarrassment, but soon shrugged it off with a cough, chuckling, "Hey, kid, when you came to find me yesterday, you were quite resolute in your promise. What is this? Now you seem reluctant to part with your hometown? After all these years, it's only natural to feel a twinge of nostalgia upon leaving." Ziano did not deny it either. He turned to glance at Japu and, with an open smile, remarked, "Oh, is that truly the case? Ha ha, what an amusing little rascal." Japu burst into hearty laughter, instinctively reaching out to touzle Ziano's hair, but then recalled the events of the previous day. Seizing the opportunity while Ziano was still oblivious, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Reflecting on yesterday, he had not anticipated that Tato and the others would return so swiftly. "I left in a bit of hurry this morning. So, did you manage to bid farewell to your little companions properly? Those little brats don't understand anything. There's really nothing to discuss with them." Ziano scratched his head, withdrawing his gaze from the distant speck that was Anric Island, and smiled as he remarked, "However, if I were to bid farewell to those fellows, I reckon they would weep uncontrollably. I have no desire to witness such a scene. Thus, I penned a letter yesterday, leaving it at home specifically for Anderson and the others. I imagine it has already been opened. Inside, I inscribed a few words. Nothing overly sentimental, I assure you. Yet, I suspect these little rascals might still shed tears, for after all, here Ziano seemed to reminisce, letting out a sigh. These blokes have pilfered so many of my grilled fish. Henceforth, they shall no longer partake in your delightful grilled fish, and oh, let us not forget the lobsters." At this juncture, Japu scrutinized Ziano before chuckling. "To be honest, lad, your culinary skills displayed yesterday were quite commendable. While they still pale in comparison to mine, they surpass those of many a pirate crew's chef. Take, for instance, the cook from the Tardo pirate crew, am I right?" Ziano, with an astute glance towards Zep, suddenly had a mischievous spark in his eye and chuckled. "What a nuisance. That fellow Tato, instead of fulfilling his duties as captain, insists on learning culinary skills from me. For the past few days, I have been aboard his ship, enduring meals prepared by that rascal, which have nearly made me nauseous. Out of respect for an old friend, I have refrained from voicing my true feelings." Zep, letting out a huff, was about to continue his tirade when he noticed the slightly sinister smile on Ziano's lips. He abruptly realized the gravity of the situation, his expression stiffening as he turned to look behind him. Indeed, on the previously deserted deck, a stout, short uncle clad in a chef's uniform had appeared, his expression dark as he glared in their direction. This was none other than Tato, the captain of the Tato pirate crew and an old acquaintance of Zep, notorious for his bounty of 10 million berries as the ruthless pirate known as the Butcher Tato. Zep had arrived at Andric Island aboard Tato's pirate ship, but due to a crew member's need to return home, the ship did not dock at Orangetown. It was only this morning that they returned to the port, bringing Ziano and the others away from the small island. Through their interactions, Ziano had gained some understanding of this pirate crew, which was relatively small compared to typical pirate factions, with only a handful of members aboard such a large vessel. The crew's disposition was not malevolent. Rather, they resembled adventurers of the sea, akin to Luffy. Tato, despite his abysmal cooking skills, could be described as affable and warm-hearted, appearing quite jolly. However, at this moment, his countenance was anything but pleasant. "Ha, Tato, my dear brother, what brings you up so early? The weather this morning is indeed splendid, worthy of an early workout. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon seeing Tato's grim expression, Zep's lips twitched as he quickly rose to greet him, attempting to divert the conversation. Yet, Tato, the stout uncle, remained unperturbed, his expression still devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon Zep. "Ahem. Well, I admit I did speak ill of you, but that was merely for the amusement of the children, not meant to be taken seriously." Under Tato's intense stare, Zep's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. "To be honest, your cooking isn't entirely bad. It's only a hair's breadth away from being quite good." "Enough, Zep. Spare me your excuses. I see right through you, you deceitful old rogue." Tato glared fiercely at Zep, snatching his chef's hat and tossing it onto the deck in frustration. He then angrily took a few steps forward and sat down against the ship's cabin. In the next moment, he spotted Ziano, who was stifling laughter from distance. Suddenly, Tato's eyes lit up with a spark of realization, and with a hint of anticipation, he turned his gaze towards Ziano. "Zep, this old scoundrel, is nothing short of a rogue. However, Ziano, I believe you still possess a conscience. How about you come over and sample the breakfast I just prepared? Yasuo, it shall be utterly delicious." Gazing at Tato's chubby visage, Sharn found himself momentarily hesitant. However, upon witnessing the gleeful expression of Zep nearby, he gritted his teeth and resolved to give it a try. "Very well, I shall taste it. Ah, now this is what a good lad should be. especially in contrast to those scoundrels aboard who incessantly criticize my culinary skills. Upon receiving Sharn's response, Tato's face lit up with joy. But soon he appeared to recall something and remarked with a hint of dismay, "Oh right, that other little rascal with the curly blonde hair. He's quite the rogue as well. If he weren't still in slumber at this hour, I would have insisted he sample my breakfast this morning." Chapter 10. The imminent first battle. Half an hour later, as the sun ascended higher in the sky, the atmosphere gradually brightened. Most of the crew of the Tato pirate group had awakened from their slumber, with the exception of the navigator. Many had gathered on the deck, relishing the refreshing sea breeze, engaging in light-hearted conversation, or stretching their limbs, creating a harmonious scene. At that moment, accompanied by a dull thud, the cabin door was thrust open once more, and Sharn stumbled out, his complexion pale and his steps unsteady, as though half his blood had been drained from him. Upon seeing Sharn in such a state, several pirates on the deck paused their chatter, scrutinizing him with whispers. "Hey, what's wrong with that lad? Wasn't he fine when he boarded at dawn? Why does he look like this now? Could it be seasickness? I don't know. But it seems he was just summoned to the dining area by the captain to sample the breakfast." Oh, now I understand. Though their voices were low, Sharn was close enough to hear them clearly, and he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Sighing, he leaned against the cabin, his expression one of distress. "Damn it, do you think I wanted this? I simply rushed out this morning without breakfast, and now I'm famished." Shano muttered softly, rubbing his stomach, feeling a wave of bitterness surge within him. He hastily withdrew his hand and obediently reclined, no longer daring to move. The reason he had been bold enough to sample the dishes prepared by the esteemed Uncle Tato was twofold. First, he was genuinely famished, and second, he found it hard to believe that any dish could be as dreadful as rumored. He wanted to experience it firsthand, and then, in a display of schadenfreude before the bewildered Japu, lavish praise upon it to observe the reactions of the two elderly gentlemen. However, the outcome was far from delightful. That dish was not merely unpalatable, it was revolting. Recalling the shuddering taste that had assaulted his palate, Shano's entire body trembled. It took him quite some time to forcibly cast aside the horrifying memory, and only after an extended period did he begin to feel somewhat better. He now comprehended why Japu, a professional chef, had previously devoured the small crayfish he prepared with such rapt attention. Fortunately, Uncle Tato was the captain, and the Tato pirate crew boasted a designated chef. Otherwise, he would likely have met his demise at sea over the coming days. With a weary gaze cast toward the direction of the cabin, Shano let out a gentle sigh. Earlier, his dramatic performance while tasting had significantly bolstered Uncle Tato's confidence in his culinary skills, leading the astonished Japu to skeptically sample Tato's breakfast as well. And he did so in one swift gulp. Now, it was likely that the old man was suffering from an urgent bout of diarrhea, weakened to his very legs. Shano found himself silently mourning for Japu. Just then, the sharp clash of blades abruptly echoed nearby, startling him momentarily. Following the sound, he turned his gaze to see, a few meters away on the deck, two pirates engaged in a fierce duel, each wielding a longsword. The atmosphere in Orangetown was typically serene and tranquil. It was rare to witness any altercations, let alone a confrontation involving swords. However, Shano was immediately captivated by this display of skill. His curiosity piqued as he observed from the sidelines. Both individuals were members of the Tato pirate crew. One was robust and powerfully built, while the other was slender and agile, each employing distinct attack styles, showcasing their respective strengths and weaknesses, resulting in a fiercely balanced contest. Despite the ferocity of their movements, it was evident that neither aimed for lethal strikes. Moreover, a few other pirates had gathered nearby, cheering them on with palpable enthusiasm, indicating that this was merely a friendly sparring match between comrades. These individuals certainly possessed commendable prowess. Despite years of diligent practice in the art of swordsmanship, Shano possesses a keen eye, allowing him to discern the capabilities of the two individuals with mere observation. Their physical prowess is not to be underestimated, and their wealth of combat experience suggests that, even without weapons, they could easily overpower 3 or 4 adults in Orangetown. In this regard, they far surpass the 12-year-old Shano, whose small limbs cannot contend with their strength. However, contrasting this, the swordsmanship exhibited by these two is remarkably crude, relying solely on their past experiences of battle, resulting in a rather clumsy display. In comparison, after years of training, even though Shano's wind sword technique remains at a basic level, he undoubtedly outshines these two pirates. By leveraging his understanding of swordplay, along with the application of force and speed, he can compensate for much of the disparity in physical attributes. Shano estimates that should he engage in combat with either of them, he would indeed have a fair chance of victory. Moments later, the burly pirate, worn out from the agile dodging of his lean opponent, gradually loses his strength, panting heavily as he shifts from offense to defense, falling into a complete disadvantage. Ultimately, he cannot endure any longer, as the lean fighter exploits a weakness, placing his sword against the pirate's throat, revealing a face full of disappointment. Haha, Kairal wins. Beachy, you've lost again. This marks your 4th defeat to Kairal in the past month. The sound of mocking laughter from his companions reaches Beachy's ears, prompting him to glare at them with irritation. He brushes aside the blade at his neck and retorts, Hey. Sure, I may not be able to defeat Kairal right now, but that doesn't give you lot the right to laugh at me. Why don't you step up and give it a try? Upon hearing this challenge, the surrounding pirates are momentarily taken aback, their laughter abruptly ceasing. They exchange glances, yet none dare to accept the challenge, creating an awkward atmosphere. After all, Beachy is the captain of the 2nd Combat Division. Despite his inability to best the 1st Division Captain Kairal, he could easily handle them. TCH, you lot don't even have the guts to challenge me, yet you dare to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. If it weren't for Captain Tato being a formidable ability user, you sorry excuses for pirates wouldn't have survived this long. Beaky let out a dismissive snort, curling his lip in disdain. When he received no response, his gaze shifted abruptly to Shano, who was situated at the edge of the deck. At that moment, Shano, having lost interest in the ongoing sparring, was intently focused on meticulously polishing a plain wooden sword, completely oblivious to Beaky's scrutiny. The sea breeze tousled his bangs, and his dark hair cascaded beside him as he diligently wiped down every corner of the wooden blade until it gleamed without a speck of dust. Though the sword appeared somewhat worn, it bore no blemishes, and prominently engraved on the hilt were 3 bold black characters: Lake Toya. It is worth noting that due to his rigorous training, Shano had broken numerous wooden swords over time, most of which were inexpensive trinkets purchased from shops. However, this particular sword was one he had commissioned from the town's carpenter, Uncle Darwin, to indulge his whimsical tastes after using wooden swords extensively. In comparison to those cheap imitations, the quality of this sword was undoubtedly superior. Yet, after some time spent in its company, Shano found himself reluctant to part with it, ultimately choosing to keep it as a cherished possession in his wooden cottage while continuing to train with the less valuable swords. 3 years had swiftly passed. As a solitary orphan, Shano had departed from Anric Island with little to his name. The only remnant of his journey was this wooden sword, serving as a poignant memento of his life in Orangetown over the past 3 years. Chapter 011. The Sword's Might, ever more fierce. My brothers. This is quite unexpected. Seeing Shano so diligently tending to his sword, Beaky appeared amused, turning to his fellow pirates and bellowing with a hearty laugh. Who would have thought that this young fellow, Shano, who boarded the ship with the red feet, is indeed a formidable swordsman? The pirates nearby followed Beaky's gaze, noticing Shano leaning against the cabin with his wooden sword, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hey, Beaky isn't mistaken. He truly possesses a sword. One exclaimed. Who would have thought that our Tato pirate ship would harbor such a young swordsman? Do not speak so, for that wooden sword appears rather commendable, remarked Ziano, who was acutely aware of the laughter surrounding him. His movements momentarily paused as he glanced at Beaky before resuming the meticulous task of polishing the blade. This group, indeed, was exceedingly tedious. The laughter of the pirates elicited nothing more than a resigned shake of his head from Ziano. He did not take it to heart. After all, it was only natural for a youth of his tender age to be teased by these rugged, bearded men. However, what transpired next took him by surprise. Perhaps the monotony of life at sea had dulled their spirits, or perhaps the swift conclusion of the duel between Ral and Beaky had left them yearning for entertainment. A young man with piercings and tousled blonde hair leaned against the railing and turned to Beaky with a languid smile, suggesting, Hey, Beaky, since we're all rather bored, why not have that little fellow over there spar with you for a few rounds? Are you too cowardly to face me directly and instead wish to see Ziano make a fool of himself? Beaky retorted with a scoff. Yet, upon noticing that his companions showed no objection and seemed intrigued, he stroked his chin thoughtfully and shrugged. What the hell? I have nothing better to do. Let us indulge in a little fun. With that, Beaky turned his gaze towards Ziano, grinning as he called out, Hey little guy, did you hear those rascals? Since you're also a swordsman, why not come over and practice a few moves with me? What they did not anticipate was that upon hearing this, Ziano's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm rather than irritation. In his 3 years since traversing into the world of pirates, his wind sword technique had seen continuous practice, though he had yet to encounter a suitable opponent for combat in Orangetown. The crew of the Tato pirates, possessing strength surpassing that of ordinary adults and boasting considerable combat experience, presented an ideal opportunity to gauge his swordsmanship, provided that the sparring remained lighthearted and devoid of life-threatening risks. Contemplating this, Ziano pressed his lips together, gradually rising to his feet. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, he grasped the weathered wooden sword and approached Beaky. "Ah, Ziano, you cannot be serious in your acquiescence," Beaky exclaimed, his expression one of surprise, clearly unprepared for Ziano's prompt acceptance. "Indeed," Ziano replied. Ziano scratched his head and raised the wooden sword in his hand, saying, "I say, Uncle Beaky, didn't you invite me to spar with you? You wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you? Spar? Huh, how amusing. If that's the case, then I shall indulge you, little one. However, it seems inappropriate to use this sword." Beaky laughed heartily, glanced at the blade in his hand, tossed it aside, and called out to Karal, "Hey, old rascal. It seems you brought several wooden swords for your son to practice with. Hurry up and hand one over to me. You still act so cocky after losing to me." "Huh." A hint of mockery crossed Kairal's gaunt face as he retorted lightly, yet he made no move to refuse, turning to enter the cabin. After a brief moment, he emerged with a half-life-size bundle, tossing it to Beaky. "Here, the wooden swords are inside. Choose one for yourself." "Thank you," Beaky exclaimed with a grin as he snatched the bundle, opened it, and casually pulled out a wooden sword. "Now, little one, let us begin." Amidst the watchful eyes of several pirates, Beaky and Ziano moved to the center of the deck, taking their positions on opposite sides. A refreshing sea breeze swept across the deck, causing their garments to flutter, and combined with Ziano's earnest expression, it indeed created a momentary sense of a duel. However, those present clearly did not share this sentiment. To them, it merely appeared as playful antics with a child who lacked understanding. Consequently, the onlookers wore expressions of amusement, and the previously piercing yellow-haired pirate couldn't help but remind with a grin, "Hey, Beaky, don't say I didn't warn you. Young Ziano is brought by the Redfoot, and if you injure him, you might find yourself kicked back to Anric Island. Relax, I know how to handle a little brat like him." Beaky chuckled nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. His gaze returned to Ziano's serious face, and he couldn't resist teasing, "Kid, you heard what they said. Be careful. That old man Redfoot is notoriously protective." Ziano merely nodded. He understood and was ready to begin. "Very well, lad. Keep your eyes peeled. Allow me to demonstrate what true swordsmanship entails." As Beaky lowered his gaze upon Ziano, he grinned widely, raising his muscular arms high with a wooden sword in hand. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly shouted and swung down fiercely toward Ziano. Ah, the essence of genuine swordplay. With a sharp crack, the sound of the wooden swords colliding echoed crisply across the deck. In the next moment, several pirates, including Beaky, were taken aback, letting out a soft gasp of surprise. To their astonishment, the seemingly frail and diminutive Ziano had managed to react just as Beaky launched his assault, stepping back a fraction and raising his wooden sword to firmly parry the strike, halting Beaky's arm in midair. "Ah, quite the talent you possess, young Ziano," Beaky exclaimed theatrically, but those present recognized the insincerity behind his words. Indeed, Beaky's strike was merely a test, executed with less than a third of his strength. Swiftly withdrawing his sword, Beaky chuckled and stepped back with his right foot, solidifying his stance. He then gripped the sword with both hands and struck down from another angle with renewed vigor. Bang! Once again, Ziano managed to block the wooden sword using his technique, but the sound of the impact grew notably duller, indicating that Ziano's movements were considerably more laborious than before. His teeth clenched tightly. Such tremendous force. This is truly taxing. Sweat beads trickled down his temples as Ziano gripped the hilt of his sword firmly. Under Beaky's mocking gaze, he gradually found himself forced back 2 steps. This cannot continue. I must not withstand a head-on. After a few seconds of struggle, Ziano resolutely made a decision, abruptly retracting his strength, yanking the sword back while simultaneously stepping to the right to evade the descending wooden blade, retaliating with a thrust of his sword. Swish! The advantages of agility were undeniably manifest at this moment. Before Beaky could react, Shano had already executed an entire set of sword techniques, swiftly cutting in as Beaky hesitated to retract his wooden sword, aiming directly at his opponent's chest. Unfortunately, due to Beaky's extensive experience, despite his relatively clumsy physique, he managed to block the thrust at the last moment with the hilt of his sword. Regretful yet resolute, Shano did not linger in combat. He decisively stepped back, retracting his blade. In the next instant, both adversaries almost simultaneously launched another strike, their swords clashing thunderously in the low air. Diagonal cuts, counterwinds, and sudden thrusts flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of clouds drifting across the sky. Initially, Shano's movements had been somewhat awkward, but at this juncture, whether in offense or defense, the control over force and speed had gradually become smooth and instinctive. It was as if the memories of 3 years of relentless practice in the wind sword technique had been awakened within the continuous exchange of blows. Was this the thrill of battle? Shano mused inwardly. His hands, feet, joints, and muscles were all performing at their utmost, his robust vitality surging within him like a furnace. An indescribable sense of exhilaration spreading through his limbs in an instant. With each stroke of the sword, the tempo quickened, and the clash between the two began to leave trails of sword light and afterimages. The expressions of the surrounding pirates shifted. What had previously been indifference was now replaced with realization. Shano was far more formidable than his youthful appearance suggested. "Hey, Beachy, what are you doing?" Someone called out. Though Shano has some skills, you shouldn't still be struggling to win after all this time, right? If you keep holding back, you might just lose. Beachy's face darkened at the taunts. Only he understood that, aside from refraining from employing certain lethal moves, he had exerted nearly all his strength. Yet, Shano's swordsmanship surpassed his expectations, and even now, the outcome remained uncertain. A bead of cold sweat trickled silently down his forehead. Bang! Once again, Shano deftly deflected a powerful strike, glancing at his slightly numbed hand. He exhaled gently, his eyes reflecting a newfound clarity, calmly evading each of Beachy's forceful blows. He swiftly anticipated the direction and method of the next strike. By this point in their duel, he had memorized Beachy's limited array of attack patterns, which no longer posed a significant threat. Gradually, as Beachy's sword descended, the trajectory of his subsequent strike began to take shape in Shano's mind. The vulnerabilities were laid bare. Everything was now within his grasp. Chapter 012, Saga. At last, as Beachy swung down his sword from the upper right, Shano, as if foreseeing the move, shifted his form slightly, advancing rather than retreating. With a deft angle, he evaded the blade and collided into Beachy's embrace. The chill of the contact coursed through his skin at the neck, causing Beachy to stiffen abruptly. Looking down, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, Shano's wooden sword had firmly pressed against his throat. Have I lost? A sense of absurdity flooded his mind. Beachy stared blankly at the sword's tip so close before him. The hand gripping the wooden weapon trembled slightly. Disbelief etched on his features. How could this be? Strangely enough, this scene was not unfamiliar to him. Just minutes ago, he had faced Karal, similarly finding a blade at his neck, marking his defeat. Yet, the figure before him was not the seasoned swordsman Karal, but a mere 12-year-old boy who had just set sail a few days prior. The surrounding pirates were equally taken aback, having anticipated a spectacle of the boy being toyed with. No one could have predicted that the outcome would manifest as it did. What on earth is happening? Did Beachy actually lose? Defeated by a mere child? How humiliating! They muttered amongst themselves, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Beachy had clearly underestimated him. Amidst the chatter, the lean figure of Kairal regarded Shano with a contemplative gaze. As the strongest among the pirates, his discerning eye quickly perceived that Beachy's defeat was not simply a matter of underestimating his opponent. Extraordinarily swift swordsmanship, indeed. No wonder the Redfoot captain brought this remarkable boy aboard. He mused, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes as he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, after a moment of silence, Beachy finally came to terms with his defeat, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. The burly man let out a resigned sigh and said, "It is over." "Ah, uncle, it is indeed over," Shano replied. After a brief smile, Shano deftly returned Lake Toya to his possession, carefully suspending it at his waist. Once this was accomplished, he leaned against the adjacent wall, grimacing as he rubbed his wrist, which was now a vivid crimson and slightly swollen, evidently a remnant of their earlier duel. While massaging, he glanced up and noticed Beachy leaning against the railing in silence. Shano couldn't help but scratch his head and said, "Hey, Uncle Beachy, there's no need to be so disheartened. I know you were being considerate of me. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to fend off the initial moves at all. To be honest, I wasn't taking it too seriously at first, but I have a good sense of how it went later." Beachy shook his head, tossing the wooden sword back to Kairal, then grinned. "Although it's a bit embarrassing to be defeated by a little squirt like you, I am not one to shy away from defeat. A loss is a loss. Nothing more to discuss." "Haha, Uncle Beachy, you are truly straightforward, and your strength is impressive indeed. No wonder you are the captain of the crew on Uncle Tato's ship." With a grin, Shano complimented, providing a much-needed respite for Beachy in front of their fellow comrades. "You rascal!" Beachy shot him a glare, though his countenance undeniably brightened. Glancing back, he observed the other pirates engaged in lively banter, evidently teasing him. Among them, a yellow-haired youth adorned with lip piercings had just shared a jest, provoking hearty laughter from the two pirates beside him. A bunch of rascals, daring to mock me. Beachy let out a displeased huff, clenching his fists, ready to deliver a thorough beating to the yellow-haired youth. Just then, Chiral extinguished his cigarette, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he spoke. Never mind. Rika-chan must be finishing up breakfast. Let us head to the mess hall. If we delay any further, we might end up with the captain's cooking. The Rika he mentioned was the ship's cook, the sole female member of the Tato pirate crew. The mere mention of the captain's breakfast caused a palpable shift in the expressions of all the pirates. Even the burly Beachy shivered involuntarily. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. As if to evade an impending calamity, Beachy abandoned his earlier desire for revenge against the yellow-haired youth and urged everyone forward, hastily making his way toward the ship's entrance. The other pirates nodded in agreement, following suit without hesitation. Chiral was the last to move, casually tossing his cigarette but into the sea. He glanced at Shano, who remained stationary, and jested, "Hey, Shano, aren't you coming for breakfast?" A grimace, more grotesque than tears, spread across Shano's face. "I've already eaten." "Ah, indeed, it seems I almost forgot." Kaler nodded, casting a sympathetic glance at Shano before vanishing behind the door. In an instant, the deck returned to its desolate emptiness. Damn it, I swear I shall never again partake of Uncle Tato's breakfast. Watching the others depart with a twinge of discomfort, Shano sighed, feeling too weary to retreat to his room. Instead, he settled down in the spot where he had previously lain, intending to indulge in a brief nap for some much-needed rest. After about a sparring, although the outcome had brought him great joy and a clearer understanding of his current abilities, he was still but 12 years of age, and after the skirmish, he was utterly exhausted. Just as he reclined, a series of mechanical voices abruptly reverberated in his mind, startling him into an instinctive sitting position. You have defeated an opponent using the Wind Sword technique. Proficiency 100. Congratulations on overcoming a stronger foe. You have defeated your first opponent and received the Novice bonus. See Expedition Basic Package X1, free skill point X1. Given that you currently have no foundational skills mastered, the skill point has been automatically utilized. You have used a skill point. Congratulations on acquiring the ability Steal/Level 1. During battle, this voice was cold and unfamiliar. Yet Shano immediately recognized it as the system's reward notification. Goodness, this insufferable system had been silent until now. And suddenly it has come alive? Ziano gazed vacantly, unable to suppress a hint of incredulity. After 3 years of inactivity, he had engaged in a battle today, only to be greeted with an abundance of enhancement sounds. It felt as though he had been ignored for not investing previously, and now that he had finally made his initial expenditure, he was being presented with a novice guide. Reflecting on the previous system notification sounds, a flicker of excitement stirred within him, dissipating the minor annoyance that had just arisen. With a mere thought, his attribute panel materialized before him. Name, Ziano Hero Level, 1 Strength, 11 Agility, 15 Wind Blade Technique, Basic Proficiency 558, 1000 Skills, Steal/Level 1, Unleash a powerful sword strike that cleaves through all before you. Upon hitting an enemy, Steal/ gains a layer of Whirlwind Fury effect, lasting 10 seconds. After accumulating 2 layers of Whirlwind Fury, Steal/ will generate a whirlwind capable of knocking foes back. If executed simultaneously with forward slash, the Steal/ will manifest in a circular sword strike. To live is to die. Insufficient conditions, requires basic wind blade technique to learn. Indomitable spirit. Insufficient conditions, not yet learned. Wind barrier. Insufficient conditions, not yet learned. Forward slash. Insufficient conditions, not yet learned. Gale's absolute slash. Insufficient conditions, not yet learned. Reputation, insignificant. Chapter 013. Basic gift package. He could hardly believe his ears. His proficiency had increased by 100. Staring at the progress bar of the wind blade technique, Ziano scratched his head, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Despite 3 years of diligent practice in swordsmanship, his accumulated proficiency barely exceeded 400, hardly enough to yield even a minuscule increase in a single day. Yet, it now appeared that engaging in combat with others while employing the wind blade technique could rapidly boost his proficiency. How frustrating. This was the disadvantage of residing in a place like Orangetown. In 3 years, he had not encountered a single opportunity to battle and utilize the wind blade technique, and thus had failed to realize this potential. Otherwise, perhaps his wind blade technique could have long since reached the basic level, allowing him to master Steal/. With a sigh, He lowered his gaze to the familiar description of steel slash, gleaning its usage with just a cursory glance. A surge of enthusiasm ignited within him as he drew his wooden sword from his waist and approached the edge of the deck. The sea breeze enveloped him, causing Ziano to squint slightly. Beyond the railing lay the vast, azure depths of the ocean, shimmering under the sunlight. Well then, let's give this a try. Drawing in a deep breath, Ziano's focus sharpened, and he tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. At this moment, whether it was due to anxiety or exhilaration, beads of sweat began to form, subtly seeping from the skin of his palms, thoroughly dampening the wooden hilt. An imposing aura silently rose around him, akin to the essence of a sword, imperceptible yet resonating distinctly in one's ears, palpable and vivid, much like the whisper of the wind. Now is the time. As the momentum reached its zenith, Ziano's pupils constricted sharply. He uttered a low shout, and with a sudden burst of strength from his wrist, the blade of the wooden sword transformed into a fleeting shadow, enveloped in an intensely sharp aura, slicing downward with ferocity toward the front. The steel slash. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind erupted in an instant, fierce as the cutting energy of the sword. At the edge of his sleeve, a minute tear appeared, and in the direction pointed by the sword's tip, the sea surged, splashing a wave nearly half a meter high, crashing down with a resounding clap upon the deck. Caught off guard, Ziano was drenched by the wave, instantly soaked, resembling a drenched chicken. Yet, his face bore no hint of displeasure. After wiping the seawater from his face, he glanced at the Lake Toya in his hand and suddenly broke into a joyful smile. Truly, Taruso is simply invincible. Ziano had never anticipated that merely a first-level steel slash could generate sword energy from the blade surface. Although its power seemed modest, it was sufficient to significantly enhance his current strength. If he were to compete with Uncle Beaky again, it would likely be quite challenging for him to endure that strike. Even if he went all out from the start, his chances of victory would still be considerable. However, in the next moment, as the exhilaration of using sword energy began to fade, an overwhelming fatigue surged through his body, and the pain in his wrist, which had already been swollen, intensified to excruciating levels, causing him to involuntarily gasp in shock. This skill is remarkable, yet it does exact a considerable toll on the body. If he were to execute the steel slash once more, it would likely leave his hand incapacitated. Ziano furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before deciding to stow away the wooden sword. Initially, he had intended to attempt the technique several more times to ascertain whether the third level truly had the capacity to summon a tornado, as depicted in the game. However, it now seemed that even if Ziano had not sparred with Beachy beforehand, executing the steel slash 3 times in succession was nearly impossible. Given his current physical condition, he could most wield it as a trump card. It appeared that his dedication to swordsmanship could not wane. He must swiftly enhance his foundational attributes. With a slight sigh of regret, Ziano gently massaged his wrist and leaned against the railing, half reclining as a thought crossed his mind, bringing forth the attribute panel once more. Ah, is this the basic package for embarking on the sea? This time, having already tested the steel slash, he was not distracted by the changes in attributes above, and his gaze immediately landed on the modifications at the bottom of the panel, in comparison to before. The lower section of the panel now featured an additional row resembling game inventory slots, comprising 6 empty spaces. However, most were still barren, with only the first slot containing a faintly glowing yellow package. Indeed, this system appears to be a rudimentary gaming assistant, silently mocking the system. Ziano found himself perplexed as he stared at the package. How do I open this package, I wonder? Suddenly, in the midst of his confusion, Ziano noticed that after concentrating his gaze on the package for 3 seconds, a small dark gray box unexpectedly materialized above the slot, boldly displaying the words, yes or no. Ziano opened his eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. However, this should not be the main deity engaging in underhanded dealings, should it? Ziano softly cleared his throat, suppressing a certain association that lingered in his mind, and turned his gaze towards the yes option, observing it silently. Indeed, after 3 seconds, the box faded away, and from within, a dazzling explosion of golden light erupted, revealing several items. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. You have opened the basic gift package. Congratulations, you have acquired an opportunity for initial weapon enhancement. Congratulations. You have obtained Yasuo's Shakuhachi X1. Congratulations, you have gained the basic Iajutsu X1. Congratulations, you have received the bronze gift of Valorn X1. The continuous notifications filled his ears, and the items that materialized before him left Ziano momentarily dazzled. After a while, as silence settled. He was astonished to discover a collection of items before him that perfectly matched the attributes displayed on his panel. A slender wooden box, a slightly yellowed ancient scroll, and a palm-sized bronze treasure chest lay before him. The fact that they had manifested in reality was exceedingly perilous. It seemed that in the future, should he encounter such a situation again, he must seek a completely secure and enclosed location. Scanning his surroundings and confirming he was alone, Shano exhaled in relief, his gaze sweeping over the items before finally reaching for the wooden box on the far right, gently unfastening the metallic clasp on top. With a soft click, the upper half of the wooden box slowly lifted. Inside, it was entirely empty, save for a beautifully crafted, ancient-looking tubular musical instrument resting in the center. Its pale yellow hue resembled jade bamboo, with rounded edges and 5 meticulously carved holes, measuring approximately 18 inches in length. So this is the shakuhachi that Yasuo carries in the game. It indeed appears quite exquisite, though I have no skill to play it. After scrutinizing for a considerable time, Shano scratched his head, revealing a hint of exasperation. This item was, astonishingly, part of the maritime gift package, decidedly lackluster in value. Since it was all derived from Yasuo, he mused that it would be far more beneficial to have his sword bestowed upon him. After all, at this moment, he possessed only the Lake Toya, which was adequate for daily sparring or training. However, should he find himself in a life-and-death struggle against an adversary, such a wooden sword would certainly fall short of expectations. The blade of the Wind Shadow Swordsman, in this realm, could surely be likened to a formidable weapon of the highest caliber. Nevertheless, he decided it best to tuck it away discreetly for the time being. He retrieved the shakuhachi and secured it alongside the Lake Toya at his waist, while the outer wooden box, deemed utterly useless, was nonchalantly tossed over the railing, plummeting into the depths of the sea with a splash. Wait a moment. This sensation feels off. As Shano was about to unroll the ancient scroll, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow, as if he had just sensed something amiss. He swiftly lowered his head, his right hand resting on his waist, and with a flick of his thumb, he drew forth the Duyo Lake. In an instant, a flash of white cold light surged before him, akin to a chilling frost, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the icy radiance dissipated as if it had never existed at all, and what remained in Shano's hand was still that seemingly unremarkable old wooden sword. What on earth was happening? Shano gazed with a mix of uncertainty at the Lake Toya sword in his hand. Although the blade appeared unchanged externally, as its master, he distinctly sensed subtle differences at this moment. After a brief hesitation, he extended a finger, gently resting it upon the wooden sword. As he softly brushed the blade, a chilling aura immediately emanated from its surface, seeping into his skin and causing an involuntary shiver to course through him. Shano felt a sudden shock and quickly withdrew his finger. The sensation of the wooden sword was identical to that of a true blade. Could it be that the system automatically consumed the opportunity to enhance the weapon? Gazing intently at the sword's blade, a thought sprang to his mind, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he became increasingly convinced. It was rather frustrating. Why had it been used up now? Could it not have waited until he found a superior sword worthy of enhancement? With a countenance akin to one in distress, Shano stared at the wooden sword, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. A wooden sword, even if enhanced, would likely only match an ordinary true blade, let alone stand against a fine or formidable sword. Such a realization felt like an utter waste. The die had been cast, and after a moment of grumbling, Shano had no choice but to resentfully stow away the wooden sword. Never mind. Let us examine other items, he resolved. Shifting his attention to the ancient scroll in the center, Shano perused its contents, discovering it was indeed filled with detailed information on the art of Aido, complete with illustrations. His eyes lit up with excitement as he carefully closed the scroll and tucked it into his bosom. Aido, a technique within the sword art that allows for the instantaneous drawing and striking of an adversary, is of paramount importance to swordsmanship. Given that Shano's wind sword technique still had many deficiencies and his recently acquired steel slash was rather unrefined, mastering Aido would undoubtedly elevate his prowess to new heights. After a moment of contemplation, Shano shifted his gaze to the final item remaining. The only thing left was the gifted bronze chest. Without further hesitation, he extended his right hand, ready to place the chest on his lap and open it. However, he was met with a resounding buzz. Insufficient conditions. Please unlock after leveling up your hero or upgrading your wind sword technique. What? It couldn't be open now? He had to wait until after leveling up? Shano cradled the bronze chest in his hands, inspecting it with a hint of frustration as he muttered to himself, "This thing is so heavy. Where can I possibly put it? My backpack? Unexpectedly, after the thought crossed his mind, the system's voice resonated in his head. Despite its simplicity, it was indeed a system. Shano gazed vacantly, a smirk twitching at the corners of his mouth. He realized he had misjudged its silence. Very well, I confirm. With that affirmation, a flicker of light danced across the surface of the bronze chest before it vanished entirely from his sight. In the next instant, a status panel materialized before him, and in the bottom row of 6 slots, the foremost one shimmered, revealing an emblem of the bronze chest. A sense of relief washed over him. He would open it under more favorable circumstances next time. Seeing this, Shano pressed his lips together, releasing a sigh of relief. He turned his gaze toward the sky, then leaned against the railing, struggling to rise to his feet as he slowly made his way toward the cabin door. Earlier, he had contemplated taking a brief nap on the deck, but after attempting the steal/technique, fatigue had begun to weigh heavily upon him. It was clear he was nearing his limits. Returning to his room in the cabin to enjoy a proper rest would be the wisest choice. As the sun dipped low in the west, casting a dim light across the empty corridor, a chilling stillness enveloped the space. This was the second floor of the Tato pirate ship's quarters, where a series of rooms lined both sides of the hallway, serving as rest areas for all crew members, including Captain Tato. The sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the staircase, breaking the silence. Though it was unclear how long it had been since Shano had last heard noise. Suddenly, through the dim twilight, a diminutive figure appeared unexpectedly in the corridor. The surrounding light was rather indistinct, yet it was still possible to discern that this was a young boy, approximately 8 or 9 years of age. He leaned against the wall, walking lightly and slowly, seemingly on guard against some unseen threat. Occasionally, he would cautiously glance over his shoulder, and only upon confirming there was no anomaly would he continue deeper into the corridor. After a brief interval, the boy finally traversed the entire length of the corridor, arriving at the end directly opposite the staircase, where a narrow wooden door came into view. A wooden sign hung from it, boldly inscribed with the words "Storage Room." "Ah, at last I have found it." He looked up at the sign, a grin spreading across his youthful face, revealing his delight. However, at that moment, a rumbling erupted from his stomach, shattering the corridor silence. As the sound grew louder, a flicker of panic crossed the boy's face. He quickly crouched down, crossing his hands tightly over his belly. "Cursed be that wretched old man. It's his fault. I haven't eaten all day. I'm nearly starving." He cast a furtive glance toward the staircase, muttering through clenched teeth in a voice only he could hear. Fortunately, after a short while, the noise emanating from his stomach began to subside. Once he waited long enough for the sound to dissipate entirely, the boy exhaled in relief. He slowly stood up, took a couple of cautious steps forward, and gently pushed open the storage room door. With a faint creak, as the door opened, light streamed in from a small window at the top of the opposite wall, dispelling the darkness at the entrance and revealing the scene within the storage room. Directly across from him stood a spacious wooden rack brimming with an array of vegetables and fruits. Nearby, several baskets leaned against the wall, filled with fresh oranges. Additionally, there were numerous bulging bags of flour stacked at the base of the wall. Such an abundance of food. Drool trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his empty stomach began to grumble once more. "I can't hold back any longer." The boy clenched his teeth and glanced back, confirming the corridor remained silent before decisively closing the wooden door behind him and dashing toward the wooden rack. Rising on his tiptoes, his small hands reached out. Tomatoes, cucumbers, carrots, apples. These edible fruits and vegetables were seized in his hands, and without a moment's hesitation, he thrust them into his mouth, devouring them ravenously. The rich juice of the tomato dribbled down his chin, staining his white shirt a vivid red. Yet he paid no heed to this, continuing to stuff his face, chewing voraciously while mumbling indistinctly to himself, seemingly extolling the flavors of the produce. At last, only after clearing the top layer of fruits and vegetables, did the boy finally pause. Ah, indeed, when one is famished, everything tastes exquisite. He patted his protruding belly, let out a satisfying belch, and a contented smile appeared on his face. Well, it's about time to leave. It would not bode well if Aunt Licka caught him. Peering through the slightly ajar door to gauge the situation in the corridor, he tiptoed to the door, gently pulled it open, and prepared to slip out. However, at that very moment, another resounding belch escaped him, freezing him in place. Compared to the boy's earlier subdued belch, this one was remarkably loud, echoing down the hallway and even reverberating back from the other end. Such a commotion would surely be heard distinctly by those in the kitchen downstairs. What have I done? The boy's face turned pale as he trembled, casting a guilty glance at his rebellious stomach. It was over. It was truly over. What do you mean? It's over? Amidst the silence, a peculiar sound broke through, followed by a rustling noise. Suddenly, from a mountain of flour bags piled in the corner, a head emerged. With black hair and dark eyes, the youthful face of a boy, seemingly 12 or 13 years old, looked at him in bewilderment. You. Upon seeing this face, the boy's mind went blank, and after a moment of stunned silence, he finally managed to utter in disbelief, Shano? What are you doing here? Huh? What kind of question is that? Why can't I be here? Shano found himself in a state of bewilderment. Since he had returned to his quarters after leaving the deck that morning, he had slumbered until dusk, missing lunch entirely. Now, he had ventured into the storage room in search of something to eat, only to be confronted by this little fellow. The boy before him had a head of soft golden hair, with his left eye obscured by bangs, leaving only his right eye visible, accompanied by slightly curled eyebrows above. Despite this, his delicate features lent him an air of charm, rendering him not overly peculiar. At merely 9 years of age, Sanji possessed an unexpected allure. As Shano observed the boy's astonished expression, he received no reply, prompting him to curl his lips in mild annoyance, while a peculiar thought lazily flitted through his mind. Although he had encountered Sanji several times since his search for Zep the previous night, exchanging brief greetings and pleasantries, he found it difficult to reconcile the youthful, cherubic visage before him with the infamous black leg he had come to know. The boy's spirited yet stubborn demeanor starkly contrasted with the mature and composed Sanji he envisioned as an adult. Consequently, Shano felt an irresistible urge to reach out and pinch that chubby little face. Clearing his throat, Shano cast aside any inappropriate thoughts and straightened his expression. He pushed aside the bags of flour that had been blocking his path and stepped out from the shadows. As he did, the scene behind the flour bags was revealed. A torn cardboard box containing scattered remnants of toast, jerky, some rice crackers, and fragments of sweets. Clearly, a substantial portion of the food had already been consumed. It seemed that Uncle Tato and the others had hidden their stash quite well. Had it not been for his aversion to fruit and his prolonged search, he would never have discovered these culinary treasures. With a satisfied belch, Shano yawned and muttered to himself, only to glance back and find Sanji, who had been astonished moments earlier, now staring blankly at his own belly, a look of realization dawning on his face. Almost immediately, his expression shifted to one of indignation as he trembled, raising his hand to point at Shano's stomach. That burp just now wasn't mine. It came from your stomach, didn't it? Shano was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in acknowledgement. I merely burped. After all, I indulge a bit too much. Is there an issue? In the next moment, one could see Sanji's face flush a deep crimson, his brows furrowing in irritation, as if he longed to deliver a punch to his own visage. Ultimately, he merely shot an exasperated glance at himself before turning away, cautiously peeking out through the crack of the door. What on earth is happening? Having just awakened from slumber and indulged excessively, Shano's mind remained somewhat foggy. Upon witnessing Sanji's antics, he was left utterly perplexed. You fool! Sanji suddenly turned his head, lowering his voice in irritation. Not only did you sneak a bite, but you dared to make such a ruckus. Are you trying to attract those two old geezers, Zep and Tato? Furthermore, he added, how could you find the hidden treats without inviting me to partake? With that, Sanji spat in frustration. However, after his complaints, a glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes as he seemed to conceive a thought. Nevertheless, I merely consumed some fruits and vegetables, while you devour the old man's entire stash. If we get caught, I shall relish in seeing who faces the greater misfortune. Ziano cast a furtive glance at the empty cardboard box, feeling a twinge of guilt. Earlier that morning, he had extolled Tato's culinary skills, only to find himself indulging in a copious amount of provisions by afternoon. If Uncle Tato were to confront him at the door, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. What a mischievous lad. How could he possess such venomous wit? Perhaps he is simply too young and in need of some discipline. Observing Sanji's haughty demeanor, Ziano pondered for a moment before discreetly shifting his hand to his lower back, retrieving a pale yellow cylindrical tube amidst Sanji's bewildered gaze. Facing the tempest, Sanji. Chapter 016. Those who demand updates deserve to be silenced moments later. An enraged roar reverberated from the second floor, echoing throughout the pirate ship with a resounding intensity. Instantly, even the pirates on the lower deck instinctively looked up at the ceiling, their faces painted with expressions of astonishment. Who was speaking above? It appeared to be the voice of red-footed Zep. Wait, isn't Sanji that curly-haired boy he first brought aboard? What on earth is happening? Amidst the murmurs, Tato, who had been quietly peeling potatoes by the kitchen back door, also glanced upward in confusion, gradually rising to his feet. What mischief is that old man up to? Grumbling discontentedly, Tato tossed the small knife onto the table and exited the kitchen, heading straight for the staircase. You little rascal, How dare you pretend to be asleep? Get up. As he set foot on the stairs, another furious shout erupted, followed by a heavy thud. Bang! Something had crashed to the floor, causing the entire second floor to tremble. Tato scratched the back of his head, puzzled, when a plaintive cry echoed from the end of the corridor. Ouch. Hey, old man. Why did you kick my backside? The voice sounded quite juvenile, unmistakably that of a small child. What do you mean? Oomph. I heard commotion coming from a storage room and came to investigate, only to find you little scamp sprawled against the wall, sound asleep. How dare you sneak in and steal food, and then have the audacity to sleep here? Sleep? What nonsense are you spouting, old man? I was wide awake just moments ago. Stop deflecting the topic. Thud. Another heavy sound echoed. Oh, this is bad. Have they already resorted to blows? Tato felt a chill run down his spine, and with a twitch of his mouth, he hastened his pace to the second floor. His gaze traversed the long corridor, landing upon the half-open door of the storage room, where the imposing figure of Zep stood, his back turned as he berated someone. You insufferable blonde brat. Do not forget what I said earlier. Anyone who dares to waste food at sea shall not be forgiven. Tato furrowed his brow and continued toward the storeroom. As his vision drew closer, he caught sight of Sanji, mostly obscured by Jeppu, sprawled on the ground, clutching his backside. Despite his predicament, Sanji wore a defiant expression and exclaimed, "What is the big deal, you old geezer? I merely indulge a bit. How is that wasting food?" Jeppu let out a dismissive snort and pointed toward the ground behind Sanji. Then explain this. What about the scattered breadcrumbs and the unfinished senbei? Senbei? Sanji turned in confusion, following Jeppu's finger, and was instantly struck dumb. Before him lay a multitude of senbei and fragments of bread strewn across the wooden floor, unmistakably remnants of someone else's unfinished meal. After a moment of stunned silence, Sanji regained his composure and retorted indignantly. I didn't leave these. I didn't eat any of it. I didn't waste any food. Oh. Jeppu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Sanji. You are the only one here. If that is the case, then enlighten me. Who could have done this? Who did it? Sanji paused, momentarily perplexed, but a familiar, infuriating grin flashed through his mind, and realization struck him. I see now. No wonder I ended up here. It was that scoundrel's doing. He quickly turned his head, scanning the room with a mix of determination and fury, muttering through clenched teeth, that rascal was just here. Where did he run off to? Jeppu raised an eyebrow and chuckled coldly. The scoundrel you speak of wouldn't happen to be that little brat, Shano, would it? Exactly, it's Shano. Sanji instinctively nodded. Seething, that guy got here before me, devoured a lot of food, and then ambushed me from behind, knocking me out. I see, Jeppu murmured, nodding slightly. Hey, old man, you believe me now, right? Sanji exclaimed, elated. Feeling a bit wronged, he rubbed his backside and complained, I should be the one who goes after him. I'm innocent here. Innocent? Jeppu interrupted without hesitation, a cold smirk gracing his lips. I thought you might have a valid reason. But it seems my assumptions were entirely correct. Before Sanji could respond, a sharp whoosh filled the air, and he looked up in bewilderment, only to find a wooden prosthetic leg aimed directly at his rear. Bang! Sanji had no time to react before he was sent crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Jeppu's irate voice echoed once more, Foolish brat, how dare you lie in my presence? Just before heading upstairs, I saw Shano practicing swordsmanship on the deck. How could he possibly sneak into the storeroom to steal food? The pain is excruciating. That old fool. Clearly, he was the one responsible, yet he dares to argue. Just as another heavy kick was about to descend, Sanji, in terror, hastily pushed himself backward with his hands. However, midway through the sweeping motion of that wooden leg, it was suddenly enveloped by a thick, dark green liquid, causing its speed to plummet and eventually come to a halt. Could it truly withstand my kicking power? Jeppu initially paused, then shrugged dismissively, gradually retracting his right leg. I must say, Tato, your fruit ability is finally being utilized with some competence. TCH, old man. Do not underestimate others, Tato retorted, his stout figure sauntering in with a languid smile, half of his body transformed into the viscous green liquid, appearing rather peculiar. Previously, it was merely my reluctance to employ this ability, but that does not imply my strength is lacking. The clamor from above grew increasingly boisterous, with the majority of the pirates in the ship's hold abandoning their tasks to congregate at the staircase, exchanging words as they gazed down the corridor. Only Kairal and Beachy, engaged in a swordplay practice on the deck, remained uninterested in the commotion. After a brief spar, they sheathed their swords and retrieved cups resting against the railing, savoring their drinks. After a satisfying gulp, Kairal lit a cigarette and glanced at Beachy, remarking nonchalantly, by the way, it's only been a little over half a day. Yet your speed in drawing the sword has noticeably increased, and your style has evolved considerably. Have you, the stubborn one, finally learned to adapt? Ah, I can never defeat you. So, of course, I must change, Beachy chuckled, his eyes drifting over Kyral's shoulder to the opposite side of the deck, where my swordsmanship has been honed under the guidance of Brother Shano. There, a black-haired youth wielded a wooden sword, diligently performing feigned strikes against the air, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, thoroughly soaking his shirt. Humph, so, it is indeed that lad. Kyral chuckled softly, flicking off the ash from his cigarette. It seems after your previous bout, you've grasped quite a bit. Chapter 017. The long spear remains. Apologies, I seem to have wandered into the wrong scene. Haha, indeed. I have learned a few sword techniques. Beachy grinned widely, unapologetically snatching the cigarette case from Kyral's hand and lighting one for himself. To be honest, I didn't feel much at the time, but the more I ponder, the more I realize Brother Shano's swordsmanship is truly remarkable. Exhaling a smoke ring, Beachy fixed his gaze on Kyral, grinning. In fact, I believe that if Shano were not so young, his swordsmanship would render you utterly unmatched. Kylar smiled ambiguously, choosing not to respond verbally. After finishing a cigarette, Beachy extinguished the butt and glanced at Shanu in the distance, suddenly expressing some doubt. By the way, did Shanu just jump down from the second floor? Is practicing swordsmanship really that urgent? Who knows? Kylar cast a meaningful glance toward the second floor of the cabin, where the faint sounds of commotion from a storage room could still be heard. He chuckled softly and shook his head dismissively. Let's go, it's getting late. We should catch some rest before a shift tonight and conserve our energy. Oh, Beachy nodded instinctively but then paused, realizing, wait a moment, we haven't had dinner yet. Shouldn't we wait? Dinner? Forget it. Kylar sighed lightly. Have you forgotten what we had for lunch? Lunch? Beachy looked momentarily stunned. Then his expression shifted to one of discomfort. Are you implying that Captain Tato is cooking for us again tonight? Kylar wore a melancholic expression as he took a puff. What do you think? Earlier that morning, buoyed by Shanu's praise, Tato had gained a surge of confidence and prepared an extravagant feast for his crew at noon, hoping to surprise them. However, by the afternoon, the ship's restrooms were all occupied, with the exception of Shanu, who had escaped the ordeal by falling into a deep slumber, while the others experienced the true horrors of culinary despair. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the constipated expressions of Kylar and Beachy as they left the deck and entered the cabin, Shanu let out a sigh of relief. Though he continued his practice of virtual strikes, his peripheral vision involuntarily drifted upstairs. I'm sorry, Sanji. The memory of Zapu's furious outburst made Shanu's face flush with embarrassment as he silently mourned for Sanji. After all, while he had indeed indulged in some forbidden treats, he had also unfairly taken the blame for another. Well, at least Uncle Tato has gone upstairs. That little rascal should be safe from further scolding. I might as well practice my swordsmanship a bit more before dinner and then get some rest. Redirecting his focus, Shanu took a deep breath and concentrated on the wooden sword before him. The continuous virtual strikes, accompanied by the whooshing sound of slicing through the air and the gentle breeze brushing against his face, began to clear his mind. Gradually, he became immersed in the ever-changing dance of the blade in his hands. Unbeknownst to him, 5 days slipped by in this manner. The dawn and dusk, the cycles of light and shadow, all passed quietly in the tranquility of time. During this period, the pirate ship drifted further away from Anric Island, navigating through the waves towards the northeast. Over the past few days, Shano devoted nearly all his time to mastering the wind blade technique, apart from resting and enjoying his daily meals. Often, he could be seen on the deck as dawn broke, and even as dusk enveloped the surroundings. With the distant islands faintly illuminated by flickering fishing lights, one could still discern the graceful movements of Lake Toya swaying in the sea breeze. Initially a curious observer, he gradually became a fixture aboard the ship. Even the busiest crew members came to recognize the black-haired youth brought on board by the red-footed Zepp, who was utterly consumed by his passion for swordsmanship, spending his days in the company of a wooden sword, oblivious to everything else. Many admired Shano's perseverance, yet beyond that, little else was noted, for his age dictated a perception of him as merely a child indulging in a fleeting whim. Except for Kyral and Beachy, those pirates who had not earnestly observed Shano's swordplay regarded it as a mere childish game. At most, during casual conversations, they would jest about Shano's potential, speculating that he might one day become a remarkable swordsman, merely to enliven the atmosphere. However, more pressing concerns occupied everyone's minds: the quality of the ship's provisions. After their captain, Tato, had helmed the kitchen for 2 consecutive days, the renowned red-footed Zepp could no longer tolerate the wastefulness. In a fit of frustration, he chastised Tado, and, alongside the cook Rika, forcibly took over the kitchen. Thus, the days of mealtime tears among the pirates came to an end. To express their excitement and joy, they even celebrated with a grand bonfire feast that very evening, reveling in the festivities. Life at sea remained largely unremarkable, save for Tado's increasing melancholy, as he often sat silently on the deck during mealtimes. Yet, as the fifth day dawned, it seemed that intriguing changes were beginning to unfold. Snap! A crisp sound of wood snapping suddenly resonated from the secluded stern of the ship, as the half-broken wooden sword clattered to the ground. A fleeting shadow of the blade passed by, leaving the man gripping the hilt in a state of utter shock, as he felt the point of the sword firmly pressed against his chest, rendering him immobile. How could this be? Before him stood a black-haired youth clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt, his right arm extended high and forward. Straining slightly under the weight of the wooden sword, he held firmly against the man's breast, despite the apparent disparity in their heights. This did not confer any advantage to him. In truth, as a notorious pirate with a bounty on his head for over a decade, Laco found it utterly absurd that he had just been bested by this young boy in a mere sparring match. Indeed, it was but a single stroke. The moment the duel commenced, the boy made a swift motion to draw his sword, and before Laku could fully comprehend the situation, he was struck with the chilling realization that his own wooden sword had been severed in two. In that astonishing instant, he had already been defeated. Had the encounter been one of life and death, he feared he would have succumbed to the unknown, left as nothing more than a lifeless corpse. I have lost. After a prolonged silence, he slowly lifted his gaze, revealing a look of resignation towards the black-haired boy before discarding the broken sword onto the ground. Indeed, Uncle Laku, you have lost. Ziano chuckled softly, flicking his wrist to deftly retract the wooden sword, which he precisely sheathed at his side. Ah, so this marks the 16th. 16, you say? This implies that the rumors aboard the ship were indeed true. The burly man, known as Laku, seemed to grasp the situation, offering a wry smile and a sigh. You little rascal, it seems you have truly defeated every combatant on the ship over the course of this week. Chapter 018. Arrival O. Shano was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Uncle Laku, how did you come to know? Indeed, during the past week, he had bested numerous crew members, yet all encounters had been clandestine duels at the stern of the ship, with no word shared afterward. How could the opponent be so well informed? Initially, no one was aware of your feats, but as time has passed, your victories over so many have inevitably given rise to rumors. Laku shrugged nonchalantly. I had assumed those whom I had defeated would refrain from disclosing their losses out of concern for their pride. Yet with their loose tongues, how could one expect them to keep anything under wraps? Laku glanced at Shano, first grimacing, then, with a touch of resignation, remarked, at first, I thought they were merely jesting, but it appears that, indeed, a genius in swordsmanship cannot be fathomed through ordinary reasoning. Such praise elevated Shano's swordsmanship to extraordinary heights. Even the cunning Shano could not help but display a rare flush of bashfulness, chuckling softly without uttering a word. Well, regardless, it is rather embarrassing to lose to a little fellow like you. I shall take my leave. There are matters to attend to in the cockpit. Laku chuckled, waved his hand, and then turned to walk towards the cabin. As the first mate of the Tado pirate crew, he may not rival the likes of Bitch and Cowell in strength, yet in terms of position, he was undoubtedly the busiest person aboard. It was a rare occasion for him to spare a moment to engage in a spar with Shano, leaving little time for idle chatter. After watching Laku depart, Shano leaned against the railing and sat down, his gaze fixating on the wooden sword at his waist. Indeed, the art of Iaedo was formidable, possessing a power that astounded him. He gently drew out the dodging lake, and a chilling glimmer flashed before his eyes. Gazing at the blade, Shano recalled the moment he had just drawn it, a faint smile of satisfaction appearing at the corners of his mouth. As Laku had mentioned, he had not ceased his training and sparring over these past few days, having consecutively defeated a total of 16 crew members, an impressive tally. His motivation stemmed not only from the significant enhancement of his wind sword technique through combat, but also from his eagerness to test the Iaedo technique he had spent 5 days mastering in practice. After all, as a person plagued by obsessive-compulsive tendencies, he abhorred drawn-out conflicts filled with unnecessary banter. The swift draw and kill technique of Iaedo perfectly suited his preferences. Following several skirmishes, his 16 consecutive victories had demonstrated that even the rudimentary Iaedo could significantly elevate his swordsmanship. With his proficiency in Iaedo nearing its peak, Shano's attention shifted to his skill level. He recalled that his recent duel with Laku had only yielded a meager increase of less than 20 points in the wind sword technique's proficiency. a stark contrast to earlier gains. A thought crossed his mind, and his attribute panel materialized before him, unfolding in his view. Name, Shano hero level. Level 1 strength, 12 agility, 16 wind sword technique. Basic proficiency 920, 1000, 920, just a hair's breadth away from leveling up. His gaze lingered on the nearly filled progress bar, and he let out a sigh, revealing a hint of frustration. Previously, after defeating Bitch and gaining 100 proficiency points, he had hoped to reach the initial level of the wind sword technique before arriving at Baratai. Achieving that would allow him to unlock the bronze treasure chest and the passive skill resurrecting from death, undoubtedly elevating his overall capabilities to a new echelon. However, after several battles, he was disappointed to discover that not only did the proficiency gains from these crew members pale in comparison to Bitch's, but the points accrued had been on a declining trajectory with each successive spar. After a total of 16 bouts, he had only managed to increase his proficiency by a little over 300 points, stalling just above 900. If that were the only issue, he could simply challenge them again. But in a recent experiment, he had discovered that fighting these weaker pirates yielded proficiency only during the first encounter, while subsequent attempts yielded no returns at all. Reluctantly, Shano abandoned that notion and turned his focus to the few remaining crew members. Among the crew, including Kaler, he had already sparred with all combatants, leaving only a handful unchallenged. Aside from the cook, Rika, and the relatively weak Sanji, only Tato and Zep remained. However, both Tato and Zep were notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million, far beyond the capabilities of these lesser crew members. Shano surmised that even if he unleashed both Iato and Steel Slash, he would still be swiftly overpowered. After some contemplative deliberation, Shano sighed once more, rising to his feet, grounding himself, and gripping the dojing lake tightly in his hands. With no one aboard the ship left to provide proficiency points, he resolved to focus on honing the fundamentals of his swordsmanship. He would seek opportunities to rapidly advance the wind sword technique once he disembarked. Virtual slashes 2,000 times. Iato 100 times. A complete sword technique 30 times. Yes, that shall suffice. The day was still young, and after some contemplation, Shano set his goals for the day's sword training. Thus he began. With that thought in mind, his wrist flicked slightly, and the dojing lake struck the air before him with a powerful virtual slash. The relentless routine of sword training resumed, but by this point, the previously defeated pirates had undergone a significant change in attitude. No longer did they mock him. Instead, they gathered around to observe his sword practice, eager to glean insights from his technique. Xiano, indifferent to the surrounding commotion, continued to immerse himself in the practice of the wind sword technique. After all, the essence of true swordsmanship lies in the clarity of thought and the enlightenment of the heart. External distractions, no matter how cacophonous, should be regarded as mere trifles. Days of focused practice passed swiftly, with the clouds drifting and the sun rising and setting, until 4 or 5 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. One fateful day, while lying at the stern of the ship, exhausted from his training, Xiano was abruptly awakened by the gentle tremor of the wooden planks beneath him. Turning his head, he beheld the robust iron anchor being lowered by Beachy, creating a cascade of foamy waves before plunging into the depths of the sea. Unbeknownst to him, the Tato pirate ship had anchored beside a grand harbor. Chapter 19. Prelude to Departure from Pros Island. Pros Island, a modest isle in the northern reaches of the East Sea, is where warm currents from the eastern waters converge, resulting in a perpetually humid and sultry climate. Over countless years, lush tropical rainforests have enveloped the entire island, with only the coastal areas being cleared for habitation. Through decades, a small town has gradually emerged in this vicinity. Despite its sparse population, Pros Island possesses a considerable reputation. It is said that nearly half of the East Sea's denizens are familiar with its name. This notoriety stems from its true master, Pros, the most astute and accomplished merchant in ship trading throughout the East Sea. The Pros family, founded by him, acquired the entire island from the government through formidable financial resources, attracting a multitude of shipwrights, including some renowned masters, to work for him. With a robust foundation and meticulous management, numerous shipyards have been established near the town, continuously producing a variety of vessels to meet the diverse demands of orders from across the East Sea. Even some naval branches, although they do not procure large warships here, send numerous orders for smaller crafts, such as lifeboats, each year. Hence, it is not surprising that the Pros family reigns as the unquestionable sovereign in shipbuilding and its associated industries in the East Sea. However, this does not extend to Xiano, who has spent 3 years in a remote town, largely oblivious to the island's significance. At this moment, he walked along the main thoroughfare of the town with the crew of the Tato pirate ship. Positioned towards the edge, He listened to beachy chatter incessantly about the Pross family, engaging occasionally in their conversation, thus alleviating the monotony. It was only upon arriving on the island that Ziano learned that Zep's Bartai restaurant had yet to officially open. The grand ship designated for the restaurant had been delivered to Pross's shipyard a month prior for construction and should be nearing completion. Their group had docked at the harbor to retrieve the vessel. Ziano recalled vividly that in the original story, Bartai restaurant, with its massive size and numerous practical features, demanded a high level of shipbuilding expertise. No wonder Zep had sought out Pross Island to place his order. Gazing to his left, he noted that most of the pirates accompanying him, including Tato and Kairal, were present, along with the young boy, Sanji, trailing behind. Together, they numbered around a dozen, with a few remaining aboard the pirate ship. As for Zep, he had already proceeded to the shipyard, believing it unnecessary for Ziano and the others to concern themselves with the vessel's acquisition. At present, their arrival on the island is solely for the purpose of procuring a substantial supply of food and fresh water to replenish the provisions consumed over the past days. Additionally, they intend to visit the tavern to acquire fine wines for a grand farewell banquet. Indeed, arriving at Pro's Island signifies that this day marks the moment of parting for Shano and his companions from Tato and the others. On this day, Sharnor and Sanji will embark upon the splendid ship they have constructed, setting sail towards the meticulously chosen waters of Zep to establish the maritime restaurant Bartai. According to the original plan, the Tardo pirate crew will continue their journey northward, circumventing Lowtown and proceeding to Reverse Mountain, thus officially entering the Grand Line. Oh, the Grand Line. Zano's gaze swept over the crew members surrounding him, and he could faintly discern a sense of exhilaration on their faces. Their spirits appeared to be significantly elevated compared to previous days, which stirred a hint of envy within him. Alas, he still had to remain at the Bartai restaurant for several more years, although he yearned to embark on grand adventures through the vast and tumultuous Grand Line. Considering his limited capabilities and the fact that Zep would never permit him to set sail at his current age, Zano reluctantly abandoned this aspiration. He must first be diligent in enhancing his strength. After all, whether playing mid lane or jungling, Yasuo must reach level 6 before he could emerge and influence the entire game. Wouldn't you agree? The Jack Tavern, situated in the most bustling area of the town, thrived due to its wide variety of reasonably priced drinks, maintaining a steady stream of patrons. During peak hours, it was often filled to capacity, making it difficult for newcomers to squeeze in. They had no choice but to wait outside, hoping to enter when someone exited through the slatted door. The autumn sun hung high in the clear sky. Perhaps due to an influx of traders in recent days, by just past noon, a considerable crowd had gathered outside the Jack Tavern, comprising both local regulars and travelers drawn by its reputation. The local residents were generally ordinary folk, but the passers-by varied greatly in their identities: merchants, nobles, and even pirates. A veritable mix. However, in this town dominated by the Pro's family, everyone was primarily there for the shipyard, and no one paid much heed to these distinctions. At this moment, two young men with scarred faces, exuding an air of menace, lurked at the back of the crowd beside the slatted door, engaged in hushed conversation. Unlike the others, their expressions betrayed no urgency. They seemed indifferent to the order of entry into the tavern, yet their eyes were fixed on the doorway, attentively observing the comings and goings as if awaiting someone. One after another, individuals pushed through the door, entering or exiting, and each time the two men turned to steal a glance. However, upon recognizing the faces of those emerging, they would shake their heads in mild disappointment, retracting their gaze. Finally, after a 20-minute wait, the slatted door of the tavern swung open once more. A group of over 10 individuals emerged, laden with barrels and packages, laughing and chattering among themselves before they conferred briefly and set off toward the southern port. This time, both men perked up simultaneously, their expressions markedly transformed. There was no trace of disappointment. Instead, they fixated intently on the departing figures, watching until they vanished from view at the end of the street. Indeed, it was him, the butcher Tato, with a bounty of 10 million berries. The leaner of the two narrowed his eyes with a cold smirk, remarking, "This sea truly is remarkable. After a year, we find ourselves encountering them here once more. Ah, indeed, one cannot discern whether it is their misfortune or our serendipity." Another companion, somewhat portly, emitted a grunt, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. "Regardless of the circumstances, since fate has intertwined our paths today, this wretched crew shall not escape the harbor of Prolos Island with their lives." Chapter 20. People keep colliding with my sword an hour later. Aboard the ship of the Tato pirate crew docked at the harbor, melodious strains emanated from a gramophone nestled in the corner, wafting through the cabin and upon the deck. The crew members returning from Prolos Island, laden with provisions, were merrily engaged in preparations for a farewell feast. Beaky hummed a cheerful tune while rearranging tables and chairs in the dining hall alongside several burly sailors. Meanwhile, Laku and Kailar directed their fellow pirates to transport large barrels brimming with fine wine. In the kitchen, fragrant aromas wafted as Tato was summarily expelled by the disdainful cook. Lika, his face a mask of sorrow as he removed his chef's attire and retreated to his solitary quarters on the second floor. While nearly everyone was caught in the flurry of activity, there were always a couple of exceptions. Ziano and Sanji, regarded as mere children in the eyes of the adults, were ushered onto the deck by the older gentlemen aboard the ship, who deemed them too young to be of any assistance, thus sparing themselves from potential chaos. Ziano, ever restless, decided to retreat to Lake Toya, where he found a secluded corner to immerse himself in the art of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Sanji, who had initially intended to assist in the kitchen and perhaps glean some culinary skills from Aunt Carly, now found himself languishing against the railing, gazing vacantly at the sea. How dreadfully boring. Why hasn't that old man returned yet? Sanji mumbled through a root he had scavenged, staring at the distant horizon, vaguely lamenting that such a delay would prolong his stay on this vessel. Ziano, overhearing the boy's musings from a short distance, couldn't help but chuckle quietly to himself. It seemed that, due to past encounters, this lad harbored a certain prejudice against pirates. Though he was well aware that the crew aboard the Tato pirate ship were decent fellows, vastly different from the ruthless brigands of lore, he remained aloof, eager to depart in pursuit of his long-desired floating restaurant. This boy, indeed, was a natural-born chef. As he lazily withdrew his gaze, preparing to resume his sword practice, a sudden commotion erupted from the shore, accompanied by coarse shouts. Ziano paused, instinctively turning to look. Not far from shore lay the exit of the island's quaint town, where the streets were broad and bustling with people. Yet at that moment, a group of robust, menacing men emerged from behind the crowd, brandishing weapons and wearing sinister grins as they forcefully barged through the throng. Those caught off guard on either side were met with blunt objects, and the earlier shouts evidently originated from this rowdy assembly. Is this the brazen behavior of pirates? Ziano furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. This group of burly men moved with remarkable speed, swiftly navigating through the crowd until they reached the harbor's edge. Something felt amiss. At that moment, a change began to manifest on Ziano's face, revealing a glimmer of apprehension. He suddenly realized that, although these men were still several hundred meters away, they had already fanned out, subtly forming a semicircular perimeter that encircled the entire vessel on which Ziano stood. The individuals in the center were engaged in hushed conversation, occasionally casting furtive and malevolent glances in his direction. The sensation was akin to being the prey of a predator. An unsettling feeling indeed. Sanji. Shano narrowed his eyes, abruptly turning his head and softly calling out. At the railing, Sanji, who was chewing on a root, was momentarily taken aback, turning around in confusion. What's wrong? Go directly to the second floor, locate Uncle Tato, and urgently inform him to come out. Then, take refuge in the storage room, ensuring the door is tightly shut. Do not emerge unless I call for you, regardless of the commotion outside. Shano instructed in a grave tone. Huh? Sanji was initially bewildered, then spat out the root with a look of displeasure. Hey, who do you think you're ordering around? This is so bizarre. Why should I listen to you? Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up. Ziano glared at him fiercely and pointed towards the shore, exclaiming, You fool. Can't you see the pirates have come knocking? If you wish to live, hurry and do as I say. Pirates? Sanji, astonished, followed Ziano's pointed direction. And by a cruel twist of fate, the leading figures among the pirates turned their gazes towards him. Merely exchanging a glance, a chilling aura enveloped the air, causing Sanji to shudder involuntarily. Turning back to Ziano, a flicker of panic crossed Sanji's face as he stammered. I understand. I will notify Uncle Tato right away. With that, he pivoted and hurriedly dashed towards the cabin door, racing up the stairs to the second floor. What a feeble little brat. In his mind, Ziano distinguished the Sanji he remembered, curling his lip in disdain as he redirected his attention to the encroaching pirates. They were numerous and heavily armed. Given Sanji's lack of combat training from Zeph, remaining on deck was perilous. Thus, Ziano had urged him to seek refuge, using the need to inform Tato merely as a pretext to ensure Sanji's compliance. Speaking of which, Uncle Beaky and the others should have witnessed the situation outside by now. Why have they not emerged? Ziano mused, glancing towards the door. The restaurant had portholes on both sides, allowing for an earlier observation of the unfolding events than he had managed. Logically, there should be no need for him to alert them. At that moment, the group of pirates by the shore seemed to have concluded their discussion. One notably burly man with a single eye, clearly of higher rank, rested his long knife upon his right shoulder and, with a sinister grin, stepped forward. Producing a short gun from his pocket, he raised it without aiming and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot shattered the silence of the harbor, and, as the smoke dissipated, the central porthole of the cabin suddenly shattered, glass shards scattering across the deck. Concurrently, the boisterous laughter of the one-eyed man echoed throughout the harbor. Ha ha ha! Tato's crew, why are you still hiding? How long must the Silver Shark pirates wait for you to crawl out? Unexpectedly, the deck remained silent, with no one emerging from the cabin to respond. Only the peculiar laughter of the one-eyed man lingered in the air, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ha ha ha, truly ungrateful. Sensing the strange glances from his companions, the one-eyed man ceased his laughter, his expression darkening as he surveyed the seemingly deserted deck, where only Shano stood. Coldly raising his short gun, he declared, "If that is the case, I shall simply eliminate this little brat on board first, making those bastards pay a price." Chapter 021. Is there a problem with this operation? Bang! Before his words could fully escape his lips, the sound of a bullet being discharged echoed ominously. Behind the dissipating smoke of the gun's muzzle, the one-eyed brute cast a cold gaze upon the departing bullet, a flicker of cruelty igniting in his eyes. "Die, little creature," he mused, convinced that the instant he pulled the trigger, the young fool standing on the deck was already a corpse. After all, he was the sharpshooter of the Silver Shark pirate crew, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 1,000,000 berries. On the deck, as he beheld the incoming bullet whistling through the air, Shano narrowed his eyes slightly, a twitch at the corner of his mouth suggesting his thoughts. So this is what it means to be a pirate, acting impulsively without a shred of reason. Despite his words, Shano's body reacted with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, his hand had found the hilt of Lake Toya's blade, drawing the sword with an unusual grace. Initially steady and slow, the motion quickened, and as the blade neared its apex, it left behind a trail of afterimages, moving with a speed akin to that of swift wind. Draw, steel flash. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light burst forth, and with a commanding shout, Lake Toya cleaved through the air toward the oncoming bullet with an almost imperceptible velocity. Whoosh! The sound of wind erupted as the blade's shadow intertwined with the air, unleashing a subtle current that surged forth from its tip. In the next heartbeat, the once formidable black projectile, upon colliding with this gust, found itself utterly powerless, disintegrating into countless fragments that rained down upon the deck. What? On the shore? The one-eyed brute's smile gradually froze as disbelief washed over his features. The pirates, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, stood in stunned silence. As comrades, they were well aware that the one-eyed man was the ship's sharpshooter, known for his unerring aim, wielding a modified pistol of considerable power. How could it be that a mere boy, seemingly no older than 12 or 13, had managed to intercept his deadly shot? The detestable little brat missed his shot, akin to receiving a second slap in the face before his comrades. The one-eyed brute clenched his teeth, his anger intensifying, and promptly raised his gun once more, aiming at Shano with a sinister grin as his finger rested on the trigger. However, at that moment, a resonant buzzing sound suddenly emanated from the wings of the Tato pirate ship, capturing everyone's attention. Subsequently, several square wooden panels began to shift upward, and before the astonished onlookers, enormous cannon platforms, each with a diameter of 0.5 meter, silently emerged, their dark openings pointed directly at the pirates on the shore. Simultaneously, a somewhat gruff voice, laced with mockery, floated from the deck. "Ah, I thought it was someone important. Isn't this the Silver Shark pirate crew?" It has indeed been a long time. The members of the Silver Shark pirate crew immediately changed their expressions, looking up to see the once empty deck now crowded with at least 20 men, armed with swords and daggers, surveying them from above. In the center stood Kaler and Beachy, the former nonchalantly smoking a cigarette, while the latter's eyes sparkled with mischief, clearly the source of the earlier laughter. Where did these ruffians come from? The rapid turn of events, coupled with the absence of anyone emerging from the cabin, prompted a wave of confusion among the pirates below. Yet unbeknownst to them, Shano on the deck had witnessed everything unfold, though he was even more bewildered, still grappling with the surrealness of it all. Is this really happening? Glancing at the floor near the railing, Shano couldn't help but scoff. Just moments ago, he was preparing to draw his sword to intercept the one-eyed brute's second shot when a row of wooden panels suddenly vibrated and flipped over, revealing an opening beneath. In the next instant, a motley crew of burly men stood armed before him. Damn it, having spent so many days on this ship, indulging in basic needs and lounging on the deck, how did I fail to notice such advanced technology? While Shano remained in a daze, Beachy turned around, giving a thumbs up and chuckling. Ah, you managed to block that one-eyed fellow's gunfire. What exceptional swordsmanship, young Shano. Good grief. Ziano was utterly astonished, shouting at Beachy. Could he not be so composed? There are so many pirates below, and you take so long to show up. How can you be so confident that I won't be slaughtered on the deck? Ah, well, dear Ziano, there's no need to be so agitated, Beachy began to respond. But it was Chiral, standing nearby, who leisurely lit a cigarette and said, we were preoccupied with the banquet preparations and lacked weapons. We just want to fetch our gear. Remember? As for your safety. His gaze drifted past Ziano to the second floor of the cabin, accompanied by a subtle smile. Rest assured, someone is watching over you. Without even mentioning the advanced technology at play, he exuded an air of arrogance, as if he were completely unfazed by the situation. Observing Chiral, Ziano silently muttered to himself and managed to suppress his expression, nodding weakly in response. In truth, he was merely startled by the sudden appearance of these rascally uncles and decided to voice a complaint. Unless the pirates below charged at him recklessly. He thought little of the mere broken gun. This reflected the gradual change in his mindset due to his increasing strength during their time at sea. Had it been before, while he was still in Orange Town, he would not have remained so composed in the face of pirates. Oh, by the way, uncles, Ziano remarked, glancing at the tense atmosphere brought about by the presence of the cannon and Chiral. He turned to Beachy and asked, what exactly is the background of these so-called Silver Shark pirates? He posed this question after recalling his memories of the original story. For East Blue was the weakest of the 4 seas in the pirate world, with only a handful of bounties exceeding 10 million. It was unlikely that anyone who dared to approach the Tato pirates would be a mere nobody. Ah, just a bunch of defeated foes, nothing to be concerned about. Beachy grinned. They've been in conflict with us since a year ago, fleeing in disarray after we bested them. Eliminating them will be a simple matter. Indeed, dear Ziano, you can stay on the ship and wait. There's no need for you to intervene, Chiral chimed in, exhaling a smoke ring with a light chuckle. After all, it will be a genuine battle soon, swords against swords and guns against guns, with no one holding back. Although your swordsmanship is commendable, you lack practical experience. If you were to be ambushed in the chaos, we would have no way to explain it to Captain Redfoot. Chapter 22, The Silver Shark Pirates. Vidha? Seeing Beachy in Chiral's attitude, Ziano, clutching his Lake Toya, shot them a disdainful glance and said, Hey, I must remind you, both of you are my defeated opponents. Is it truly wise to speak with such certainty? Is that so? Quite obstinate. Indeed, Kaler chuckled, shaking his head with a hint of amusement. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, refraining from further comment, and turned his gaze over the gathered pirates below, his attention settling on the one-eyed brute. It has been a while, hasn't it, One-Eye? I never imagined a year would pass, yet your marksmanship remains atrocious. It seems that losing an eye has not imparted any wisdom in aiming, he remarked lazily. At this, the surrounding men erupted in hearty laughter, particularly Beachy, who mimicked the one-eyed man's astonished expression after a missed shot, gesturing with his fingers as if to mimic the sound of a gunshot, exclaiming, Allah! Missed again. However, a flicker of malice flashed in the one-eyed man's eyes. Yet before he could pull the trigger, a man cloaked in a black trench coat and adorned with a black top had interjected calmly, halting his action. Enough, One-Eye. Let the banter cease here. The voice was remarkably tranquil, and upon hearing it, the one-eyed man hesitated for a moment before nodding and retreating behind the figure in black, holstering his weapon without any hint of defiance. Impressive. You've managed to earn his obedience. Who might you be? Kaler inquired. His curiosity piqued as he shifted his focus from the one-eyed man to the man in black. Speaking of which, where is your captain, Silver Shark Chris? Without him, I doubt you ruffians would have the audacity to block our path. If you're referring to that decrepit old man in his 50s or 60s, I regret to inform you that he has perished. Not long after your defeat of him a year ago, he succumbed to scurvy. That old fool truly brought shame to our pirate brethren. The cold voice emerged from beneath the black cloak, and the man slowly lifted his head, revealing a handsome, youthful face framed by meticulously styled golden hair. Behind golden-rimmed glasses, his gaze was laced with subtle mockery and unwavering confidence. I am Chris Vitt, the former apprentice of the Silver Shark pirate crew, and I am now the captain, he stated, removing his hat and bowing slightly to the crew on the deck with a faint smile. Oh, another Chris? Kaler exhaled a smoke ring, scrutinizing him. Given that you've ascended to captaincy, it seems you must be the son of a late Chris. You certainly speak of your father with a lack of reverence. Rather, it would be more accurate to say, I am his illegitimate son, the young man replied. The young man, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, exhibited no sign of anger. Instead, he surveyed the crew on deck with keen interest, chuckling lightly as he remarked, Nevertheless, that old scoundrel is, after all, my nominal father. Although I feel somewhat embarrassed. Having encountered you all, I cannot let this opportunity slip by. This statement, combined with Vitor's handsome appearance and graceful demeanor, was nearly impeccable. Were there outsiders present, particularly young ladies, they would undoubtedly perceive Vitor as a cultured noble rather than a fearsome pirate. Alas, aboard the Tardo pirate ship, there was only a motley crew of scruffy men. They gazed at Vitor in silence, and after a moment, a flurry of hushed whispers ensued. Such pretentiousness, it's rather nauseating. Indeed, when you put it that way, it is. So flamboyant, thinking he has some kind of status. Hey, I can't understand what young Shano is saying. Is it a dialect from Anric Island? What is status fruit? Is there really such a devil fruit? The conversation veered into peculiar territory. Below, Vitor, seemingly indifferent, had the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Fortunately, someone finally broke the tension. La 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 la. Why are you all babbling so much? At this juncture, shouldn't we just engage in a good fight? Beachy grinned broadly, laughed heartily, and then turned his gaze towards the pirates below. He swiftly placed a foot on the railing and, before anyone could react, leaped down. Thud! The towering man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, landed with such force that the ground visibly cracked, sending a tremor through the deck that even Shano felt. He instinctively looked down to discover that Beachy was wielding an enormous naginata, nearly 2 meters in length. Goodness, isn't that the kind of weapon Whitebeard uses? This man is quite formidable. Ziano's lips twitched slightly, realizing that this was the true weapon for the formidable elder. The wooden sword he had wielded during their previous sparring must have seemed nothing more than a mere toy in his eyes. This fellow was truly reckless. On the deck, Kylar helplessly extinguished the cigarette in his hand and remarked, in that case, let us descend together. Haha, I've been waiting for this. Let us go and teach those rascals another lesson. The crew of the Tato pirate group responded in unison. Ziano then beheld, under Kylar's leadership, the majority of them stepping forward in unison, their agile forms vaulting over the railing, leaping down from the several-meter-high deck, landing steadily on the shore. Meanwhile, the members of the Silver Shark pirate group, under Vito's command, promptly regrouped, consolidating their formation, and stood in confrontation a mere dozen meters away. They were all adept at boarding combat. Observing their proficient movements, Ziano felt a twinge of apprehension as he appraised the height, glancing at his own petite limbs. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to take the plunge and stepped over the railing, determined to reach the shore first. However, at that very moment, Kylar, as if anticipating this, suddenly turned his gaze towards Ziano's foot, chuckling softly, and called out, Hey, remember my words, young Ziano. Otherwise, when Captain Redfoot returns, don't blame me for telling on you. Ziano opened his eyes, a desire to extend a middle finger to express his inner feelings bubbling within him. Yet, under Kyral's watchful gaze, he silently retracted his foot, observing as Kyral and Beaky led the group of uncles forward, engaging in a chaotic melee with the Silver Shark pirates. Chapter 023. The chaos at the Port Prose Island, with its uniquely elongated geography, boasted a port that was not only deep but also quite spacious. The streets adjacent to the docks were perpetually bustling, teeming with activity. However, upon the announcement of the clash between the Tato pirates and the Silver Shark pirates, the area swiftly fell into desolation. The threats of blades and gunfire had long since sent the common folk fleeing to safety. Those who dared linger nearby at this juncture were undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. On the street nearest to the port, a group of over a dozen figures stood at the entrance of an inn, observing the unfolding situation at the docks from a distance. The leader of the group appeared quite youthful, tall and slender, with well-defined features, his hair meticulously styled into a slicked-back look. He wore a pair of frameless glasses perched upon his nose, exuding an air of refined gentility. However, the black skull insignias on the shoulders of his coat starkly indicated his identity as a pirate, a stark contrast to his genteel appearance. At this moment, he leaned against the doorframe, calmly surveying the chaotic skirmish between the two pirate factions with a composed gaze. Behind his glasses, the depths of his dark eyes occasionally flickered with a glimmer of thought, as if he were contemplating something profound. Standing closest to him was an eccentric figure clad in a purple suit, sporting heart-shaped sunglasses. Although he kept his hat pulled low and remained silent, the peculiar growth resembling a deformed mushroom sprouting from his chin drew the attention of passers-by. After a moment's wait, observing that their young leader had yet to issue any orders, the eccentric could no longer contain himself. After a brief hesitation, he finally spoke up. Captain, at this point, shouldn't we? There's no need to rush, the young man replied without turning, his gaze still fixed on the docks, his tone indifferent. I understand. But aren't we allied with the Silver Shark pirates? The one in heart-shaped sunglasses questioned, pushing his hat up slightly to gaze at him quizzically. Moreover, didn't you agree to that fellow Vider's request to join forces in annihilating the Tato pirates? I did agree to Vider's request, the young captain affirmed. But that does not imply that we must bear the substantial losses of battle on their behalf. The voice emanating from ahead remained as cold and tranquil as ever. However, Captain, it seems that the Silver Shark pirates are at a disadvantage now. If this drags on, they may not endure for much longer and will soon face complete collapse. Is that so? The young man, known as the captain, turned his head, instinctively adjusting his glasses with his palm before sneering. Those are the subordinates of Tato, known as the Butcher. Even I wouldn't dare provoke them recklessly. Isn't it only natural for the fools under veto to falter? The peculiar individual was evidently taken aback by their captain's bluntness, momentarily pausing and exchanging glances with the remaining crew. However, you need not worry excessively. There are tasks to undertake before the formal assault. Meanwhile, the young man's gaze shifted beyond the dock, fixating on a large vessel anchored in the harbor. The officers of the Tato pirates seemed particularly concerned about that black-haired brat on the deck. Does he think staying up there is enough for safety? A hint of disdain curled at the corners of the young man's mouth as he cast a glance at a subordinate behind him. Coldly, he commanded Sam, "Take your team and circle around from the right to board the ship. There should still be some non-combatants aboard, including that brat. Eliminate them all without leaving a single survivor." "Understood, Captain." Among the crowd, a lanky figure with green hair nodded, licking his lips as he grinned and vanished into the alley behind the inn. "Zango, Budgie," the young man continued without pause. "You two, stay here with the remaining crew. Especially you, Zango. Seize the opportunity. Once Tato's officers show signs of weakening, rush in to assist Vito." "Yes, my captain," the individual wearing heart-shaped sunglasses exhaled in relief, bowing respectfully in response. Yet, he suddenly appeared to remember something, lifting his head curiously. "Captain, we all have our assignments. What about you?" "Me?" The young man's gaze remained indifferent, yet a dangerous curve emerged at the corners of his lips. "I have no interest in these small fry. However, Tato hasn't shown himself yet, so I shall deal with him." Mid-sentence, the young man's figure suddenly blurred, and in the astonished eyes of his subordinates, he vanished from the street, leaving behind only the lingering echo of his voice. "This sea is becoming rather tiresome, if I do not seek out some formidable opponents. My entire being shall wither away from exhaustion." In front of the harbor, the melee continued unabated. Clang, as swords clashed, accompanied by a fierce tremor. A pirate with a scarred face felt a tingling sensation in his palm. In an instant, his weapon slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, the force of the impact causing him to stagger dangerously, nearly losing his balance. "Ah, is this all the Silver Shark pirates can muster?" he scoffed. Before him stood Beachy, brandishing a formidable naginata, who cast a sidelong glance at his disheveled adversary, followed by a derisive laugh as he sheathed his weapon and surveyed his surroundings. At this juncture, the battle had raged on for over 10 minutes, the scene drenched in blood. Both sides had sustained injuries to varying degrees, with a considerable number of fallen pirates lying lifeless on the ground. However, it was evident that the Tato pirates held the upper hand, as a majority of the severely wounded or deceased were members of the Silver Shark pirates. In contrast, their own crew seemed to grow stronger with each encounter. Beachy himself had already dispatched 2 of their officers. Not far away, Chiral moved with the grace of a dragon, engaged in combat with Vider and the one-eyed sniper, exhibiting remarkable ease. One could not deny the boy's swordsmanship was indeed commendable, far surpassing that of his inept father. Beachy cast a glance at Vider, the newly appointed captain of the Silver Shark pirates, who wielded dual swords with impressive skill. During his skirmish with Chiral, Vider had taken on the role of the primary combatant, while the one-eyed sniper, hindered by proximity, could only assist awkwardly with a long blade in hand. Chapter 024. The Cat Brothers. "Ah, it seems our captain need not intervene at all," Beachy murmured, a hint of boredom in his tone as he pursed his lips. His gaze shifted to other directions, intent on eliminating the remaining officers before turning his attention to Vider, eager to bring this chaotic skirmish to a swift conclusion. Reflecting on his recent performance, he mused, "I did quite well. Indeed, far stronger than I anticipated. Combat is so distinct from mere practice. I can only imagine how astonished that little fellow Shano must be, his eyes likely wide with disbelief." Stepping forward, Beachy indulged in a moment of self-admiration, playfully scratching his ear before breaking into a grin and glancing towards the ship nearby. He was indeed eager to observe the expression on Shano's face. However, upon witnessing the scene on the deck, the smile on Biggie's face vanished almost instantaneously, his expression stiffening for a brief moment. He spat disdainfully in that direction and, with a countenance full of frustration, turned on his heel, brandishing his blade as he sought trouble with the pirate officers. On the deck, a black-haired youth cradling a wooden sword was engrossed in the swordplay between Kylar and Veter, occasionally bowing his head to ponder the techniques, even tracing the blade with his fingers to mimic the moves. The dual-wielding style seemed to give rise to such an array of peculiar maneuvers. While it appeared to emphasize technique at the expense of raw power, facing such an opponent could still pose a challenge. As Shano observed Veter successfully repelling one of Kylar's full-force assaults with two blades, a slight furrow formed on his brow, revealing a hint of contemplation. In comparison to Biggie's forceful and overwhelming attack style, this combat was undoubtedly more captivating. Thus, he remained oblivious to the changes in Biggie's expression and failed to respond as Biggie had hoped. To be fair, the crew of the Tardo pirates had not been entirely mistaken in perceiving Shano as a sword enthusiast. Nevertheless, when it came down to it, the disparity in individual strength could often overshadow most techniques. That individual named Veter, despite his commendable swordsmanship, clearly lacked in raw power. It was likely that he would soon be utterly defeated by Uncle Kylar. As Kylar effortlessly neutralized another of Veter's offensives, Shano seemed to arrive at a conclusion, scratching his head with an expression of bewilderment. The captain of the Tardo pirates, with a bounty of 10 million berries, had yet to make his move. If even Kylar could vanquish the opposing captain, what emboldened these individuals to confront them directly? After all, this was the territory of the Tardo pirates. Had Biggie not been somewhat belligerent and hastily rushed ashore, a concentrated barrage from the cannons lining the ship's underside would have inflicted severe damage, even on the Silver Shark pirates, who were generally resilient. While he was lost in thought, an odd sound suddenly emanated from behind him. Thud! The sound was faint, akin to cotton falling to the ground, soft and feeble, and it seemed to resonate for only a brief moment before being swallowed by the passing sea breeze. If it were an ordinary person, no amount of concentration would suffice to perceive it in such an environment. However, having practiced swordsmanship for years, Shano was accustomed to attuning his senses, and thus, at the moment the sound occurred, he instinctively narrowed his eyes and grasped the hilt of his sword without hesitation. In an instant, he pivoted sharply, drawing his sword in readiness. Who goes there? Amidst the sharp reprimands, the scene on the deck unfolded before Shano's eyes. Upon discerning the situation before him, Shano was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise flickering across his countenance. There, on the opposite railing, a lanky youth with emerald hair had just stealthily descended from the railing, one leg still dangling perilously over the edge. Startled by the sudden outburst, he trembled, losing his grip and plummeting to the ground below. A dull thud echoed as he landed, face first, on the floor from a height of approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters. Ziano's eyes twitched as he cast a sympathetic glance at the other person, only to realize that the frail figure was drenched from head to toe, lacking any visible weapons. As if he had just emerged from the sea, looking quite disheveled. This struck Ziano as somewhat amusing, leading him to believe he might have overreacted. Ouch, he thought, as the weak young man, having fallen face first, struggled to rise while clutching his swollen nose, which had sustained a blow. His complaints emerged in a muffled tone. Why are you making such a fuss? You nearly scared me to death. As he spoke, his voice dwindled into a whisper, growing increasingly feeble, as if the ocean had drained him of all his strength. Truly, this fellow appeared to be quite debilitated. Ziano glanced at the pallid countenance of the fellow before him, noting the tremulous limbs that betrayed his trepidation. With a hint of exasperation, he placed a hand to his forehead and remarked, "Hey, I must say, this is our vessel. You sneaked aboard rather stealthily. Even if I startled you, it is still your fault. Wouldn't you agree? Now, do enlighten me. What is your purpose for boarding in such silence? Do you presume that no one is here and intend to take advantage of the chaos to pilfer our belongings? And no, you got all wrong. Please, misunderstandings abound." The frail youth, flustered and flailing his hands, reddened as he stammered, "I am a resident near the port. I set sail this morning and have just returned. Upon witnessing a skirmish among pirates at the harbor, I dared not approach the shore. Seeing this grand vessel, I merely wished to assess the situation." "Oh, is that truly the case?" Ziano instinctively cast a glance at the desolate mast. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the Tardo pirates had temporarily lowered their pirate flag before approaching Prose Island, rendering their ship merely an ordinary vessel in the eyes of outsiders. If the onlookers were indeed residents of the port, such a precaution seemed justifiable. As his gaze returned, Ziano suddenly noticed that when the individual removed his hand from his nose, his features were fully revealed, clear as day. The tousle bangs, the dark eyeliner, the long and thick eyelashes, complemented by that striking green hair. He appeared somewhat familiar. Moreover, while conversing, the individual had subtly scanned the rest of the deck, his peripheral vision darting about. Although he made an effort to conceal it, his demeanor, which clearly indicated he was surveying for any onlookers, did not escape Xiano's keen perception. A fleeting image from memory flashed through his mind, and after scrutinizing the frail young man's appearance, Xiano's pupils constricted slightly, ultimately confirming the identity of the individual before him, Sam of the Black Cat Pirates, though curious as to why this character was present in such a location. In that moment, with his body instinctively tensing, he discreetly placed his hand upon the hilt of the sword at his side. Chapter 025, The Way of the Wanderer, Living Towards Death. The Black Cat Pirates are a notorious pirate crew in the East Sea, boasting over 100 members and led by Captain Kuro, whose bounty reaches a staggering 16 million berries. The frail youth before him was undoubtedly a capable lieutenant of Kuro, belonging to the feline brothers, Sam. As memories of the original narrative rushed back, Xiano's expression grew somber. This individual, although prone to feigning weakness, was, in fact, a cunning adversary. His alliance with another feline, Buji, which had successfully subdued Zoro, was sufficient reason for Xiano to approach the situation with utmost caution. Well, this little brother. On the other side, seeing that Xiano remained silent, Sam awkwardly scratched his head. After a moment's hesitation, he pointed behind Xiano and inquired, "By the way, how's the situation at the port now? May I take a look?" Xiano was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if recalling something, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. "Well, of course you may come over," he said. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Xiano cleared his throat and nodded. "However, after assessing the condition of the port, you must disembark first. After all, this is our ship, and it would be rather inappropriate to have an outsider aboard." As he spoke, a hint of grievance seeped into his tone, clearly displeased with the notion of someone sneaking onto the vessel. Of course, thank you, young brother," Sam exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he eagerly nodded. As he walked towards the railing beside Xiano, he let out a wry smile, saying, "Though it may seem impolite, there is little choice in the matter. These pirates are exceedingly audacious." By this point, he had reached the railing, brushing past Xiano, and in that fleeting moment, a sinister grin appeared on his face, his fingers slightly splayed to reveal the hidden claws within. His voice turned icy as he added, "If they were to discover us, it would be disastrous. I do not wish to meet a fate as inexplicable as some." Suddenly, the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, followed by a violent spurt of blood that splattered into the air, quickly staining the nearby floor crimson. Sam's boisterous laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha. Is it already time for blood? Truly, what an absurd demise. It seems my cat's claws have grown so sharp during this period of restraint that even I can barely control them." Yet, in the next instant, his laughter abruptly ceased, as if he had just realized something. Trembling slightly, he lowered his gaze in disbelief towards his chest. There, a plain wooden sword had been quietly plunged into his torso, blood oozing from the wound and pooling onto the ground. At the hilt of the blade, Xiano sheepishly released his grip and scratched his head, saying, "Well, you were right. It truly is a most inexplicable death." What? How could this happen?" Sam stammered, feeling the life force ebbing from his body. His mouth opened as if to utter something, but before he could finish, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. "TSK, comparing acting skills with me?" With a sidelong glance at the fallen Sam, Shano let out a grunt, scrutinizing the corpse's head. He crouched down, extending his hand to test for breath. Yet feeling a lingering unease, he repeatedly thrust his sword into the opposite side of the chest until Sam appeared almost perforated. Satisfied as he clapped his hands and withdrew the blade from the Lake Toya. This fellow, had it not been for my training in Iaido, the counterattack would have been swifter, and I might have lost my life. Casting a glance at the 10 glistening claws nestled within Sam's curled palm, Shano furrowed his brow, secretly relieved. In such circumstances, had it been merely days prior when he lacked the finesse of Iaido, even with a surprise attack, he would certainly have been outpaced by this lithe and agile catman. The other advantage of years spent honing his swordsmanship revealed itself in this moment. As Shano, now the first-time killer, gazed upon the lifeless body before him, he felt no fear or trepidation. The clarity of mind cultivated through his sword training allowed him to confront the reality of the situation with calm composure. Unlike many protagonists from the novels of his past life, who, upon their first kill, would either be sickened for an eternity or inexplicably awakened to a taste for bloodshed, embarking on a path of slaughter. Ignoring the corpse on the ground, Shano surveyed the bloodied Lake Toya, slightly furrowing his brow. After surveying his surroundings, He decisively tore a rag from Sam's outer garment to wipe away the bloodstains. However, just then, a series of notifications abruptly resonated in Shano's mind, freezing his actions in place. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable foe. Proficiency in Wind Blade Technique 85. Congratulations, your Wind Blade Technique has reached the novice level, earning you 1 free skill point. You have successfully slain an enemy, earning 20 hero experience points. It has been detected that you have comprehended the Steel Slash. The only skill available for learning is the passive skill From Death Comes Life. Would you like to use a skill point? Overwhelmed by the flood of system announcements, Shano took a moment to absorb the information. After hesitating at the final query from the system, he nodded affirmatively. Yes, glory resides within the heart, not in outward appearances. The path of the Swordmaster is destined to be fraught with peril. To place oneself in a dire situation is to invite rebirth. You have used a skill point. Congratulations, you have comprehended the new skill From Death Comes Life. Yasuo whispered to himself, repeating the words before pursing his lips and summoning his attribute panel without hesitation. Name, Yasuo hero level 1, 2050, strength, 12 agility, 16 wind swordsmanship, beginner proficiency 100, 510000 skills, Steel Slash, level 1 with a swift thrust of a sword. The fierce sword aura cleaves through all in its path. Upon striking an enemy, Steel Slash gains a layer of Whirlwind Fury effect, lasting for 10 seconds. After accumulating 2 layers of Whirlwind Fury, Steel Slash generates a whirlwind capable of knocking back foes. If executed during a charge, Steel Slash manifests as a circular sword strike. Life from Death. When embroiled in a team battle, each enemy slain restores a proportion of health, enhancing your endurance on the battlefield. The Way of the Wanderer. Life from Death. Offense is the best defense. Chapter 026. Shifting circumstances. Isn't it quite different from the game? Has it truly been altered to this extent? Gazing at the skill descriptions below, Yasuo pondered for a moment, yet a hint of satisfaction graced his features. It seemed rather promising. This passive skill was, in fact, quite formidable. Perhaps it would serve as his leverage to maneuver through a throng of enemies in the future. Diverting his gaze, Yasuo's attention fell upon the hero level section above. In comparison to the newly acquired skills, the acquisition of experience and the elevation of hero level had always been of greater concern to Yasuo. After all, according to the game's experience mechanics, advancing hero levels could very well lead to simultaneous growth in both strength and agility attributes. In a sense, the fundamental attributes held even greater significance than the mastery of swordsmanship. After all, it is said that brute strength can overcome myriad techniques. Basic attributes determine far too much. Even the most skilled player cannot expect a level 1 Yasuo to triumph over an 18-level bronze opponent. No wonder the experience progress bar had remained stagnant. It turns out one must defeat enemies to acquire experience. This rule is rather frustrating. Reflecting on the system's previous notification sound, Shano rolled his eyes, forcibly suppressing the urge to voice his grievances. Goodness, this pathetic system is utterly inept. Everything must be painstakingly discovered on one's own, and unless one encounters specific events, one cannot expect any guidance. With such a rudimentary development, it would be better to switch to a system that allows for substantial investment. Glancing at the proficiency of the wind sword technique displayed in the center, Shano initially felt a sense of relief. After enduring for so long, he had finally advanced to the beginner level. However, upon noticing the lengthy string of zeros following the numeral 1 on the progress bar, the corners of his mouth twitched. The elation brought by the breakthrough in swordsmanship dissipated considerably. It appears that if he wishes to level up and enhance his strength in this lifetime, combat and struggle will be indispensable. With a soft sigh, Shano stowed away the attribute panel and turned to gaze down at the railing. By his estimation, the battle at the port should have nearly concluded by now. Indeed, upon inspection, most of the Silver Shark pirates lay scattered on the ground, with only Captain Vito and a few officers still desperately holding on, though they seemed to be at their last breath. It truly seems to be coming to an end. Should I descend and assist with a finishing blow? Casting a glance at the dying pirates below, Shano felt a sudden pang of desire. After all, these individuals were vicious pirates who were likely to be dealt with by Beaky and the others on the spot. It would be more advantageous for him to take matters into his own hands and gain some experience. Speaking of which, if he could slay Vito with a single strike, the experience gained would surely surpass that obtained from the recently defeated Sam. If that were the case, he would smoothly ascend to level 2. In a moment of hesitation, one of Shano's legs instinctively rested on the railing, poised to leap down to the deck at any moment. However, just then, bang, A gunshot suddenly erupted from the nearest alley to the port, startling Shano to the point where he almost lost his footing and fell into the water. Immediately, the sounds of battle surged like a tide as a throng of pirates, armed with various weapons, charged from the street, encircling all the crew members of the Tardo pirate crew within a vast perimeter. What on earth is happening? After stabilizing his body, Shano hurriedly widened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, his face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Similarly, the crew of the Tardo pirate group ceased their offensive, and after exchanging glances, Beachy and Chiral withdrew from the fray, cautiously regrouping with their companions, their expressions betraying a heightened vigilance as they confronted the newly arrived pirates. A cursory glance revealed that the number of foes exceeded 100, nearly 5 to 6 times that of the Tardo pirate group, and most of these pirates adorned their heads with striking black accessories resembling cat ears. Is this the Black Cat pirate group? Upon realizing this, Shano was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly identified the pirate's affiliation. His expression shifted slightly as he turned to glance at the corpse lying on the deck. It seems this individual's presence here was no mere coincidence. Furrowing his brow deeply, Shano contemplated for a moment before shifting his gaze back to the shore. At that moment, 2 oddly shaped figures emerged from the ranks of the Black Cat pirate group. One was clad in a purple suit, perpetually pressing down his wide-brimmed hat as he walked in a manner reminiscent of a moonwalk. The other was tall and stout, sporting sharp fangs at the corners of his mouth, with a cloak draped over his shoulders and a half-black mask covering his face, giving him an inexplicable resemblance to a portly Batman. As these 2 stepped forth, the remaining pirates ceased their clamoring and fell silent, appearing to revere them as leaders. Zango, the vice-captain of the Black Cat pirate group, and another member of the Catman brothers, Buki. At that moment, Fongnan recognized these 2 figures, his pupils constricting. He quickly grasped that the Black Cat pirate group had likely been scheming from the outset to target the Tardo pirate group, while Sam had probably been dispatched aboard to scout from behind, explaining his furtive glances upon boarding. On the shore, as Zango approached, Chiral's expression darkened considerably. He silently lit a cigarette, took a puff, and then coldly remarked, "The Black Cat pirate group? This conflict appears to be of no concern to you. Why have you chosen a metal now? Of no concern?" Zango's moonwalk finally came to a halt. He lifted his head, revealing a face mostly obscured by heart-shaped sunglasses, and surveyed Chiral with a mischievous grin. "Isn't this the renowned swordsman of the East Sea, the ghost sword Chiral? With your insight, how can you say such a thing?" His gaze then settled on the somewhat disheveled Vito in the distance, and he adjusted his hat, nonchalantly declaring, "We have forged an alliance with the Silver Shark pirate group. It is only natural for us to assist them in their time of need." "Allies?" Chiral and the others were taken aback. The Silver Shark pirate group and the Black Cat pirate group were both well known in the East Sea, but they had never heard of such an alliance between these 2 formidable pirate factions. So this was the situation at hand. Exhaling a ring of smoke, Kylar cast a somewhat indifferent glance towards Wit, then spoke with a hint of derision. "I see now why you dare to come here with so few. Seeking your own demise, it appears you have a rather unexpected ally. However, they seem to have arrived a tad too late." Upon hearing this, Wit's expression darkened considerably. After casting a fierce glare at Kylar, he struggled to straighten himself and led his subordinates towards the outskirts of the battlefield. As he brushed past Zhao, he opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet he merely snorted coldly and forced his way through the crowd, exiting the port. By this point, he was well aware that he had been deceived by the Black Cat pirates. However, given the circumstances and the fact that most of the casualties were mere foot soldiers, while the officers remained mostly unharmed, he chose to swallow his anger and decided to withdraw for the time being. Not even a word of provocation. Under the wide brim of his hat, Zhang Yao's lips curled into a sly grin as his gaze shifted towards the Tardo pirates. "Very well. I shall adhere to the captain's instructions and conclude this battle swiftly. Ha ha ha. The Demon Sword Kylar and the Heavy Blade Beachy. Both are notorious pirates with bounties in the millions. They're certainly not to be underestimated." Muttering to himself, Zhang Yao reached into his sleeve, producing a circular saw, which he then lightly flicked with his knuckles, making it sway in midair. "Now, brethren of the Black Cat pirates, gather round." Pausing for a moment, Zhang Yao waited until all his subordinates had focused their attention on him before continuing. Upon hearing the phrase 1, 2, "Zhang Yao, your strength will surge, your courage will multiply, and you shall feel no pain. After that, you will eliminate our foes before you at the swiftest pace. 1, 2. As he counted, Zhang Yao lowered the brim of his hat to obscure his heart-shaped sunglasses. Zhang Yao. In the next instant, all members of the Black Cat pirates, after a brief moment of stupor, erupted into a frenzied roar, a terrifying display of fervor as they brandished their weapons and charged towards Kylar and his companions. Though the Tato pirates were mostly elite fighters, many of them paled at the sight of this chaos. Alala, though they may be mere rabble, there certainly are quite a few of them. Beachy chuckled, planting his large cleaver into the ground with a thud. At last, it seems we can truly indulge in some slaughter, right? Hypnotist Zhang employing such tactics from the outset. He truly holds us in high regard. Nevertheless, Kalar maintained his characteristic nonchalance, a demeanor that bordered on arrogance. Casting a sidelong glance at the inexplicably ignited Peaky beside him, he extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and, with a slight smile, remarked, "Everyone is rather fatigued. Continuing this battle will undoubtedly result in significant casualties. At such a moment, do you truly believe our captain would be lurking about, merely spectating? Arrogant little brat. I have always been quite occupied. What do you mean by merely spectating?" Almost as if in response to his words, a venerable voice suddenly resonated from the ship. Oh, on the deck, Shano, who had been leaning over the railing to observe the conflict, was startled by the abrupt sound and quickly turned to see the stout figure of Tato, who had mysteriously appeared at his side, surveying the pirates below with a rather displeased expression. "Goodness, Uncle Tato, so you have been here all along." Xano was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "Damn it, why do all the pirates in this world enjoy appearing silently beside others? Naturally, that rascal Redfoot entrusted both you and Sanji to me." Tato rolled his eyes in exasperation. Compared to that bunch of miscreants from Beaky, it was undoubtedly more important to stay aboard and keep an eye on you too. However, I must admit, you truly surprised me. Tato gestured towards the lifeless body sprawled on the deck. That was the notorious Catman brother, with a bounty of 3 million berries. I was prepared to intervene, but seeing you dispatch him with a single strike left me astounded. Feeling a bit bashful from the praise, Xano offered no response, merely casting a furtive glance at the corpse of Sam, which he had turned into a veritable beehive, scratching the back of his head in contemplation. This fellow had a bounty of 3 million? If that's the case, if I were to be targeted by the Navy, I could certainly fetch a bounty of 500,000 berries or more, couldn't I? By that logic, in terms of strength, I could be considered a prominent figure in the East Blue. Xano was reveling in his thoughts when he suddenly noticed that Tato had turned around at some point, facing the pirates on the shore. With a deliberate motion, he slowly extended his right arm, crossing it in front of his chest, adopting a posture of gathering strength. What could this mean? Xano stood momentarily in confusion, casting a puzzled glance at Tato. Below, the Black Cat pirates were on the verge of engaging in combat with Beachy and his crew. Yet, Tato, who seemed poised to intervene, remained on the deck, leaving Xano to wonder what his intentions were. In an instant, Xano's mouth fell agape, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before him, Tato's once muscular arms began to transform, gradually taking on a deep green hue. A thick, viscous liquid, reminiscent of muddy water, surged forth from his skin, cascading down towards the ground. Devil fruit? Xano was taken aback. What is happening? Wasn't Tato renowned for his close combat swordsmanship at sea, even earning the moniker of Butcher? When did he acquire the powers of a devil fruit user? Moreover, this ability seems oddly familiar. It resembles the swamp machine gun. Just then, Tato bellowed furiously, unleashing his charged arm in a downward arc. The thick mud clinging to it shattered into countless tiny droplets, plummeting towards the Black Cat pirates like a torrential downpour. The sound of the wind slicing through the air erupted above the heads of the pirates, reverberating ominously. Most, under the influence of a hypnotic enhancement, remained oblivious to the commotion above, while a few with stronger composure gazed up in bewilderment, only to be met with the terrifying sight of an impending deluge of mud. What is this? Who is behind such chaos? It's unbearable. There's no escape. However, even as they recognized the threat, any resistance was futile at that point. In the next moment, amidst a chorus of anguished screams, over 100 pirates were engulfed by the torrential barrage of mud droplets. With remarkable penetrating force, the projectiles surged through the air, striking without pause, piercing through their bodies in an instant. With a series of splashes, blood erupted into the air, and nearly all the pirates, after a moment of rigidity, collapsed helplessly to the ground. In that instant, the entire port resembled a field of wheat harvested in autumn, evoking a profound sense of shock. What is this? Xano remained in a trance for an extended moment, slowly turning to face the solemn expression of Tato. With a subconscious motion, his lips parted slightly. Nature system, swamp fruit? This statement was deliberately spoken in a hushed tone, audible only to himself. However, the incredulity etched across his face was unmistakable. Apart from the unexpected revelation that Tato was a power wielder, Xano's astonishment stemmed from his knowledge that in the original narrative, The swamp fruit belonged to the notorious supernova, Carib, who appeared in Sabaody Archipelago. Such a devil fruit exists solely in singularity. Only upon the demise of its user can another identical fruit manifest elsewhere in the world. Does this not imply that if events were to unfold as they originally did, the present-day Tato would meet his demise in the near future? Yet, Tato misinterpreted Ziano's reaction, believing the young boy was simply awestruck by witnessing such an extraordinary spectacle for the first time. With a smirk that was exceedingly smug, he boasted, "Well, what do you think, kid? This is a power I recently acquired." To his disappointment, Ziano merely nodded in a perfunctory manner, lacking the admiration he had anticipated. This slight vexed the elderly man, causing him to turn away with a huff. Shifting the focus to the shore, the pirates, having been struck by the earlier mud rain, suffered grievously. While few had perished on the spot, most lay wounded, writhing in agony, evidently stripped of their fighting spirit. At this juncture, among the Black Cat pirates, only Zango and Buji remained standing, having escaped the brunt of the attack. What manner of irritability is this? Observing the devastation before him, Buji felt cold sweat trickling down his brow as he cautiously retreated a few steps, his corpulent visage quaking in sheer panic. This is absurd. How could we possibly contend with such a monster? He annihilated all my subordinates in an instant. Is he truly a devil fruit user? Beneath his heart-shaped sunglasses, Zango wore a grave expression, beads of perspiration cascading from his forehead. After a moment's hesitation, he clenched his teeth and urgently commanded Buji, "Run now." He then cast a lingering glance at Tato on the deck before resolutely turning away, pushing past his obstructing crewmates and sprinting back down the street. In the East Blue, a relatively obscure locale, many might be oblivious to the existence of devil fruits, but as the first mate of the Black Cat pirates, he was acutely aware of their potency, particularly Tato's formidable abilities, which extinguished any thoughts of confrontation. However, Captain Kuro had not anticipated his first mate's decisive retreat, leaving Buji in a state of bewilderment, rooted in place, clearly taken aback by such unexpected resolve. "Fool, what are you thinking? Do you still believe that Kuro would show up here? Hurry up and come over." In the distance, Zhang Ao continued to sprint without pause, merely turning back to curse before accelerating desperately towards the outskirts. "Oh," Bucci foolishly replied, setting his short legs in motion, preparing to follow. However, at that very moment, a voice, cold and indifferent, suddenly resonated in the now silent dock. "Oh, you all believe he won't appear?" The origin of the voice was peculiar. It seemed to emanate from the outer harbor one moment, and the next, it was directly beside the pirate ship that was docked. This voice heralded danger. On the shore, Chiral narrowed his gaze, abruptly extinguishing his cigarette and swiftly turning to look. Swish! On the deck, a figure clad in a crimson coat materialized like a specter, and in an instant, he flickered, silently appearing by the railing. The moment Shano felt that something was amiss and was about to turn his head, he felt a chill at his neck, a sharp pain emanating from both sides. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of 10 slender, gleaming blades resting ominously on his shoulder. The cat's claw 10 blades, he realized, understanding the peril he was in. Without hesitation, he abandoned the thought of turning around, stiffening his body and remaining utterly still. On the shore, upon witnessing this scene, Beachy and the others stood frozen, followed by an uproar. "Damn it, let Shano go. Kuro, you think bullying a child is some great feat? If you have the guts, come down here and face me one-on-one. Shano, don't move. Damn it. If he dares to harm you, none of those lying on the ground will leave today." Amidst the clamor, Kuro, draped in his red coat, didn't even cast a glance below. At that moment, while he held Shano's neck with the blade, he scrutinized Hato a few meters away with an assessing gaze. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A devil fruit user. How intriguing. Such a monster is quite rare in the East Blue. Tato, now fully liquid, had his muddy tendrils halted midway, evidently having attempted to rescue Shano, but failing to do so in time. Hearing Kuro's words, his expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he replied, "So you are Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat pirates. If a fight is what you desire, I shall gladly entertain you. Why ambush this young one? Is this your so-called cunning ability? Your words are rather ungracious, old man." Klo remarked with a hint of derision gleaming in his eyes behind his frameless glasses. He leisurely chuckled. "Why the haste? Since I have come to the deck, it is only natural that I wish to engage you. As for this lad, he is merely being momentarily restrained to avoid any distractions, allowing you the time to hear me out." "Humph, there is nothing of value for us to discuss," Tato retorted, casting a cold glare in Klo's direction. However, as his gaze fell upon the delicate intersection of the 10 blades and Shano's neck, noting the faint traces of blood appearing on the tender skin due to excessive pressure. He inhaled deeply and narrowed his eyes at Chloe, his tone softening considerably. Speak then. What is it that you truly desire? Release Shano first, and I am open to negotiations. Chapter 29. The Need for Swiftness. In truth, there was little to say. Chloe glanced at the lifeless body of Sam on the ground, squinting slightly before disinterestedly shifting his gaze towards the dock below. My subordinates have paid dearly for their foolishness. Though they may be a ragtag group, as their captain, it would be unbecoming of me to abandon them outright. Let them depart first. What do you think? Tado furrowed his brow and glanced at the dock, noticing that Zango and Budgie had already fled. The remaining crew members were merely ordinary members, prompting him to dismiss any further concern. He nodded, stating very well, let them leave on their own. His voice was not loud, yet in the now quiet dock, every member of the Black Cat Pirates heard him distinctly. In an instant, they clung to this lifeline, erupting into joyous cheers. Except for those who had already perished on the spot, all others, even the severely injured with crippled legs, frantically fled towards the outskirts of the town, aided by their comrades. The recent events had been overwhelmingly shocking, and at this moment, even if Chloe commanded them to stay, it was unlikely any would possess the courage to confront Tado. It seems your assessment of your crew is indeed accurate. They're truly a bunch of worthless souls. Tardo let out a derisive snort. He had always harbored a disdain for those large pirate crews that relied on quantity over quality. The lackluster performance of crews like the Black Cat Pirates only deepened his contempt. What can I say? Crew's gaze, veiled by his rimless glasses, bore a hint of languor and nonchalance as he languidly remarked, if it were otherwise, do you think I would still be lingering in this insignificant corner of the East Sea? Below deck, Beachy paced anxiously, casting glances upward intermittently, while beside him, Chiral furrowed his brow, fixated on crew on the deck. He had forsaken his usual cigarette, opting instead to keep his hand firmly rested on the hilt of his sword, poised for immediate action should the need arise. Moments later, as voices wafted down from the deck, Beachy could no longer contain himself and spat. What nonsense is this? Both of them are waxing lyrical about the notorious pirates of the East Sea over the years. It's just crew, for heaven's sake. Why is the captain hesitating? If it were me, I would have cleaved him in two by now. Big guy, what do you know? Chiral scoffed coldly. Crew is clearly stalling for time, allowing his subordinates to escape safely. After all, these ruffians still serve as crucial support for his foothold in the East Sea. The captain is well aware of this. However, given that young Shano is still in crew's grasp, he dares not act recklessly. I understand that as well. Beachy gritted his teeth, his voice brimming with fury. But I refuse to accept this. What cunning crew, making grandiose claims, only to use a child as leverage? What distinguishes him from scum? If he has the guts, he should come down here and face me in a real fight. While your initial assertions hold some truth, your latter remarks seem to overestimate your own capabilities. Do they not? Kylar finally withdrew his gaze from the deck, casting a subtle glance at the man before him. After all, Crocodile was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries. In the entire East Blue, few pirates could boast a higher bounty than his. Yet here stood this fellow, with merely a bounty of 200,000 berries. Turning his head, a look of concern returned to Kylar's eyes as they fell once more upon the ship. He realized the situation hinged entirely on how the captain would handle it. One could only hope that Crocodile, in his madness, would not act recklessly, for otherwise, young Shano would find himself in grave danger. On the deck, Shano cursed his misfortune. Feeling the cold blade pressed against his throat, he clenched his teeth, silently cursing under his breath, while Crocodile was engaged in negotiations with Tado. The grip of the 10 blades in his hands tightened inadvertently, causing Shano to feel his breath grow heavier, his nerves constantly pricked by the icy edge. His body was on the brink of explosion, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Neither Tado nor Crocodile noticed the blood vessels in the corners of his eyes, exacerbated by his labored breathing, nor the flush spreading across his face. Stealing a glance at Tado beside him, Shano felt a pang of regret. He had been too careless. Just moments before Crocodile's voice had cut through the air, his mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of the swamp fruit. Had he been more alert, he would not have allowed Crocodile to press the blades against his throat without a response. This oversight had plunged him into a contradictory predicament. On Tado's side, despite being a natural fruit user with power that eclipsed Crocodile's, it was evident that he had only recently acquired such abilities. His proficiency and mastery were nowhere near that of Caribou from the original tale. Otherwise, Crocodile would have been ensnared by the muck beneath his feet as he attempted to approach stealthily, never having the chance to ascend to the deck. Ironically, while Crocodile was aware of the devil fruit powers, he seemed oblivious to the fact that without the use of haki, his meager offensive capabilities were incapable of inflicting any harm on Tado. He appeared eager to engage in a duel with Tado, which only added to the absurdity of the situation. In any other context, Shano would have found it hilarious, laughing heartily while watching Crocodile get bested by Tado. But in the current dire circumstances, with the threat of imminent death lurking, laughter was far from his mind. Coughing slightly, Shano realized that if things continued this way, given Crocodile's unpredictable nature, he might very well be dispatched without a second thought. The lack of oxygen made him recall Crocodile's erratic behavior, even towards his own crew, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. As he glanced at the 10 blades pressed against his skin, his mind raced, desperately seeking a solution. Wait! In an instant, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, and his eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. The bronze treasure chest. Indeed, within Xiano's current backpack lies an unopened bronze treasure chest. Previously, after vanquishing Sam, his wind blade technique had ascended to the novice level, which precisely met the criteria for unlocking the chest. However, he had neglected this possibility amidst the chaos on the shore. Now, in this critical moment, the unknown treasure chest had become one of Xiano's hopes for salvation. Although the chances were slim, who knows what valuable items it might contain. Contemplating this, Xiano hesitated no longer. With a flicker of thought, a softly glowing attribute panel materialized before him. His gaze swiftly moved to the bottom of the backpack section, where a chest icon shimmered with a faint radiance. After a moment's scrutiny, a dialogue box unexpectedly appeared. You currently possess 1 bronze treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Indeed, the chest was confirmed to be accessible. Without further ado, Xiano resolutely murmured, yes. In the next instant, the message appeared. You have opened the bronze treasure chest, containing a random hero equipment package for Valoran. Please wait while it randomly rotates. A random hero package? Xiano paused momentarily, furrowing his brow. Some heroes in Valoran possess demigod-level backgrounds, if fortune smiles upon him. Perhaps he might uncover a miraculous artifact that could alter the tide of battle. Thus, his anticipation grew, and he fixated intently on the shimmering chest in the backpack section. The result? Congratulations! The rotation was successful. This time, the random hero is the swift scout, Teemo. Huh? Xiano was momentarily taken aback, then utterly bewildered. What on earth? Is this some sort of poison? At this juncture, you present me with hero equipment, and it happens to be that character, Teemo? Truly, I must have the worst luck, right? It seems I am indeed the unfortunate one. However, the adorably naive system was unperturbed by his inner turmoil. In the next instant, a series of cold, mechanical notifications resonated in Xiano's mind, plunging him into a state of utter confusion. You have acquired Toxic Blow Dart X1. You have acquired Teemo's Goggles X1. You have acquired Teemo's Hat X1. You have acquired Teemo's Cotton Underwear X1. You have acquired Invisibility Mushrooms X3. Congratulations! The complete set of equipment for the hero, Swift Scout, has been placed in your backpack. Utilize them in battle. Young one. Captain Teemo is standing by. Chapter 030. The counterattack begins with mushrooms, a blow dart, goggles, a hat, and cotton underwear. Xiano, with a vacant gaze, turned his attention to the rear, feeling an unsettling sensation enveloping him. Hey. The ones ahead seemed relatively normal. But what on earth is this cotton underwear? Even if I were to receive such an item, it should at least be something worthy of my beloved Aishi. Who in their right mind would desire the undergarments of a chubby little bum that has perished millions of times in a year? As a torrent of vexation surged through his thoughts, a flash of brilliance flickered in his backpack, revealing that the bronze treasure chest had completely vanished, replaced by the 5-piece set of Teemo, now occupying individual slots in his inventory, giving an appearance of being brimming with items. Nevertheless, after suppressing his urge to complain, Xiano's gaze roamed through his backpack until it settled on the section containing the invisible mushrooms. It appeared that among the items bestowed by the system, there was indeed something of potential utility. The mushrooms served as one of the identifiers of Teemo in the game, and were also the primary source of the animosity directed towards him from numerous heroes. If the effects of these 3 mushrooms were indeed akin to their in-game counterparts, they could very well become a lifeline in his current predicament. After a brief contemplation, as anticipated, a line of black explanatory text materialized above the inventory slot. Invisible mushroom, a secret weapon from Bandle City, possesses potent toxicity, capable of inducing a brief state of full-body numbness in enemies, followed by a prolonged state of poisoning, simultaneously slowing their movement and reaction speeds. Method of use: simply retrieve from the backpack to activate. Duration of invisibility, 5 minutes. Indeed, as Shano continued to observe, his eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and gradually, a comprehensive plan began to take shape within his mind. With a slight mental nudge, the count of invisible mushrooms in his backpack shifted to X2, and silently, a vibrant, invisible mushroom cascaded from his sleeve, gently landing at Chloe's feet. Casting a glance at the 10 blades still poised around his neck, their frigid aura exerting a chilling pressure upon him, Shano endeavored to shrink his neck inward as discreetly as possible, seeking some relief for his throat. However, even so, the faint vibration emanating from the blades did not escape Chloe's keen perception. He abruptly halted his conversation with Tato, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze at Shano. "Little brat, you'd best behave, or don't blame me for being uncivil." A tremulous yet youthful voice responded, tinged with palpable fear, as Chloe distinctly felt the black-haired boy in his grasp trembling ever so slightly. "That's good. Otherwise, if I were to slip and accidentally kill you, Captain Tato would surely seek vengeance upon me." Though directed at Shano, the words bore a sharp edge, mocking Tato on the other side. "If only you truly understood that." "Gilda." Tato narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a calm tone. Meanwhile, the sludge forming his lower body churned and extended, emitting ominous bubbling sounds, creating an impressive aura. "Do not be deceived by your bounty being higher than mine. Should you dare to lay a finger on young Shano, I assure you, today shall be your final day alive." "What a grandiose claim, old man Tato," Kuro sneered, freeing one hand to adjust his glasses while casting a sidelong glance towards the harbor outside the ship. By this point, the members of the Black Cat Pirates had long vanished from sight, and his purpose of stalling for time had been accomplished. Shifting his gaze back to Tato, a glint of icy ruthlessness flickered in his narrow eyes behind the frame of his glasses. "Enough of this idle chatter. Now, let us see who truly reigns as the strongest pirate in the East Sea." With a sudden flourish of his left arm, while still holding Shano captive with his right, Kuro unleashed 5 razor-sharp blades, each over a meter in length, which hung ominously in the air. The cold gleam of the blades cast a chilling atmosphere across the deck. "Tato, it is time to compete." With the roar echoing, Kuro's entire demeanor shifted rapidly, from a demeanor of cold indifference to one of rising intensity. As he stood tall, his head held high, a proud and disdainful air erupted around him, asserting his dominance over all. Hey, this guy's aura has changed. He is indeed a notorious pirate with a bounty of 16 million. He should not be underestimated, murmured the onlookers on the shore, their expressions shifting as they realized that this individual was currently the highest bounty pirate in the entire East Sea. Tato maintained a stern expression, seemingly oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, yet the sludge of his body churned with increasing ferocity. "However, before we proceed, I must fulfill my promise. I have released your crew, so should you not let Shano go?" "Promise?" Kuro glanced down at Shano, repeating Tato's words, then suddenly adjusted his glasses and erupted into laughter. Initially, it was a light chuckle, as if he could not contain himself, but it quickly escalated into a boisterous cackle, filled with mockery. "Ha ha ha ha, promise?" Kuro tilted his head, gazing at Tato through the bottom of his glasses, a sneer plastered across his face. Meanwhile, his right hand tightened its grip silently, causing a trickle of blood to flow from Shano's neck. The sudden pain nearly rendered Shano unconscious. "A promise? How utterly laughable. Old man, do pirates' promises hold any weight? Now it has become a battle between you and me. It would indeed be more convenient to eliminate this pesky little creature." Upon witnessing this, Tardo's expression changed dramatically. Overwhelmed by fury, he suddenly stomped his foot, causing a surge of mud to rise from the ground, morphing into a colossal hand that swiftly swept towards Chloe's right hand. "Release me," Chloe retorted coldly, a smirk gracing his lips. With a slight flick of his wrist, the claws of his right hand pivoted, aiming for Shano's throat, while his right foot retreated slightly, preparing to execute his silent step and withdraw. However, just as his foot made contact with the ground, he felt an unusual, soft sensation beneath his sole, akin to stepping on jelly, making it exceedingly difficult to exert further pressure. Chloe paused momentarily, instinctively glancing down. In that instant, boom, a deep explosion reverberated across the deck, as a peculiar lavender mist erupted beneath Chloe's feet, expanding rapidly. His pupils constricted in shock as the mist enveloped him entirely. Chapter 031-032. The body as frailty, what is this? A tingling sensation surged from his legs, swiftly spreading throughout his body. Chloe soon realized that the numbing feeling was causing his movements to slow considerably, a rare flicker of panic crossing his face. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, an elbow strike landed violently against his abdomen, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain. Chloe involuntarily stumbled back a step, only to feel his right wrist seized in a vice-like grip. In a swift motion, his hand was twisted painfully, forcing him to relinquish his claws. At that moment, a diminutive figure darted away, escaping his grasp. Damn it, that little imp! Chloe immediately grasped the situation, his gaze turning icy as he pivoted to pursue the little creature. However, he collided head-on with a shadow that rapidly loomed larger within his sight. This is bad. Chloe suddenly remembered that Tato had already made his move. In a moment of panic, just as he intended to retreat, his knees buckled, and he found himself unable to take a single step. Stumbling forward, he nearly fell to the ground. In the midst of Chloe's futile struggle, a mass of mud, shaped like a colossal hand, surged toward him with a fierce roar, crashing into his body with tremendous force. The impact sent Chloe hurtling through the air, culminating in a thud as he landed against the railing opposite him. A sharp, tearing pain erupted in his abdomen, and he felt a metallic taste in his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to sit up, clutching his abdomen, and weakly lifted his gaze. At that moment, with a sudden sharp sound, a crisp slap echoed across the entire deck. A vivid crimson mark appeared on Chloe's fair, unblemished face, glaringly conspicuous. Simultaneously, a wooden sword, which Chloe could hardly believe, slowly retracted from the side of his face. "How do you feel, Captain Chloe?" A gentle voice reached his ears. Turning toward the source, he beheld Shano, with his dark hair and eyes, crouching before him, wiping the blood from his neck while offering him a faint smile. Behind him, Tato appeared to exhale in relief, though his expression remained grim. As he approached, the mud on his body continued to writhe and merge, gradually spreading across the deck. Under Tato's control, the mud, akin to a swamp, ensnared Chloe, binding him firmly, even encompassing the railing opposite him. "You scared me, you little rascal. Thank goodness you're all right." With that, Tato finally relaxed, casting a glance at Shano. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze fell upon the bloodstain on Shano's neck. "You've been injured. Should I summon the ship's doctor at once?" "It's nothing serious. Just a minor wound. Don't worry, Uncle." Ziano flashed a grin, signaling that he was unharmed. However, when he turned to face Kuro, the shadows lurking in his eyes were unmistakable, and his tone turned frigid. After all, he vowed to make this individual pay. Being held hostage with a sharp blade pressed against his throat, with the constant threat of losing his life, would incite resentment and fury in any ordinary person after being rescued. How much more so for Ziano, who, despite his youthful appearance, harbored a deeply calculating and vengeful nature. Indeed, throughout his previous life on Earth, and after his reincarnation into the pirate world, Ziano had adhered to a singular belief. When wronged, one should retaliate swiftly, preferably settling the score on the spot. Indeed, it is Kuro, behind his rimless glasses, struggled momentarily before realizing escape was futile. A flicker of emotion crossed his gaze, but he quickly regained his composure. His expression remained impassive as he traced the scar on his face with his fingers, then shifted his focus from Tato to Ziano. "What transpired with my body earlier was your doing, wasn't it? To carry poison and hidden weapons at such a young age, I underestimated you." The paralysis from the mushroom's effects lasted only a few seconds, and by this point, Kuro had regained normal control of his body. Yet, he still felt a noxious substance coursing through him, intensifying the pain in his abdomen. Consequently, he surmised that Ziano had stealthily employed a poison weapon while he was unguarded, allowing the latter to escape. Regret mingled with a sense of loss. Had he not wasted time bantering with Tato, he could have simply dispatched this brat with a single thrust. A sharp slap echoed abruptly, interrupting Kuro's thoughts. The blade retracted, leaving a fresh crimson scar on Kuro's right cheek. Across from him, Ziano leisurely withdrew his wooden sword, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Yes, it was indeed my handiwork. Captain Kuro, what are your thoughts?" Kuro's gaze turned icy, and he forcefully yanked his arm, sending mud splattering as he attempted to claw at Ziano, furious. "You insolent brat. Don't think that with Tato protecting you, you can flaunt your arrogance before me." Another resounding slap rang out as Ziano silently retracted his wooden sword. Observing Kuro's swollen cheek, he scratched his head, feigning a hint of remorse. Captain Kuro, did I strike a bit too hard? Perhaps I should be gentler next time." However, it seemed that the blow had been particularly harsh, for Kuro's head hung low, disheveled hair cascading over his forehead, obscuring half of his face. A profound silence enveloped the scene, a silence so deep it was akin to death itself. Behind Shano, Tado, who had initially watched with a hint of helplessness at Shano's vengeance, suddenly furrowed his brow, lowering the arms that had been crossed over his chest. A flicker of uncertainty flashed in his eyes. Something about this fellow seemed amiss. On the other side, after a prolonged silence, Kuro finally stirred, slowly lifting his head. Beneath his rimless glasses, a gaze devoid of any emotion met Shano's, and after a slight movement of his lower lip, he finally spoke. Very well. There are indeed many oblivious little brats in this world. Though his tone appeared indifferent, it carried a venomous chill reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike, sending an icy shiver down Shano's spine. If any members of the Black Cat Pirates were present, they would have likely been too frightened to utter a sound, for they understood that at this moment, Captain Kuro was seething with fury, though he masked it well. After all, when Kuro truly lost his mind, he could eliminate even his own comrades without hesitation. Chapter 033. The Sword in the Heart. Listen to the whispering wind in an instant. A sharp wind howled across the deck. It swooped left and right, a relentless sound that was elusive in its origin. Only intermittently did the claw marks left on the ship hint at Kuro's presence, blurred by his rapid speed. Humph, he truly possesses some skill, Tado sneered, as the mud form from his right arm surged restlessly. As he surveyed his surroundings, he whispered to the young Shano behind him, "You know, having you here makes me a bit uneasy. How about I first send you to Kairal with the mud? That way, I can deal with that." Before he could finish his thought, he instinctively glanced back, only to be taken aback. Before him stood the black-haired youth, peacefully leaning against his broad back, his eyelids slightly lowered and silent. His delicate face bore an expression of intense focus and earnestness. If it weren't for the serene smile gracing his lips and the gentle placement of his hands on the hilt of his wooden sword, Tado might have thought the boy was asleep. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the black-haired youth's bangs to flutter. Simultaneously, the delicate tips of his ears subtly twitched in response to the wind's direction. It was a peculiar sensation, one that defied easy description, as if he were quietly attuned to the whispers of the wind, discerning Kuro's movements. How could that be? The thought flickered in Tado's mind, leading him to chuckle softly and shake his head in denial. Such an ability was reserved for the formidable beings dwelling deep within the Grand Line. The black-haired lad before him, while skilled with the sword, was merely a child of 12 or 13. How could he possibly possess such mastery? One must ultimately rely on oneself. As the mud in his hands swirled, Tado was just about to turn his head to envelop the entire cabin's perimeter with the swamp, when he caught sight of a black-haired youth, his head bowed low. In that instant, the boy's eyes suddenly sprang open, radiating a fearsome brilliance. There! What? Tado was momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the youth seemed unfazed, stepping forward with a thunderous stride, his wooden sword drawn in a flash, slicing towards a specific direction. With a swift draw, the blade glimmered like frost in the air, and in that very moment, the gust of energy it unleashed grew increasingly formidable, culminating in a resounding explosion as the wooden sword descended. Whoosh! The shock waves swept through like a tempest, carving a massive breach into the marshy ground, and at the point where the sword struck, a muffled groan of anguish echoed in the previously empty air. Suddenly, a figure clad in a crimson coat emerged from the billowing violet smoke, staggering into view. Delicate rivulets of blood trickled down from his right side. Grasping his wound with his left hand, Close struggled to rise, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Shano, his expression saturated with incredulity. How could this be possible? Tado, equally bewildered, found himself looking down, his thoughts mirroring Close. Just moments ago, he had concluded that pinpointing a location by sound was implausible. Yet here was Shano, having cleaved Clo from Adair with a single stroke, a veritable slap in the face, rendering the scene profoundly awkward. He then observed as the suspended Lake Toya was gradually retracted by the black-haired youth, who returned it to his waist, with a slight tilt of his fair face. He cast a glance at Tado, a peculiar smile gracing his lips before turning his attention back to the astonished Clo. This fellow, of all methods, chose to attack through high-speed movement, as if to suggest that Tado's 3 years of wind swordsmanship had been in vain. Noticing Clo's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, Shano couldn't help but pout in mild disappointment, muttering to himself that it was regrettable he had missed the vital strike. Beside them, Tado, recovering from his reverie, could not restrain himself from inquiring, "How did you manage to locate him when even I couldn't discern his position?" Yet he soon realized that Shano paid him no mind, inexplicably cleaving at the air to his right once more, leaving Tado perplexed. "What are you doing?" Ziano turned around and noticed Tado gazing at him with a perplexed expression. He scratched his head and said, "Oh, it's nothing, just gathering some wind. What was it you asked me earlier?" Tado furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend. Yet he was too disinclined to inquire further. With a hint of irritation, he reiterated his previous question. In response, Ziano suddenly felt that he might have overreacted and was at a loss for how to explain himself. After a moment's contemplation, he chuckled and said, "Uncle Tado, we have a saying on Andric Island that you may not have heard before." "What is it?" Tado was momentarily bewildered. "To wield the sword in one's heart and listen to the whisper of the wind." Ziano casually tossed aside Yasuo's dialogue, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference, and with an air of arrogance that was almost infuriating, addressed Tado. "After honing my swordsmanship for so long, if I cannot even master this level of skill, how can I hope to navigate the vast ocean? Wouldn't you agree, old man?" Tado felt a surge of irritation, nearly crinkling his nose in frustration, casting a fierce glare at Ziano. "You impudent brat, why not just say that all you newcomers are monsters, knowing full well that I cannot achieve such feats? You dare to jest in this manner." Tado was taken aback, wondering how Ziano had already begun to resemble that seasoned rogue, Biki, even before becoming a pirate himself. Ziano parted his lips, but refrained from speaking further. In truth, his earlier comment was not entirely in jest. The wind control sword technique he practiced was fundamentally a swordsmanship that emphasized speed and agility. His daily training revolved around being attuned to his surroundings, honing both his auditory and visual acuity, which naturally surpassed that of an ordinary person over time, particularly today. Having upgraded to the novice level of the wind control sword technique, Ziano felt that both the fierce momentum of his strikes and his sensitivity to the sounds of the wind had ascended to a new echelon. To others, Closed Spoon might have posed a considerable nuisance, but for someone like him, who thrived on agility, it served as a perfect counterbalance. He wondered if, with continued training, he could eventually comprehend the observation hockey. His gaze shifted towards Chloe, who appeared to have recognized the challenge he posed. Aware that under Tado's watchful eye, he could not eliminate Ziano and depart unscathed, Chloe had seized a moment while Ziano conversed with Tado to quietly retreat. He was on the verge of vaulting over the railing and escaping the deck. Chapter 034. Who says I lack a 3-stage queue? To the north of the pirate ship lay the port of Prose Island, tightly secured by the vigilant Kaler and his compatriots, making a breakthrough virtually impossible. Hence, Chloe chose to flee southward towards the expansive sea. Numerous vessels were docked at the port, and with Chloe's swimming prowess, if he could successfully plunge into the water, he might indeed elude capture. He certainly runs swiftly. At that very moment, Tado also noticed Chloe's subtle maneuver. With a mere thought, he directed the swamp beneath him to unleash a massive surge of mud towards the southern railing. The mud surged with ferocity, its speed formidable, quickly closing the distance to Chloe and rapidly enveloping the hem of his crimson cloak. As the mud threatened to engulf Chloe entirely, Tado narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms defiantly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. However, at this critical juncture, Chloe suddenly extended his claw-like hand behind him and, without glancing back, slashed at the pinnacle of his red cloak. The sound of fabric tearing resonated sharply. Under the keen edge of his blade, the vibrant cloak was severed in an instant. The mud, which had just begun to cling to the top of the cloak, suddenly lost its anchor and plummeted to the deck alongside the tattered garment. Seizing the opportunity, Chloe vaulted over the railing and plunged into the sea with a resounding splash. The entire sequence of events unfolded with alarming swiftness, leaving the previously confident Tado momentarily stunned. His expression darkened as he hastily approached the railing, with Shano, equally taken aback, trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the edge, they peered down only to find that Chloe had already swum several meters away. Nearby, an array of vessels lay anchored, and it was evident that Chloe intended to navigate through the gaps between them. This tactic would not only provide cover from the larger ships, but also significantly increase his chances of evading Tado's assaults. Tado furrowed his brow, dismissing further contemplation as he swiftly swung his arm, activating the swamp machine gun. Countless clumps of mud erupted forth, hurtling towards Chloe like a torrential downpour. However, with most of Chloe's body submerged, the majority of the aggressive mud projectiles either missed their mark or, even if they landed near him, were effortlessly evaded, splashing harmlessly into the water. Frustration mounted within Tado. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Recognizing the limited efficacy of his attack, he instinctively moved to leap into the water in pursuit of Chloe. But in an instant, he was jolted back to reality, recalling that he was now a devil fruit user, and his once prized swimming abilities had long since vanished. To plunge into the sea after Chloe would be tantamount to self-destruction. After a brief moment of hesitation, he turned to Shano and commanded in a low voice, "Young one, I will keep watch here. You must hurry to the dock and summon Beachy and Lar. They possess the best swimming skills. If we act swiftly, we may still catch up." To his surprise, Shano merely chuckled, showing no intention of moving. Instead, he drew a wooden sword from his waist and held it in hand, casting an apologetic glance at Tato. "Sorry, uncle." "But, sorry? What do you mean by that?" Tato's confusion was palpable. Just as he sought clarification, Shano suddenly swung the sword towards Tato's midsection. Taken off guard, Tato had no time to react as the blade pierced his body. With a soft squelch, the area where the sword passed through eerily transformed into a mass of mud. Once Shano retracted the weapon, it swiftly returned to its original state as if nothing had transpired. Shano's expression remained unperturbed, suggesting he had anticipated this outcome, while Tato stood in shock, rendered speechless. Shano. In the next moment, an enraged roar erupted on the deck. Tato jabbed a finger into Shano's chest, his voice booming as he spat out words laced with indignation. "This is utterly disrespectful. You little rascal, do you have any idea what you just did?" A normal person would have been gravely injured. A hint of embarrassment crept across Shano's face as he embraced Lake Toya, murmuring softly, "Wasn't it merely a failed attempt to gather the wind? Besides, dear uncle, your body is entirely covered in mud. Surely a mere sword strike would not be of consequence." "Indeed, that may be the case, but young one, your recklessness is quite pronounced." Tardo, believing that Shano's curiosity had compelled him to experiment with his fruit abilities, relaxed slightly, letting out a huff and adding, "Moreover, you have mentioned gathering wind twice now. What exactly does it mean? Shouldn't you clarify it for the old one?" "It's essentially a type of attack within my swordsmanship. However, there is no time for detailed explanations." As Shano spoke, he cast a glance at the sea, noticing that Chloe was swimming further away. In a hurry, he turned back, and before Tato, who was filled with disbelief, could react, he swiftly drew his sword and cleaved through his waist. This time, Tato was utterly astonished. The mud at his waist began to slowly writhe and restore itself, while Shano withdrew his wooden sword. After a moment of silence, Tato, with a stiff expression, turned to Shano and inquired, "This is the second time, isn't it? Just tell me directly, is there to be a third?" "No, there will not be." Ziano let out a faint chuckle then. Seizing the moment before Tato could unleash his fury, he swiftly turned to face Chloe. After a brief moment of aim, he gently placed his palm upon the wooden sword. It was at this moment that Tato finally noticed the seemingly old and unassuming wooden sword, now enveloped in a transparent aura. Faint whispers of a rushing wind echoing softly in his ears. "What is this?" Instantly, Tato's anger dissipated, replaced by a look of disbelief as he stared incredulously at Ziano. "Is this what you referred to as gathering the wind?" "Indeed." With a casual response, Ziano effortlessly drew the Lake Toya's sword, and, as if anticipating something, he waited for a few seconds. Just as Chloe was about to slip between the two large ships, Ziano firmly grasped the hilt, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and struck down in the direction he had aimed. "Ha! Sa! Go!" Accompanied by a peculiar battle cry, a fierce gale erupted from the Lake Toya, stirring up tumultuous waves that converged at the sword's tip. To Tato's astonishment, a towering tornado, 3 to 4 meters high, materialized, roaring toward the sea. Chapter 035. The calm after the storm boom. The tornado surged forward with incredible speed, spanning several meters across the sea in an instant. Amidst the astonishing waves that erupted on the water's surface, it struck Chloe, who was desperately swimming. Splash! As the water erupted, Chloe felt a deafening roar behind him. Just as he instinctively turned his head, he was suddenly swept into the air by an overwhelming force, only to be met with excruciating pain, as if countless blades were tearing through his body. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Aha, direct hit. The tornado's duration was brief. But as Chloe's body plummeted from the sky and splashed into the sea, slowly beginning to float, Ziano nodded in satisfaction, sheathing the Lake Toya. He then stepped onto the railing and, with determination, leaped into the water, adjusting his posture as he swam toward Chloe's drifting form. His swimming speed was remarkable, in fact, considerably swifter than Chloe's. After all, before setting out to sea, Ziano had spent years earning his living through fishing, honing his aquatic skills to surpass most pirates. On the deck, Tato stared blankly in the direction where the tornado had vanished, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Could such a commotion really be generated solely through swordsmanship? Gripping the railing tightly, Tato murmured to himself, "Indeed, the newcomers are truly extraordinary." Yes, indeed, a little monster. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind. Tato turned to glance and found Chiral already on the deck, advancing towards him. Behind Chiral, BC and the others had also finished clearing the battlefield and stepped onto the deck. Soon, the combat crew of the Tato pirate group had assembled, forming a circle around Tato. Did you all witness that? With a casual wave, Tato retracted the swamp that had covered the deck back into his body. His gaze swept across everyone, and with a furrowed brow, he inquired, did anyone discern the essence of that sword technique from that brat, Shano? That whirlwind is a power only possessed by a devil fruit user, isn't it? How could it manifest in the hands of such a young child? Though his question appeared directed at everyone, it was evidently aimed at Chiral, the most skilled swordsman among them. Instantly, nearly all eyes converged upon him. Cough! Why are you all staring at me? Chiral felt a bit awkward under their scrutiny. He cleared his throat and remarked sideways, if I could figure out, I wouldn't have been defeated by that brat Shano earlier. Besides, our sword techniques are quite different. It's likely a unique skill he has mastered through years of training. TCH, that was as good as saying nothing. You've only left me in anticipation, BC interjected with a scoff, unabashedly cutting off Chiral. Then, seemingly recalling something, he turned his gaze to the southern sea and remarked, by the way, Shano just jumped in the sea to chase after Chloe. Where is he now? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look in that direction. The next moment, upon discerning the situation on the water's surface, they all fell into a state of shock. There, on the sea, was a large pool of bright red blood, glaringly conspicuous, and beside it, Shano was struggling to swim back towards the ship, one hand gripping the lifeless body of Chloe by his tie. Even from a distance, it was evident that Chloe had multiple gaping wounds, blood continuing to pour from them. From any perspective, it was abundantly clear that Chloe was undeniably deceased. If this fellow were to become a pirate in the future, one could indeed feel reassured about his capabilities. After a prolonged silence, Tato managed a wry smile and murmured this observation. Beside him, nearly all the crew members instinctively nodded in agreement, evidently resonating deeply with the sentiment. A few dozen meters away at the dock, on a grand vessel anchored at the easternmost end, 4 or 5 figures stood silently on the deck, observing the happenings with keen interest. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man wearing brown-tinted sunglasses and a light purple-striped suit. Though his visage appeared ordinary, there was an unmistakable air of arrogance that suggested a long tenure in positions of power. His gaze remained fixed on Tato's pirate ship, occasionally revealing a contemplative expression. Behind him stood several young men clad in blue uniforms, their hands clasped behind their backs, maintaining a silent allegiance to the middle-aged man. Moments later, the sound of approaching footsteps resonated from the ship's cabin, drawing closer to the deck. Without turning, the middle-aged man calmly inquired, "So, are we all prepared?" "Not quite yet. But if we disregard the final inspection procedures at the shipyard, we are nearly there," a languid voice replied. Soon after, a brown-haired youth in formal attire appeared on the deck, yawning as he strolled over, eyeing the middle-aged man with a grin. "You seem rather invested in this batch of goods, Colonel." Naturally, the middle-aged man shot him a sidelong glance and snorted. Had it been under different circumstances, I would not be so anxious. However, this is the last order I placed before departing from the 16th branch. And given its relevance to the outfitting of lifeboats at the branch's base, how could I not care? Though their exchange lacked formality, the tone was imbued with a casual familiarity, indicating a relationship that was far more intimate than it appeared. "Oh, departing? Does this mean the rumors circulating within the family were indeed true?" A flicker of surprise crossed the brown-haired youth's face. "So, are you really being reassigned from the 16th branch soon?" "Yes, the orders from above have arrived. And it is now almost certain that I will be reassigned to headquarters as a major by the end of this month," the middle-aged man stated, removing his sunglasses and lighting a cigarette before continuing in a measured tone. "A major at headquarters?" The brown-haired youth paused, then burst into laughter. "I see. So you are being promoted. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance, Major Maynard. What's there to celebrate?" The middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression somewhat somber. "I originally came from the elite battalion at headquarters. Teacher Zephyr has always held me in high regard, so this return was anticipated. In contrast, my creation, the 16th branch, will undoubtedly cause me concern moving forward." Chapter 036, Farewell Banquet. Gazing into the distance, the middle-aged man let out a soft sigh before continuing. "It is often said that the East Sea is the weakest among the 4 seas, which is why it seldom receives due attention. The funding allocated to our East Sea branches is frequently the least. In truth, this does appear to be the case, considering the highest bounty among the East Sea pirates hovers around merely 20 million berries." "Is that really the case?" the brown-haired youth inquired, somewhat perplexed. Do you share this belief as well? The middle-aged man cast a sidelong glance at him and shook his head. While that statement holds some truth, this sea is ultimately the birthplace of the pirate king, Roger. Fearsome newcomers continuously emerge, and their rate of growth is nothing short of astonishing. As he spoke, his gaze drifted languidly to a certain spot west of the port. In such circumstances, the variables are exceedingly numerous. Whoever the next commander of the branch may be, I find myself quite worried. Yet, the outcome is already set in stone. I can only hope that the small fleet I commissioned today will prove useful in the future. Following the middle-aged man's line of sight, the brown-haired youth caught sight of a massive vessel hoisting its sails and slowly departing from the port. The ship bore no flag, but as the heir of the Pross family, his familiarity with ship designs allowed him to recognize it instantly. Is it a pirate ship? Indeed, the middle-aged man replied, inhaling deeply. That is the Tato pirate crew, led by the notorious butcher Tato, who has a bounty of 10 million berries. The emergence of such individuals is precisely what worries me about the EC Navy. Turning to look at the brown-haired youth, who seemed hesitant and on the verge of speaking, the middle-aged man could not help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. What is it? Are you wondering why we don't apprehend them? Yes, that's it. The youth nodded slightly. Although 10 million berries is a substantial bounty, Mr. Menard is an elite from the headquarters. Surely, it would be easy to defeat such foes if we encountered them? Indeed, that was the case previously, the middle-aged man replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before flicking it to the ground and extinguishing the embers with his shoe. However, that Tato has transformed remarkably since we last met. That old fellow has been fortunate. In just a few months, he has become a devil fruit user, and a Logia type at that. Such a formidable opponent is a rarity even in the Grand Line. Until I have mastered that power, I cannot contend with him. It is better to let him depart than to engage and leave empty-handed, thereby avoiding further damage to the Pross Island port. Retracting his gaze from the pirate ship, the middle-aged man turned around, his eyes landing on a row of subordinates clad in blue uniforms. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "What is the matter? Has there been no response from headquarters?" Report, Mr. Menard. We transmitted the recorded images to headquarters 10 minutes ago, yet we have yet to receive any response. A young man with his hands clasped behind his back stepped forward, saluted the middle-aged man, and spoke with a serious expression. Understood. Maintain communication, the middle-aged man replied, furrowing his brow. This time, aside from Tardo, we must not underestimate the strength displayed by the other members of this pirate crew. Please remind headquarters to consider an increase in the bounty. Yes, the young man affirmed. Additionally, while I am currently unable to deal with Tardo and his men, it will be quite easy to handle the Silver Shark and Black Cat pirate crews. Go. Immediately inform the branch to have Colonel Mouse bring the remaining 2 naval ships from the base to surround Pross Island. We must annihilate this batch of pirates before nightfall. Understood. The young sailors responded in unison, bowed, and then departed. Moments later, the sound of the transponder snail became a cacophony, transforming the once tranquil cabin into a bustling hub. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, twilight enveloped the sea, casting a rosy hue upon the gently lapping waves and the fleeting evening breeze, creating an atmosphere of warmth and tranquility. A massive pirate ship loomed in the center of the ocean, its expansive deck adorned lavishly and teeming with people. Several long tables had been joined together, laden with an array of dishes and fine wines, while laughter and jovial chatter echoed, filling the air with an oddly festive spirit. Clearly, a grand feast was underway. At the head of the gathering sat Zepp and Tardo, both seemingly slightly inebriated. Perhaps spurred by the effects of alcohol, they leaned against each other, exchanging playful jests and hearty laughter, drawing curious glances from the surrounding pirates. Most of the attendees were in a state of half-drunkenness, including the young boys, Shano and Sanji, who succumbed to the temptations of the fine wine and indulged more than they usually would. Xiano, possessing exceptional self-discipline, consistently opts for the mildest sake, ensuring his mind remains alert. In stark contrast, Sanji is utterly intoxicated, his face flushed as he slumps over the table, intermittently belching before lifting his cup to sip slowly, muttering incoherently to himself. Surprisingly, this little rascal still exhibits a hint of pride. Observing the blissful expression on Sanji's cherubic face, Xiano, cradling his sake, takes a sip and turns to smile subtly. Perhaps due to their earlier encounter, Sanji has maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards him during their voyage over the past fortnight, often resorting to petty schemes in a futile attempt at revenge. However, Xiano effortlessly evaded these clumsy traps, only serving to fuel the boy's frustration. Yet, during their encirclement by 2 pirate crews, Sanji was forcibly ushered by Xiano to the upper deck and subsequently hid in the storage room, witnessing the entirety of Xiano's confrontation. Particularly after witnessing the fierce tornado, Sanji's attitude towards Xiano inexplicably softened. Children, by nature, hold little grudges. Their admiration for strength often proves more enduring and profound. With a hint of smugness, Xiano glanced at the nearly empty bottle, deciding to drain it entirely in one swift motion, savoring a hearty belch before turning his gaze towards the horizon bathed in the setting sun. There, a magnificent sailing ship quietly anchored on the sea. Its broad hull adorned in shades of azure, stood out remarkably against the vast, boundless ocean. Chapter 037. A man's farewell needs no tears. Joyful moments are always fleeting. Before one realizes it, darkness has enveloped the sky, with only the last vestiges of twilight illuminating the conclusion of the gathering on deck. Amidst the chaos of scattered cups and plates, the cook, Rika, appeared on deck, her expression one of exasperation as she, with the aid of a few relatively sober crew members, began clearing the tables and chairs. Meanwhile, the inebriated pirates gathered, laughing heartily, raising their cups in celebration as they awaited their captain's next command. Finally, after a commotion resulting in a punch landed squarely on Zepp's face, Tato erupted into laughter, clutching a large cup of drink as he strode to the bow of the ship. After surveying the faces of his crew, he bellowed, "Lads, here, Captain, below." All the crew members, including Shano and Sanji, erupted in laughter, responding with a boisterous cheer. Only Zepp, nursing his swollen face, stumbled to his feet, grumbling discontentedly. "Truly impressive. You old fool. Just because you brought up my childhood mishaps of wetting the bed, must you resort to violence? Hey, old man, don't think that just because you're at a distance, I can't hear you." Tato, casting a sidelong glance at Zepp, quirked his eyebrows and said, "What does it matter if I beat you now? In our youth, I was at your mercy, often bullied by you. But now, the tides have turned. I stand here for you to strike. What can you possibly do to me, you old rascal? Enough of that. It's just a matter of picking up a devil fruit. What is the big deal?" Zepp retorted, rubbing his face and shooting him an irritated glare. "If you have something to say, spit it out. This is probably our last meeting. I don't have time for your ramblings." "Ah, Zepp, you're quite irritable," Tato chuckled, not lingering on the matter. He turned his face forward, cleared his throat, and spoke gravely. "Everyone, at this juncture, I shall not say much more. You all know what date is today, right? Ha ha ha, of course. We've been anticipating this day for ages. Captain Tato, hurry and give the orders." The crew roared with excitement at the mention of Rogtown and Reverse Mountain. Regardless of their sobriety, the crew was instantly stirred at Tato's words. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Tato grinned with satisfaction and, with a mighty effort, turned his head and shouted, "Beaky." "Here," replied Beaky. "Captain, hoist anchor, set sail, and head for the Grand Line." "Understood, Captain." From the crowd, the most robust among them, Beaky abruptly discarded his cup and strode toward the heavy black iron anchor. "Logging artillery over his shoulder. Ah la 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 la. Prépare fort departure, everyone." "Yes, Captain Beaky." With a resounding splash, Tato's ship, with its colossal iron anchor stretching over 10 meters, was forcefully raised from the depths by Beaky. Simultaneously, the sails unfurled as the wind rushed in, filling them gradually with the howling breeze. Boom! At that moment, a slight tremor resonated from the right side of the deck. Under the watchful eyes of all, a small boat, about 5 to 6 meters in length, was lowered into the sea, while a rope ladder descended gently onto the boat. Clearly, this arrangement was made for Shano and the others to disembark and head to the Bartai restaurant. "Now, before we depart, everyone," Tardo took a deep breath, raised his wine glass high, and laughed heartily, proclaiming a toast to our dear friend, Redfoot Zepp, the future swordsman Shano, and the charming little Sanji. "Let's drink to their farewell." A resounding cheer erupted, echoing like a tidal wave into the sky, startling even the distant birds. In the next moment, a cacophony of clinking glasses filled the air, each sparkling with wine, as the pirates joyfully lifted them to their bearded mouths and downed their contents with exuberant laughter. Cheers. Gulping down the wine, the glasses quickly emptied, revealing flushed faces still adorned with smiles. Observing the scene, Shano pursed his lips and glanced at the somewhat dazed Sanji behind him, eliciting a grin. Unrestrained and spirited, valuing loyalty and camaraderie, the pirates refrained from senseless violence and pursued thrilling adventures into the unknown. This was the essence of worthy companions. At least, from this day forth, he had gained a circle of friends in this unfamiliar pirate world whom he could trust and rely upon. As Zepp gazed at the scene before him, he too seemed touched repeatedly stroking his beard in an attempt to conceal his emotions. Ultimately, he lowered his hand, burst into laughter, drained his oversized wine glass in one go, and exhaled in satisfaction, exclaiming, "So, farewell everyone." Setting down his glass, Zep called to Shano and Sanji, and amidst the crowd's warm send-off, they descended the rope ladder and jumped securely onto their small boat. The small vessel was equipped with 2 oars, and without needing any instruction from Zep, Shano and Sanji exchanged glances, nodded, and each took an oar, sitting on either side as they began to row towards the distant Bartai restaurant. Meanwhile, the sails of the Tardo pirate ship billowed full, propelled by the wind, swiftly carrying them away. Yet, even at this distance, the shouts from the deck rang clear. "Farewell, Captain Redfoot. Wishing your restaurant prosperous business." This was Kaler's blessing. "Goodbye, Shano. Next time we meet, let us spar with swords," shouted a boisterous voice, unmistakably that of Beachy. "Haha, Beachy, don't get your hopes up. By the next meeting, Shano will have become a swordsman as formidable as Hawkeye. What makes you think you can compete?" The last voices faded, somewhat indistinct, but it was clear that it was the first mate Raku teasing. Truly, they were a group of formidable old men. Ziano could not help but curl his lip, glancing back to see the enormous pirate ship gradually diminishing into a mere black that against the backdrop of the crimson sunset. The only sight that remained clear was the seagulls soaring past, prompting him to let out a sigh as he averted his gaze. Despite his prior concerns regarding Tato's fate on the Grand Line, stemming from the fact that the swamp fruit belonged to Carib, how could he possibly hinder these endearing uncles from pursuing their dreams of conquering the Grand Line? One could only hope that, even if the fruit were to change hands in accordance with the original narrative, it would be due to Tato's advanced age, passing away peacefully in his sleep. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through his reverie. Ziano looked up to find Zep, gazing at him with a somewhat complex expression. Curiously, he inquired, "What is it?" "Uncle Zep?" It's nothing much. It's just that during the feast, Tato shared all the details of your battle with Kuro and the others," Zep replied, clearly hesitating for a moment before stroking his beard and breaking into a grin. "Impressive, young lad. To have defeated a pirate of such immense caliber, something even your father, Kost, could not accomplish. I thought you might have a different question for me." "Well, that was with Uncle Tato's assistance, merely a stroke of luck. If it had been just me alone, the outcome might have been quite different." Ziano scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. "Regardless, you really have exceeded my expectations, young one." After a moment of contemplation, Zep fixed his serious gaze upon Ziano and said, "Now, tell me, what aspirations do you hold for the future? Do you wish to become a pirate like Tato and the others?" "A pirate?" Ziano was taken aback, gazing at Japu's serious expression. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to shake his head, saying, "I am not certain about that." "Oh, what is this? Are you, young lad, planning to follow in my footsteps and remain ashore, living your life as a mere cook?" Japu chuckled, turning his gaze towards Sanji. "Speaking of which, the contrast between you and that little rascal Sanji is quite remarkable. One, who clearly lacks any skill, is incessantly eager to learn the culinary arts, while the other, possessing commendable culinary talent, seems entirely disinterested in honing it. It is rather ironic, isn't it? Hey, you old coot. What nonsense are you spouting? How can you say I am completely inept?" Shano had yet to respond when, beside him, Sanji instantly erupted in frustration. With a sharp motion, he flung the wooden oar into the boat and glared at Zeph, exclaiming, "Don't forget, I have served as an apprentice chef on a noble's passenger ship. Ordinary dishes are no challenge for me." "Indeed," Zeph retorted, casting him a discontented glance. "If that is the case, do not expect me to teach you how to cook in the future. I am eager to see if anyone would be willing to eat the meals you prepare on your own. Who do you think you are looking down upon? You old codger?" Sanji shouted, but Zeph had already turned his attention back to Shano. Frustrated, he puffed out his cheeks and muttered, "What's so impressive about that? We'll see who's right in due time, you jerk." Setting sail was inevitable, though he had yet to consider his identity. Shano pondered for a moment, his expression gradually becoming more serious. Whether it be the Navy, pirates, or bounty hunters, the identities of those who traversed the seas held little significance for him. If he were to make a choice in the future, it would likely be the path that offered the greatest freedom. "The greatest freedom, you say?" Zeph squinted, preparing to speak when he noticed Shano gently resting his empty right hand on the seemingly comical wooden sword. He then tilted his face slightly upwards and smiled at him, saying, "However, regardless of the path I choose, Uncle, my goal will remain unchanged." As the sun began to set, the boy with black hair and eyes tightly gripped the wooden sword, enunciating each word with fervor. "That is to become the world's greatest swordsman." The declaration resonated across the vast ocean, startling nearby seagulls into flight. As Zeph gazed at the seascape cloaked in twilight, he remained silent for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. He playfully ruffled Shano's hair, exclaiming, "You truly are audacious, you little brat. Yet I must admit, I appreciate such lofty aspirations. Young people should dare to dream and strive. Hey, stop messing with my hair, you old fool." Ziano felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him for the ostentatious declaration he had just uttered. In an instant, he became irate, glaring fiercely before forcefully pushing away the calloused hand that had grabbed him. What a ridiculous situation. Such an embarrassingly grandiose statement could only be uttered by someone as brash as Luffy. What had he just revealed about his own ambitions? Just as he was lost in these thoughts, Sanji suddenly chimed in with fervor, proclaiming, "In that case, I shall become the world's greatest chef. One day, I will make that old curmudgeon Zeph kneel before me, begging for my culinary wisdom." What atrocious lines. Indeed, the world of pirates is a bizarre realm that effortlessly ignites one's youthful fervor and dramatic spirit. Ziano reluctantly averted his gaze. Indeed, the next moment, Sanji was met with a fiery slap from Zep, causing him to cry out in pain. Ahem, those two little rascals certainly share the same foul temper. Zep glanced awkwardly at Ziano, cleared his throat, and with a smile, remarked, "Regardless, now that you have both expressed your aspirations, I feel at ease." As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the distant sea restaurant, and in a voice only he could hear, he murmured, "At least, before you reach adulthood, I shall no longer feel lonely." As dusk deepened, just before the sun dipped below the horizon, the small boat carrying the three finally came to a halt before the Bartai restaurant. The entire establishment rested upon a massive vessel, predominantly adorned in shades of blue, with the bow resembling the shape of a fish. The spot where Ziano and the others disembarked was a sprawling circular wooden platform, appearing to function as a movable floating dock. This must be what was referred to in the original work as the fish fin, he thought. Cautiously placing a foot on the wooden platform and sensing no sign of instability, Ziano finally felt reassured enough to disembark. He followed Sanji closely behind Zep, making their way to the center of the floating platform. Before them appeared the magnificent interior of a 3-story dining hall, adorned in opulent decor. Wow, it's so grand. Ziano was quite at ease. Having read the original work, he was not unfamiliar with the landscape before him. However, Sanji was entirely different. The moment he stepped onto the floating platform, he was filled with excitement, eagerly surveying the exterior walls. Whenever he spotted something unique, he would cheer joyfully, eventually running back to his original spot, exclaiming to Zep, "Old man, is this the sea restaurant?" "Indeed it is," Zep replied, his gaze fixed on the enormous sail atop the Bartai restaurant, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. It was akin to a child who had just acquired a cherished toy, gleefully showcasing it to his companions. "For instance, Sanji, what is it?" Sanji queried, casting a puzzled glance back at him. Zep's eyes grew deep and distant, as if he were reminiscing. No matter how vile a villain or how notorious a fugitive, as long as someone arrives at this establishment with an empty stomach, there lies a purpose for us to persevere here. Sanji paused, momentarily taken aback. Then a smile gradually crept onto his lips. He nodded vigorously, his young face radiating joy. "Yes, we'll be quite busy from now on. Not to worry. I will be here," Zep assured him. Sanji chuckled, and, as if suddenly recalling something important, turned to Ziano, raising his little fist in excitement. "Moreover, our restaurant has Big Brother Ziano with us. Finally upgraded your address." "Huh, you little rascal." Ziano was quietly observing the familiar scene when Sanji's words pierced through his heart like a delicate blade, unexpectedly striking the warmth within him. He reached out to pinch Sanji's slightly chubby cheek, retracting his hand amidst the other's look of disdain. Lifting his gaze towards Zep, he beamed. "Did you hear that? Old man, you need not fret over such trivial matters with me around, right?" Chapter 039. A sleepless night led him to undertake such actions. The trio did not linger outside for long. After Sanji had indulged his curiosity with a leisurely stroll, Zep guided Ziano and Sanji through the grand entrance of the Bartai restaurant. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious hall, furnished with 30 to 40 sets of tables and chairs. The decor mirrored the exterior, with a predominant teal hue that exuded elegance without appearing overly ornate, creating a remarkably comfortable ambience at first glance. The vessel boasted 3 levels, the first of which primarily consisted of an open dining hall, with the kitchen and storeroom situated at the back. As Zep led Ziano through the hall, he provided a detailed account of the surroundings. On the second floor, as per my request, the Prose family's shipwright has created over 20 vacant rooms for you and the future chefs and waitstaff to reside in. Over 20? Sanji, with a face full of curiosity, was observing the spiral staircase in the center of the hall. Upon hearing this, he swiftly turned his head, his expression brimming with astonishment. So many? Old man, where would we find that many people for our restaurant? Well, currently, it is indeed just the two of you, Zep replied with a grin, a hint of pride in his voice. However, after tonight, I shall commission the local newspaper to publish a recruitment notice. Naturally, the number of staff will increase over time. Otherwise, how can I transform this Bartai into the greatest maritime restaurant in the world? Indeed, Sanji nodded earnestly, his expression serious. Without a doubt, one day Bartai will become the largest restaurant in the world, and I shall become the greatest chef. Ziano couldn't help but chuckle. At this age, Sanji was indeed quite different from his character in the original narrative, constantly vocalizing his aspirations, resembling Luffy from a few years hence. As for the third floor, Zep cleared his throat and stroked his beard, remarking, "In my old age, I prefer tranquility, thus I have constructed a small attic for myself. Besides that, there are no other rooms." With that, he concluded the introductions, noting the late hour. "We shall discuss the particulars tomorrow." Casting a glance at the darkening sky outside, Zep retrieved a substantial bunch of keys from his pocket and casually tossed them to Ziano. "Now you two, ascend to the second floor and choose a room to settle in. The linens and bedding are in the storage room. You can fetch them without issue, correct?" "Yes, of course." The keys felt slightly weighty in Ziano's hand. He smiled at Zep and turned away. After calling out to Sanji behind him, the two ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor. As twilight deepened, Zep watched Ziano and Sanji's figures gradually fade from sight before he slowly turned around. His gaze swept over the somewhat empty hall before resting on a considerable pile of provisions in the corner, and he sighed softly. With those troublesome kids gone, it's time to get to work. At the month's end, the dark night sky bore a waning moon, barely casting any light, and the myriad stars were largely obscured by dense clouds, with only a few scattered glimmers breaking through, adding a sense of quietude to the sea shrouded in night. On the second floor of the cabin, in the last room at the eastern end, Ziano lay on the bed, his hands cradling a pillow behind his head, his right leg crossed over his left, gazing dreamily at the starry sky outside. He was not asleep, not because the day's events had overwhelmed him, but because he was acutely aware that, as a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder sufferer with a pronounced aversion to changing beds, he would undoubtedly be unable to sleep in a new one on his first night. The first night aboard the Tato pirate ship had been thus, and tonight at the Bartai restaurant was no different. Therefore, after a brief attempt to close his eyes and realizing the futility of it, Ziano abandoned the notion of sleep altogether. Instead, he pondered recent events and future plans under the sparse starlit sky. Since the topic of planning had arisen, it naturally called for something that had not been mentioned in a long while. Name: Ziano, hero level 2, 70100, strength 14, agility 18, wind swordsmanship, beginner proficiency 1100, 10000 skill, steel slash, level 2 with a forward thrust of the sword. A fierce blade of energy cleaves through all before you. Upon impact, the steel slash gains a layer of whirlwind fury effect, lasting for 10 seconds. After accumulating 2 layers of whirlwind fury, the steel slash will unleash a whirlwind capable of knocking back enemies. If one casts the steel flash during a charge, it will manifest as a circular blade. Embrace death to be reborn. When embroiled in battle, each enemy slain will restore a certain percentage of health, enhancing one's endurance on the battlefield. The way of the wanderer. Embrace death to be reborn. Offense is indeed the best form of defense. Reputation: insignificant. In the vast world of pirates, you are but an unknown novice. Your life or death holds little significance, and your name is of no concern to anyone. The path to a broader horizon is accompanied by solitude and humility, as the mundane and the ordinary walk hand in hand. In the previous confrontation with Kuro, Shano reaped considerable rewards. Although Kuro initially expended much energy due to Tato's swamp, the ultimate defeat and the finishing blow were both delivered by Shano himself. Consequently, while the proficiency in wind blade technique surged by nearly 100 points, Shano also garnered a full 50 points of hero experience, successfully elevating his level to 2. Both strength and agility increased by 2 points, and he received a skill point, which automatically enhanced Steel Flash. After all, it is currently my only active skill, but from the skill description, it appears to bear no distinction from the level 1 Steel Flash. Ziano's gaze swept across the attribute panel, and after a slight frown, it settled on the backpack section. At this moment, the backpack was completely filled with 6 compartments. In addition to the Teemo set acquired today, there lay a bronze chest shimmering with a faint glow, evidently a reward for leveling up. However, the system's habitual nature remained unchanged. Upon directing his attention to the bronze chest, a flashing prompt appeared, boldly stating in black letters that the conditions were insufficient to unlock it. Based on previous experience, it was clear that to open this chest, Yasuo would need to elevate either his Wind Swordsmanship or hero level by one more tier. Improving swordsmanship required sparring, while raising hero levels necessitated defeating foes, which posed a bit of a conundrum. Yasuo gazed at his attribute panel, murmuring a few phrases before exhaling a sigh of frustration. Having been deceived once before, he held little expectation for the treasures that lay within this tier of chest. However, the tangible enhancement in strength brought about by his level increase was undeniable. Thus, in his pursuit to establish himself within the world of pirates and to become the foremost swordsman, he recognized that sparring and combat were essential. Yet, ironically, his current and foreseeable profession was that of chef at a maritime restaurant. This contradiction presented itself. As a cook, he couldn't very well be engaged in culinary creations one moment and the next wield a chef's knife to duel with patrons. Consequently, how to progress in his martial prowess while fulfilling his duties as a chef became a paramount concern in Yasuo's recent plans. Chapter 040. Of course, I choose to forgive her. His head throbbed with confusion, and he decided to set aside this troublesome matter for the time being. After pondering for an extended period without any clarity, Yasuo helplessly shook his head, massaging his throbbing temples, and redirected his gaze to his backpack. Perhaps it was best to examine the utility of the Teemos set. He had previously neglected to do so due to time constraints. After scrutinizing each item, a dialogue box soon appeared above the backpack, inquiring if he wished to withdraw everything. Without hesitation, Yasuo nodded, and in a brief flash of light, a plethora of items cluttered his bed. The most eye-catching of these were two vividly colored mushrooms. To this day, Yasuo had yet to ascertain the precise triggering conditions for these peculiar objects. He only knew that they would render him invisible upon contact with the ground. Thus, he dare not handle them excessively. After a brief observation, he returned them to the confines of his backpack. His gaze then swept over the remaining items: protective goggles, a hat, and a pair of pure cotton undergarments. Shano let out a sigh, realizing that he had indeed been overly optimistic. He had known all along that these peculiar items were utterly ridiculous, yet he insisted on examining each one meticulously before feeling satisfied. With a look of disdain, he crumpled a piece of white fabric into a ball and tossed out the window. He then picked up a small hat, only slightly larger than his palm, and upon glancing at it, he recognized that the color matched that of Teemos from his memory. His expression darkened instantly, and without a second thought, he prepared to throw it into the sea. How dare this wretched system send me a hat in a shade of forgiveness? This is intolerable. Just as he opened the slightly ajar window, ready to discard the hat, a faint knocking sound interrupted him from outside. Shano was momentarily taken aback, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, the door began to creak open, revealing a diminutive figure before him. Sanji? Under the dim starlight, Shano quickly identified the visitor, momentarily stunned. What brings you here at this hour, unable to sleep? The newcomer stood at about 1.45 meters, with golden curly hair and dressed in pajamas. Clutching a pillow, it was indeed little Sanji, whose cherubic face now bore an expression of distress. Upon hearing Shinoa's inquiry, he replied softly, "I'm afraid of the dark, and there were strange noises in my room, so I couldn't sleep." I recall you chose the room closest to the stairs. It's quite normal to hear sounds near the Wind's passage at night. I never would have guessed that you, the little rascal known for your bravery, will be frightened like this." Shano propped himself up on his pillow, feigning exhaustion as he asked, "So, what exactly do you intend to do?" Sanji seemed to struggle with his words, finally managing to blush as he stuttered, "Could I sleep with you, big brother Shano? What the hell? If we're going to sleep together, then why are you blushing, you grown man?" Yasuo was initially taken aback, but in an instant, he was filled with astonishment. While silently criticizing in his heart, he maintained a stoic expression, gazing at Sanji without uttering a word. It was not until the little fellow began to feel uncomfortable under his scrutiny that Yasuo finally turned his lips slightly and said, "Do as you wish. After all, two people can barely fit, so come in and kindly close the door." Sanji obediently nodded, a flicker of delight crossing his face. At that moment, he appeared to be an entirely different person from the stubborn and reckless little rascal he had been during the day. After shutting the door, he noticed the floor was spotless and promptly left his slippers at the entrance, before cautiously making his way to Yasuo's side and climbing onto the bed. Seeing the little guy huddled against the wall like a squirrel clutching a pine cone, Yasuo suddenly recalled something. He raised an eyebrow and huffed, "By the way, back on Uncle Tato's ship, weren't you sleeping alone? Why didn't you seem frightened then? Come on, Just speak your mind. I know what kind of person you are. Is this pretense really amusing? Sanji had been fiddling with his pillow when he heard this, and he was taken aback. He quickly lifted his head, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. H, how did you figure that out? Stop with the nonsense. Shano shot him a glare. Speak plainly, and if you have something to say, just say it. Don't play the victim, otherwise I might just kick you out of the window, and you can't blame me if you fall into the sea. All right. Startled by Shano's words, the bravado Sanji had mustered quickly dissipated, and he sulkily confessed, well, the truth is, I couldn't resist the urge to ask you something. After hesitating for a moment, he finally dared to meet Shano's gaze, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Could you teach me swordsmanship? What? Shano was momentarily taken aback, lingering in a daze before regaining his composure. With a hint of skepticism, he absent-mindedly probed his ear, questioning whether he had misheard. Swordsmanship? Are you certain you're not here to learn culinary skills from me instead? Indeed, you heard correctly, Sanji affirmed earnestly, nodding in agreement. If it were cooking, I could simply learn alongside that old coot. However, when it comes to swordsmanship, you are the only one I can turn to, dear brother Shano. Shano opened his eyes with a hint of surprise. If I recall correctly, your aspiration was to become a remarkable chef, wasn't it? When did your style align with that of a certain green-haired individual? His words sounded somewhat peculiar, yet Sanji grasped the underlying meaning, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he replied, indeed, to become the world's finest chef is my dream. However, at this juncture he paused, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. There are certain matters that can only be resolved through force, and it must be a formidable force at that. In such instances, culinary skills become utterly irrelevant. Shano furrowed his brow slightly, and an inexplicable association with the identity of Sanji from the original narrative crossed his mind, leading him to a sudden understanding of many things. This lad, though appearing quite young, evidently still harbors certain unresolved matters. As the third son of the Vinsmoke family, the largest clan in the North Sea, Sanji endured relentless bullying and disdain from his brothers during his childhood, which was undeniably tragic. Subsequently, with the support of his sister and encouragement from his father, he resolutely severed ties with his family, embarking on a journey that brought him to the East Sea. There, he served as an apprentice chef on a passenger ship for a time, before encountering Zeph and enduring a harrowing struggle for survival on a deserted island. It can be said that although Sanji is still in his youth, he has faced more storms than many adults, and his intellect is far from the simplistic and immature facade it presents. Deep within, he not only yearns for the dream of culinary mastery, but also harbors thoughts and grievances regarding certain events from his early years, perhaps seeking to amend some of his regrets. Such faith you have in my abilities, little rascal, Shano mused, shaking his head with a bemused smile. No wonder Sanji's demeanor shifted drastically after he witnessed Shano defeat Kuro with the steel-cutting slash. It appears that not only is there an innate admiration for strength in this childish nature, but he also seeks to draw closer to Shano, likely hoping to learn his wind swordsmanship. Chapter 041. Trouble approaches after a while of Shano refusing. Sanji's eyes lit up and rubbing his little hands together with anticipation. He eagerly inquired, does that mean I can? Absolutely not. Go to sleep. Shano rolled his eyes and, after scolding him somewhat grumpily, lay down yawning. Every day with your fanciful talk, wanted to be a swordsman and the greatest chef at the same time. Do you think this is just a child's play? What do you mean? Sanji paused, slightly taken aback. Just as he was about to ask something further, he noticed Shano lazily extending his right hand towards him. Here, take a look for yourself. Sanji regarded him with confusion for a moment, but ultimately focused his attention on Xano's hand. Upon seeing it clearly, he was left utterly stunned. What is this? Before him was a pair of long, fair hands, devoid of any excess flesh. The knuckles were prominently defined, suggesting both strength and a meticulousness towards maintenance. Yet, despite this, there was a thick layer of calluses between the thumb and fingers, especially near the index finger, marked with faint cracks that seemed as though they would bleed at the slightest touch, presenting a rather alarming sight. At that moment, Xano's voice echoed in his ears. I say, kid, since your dream is to become the world's greatest chef, you ought to think carefully before practicing swordsmanship. A pair of nimble and healthy hands is one of the most precious assets for a chef. If you're not afraid of ending up like me from sword training, then you may as well try following my lead. A flicker of hesitation clearly crossed Sanji's youthful face, and soon he fell silent, his eyes filled with inner turmoil. What? Has he reached an impasse? At this moment, Shano, who had been facing away, turned his head to fixate on him, then spoke in that infuriatingly languid tone. In this world, there are rarely situations that allow for both sides to emerge unscathed. If you wish to succeed, How can you do so without sacrifice and effort? In my opinion, with such a lack of resolve, you are ill-suited to wield a sword. You might as well stick to being a chef. No way. At the sound of rejection, Sanji instinctively retorted, but as he stood up in agitation, Shano yanked him back down, casually placing a hat atop his head, giving it a light pat and gruffly saying, "What are you making a fuss about? If you truly desire to learn how to fight, just go seek out that old codger, Zeph. Despite having lost a foot, teaching you would be a breeze for him. It's late, so stop howling and get some sleep." His tone was harsh, reminiscent of parents urging their unruly children to bed. Startled, Sanji shivered and quickly curled up in his blanket, muttering a meek "okay" and daring not to move. Shano then reclined as well, his hands slowly resting behind his head, eyes closing. With this, the entire dark room returned to a serene stillness. After fidgeting in various positions and feeling uncomfortable for quite a while, Sanji still found it difficult to fall asleep. Stealing a glance at Shano, he noticed he seemed to be in a deep slumber, even emitting soft snores. Sanji couldn't help but pout, feeling a bit irritated, and turned onto his side, clutching his pillow. The autumn night was slightly chilly, with occasional gusts of cold wind seeping through the window cracks, sending shivers through his body. Just as Sanji contemplated removing the hat that had been forced upon him, he discovered it was surprisingly plush and warm, prompting him to abandon that thought. He wrapped himself tightly in his blanket and soon drifted into a sweet slumber. Before long, the sound of soft snores filled the air again, while concurrently, the original snoring grew quieter, eventually ceasing altogether with a gentle chuckle, fading into silence. A night passed without a word, and morning arrived in the blink of an eye. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a half-lit glow across the room. As the temperature gradually rose, Sanji finally awoke, yawning as he stretched and tossed aside the covers. Climbing out of bed, "Hey, where is everyone?" Surveying the desolate surroundings, Sanji furrowed his brow in perplexity. After a moment of contemplation, he pushed open the door and stepped outside, traversing the corridor, descending the stairs, and crossing the hall from the second floor to the first. He encountered not a single soul. Neither Yasuo nor Zep appeared in sight, and Sanji scratched the back of his head, a look of increasing confusion adorning his youthful face. Just as he was about to traverse the entirety of the hall, a peculiar sound wafted through from the kitchen, accompanied by an enticing aroma of eggs. Momentarily taken aback, he hurriedly dashed over, gritting his teeth as he forcefully swung open the heavy iron door of the kitchen. With a sharp clang, the sound of food sizzling in oil resonated clearly in his ears. A faint haze of smoke lingered beneath the kitchen ceiling and through the mist. A somewhat indistinct figure was revealed, clad in an apron and deftly stirring the ingredients in the pan with remarkable skill. As if sensing the commotion at the entrance, the figure turned around, revealing a strikingly handsome face framed by dark hair and eyes, none other than Yasuo. His clear gaze fell upon Sanji, and with a gentle smile, he said, "Awake at last? The breakfast is nearly ready. Go wash up and join me for a meal." Yasuo, big brother. Sanji stood there, momentarily mesmerized by the youthful visage before him, before finally regaining his senses. "How is it you who is preparing breakfast? What about that old man? Where's Uncle Zep?" Yasuo's eyebrows fluttered slightly as he shook his head, responding, "I do not know. It seems that someone left early this morning and has yet to return. However, the ingredients in the kitchen are all prepared. Since I woke up early, I took the liberty of making breakfast." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the frying pan, noticing that the vegetables were nearly cooked. He sprinkled a pinch of salt and a dash of sugar, stirred them a couple of times, and then removed them from the heat, plating them into a pre-prepared empty dish. The delicate aroma wafted through the window with a gentle breeze, filling the air and causing Sanji to instinctively swallow. When he looked up, he beheld a plate of vibrant stir-fried greens adorned with tender minced meat, which appeared quite alluring. He casually retrieved a whole loaf of bread from the nearby refrigerator, sliced it, and spread butter on each piece before arranging them next to the stir-fried vegetables. On the table, 2 additional white plates held freshly cooked fried eggs, their golden yolks glistening and equally enticing. Glancing at Sanji, who was still staring at him blankly, Yasuo shot him an impatient glare and admonished, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and wash up. If you dawdle any longer, the food will get cold, right?" Sanji finally snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously before turning to head toward the staircase. With only 2 bathrooms on the first floor and the washroom located upstairs, he knew he had to return to the second floor to freshen up. Just then, accompanied by a soft creak, the restaurant's front door swung open unexpectedly, causing Sanji to halt and turn around. In the morning light, he caught sight of a disgruntled Zep, who entered while grumbling to himself. "Chapter 042, Galaxiano a. You're back." In the kitchen, Ziano also noticed the noise at the door. Seeing that breakfast was all set, he casually removed his apron and approached. "You've certainly risen early, uncle. Did you go to the newspaper office to post a job advertisement?" Indeed, the advertisement has been published. But there were a few hiccups along the way. Zep closed the door, his demeanor still somewhat sullen. Casting a glance at Ziano, he tossed a rolled newspaper at him, scoffing. However, compared to a certain troublesome matter, this is hardly significant. Trouble? Ziano took the newspaper and glanced at Zep with a hint of curiosity. "You can see for yourself." Zep sighed as he chose the nearest dining table by the door, pulled out a chair, and sat down. After scratching his head, Ziano decided to take a seat across from him, laying the newspaper flat on the table. As he unfolded it, a thick stack of dark yellow cardstock spilled out, cascading to the floor. Ziano quickly bent down to pick it up, but his gaze was suddenly captivated by a photograph on the paper beneath him, causing him to pause. Against the dark yellow backdrop, a short, plump old man stood with his arms crossed, gazing coldly into the distance. Though captured from a profile angle, Ziano instantly recognized him as Tato, whom he had just parted with a short while ago. Additionally, a series of numbers appeared at the bottom of the photograph, though they were obscured, rendering the exact amount unreadable. "I want to notice?" Ziano furrowed his brow as he picked up all the scattered wanted posters from the ground and placed them on the table. He drew out Tato's poster first and finally noticed the numbers beneath it. He couldn't help but murmur, "Not bad." Uncle Tato's bounty has risen from 10 million to 13 million. 13 million? Kid, make sure you read it clearly before you speak, Jappu scoffed. "It's just that much," Ziano retorted, only to hear Jappu's dismissive comment as he shifted his gaze. With a slight pout, Ziano glanced again and, upon counting the lengthy string of digits, nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment, his mouth agape. 88 zeros? 130 million berries? What did you expect?" Jappu grumbled, pouring himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table. After all, that guy consumed a natural-type devil fruit and ventured into the Grand Line. It would be impossible for the Navy not to take him seriously. However, this figure is indeed a bit exaggerated. TCH, at his age, I didn't expect that this old fellow would still enjoy the treatment of supernova. It's truly irritating. Ziano's lips twitched slightly as he disregarded the old man's obviously jealous complaints. After scrutinizing Tardo's wanted poster for a moment, he set it aside and began to peruse the remaining wanted notices one by one. The shock that had previously gripped his heart was gradually dissipating. After all, as Zep had mentioned, the Navy places considerable emphasis on the bounty amounts for those possessing the rare natural-type devil fruits. Thus, it was not entirely unexpected that Tardo's bounty had risen to such a staggering amount. However, the Navy's swift action did indeed take him by surprise. His gaze swept over the subsequent dozens of wanted posters, and as he pressed his fingers against the printed descriptions and the modest bounty figures, he instinctively muttered the details aloud. Captain of the 1st Division, Demon Swordkiller, bounty of 15 million berry. Captain of the 2nd Division, Fearsome Manbiki, bounty of 12 million berry. Bosun Laku, bounty of 9 million berry. To his astonishment, nearly all of the remaining posters belonged to the crew of the Tardo pirates, and each had also seen varying degrees of bounty increases. Among them, Kylar and Biki had even ascended into the ranks of the 10 million berry pirates. Indeed, as the saying goes, a rising tide lifts all boats. With a sigh of contemplation, Ziano reflexively turned to the next poster, only to be jolted upright as his chair toppled over with a crash. Gripping the wanted notice tightly in his hands, he fixed his gaze upon the central image, disbelief flooding his eyes. How is this possible? His lips quivered in shock as he stood frozen for a moment, before slowly releasing his grip, allowing the wanted poster to flutter down onto the table. He swallowed hard and turned to Zep, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "What on earth is going on?" "Surprised. Are we?" Zep shot him a pointed glare. "Now do you understand the kind of trouble I warned you about? You little rascal. Why couldn't you tone down your presence on the ship? Now, not only have you been mistakenly identified as a pirate by reporters in the Navy, but they even consider you a valued subordinate of Tardo. If you had remained in the restaurant, it might have been manageable, but once you set sail or step ashore, bounty hunters will surely come looking for you. How was I to know there were reporters lurking by the docks? Not to mention, my mind isn't exactly functioning at its best right now," Ziano said, rubbing his forehead in frustration. After uttering a statement that left Zep somewhat perplexed, he suddenly recalled something and added with a hint of displeasure, "But wait, old man, you praised me just last night. Why are you scolding me now?" That is quite the abrupt shift in tone. I hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. Otherwise, I would never have allowed you to take such a risk." Jappu let out a cold snort, picked up the newspaper from the table, and remarked, "Speaking of which, the efficiency of a newspaper this time is unprecedentedly high. Cool, me. Listen closely. I shall read to you how the paper describes you." "Well, I can probably guess," Ziano replied, exasperatedly holding his forehead. "According to our report, aside from the already wanted Captain Beachy and others, a remarkably formidable newcomer has emerged from the Tato pirates. This young pirate, known as Ziano, possesses exceptional swordsmanship and, with the assistance of Captain Tato, has directly defeated the notorious pirate Bai G. Kilu, who has a bounty of 16 million. Consequently, he has attracted the attention of a navy and has been placed on the wanted list. It is worth mentioning that the photographs were taken independently by our ace reporter, Zika, under considerable risk, making him a paragon of our publication." Upon reading this, Tato furrowed his brows. Why is the latter part all praise for this reporter? He then glanced down to the end of the article and instantly understood. Oh, edited by Zika. So there's an editor and a reporter involved together. Huh? The Pros Northwest News? A local tabloid from the East Sea? I suppose that's to be expected. Ziano glanced at the name on the front page of the newspaper, shaking his head in disbelief. With an air of dissatisfaction, he said, "Although I know that reporter named Zika is not at fault right now, I still feel like I want to take him down. Hey, I say, could you clarify what's going on here?" Sanji, who had been listening with a puzzled expression, finally sensed that something was amiss and couldn't help but ask, "Could it be that Brother Ziano has been mistaken for a pirate and placed on the wanted list?" "Ah, congratulations. You guessed correctly, but there's no prize." Ziano responded weakly, casually tossing the wanted poster to Sanji, who eagerly accepted it, rising onto his toes to examine the document closely. The image depicted a distant side view of a strikingly handsome, dark-haired youth, gazing intently at the sea ahead. In the background, a tornado could be faintly discerned, adding an element of awe to the photograph. As Sanji's gaze descended to the text at the bottom of the wanted notice, he was instantly taken aback. Glancing over at the visibly displeased Ziano, he murmured aloud, "Swift Wind, Ziano, crew member of the Tato Pirates. Bounty, 10 million berries." A gulp escaped his throat, cold sweat cascading down from his temples. Chapter 043. I may not be bald, but I feel stronger. "So, are you frightened?" Ziano let out a disdainful hum and abruptly snatched the bounty notice from Sanji's hand, tearing it into shreds with a swift motion. With a displeased expression, he remarked, 10 million berries? The Navy truly holds me in high regard, treating a mere 12-year-old in such a manner. Is there no shame left? The Navy's bounty notices have never taken age into account." Japu stroked his beard thoughtfully, furrowing his brow as he said, "According to the newspaper, the Navy seems to have mistaken you for a member of the Tato pirate crew, who have already set sail for the Grand Line. Their bounty cannot simply be measured by the standards of the East Blue. Given your recent notoriety, being valued at 10 million is hardly unjust." Ziano pressed his forehead, a look of exasperation on his face. "So what do you intend to do? If you are recognized by the bounty hunters, the ensuing troubles will be quite burdensome for you." Feeling a bit hungry, Zep sent Sanji to the kitchen to fetch some toast, chewing while glancing at Ziano and inquiring, "What else can be done? I have no interest in becoming a pirate right now. At worst, I'll just avoid the restaurant for a few years." After a moment of contemplation, Ziano shrugged helplessly, adding, "Anyway, I'm still young and my body is developing. If I endure these years, even that fellow named Sikawunti recognized me face to face. What is there to fear?" With that, his gaze drifted upward, glancing at the few strands of bangs fluttering at his forehead, before abruptly declaring, "You all wait here," and hurriedly dashed upstairs. "What's Ziano up to?" Sanji asked, staring at Ziano's vanishing figure, his expression bewildered. I think I have a guess." Zep narrowed his eyes, then suddenly reacted, turning to glare at Sanji. "What concern is it of yours? Quit standing there dumbfounded. Hurry up and clean up. We have a lot to prepare for breakfast today. And if you don't come help soon, do you even want to start the business early?" "Understood," Sanji huffed, muttering something under his breath before ascending the spiral staircase in the center of the restaurant, intending to freshen up first. However, before he reached the second floor, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, and he nearly collided with a figure. He quickly halted, looking up to find himself utterly stunned, stammering, "Why you? Can't you recognize me?" The newcomer extended a hand, pinching his chubby cheek with a smile. "Not quite." Sanji scrutinized Ziano several times before scratching his head. "But Ziano, you seem to have become quite handsome." The figure before him was indeed Ziano, whose attire remained unchanged, yet his appearance had undergone a significant transformation. His previously disheveled bangs had been trimmed to align with his hairline, revealing a smooth forehead, while his medium-length black hair was now gathered at the back with a dark blue strip of fabric. Though merely a change in hairstyle, Xiano's demeanor and countenance appeared remarkably revitalized. His youthful innocence had quietly transformed into a burgeoning charisma. His brows were no longer obscured by bangs, now framing his face, giving him a refreshing and mature appearance. Unless someone had either plotted this in advance or had seen him before, it would be quite challenging for anyone to connect the Xiano before them with the image on the wanted poster, unless they scrutinized it closely. Look at you, little brat. Speaking up, what? Do you expect me to teach you swordsmanship? Xiano suddenly exerted force, causing Sanji to cry out in pain before he chuckled and released his grip. Sanji shot him an irritated glare, huffed, and retreated to the washroom. Not bad at all. Observing Xiano approaching, Zep offered a slight nod. Indeed, this could mitigate numerous risks. However, a true professional bounty hunter would likely see through the ruse. So it would be wise for you to refrain from venturing out much over the next 2 years. A trivial matter, with Zep approving of his disguise. Xiano felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a playful chuckle, he turned towards the kitchen, where he brought out the breakfast he had prepared, meticulously arranging it on the table. While this could be considered our first meal together as a trio, quite delightful. Zep glanced at the spread before him, then shifted his gaze to the half-eaten toast in his hand, suddenly bursting into laughter. So, I shall pause for now and wait for that little rascal Sanji to join us before we feast together. At my age, what folly is this? Xiano pursed his lips, acknowledging his lack of initiative. After glancing at the sky outside the restaurant, he suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to Jipu, inquiring, by the way, Uncle, which newspaper did you publish your job advertisement in? I opted for a nearby publication to avoid unnecessary travel. It's the Prolos Northwest Daily, in the social section. Jipu replied, Indeed, do such small papers truly prove useful? Xiano questioned. That is not for you to worry about. Jipu answered, slightly embarrassed. Just then, he noticed Sanji descending and called him over to sit down, muttering, besides, I wouldn't even consider an ordinary cook. I prefer quality over quantity. I made my requirements explicitly clear in the advertisement. Any chef who comes must meet my standards. At this point, Jipu speared a fried egg with his fork, devouring it in one bite while speaking indistinctly. Moreover, I even placed an advertisement for the restaurant on the front page of the newspaper. This way, customers will soon come knocking. Well, hearing that fills me with an ominous premonition, Xiano remarked, feeling a strange discomfort and vacantly adding, I can't shake the feeling that you'll attract some extraordinary characters. As a man of African descent who often regarded himself as fortunate despite his unfortunate looks, Xiano could hardly anticipate how swiftly his premonition would be validated. 3 days later, on a bright and pleasant afternoon, the doors of the Barati restaurant stood wide open. Classical music wafting from a gramophone in the corner, echoing gently between the columns. Yet, the dozens of tables on the first floor remained empty, devoid of any patrons. At the kitchen's entrance, Xiano squatted against the wall, idly preparing vegetables, his gaze drifting over the desolate scene before him. Behind him, Jipu sat on a small stool peeling potatoes, while Sanji practiced his culinary skills alone. Apart from the occasional bubbling of soup in the pot, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Chapter 044. The first batch of guests say, Old man, Xiano finally broke the silence after a prolonged period, turning to Jipu. Did you really place the advertisement? It's been half a day, and not a single chef or customer has appeared. Patience, my friend. Those who are meant to come will arrive in due time. Jipu, adeptly peeling, had already filled half a basket with the skins of potatoes. Not pausing in his task, he glanced at Xiano and remarked, somewhat irritable, You're just a child, lacking in patience. How do you expect to become a good chef and satisfy customers in the future? Xiano found himself at a loss for words, merely shaking his head as he diverted his attention from the dining hall, focusing intently on the vegetables in his hands. After 2 days of preparation, the restaurant had officially opened at the break of dawn under the command of Zep. To commemorate this occasion, Zep had procured a plethora of fresh flowers from the storeroom, and together with Xiano and the others, they spent the morning adorning the dining area, rendering it as warm and inviting as springtime. Furthermore, the old man had prepared a multitude of desserts as complimentary gifts for the guests on the inaugural day. However, judging by the current situation, it seemed that all these preparations were in vain. At that moment, a loud bang echoed through the air as the slightly ajar kitchen door was abruptly pushed open from the outside, a gust of cool wind sweeping in. Simultaneously, 2 boisterous voices resounded. Is anyone here? Is this the establishment run by the infamous Zep? Is the recruitment ad for rogue chefs genuine? Their voices thundered like a storm, causing Xiano to instinctively furrow his brows. Turning to look, he beheld 2 oddly dressed individuals at the kitchen entrance. Both were clad in sunglasses and unkempt beards. One wore a flamboyant yellow floral shirt, his hair tied into small braids at the back, exposing his chest. A cross hung from his neck, and despite his eccentric attire, his appearance was relatively normal. The other was more peculiar, sporting a disheveled mane of golden hair, with a face that was round at the top and tapered at the chin, resembling a peculiar creature from folklore. In the hand of the former was a crumpled newspaper, with the word recruitment prominently displayed at the top, evidently an advertisement placed by Zepp in the local press. Thus, their intentions and identities became glaringly evident. Upon noticing Shano, a boy who appeared to be no older than 12 or 13, turning to look at them, the two men paid little heed. A cursory glance revealed only 3 individuals in the kitchen, one of whom was an even smaller child, and their gaze quickly settled upon Zepp, who stood with his back to them. How amusing it is to encounter someone who claims to be a rogue chef. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat tense, with 3 pairs of eyes fixated on Zepp's apprentice. Nevertheless, Zepp continued peeling potatoes at a steady pace, unfazed, without turning to acknowledge them. A calm voice suddenly broke the silence in the kitchen. It is true. Upon hearing this, the 2 peculiar individuals exchanged glances, a hint of delight illuminating their faces. Regardless of whether they were nefarious villains or escaped convicts, as long as someone arrived at this establishment with an empty stomach, Zepp vowed to ensure they ate their fill. He continued peeling the potatoes, but after solemnly uttering this statement, his gaze sharpened, locking onto the faces of the 2 men. Are you prepared for what lies ahead? Though it was merely a fleeting glance in that moment, Shano unexpectedly discerned a hint of the essence of the once great pirate who had bravely ventured into the Grand Line and returned unscathed, emanating from Zephyr's piercing gaze. If even he could perceive such a sensation, one could only imagine the response of the 2 individuals at the entrance, who were already well aware of the formidable reputation of the Redfoot Zephyr. With a sudden jolt of realization, the duo swiftly reined in their previously ostentatious expressions, stood upright, brought their feet together, and saluted Zephyr with a loud declaration. Yes. At the far end of the kitchen, Zephyr squinted slightly, finally setting down the potato in his hand. He rose slowly, regarding the 2 with a measured tone. Well then, since you are already acquainted with my name, should you not also introduce yourselves at this juncture? My apologies for the oversight. The 2 quickly regained their composure. The man in the floral shirt, adorned with braids, stepped forward first and spoke earnestly. Once a pirate, now a seasoned professional chef with a wealth of stories to tell, Carl. I am a chef who regards guests as royalty, dedicating my life to ensuring their satisfaction, declared Patty, the peculiar individual reminiscent of a raccoon, as he followed suit with a solemn salute. Indeed, it appears that these 2 jesters are truly the ones before him. Shano sat there, hardly moving, yet he was too lazy to continue sorting the vegetables. With half-closed eyes, he took a keen interest in observing the attire of the 2 individuals before him. They exuded a peculiar vibe reminiscent of a middle-aged punk. And compared to the original narrative when Luffy arrived at Bartai, their outfits seemed to belong to entirely different personas. At this thought, he cast a somewhat exasperated glance at Patty, bemused by the overly dramatic lines delivered in such a solemn tone. Did he think himself a member of Team Rocket? Was there no sense of shame? Of course, his inner musings were inaudible to others. Strangely, at that moment, both individuals suddenly shifted their expressions and turned to glare at one another. Hey, Patty, how shameless can you be? Pretending to be a master chef? Don't you feel embarrassed? Carl remarked, crossing his arms and emitting a disdainful snort. Cut it out. The shameless one here is clearly you. Patty retorted defiantly, his eyes wide and filled with animosity. And what do you mean by having a story? Is it about your childhood sweetheart running off with someone else? You scoundrel. Don't casually unearth other scars. Those so-called scars are clearly your own. As their argument escalated, it became evident that they were on the verge of physical confrontation. Shano couldn't help but facepalm, helplessly retrieving a Tohoku leg from the corner behind him, ready to intervene and calm these eccentric men down. However, just as he stood up, a gleam of cold light flashed before him, followed by a sharp rush of wind piercing his ears. In the next instant, a dull thud echoed as Patty and Carl, who had already begun to brawl, were struck as if by an electric shock, clutching their stomachs and collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Japu, who had originally been several meters away, inexplicably appeared at the kitchen doorway. His wooden prosthetic leg retracted slowly before Shano's astonished gaze. Observing the 2 men curled up on the floor like shrimp, groaning in pain, Japu let out a cold snort before returning to his wooden stool as if nothing had happened. He spoke nonchalantly. There's no need to dwell on past matters. I have no interest in your stories. However, before I agree to your joining, there is one crucial matter that must be addressed. I trust you understand? Both men ceased their half-hearted groans, exchanging bewildered glances for a brief moment. Chapter 045. A chef who cannot fight is not a good swordsman, a crucial matter? Carl furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before suddenly springing to his feet, his face alight with excitement. I understand. You intend to test our culinary skills, right? Rest assured, we will surely satisfy you. Exactly. We are seasoned veterans who have served as chefs on over 100 passenger ships. Paddy snapped to attention as well, straightening his posture and grinning broadly. Such trivial matters are mere child-esque play for us. Indeed, trials exist. However, who claims they are meant to test your culinary skills? Zephyr cast a cold glance at them, paused momentarily, and spoke in a deep voice. What I intend to establish is a maritime restaurant capable of accommodating a diverse clientele. In such circumstances, a chef's physical well-being, coupled with the ability to confront unruly pirates, is of paramount importance. This requirement was indeed unexpected. Both Paddy and Carl, the latter who had been diligently practicing his cooking, exchanged astonished glances with Zephyr. Suddenly, the old man extended a finger, pointing at Shano, who was crouched in the corner, observing the spectacle. Fear not, I shall not be overly demanding. If you can defeat this lad, even if your cooking skills are lacking, I will unconditionally accept you. Defeat him? Paddy and Carl were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged incredulous looks, unable to suppress their laughter. Hey, I must say, Redfoot, you possess quite the sense of humor, challenging us to a duel against this little brat. Ha ha! While Carl maintained some composure, Paddy laughed extravagantly, nearly shedding tears from the hilarity, clutching his belly as he gasped for breath. This little fellow must be a mere apprentice in the kitchen. He does have a rather charming appearance. I would feel somewhat reluctant to engage him in a brawl. At this juncture, without warning, Paddy burst into hearty laughter and threw an arm around Shano's shoulders, his robust hand reaching for the boy's head, seemingly intent on ruffling the hair of this young imp. Witnessing this scene, Zephyr's lips twitched slightly, and he regarded Paddy with a hint of sympathy, silently mourning for him. In the next moment, a sharp sound reverberated through the kitchen, followed by the sight of Paddy being sent flying, crashing heavily against the opposite wall, his sunglasses shattering upon impact, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Goodness, in this day and age, does everyone wish to execute a head pat attack on me? Shano muttered, shaking his head in exasperation as he slowly returned his weapon to his waist, casting a disgruntled glance towards Zephyr. I say, you old coot, are you playing tricks on me or on them? After finally bringing in 2 chefs, you want them to defeat me first? Are you still considering accepting them? Oomph. The little brat's tone has certainly grown bold, Zephyr remarked. Regardless, my demand shall not be easily altered. Do not falter later on. With a disdainful snort, he observed Paddy, who was groggily propping himself against the wall, and spoke with irritation. What? With such meager prowess, you dare call yourself a chef? If you cannot even best a 12-year-old boy, how will you handle rowdy customers in the future? How infuriating! I, the esteemed Paddy, have been unexpectedly ambushed by a mere brat. Though this young lad possesses an astonishing amount of strength, it is still utterly humiliating. Provoked by this thought, Paddy quickly regained his composure and glared at Shano with gritted teeth, only to discover that the rascal was nonchalantly picking his ears. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, Carl! What? Carl, still somewhat dazed from witnessing Paddy being sent flying by a single sword strike, turned his head in confusion at the call. Now is the time. Let us wager our reputations as wretched chefs and confront this insufferable brat together. Today, we shall teach him a severe lesson, ensuring he understands that ambushes are trivial. Only strength matters, Paddy proclaimed with fervor. Absolutely, Paddy. Carl instantly perked up, tearing off his sunglasses with a fierce shout. We are the renowned chef duo of the seas. Having finally located the restaurant run by the infamous Redfoot, how could we possibly be vanquished by a detestable little brat? The atmosphere felt increasingly absurd. Observing the exuberance of the two, Shano facepalmed and sighed. It begs the question, why do people in a pirate world always indulge in lengthy monologues before a fight? If they must chatter, why not just engage in combat directly? Then let us proceed. At that moment, Paddy and Carl, having completed their declarations, lunged towards Shano with remarkable synchronicity from either side. Their speed was impressive. In the blink of an eye, they cornered him against the wall. The cramped kitchen left no escape route as their robust figures completely blocked Shano's path. Simultaneously, they roared and unleashed a powerful punch toward him. Are you not going to evade? Noticing Shano standing firm without flinching, the two exchanged glances, a smirk creeping onto their faces, revealing a hint of pride. Well then, apologies? But it seems the trial is about to commence. Endless and troublesome, indeed. Ziano sighed, his wrist trembling slightly, and in the next moment, His hand gently rested upon Lake Toya. It seemed that the only course left was to instill a profound fear in his adversaries. With a calm gaze fixed upon the oncoming fists, Xiano took a measured breath, his right hand steadily and deliberately rising from below. Fingers of his thumb and index supporting the hilt of his sword, while his left thumb pushed the blade slightly forward and to the right. As he reached the critical point, he suddenly altered his speed, akin to a flash of lightning. The sword, now enveloped by the pressure of the drawn blade, swept from right to left, accompanied by a low shout, executing the horizontal cut. Drawing sword. Horizontal 1 character. The sound sliced through the air. Although it appeared to be an ordinary strike, at the moment of its execution, a faint yet explosive sound of wind surged forth. Patty and Carl felt a piercing aura rushing towards them, their eyes stinging painfully, their vision blurring as they swung wildly at empty air. In the next instant, the sound of tearing fabric echoed sharply. To Patty and Carl's astonishment, their shirts had suddenly ripped apart down the middle, transforming into countless shreds that fluttered and fell to the ground, leaving their upper bodies completely exposed to the air. What terrified them further was the realization that their hair had silently cascaded down, with Carl's braid vanished, and his hair, now nearly half its original length, while Patty had been reduced to a gleaming, bald scalp, resembling a raccoon more than ever, nearly indistinguishable from shaven head. For a moment, the entire kitchen fell into a profound silence. Only the classical music from the gramophone continued to play leisurely, echoing softly throughout the dining area. Chapter 046. The tidal bacteria returns to the spring water gulp. The eerily quiet atmosphere persisted for some time, until it was finally shattered by the sound of a swallowed gulp. How could this happen? Touching his bald scalp, Patty's face was awash with disbelief as he murmured, "Are all the little brats nowadays monsters?" Indeed, a single strike. Carl's voice quivered as he chimed in, his expression mirroring shock, particularly upon seeing the fallen braid on the ground, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily, a chill creeping into his heart. This kind of individual could only be described with the term little monster, could they not? Facing such a perverse opponent in genuine combat would surely lead to more than just the loss of a braid. It would be a matter of severed heads and lives. Not far away, Zeph observed the scene with narrowed eyes and let out a cold chuckle as he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze settling indifferently on Carl and Patty. "Since you cannot even defeat a mere child, I'm afraid, according to our prior agreement, your trial has ended in failure." What? Carl and Patty were momentarily taken aback, but then they quickly regained their composure, simultaneously letting out a heart-wrenching scream as they sorrowfully rushed forward, each seizing Zepp's leg and weeping uncontrollably. "What are you planning to do?" Zepp furrowed his brow and coldly inquired. "Please, oh mighty Redfoot, we are both exceptional chefs. Do take us in," Patty cried out through his tears. "Indeed, if you doubt our skills, I can demonstrate right now, particularly my knife skills, which will surely astonish you," Carl added, his voice trembling. "Too weak. I will not accept you." Zepp's response was a ruthless rejection. Instantly, Patty and Carl froze, exchanging determined glances before resolutely tightening their grips on Zepp's leg, gritting their teeth as they declared, "We have decided. We must move you, O mighty Redfoot, with our sincerity." Thus began another wave of tearful pleas, their lamentations growing louder under Zepp's exasperated gaze. Meanwhile, after their sparring session, Shano casually leaned the Lake Toya against the wall, glancing at the two individuals who looked as if they were on the brink of despair. As if nothing had transpired moments ago, he nonchalantly began to prepare the vegetables. However, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. My mood seems to have improved just a tad." Though his words were barely audible, Sanji, who was close by, heard them clearly and spat in Shano's direction, muttering, "Shameless Shano, you, a pirate with a bounty of 10 million, still stoop to torment these two insignificant fools. Stop your prattle. Do you think I relish acting without cause? It's all because of these two idiots who were played by that scoundrel Zepp." Shano shot him a glare, then turned his attention to the indifferent Zepp, curling his lip and muttering, "Clearly, they are two quite suitable individuals. I wonder what schemes that old man Zepp is concocting. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being used by him. It's rather irksome. Indeed, I find these two fellows rather intriguing," Sanji replied softly, pondering for a moment before suddenly breaking into a mischievous grin. "Just wait and see how I'll toy with them." "Huh?" Shano's movement slowed as he regarded Sanji with a furrowed brow. "Know your limits. Don't act recklessly. Relax. It's merely a jest," Sanji assured, setting down the spatula and leaping off the small stool. He turned his gaze to the two still kneeling on the ground. Wailing in despair, placed his hands on his hips, cleared his throat dramatically, and shouted, "Hey, you two!" As Patty instinctively glanced in his direction, Sanji feigned a cold chuckle, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I propose a challenge. Should you manage to defeat me, you may enter this restaurant. Oh, really? Patty and Carlton perked up immediately, instinctively releasing Zep's leg and rising to their feet. However, upon getting a good look at Sanji's appearance, they simultaneously flinched, exchanged a look of dejection, and squatted down again, clinging tightly to Zep's leg. What is this? Sanji was momentarily taken aback. The rapid shifts in their expressions were bewildering. Don't think you could deceive us again. In my opinion, the younger ones are often the most formidable. Everyone aboard this ship is powerful. The red-footed captain, that dark-haired brat, and you, little one, must be no exception. Exactly. Clearly terrifyingly strong. Yet you wish to pretend to be weak just to have us take a beating for nothing? We are not that foolish. Not a chance. What is this? Have you been traumatized? Sanji raised an eyebrow in disbelief. This posture was something he had stealthily learned from Shano. He had thought it somewhat cool, so he decided to adopt it, though he lacked Shano's ability to effortlessly transition into a deadpan stare, making him appear somewhat awkward. Perhaps, he mused, so you young one, are merely attempting to intimidate them into a duel with you? Yasuo cast a sidelong glance at the two individuals, then directed his gaze towards Sanji. With those spindly arms and legs of yours, you dare to act so brazenly? If a real fight were to ensue, I fear your head would be thoroughly battered. I merely intended to strike a casual pose, simulating the act of drawing my sword to frighten them off, while secretly enjoying the spectacle. Sanji, disheartened, let out a sigh and muttered quietly, who would have thought these two fools wouldn't even dare to engage in a fight? How dull. At this point, a glimmer of mischief sparked in his eyes as he leaned in closer to Yasuo, saying, Brother Yasuo, do you think if I were to show them your wanted poster, they might be even more intimidated? Forget it. I've already torn it to shreds. So don't hold your breath. Shano lazily shook his head, despite the apparent foolishness of these two fellows. After a series of antics, it was likely that the old man Zep would ultimately accept them. Oh, Sanji, seemingly grasping part of the conversation, nodded while gazing towards the end of the kitchen, where the indifferent Zep remained, his arms crossed. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, then why must the old man put on such a facade? He could simply accept them directly. The generational gap loomed large, rendering us unable to comprehend the old man's thoughts. Yasuo stifled a yawn, expressing a palpable lack of enthusiasm. It seemed that the old man, unable to exude the imposing authority of a boss in our midst, intended to assert his dominance before the newcomers, perhaps to facilitate future management of any new chefs that might join. Outside the Bharati restaurant, the sun cast a gentle warmth, while a soft breeze ruffled the air, and the autumn sun reflected shimmering ripples upon the sea, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Inside the restaurant, the revelry continued unabated, and thus, no one noticed a lavishly adorned small boat gradually approaching, eventually anchoring beside the entrance of Bharati. On the deck stood two robust men clad in black, their hands clasped behind their backs, resembling bodyguards. Behind them loomed the wooden door to the cabin, but for reasons unknown, it remained tightly shut, obscuring the view within. The sound of splashing waves echoed from the ship's stern as it gently rocked before stabilizing, indicating the crew had completed their docking preparations. Strangely, despite the Bharati restaurant's entrance being in plain sight, the two men in black remained motionless, as if they were mere statues, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. The ambience surrounding the maritime restaurant was stark and tranquil, with only the gentle lapping of waves breaking the silence. Time flowed slowly in this hushed atmosphere. After a span of several minutes, a creaking sound announced the gradual opening of the cabin door from within. With a dull thud, a man and a woman emerged from the cabin, the latter quite stout, her heavy footsteps resonating audibly. The commotion was sufficient to disturb even the nearby waters, sending ripples through the sea. The two men in black simultaneously stepped back, bowing respectfully as they greeted. Good afternoon, Mr. Coase, Miss Yalita. Good afternoon, replied the man in front, his striking blue hair and pristine white attire accentuating his handsome visage, a cigar perched casually at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the restaurant's entrance and exhaled a plume of smoke, adding, Ah, is this the new Bharati restaurant that was featured in the newspapers? Indeed, Mr. Coase, came the reply. Excellent. Let us disembark. We have been docked for quite some time, and I would rather not delay any longer. The young man, referred to as Coase, cast a sidelong glance at the men in black before turning his gaze tenderly towards the woman behind him, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. After all, dining with the beautiful Miss Yalita is a dream cherished by many men. The figure of the corpulent individual had always been slightly bowed, seemingly imbued with a sense of insecurity, as if fearing the gaze of others. Upon hearing the words spoken, her body trembled momentarily, and she gradually lifted her head, revealing an unattractive face speckled with freckles. At that moment, her unsightly visage was flushed with color, and her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of joy, radiating an overwhelming sense of happiness. However, when faced with the heartfelt gaze of the handsome youth, she timidly averted her eyes, nervously clutching the hem of her dress, and softly murmured, "Mr. Kaz, please do not speak in such a manner. It makes me feel rather bashful." Bashful? What is there to be bashful about? The dashing young man was taken aback for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter. He removed the cigar from his mouth, deftly pinching it between his fingers, and with an air of confidence, extended his right hand to take hers, gently kissing the plump back of her hand. With a gaze full of affection, he said, "Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others, Miss Yalida. Please answer me directly. Would you care to join me, the future heir of the Bright family, Bright Cause, for a romantic candlelit dinner this evening at the newly opened seaside restaurant?" The gentle kiss caused the already bashful Yalita's face to flush a deeper crimson, and in her nervousness, she stammered for quite some time before finally mustering the courage to reply softly, yet resolutely, "I would be delighted." Upon uttering those two words, she felt a tremendous weight lift from her shoulders, releasing her tightly clenched hands, and when she looked back at Kaz, her eyes shimmered with newfound joy and affection. "Excellent, my lady," Kaz declared, his face awash with enchantment as he rose to his feet. After sharing a deep gaze with Yalita, he gently cleared his throat, and upon turning, regained his composure. He spoke with a measured tone. "Daniel, Bora, present, Mr. Kaz." The two men in black attire bowed and responded, "You will accompany me inside shortly, while the sailors on the ship will remain behind to ensure that everything is secure." Kaz bit down on a cigar, his gaze drifting towards the pinnacle of the Barati restaurant. "Let us proceed. Lead the way. I am eager to ascertain the caliber of this establishment and whether it can deliver a perfect candlelit dinner." In the kitchen, the chaos had only just begun to subside. Ziano stood in the corner, holding a handful of untrimmed vegetables, utterly bewildered as he gazed at the scene before him. He was so absorbed in the spectacle that he failed to notice when his heel inadvertently struck the ground near the wall, where a Toya Lake-themed DCOR rested. Before him, two individuals, recently donned in chef's attire, busily scurried about the kitchen with an alarming fervor. They wiped tables, mopped floors, washed vegetables, chopped ingredients, and rinsed dishes, executing several tasks with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Eventually, upon noticing Ziano in the corner, one peculiar creature resembling a raccoon snatched the vegetables from his grasp and began to sort through them on its own. I remarked, "Surely, such fervor is unnecessary." Ziano, with a vague sense of frustration, contemplated voicing his thoughts but found the multitude of grievances overwhelming. So he merely sighed and wearily turned to exit the kitchen. Let them have their fun, he mused. Sanji, who had originally been practicing his culinary skills alone, now found the space before the stove, nearly monopolized by the two new chefs. He could only grimace and followed Ziano out of the kitchen. The restaurant remained desolate, and after a fleeting glance, Ziano ascended the staircase to the second floor. As he recalled the exuberant expressions on Patty and Carl's faces when Zepp had announced their employment, he couldn't help but shake his head. He had previously overestimated their integrity. Upon learning that Zepp would not take them in, Patty and Carl had surprisingly offered to forego their first month's wages and even take on menial tasks and waitstaff duties, which ultimately persuaded Zepp to agree. Thus, the rather unnerving scene from earlier had unfolded. Ziano pondered the notion that the old man had depleted his prior savings and was now becoming miserly. Just then, a gentle voice called out from behind, "Ziano." Ziano turned to see Sanji gazing at him with a look of remorse, prompting a curious response. "What is the matter with you?" "It's nothing, I feel bad for you, Ziano," Sanji replied, somewhat dejectedly. He had inadvertently revealed Ziano's identity earlier and felt quite guilty about it. Then, cautiously lifting his head, he asked, "If word gets out, will you be in danger?" Ziano. What nonsense, Ziano thought. Ziano paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, remarking that it was merely a trivial matter, nothing of great significance. After all, those two fellows would soon be sharing meals and living quarters with them, so it was only a matter of time before they discovered the truth. He urged his companion not to fret unnecessarily. Chapter 048. The origin of color. Just moments ago, after Patty and Carl had finalized their contract with Chapu, Sanji, who was busy cooking, instinctively called out, "Brother Ziano," as he yearned to inquire about Ziano's culinary skills. Before Ziano could approach, Patty and Carl, with their keen ears, caught the utterance and swiftly appeared before him, scrutinizing his face intently. Indeed, even with the change in hairstyle, the resemblance was unmistakable. Thus, The image of the notorious pirate Gale Ziano, newly emerged from the East Sea, seamlessly merged with that of the young apprentice they had previously regarded him as. It was evident that in such a modest locale as the East Sea, the bounty on his head was rather striking. Reflecting on the bewildered expressions of the two comical chefs in the kitchen and their subsequent inexplicable reverence towards him, Ziano couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. Before long, they reached the second floor. Sanji's room was conveniently located near the staircase. After bidding farewell, Sanji retreated to his room to rest. This young man had a penchant for afternoon naps, and after diligently honing his culinary skills all day, he was already quite fatigued. Ziano did not pause as he traversed the corridor, reaching the end where he pushed open the door to his room. He casually closed it behind him and settled down at the edge of his bed. Feeling a bit weary, he yawned and glanced at his somewhat sore wrist. After gently massaging it, he pulled the quilt closer, positioning it against his back before lazily reclining, allowing himself to sink into the soft embrace of the plush bedding. How delightful it felt. Reflecting on the recent days, he and Zep had been thoroughly occupied with preparations for the successful opening of the Bartai restaurant. The multitude of tasks ahead had consumed their every moment, and the sheer volume of ingredients needed for advanced preparation had required considerable effort. Given Sanji's youth and lack of strength, Ziano had to handle many of the more strenuous tasks, and after several days of toil, he nearly felt as if his bones might come apart. After allowing his mind to drift for a time, Ziano gradually regained some clarity. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he summoned his attribute panel, his gaze settling on a specific area. Wind Blade Technique. Beginner proficiency 110-210000. Indeed, the lack of practice in recent days had hindered his progress. He frowned slightly at the progress bar that had only increased by 2 points over 3 days. His relentless schedule had left him with little time to practice swordsmanship, as he had only managed to dedicate about 3 or 4 hours to it before dawn on the days he rose early. Ultimately, he had not gained even a single point in a day. To elevate the Wind Blade Technique to the intermediate level, he would require a staggering 9,000 points. If this continued, even if he found time to devote more hours to training each day after today, the lack of opportunities for combat practice with others rendered the timeline for advancement almost interminable. It seemed that the plan could no longer be delayed. His gaze oscillated between the proficiency and hero-level progress bars on the attribute panel, and Ziano pressed his lips together, a contemplative expression gracing his face. In fact, a scheme had begun to take shape in his mind during his spare moments over the past few days, becoming increasingly refined with deeper contemplation. If enacted, it could entirely resolve the current contradictions he faced, allowing him to mature peacefully within Bartai, while significantly accelerating the pace of his proficiency and level advancement. However, at present, taking action seemed somewhat challenging. After drifting in thought for a while, Ziano sighed, stowing away the attribute panel. He shifted his position, returning to a more conventional sleeping posture, and slowly closed his eyes. He was indeed feeling quite fatigued and decided to take a brief rest first. Meanwhile, at Camel at dinner, in the kitchen, Zep paused his leisurely peeling of potatoes, lifting his head in surprise. Before him stood Patty, who had just finished reporting, holding a menu in hand. His face etched with frustration. Indeed, Redfoot boss, there are 4 new guests, one of whom appears to be a young master from a prominent family. When I presented the menu and inquired about his meal preferences, he outright refused, insisting that we arrange a candlelit dinner exclusively for him, and it must revolve around a theme of romance. Oh, is that so? Zep set down the potato, his brow furrowing slightly as he fell into contemplation. Hey. I say, Redfoot boss, isn't this simply unreasonable? Carl, who was washing dishes nearby, shook his head in discontent, muttering, we've just opened, our ingredients are limited, and we have a small staff. How on earth are we expected to orchestrate a candlelit dinner? What about the menu? Did they specify particular dishes? Zep did not respond directly to Carl, but cast a sidelong glance at Patty, asking coolly. No, that fellow merely stated that the restaurant should exercise its creativity. But we must strive for excellence. He wishes to witness a flawless candlelit dinner. Patty scratched his head, pondering for a moment before stroking his chin. It seems this young man intends to seize the opportunity to propose to the lady at his table. Of course, it could also be an engagement of sorts. Huh? Is there a beautiful lady involved? Carl's spirits lifted instantly. His curiosity piqued as he turned to inquire. What is she like? Is she attractive? Ugh. I knew you'd say something lecherous, Patty scoffed, rolling his eyes. If you're so eager to know, why not see for yourself instead of asking me? True enough. To everyone's surprise, Carl showed no inclination to conceal his excitement. He tossed the plate back into the sink, wiped his hands, and cheerfully remarked to Zep, boss. Wait for me. I'm going to take a look and will return shortly, before bounding out of the kitchen. Good grief, Zep rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Is he always like this? Pretty much for the past decade or so, Patty admitted, feeling a bit awkward. He bowed deeply and exclaimed, My apologies, boss. I assure you, I will rectify this fellow's bad habits promptly. However, rest assured, aside from that, Carl is undoubtedly an excellent chef. Very well. Zep scrutinized him, acknowledging that many men possess such lecherous tendencies, which are hardly worth mentioning. Yet, there are still two minors in the mix. Well, Shano is one thing. That little one is resolute and resilient, and he is no longer a child. But Sanji is different. He is still just a boy. And I do not wish for Carl to lead him astray. Fear not, boss. That is absolutely out of the question. With a resolute expression, Patty straightened his posture and solemnly declared, I assure you, Carl will return shortly, and after this, his old habits will surely improve. Chapter 049, Undercurrents and Schemes O. By the way, boss, seeing Zep nod in acknowledgement, which allowed Patty to breathe a sigh of relief, he pondered for a moment before inquiring, So, about the candlelight dinner they requested, shall we proceed with it? Of course, we shall. Zep answered without a hint of hesitation, rolling up his sleeves as he spoke. Why would we not? After all, this is the first guest at Bartai. Even if we are pressed for time, if we cannot prepare a grand candlelight dinner, how can we ever aspire to make it the greatest restaurant at sea? At this point, he squinted at Patty, seemingly awaiting his reaction. Ah, indeed. Patty, caught off guard by Zep's gaze, was jolted back to reality and quickly responded with a grin. Such audacity. Truly, you deserve to be called the esteemed Redleg. Enough flattery. Let's get to work. Zep shot him a glare as he finished adjusting his sleeves. He then picked up a menu that Patty had tossed aside, tore off a blank piece, and swiftly penned a lengthy list. After setting down his pen, Zep handed the paper to Patty, instructing, This is the list of required ingredients. Go to the storage room at once, gather everything I've listed, and call Carl to join us in the kitchen to start preparing for the dinner. Our time is limited. Do not delay. Understood, boss. Patty saluted without further ado, then grabbed the list and glanced over it before preparing to leave. However, just as he was about to step out, he suddenly recalled something and turned back, questioning, boss, it seems we might be shorthanded. Should we call the head chef and Sanji? The head chef he referred to was, of course, Shano. Due to the bounty on him, after being recognized earlier, Zep had instructed the two to refer to him as the head chef in front of outsiders to avoid unnecessary trouble. Patty and Carl seemed quite content with this arrangement, as even in the kitchen, they addressed him as head chef. Directly calling him Shano felt somewhat unsettling for them, especially after their recent fright at his hands. As for them, Zep, who had begun to clean the stove, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Never mind, they've been quite exhausted these past few days. Let them rest. In any case, for such a grand occasion, those two wouldn't be of much assistance. Although it may be slower with just the three of us, it will suffice. Very well, boss. In the Barty restaurant, located at the end of the second-floor cabin, when Shano awoke once more, the sky had gradually darkened. Blinking his eyes in a daze, the first sight that greeted him was the boundless fiery clouds outside the window, instantly startling him. He hastily threw off the covers and prepared to rise from the bed. However, he soon realized, to his chagrin, that he had been sleeping on the floor all along, rendering his efforts unnecessary. Frustrated, he gathered the bedding that had fallen to the ground and returned it to the bed, spending several minutes folding it into a neat square. Afterward, he turned to glance at the wall clock, discovering that although he felt he had slept for an eternity, it had only been just over an hour. Relieved, he picked up the Tia Lake, which was leaning against the foot of the bed, and made his way to the window. The second-floor window was more than 3 meters above the deck, yet Shano seemed to have anticipated this. Leaping down without hesitation and landing securely on the edge of the ship's eaves. The sound of the wind howled momentarily in his ears, but he felt no adverse effects. Upon landing, 2 narrow corridors appeared before him, one leading directly to the front door and the other connecting to the empty stern of the ship. From that vantage point, he could see the room of Zep on the 3rd floor, which also connected to the back door of the dining hall. Just a few days prior, Shano had practiced swordplay at the stern through that very back door. However, today he found no desire to descend and take the long route. Instead, he opted to jump down from this side, which proved to be swifter. It was just past 5 in the afternoon. He mused that he could practice for 3 hours and then conveniently head to dinner. With such casual thoughts in mind, Shano swiftly traversed the corridor, and upon turning a corner, he would reach the open space at the stern of the ship. Yet at that very moment, a series of heavy footsteps suddenly emanated from the back door of the hall, drawing nearer until they finally halted at the stern. Accompanied by the faint sound of a lighter igniting, followed by the indistinct voices of several men engaging in conversation. Ziano's pace momentarily faltered, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of skepticism. The voice he heard was unfamiliar, not belonging to the old man Zep or his companions, indicating the presence of a stranger. In the maritime restaurant of Barati, strangers typically bore a singular identity. Could it be that during his brief moment of repose, a guest had arrived? If that were the case, it would certainly be a fortunate event. However, what business would a guest have sneaking to the stern at this hour? Surely, they weren't merely gathering to relieve themselves? As his thoughts swirled, Ziano furrowed his brow, refraining from revealing himself recklessly. Instead, he cautiously leaned against the wall, carefully peering out to observe the unfolding scene. Before the ship's railing stood a handsome man clad in a white suit, a large cigar pinched between his fingers. Visibly displeased as he exchanged words with two individuals before him. The two men, dressed in black, appeared to be his subordinates, who, after receiving a reprimand, could only nod in agreement, too intimidated to speak further. Given their imposing stature and somber attire, they seemed to embody the roles of bodyguards or agents. And it was evident that they were not the type prone to brandishing pens in a fit of madness, thus confirming their identities as the handsome man's protectors. Positioned at a distance, the words reached his ears in a muffled haze. Ziano hurriedly pressed closer, straining to concentrate and discern the dialogue among the three. How foolish they are, daring to scheming against me at such a critical juncture. Our family relies on us to restore its former glory. Yet with Jerry and his pitiful lot around, who knows when we shall see the light of dawn? The speaker, the man in the white suit, exhibited a tone laced with barely contained fury. Master Coase, please do not be angry. After all, Jerry and his associates are acting in the family's interest, albeit their methods are indeed questionable. One of the black-clad bodyguards implored. You needn't explain that to me. There are plenty of clear-eyed individuals in the family. When the division occurs next year, matters will unfold as they should. Jerry's petty tricks won't alter that. The man, referred to as Coase, interrupted the bodyguard's reasoning with a disdainful snort, followed by a forceful draw on his cigar, his tone icy. Those old men in the family are all worthless. The easy tasks fall to Jerry, while the burden of this ill-fated alliance is thrust upon me. Do they truly believe I am an easy target? Once I become the head of the family, I shall have ample opportunity to settle the score. Chapter 050. The landlady was once the little dragon girl. Well, the marriage arrangement, master, may not be entirely unfavorable, one of them ventured tentatively. Coase's brow twitched, his expression darkening as he disdainfully retorted. Why don't you experience a day of 4 smiles in the company of that wretched toad? As the topic was broached, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. The two men in black exchanged forced chuckles, hesitant to continue the conversation. Oh, by the way, Danny, Coase said slowly after a moment of silence, exhaling a puff of smoke while gazing at one of the dark-clad figures. Have you completed the task I assigned you previously? The man's face immediately contorted with discomfort as he shook his head. Not yet. This restaurant's kitchen has only 2 exits, and the chefs have been busy inside, making it difficult to proceed. That is no excuse. The dream fruit has a mere 1-day shelf life. This task must be accomplished regardless, Coase replied, frowning. After a moment as contemplation, he continued, observe for an opportunity. If it proves too challenging, we shall resort to an alternative method. Before the candlelit dinner commences, I will take Yalida out for a brief moment. You can then seize the chance to add the dream fruit to the wine glasses. Once it is done, inform me. Understood. Master Coase. Maintain discretion and avoid attracting the chef's attention. Indeed, he affirmed. Coase felt a sense of relief wash over him, nodding with a hint of satisfaction. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to glance at the restaurant hall at the end of the corridor, his voice cold as ice. A newly affluent merchant, brazenly seeking to align himself with our esteemed Bright family. What audacity! Were it not for my current financial constraints and the fact that this parvenu has but one heir, I would never acquiesce to the family's demands. A month. At this juncture, Coase abruptly turned, his handsome features twisting in a barely concealed grimace. Clenching his fist, he crushed the cigar in his hand and gritted his teeth. At most, I can endure another month. Once the marriage is formalized, that hideous creature must vanish without a trace. Only then can I inherit a substantial fortune without a hint of tarnish on my reputation. His voice dwindled, and soon after, Coase engaged in hushed discussions with his subordinates before extinguishing the embers of his cigar under his polished shoe. He and the two men then turned to leave, their figures gradually fading into the shadows of the corridor leading to the back door. At the corner of the cabin, Shano, who had been silent until now, withdrew his head. Gazing out at the boundless sea, he inhaled deeply, rapidly sifting through the information he had just overheard, unable to suppress a rub of his temples. He pondered what exactly is going on. These individuals are indeed guests, right? Yet their tone suggests they are plotting against their own companions. Furthermore, recalling the earlier conversation, he noted the mention of a rather significant name, Yalita. Whispering the name once more, Shano instinctively tightened his embrace around the doe lake, slowly fluttering his eyes. If memory serves me correctly, the name's owner appears to be the captain of the Eureka pirate crew, the notoriously tempestuous lady with a bounty of 5 million berries, does it not? Such associations make the descriptors mentioned by those individuals earlier, comparing her visage to that of a toad and other unflattering epithets, seem perfectly apparent. Indeed, it must be her, without a doubt. However, the current Eureka seems to have transitioned from piracy to the status of a wealthy merchant soul daughter. As for that cause from the Bright family, he appears to be her fiancé or perhaps a romantic interest. Judging by the earlier exchange among the trio, it seems Kaz harbors ulterior motives regarding the Eureka family's wealth, seeking to seize it for himself, which explains their association. Casting a glance towards the direction the group departed, Shano absent-mindedly caressed the hilt of the doe lake sword, a contemplative expression gracing his features. In the kitchen, a flurry of activity ensued. 3 figures clad in white chef's attire hurriedly navigated the bustling space, the sounds of chopping, simmering, plating, the gentle trickle of water from the faucet, and the crisp chime of the oven timer melded into a harmonious symphony, devoid of any hint of chaos. In the midst of it all stood Zep, diligently tending to the steaks on the cutting board, his brow furrowed in concentration. His movements were fluid and swift, showcasing a mastery that belied his recent venture into the realm of a maritime restaurant owner. Clearly, he regarded the arrival of the first batch of guests with utmost seriousness. Moments later, having meticulously deboned and sliced the steak, Zep exhaled a sigh of relief, casually turning on the stove beside him. As the ethereal blue flames leapt to life, he squinted slightly and called out, "Carl." "Yes, boss," came the response from Carl, who was arranging desserts at the back. He looked up, puzzled, and asked, "What is it?" Zep turned to regard him, noticing his pale complexion, as though he had just been ill. He frowned slightly, but chose not to inquire further. Instead, he instructed, "Everything is about ready. Set aside what you're doing for now. Go to the storeroom and fetch a batch of candles, then arrange them in the main hall in order." To his surprise, upon hearing this, Carl froze as if struck by dire news, taking a moment to swallow hard before forcing a strained smile. "Well, boss, I think I should continue with the desserts. Surely, arranging candles is a simple task best left to that fellow. Patty, enough of your nonsense. Hurry up." Zep shot him a glare and huffed. "What did you promise me when you first accepted this position? How is it that mere hours into your duties, you're already making excuses?" At that moment, Carlton found himself at a loss for words. After considerable internal struggle, he cast a resentful glare at the back of Patty, who was facing away from him, and reluctantly nodded. He set aside the dessert in his hand and ambled towards the kitchen door. Just as he reached the threshold, an unassuming figure unexpectedly entered from the side, colliding squarely with him. A sudden jolt of pain surged through his chest. Infuriated, Carlton was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses when he instinctively glanced down. To his surprise, instead of the anticipated golden-haired figure, he was met with a fair visage framed by dark hair and eyes, accompanied by a gentle smile. Instantly, a jolt of realization coursed through him, and the profanities that had risen to his throat were forcibly swallowed. With a swift change of thought, he hastily altered his tone and chuckled awkwardly. "Chef, I thought you were taking a break. Why are you up so early?" Chapter 051. The title microbe has been devoured by me again. Well, I didn't sleep much, but I believe I've rested sufficiently. Ziano did not notice the change in his expression and responded with a smile. After glancing at the scene in the kitchen and exchanging a few more words with Carl, the two brushed past each other. He made his way directly to the sink, turned on the faucet, and began to wash his hands. How curious. The little rascal seemed to have plenty of energy left to come and lend a hand after all the trouble he had caused just days prior. Japu, having just placed a steak into the pan, turned to glance at Ziano upon hearing the sound of rushing water, snorting softly as he remarked, "Well, I'm a bit tired, but with guests arriving, it wouldn't be proper for me to merely stand by and observe the commotion, would it?" Ziano chuckled, shaking off the water from his hands before casually taking over the position previously occupied by Carl. He began to artfully arrange the desserts on the plates, reminding himself that he was now the head chef of the restaurant. Japu clicked his tongue, but chose to remain silent, turning his attention to the task of searing the steak. His movements were remarkably deft. Occasionally, he would gently toss the meat, allowing the tender yellow beef to gradually release its rich aroma in the pan, quickly reaching a perfect medium rare. As he retrieved the steak, he bent down to open the drawer beneath the stove, rummaging for quite some time before finally uncovering the blowtorch. Just as he was about to ignite the steak, Xiano's voice rang out once more. "I say, old man." Jipu turned, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What is it now?" Shano remained silent, casting a glance at Patty, who had his back turned, before tilting his head slightly. At that moment, Zep understood his intent. After a brief moment of contemplation, he called out firmly, "Patty." Across the kitchen, Patty was humming a cheerful tune while preparing the sauce. Startled by the sudden call, he promptly halted his actions, turned around, and stood upright with a snap, responding, "Yes, boss. There are quite a few candles, and I suspect Carl won't manage it alone. You should join him to set up the dining area promptly, and then return." "Certainly, boss." Without a moment's hesitation, Patty agreed to Zep's directive. He saluted with enthusiasm, removed his chef's hat, and hurriedly exited the kitchen, making his way towards the staircase. Once Patty's figure had disappeared from view, Zep turned back, casting an irritated glare at Shano, and demanded, "Now, speak up. What is it that requires such secrecy, compelling me to send someone away first?" "Indeed, there's a matter to discuss." Xiano nodded, not because he lacked confidence in Diker, but rather due to the reckless nature of those two jesters, whose impulsiveness could easily lead to complications. He chose to avoid discussing the matter during their deliberations, aiming to mitigate potential troubles. Now, with only himself and Zeph in the kitchen, he refrained from withholding information and promptly recounted what he had overheard at the stern of the ship. The next moment, Zeph's reaction left him utterly astonished. One outrageous act. With a thunderous bang, an aged yet powerful right hand slammed onto the table, causing nearby dishes to rattle violently. Zeph's face was etched with unrestrained fury as he roared, "How dare anyone commit such an affront in my restaurant? What do they take my meticulously prepared banquet for? Wasting food is utterly unforgivable. Goodness, has the focus shifted entirely to the food?" Zeph's outburst left Xiano momentarily speechless, his expression a mix of incredulity and the desire to voice a complaint, though he was at a loss as to where to begin. He had approached Zeph hoping to discuss whether to intervene in this matter, as it seemed to involve life and death. Yet it appeared that the old man was solely concerned about his culinary creations being wasted, completely indifferent to the broader implications. Xiano silently gazed with lifeless eyes. Reflecting upon the matter, had I not intervened, it seems that according to the original narrative, Yalita, the daughter of a wealthy merchant, would now be enduring the torment of that Lord Kos. Would she not, in turn, erupt in fury, transforming her temperament entirely, embarking upon a tumultuous journey at sea, engaging in pillage and plunder, irrevocably treading the path of a pirate? After all, upon recollection, within the confines of the original tale, Yalita was endowed with extraordinary strength, and that diminutive figure of Kos would undoubtedly be unable to withstand her wrath if caught unawares. Thus, after a prolonged silence, Xiano turned his gaze towards the still fuming Zep, feeling a twinge of irritation as he spoke. "What shall you do about this situation, even if only to avoid waste? Is there any course of action you plan to take? What else can I do? To dare to weave such schemes in my restaurant means they're no longer a guest here. You are to ascend to the second floor and summon Padicle back." "There is no need for a candlelit dinner to be arranged," Zep replied, surveying the substantial array of prepared ingredients with evident reluctance. After a moment's contemplation, he let out a disdainful snort, adding, "As for that lad from the Bright family, I shall personally ensure he is dispatched to the sea, for that is the least I can do to justify my efforts today." Xiano was utterly astonished. Just a moment ago, the old man was preoccupied with food, and in the next instant, he presented a complete solution so bluntly and directly. Does he not harbor any concerns about the so-called Bright family retaliation? "I fear nothing." Jipu shot him an irritated glare. A family that resorts to marrying into newly wealthy individuals to replenish their insufficient fortune, regardless of how noble or ancient they claim to be. How formidable could they truly be? At best, they are merely a shadow of the Pross family. Indeed, Xiano pressed his lips together, realizing how he had forgotten that the person before him had once dominated the Grand Line, having witnessed countless spectacles. How could a small family from the east pose any threat to him? However, Jipu seemed to recall something, glancing towards the hall, and, after a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "I never anticipated the existence of such a thing as the dream fruit in the East Sea. It is indeed somewhat unexpected." Xiano parted his lips, initially intending to inquire about this matter himself, but was taken aback when Jipu spontaneously broached the subject, seemingly quite familiar with the dream fruit. Soon after, he noticed Jipu gazing intently at him, his expression growing distant as he murmured, "Well, under these circumstances, it would be imprudent to be so direct. We must devise a strategy." As night fell, the vast expanse of the ocean lay shrouded in darkness, occasionally illuminated by a waning moon and scattered stars, casting a faint, solitary glow. In such an ambience, the Bharati restaurant, encircled by warm candlelight, stood out vividly against the somber sea, attracting schools of fish that glided toward the shimmering reflections of the flickering flames, gradually congregating around the floating platform. Inside the dining hall, amidst the shadows cast by the candlelight, Kaze, donned in a pristine white suit, sat across from Miss Alida. On the table lay an open bottle of appetizer red wine, accompanied by 2 crystal-clear goblets. "Miss Alida," he said, his handsome features adorned with a gentle smile as he raised a glass filled a third full with wine. "This is a special red wine I requested the restaurant prepare for you. While its quality may not rival that of the prestigious cellars of the Bright family, I ensured they selected the finest from the kitchen. Surely, it cannot be lacking. Do you not wish to taste it?" I have no objections," Alida replied, her cheeks flushing as she fidgeted with the hem of her attire beneath the table, revealing a hint of unease. If Mr. Kaze was willing, she would certainly not voice any dissent. Encouraged by Kaze's warm gaze, she shyly grasped the goblet, bringing it to her lips. Just as she was about to drink deeply, a sudden thought seemed to strike her, causing her to hesitate momentarily before ultimately sipping only a modest amount. Nevertheless, even that small sip, taken by her full lips, consumed half of the wine in the glass. Observing this, Kaze's lips curled into a subtle smirk of amusement, though he quickly regained his composure, redirecting his gaze from across the table. In contrast to Alida's clumsy drinking posture, his own was marked by elegance and poise. He delicately held the slender stem of the goblet, his fingertips barely stirring the liquid within, which swayed gently, revealing its alluring hue. He brought it to his nose for a slight sniff, then took a measured sip. Under the candle's glow, his eyes brightened momentarily as he glanced at the wine glass, a look of appreciation gracing his features. Noting Alida's puzzled expression, Kaze swirled the goblet gently and remarked, "The essence of the northern lands of Mikkel, with a slight tartness accompanied by a rich spiciness, evokes the scent of rain and warm sunshine from its origins. If I am not mistaken, this bottle should be Itris Brugestein." Their gazes unexpectedly met, and after a brief pause, Kaz chuckled softly, remarking moreover, "It is from the year 1482 of the sea circle calendar. That year, the weather was favorable and the grape harvest was abundant, producing wine that is both fragrant and crisp. It can be said that what we are enjoying is indeed a rare delicacy." Having heard this elaborate explanation, Yalita felt a surge of inexplicable excitement, her eyes now filled with admiration and affection. Truly, Master Kaz, hailing from a prominent family, possessed such extensive knowledge about fine wines. It was simply remarkable. "Ah, it's merely a trifling matter," Kaz replied with a light-hearted laugh as he set down his wine glass, smiling brightly. "Should fortune favor us, and we find ourselves together in the future, I assure you, dear lady, you will discover even more of my merits and truly fall in love with me." Meanwhile, neither Yalita nor Kaz, seated at the table, nor the 2 silent figures clad in black, standing by the column, noticed that just a few meters away, 5 pairs of eyes were covertly observing them through the gaps of a glass window. "This fellow certainly knows how to boast," the foremost observer, Zep, remarked, arms crossed and with a scoff. "To spin such a tale about a bottle of second-rate wine that even lacks a label, it's quite the feat. What could he expect? Who would have thought that the old man would be so unscrupulous as to present a bottle of old wine he had once sipped from as something grand?" In the back, Shano lazily withdrew his gaze, wrinkling his nose as he said, "Yet that guy is undeniably irritating. He speaks of 1982 as if it were Lafayette. I almost wish to smash his head in right now. A good bottle of red wine is worth at least 100,000 Baileys. Why would I waste it on such a fool?" Zep replied coldly, then recalled the earlier conversation, glancing curiously at Shano. "Oh, by the way, did you mention Lafayette? What is that, the name of a wine?" However, Shano merely shook his head, exuding an air of indifference. Zep chose not to dwell on the matter any further. Shifting his gaze to the others in the kitchen, Carl, Patty, and Sanji were huddled by the porthole, jostling each other as they peered into the grand hall. Sanji, on tiptoe, exerted considerable effort to inch forward, and the trio wore expressions of amusement, clearly relishing the spectacle. Witnessing this scene, Shano couldn't help but feel exasperated. It is worth noting that, including the still slumbering Sanji, these 3 individuals were initially unaware of the situation. However, after Shano concluded his discussion with Zep and finalized their strategy, It became necessary to enlist the somewhat unreliable trio for the execution of their plan and devise specific tactics. Yet, given the current circumstances, all Shano could do was fervently pray that these three would not cause any blunders. A sudden, forceful cough reverberated through the room, accompanied by the sound of knuckles striking the wall, which jolted the group back to attention. Zep shot them a stern glance before retracting his arm and speaking in a grave tone. "All right, I have conveyed most of what you need to know. Now we must proceed according to the plan." His gaze fell upon Carl. "Carl, Patty, it's time to start serving the dishes." "Yes, boss." Sanji chimed in. "Stay close to Shano and do not stray. When it's your turn to make an appearance, Shano will naturally signal you." "Understood, old man," Sanji replied, though the moniker irked him. Zep squinted slightly, a thought flickering through his mind. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed through the kitchen. "Ouch, that hurt," accompanied by the crisp sound of stir-fried chestnuts and Sanji's anguished cry, prompted Zep's tone to deepen as he commanded, once more within the confines of the bustling kitchen. "Commence the operation." In the dim glow of candlelight, the appetizers were set aside, replaced by the elegant array of dishes presented by Patty and Carl, who approached with reverence and silence. Foie gras, red wine chicken, tomato steak, assorted cold cuts, borscht caviar. Following Ko's earlier instructions, these dishes were served almost haphazardly, with even the desserts, typically reserved for after the meal, artfully arranged on pristine white plates and discreetly placed beside the red wine. As the dining table gradually filled with culinary delights, Arlita couldn't help but swallow hard, only to suddenly realize her lapse. She quickly straightened her gaze, forcing herself to withdraw her eyes from the table, and let out a sigh of relief, nervously stealing a glance at Ko's. Chapter 053, A Vault. Through the kitchen's porthole, Shano embraced the essence of Lake Toya, silently gazing at the unfolding events in the Grand Hall. The progression of circumstances mirrored precisely what he had overheard at the stern of the ship. As Patty and Carl were about to serve the final dishes and retract the dining cart, Ko's casually concocted an excuse to escort Alita out through the main entrance of the hall, leading her to the platform bathed in gentle moonlight. He truly possessed a gift for sweet-talking and coaxing. Even from a distance, Shano could discern the blush blooming on Alita's cheeks. He curled his lip in disdain and diverted his gaze, focusing instead on the two figures clad in black left behind in the hall. As anticipated, once Ko's and Alita vacated their seats, the pair began to surreptitiously survey their surroundings. After confirming the absence of others in the hall, one stood before the table to obstruct the view, while the other, under the guise of concealment, retrieved a small dark red wooden box from his coat pocket and cautiously opened it. In the next moment, Shano's attention sharpened as a fruit, pale and translucent like jade, materialized before his eyes. "Is this the dream fruit?" Shano murmured softly to himself. The white fruit emanated a faint mist, its almost transparent surface refracting a captivating luster in the candlelight. According to Zep's prior explanation, this fruit was a rare treasure exclusive to the Grand Line, capable of silently dissolving into liquids. Those who unwittingly consumed it would initially exhibit no unusual reactions. But as time progressed, ranging from a month to 2 or 3 months, symptoms of severe illness would emerge, exceedingly difficult to cure for ordinary individuals, rendering it an exceptionally formidable assassination tool. It was rumored that in the black market of Sabeti Archipelago, the dream fruit could fetch astronomical prices exceeding 10 million berries. And sometimes it was in high demand, yet scarce. In the East Blue, it was even more rare. Fortunately, for those with a certain level of strength, its effects were minimal. Otherwise, this world would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos over such a fruit. According to the original narrative, Alita did not perish at the hands of the dream fruit, suggesting that Koz was unaware of her innate strength and superior constitution compared to ordinary people, leading to the failure of his plan. Ziano's heart stirred, his thoughts swirling incessantly, yet his gaze remained fixed intently on the movements of the two figures clad in black, as if he were anticipating some pivotal moment. At long last, when the dark-clad men stowed away the wooden box and cautiously dipped the ethereal dream fruit into the borscht on the table, Ziano suddenly turned to his right, extending his index finger to firmly press the light switch on the wall. With a soft click, the previously dimly lit hall was instantly illuminated. Dozens of chandeliers burst into brilliance, casting a glow that transformed the entire space into a semblance of daylight. The two black-clad figures froze momentarily, exchanging bewildered glances, and before they could fully grasp the situation, a sharp crack echoed through the eerily silent hall, followed by a youthful cheer that erupted from beneath a nearby table. "Haha, I got it." In the next moment, the tablecloth that hung to the ground was abruptly lifted, revealing a curly-haired blonde boy who scrambled out. After steadying himself, he grinned mischievously and made a face at the two men in black. In his hand, he clutched a rudimentary camera, from which a photograph slowly emerged, quivering slightly. Curse that little brat. The expressions of the two dark-clad men shifted dramatically as they comprehended the unfolding events. Exchanging a knowing glance, the lookout among them swiftly drew a short firearm from his coat, disengaged the safety, and aimed it at Sanji. Meanwhile, the commotion had also caught the attention of two individuals at the entrance. Koz furrowed his brow and turned to peer inside. Upon witnessing the tense standoff, his expression darkened, while Yalida looked on with confusion, questioning what on earth is happening. Stay here and do not move. I will investigate, Koz commanded, fully aware that something significant had transpired within. Disregarding any further conversation with Yalida, he extinguished the cigar in his hand and strode inside, a handgun now discreetly gripped in his palm. Upon entering, Koz's gaze swept over Sanji, who wore an unbothered smile despite the gun aimed at him, and the camera he held caused a sense of foreboding to rise within him. He swiftly turned to the armed man, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Danny, what's going on? Nothing, sir. The gunman cast a sidelong glance at Yalida, who was peering in curiously from the doorway, then returned his focus to Sanji, while discreetly signaling Koz with one hand. This blonde brat seems intent on disrupting the banquet. I merely wish to prevent him from approaching the table. Why the excessive tension over a mere child? What if you frighten Miss Yalida? Koz shot him a glare, reprimanding. Hurry up and put that gun away. Yes, sir. Two men clad in black responded with a brief acknowledgement, refraining from uttering another word as they concealed their firearms. Meanwhile, Koz's gaze fell upon Sanji, a glimmer of cold malice flickering in his eyes. I must say, young lad, indiscriminately snapping photos with that camera isn't advisable. Why not hand it over to me, and let your uncle safeguard the images for you? His pretense was rather unconvincing. Sanji retorted with an eye roll, then retrieved the photograph he had just expelled. After a quick glance, he nodded in satisfaction. The results were quite commendable, capturing all the necessary moments. However, mid-sentence, he abruptly tucked the photo away, chuckling as he took 2 steps back. Take care, Master Koz. What does that mean? Koz was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he prepared to respond. Suddenly, he felt a fierce gust of wind whistling above him. Instinctively looking up, he was met with the sight of a wooden prosthetic foot rapidly enlarging in his view. Boom! The speed of this kick was astonishing. Koz, being merely an ordinary individual, had no time to react before the heel struck his chest with tremendous force. The pain surged through him, and he managed only a muffled grunt before he was propelled several meters away, crashing heavily against the wall. The sensation of agony swept over him like a tidal wave, and darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Chapter 054. At this moment, even Jihu cannot save you, humph. Has he truly fainted just like that? How fortunate for that little brat. Accompanied by a disdainful snort, the wooden leg slowly retracted under the gaze of all present. In the next instant, a robust elderly man clad in a chef's uniform emerged before the 2 black-clad figures, casting a frigid stare in their direction. Seeing the scene, the pupils of the 2 men instantly constricted. Exchanging glances, they decisively drew their firearms once more, aiming them at Japu. However, just as they prepared to pull the trigger, a seemingly unremarkable wooden sword suddenly appeared between them. The hand wielding the sword flicked its wrist slightly, and the wooden blade, accompanied by a remarkable whoosh of wind, swept horizontally toward their knees. Crack! The sound of breaking bones resonated simultaneously, followed by the 2 black-clad men collapsing to the ground, howling in agony as they clutched their bloodied knees. Their firearms slipped from their grasp, landing squarely at Japu's feet. Excuse me, would you mind moving? A languid voice suddenly came from behind, revealing a strikingly handsome young boy with black hair emerging from behind the dining table. He stepped over the bodies of the 2 men, assessing the pair who were still writhing in pain. With 2 swift strikes of his sword, he rendered them unconscious, nodding in satisfaction afterward. Not too slow with your movements, huh, little brat? Zep cast a fleeting glance at the 3 unconscious individuals sprawled on the ground, letting out a dismissive snort from his nose. He then turned his gaze towards Shano and remarked, however, these 2 are merely accomplices. Perhaps your hand was a touch too heavy? TSK, how hypocritical. That one named Keys likely had his heart skewed by your blow. One wonders who truly struck the harder blow. Ziano cast a fleeting glance at Zep, choosing to ignore him further. After securing the Lake Toya, he bent down and began to rummage through the pocket of one of the cloaked figures. Fortunately, he did not accidentally break anything. Moments later, He successfully extracted a lustrous dream fruit, its surface glistening like jade. After a cursory glance, he apathetically tossed it to Zep, remarking here, "The worthless fruit you desired is even more valuable than I am. What world we live in? You little rascal, handle it with care." Upon receiving the dream fruit unexpectedly from Shano, Zep was momentarily taken aback, scrambling to catch it. After ensuring that it remained undamaged, he exhaled in relief, only to glare furiously at Shano. "I've nearly depleted my savings from a few days ago. This is crucial reserve capital for the future. If you break it, I swear I'll have you captured and turned over to the Navy for a bounty." Shano opened his eyes, momentarily at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. "Well, you are a pirate too, aren't you? Moreover, your bounty far exceeds mine. Do you think the Navy is merely a benevolent institution? Or do you assume they're blind?" At that moment, Padikar, having seen the plan come to fruition, emerged from the kitchen. Zep glanced around the dining hall, refraining from further chatter, and instructed the two to fetch a rope to securely bind Koz and the other two. Time slipped by, and when Koz gradually regained consciousness from his stupor, he was greeted by a blinding and indistinct light, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes once more. A persistent pain throbbed in his chest. He clutched it and coughed a few times. After a considerable interval, he finally managed to open his eyes fully. As his vision sharpened, Koz surveyed his surroundings, soon realizing he was tied to a post, his limbs tightly bound, rendering him utterly immobile. A chill ran through him. "Oh, you're awake?" A somewhat mocking voice suddenly pierced the air. Koz's pupils constricted as he turned his head toward the source, revealing a banquet table laden with an array of dishes. From the dishes and the candle holder adorning the table's edge, it was unmistakably the very table he had occupied earlier. Surrounding the table, those loathsome restaurant chefs sat casually, indulging in their feast, occasionally casting scornful glances in his direction. "You!" Koz seethed with rage. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of invectives, the sudden movement aggravated his chest wound, eliciting a pained groan. After a lengthy moment of recuperation, he managed to compose himself and coldly glared at Zep, seated at the center. "A camel at dinner like this must cost at least several 100,000 berries. Is this how you treat your esteemed customers? Oomph. Those who waste food have no right to be my guests." Zep, leisurely savoring his steak, looked up at Koz with an indifferent expression. "Moreover, they're the ones who sought to extort and eliminate me in my own establishment." Extort and eliminate? Koz's heart sank, and a sudden realization washed over him, darkening his expression. "You overheard everything, didn't you? Isn't it obvious? Otherwise, would we, as restaurateurs, be foolish enough to turn against our patrons after a hearty meal?" Japu let out a cold chuckle, then cast a sidelong glance, mockingly remarking, "Who could blame your two bodyguards for their lack of professionalism, unable to even detect a mere little rascal?" The mention of bodyguards jolted Key's memory, and he hurriedly turned his gaze to the right. Bound by ropes, he struggled for some time before finally managing to shift his line of sight. Upon realizing the scene before him, a chill coursed through his body, rendering him momentarily speechless. There, beside a table in the right corner of the hall, sat Yalita with a dark expression, gripping a photograph tightly in her hand. Her gaze was icy, and her plump face was suffused with a simmering rage, akin to a dormant volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Beside her lay two nearly lifeless figures, their faces marred by the marks of slaps, swollen like pig heads. Had it not been for the black suits they wore, Keyes would never have recognized them as his own subordinates. Well, let me clarify. Noticing the shock and panic etched on Keyes' face, Shano, who was blissfully indulging in caviar, set down his spoon and shot Keyes a knowing glance, grinning mischievously. "Miss Yalita is fully aware of the entire situation now, and that photograph is in her possession. You would do well to concoct a tale to share with the world. Make it believable, or else you may not pass muster with your fiancé. You. Keyes trembled with rage, finally regaining his composure after a lengthy pause. He glared at Shano, gritting his teeth and retorting, "You shameless scoundrel. How dare you presume that a mere photograph could tarnish my reputation? Or do you really believe that the trust and love I share with Miss Yalita could be so easily shattered by your flowery words?" Chapter 055. The conclusion and the past. Well, perhaps a single photograph does not indeed reveal much. Shano scooped a spoonful of caviar into his mouth, casting a sidelong glance at Keyes. As he chewed, he mumbled indistinctly, "Yet, you cannot control your subordinates. They lack resolve, merely receiving a few slaps from Miss Yalita, and they are wailing, divulging everything. Surely, their words cannot be fabricated, can they?" Keyes turned to look at his subordinate, who had been pummeled into a state resembling that of a pig's head, momentarily taken aback. Are you implying that it was Miss Yalida who took matters into her own hands? Isn't it obvious? In such dire circumstances, would I need to deceive you? Shano cast a glance at him, too indifferent to engage further. Just then, he noticed the spoon stealthily reaching for his caviar, prompting him to remain silent. He unceremoniously swatted away the small hand gripping the spoon and then immersed himself in feasting. How could this be possible? Koz was momentarily taken aback, as if suddenly awakening to a realization. He whirled around, fixing his gaze on Shano, and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is impossible. You nearly tricked me. Intending to extract my words, weren't you? Miss Yalida is a lady who blushes even at loud speech. How could she possibly engage in such actions?" Mid-sentence, Koz's voice abruptly halted as he felt his pupils constrict, disbelief dawning in his eyes. In that instant, a massive, thick hand unexpectedly clutched his throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground as if he were a mere chick in the talons of an eagle, flipping him over with ease. Before him appeared a visage marred by freckles, grotesque in its ugliness, and the eyes that usually gazed at him with affection now harbored a chilling intent to kill. Gasping, Koz struggled valiantly, seemingly attempting to articulate something, yet he found himself unable to move. His throat was constricted, rendering his words indistinct and incomprehensible. However, in the face of his pitiful state, Yalida remained unperturbed, her gaze coldly fixed on Koz. Only when he began to feel uneasy under her scrutiny did she softly speak. "Do you truly believe you are worthy to utter such beautiful notions as trust and love?" Her tone was calm and measured. Yet when her words echoed in the hushed hall, even Koz, who stood nearby, felt a chill creep up his spine, as did Shano, who had been spectating the unfolding drama. After inhaling deeply, Yalida huffed disdainfully, releasing Koz and delivering a forceful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Then, under Koz's terrified gaze, she slowly raised her foot and positioned it above his groin. In an instant, she brought it down with force. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, reverberating through the air. Koz's once handsome face twisted grotesquely, tears and snot streaming down, merging indistinguishably, while between his legs his trousers gradually became stained with crimson. Ah, love breeds hatred. One must never offend a woman lightly. As a seasoned bachelor, Shano felt a chill beneath him upon witnessing this scene and silently withdrew his gaze. He reached for a bottle of what was claimed to be 1982 red wine, intending to calm his nerves. However, the next moment, he realized he had grasped nothing but air. Startled, he looked up to see that the bottle of red wine had been snatched by Zep, who promptly took a hefty swig straight from the bottle. As he set down the wine, the expression on the old man's face became distinctly peculiar. The reactions of the others at the table were similarly varied. Patty and Carl's eyes twitched incessantly, and even the diminutive Sanji had his mouth agape, wide enough to accommodate an egg. After all, they were all men. The horrifying wails persisted for a full 20 to 30 seconds before gradually subsiding. It was only then that Shano turned his gaze, noticing that Koz lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, while beside him, Arlita stood motionless, her gaze fixed upon Koz as if she were grappling with an internal conflict. "What is the matter, Miss Arlita? Are you ultimately unable to carry out the deed?" Shano gestured lightly, a smile gracing his lips. "If you find it too difficult, I can take care of it for you." Arlita shook her head in response. It was not that she lacked the resolve, but rather that she felt it would be too merciful to let that scoundrel perish so easily. After delivering a resentful kick to Koz, Arlita turned around, her gaze sweeping across the individuals seated at the table. Without a hint of hesitation, she deeply bowed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you all." Her tone was sincere and earnest, tinged with a slight tremor. "No need for thanks. No need at all." The group, taken aback by such a profound display of gratitude, could no longer remain seated. They all stood up, exchanging glances, and then Zep burst into hearty laughter, saying, "There is no need for such formality, Miss Arlita. In such circumstances, anyone with a modicum of conscience would not turn a blind eye. If you wish to express your gratitude, it would be best directed towards Shano alone, for we have contributed little." Shano nearly spat out his drink, casting a fierce glare at the old man before turning to Miss Yalida, waving his hand hurriedly and chuckling awkwardly. No need for thanks. I merely lent a hand. It's nothing for you to worry about, truly." Yalida looked at him with a hint of confusion, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head resolutely, stating, "Gratitude is essential. This time, Lita's salvation is entirely due to your efforts. Otherwise, who knows how long that rascal Koz would have deceived us. Mr. Japu had just informed me about the implications of the dream fruit. If that scoundrel had succeeded, the repercussions would have been dire. not merely a matter of my life. But it also pertains to the preservation of our family's wealth and, potentially, the lives of my father and others. Ah, I see. Japu stroked his beard, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. It seems that Miss Yalta possesses quite a clear understanding now, doesn't she? Clear? Of course. I am no fool. How could I not comprehend? Yalta replied, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips, while a tinge of helplessness began to surface. In truth, when the Bright family approached my father for a union, I sensed their ill intentions. However, at that time, my father was too eager to elevate our family's standing and was overjoyed in facilitating the arrangement. As for me, having endured ridicule throughout my youth due to my appearance, this was perhaps the first time I was genuinely pursued, and I became overly elated. Over time, my guard waned, and perhaps the outcome I face now is a fitting punishment. Chapter 056. The scam of the New Year's money. Yalta's voice was laden with sorrow, and for a moment, the hall fell into a hush, the circle of people around the dining table exchanging glances at a loss for words. Finally, Shano broke the silence with a chuckle, giving a thumbs up and gesturing toward those behind him. Hey, I say, Miss Yalta, looks are merely a matter of nature. There's no need to harbor guilt over it. Just take a look at the folks behind me. Some are limping, some are plain ugly, and that somewhat handsome lad over there has curly brows. Aside from my own charming self, where can you find a normal one? Yet, they all seem to be merrily grinning every day, don't they? Yalta was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing toward the table where Patakar and others sat. Upon realizing that Shano's observations were indeed accurate, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh, the earlier melancholy dissipating significantly. The atmosphere in the dining room was completely shattered. Japu and the others were instantly enraged, simultaneously seizing nearby cutlery and hurling it at Shano while bellowing, "Do you wish to die, you scoundrel?" Shano gently touched the slightly swollen cheek that had been struck by a spoon, silently giving a middle finger to Japu and with a disdainful curl of his lip. He turned away, dismissing the vengeful group. Ah, it appears that at this time, Yalta was consumed by insecurities regarding her appearance. No wonder. When she later appeared in the original work, she had transformed into such a character, questioning everyone if she was the most beautiful woman in the East Sea. Glancing at the lifeless cause on the ground, it seemed he had bled out and succumbed to death. Shano couldn't help but click his tongue, shaking his head slightly. Of course, he felt no trace of pity in his heart. From a certain perspective, this fellow deserved his fate, even if he were to be killed multiple times. After all, had he not appeared, Yalta would have undergone a drastic transformation into a cruel and twisted pirate, wreaking havoc across the East Sea. Thus, whether it was to assist the old man in obtaining the dream fruit or to uphold his own principles, Shano never regretted saving Yalta, despite her rather abrasive demeanor, which made him reluctant to engage with her further. As for whether this change would affect the flamboyant entrance of a certain straw-hatted boy, he had never given it a thought. If he were to be so cowardly, it would be wiser to seize an opportunity to board Luffy's ship, bide his time, and live off the spoils instead. Having traversed into the world of pirates, if one lacks the courage to effect even the slightest change, what right do they have to be the protagonist of their own destiny? Oh, by the way, Miss Yalta. As Shano pondered, Zep suddenly seemed to recall something, gesturing towards the door and furrowing his brow, inquiring, "The vessel you arrived on is still docked by the restaurant, correct? Are there still others aboard?" "Indeed, there are a few sailors," Yalta replied, momentarily taken aback, then shook her head. "However, it is of no consequence. Those sailors belong to my family, as does the ship. Even if they were to learn of this, it would not pose a significant issue." At this juncture, a glimmer of cold determination flashed in her eyes. "Furthermore, should the opportunity arise, our family will certainly seek to settle accounts with the Bright family." Her words, though seemingly unremarkable, carried an undercurrent of fierce resolve, reminiscent of a formidable matriarch. The others exchanged glances, surprised by this transformation. Indeed, the Yalta who emerged from the deceptive embrace of romantic dreams was the authentic version of herself, a stark contrast to the one they had known before. "Now, everyone," she continued, her expression softening as she focused on the group. After a moment's contemplation, she pulled out a chair at the dining table and sat down. From a small bag she carried, she retrieved a piece of paper, borrowed a pen from Patty, and scribbled something before sliding it across the table towards them. "This is a check for 5 million berries. 3 million for Mr. Shano, and the remaining 2 million for all of you, as a token of gratitude from Rita." Yalta capped the pen, her face displaying a hint of regret as she added, "Of course, Rita's life is worth far more than this sum. But I will not reach adulthood until next year, and the amount I can currently withdraw from my family is limited. So I sincerely apologize and hope you will not look down upon it." A check? Not yet an adult? Both Zep and Shano were momentarily taken aback, then realized their differing points of concern, sharing a disdainful glance before falling silent. They both reached for the check, and upon inspection, were indeed astonished by the staggering figures adorned with a lengthy string of zeros. Truly what wealth! The thought crossed their minds simultaneously, prompting an involuntary exclamation of awe. Just as Shano intended to tuck the check away, Zep snatched it from him. Stunned, Shano erupted in anger. "You old fool, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? Did you not hear Miss Yalita mention that a portion belongs to me as well?" Zep shot him a fierce glare, then cleared his throat, adding, "As for your share, given your youth, it would be imprudent for you to handle such a sum at present. I shall temporarily keep it safe for you, and when you come of age, it will be returned in due course." "Good heavens, are you really this shameless, old man?" Ziano was utterly astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. "Are you truly resorting to such deceitful tactics? This ploy is all too familiar to me. Throughout my life, I have fallen victim to countless scams, and today, you dare to attempt this again?" Coughing, he added, "Rest assured, I would never deceive you," to which the retort came. "Then why is your face flushed, you ancient fool? Even with your wrinkled visage, you cannot conceal your guilt, you scoundrel." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yalita, seemingly taken aback by the playful banter between Ziano and Zep, remained silent for a considerable time before finally rising with a smile to bow once more to the gathered company. "It is quite late now. I bid you all farewell." However, only the voice of piety echoed in response, as Zep and Ziano, the elder and the youth, were engaged in a playful scuffle, tugging at each other's skin. And thus, even upon hearing the farewell, all that escaped their lips were indistinct murmurs. Outside the restaurant, amidst the solitary starlight, a fishing light suddenly flickered to life upon the sea, and soon, a small boat anchored by Barati raised its sails and gradually drifted away. Inside the restaurant, tranquility was restored. Due to the earlier ruckus, 2 tables had suffered considerable damage, and some paint had chipped off a nearby pillar. Upon witnessing this, Zep's spirits, which had previously soared with the arrival of a check, plummeted once more. He beckoned Ziano over, instructing him to tidy up, while he himself scampered off to the 3rd floor for some rest. Heidi and Carl were tasked with cleaning up the kitchen waste and scrubbing the kitchen, sharing a sense of camaraderie with Ziano. As for Sanji, he voluntarily offered to assist, yet upon glancing at the 3 individuals sprawled on the floor, Ziano, harboring certain reservations, declined the offer. Thus, after dedicating a full half-hour to restoring the area to order, Ziano looked up only to find the hall eerily empty, with him as its sole occupant. "Goodness, this is rather unfair. I wish to sleep as well." Casting a glance towards the kitchen, where the lights had been extinguished, it was evident that Piety and the others had completed their tasks and retired for the night, leaving Ziano in a state of further frustration. Sighing, he seized the large sack that had been leaning against the wall and made his way to the center of the hall. There, Koz and 2 men in black lay together, awaiting his intervention. Chapter 057. Becoming the man who possesses Nokia, these fellows appeared to have been thoroughly beaten. It was uncertain if they were alive or dead, yet they represented valuable experience points. Yawning as he approached, Ziano regarded the 3 on the ground with indifference. Opting not to waste words, he swiftly grabbed the enormous sack that had been prepared nearby and sequentially stuffed the 3 men inside. Then, lifting the sack, he thrust his sword through the center, piercing them thoroughly. As he expressionlessly secured the sack, he cast a glance at his attribute panel. Hero level. Level 2, 85100. 15 experience points added. It seems the 3 weren't entirely deceased after all. However, calculating it out, that amounts to merely 5 points each, while Klo still has 50 points. How exceedingly lackluster. Ziano, with a hint of exasperation, rubbed his forehead. He had initially believed that by eliminating these 3 scoundrels, he might achieve a level up. However, the reality was starkly different, as he realized he still had a considerable distance to cover. It appeared that he would need to exert himself more diligently in the future. Turning his gaze back to the matter at hand, Ziano employed both hands and, with a decisive grip, clutched the opening of the sack, intending to hoist it onto his shoulder. However, as he stumbled slightly, nearly straining his back, he promptly abandoned that notion. Instead, he grasped the burlap sack and began to drag it towards the stern of the boat. In truth, Japu had not provided much instruction regarding the disposal of these 3 individuals. Yet, Ziano, accustomed to ensuring there were no loose ends, understood that allowing them to resurface and cause further trouble was out of the question. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to dispose of them by sinking them into the depths of the sea. The sack was notably heavy, The three corpses inside weighed no less than 400 pounds collectively. Even with Xiano's strength, it took him 4 to 5 minutes to drag the burden to the shoreline. Just as he finally managed to submerge the sack beneath the waves and turn to return, a peculiar, intermittent noise began to emanate from the hull. What could that possibly be? Xiano furrowed his brows slightly, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the voice, yet unable to recall its origin at that moment. He decided to shake off the thought and hurried into the hull, searching for the source of the sound. Before long, he discovered the source beneath the table where he had just dined. As he pulled into the light, Xiano was momentarily stunned. In the palm of his hand lay a soft-bodied creature adorned with slender antennae, carrying a shell upon its back. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a snail from Earth in Xiano's previous life, yet its body shimmered in a pale blue hue, and the circular shell was etched with a series of numbers, reminiscent of the dial of an old-fashioned telephone. Could this be a telephone bug? Xiano, filled with curiosity, examined the peculiar creature from head to toe before succumbing to the impulse to poke its soft, plump belly. This marked his first encounter with such a wondrous being unique to the pirate world. Previously, residing on the remote Andric Island, he had never seen anyone in town possessing such a creature. In this moment of fascination, he completely forgot about the incessant ringing of the snail phone. It wasn't until the cacophony grew increasingly loud and somewhat grating that he was jolted back to reality, halting his exploration of the creature's body and locking eyes with it. What a naturally vacant expression it bore. Strangely, he found it quite endearing, with a slight stirring of intuition. Xiano surmised the situation. This snail phone likely tumbled out of Ko's clothing, as such a communication device was not commonly found in the EC. Only those of noble lineage, like himself, could afford it. Given the late hour of the incoming call, it was highly probable that it was someone from his family. The ringing persisted relentlessly. After a moment's contemplation, Xiano decided to answer, for this peculiar creature lacked the sophisticated features of a modern mobile phone, such as a location function. Beneath the shell of the snail phone, there was a curious protrusion, likely the receiver's switch. Cautiously, Xiano extended his finger to press it, and indeed, the clamor subsided, replaced by the deep voice of a middle-aged man. Koz, how is the plan progressing? The dream fruit I gave you is still functional, I hope? The weariness in his tone suggested the speaker was in a frail state, and remarkably, these emotions were vividly mirrored by the snail phone, whose once vacant eyes now reflected a sense of exhaustion, its soft body slumping slightly, appearing utterly dejected, nearly prompting Xiano to poke it once more. If one were to speak candidly, it seemed the endeavor had likely failed. Redirecting his gaze forward, Xiano replied earnestly, "As for the dream fruit, it has been taken from me." "What did you say?" The snail phone's eyes widened in alarm, and then, unexpectedly, it emitted an indignant roar. "How dare you? Do you have any idea what you're saying? Do you know how precious the dream fruit is? You audaciously admit to your failure. Wait, something was amiss." Mid-rant. The middle-aged man on the other end suddenly realized, his voice tinged with uncertainty. That voice isn't Koz. "Who are you? How did the snail phone come to be in your possession? Where's Koz?" "I am your father." Xiano rubbed his ear irritably and exclaimed, "What are you making such a racket for? At your age, one would think you'd refrain from such childish outbursts. You nearly shattered my eardrum. I've already stated that your plan has failed, and Kozar is nearly dead. What further explanation do you require?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and when the voice returned, it had taken on a somber tone. "Very well. It seems that this fool Kozar has completely botched the situation. Those who dare to offend the Bright family are hardly insignificant players. Would you be so bold as to reveal your name, so that we may settle accounts appropriately?" "Of course," came the reply. "I am Baki. I welcome your attempts at retribution." After Shano spoke those words with unwavering conviction, he promptly hung up the phone, rolling his eyes at the telephone bug and muttering, "Such blatant platitudes. Does he truly think I am a fool? Who, in their right mind, would willingly divulge their name in such a trivial matter? Only someone as single-minded as Luffy would dare to do such a thing." The telephone bug, of course, paid him no mind, its gaze returning to a state of endearing innocence. After emitting a sound akin to a phone disconnection, it slowly closed its eyes, entering a state of slumber. It seems it is indeed quite late. Even the telephone bug has succumbed to sleep. I too should consider retiring for the night. Xiano glanced at the small object resting in his palm. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against discarding it. With great care, he placed it into his pocket before retrieving the Lake Toya and ascending the staircase back to his room. Regardless of the circumstances, acquiring such a rare communication tool as the telephone bug remained a formidable challenge for Xiano. Although this particular model, with its dial plate, seemed to possess a fixed number, it would likely present complications due to Ko's influence in the future. Nevertheless, The opportunity to nurture a ready-to-use specimen was too precious to overlook. Should he venture out to sea, maintaining contact with Zep and the others would be far more convenient. As for the calls from the Blight family, Shano resolved to hang up upon receiving them. Observing Alita's fierce demeanor upon her return, it was clear that this once prominent noble family was on the brink of collapse. Once the Blight family fell, the telephone bug would lose its connection to them, rendering it as good as new. Chapter 058, Devilish Training and Transformation in the Ensuing Days. The Bharati restaurant finally emerged from its initial phase of desolation, embarking on a period of rapid growth. Perhaps Zep's advertising had finally borne fruit, or perhaps the increase in merchant ships passing through the nearby waters had contributed. From the very next day, patrons began to flow ceaselessly in and out of the restaurant, and during mealtimes, the dining hall was often filled to capacity. Zep's chef recruitment initiative was also progressing smoothly, resulting in the addition of 4 new chefs and 6 or 7 waitstaff over the span of 5 days. Although the total number of staff, including the prior addition of Patakar, was still modest, it sufficed to meet the current demand. Notably, the saying birds of a feather flock together proved true, as the 4 newly hired chefs possessed temperaments identical to Patakar's, fearless and brash, yet undeniably skilled in their culinary craft, perfectly catering to Zep's tastes. However, upon joining Bharati, the most perplexing and irksome aspect for these proud individuals was the realization that the head chef was none other than the young Shano. Consequently, in the days that followed, they engaged in an array of provocations, both overt and covert, making it their daily routine. Regrettably, they never anticipated that they were up against someone whose temperament was far more formidable than their own. Bang! With a dull thud, a tall figure was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the wall with a resounding impact that stirred up a cloud of dust. On the deck of the ship's stern, Shano expelled the chewed remnants of the grass root from his mouth, his gaze serene and unwavering as he surveyed the surrounding onlookers. At that moment, with his body slightly inclined against the morning sea breeze, cradling Lake Toya as if he had never drawn his sword, the chefs nearby had just witnessed 2 of their newly joined comrades being flung away without even a chance to come close, their fate sealed by a flash of cold brilliance. The disparity in strength between the 2 was so vast that it rivaled the distance from Bartai to Logtown. Thus, when Shano cast his gaze in their direction, the remaining 2 chefs were instantly drenched in cold sweat, hastily waving their hands and shaking their heads like a rattledrum. No. Beside them, Patty and Carl exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude, unable to suppress their chuckles. How amusing it was that these newcomers, so brash and reckless upon joining, had dismissed even us seasoned veterans, only to now find themselves battered and bruised after daring to confront this formidable being. Is it truly gone? After a brief pause, hearing no further noise, Shano nodded slightly. His eyes swept across everyone before he tilted his head toward the kitchen and spoke in a calm tone. Well then, let us all return to our duties. Time is of the essence. Prepare the ingredients, for guests shall soon arrive. Yes, chef. The 6 chefs present, including Patty and Carl, instantly straightened, their expressions serious. Responding in unison, they then made no further delay, swiftly passing through the corridor towards the kitchen, and in the blink of an eye, the once bustling stern of the ship returned to an eerie stillness. As Shano withdrew his gaze from the departing figures of Carl and the others, he glanced at the sky. It was early morning, with the sun just rising above the horizon, its rays cascading like molten steel, grand and resplendent, dispersing the morning mist and illuminating the heavens, casting a soft golden hue upon the boundless azure waves before him. A faint bitterness surged from his stomach, mingled with a slightly astringent herbal fragrance swirling in his mouth. Shano paid it no mind, casting a fleeting glance at the remnants he had spat onto the ground. He then discreetly retrieved a similar emerald green root from his pocket, peeled away its crystalline exterior, and gently placed the firm core into his mouth, savoring it slowly. This was a herb known as bitter bamboo grass, which he had discovered 3 days prior in the storeroom. Its flavor was bitter and dry, yet possessed the remarkable ability to invigorate the spirit. The restaurant stocked this herb for its utility as a seasoning in certain uniquely flavored dishes. For him, it served as a temporary pick-me-up, ensuring he remained alert during the early hours, akin to the energy-boosting properties of Red Bull or betel nut from his past life. In recent days, with the restaurant's operations finally on a steady path and the kitchen no longer lacking in staff, Shano found himself with some leisure time, no longer needing to dash between the kitchen and dining area as he once did. However, idleness did not equate to ease. For Shano, the pursuit of becoming the world's foremost swordsman was his true calling. Being a chef was merely a temporary role, not his lifelong vocation. Thus, after ample training space had been established, Shano promptly devised a training regimen that was astonishingly rigorous. Rising at 5 in the morning and retiring at 9 in the evening, he dedicated nearly all his time to mastering the wind sword technique and enhancing his physical conditioning, allowing only brief interludes for essential bodily needs such as meals and personal hygiene. Under the strain of such intense and merciless training, the role of the bitter bamboo grass was negligible. Its acrid taste, which lingered in his mouth, paled in comparison to the genuine hardships endured throughout this prolonged regimen. And so it began. Facing the rising sun, Shano firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, inhaled deeply, and with a slight flick of his wrist, raised the blade to deliver a powerful strike into the air. As he repeated this motion, he silently recited his first training objective for the day, to swing the sword 3,600 times within the hour. Amidst the fusion of swordplay and perspiration, and the interplay of light and shadow upon the horizon, time passed day by day. Everything remained tranquil. The business at Barati restaurant flourished, with a growing number of regular patrons and a continual influx of new chefs and waitstaff. Occasionally, an elderly member would depart due to unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, this maritime establishment, which had commenced operations in the autumn of 1511, was indeed expanding its size and renown at a noticeable pace, steadily carving out its distinctive identity in the northern part of the East Sea amid the transition from harsh winters to gentle springs. During this period, newcomers occasionally questioned the culinary skills and capabilities of Shano, the head chef. However, after he triumphed over the first batch of new chefs, Shano remained engrossed in his rigorous training, refraining from engaging them further. Fortunately, as fate would have it, many patrons were pirates, leading to sporadic disputes erupting every 10 days or so. Yet, these altercations never escalated into significant turmoil, for whenever tensions began to surface, the head chef, who had not frequently been seen in the kitchen, would cease his training and swiftly intervene at the front, employing the most expedient and forceful methods to quell the unruly guests. Under such formidable measures, not only did the once rowdy pirates transform into compliant patrons, but the newly joined chefs gradually came to recognize who truly held the strongest position within the restaurant. Thus, in silent acknowledgement, the disdainful and arrogant gazes that once met Shano's presence would invariably shift to expressions of reverence. Yasuo, too, sensed the shift in the atmosphere within the restaurant. However, he paid it little heed, continuing to immerse himself in relentless training, akin to a river rushing toward the sea, showing no signs of respite. Before long, 6 months slipped away with an unhurried grace. A difficult decision lay ahead. Apologies to everyone. Upon seeing the title, many of you must have felt a jolt of anxiety, hastily clicking in with concerns for my well-being, only to discover that this was merely a prologue and a list of acknowledgments that couldn't fit within my author's note. A wave of indignation washed over you, undoubtedly brimming with words of reproach for me. Very well, set aside your blades and cease your gestures of disdain. We must trust that those who resort to clickbait will meet their due reckoning. Now, it is time to shift tones. Let us commence with the main chapter. Overall, the reason for this chapter's release is due to readers expressing dissatisfaction with the slow progression of the narrative. Since the inception of this tale, I have received numerous requests urging me to hasten the pace, lamenting that Yasuo should not remain in the kitchen merely padding the word count, but rather embark upon the sea to elevate his status and gain experience. This sentiment is quite understandable. I, too, would not wish to see the protagonist forever languishing in the novice village, especially one as cunning and restless as Yasuo. Failing to let the renown of Taurus echo across the seas would indeed be a disservice to him. Nonetheless, this does not imply that the current storyline is superfluous. After all, this is a fanfiction, not a pure fantasy. While slaying foes and leveling up are essential, they do not constitute the sole narrative thread. The development of subplots and daily life can also prove to be quite engaging. Moreover, certain foreshadowing has already been established. If I were to abruptly catapult the story into the high seas, it would sever the continuity of the plot. Additionally, today I revisited the outline and compared the current narrative with my initial plans, discovering that the word count for Bartai has indeed slightly exceeded my original estimates. Though not by much, still within a manageable range. Consequently, I will strive to streamline future developments. Yet I cannot heed some readers pleased to leap ahead several years to the sea. I hope for your understanding. Heedlessly following the opinions in the review section and recklessly altering my outline is a grave mistake for any author. In my novice days, I nearly fell into this trap, resulting in a narrative collapse. Now, as a seasoned writer, I am far less susceptible to such entanglements. As they say, it takes 10 years to hone a sword, and the blade has yet to be tested. The tranquility of recent years serves as a prelude to the forthcoming climax, when Shano embarks on his journey to Lake Toya. It will undoubtedly be a spectacle worth witnessing. I kindly ask everyone to remain patient and cultivate their anticipation. As a final note, I intend to keep the subsequent narrative of Bharati within a modest range of 15 to 20 chapters. This is primarily due to my current commitment to dual updates, which I wholeheartedly embrace. In just a little over a week, I anticipate concluding this segment. While some may have perceived the pacing as sluggish, it is indeed intertwined with my previously lackluster updating speed. Rest assured, I am a man who once delivered 8 chapters and 16,000 words daily. Once the story is officially launched, an avalanche of updates will be unstoppable. After all, I could hardly be more negligent than those infamous procrastinators at Toei Animation. Could I? Below is the reward list from June 29th to July 4th. Thank you to Huang Hun, Two Beards, Chini Duan, Shuangdao, Rainbow, Orange Wheatfield, Blue Chubby Raising Paws, Mo Yuning, Snow Power, Nanhua Dream Awakening, Li Xiao's Winter Solstice, Steak Duck Down, HKT3 HHH for your recharge, Low Key Calm, YUKI Old Covenant, I Can't You 119, Yale Sa, H Long, Yaiwa Wind, HKT3 HHH, Morning Rain Sound, Kite Cut the Line, Wuha, Su Yuan El Yishisen, Illusory Curtain Sky, Pilagway, Book Friend 201612291928025003, Paper Point Shattered Song, Shao 3210 by Yeetzy, Run Our Run, The Innocent Me in the Age of Excessive Emotion, Squirrel Loves Adventure, Round Wants to Read, Book Mountain Countless, Heart Calm, Naturally Warm, Hufuzi, Rinshin Yao, Like a Madman Talking Nonstop, Book Friend 20170210601582110, Moon Xiao Xiao, Youthful Time Still Blue, Book 20170608225445250 for their generous support. I'm deeply grateful. The paragraphing is merely a personal preference to avoid visual clutter, a quirk of mine that you need not concern yourselves with. Chapter 059. The first encounter with the world in early summer. The East China Sea does not boast particularly high temperatures. Thus, even at noon, the gentle warmth of sunlight is alleviated considerably by the sea breeze and the occasional splashes of waves. Suddenly, a shadow flitted across the sky, and upon closer inspection, it was an oddly shaped seagull with a broad wingspan, adorned with a sailor's hat atop its head and a green cloth bag hanging around its neck, filled with newspapers. This unique creature of the pirate world is known as the newsbird. After soaring over a vast, desolate expanse of ocean, the seagull flapped its wings and slowly descended, landing on the stern of the Bartai restaurant. After pecking at the nearby railing, it folded its wings and patiently awaited its next task. Its actions were remarkably proficient, as if it were a daily visitor to this place. Indeed, almost as soon as the newsbird touched down, accompanied by a soft creaking sound, a small boy with curly blonde hair emerged from the back door. He tossed a coin to the bird and then extracted a newspaper from the green cloth bag, opening it as he made his way back. "Oh dear, it's all incomprehensible," he exclaimed. The comics at the bottom have concluded. How dull. This curly-haired boy was none other than Sanji. After a cursory glance at the front page of the newspaper, he wore an expression of unsurprising disappointment, shaking his head and closing the paper with a look of indifference. Since the Bartai restaurant's opening, and following Zeph's initial order of newspapers, the newsbird had reliably delivered the paper every day for the past 6 months, come rain or shine. However, most of the time, Sanji would take on the task of fetching it, reading it through before handing it over to Shano or Zeph. Naturally, Sanji had little interest in the news contained within. His eagerness to seize the newspaper each time was solely for the purpose of glimpsing the serialized comics published at the end of the prose Northwest News. However, ever since last week, when a serial comic that had captivated Sanji for some time concluded, his enthusiasm for the newspaper waned significantly. Each time he purchased the paper, he would merely skim the table of contents to see if any new serialized comics had taken its place. Regrettably, the answer had consistently been disappointing in recent days. Suddenly, light footsteps echoed from the corridor, drawing nearer from afar. Sanji merely glanced up at the newcomer and muttered as he handed over the newspaper. "Here, today's paper. Just delivered by the newsbird. I brought it for you." A gentle, mellifluous voice resonated, and soon a figure clad in a dark blue hoodie gradually approached along the corridor, transitioning from shadow to light, basking in the warm embrace of the sun. With a subtle tug, the hood slipped silently from his head, revealing a striking visage adorned with black hair and dark eyes. It was none other than Shano. Compared to 6 months prior, he had undoubtedly grown stronger, his stature rising by several centimeters. The once youthful features of his face had begun to take on a more defined and rugged appearance. Yet, the most striking transformation lay at the nape of his neck, where a slender braid of hair, bound with a light blue ribbon, cascaded down. Half a year had passed, and this cascade of ebony locks now grazed his shoulders, swaying gently with the sea breeze, adding an air of elegance and maturity to Shano's presence. It seemed that something of great significance was afoot. Upon receiving the newspaper handed to him by Sanji, Shano cast a brief glance at the headline, only to furrow his brow slightly. However, when met with Sanji's inquisitive gaze, he chose to remain reticent, instead folding the newspaper and stating calmly, "You should head in first. The old man has been calling for you, likely with something urgent to discuss. Don't delay." "Come on, Shano, you're pulling my leg again," Sanji retorted, casting him a sidelong glance and pouting. "If you don't want me to watch you practice your swordsmanship, just say so. At least make up a better excuse. It's the middle of the day, just after mealtime. The old man should be in his room, napping by now. How could he possibly need me? Are you sure?" Shano squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "Do not blame me for not giving you a heads up. Today, while you were on the third floor, hiding and smoking, it seems you inadvertently tossed your cigarette but onto the old man's hat." Sanji stood frozen in place, and after a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his head with a look of disbelief, exclaiming, You saw all that?" "Indeed I did," Ziano stretched lazily and casually remarked. "Speaking of which, I only noticed yesterday that you, little rascal, have taken to sneaking away to indulge in smoking. I had intended to find a moment this morning to discuss this with you, but then this incident occurred. Well, I suspect the old man will certainly give you a thorough scolding. A single reprimand from him will have far more impact than my futile attempts to persuade you. Honestly, it's easier for me to let this go and save myself the trouble." Sanji's expression stiffened, his lips twitching as if he were striving to muster a feeble smile. Yet ultimately, he faltered in his endeavor. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly lifted his head, his pitiful gaze landing squarely on Ziano. "Ziano, you will help me, won't you? Get lost? Stop bothering me. At such a tender age, you're already learning to smoke, and you think you have a case? Besides, the old man has been in a foul mood lately after seeing how much I've spent, and I certainly do not wish to seek his ire." After dismissively waving his hand, Shano directly ignored the petrified Sanji, brushing past him languidly as he stepped into a pool of sunlight, arriving at the railing opposite. "Don't dawdle. The sooner you go, the sooner it will be over. Otherwise, I fear it won't be as simple as the last time you set the kitchen ablaze and received a sound thrashing." Without looking back, Shano lazily dropped this remark before unfolding the newspaper, which struck Sanji's heart like a dagger of despair. The sunlight was somewhat glaring, rendering the text on the newspaper slightly blurred. However, for Shano, whose keen eyesight had been honed through years of sword training, this posed no challenge. He simply turned his back, utilizing the shadow of the railing to shield himself from the light, thus resolving the issue effortlessly. His fingers rested on the edge of the newspaper, and as he subtly flipped through the pages, a flurry of headlines and reports swiftly darted across his gaze. The Yonko Kaido ventures alone to the Whitebeard pirate stronghold, emerging after a 3-day battle. The Navy's warship modification plan is underway, potentially paving the way for battleships embedded with sea prism stone. The 2-year-old case of the stolen gold from the heavens resurfaces, possibly linked to a current Shichibukai. Ah, indeed, a great many significant events are unfolding. Ziano furrowed his brow slightly, especially upon encountering familiar phrases within the text, which elicited a hint of speculation and contemplation on his face. Nevertheless, for the most part, his expression remained relatively unchanged. After all, even if the information in these reports connected to certain events he recalled and bore significant implications, it bore little relevance to his current self. The prominent figures mentioned existed in realms entirely distinct from his own as an anonymous swordsman in the East China Sea. At least, that was the case for now. However, when his gaze fell upon the bottom of the 5th page and he discerned the title, a sudden change washed over his expression. He felt his pupils constrict. His fingers gripping the newspaper tightened imperceptibly, and a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. This fellow has finally made his way to the East China Sea. Chapter 060. The situation in the East China Sea Fisher Tiger has met his demise. The Sun Pirates have fractured, and both the Fishman Pirates and the Dragon Pirates have emerged. What will become of Fishman Island? The aforementioned line constitutes the headline of the 5th page of the newspaper, accompanied by 2 photographs at its center. On the left, a blue, rotund fishman resembling a shark, clad in a crimson kimono, stands on the deck, his expression grave as he stares intently ahead. Correspondingly, on the right side, a sawshark fishman with pale purple skin squints slightly, casting a cold gaze towards the camera, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Jinbei, Arlong Xiano instantly recognized these two figures who had been elaborately depicted in the original narrative. Beneath the photographs lay an extensive exposition from the newspaper's reporter regarding this news. After a brief perusal, Xiano discerned that it primarily revolved around the history of the Sun Pirates, prompting him to shake his head and set the newspaper aside, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. This year is the 1512th year of the Sea Circle calendar. Although the newspaper did not divulge specific updates regarding Jinbei and Arlong, Xiano was well aware that in the near future, Jinbei would be recruited by the world government, becoming one of the new generation of Shichibukai. As for Arlong, he would depart the Grand Line, arriving in the East China Sea, employing brutally ruthless methods to colonize and gradually establish his Fishman Empire. Former comrades, once united in battle, would diverge onto entirely different paths due to their conflicting ideologies. Xiano cast another glance at the photo of Arlong, his face contorted in a menacing grin, and could not help but curl his lip in disdain. Even through the photograph, his arrogance was palpable. Just looking at the image stirred within him a desire to deliver a sound thrashing. Reflecting on his childhood, Xiano remembered how, while glued to the television watching pirate animations, Arlong was the sole villain who incited such fury in him that he yearned to personally administer a beating. At that tender age, he struggled to comprehend why the Navy would so permissively tolerate Arlong's acts of village massacre and genocide. Even as the narrative unfolded, revealing the connection to Jinbei's protective role and the government's new policies regarding fishmen, he still found it difficult to accept. Through this singular instance, Arlong epitomized the darker undercurrents of the pirate world, exposing the corruption of the world government, the Navy's compromises and weaknesses, the brutal slaughter between races, and the callous disregard of the powerful for the lives of the common folk. In Oda's portrayal, the world of One Piece is never solely defined by fervor and youthful exuberance. Xiano's fixation on Arlong stemmed not only from his desire to slay the villain and resolve the grievances of his youth, but also due to the imminent arrival of the Arlong pirates, which bore significant implications for the future dynamics of the East Blue. Presently, the East Blue was experiencing an unprecedented tranquility. With the downfall of formidable pirate crews such as the Black Hat Pirates and the Silver Shark Pirates, few notable pirate factions remained, with only the unassuming Buggy holding a bounty exceeding 10 million. Perhaps one could also include Xiano himself, who was working as a chef in a restaurant. The emergence of the Arlong pirates, to some extent, shattered this tranquility. Subsequently, pirate crews began to proliferate like mushrooms after rain, even giving rise to large-scale entities like the Kuro pirates. It seemed that if he were to set sail in the future, his first target had already been established. With the newspaper tucked away, Xiano turned back, resting his hands on the railing as the salty sea breeze greeted him. He squinted against the vast expanse of the ocean. Gazing towards the east, there lay only the tranquil, silent horizon and the occasional flight of seagulls. Nothing else was visible. Yet, Xiano was aware that merely a few dozen nautical miles away was Nami's homeland, Kokoyashi Village, which would soon become the first territory conquered by Arlong in his quest to establish a Fishman empire. The journey from the Bartai restaurant was merely a day's sail, so close. This proximity implied that once Arlong commenced his actions, news of his heinous crimes would inevitably reach this side before long, granting Xiano ample time to respond. He could very well set sail to confront Arlong. As for whether he could contend with that band of fishmen, truth be told, Xiano had not dwelled on that concern. Rather, he pondered whether he should embark on his maritime adventure sooner than anticipated. After all, compared to 6 months prior, he had significantly strengthened his abilities. Name, Xiano hero level. 2, 95, 100 strength, 20 agility, 26 wind swordsmanship, beginner proficiency 628 for 110, 000 skill. Steel slash. Level 2, unsheath your sword forward, unleashing a fierce sword aura that cleaves through all before you. Upon striking, the steel slash will gain a layer of whirlwind fury effect, lasting for 10 seconds. After accumulating 2 layers of this effect, steel slash will unleash a whirlwind capable of launching foes into the air. If executed during a charge, the steel slash manifests as a circular arc of blades. Embrace death to embrace life. When embroiled in battle, each enemy slain will restore a certain percentage of health, enhancing your endurance on the battlefield. The way of the wanderer, embracing death to embrace life. Offense is the best defense. Reputation, insignificant. Compared to 6 months ago, Shano's proficiency in the wind swordsmanship has grown at an exponential rate, undoubtedly attributed to his rigorous daily training regimen. However, a significant portion of this growth stems from encounters with unruly pirates among his clientele. Generally, ordinary pirates contribute a mere 5 points to Shano's proficiency, but their sheer numbers often lead to skirmishes involving 10 or more, resulting in a substantial increase in skill once Shano dispatches them. Moreover, not all pirates dining are inept. For instance, earlier last month, a captain with a bounty of 6 million berries berated Sanji for the unpalatable soup, calling him over to unleash a tirade that nearly brought the lad to tears. Coincidentally, Shano, passing by on his way to the restroom, witnessed this scene and approached with a polite request for compensation, leading the captain outside. The outcome, as one might expect, was rather predictable. Following what could only be described as a sparring session that was essentially a thorough beating, Shano's proficiency in wind swordsmanship surged by 30 points. When the self-proclaimed great pirate returned, he kneeled before Sanji, and amidst the lad's bewilderment, he tearfully surrendered all the berries he had on him. Chapter 061. The Hollow Tree Tavern. The rise in proficiency brings not merely superficial changes to the attribute panel. Over the past 6 months, Shano's mastery and understanding of wind swordsmanship have become markedly evident. If, half a year prior, he could barely execute each move with competence through years of training, he has now transcended mere superficiality, gradually entering a profound contemplative process regarding the sword. This journey is an essential pathway for any swordsman aspiring to attain the level of Swordmaster. On these vast and boundless seas, the number of swordsmen is countless. Yet those worthy of the title of Swordmaster are exceedingly rare. Such formidable beings, apart from possessing formidable physical prowess, have invariably delved deeply into their swordsmanship, forging a unique path within the realm of the blade. Among them, some of the most exceptional sword masters possess an unparalleled sword intent. Such phenomena may appear ethereal, yet they wield a formidable influence in combat. They are the very reason why swordsmen can traverse the seas, relying on the extraordinary capabilities of those who have mastered the powers of devil fruits to their fullest potential. Shano has never encountered a devil fruit, nor contemplated relying on its powers. His singular ambition has always been to become the world's foremost swordsman. Therefore, being present at this moment is, in fact, his most significant achievement over the past 6 months. In terms of fundamental attributes, Shano has seen an increase of approximately 6 or 7 points in both strength and agility, which, although modest, is understandable. These attributes are intrinsically linked to the exploration of one's physical potential, making their enhancement particularly challenging. Moreover, given the stagnation of his hero level over the past half year, achieving such growth is a testament to his rigorous training. Bartai, being a restaurant, regards all patrons as guests regardless of their status. Should a disturbance arise, it is entirely within reason for Shano, as the head chef, to intervene and restore order. However, that is where his involvement must remain. Even if many of the pirates are scoundrels, he cannot resort to lethal force in public simply for the sake of leveling up. Thus, the conflict between his identity as a chef and the pace of his advancement, which he feared upon his arrival at Bartai, remains a considerable obstacle. It appears that reliance on that plan is inevitable. With this thought in mind, Shano lifted his gaze towards the shimmering sea, rubbed his slightly weary cheeks, and sighed. Tonight marks the commencement of a new chapter. Having spent a significant sum of money, if he fails to recoup his investment, he will have to endure the consequences alongside Sanji. As dusk approached and the night descended, the brightly lit Bartai restaurant stood out like a beacon amidst the vast ocean. Inside the bustling first-floor hall, nearly every table was occupied due to the dinner rush. Fortunately, after 6 months of growth, Bartai had hired numerous chefs and waitstaff, ensuring that they had sufficient personnel to manage the crowd. In fact, the kitchen often had an excess of chefs, necessitating some to take on waitstaff duties. This situation arises from the occasional conflicts that erupt at the only seaside restaurant in the East Blue. The chefs recruited by Zeph are undaunted by trouble, unlike the waitstaff, who often lack the same fortitude. When pirates cause a ruckus, it's not uncommon for half of the waitstaff to flee in fright, necessitating constant recruitment to maintain numbers. Conversely, the chefs, sharing a camaraderie born from their similar temperaments, have developed a deep affection for Bartai, which makes them reluctant to leave. With new chefs continually drawn to the establishment, the number of chefs has steadily increased, surpassing that of the waitstaff. Consequently, the kitchen appears exceedingly busy, yet everything is handled with remarkable efficiency. After a period of intense activity, Patty and Carl, 2 longtime friends and roommates, were relieved by another group of rotating chefs. Concluding their shift for the day, their lives have remained in sync due to their long-standing friendship and shared living arrangements. According to the customary routine, it was nearly time to ascend to the second floor to wash up and retire for the night. It seemed that the restaurant's business had been flourishing day by day. Yet paradoxically, we found ourselves increasingly at ease. As Paddy ambled up the spiral staircase in the center of the hall, he tilted his head slightly and chuckled to himself. I must say, we have been resting rather early these past few days. How about we take turns serving as waitstaff at night? Perhaps with a stroke of luck, we might even earn a little gratuity. However, after a while, he received no response, prompting him to glance back in curiosity. Carl? Yes, I'm listening, came a reply. To his surprise, Carl was stationed at the bend of the staircase, reclining against the railing. Without moving, he lazily lifted his gaze and remarked, if you wish to sleep, you may head up first. I still have matters to attend to. Matters? What matters? Paddy queried, filled with intrigue. What? Are you actually considering my suggestion and planning to stay tonight to earn some tips? Carl rolled his eyes, clearly uninterested. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Paddy retorted, anger flaring within him. In a sudden shift, he turned and squeezed in beside Carl, who wore a displeased expression, with a mischievous grin spread across his face. He leaned in and said, Come on, old chap, what is going on? Do share. Remove your hand. Carl shot him a glare. Once Paddy reluctantly withdrew his arm, Carl yawned and said, Though this doesn't concern you, since you've asked, I might as well enlighten you. The boss has been renovating the restaurant this month, partitioning off the eastern side of the hall with a wall. You're aware of this, right? He gestured toward the eastern side, where a vibrant green curtain divided the restaurant from the hall, claiming a space of several square meters. I am aware, Paddy scratched the back of his head. But the boss hasn't mentioned the purpose. When I last inquired with the head chef, he seemed quite enigmatic and insisted on keeping a secret. Do you know what lies behind that curtain? Of course, if I didn't know, why would I be loitering here? Carl shot him a sidelong glance. Then, under Paddy's eager gaze, he spoke with a hint of pride. Actually, I only learned about it today when the head chef summoned me. Behind that curtain is a newly renovated tavern, supposedly called the Hollow Tree Tavern or something similar. It will operate exclusively in the evening, catering to patrons seeking drinks. The head chef will be at the helm, and I have been hired as one of the 3 bartenders. If business flourishes, I can only imagine that the tips will far surpass those of a waiter. As he reached this point, the aged lecher Carl seemed to be struck by a thought, a lascivious smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He chuckled. The patrons coming for drinks in the evening will undoubtedly include some enchanting ladies. With my bartending prowess, I might just attract a few desirable targets. Tree Hollow Tavern? Paddy was momentarily taken aback. Then fury surged within him. He bellowed, Why should it be you, you scoundrel? When it comes to bartending skills, it should rightly be me, not you. This is outrageous. I'm an elder. Why am I denied such an opportunity? Perhaps they find you too unappealing, Carl retorted disdainfully, wiping away the spittle from his face. He scrutinized Paddy's features and remarked, A bartender should possess not only skill, but also a presentable appearance. Just look at you, resembling a gourd. What would happen if you frightened away the customers in the dead of night? Do you wish for disaster, you imbecile? Furious, Paddy seized Carl by the neck, his robust arms tightening around him as he gritted his teeth and growled. Do you think you are so handsome? Care for a fight, old man? Paddy's strength was considerable, and Carl struggled to break free, gasping for breath after a prolonged effort. Once liberated, he shot a fierce glare at Paddy. Why are you glaring at me? This was the head chef's decision. If you have a problem, go confront him. The head chef? Upon hearing these words, Paddy's expression froze, his indignation swiftly dissipating. After a soft grunt, he fell silent. Carl let out a scoff, ready to deliver a few more jabs. When his gaze caught the time on the wall clock in his peripheral vision, he exclaimed, Oh, is it already 7:30? Time has flown. What? Paddy, still in a daze, asked. The tavern. What else could it be? Carl slowly rose, looking towards the east with eager anticipation. This was the opening time we agreed upon yesterday. Indeed, shortly after he spoke, nearly all the lights in the ceiling abruptly extinguished, casting the entire hall into darkness. The diners, still engaged in their meals, looked up in astonishment, and soon a clamor erupted. Hey, what's going on here? Where's the owner? Come explain this. Why are the lights off all of a sudden? Exactly. It's barely this hour. We haven't even finished our meals. Crack. Amidst the clamor, a sudden soft sound reverberated from the apex of the hall, followed by the abrupt illumination of a spotlight that pierced through the darkness, casting a blinding beam upon a verdant curtain and capturing the attention of every patron within the dimly lit restaurant. Tap, tap, tap. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by the muffled sound of heavy footsteps, Chef Jappu emerged onto the elevated platform before the spotlight, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform. As his gaze swept across the assembly, he noticed the discontent etched upon the faces of many guests, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. With a barely audible murmur meant only for himself, he grumbled, "Those troublesome young ones truly know how to vex me." Clearing his throat with gravity, Jappu ensured that the focus of all patrons was firmly upon him before he spoke. "I'm the proprietor of this esteemed establishment, and for those who are familiar, you may recognize me. I sincerely apologize for the interruption of your dining experience this evening. As a token of my regret, I am pleased to offer a 20% discount on your bills tonight, and I humbly ask for your understanding." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the patrons visibly brightened, with many displaying hints of joy. After all, while the culinary offerings at Bharati Restaurant are of exceptional quality, they are not without their cost. Thus, a reduction in expenditure was indeed a welcome reprieve. Now it was time to announce the main event. Jappu keenly observed the guests' reactions, nodding slightly before raising his voice dramatically, exclaiming, "I assure you, tonight will be an unforgettable evening. For the unique tavern known as the Tree Hollow Tavern at Bharati Restaurant is hereby declared open." Clap, clap, clap. As the final word left his lips, 3 additional spotlights suddenly illuminated, converging around him and rendering the curtain behind him translucent, transforming the eastern side of the hall into a dazzling spectacle akin to daylight. With an almost ethereal grace, Jappu silently retreated into the shadows as the curtain began to part, revealing a mesmerizing scene beneath the gentle glow of lights. Wow, what is this? Such a beautiful tavern. As the guests beheld the spectacle before them, nearly all stood in awe, their voices rising in exclamations of admiration and wonder. Behind the curtain stood a magnificent banyan tree, its trunk spanning an impressive 5 to 6 meters in width, with branches exuding a lustrous hue reminiscent of cast iron. Sturdy and robust, the lush, emerald leaves extended graciously in all directions, casting a vast canopy of shade. The trunk below, remarkably hollowed out, forms a quaint little abode of its own. A counter in the shape of a right angle is adorned with wooden cabinets that line the walls, displaying an array of exquisite wines, their glass bottles glimmering in the surrounding darkness. In the corner, a stack of black plates leans against an elegantly designed phonograph, from which the melodious strains of classical music waft gently into the air. What captures the eye even more, however, is the 4 tree hollows nestled side by side along the right edge of the trunk, positioned just over a meter above the ground, each accompanied by a wooden seat perfectly aligned with the hollows. "Carl, is this the Tree Hollow Tavern you mentioned?" At the corner of the staircase, Paddy couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Yet, as he turned around, he was startled to discover that the space behind him was utterly empty. Carl, who had been seated right next to him, had seemingly vanished. Where on earth did that fellow go? Puzzled, he surveyed his surroundings, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. From the previously empty tavern, 3 figures emerged slowly from the depths of the darkness, making their way to the counter. Clad in simple, light red garments, upon closer inspection, the figure on the far right was none other than Carl himself. After exchanging a subtle smile with the patrons in the room, the trio proceeded to retrieve the cocktail tools set aside, crafting drinks with a grace and finesse that harmonized beautifully with the fresh, natural ambience surrounding them. Chapter 063. The calm before the storm. Simultaneously, in the soft glow of the tavern's lighting, a decorative piece resembling a tree stump at the edge began to emit a faint light, revealing itself to be a cleverly disguised loudspeaker. In the next moment, as the rings of light twinkled gently, a youthful, melodious voice resonated, echoing around the room. "In a vast and boundless journey, do you ever feel lonely? Upon the endless ocean, do you ever feel isolated? After drifting for years, do you long for the familiar faces and landscapes of home? If so, why not take a moment to sit at the Tree Hollow Tavern, savor an endless variety of refreshing wines, chance upon kindred spirits, reflect upon and share the trajectory of your life. Ah, but what if you still feel discontent? Fear not, for here lies your very own Tree Hollow, a sanctuary to pour out your heart. No one knows your secrets, and no one can disturb you. Wander freely in your own realm, accompanied by the fragrance of the trees. One must believe that a beautiful day will surely come." The voice initially emerged with a hint of unfamiliarity and shyness. Yet as the recitation progressed, it became increasingly imbued with emotion, harmoniously intertwining with the classical melodies emanating from the gramophone. The cadence and modulation lent an allure to the uniquely styled Tree Hollow Tavern, enhancing its appeal. Instantly, numerous patrons at nearby tables displayed expressions of intrigue. In the northeast corner of the restaurant, seated by the window, a young couple faced each other, their demeanor affectionate. The glimmer of their wedding bands sparkled brightly, suggesting they were newlyweds. "My dear, that tavern appears rather intriguing," remarked the young man, his gaze shifting from the Tree Hollow Tavern back to his beloved, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Shall we go over and have a drink?" "I think I'll pass on the alcohol," replied the young woman, her wavy, flaxen locks framing her captivating visage. She first shook her head slightly, then pressed her lips together, revealing a serene smile. "However, that Tree Hollow does seem quite fascinating. I would love to give it a try." "Haha, what a coincidence. I was just thinking the same." The young man laughed heartily, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and rose from his seat. "Then let us go together." At the southernmost end of the hall, beside the entrance, the atmosphere diverged from the northern section. Here, large round tables accommodating a dozen or more guests surrounded a group of burly men who were animatedly pointing at the tavern and whispering amongst themselves. "Damn it, speak up if you have something to say." In the center, an old man with a captain's hat and a single eye could no longer contain his frustration. With a forceful slap on the table, he bellowed, "You're all grown men. Why are you hiding away, squabbling like children?" Startled by his outburst, the men paused, exchanging glances until one bold, bald-headed individual finally stepped forward, cautiously probing. "Captain, remember when we defeated the seaweed pirate crew? You mentioned treating everyone to a drink." After a moment's hesitation and a gulp, he continued, "Shall we indulge in one last round?" What did you say?" As anticipated, upon hearing this, the old man's eyes bulged with fury, and he shouted, "Drink? Did you not see the bill? This restaurant charges exorbitantly. Our table's meal alone cost a staggering 10,000 berries. That wretched, gourd-headed waiter even said there's no change. It's an outright loss. And you still want to order drinks? Are you inviting them to rob us blind?" "TC, so stingy," the bald man murmured under his breath, gesturing helplessly to his companions, signaling that he was at a loss. After a series of lamentations, the group of burly men reluctantly shifted their gaze from the tavern back to the table, resuming their dinner. Yet, unbeknownst to them, as he observed the listless heads of his subordinates, the one-eyed elder's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle. Stealthily, he unfastened his wallet beneath the table, counted the meager coins within, and sighed deeply with reluctance, lamenting that these rascals were indeed on the verge of losing their very livelihood. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Bartai restaurant, through the gaps of the staircase, Shano watched with a detached gaze as the emotions of the patrons below were stirred, excitement surging as more and more guests flooded into the tavern. A subtle smile graced his lips as he turned to affectionately tousle the hair of the little fellow beside him. Of course, he chuckled, in response to Shano's playful gesture. Sanji did not resist. Rather, he displayed a hint of enjoyment. After stowing away his microphone and script, he looked up with curiosity and inquired, "By the way, Shano, didn't you mention that you would personally oversee the tavern? Now that it has opened, aren't you going to go down?" "No, there's no need." Ziano cast a fleeting glance at him before his gaze languidly drifted back to the bustling tavern, murmuring, "At least for now, there is no need. The patrons have yet to become inebriated. Descending too early would merely squander time." Sanji, with an expression of vague comprehension, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, perhaps due to the late hour, he found himself succumbing to fatigue. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, he bid Ziano good night and retreated to his chamber for slumber. Thus, at the stairway of the second floor, only Ziano remained, cradling a glass of Lake Toya, silently observing the events unfolding within the tavern. Time drifted by serenely, and unbeknownst to him, the night deepened. The wall clock's hour hand had already pointed to 10, and the Bartai restaurant had entirely transitioned into a state of closure. The lights in the main hall extinguished, the chefs had retired for the night, and the chill autumn breeze seeped through the cracks of the door, howling softly, enhancing the atmosphere of solitude. Yet, amidst this darkness, a warm glow emanated from beneath the banyan tree on the eastern wall, and if one listened closely, the sounds of laughter and clinking glasses occasionally echoed from within. Inside the Tree Hollow Tavern, a voice intoxicated and exuberant suddenly rang out, exclaiming, "Indeed, this 30-year-old Mikkel vintage is truly delightful." A portly man with a scruffy beard raised his empty glass, his face flushed, and shouted towards the interior, "Hey bartender, give me another drink. Make sure to add ice." "Of course, just a moment," replied Carl, one of the 3 bartenders on night duty, who immediately lifted his head, flashed an okay gesture, and then turned to the corner cupboard to prepare the requested drink. Suddenly, a soft sound emerged beside him, prompting Carl to instinctively glance over. Just in time to see the tavern's back door swing open. Dressed in a dark blue hoodie, Ziano stifled a yawn as he stepped inside. "Good evening, chef," Carl greeted, as if he had anticipated Ziano's arrival, his face breaking into a cheerful smile before he returned to his task. Good evening, Ziano replied, his eyes scanning the bar. Noting that a dozen patrons were still engaged in jovial conversation, nearly all quite tipsy. Stretching slightly, he smiled and remarked, the atmosphere is rather pleasant. Chapter 064. The hunting plan begins. Soon, Carl completed the preparation of a Mikkel, adding a few ice cubes before presenting it to the portly man at the bar. As expected, the familiar taste. The man took the drink, inhaling its aroma with delight before eagerly bringing it to his lips, his face alight with blissful intoxication. Hey, I say. At that moment, a bald man on the right suddenly leaned in, squinting playfully and said, Lucius, I see you've already had 3 glasses of this fine drink. It must be quite delightful. How about treating me to a glass? Get lost, the stout man shot back, glaring at him. 3,000 berries a glass, and I can barely quench my own thirst. Why would I share with a scoundrel like you? You shouldn't say that. The bald man chuckled, undeterred, and directly called out to Carl, Hey, bartender, bring me a glass and put it on this scoundrel's tab. Carl remained silent, glancing at the stout man. It was only when he saw Lucius sigh in resignation and nod that he turned back with a smile to prepare the drink. Are you two friends? Shano casually picked up a glass of wine from the side, sipping it while observing the duo. Friends? The stout man and the bald man exchanged glances before simultaneously turning their faces away. The stout man spat in disdain. Who is friends with him? We just met while playing cards, and he lost me 5 times. Now he has the audacity to ask for a treat. What a shameless fellow. Whining again, huh? If you have the ability, don't treat him. I want to so what? If you're capable, then don't drink. I'm going to drink regardless. The two continued their banter, and Shano couldn't help but facepalm. It seemed wherever he went, he encountered such a comically tumultuous relationship. Sanji and ZF were like this, and so were Pudding and Carl. He felt utterly enveloped in their camaraderie. Not friends, yet they can be so animated. Just then, Carl returned, placing a glass before the bald man and laughing heartily. Seems like you're all quite good company. No, I beg to differ. A middle-aged gentleman in the corner, who had been quietly perusing a newspaper, suddenly set it down, smiling gently as he looked over. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed impeccably, he exuded an air of sophistication, his tone notably warm. One might say this tavern possesses a unique atmosphere, allowing one to relax naturally after a prolonged stay. It feels almost like home. As he spoke, he raised his glass and drained it before continuing with a smile. It fosters an environment where one's true nature can be revealed, which is perhaps why these two can coexist so harmoniously. Is that so? A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Shano's eyes, yet he feigned a look of sudden realization. With his left hand open and his right fist clenched, he struck his left palm with a heavy thud, exclaiming, You make a valid point, my friend. It's merely speculation, nothing to take seriously. The middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles, although he spoke thus. A hint of smugness could not be concealed at the corners of his mouth. Bartender, I would like a glass of 30-year-old Michael. Just like them with ice, please. Certainly, sir, replied Carl, snapping his fingers. Just as he was about to prepare the drink, he noticed the subtle signal Shano discreetly conveyed. Instantly, he called over another chef serving as a bartender to assist, and then naturally followed Shano out through the back door. Have you noted everything down? Shano inquired, leaning against the wooden door, his demeanor calm. Yes, I have recorded all potential targets. Carl nodded, retrieving a thick notebook from his coat pocket and handing it over. There are 3 groups of pirates, and in addition, a few others are on the shortlist. Ziano flipped to the first page, where the handwriting was rather hasty, evidently jotted down in a rush. That day, he knocked on my door once more. We had both indulged in alcohol, and in a moment of weakness, I ultimately betrayed my beloved. Oh, how my heart aches. The honeymoon begins in just 2 days. How shall I face him? After reading the first paragraph, Ziano, with an expressionless demeanor, swiftly turned to the second page. As for the outcome, Jessica has been feeling rather despondent lately. It seems she has caught wind of the affair between Luna and me. What should I do? The honeymoon period is approaching. Should I secretly bring Luna along as well? Ziano's lips curled with irritation as he snapped the notebook shut with a resounding clap. He then cast a fleeting glance at Carl, scoffing, Is this the clandestine secret between newlyweds that you have recorded? Carl, taken aback, took the notebook and leafed through its pages, gradually grasping Ziano's implication. His face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly scratched his head and stammered, No. The earlier entries were merely idle notes I made while guarding the hollow tree. But the valuable information is contained within the later sections. Chef, look, he added hastily, flipping the notebook to a page in the middle before handing it back to Ziano. Here, this is what matters. Ziano let out a sigh and resumed his perusal. Indeed, from this page onward, the recorded information became significantly more serious. In an attempt to compensate for his earlier oversight, Carl began to elaborate beside him. The first group of pirates was the Samar pirates, with a bounty of 2 million berries. Captain Samar and several of his officers had just been here, thoroughly intoxicated and being rather loquacious by nature. They had bypassed the treehouse entirely, boasting about their recent exploits right at the bar, which had been meticulously documented. The second group comprised a fledgling band of pirates, all youthful, many appearing to be merely in their early teens. Their leader, a certain David, revealed his plans while intoxicated in a tree hollow, seemingly intent on launching an audacious assault on the Navy's 16th Division in the coming days to establish his reputation. The third faction was the Venom Tooth Pirates, led by Captain Bolt, with a bounty of 7 million berries. They had previously visited the restaurant a few times, behaving relatively well while dining and generously tipping, bringing considerable profit to Patty. However, it appeared that the money they spent was plunder from small town just last month. Carl's exposition continued, and he seemed to grow ever more animated, speaking with an almost relentless fervor. Yet, unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Ziano's attention had drifted away from his words. His gaze fixated entirely on a specific passage in his notebook. In the dim light, a fleeting glimmer of chilling intent flickered in his obsidian-like pupils. Chapter 065. Mackerel Head Number 2. Set sail. As the bespectacled gentleman previously remarked, every embellishment within the tavern, including the majestic banyan tree, the vintage yet refreshing decor, the classical melodies emanating from the corner phonograph, and most crucially, the meticulously crafted tree hollow, serves to envelop patrons in a sense of tranquility, akin to returning to the comfort of their own homes. In essence, it allows them to lower their guard, whether engaged in casual banter at the bar or confiding their innermost thoughts within the tree hollow, thereby furnishing Shano with ample intelligence and options to select his targets for swift elevation of his hero rank. The founder, Zep, established the Bartai restaurant with the noble intent of offering hope to those adrift at sea in desperate hunger, regardless of their identity. Initially, Shano found this aspiration commendable. However, after spending considerable time at the restaurant and encountering a myriad of unsavory characters, he occasionally felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate the troublemakers with a swift strike. Yet, out of respect for Zep's vision and the business's welfare, he refrained from acting on such impulses. However, starting today, everything shall transform. From the very inception of the Tree Hollow Tavern, with its exclusive nocturnal operations, this has been the singular objective. Casting a sidelong glance at Carl, despite appearing somewhat weary, continued to provide detailed intelligence. Shano felt a twinge of embarrassment. His plan to purge the scoundrels had taken shape over 6 months ago, yet due to various constraints, it only began to materialize gradually last month. The construction of the tavern necessitates substantial funding. The renowned reputation and customer influx of the Bartai restaurant, as well as a dependable team of assistants, all of which are indispensable. Without a period of at least 6 months to solidify these elements, it would be utterly impossible for Shano to achieve the current scenario solely on his own. For instance, it is precisely due to the profound affection that the chefs harbor for Bartai and their transformation into genuine partners with Shano that he is able to select a few of the most seasoned chefs to serve as bartenders and execute his plans collaboratively. It is worth noting that the chefs at Bartai are quite attuned to Shano's preferences. Their agreement to his proposal stems not only from the lucrative tips associated with the tavern, but, more significantly, from their alignment with Shano's vision. They're not all like Zep. Many have long harbored dissatisfaction towards the scoundrels who previously caused trouble. This sentiment is shared by Carl and the other 2 bartenders as well. Of course, throughout this process, Zep's attitude remains pivotal. Although the old man did not vocalize any objections, the moment Shano articulated his plan and assured that it would not adversely affect the restaurant's business, a sum of 2 million berries required for the renovations was promptly thrust into Shano's hands. He did not inquire why Shano was intent on hunting down the scum among pirates, nor could he fathom that Shano's penchant for killing could swiftly bolster his experience and level him up. Yet, it was precisely because, under the veil of twilight during their first arrival at Bartai, Shano had expressed his desire to transcend the confines of a mere cook and aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman that the old man deemed this justification sufficient. As Shano's thoughts began to drift, his gaze returned from a specific point in his notebook. The murderous intent that lingered in the corner of his eyes slowly receded. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly closed the notebook, slightly raised his head, and turned to Carl, inquiring in a grave tone, "When did that poisoned fongbolt leave the restaurant?" "It wasn't long ago, perhaps just a little over 10 minutes, Carl replied, scratching his head as he recalled. "Also, I overheard some of the staff chatting at the bar, mentioning that they were heading to Prose Island." That is good to know, Xano swiftly contemplated, as a myriad of available clues and information flickered through his mind. Prolos Island lay to the northwest, yet the wind had been blowing from the southeast all day, and would not shift until at least tomorrow morning. Without the aid of a sail, their progress would be sluggish, and it was quite possible they might anchor for rest by midnight. In terms of time, catching up with them seemed exceedingly feasible. Now, Carl was taken aback. While the allure of the tavern was compelling, and future patrons would likely abound, who could say if this group would return again? Xano softly acknowledged, noting that tonight was a full moon, providing ample illumination. Indeed, the perfect opportunity. Moreover, there were still two other pirate factions, the Zymal pirates and David's crew. Notably, the Zymal crew was still anchored outside, with their officers inside indulging in drink. The bald man from earlier. If they were to follow their lead and strike, would it not be far easier? Carl looked on, perplexed. Xano shook his head gently and remarked, from the notes you recorded in the tree hollow, it appears that the Poison Fong pirates have recently pillaged a village, resulting in the deaths of numerous villagers. They have committed such heinous acts before, and their ship is filled with despicable scoundrels. Their demise would hardly be regretted. However, the other two are markedly different, although they also claim the title of pirates. The Samar pirates consist of merely a handful of individuals, impoverished to the core, and they are even contemplating whether to seek labor on nearby islands to earn some money. It is a profound disgrace to piracy. Xano waved his notebook, a look of exasperation on his face, and remarked that the group led by David was merely a collection of naive children. They had just set sail and already aspired to make a name for themselves by recklessly challenging the 16th Division. Such foolishness hardly warranted attention, as they would soon learn a harsh lesson at the hands of the Navy. Indeed, these two groups should not even be considered for the candidate list, should they? Moreover, Xano sighed as he returned the notebook to Carl. I've mentioned this before, haven't I? For the sake of caution, we should only target one batch at a time. The proportion of incidents among our guests cannot be excessively high. The Navy isn't composed of fools. Moreover, in the future, refrain from eavesdropping on ordinary patrons who clearly do not fit the profile of potential targets when they visit the Hollow. Violating others' privacy is unacceptable. At this point, Xano shot an irritated glare at Carl. I certainly don't wish to see that kind of content on the first page when I return. You even noted the sound effects of that newlywed couple in bed. What were you thinking? Carl's face flushed with embarrassment as he glanced around, wishing he could vanish into thin air. It wasn't until he noticed Xano had dismissed him and exited the room that he furrowed his brow and opened the notebook, muttering, "What a brat. Just wait until you grow up. You'll understand how lonely a man can become after spending too much time at sea." Across the passageway connecting the kitchen and the stern lay the entrance to the basement of the Bartai restaurant. At this moment, Xano had donned a black sweatshirt, the hood pulled over his head, obscuring his long hair and half of his face. Lake Toya was slanted behind him, revealing only the hilt of a sword, giving him the appearance of a reaper gliding through the darkness. In the dim light, a narrow staircase was barely visible. As he descended, a damp mist enveloped him almost immediately. Before long, a small water cove came into view. Two boats, one large and one small, were docked on the water surface, their sterns facing the stairway. Tuna Head Number 1 and Tuna Head Number 2 were the names of the vessels. The Bartai itself was massive, resembling a giant tuna, with the larger Tuna Head Number 1 being the one typically stationed outside the restaurant, its front half exposed while it remained anchored in the cove, only departing when necessary for battle. Equipped with heavy artillery and lacking masts or sails, it relied entirely on pedal power, achieving remarkable speed. In the original narrative, without much intervention from Zepp, it was primarily through the efforts of Patty and Carl that the vessel repelled numerous adversaries with ill intentions toward the restaurant. However, at present, due to Xano's presence, the pirates that dared to cause trouble had been effortlessly dealt with, leaving the ship in use for the past 6 months. Regrettably, the protagonist of today would not be this vessel. Shifting his gaze to the slightly smaller Tuna Head Number 2, Xano wasted no time. He approached the boat, swiftly climbed the ladder, and settled into the cockpit, his feet resting on the pedals. The sensation of riding a bicycle on the sea, reminiscent of Kizaru. Xano couldn't help but voice his disdain for the small vessel, which was a defective product gifted by the shipyard when Zepp ordered the Bluefin Tuna Head Number 1. This boat was merely half the size of the original, its bow unpainted and lacking the distinctive shape of a tuna head. Devoid of heavy artillery and firepower, it was indeed more compact and agile. However, with only one seat in the cockpit, an ordinary person could hardly endure for long, quickly succumbing to exhaustion. As Xano remarked, it was essentially just a bicycle for the sea, Nevertheless, despite his words, he harbored a certain satisfaction with this craft. Firstly, its absence of the tuna head insignia meant it wouldn't expose the Bartai restaurant like the first vessel. Secondly, for someone like him who had undergone rigorous training, navigating this contraption for several dozen nautical miles felt like child's play, devoid of any burden. This was the source of his confidence in catching up to the poison-toothed pirates and approaching them under the cover of night without premature detection. Thus, it was time to set sail. After flexing his fingers slightly, Shano grasped the helm, gently steering towards the exit. With a sudden surge of power in his legs, he pressed down hard on the pedal. In an instant, the bay erupted in splashes, and the bluefin tuna head number 2 transformed into a shadow, darting away from the Bartai restaurant and racing across the moonlit sea towards the northwest. However, Shano was oblivious to the fact that at the very moment he departed from the water bay, a tall and robust figure unexpectedly appeared in the stairwell. The chef's hat, towering at nearly a meter high, along with the 2 thick and long strands of beard, rendered him remarkably distinctive. In the darkness, as he gazed at the small boat gradually vanishing from sight, Zeph let out an irritated grunt. Humph, they all think they can treat me like this. Just because I'm getting on in years, they believe they can spread their wings. However, he sighed deeply, turning back toward the path he had come, leaving only an aged silhouette behind. Thankfully, the 2 rascals were still minors and had yet to embark on their formal voyage. Chapter 66. A misfortunate day for the Poison Fawn pirates on a summer night. The sea was gently infused with a hint of moisture, accompanied by a subtle chill unique to the end of spring. The stars twinkled in the vast sky, and the moon hung like a silver disk, casting a soft, luminous glow. At a glance, the boundless ocean appeared even more desolate and expansive. A grand ship, towering at over 10 meters, lay quietly anchored on the water surface, its sails furled and anchor submerged. From a distance, it resembled a still life painting crafted by a master artist, imbued with a sense of antiquity. Achoo! Suddenly, a loud sneeze erupted from the lookout tower, reverberating through the surrounding silence and shattering the tranquility of the night. On the deck, a robust pirate named Thompson jolted awake from a state of half-slumber, shaking his groggy head before abruptly lifting it and shouting angrily toward the lookout tower. "Hey, Dwyer, what the hell are you doing? Do you want to keep everyone awake?" My apologies, I didn't mean to," came the cheerful response from a lean pirate, who poked his head out from the towering lookout, which stood at 7 or 8 meters high. "It's a bit chilly tonight, and I couldn't help but sneeze. You can go back to sleep. It's not time for the shift change yet, so I won't disturb you again." "Humph, I don't believe you," Thompson scoffed, eyeing the slender pirate. Noticing he was clad in nothing but a tank top, he added irritably, "Dress like that, you'll freeze to death. Go inside and put on a proper jacket before you come back to keep watch." "Hey, when did you start caring about me, Thompson?" the lean pirate teased, flicking his tongue. "Just so you know, I'm not easily swayed by your concern." "Don't talk nonsense," Thompson spat. "It's only a little past 11. There is still plenty of time until the shift change. I want to get a good night's sleep without being roused by your noise. I'll keep watch here. So hurry up and get some clothes on." "Really, you're impossible," the lean pirate sighed, grasping the soft ladder attached to the mast and slowly descending from the lookout tower. He rubbed his hands together as he pushed open the cabin door and stepped inside, while Thompson leaned against the wall, yawning in fatigue. Before long, footsteps approached, and the lean pirate emerged from the cabin, now wearing a leather jacket, having shut the door behind him. However, compared to before, his expression bore a hint of bewilderment. I inquired, "Tom, what about those women from earlier? I just passed by their quarters and saw no sign of them." "What? Still thinking about women at this late hour? Have you lost your senses?" Thompson smirked slightly. "Are you referring to the few I acquired from Rocktown? It's been over 10 days. I grew weary of them long ago. Keeping them around was becoming a hassle. This very morning, Captain Samar had them dealt with." "Oh, that explains it," I replied. The lean pirate initially appeared enlightened, then sighed with regret. "It was a bit premature. That girl named Maria had quite the spirit. I had planned to spend more time with her tomorrow." "TCH, look at your aspirations," Thompson scoffed, gesturing towards the cabin. "Let us not forget that our captain is the notorious Pirate Bolt, with a bounty of 7 million. Once we set sail on the Grand Line, what manner of woman shall we not find?" "Indeed," the lean pirate chuckled, glancing toward the mast. "Well, I shall return to my watch. You rest for now. I will call for you later in the night." However, at that moment, an odd rustling sound suddenly emanated from the bow of the ship, growing clearer and closer in the enveloping darkness. Both men furrowed their brows. Exchanging a knowing glance before, in unison, they drew their pistols from their waists and stealthily advanced towards the front of the ship. Under the moonlight, the scene at the bow gradually came into view. There, on the right side of the railing, 2 hands were gripping tightly, and a figure, shrouded in black, was ascending rapidly in a peculiar manner. Witnessing the spectacle, Thompson and Dwyer's expressions shifted, and without hesitation, they raised their pistols, aiming at the intruder. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure seemed to sense their arrival. Surprisingly, it merely glanced in their direction, its gaze lingering momentarily on the gun's muzzle before continuing its ascent with nonchalance. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the two, the figure executed a grand maneuver with its right leg, effortlessly vaulting over the railing and landing gracefully on the deck. From head to toe, its poise could only be described as impeccable. However, as soon as it touched down, a peculiar sound erupted, reminiscent of an unfortunate foot plunging into a puddle. The two pirates stared in astonishment as the figure looked down and promptly removed its boots, shaking them vigorously over the railing, causing water to cascade onto the ground in a torrent. The newcomer muttered with a tone laden with exasperation, "Damn it, I'm soaked. I really need to practice more. Riding a bicycle isn't that easy either. Next time I tip over in the water, it will be utterly humiliating." This reminder prompted the two to realize that the figure was not only soaked from the boots, but drenching from head to toe, as if it had just emerged from the depths of the sea, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Suppressing the inexplicable urge to scoff, Thompson narrowed his eyes slightly, tilted his head, and coldly commanded, "Hey, you over there, halt. Turn your head and stand still." "Huh?" The figure paused, its boots shaking, and turned its head, inquiring with a puzzled expression, "Why?" Such a bewildering response. Thompson, taken aback, found himself shouting in frustration. "It's the dead of night. Do you think this is your home? You just climb aboard without a care? Show some respect. Has no one taught you about the pirate flag?" As he spoke, he pointed his gun towards the mast, where a black flag fluttered in the wind, its white skull emblem still clearly visible even in the darkness. The shadow was none other than Shano. Upon hearing Thompson's words, he glanced in the indicated direction, squinting at the flag. The skull has two purple fangs protruding from its mouth. This design is rather peculiar. Who crafted this? Naturally, the two pirates were oblivious to his musings. The lean pirate, Waddy, seeing Shano staring blankly at the pirate flag in silence, assumed he was stunned. He scoffed and turned to Thompson, saying, "I say, this kid is just a novice who has recently set sail, reckless and clueless. Doesn't he even recognize a pirate ship when he asks on one? He just a hindrance. We might as well dispose of him in the sea." The more Thompson gazed at Shano, the more he felt a sense of irritation, as if there was an inexplicable, punchable quality about him. Upon hearing the words, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us handle it this way. The sooner we eliminate this matter, the sooner I can return to my slumber." Chapter 67. Only the innocent may rest peacefully. It seemed as though he had heard something of great significance. Observing the two unabashedly discussing their fate, Shano scratched his head, diverting his gaze from the pirate flag. Well, regardless of the circumstances, it appeared that this was indeed the vessel of the venomous Fong pirates, and he had not erred in his judgment. As Shano donned his freshly dried boots, he gradually withdrew the sword named Toya Lake from behind him. Upon standing upright, the frivolous expression that had once adorned his face had vanished without a trace, replaced instead by a chilling coldness that subtly pervaded his gaze. It was time to attend to serious matters. "Enough of your incessant prattling." Feeling disregarded, Thompson's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Upon witnessing Shano draw a weapon resembling a katana, he hesitated no longer and forcefully pulled the trigger. Blat! With a thunderous bang, the bullet was expelled from the gun's chamber, hurtling towards Shano, who stood a mere 7 or 8 meters away. A sinister smile crept across Thompson's face. In his eyes, this insolent youth who had dared to board their vessel at such an hour was already as good as dead. Observing the incoming projectile, Shano internally scoffed at the absurdity of it all, yet his expression remained impassive. He subtly shifted his weight, pivoting slightly to the right, retreating a small step. In the next instant, the bullet whizzed past the spot where his chest had just been, vanishing into the depths of the night. Having evaded the shot, Shano showed no inclination to linger. Gripping the hilt of Toya Lake tightly, he let out a low growl and surged forward at an astonishing speed towards the two pirates. His movements were minimal, his footfalls so soft they were nearly imperceptible. Yet he was as swift and fierce as a panther leaping from the shadows, closing the distance in an instant. Meanwhile, Thompson seemed still entrapped in the shock of Shano dodging the bullet. It was only when Shano's face, half obscured by a dark hood, loomed closer that he snapped back to reality, hastily raising his weapon once more, ready to fire. However, it was far too late. In that fleeting moment, the tip of Toya Lake pierced through his chest with a resounding whoosh. The blade struck true, plunging directly towards his heart. Thompson's eyes quickly lost focus, and after a few instinctive struggles, his body crumpled to the ground. Blood gushing from his chest and splattering onto the astonished face of his companion, the gaunt pirate Wadi. Yet, Shano had no intention of granting this man a moment to react. He swiftly withdrew the wooden sword from Thompson's lifeless form. Then, with a flick of his wrist, transformed the thrust into a slash, cleanly severing half of the man's skull. Thud! Thud! The sounds of two bodies collapsing to the ground resonated almost simultaneously. With an expression of tranquility, Shano retracted his gaze from Lake Toya, flipping his sword hand palm up. And with a flick of his wrist, he cast aside the blood that had stained the blade. The crimson liquid cascaded down the sword's tip, reminiscent of water droplets shaken off an umbrella. Concurrently, a mechanical system notification echoed in his mind. You have slain an enemy. Hero experience 7. You have slain an enemy. Hero experience 5. Current hero level. Level 2, 97,100. Just a fraction away from leveling up. Glancing at his attributes panel, a contemplative glimmer appeared in Shano's eyes, which he quickly concealed as he lifted his gaze, redirecting his focus to the vessel before him. Perhaps due to the earlier gunshot, several rooms on the second deck had illuminated, and in the far right corner, one individual pushed open a window, peering out onto the deck with a puzzled expression. Unfortunately, due to the angle, he failed to notice Shano directly below or the lifeless bodies on the ground. Yet, with his extraordinary hearing, Shano discerned the hurried footsteps of 3 or 4 individuals approaching the cabin door from the first floor, likely pirates concerned enough to investigate the disturbance. With this thought, Shano swiftly made his decision, retreating to press himself against the wall beside the door, shrouded in shadow as he awaited the pirates' arrival. As time passed, the curses of the approaching pirates gradually became clearer. Damn it, who is firing a gun at this hour? At least half the crew is awake now. If I find out which bastard did this, I'll make him regret it. Come on, don't be angry, first mate. Perhaps there's a genuine situation at hand. Oh, by the way, Jack, who's on night watch tonight? It should be Thompson and Vardy, right? Vardy has the first half, and Thompson the second. It's only 11:30. Looks like it was Vardy who fired the shot. Damn, I knew it was that deadweight. Every time he brings back a woman, he struts around like a peacock, but when he encounters the Navy, he is as cowardly as they come. Humph. I say it's high time Captain Bolt dealt with him too. Bang. Approximately 5 or 6 seconds later, the cabin door was forcefully swung open from within, revealing 4 pirates of varied appearances striding out. The foremost was a muscular man with his torso bare, emanating an air of fury, while the remaining 3 followed him with a hint of deference. Clearly, the robust man was the first mate they had just mentioned. As soon as the door opened, before they could step over the threshold, a strong stench of blood wafted from the bow of the ship, infiltrating their nostrils. Instinctively, the 4 halted, exchanging glances filled with varying expressions. Something was amiss. The robust figure furrowed his brow, gripping the hilt of his knife at his waist, and spoke in a chilling tone. Something must have indeed gone awry, Jack. You head to the second floor. The captain and the others are still asleep. Quickly rouse them. The rest of you, follow me to the deck. Chapter 068. Only the innocent may sleep peacefully. Understood. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The young pirate named Jack nodded hastily. But just as he turned to step away, something seemed to dawn on him, and he couldn't help but look back and ask, the captain detests being disturbed while asleep. What if, fear not, just go. The muscular man shot him a glare, his impatience palpable. If the captain takes issue with you, simply say it was my order. Jack finally acquiesced with a grunt, sheathed his knife, and dashed towards the staircase. The Poison Fong pirate crew's ship boasted 3 levels, with Captain Bolt's quarters situated on the topmost floor, quite distant from the entrance. Without daring to delay, he quickened his pace and soon reached the staircase. However, as he prepared to ascend, a series of thuds echoed from behind him. Jack froze momentarily, instinctively turning to look. In the next heartbeat, disbelief washed over him as he discovered, by the ship's entrance for pirates, including the first mate, lying in pools of blood. Beside them, a shadowy figure cloaked in black was slowly withdrawing a blade from the chest of one of the fallen. Half of the figure's face, obscured by a hood, revealed a chilling gaze that fixed upon him. Stay back. As the shadow, who had effortlessly dispatched the first mate, began to advance towards him, Jack's mind buzzed, and a wave of cold surged up his spine. With a sudden jolt, he gritted his teeth and turned to flee up the stairs. Yet, against the relentless speed of the assailant, Shano, his struggle was futile. A flash of cold light swept through the stairwell. As Jack rounded the corner, his movements abruptly halted. Blood spurted from his chest, splattering the ground, and before he could emit a scream, he collapsed, lifeless. Retracting his blade, Shano cast a cold glance at the lifeless bodies strewn about before shifting his gaze away. To him, who had undergone half a year of rigorous training, these individuals appeared exceedingly feeble, including the pirate referred to as the first mate. They were mere fodder, easily dispatched without the need for any formidable techniques. The second floor remained silent, likely because those awakened above believed that the presence of robust men was sufficient to assess the situation. However, the number of pirates descending held little significance for Shano. Whether they came in unison or one by one, the outcome would ultimately be the same, differing only in the time taken. After swiftly searching the first floor, he discovered it contained only a large conference room and 2 storage rooms, devoid of any pirates. Thus, Shano wasted no time, stepping over Jack's corpse that lay across the staircase and proceeding directly to the second floor. Standing at the corridor's entrance on the second floor, he surveyed the tightly packed rooms, estimating there to be around 20 or 30. Apart from a few rooms from which faint light seeped through the cracks of the doors, most were engulfed in darkness, indicating that the majority of the pirates remained in slumber. Well, this is quite favorable. Shano paused briefly before gently pushing open the door of the first room to his right. After casting a fleeting glance inside, he swiftly vanished into the darkness behind the door. Moments later, the wooden door creaked open, and Shano re-emerged into the corridor. He turned his gaze towards the door of the room opposite and advanced slowly to push it open. His expression and grip on the sword remained unchanged compared to before. If it weren't for the fresh blood trickling down the tip of his sword, one might think nothing had transpired in the previous room. A silent massacre unfolded amidst the boundless night. For pirates, dying in their sleep is undoubtedly a humiliating fate. However, in Shano's view, these individuals, unaware of their demise, were rather fortunate. At least they did not have to endure the fear and pain that accompanied their inevitable end, unlike the previous 2 groups of pirates. Enveloped in darkness, the system notifications in Shano's mind began to resound more frequently, announcing his increasing experience points. You have slain an enemy, hero experience 9. You have slain an enemy, hero experience 4. You have slain an enemy, hero experience 5. Initially, Shano found this quite amusing. While relishing the sense of achievement from the rising experience points, he occasionally noted the differences in experience between the slain pirates, attempting to gauge the strength of those hapless souls who met their end in bed. However, his obsessive tendencies soon led him to grow weary of the incessant notifications. After all, they were not particularly pleasant to listen to. Thus, with a newfound understanding of the system's mechanics, he forcefully disabled the notifications, rendering their presence moot. Earlier, when he dispatched the 3 pirates at the cabin door, Shano's hero experience had already overflowed, elevating his level to 3. Consequently, he received a skill point and an opportunity to open a bronze chest, in addition to a notable enhancement in his foundational attributes. Name, Shano hero level, 3, 139, 500, strength, 21 agility, 29 wind blade technique, beginner proficiency 636810000. His strength saw a slight increase, while agility surged by 3 points, nearing the threshold of 30. Observing the substantial rise in his basic attributes, Shano felt that his speed and power had improved slightly compared to his prior capabilities, a development that rivaled the results of his rigorous training over the past couple of months. As time slipped by, Shano advanced his lethal crusade into the middle of the corridor. At least 20 pirates had succumbed to his sword, and when combined with those who perished on the first floor, the remaining pirates barely constituted half of the total members of the Poison Fawn pirate crew. It seemed that within another 10 minutes, he would be able to eliminate them all. Yet, plans often falter in the face of unexpected circumstances. Just as Shano exited one room, the door across the way was gently pushed open from within. A pirate clad in pajamas and round glasses appeared, bleary-eyed, rubbing his eyes as he lazily shut the door behind him, completely oblivious to Shano's presence. In an instant, as both turned to leave, they collided with a loud thud, each taken by surprise. 5 minutes later, Shano leaned against the wall, holding his sword at an angle, observing the scene before him with a hint of annoyance. Just moments ago, as he nearly collided with the pirate, he had instinctively swung his sword. To his surprise, the scoundrel, resembling a rather unkempt version of a well-known figure, reacted swiftly, dropping to his knee and rolling away to evade Shano's strike while shouting for help. The ruckus in the corridor proved far more effective than the clamoring on the deck, although Shano quickly caught up and dispatched the pirate. The commotion had awakened all remaining pirates in the ship's hold. In an instant, the once empty corridor was filled with at least 20 pirates, encircling Shano with an array of weapons, and at the staircase leading to the second floor, A grim-faced, middle-aged man scrutinized Ziano with an icy stare. This man's appearance was strikingly peculiar. His nearly invisible eyebrows framed sharp fangs protruding from his lips, and his hair was styled into numerous small braids cascading down his back. Towering over 2 meters, he resembled a monstrous figure. With such a visage and the positioning of the other pirates, Ziano had no doubt that this was Bolt, the captain of the Poison Fong pirate crew. At that moment, 2 pirates wielding long knives returned from the first floor, approaching Bolt with grim expressions to report something. Ziano surmised they had just assessed the situation below. After listening for but a few moments, Bolt's expression darkened, and he shoved the 2 pirates aside, advancing towards Ziano, who was now surrounded. "Well, it appears I am encountering someone audacious enough to board my ship alone for the first time." A chilling gaze scrutinized Shano's face, as if attempting to unveil the true visage concealed beneath his hood. Bolt, baring his sharp fangs, offered a sinister grin and remarked, "To think you could slay so many of my subordinates. Tell me, boy, are you a newly emerged bounty hunter from the EC? A bounty hunter?" Ziano was momentarily taken aback, then cast him a peculiar glance. "Well, nearly," he mused. "If you cannot comprehend, you may consider it that way. How audacious of you. You scoundrel." Bolt's eyes narrowed with a frigid glare as he ground his fangs, emitting an unsettling and ghastly sound. In the past, he might have entertained the thought of recruiting you, but now, let us not even mention the fact that you ambushed and slaughtered so many of my subordinates. More crucially, at this point, the 2 fangs at the corners of his mouth began to take on a faint purple hue. He then produced a bizarrely shaped curved dagger from his waist. "The one who disturbed my slumber shall not go unpunished." With a thunderous crash, Bolt's fierce gaze locked on Ziano as he took a heavy step forward, forcibly pushing aside the subordinates who stood in his path. Bellowing as he swung his blade towards Ziano. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding pirates exchanged glances before erupting into excited cheers. "Oh my. The captain is taking matters into his own hands. He hasn't even let us go first. Captain Bolt is truly enraged. Come on, Captain, teach this arrogant brat a lesson." As Bolt's aura reached its peak, and he grinned menacingly while bringing down his blade, the pirates nearby noted that Ziano remained motionless, standing his ground. A glimmer of cruelty flickered in their eyes, as if they could already envision this terrified fool being cleaved in 2 by the descending strike. Such prattle, Ziano thought. As the curved dagger neared its target, a hint of derision flashed in Ziano's gaze. Finally, he made his move, with a subtle tremor of his right hand. The Tia Lake surged forward. In the blink of an eye, as the blade approached, an exceedingly sharp sword energy surged forth, striking first. Steel slash. In an instant, Bolt, who had been mid-lunge, suddenly halted. After standing rigid for a couple of seconds, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Upon inspection, his eyes were wide open, unblinking, while a faint line of blood appeared on his brow, oozing outward. It was evident that this notorious pirate, with a bounty of 7 million, the seemingly invincible captain in the eyes of those present, had met his demise. The clamoring ceased abruptly, leaving all the pirates standing there. Mouse agape, as if they could fit an entire rice ball within. In an instant, the entire second floor of the ship was enveloped in an eerie silence. However, Ziano was not one to be deterred by their reactions. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword and cleanly dispatched the nearest pirate. Without a moment's hesitation, he retracted his weapon, his wrist flickering, and with a deft maneuver, he struck again, piercing a bald-headed pirate who stood frozen, his spear forgotten. At this juncture, the pirates finally stirred from their stupor, and a palpable sense of panic swiftly permeated the corridor, escalating into chaos. Some bewildered pirates, in a frenzy, charged towards Ziano, while those with even a modicum of sense fled in a mad dash down the stairs. What folly! To face a being capable of slaying Captain Bolt with a single stroke was to confront an unfathomable force. Collectively, they were insufficient to withstand such might, and remaining on the scene was tantamount to courting death. Regrettably, those who had rashly advanced met their demise at Ziano's blade, each falling swiftly into the embrace of the afterlife. Meanwhile, those who had chosen to flee were not spared either, as the shadowy figure pursued them relentlessly, leading them to a fate drenched in blood. After all, they had encountered Ziano, whose agility far surpassed his strength, a being whose peculiar attributes left even him questioning his own existence. The moonlight bathed the scene in a silvery glow, and the night deepened. It was unclear how much time had elapsed, but when Ziano reappeared on the deck, the ship was shrouded in silence, resembling a ghost ship. Bloodstains, scattered throughout the vessel, flowed silently, bearing witness to the horrors that had unfolded. Ziano grasped a bag nearly half his height and dragged it to the bow of the ship, where he carefully set it down, ultimately placing it within the confines of the bluefin tuna number 2, which was securely tied to the hull. Inside the bag lay a modest collection of delicate treasures he had discovered during his final inspection of the cabin, searching for any overlooked bounty. The total was not substantial, amounting to perhaps 200 to 300,000 berries. The remainder had likely been squandered by the Poison Fang pirates or hidden away. Shano could hardly be bothered to seek out treasures, for his purpose in taking lives was to gain experience points rather than riches. For him, who never pursued material pleasures, the allure of Bailey was indeed quite limited. Taking these items was merely to offset the expenses incurred during the renovation of the treehouse bar. After all, they were ill-gotten gains seized by pirates, and leaving them aboard would be wasteful. Speaking of which, with a clap of his hands, Shano turned to glance at the second floor of the cabin, a flicker of intense disgust flashing in his eyes. Previously, during a search, he had passed by the kitchen and, feeling a bit parched, had ventured inside to find something to drink. However, the moment he opened the refrigerator, he was greeted by a disconcerting sight. Frozen raw meat occupying more than half of the fridge's space, though the meat had been chopped into pieces. A cursory glance revealed some unsettling details, such as noses, hands, and nails. Recalling the bloodstains and scattered clothing and jewelry of a girl he had seen in an empty room earlier, as well as overhearing conversations on the deck about Bolt dealing with certain women he had grown tired of, Shano quickly understood what the contents of the refrigerator truly were. Overwhelmed with nausea, he promptly shut the fridge, nearly retching on the spot. The poison-toothed pirate crew lifted their gaze to the top of the mast, where the pirate flag had been shredded to pieces by a sword strike from Shano, becoming a tattered remnant. The thought that all members of this scoundrel crew had met their fate beneath his sword eased his nausea considerably. After a moment of contemplation, Shano did not leave immediately. Instead, he drew out Lake Toya from behind him and, using the sword as a quill, elegantly carved the name Yasuo on the deck. He then retrieved the discarded black iron anchor from the side of the ship, nodding in satisfaction before disembarking and jumping into his sea bicycle. Upon returning to the Bartai restaurant, it was already past midnight. The night was heavy with darkness, and the exhaustion from his journey weighed on him. As soon as his head touched the bed, he fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already noon the following day. Outside, a gentle rain pattered down, mingled with a fleeting breeze that caressed the porthole, creating a distinctive ambience. Familiar with the routine, Shano crawled up from the floor, having fallen out of bed, and still somewhat dazed. Sat there in a stupor for a while. Suddenly recalling something, he slapped his forehead, stood upright, and summoned his attribute panel. He remembered that yesterday, before the slaughter plan had reached its midpoint, he had already leveled up, and the bronze treasure chests accumulated in his backpack now had the qualification for opening. Hero experience points, 289. The next level required a staggering 500 points. Indeed, leveling up was a long and arduous journey. His gaze shifted downward to the backpack section, a glimmer of anticipation lighting up his eyes. Hopefully, the reward from this opening would not be as disappointing as the last time. After staring at the treasure chest slot for 2 seconds, a long-awaited dialogue box quietly materialized before him. You currently possess 1 bronze treasure chest. Would you like to open it? With a gentle nod, you have opened the bronze treasure chest, which contains a random hero equipment package from Valoran. It is currently in rotation. Please wait a moment. Another equipment package. Shano rolled his eyes in exasperation, unable to refrain from expressing his discontent. Can't the contents of this wretched treasure chest be changed? Although the concept of a random hero sounds enticing. After having received the system for quite some time, Shano has come to terms with the inherent nature of his misfortune. Moreover, considering that this chest is of bronze quality, the hope of acquiring Star Guardian Staff or Dragon King's explosive core is nothing short of delusional. Oh, how I wish to invest in some premium content. Congratulations. The rotation was successful. This time, the random hero is Quinn, the Winged of Demacia. You have received an exquisite steel crossbow X1, a Damatian standard helmet X1, and a Damatian Falcon X1. The system's prompt sounds echoed continuously, and at the conclusion of the first sentence, as the random hero was confirmed, the smile on Shano's face gradually faded, revealing an expression of resignation. I can't shake the feeling of being dealt yet another batch of mundane items. Gazing at the crossbow and helmet that appeared in his inventory, Shano let out a weary sigh. As a swordsman, these items hold little significance for him, especially with Teemo's toxic blow dart still languishing in his bag. As for the falcon, Ziano glanced at the backpack compartment and was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a white icon resembling a bird's egg. Well, if you were to simply hand me Hualuo, that would suffice. But what does it mean to give me an egg instead? Not even a falcon to start with. And now I must nurture it from scratch? Of course, despite his complaints, driven by a glimmer of hope, he took the white egg from his backpack. However, upon grasping it, Shano realized he had underestimated the system's capacity for absurdity. The egg was as large as a basin and weighed an estimated 20 to 30 pounds. Consequently, as the white giant egg appeared in his hands, he was caught off guard and, in a moment of carelessness, let the egg slip from his grasp and tumble to the ground. With a thud, a muffled sound echoed, and Shano stared in bewilderment as a crack distinctly emerged on the surface of the giant egg, gradually widening. With a series of light pops, it transformed into a myriad of tiny fissures, from which small shards of eggshell began to fall. Finally, with a sharp crack, the egg shattered completely, and a naked chick emerged from within. Its pale yellow skin and sparsely feathered wings might have led Shano to mistake it for a chicken were it not for its alarming size. After cautiously peering around, the little hawk let out a jubilant cry, flapping its wings with delight as it flew into Xano's somewhat dazed embrace, affectionately nuzzling in the palm of his hand. No, wait, that hurts. The sharp beak of the hawk scraped his palm, sending waves of discomfort through him. In a hurry, he clumsily cradled the little hawk under his arm, only to be met with an innocent gaze from the creature, leaving him somewhat flustered. What is this? Did it just come out like that? Is it a premature hatchling? The little hawk instantly drooped its small face, lowering its head in dejection, displaying a pitiful expression. Goodness, is it really this anthropomorphized? Shano was utterly astonished. Clutching the small falcon, he gazed left and right, finally realizing that this creature was undoubtedly not an ordinary falcon. At the very least, its innate intelligence rivaled that of a young human. As he contemplated how to approach this remarkable bird, the corner of his eye inadvertently caught a glimpse of the attributes panel, and he was taken aback to discover a hazy area had unexpectedly appeared on the right side of the inventory. The dialogue box above boldly displayed, "Would you like to activate the pet section?" It bore the unmistakable semblance of an RPG page game. Indeed, his own system was merely a rudimentary game assistant, wasn't it? Observing this familiar trope, Shano suppressed his urge to critique and instead focused on the affirmative option, nodding slightly. In the next moment, the gray area completely dissipated, revealing something resembling a pet encyclopedia. And Shano's gaze was immediately captured by the image of the small falcon in the center and the adjoining attributes panel. Pet name, unnamed category. Dalmatian falcon age, 0 years agility, 12 strength, 11 special ability. Eagle eye perspective, unrealized description. The king among Dalmatian falcons, often growing to a massive size in adulthood, possessing formidable attack power and extraordinary strength not found in common falcons. With foundational attributes exceeding 10. It indicated that this little creature, freshly born, was already stronger than the average adult in the world of pirates, and with a special ability to boot. If it reached maturity, it would indeed be formidable. After thoroughly examining the pet section, Shano found himself momentarily dazed, rubbing his forehead, faintly sensing that he was not merely unlucky this time, but rather experiencing a stroke of good fortune. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. P.S. In the previous chapter, a reader surprisingly criticized why the protagonist would inscribe Pinyin, considering that the pirate world lacks such a linguistic system. I was astonished. Yasuo is merely a transliterated name, and his original name in English is indeed Yasuo. Chapter 071. 2 years later, while the values of strength and agility are noteworthy, what Shano was most eager to explore was the special ability known as Eagle Eye Perspective. Although no specific details were provided, he instinctively associated it with the sixth sense possessed by assassins in the Assassin's Creed series launched by Ubisoft in his previous life. With this sixth sense, assassins could instinctively perceive the connections between themselves and the people and objects around them, nearly comparable to the observation hockey in the world of pirates. Until the official release of Assassin's Creed Origins, which occurred before Shano's journey, players had the unique ability to control an eagle, seamlessly switching to its perspective to survey the land and locate enemies. This implies that if the eagle were to master such extraordinary abilities in the future, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable enhancement to Shano's prowess. Moreover, the adult Dalmatian falcon could be utilized as a mount, allowing one to soar through the skies atop it. In an exhilarating moment, Shano observed his young falcon gazing up at him, its eyes sparkling with curiosity as he lifted it high, spinning joyfully in circles until he felt slightly dizzy before gently setting it down. Haha, let us go. It's time for a meal. At midday, the Bartai restaurant buzzed with activity. Shano, unable to linger in the kitchen for long, retrieved some prepared food from the refrigerator and made his way to the stern of the ship. While munching on a sandwich, He casually offered a sausage to the little falcon that eagerly followed him. However, to his surprise, the small creature merely sniffed the sausage before turning its head in disdain, pushing it away with its wings. What a surprise! A falcon that refuses meat? Shano paused, staring at it in disbelief. Surely, it cannot be that after growing so much, it still craves milk? He decided to give it another try. Returning to the kitchen, he initially intended to grab a bottle of milk. But after noticing the freshly sliced beef tenderloin that Patty had just prepared, he filled a small dish with some before heading back to the deck. As soon as Shano emerged, the little falcon seemed to have caught a whiff of something delightful. Excitedly flapping its wings, it rushed over and, without waiting for Shano to bend down, snatched several pieces of raw beef from the dish and eagerly began to peck at them on the ground. As for the bottle of fresh milk, it didn't even glance at it, clearly uninterested. Indeed, it was a creature that relished raw meat. Ziano finally felt a sense of relief as he glanced at the sausage in his hand, which had been scorned by his pet. With a touch of resignation, he forcefully inserted it into his sandwich and began to devour it with gusto. Before long, he had finished his lunch. After stretching lazily, Ziano's expression grew increasingly serious. He raised his gaze to the sky and, without further delay, retrieved the Lake Toya, commencing his practice and contemplation of the wind blade technique on the spacious deck at the stern of the ship. It must be remarked that although last night's endeavor bore little risk, it had drained his energy significantly. Even now, his legs felt somewhat weak. Were it not for his passive skill, resurgence from the brink of death, which allowed him to regain stamina during the act of slaying, Ziano feared he would have capsized on his way back to Baratai, sinking both himself and the ship into the depths. Nonetheless, certain things are indispensable. The period from afternoon to dusk was a strictly delineated training time for Ziano. No matter how fatigued he felt, he persevered without falter, never once halting. After all, his body had yet to fully mature, and these years represented the prime opportunity to unearth his latent potential. As an ordinary individual in terms of bloodline, if he did not cherish this fleeting time and strive for growth, how could he ever hope to compete with those born with innate advantages in the future? Thus, an entire afternoon passed in the pursuit of swordsmanship, indistinguishable from any other day. The sole surprise lay in his little falcon, which, having satiated its hunger, began to exhibit restlessness, flitting about and pecking at various things. This incessant activity interrupted Ziano's swordplay several times, much to his mild annoyance. Fortunately, it wasn't long before several chefs, having completed their duties, came to the deck to enjoy the sea breeze. Upon discovering the unexpected presence of Falcon aboard, they gathered curiously around, enthusiastically engaging with the little creature. The Falcon proved to be a source of great fascination, much to Ziano's delight, for it meant fewer interruptions during his practice. Of course, there are always exceptions to the rule, perhaps due to their professional inclinations. When Sanji and Patty appeared at the stern and laid eyes on the Falcon, their first reaction was to drool instantly, followed by a conspiring discussion on how best to prepare the bird for a delectable meal. In response, Ziano promptly tossed each of them a serving of stir-fried chestnuts. Indeed, the conclusion of a topic often arrives with greater abruptness than its commencement. Upon realizing that this was, in fact, a pet raised by Shano, the battered Patty and Sanji, nursing their bruises, wasted no time in pledging their unwavering commitment to assist in caring for the fledgling hawk, vowing that no peculiar thoughts would cross their minds. As night fell, the Tree Hollow Tavern opened its doors promptly at 7:30. Compared to its inaugural day, the tavern's reputation had blossomed, drawing an even more vibrant crowd. Loyal patrons of Baratai were a given, yet a plethora of unfamiliar faces had also emerged, most of whom were brought in by recommendations from acquaintances. Upon entry, their expressions were filled with curiosity, and after settling in, they were soon enveloped by the tavern's inviting ambience, quickly developing an affection for the place. Regrettably, fate did not present any suitable targets for action that evening. Although a handful of patrons bore the appearance of pirates, they remained tight-lipped, consumed by their own brooding drinks and offering little conversation. The lack of information rendered any notion of violence moot. However, Shano remained unfazed when he established the tavern. He had not anticipated a constant stream of targets. He had already devised certain principles to ensure a foolproof approach, such as only targeting one group per night to avoid oversight and refraining from pursuing distant, unknown pirates to maintain his anonymity. Moreover, whether it be murder or navigation, such endeavors required considerable physical exertion. The previous night's endeavors had left him utterly exhausted, and if he were to venture out nightly, Shano realized he would soon reach his limits. According to the original plan, it is rather normal to engage once to thrice a week. At the very least, Under the relentless rigor of daily training, the current rate of strength development is quite satisfactory. Time flows slowly, particularly for those who have spent years at sea. Often experiencing this sensation, the occasional surging waves cannot conceal the mundane tranquility of ordinary days. Amidst this backdrop, more than 2 years have gracefully slipped away, with everything quietly undergoing transformation. Yet it seems that no ripples have disturbed the river of time. In the winter of the year 1514 of the sea-round calendar, with a recent sharp drop in temperature, the northern waters of the East Sea finally welcomed a long-awaited snowfall. This year, Shano has turned 16. According to the traditions of the East Sea, he has reached a certain threshold this winter, thus becoming a legally recognized adult. Chapter 072. The Boys by the Harbor in the East Sea, at Prose Island, the largest shipbuilding hub in the entire maritime expanse. The port is perpetually bustling and crowded. However, during this coldest winter in over a decade, it has also felt the impact. The number of incoming and outgoing vessels is less than half of what it used to be, and the shipyards on the island are experiencing a significant downturn, with many temporarily ceasing operations, leaving the entire town shrouded in an air of desolation. In the early morning, as the eastern horizon begins to blush with the first light of dawn, heavy snow that has fallen throughout the night gradually subsides. This picturesque island, adorned with a layer of silvery frost, is mostly silent as the residents remain asleep in their homes. Occasionally, a solitary figure can be seen traversing the streets, leaving footprints in the thick accumulation of snow. Suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle shatters the stillness, resonating across the heavens, drawing the attention of nearby residents at the port, who instinctively look up. In the next moment, they are astonished to witness a massive falcon, with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters, soaring in astonishing speed across the sky, resembling a black arrow of light darting towards the southern part of the town, quickly diminishing into a mere black dot in the distance. This sight is exceptionally rare, or perhaps it is due to the prolonged winter silence, until the falcon completely vanishes. The onlookers below remain entranced, eventually unable to resist discussing the spectacle with their companions. "Wow, I never imagined there could be such a large eagle in this world," exclaimed a little girl of about 8 or 9, standing in front of a light red-roofed house nearest to the northern port, her face alight with envy as she gazes in the direction of the eagle's disappearance. "And it flies so fast. If only I could fly too." This is not my first time seeing one," another voice chimed in. Beside the girl, a boy of similar age burst into laughter. He had a head of light pink hair, a slender frame, yet a somewhat puffy face, causing his cheeks to jiggle amusingly as he laughed. "Last year, while I was fishing at the harbor, I happened to see a large fish soaring through the air. It was at least 3 or 4 meters long, with wings on its back, flying at an incredible speed. It startled me. Wait, a flying fish?" the little girl exclaimed in surprise, biting her finger as she gazed at the sky and then at the pink-haired boy, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, Kobe, you really know how to joke. What fish can fly? I think you've been fishing so often that you've gone a bit silly." The girl's delicate features formed into a crescent moon as she smiled, exuding an undeniable charm. Kobe, the boy being addressed, initially stared blankly, before suddenly snapping back to reality, somewhat displeased. "I'm not lying. It was a really big flying fish. I mean it." He gestured emphatically towards a certain direction in the harbor. "Right over there. That's where I saw it while fishing." The girl followed Kobe's finger to the edge of the harbor, where only a few boats were docked. During quieter moments, local residents from Prose Island often fished along the shore, and at that very moment, a few scruffy uncles were gathered there, their hearty laughter ringing out. "What does that even prove?" The girl pouted, her expression still one of disbelief. Kobe's face fell, and as he faced her scornful gaze, he scratched his head in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I just remembered. I wasn't the only one who saw it that day. Uncle Bartle from next door was there too. If you don't believe me, we can ask him together. Would he lie to you?" At this point, Kobe grew excited and grabbed the girl's hand, pulling her towards his home. Initially, she instinctively tried to pull away, but after a moment of hesitation, allowed him to lead her. However, just a few steps later, before they could even reach the street corner, they heard hurried footsteps approaching from around the wall. Suddenly, a group of towering figures appeared at the corner, and before they knew it, the lead boy collided with Kobe, sending both children tumbling against the wall with a loud thud. "Ouch, that hurts," Kobe cried out, and the boy who had bumped into him abruptly halted and turned around. He was a teenager of about 15 or 16, sporting a green mohawk, clad in a floral shirt, and adorned with a nose ring and a tattoo of black wings across his chest, clearly the type who roamed the streets. The green-haired youth glanced at Kobe, shifting his feet as if he intended to help them up. However, the group of over a dozen individuals accompanying him did not halt, and among them, 2 individuals impatiently shouted back, "Hey Bart, hurry up, what are you dawdling for?" As they gradually distanced themselves. The youth referred to as Bart hesitated for a moment before sighing and deciding to move forward. He lifted 2 small children effortlessly, and upon noticing that they bore no visible wounds, he irritably muttered a warning to be more careful next time. He then hurriedly turned and continued running towards the port, all the while calling out anxiously, "Hey Desire, wait for me. Ouch, that hurts." At the wall, Kobe rubbed the back of his head, which throbbed with pain, and stood upright. He gazed at the departing figures of the ruffians, unable to contain his displeasure. What a bunch. They don't even apologize when they bump into someone. How arrogant can they be? Exactly. Although the little girl had sustained minimal injuries thanks to Kobe's cushioning, she still wore an expression of indignation. Clenching her small fists and waving them emphatically, these rascals cause trouble on the streets every day. It's utterly intolerable. Mark my words. One day these scoundrels will get what's coming to them. The Pross family is not to be trifled with. Kobe echoed her sentiments with a curse. Well, who would have thought our foolish little Kobe could actually speak with such conviction? Just as the 2 children concluded their joint protest, a mocking chuckle resonated nearby. They turned to see a blue-haired boy standing at the entrance of a small red-roofed house, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he looked toward Kobe. Clad in a silver suit, he appeared to be around 10 years old, yet he towered over the frail Kobe. With well-defined features and a straight nose, he could easily be described as a little handsome boy. Upon spotting the blue-haired boy, Kobe instinctively shielded the little girl behind him and glared furiously at him. "Hey, Brett. What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" The boy named Brett scoffed. "I mean exactly what I said, you fool. Do you never read the newspaper?" The head of the Pross family issued a decree the day before yesterday, in anticipation of the arrival of Colonel Rat from the 16th Division. They will gradually clear the streets of ruffians over the next few days, and that group you just encountered is certainly included. Huh? Both Kobe and the little girl were taken aback. Is that really the case? Of course. What do you think? Why do you think they were in such a rush to get to the port? Brett shrugged. Just wait. In no more than half an hour, Colonel and his men will be landing. And those poor souls who refuse to mend their ways will have no choice but to leave this island for the other towns to the north, like Logtown, for instance. Half an hour? Kobe exclaimed in astonishment. Are you saying that the Navy from the 16th Division will arrive here soon? Indeed. Oh, by the way, there is something I should share with you, given that we have been neighbors for 2 years. Little Brave glanced at Kobe and said, aside from Colonel, this time accompanying the Navy is the most formidable pirate hunter in the East Sea, Yasuo. Surely, you must have heard of his illustrious name, right? Yasuo. On this occasion, both Kobe and the little girl wore expressions of disbelief, with Kobe's eyes widening in excitement. Hey, Brave, are you serious? He actually came to this place? Have you heard of him? Of course. Kobe's face flushed with enthusiasm as he clenched his fists and waved them vigorously, exclaiming, he is a powerful figure whose mere name can send pirates fleeing in terror. The little girl nodded eagerly, clearly in strong agreement with his assertion. 2.5 years ago, as the port of Pro's Island bustled as usual, a mysterious pirate ship silently emerged from the depths of the fog. Upon recognizing the flag of the recently infamous Poison Fong pirates fluttering atop the mast, vessels on either side of the port hastily chose to steer clear. However, as the ship approached, they were astonished to discover an eerie silence aboard the Poison Fong's grand vessel, with not a soul in sight. When a daring sailor ventured aboard to investigate, he was horrified to find the cabin awash with blood, corpses strewn across the floor, and not a single living person in sight. Among the fallen was the notorious captain of the Poison Fong pirates, Bolt, who had a bounty of 7 million berries. This meant that the Poison Fong pirates had officially met their demise. In the ensuing uproar, many individuals from the surrounding port could not resist boarding the ship, only to later discover that someone had etched the name Yasuo into the deck with a sword, making it appear as if this hellish scene was the work of the very individual whose name was inscribed. As the news spread, this incident stirred considerable waves in the northern part of the East Sea, and in the days that followed, more pirate crews faced annihilation, their ghostly ships laden with corpses eventually discovered on distant islands. Without exception, the decks of these pirate vessels bore the name Yasuo. From those with bounties in the tens of millions to lesser-known pirates yet to make a name for themselves, the number of pirate crews obliterated by Yasuo continued to grow over time, and his reputation soared, ultimately culminating last year in his recognition as the most formidable pirate hunter in the East Sea. As of now, if the pirates of the East Sea were to hear the name Yasuo, they would instinctively feel a chill run down their spines. Trembling in fear, more effective than the age-old tale of the wolf approaching children. However, this alone would not suffice. For the bounty hunters, another moniker for these pirate hunters, are primarily motivated by monetary gain, engaging in their perilous endeavors on the high seas. In the eyes of both the Navy and the populace, these individuals are scarcely distinguishable from the pirates themselves. Both are deemed as destabilizing elements within society. Yet, Yasuo stands apart. According to the revelations from Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division of the Navy, this most formidable of bounty hunters, despite having vanquished countless wanted criminals and claimed numerous bounties, has never kept a single coin for himself. Instead, he has selflessly donated all his earnings to the 16th Division, aiding in the construction of their base and the enhancement of naval armaments. Living like a lone wolf in the night, he has never revealed his true visage to the public, save for his communication with Colonel Mouse. Consequently, the bounty hunter Yasuo has become synonymous with an ideal persona, immensely powerful and devoid of greed for fame or fortune. Even among the upper echelons of East Sea society, whispers of admiration abound for this great figure, with countless ordinary residents holding him in reverence. How could they not have heard of him? Kobe even felt that after absorbing the thrilling tales of this greatest pirate hunter, his inherently timid nature began to transform gradually. For instance, when the once noble but now fallen Blight family moved into the neighborhood, he boldly confronted them for teasing the girl next door with whom he had grown up, a feat he would never have dared undertake before. "Humph, it's good that you know," replied Blight, arms crossed, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. Then, amidst Kobe's eager gaze, he continued with an air of pride. "In fact, the reason I am so well informed is that shortly, my father will take me to the welcome banquet of the Pross family. Both Colonel Mouse and Mr. Yasuo will be in attendance. After all, such an event cannot occur without the support of our true noble Blight family." At this juncture, a sense of triumph flickered in Blight's eyes as he cast a glance at Kobe. What? Unsurprisingly, upon hearing that final statement, Kobe leapt up as if electrified, exclaiming excitedly, "Really? Your family is that influential? I want to go too." "Well, it wouldn't be out of the question to bring one or two people along," Blight replied lazily, glancing at the little girl beside him. Noticing her own expression of longing, he turned back to Kobe with a satisfied huff, adding, "But, if I recall correctly, didn't you mock us when we fought? You said we were a family, so poor we be driven to beg by the red-nosed pirates. Didn't you?" Kebiton suddenly found himself in an awkward situation, scratching his head and murmuring, "Though I feel quite remorseful now. It was actually you who brought it up first, mentioning how a certain red-nosed pirate had inexplicably come knocking and then destroyed your family with a single cannon shot." Chapter 074. The malicious intent behind your tactics. Enough. It was one thing to bring it up oneself, but being called out by Kebiton caused little Blight's expression to darken. He shot a glare at Kebiton and, with irritation, retorted, "If you want to go, then stop lingering here. Hurry home and change into something more presentable. Otherwise, how do you expect me to sneak you in?" "Understood." Kebiton nodded earnestly. After bidding farewell to Blight, he hurriedly took the hand of the little girl beside him and dashed towards home. However, just as they turned the corner, two figures suddenly appeared before them. Though Kebiton reacted quickly, the deep snow beneath his feet caused him to lose his footing, and he collided headlong into the chest of a tall figure in front of him. With a dull thud, ouch! For a brief moment, Kebiton felt as though he had crashed into a steel wall. A sharp pain radiated from his forehead, almost bringing him to tears. Stealing a glance upward, he saw that the person he had collided with stood at least 185 meters tall, clad in a black hoodie with a hood obscuring their face, and a rustic wooden sword hanging at their waist. The explosive strength he had sensed from the solid chest of this imposing figure immediately branded them as someone not to be trifled with in Kebiton's mind. Nevertheless, the individual moved slowly, and since the collision was his own fault, he hurriedly muttered an apology, expressing his embarrassment, before grasping the girl's hand and hastening past the stranger, continuing his frantic dash home. At that moment, the tall figure cloaked in black came to an abrupt halt. The shadow of the hood turned slightly, casting a glance at Kebiton's retreating back, a thoughtful expression flickering across their face. "What is the matter, Shano?" The person following closely behind him paused, raising a slightly bewildered gaze that revealed a youthful face, with golden curls and a charmingly handsome appearance. "Did that fellow who bumped into you cause you any trouble?" "It's nothing." The tall figure remained silent for a moment, then chuckled softly while shaking his head, expressing surprise at encountering that little rascal here. Although the Eureka pirate crew no longer existed, he still hoped that the boy would fish less by the seaside in the future. With a bemused expression adorning the golden-haired youth's face, he muttered to himself, before slightly tilting his head to gaze skyward. Upon noticing a dark speck soaring in from the south, gradually aligning with his position, he nodded gently and shifted his gaze towards the nearby harbor, speaking softly. "Let us be off. Patty and the others have prepared the ship, and everyone is waiting on the shore. We should not delay for too long." "Indeed," came a simple reply. Following this brief exchange, the two resumed their journey towards the harbor, their footsteps crunching on the snow, leaving behind 2 long trails. Amidst the biting cold wind, the white mist by the seaside lingered, refusing to dissipate. Soon, the 2 figures, one tall and the other short, gradually receded into the soft glow of the morning light. To the north, 20 miles from Prolos Island, a standard naval vessel navigated through the waves, heading towards its destination. Along the sides of the ship, numerous heavy cannons were arrayed, while a blue seagull, clutching a scale, adorned the white canvas sail, signifying the ship's origins. On deck, more than a dozen naval soldiers stood in 2 rows, hands clasped behind their backs, maintaining a rigid military posture. Silent save for the sound of the sea breeze rustling their uniforms, exuding an aura of formidable authority. However, the soldiers' thoughts were evidently not on their duties. Their peripheral glances frequently darted toward the 2 figures conversing at the forefront of the deck, their faces betraying an unmistakable excitement. In fact, it was not just them. Any naval soldier of the East Sea, upon discerning the identity of one among the conversing figures, would find it challenging to maintain composure. The individual on the right needed no introduction, clad in a Navy officer's uniform, adorned with a hood featuring 2 furry ears, and sporting a slender beard, none other than their commanding officer, Colonel Mouse, who oversaw the 16th Division. Yet, the intrigue lay with the figure on the left. He was an unremarkable middle-aged man with a buzz cut, a face shadowed by stubble, and heavy black bags under his eyes, as if he had never truly awakened. He donned a tattered black ensemble, with 2 samurai swords, katana and wakizashi, secured at his waist. To the untrained eye, he resembled those despondent swordsmen in rural dojos, drowning their sorrows in drink. Had Colonel Mouse not personally brought him aboard and hosted a small banquet in his honor, the sailors would have found it hard to believe that this was Yasuo, the most formidable pirate hunter in the East Sea. Over the past 2 years, this name had become synonymous with legend, and the sailors of the 16th Division harbored a unique sentiment towards its bearer. They understood that their improved rations and enhanced training equipment were closely tied to this middle-aged swordsman before them. Although some occasionally mused that the bounties on the pirates slain by Mr. Yasuo far exceeded these expenses, who among the rank-and-file soldiers would dwell on such matters? They were simply thrilled that a figure they often spoke of as a paragon of strength now stood before them, engaging in jovial conversation with their colonel. Regrettably, had they dared to step a little closer, or if the 2 at the bow had raised their voices, they would have discovered that reality often diverges starkly from expectation. The mist was thinning, and it seemed that in no more than 10 minutes, they would reach the harbor. The navy cloak draped upon his shoulders fluttered in the wind, as the rat's gaze returned from afar, casting a glance at the middle-aged swordsman beside him. "So, have you remembered what I instructed you last night?" "Yes, yes," the swordsman replied, instinctively rubbing his hands together, but halted his motion upon realizing the throng of eyes fixated upon him. He maintained the proud stance at the bow of the ship, yet a trace of humility graced his countenance. "Rest assured, my lord, from this moment forth, I shall embody the pirate hunter, Yasuo. Once we disembark, I shall ensure that no flaw is evident to others." "That would be ideal," the rat narrowed his eyes, releasing an odd chuckle. "If this endeavor succeeds, you shall undoubtedly receive your due rewards. However, should you falter under the scrutiny of the masses and jeopardize my path to fortune, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "I understand." A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed the rat's smile, causing the middle-aged swordsman to break into a cold sweat, to which he promptly responded with utmost reverence. "Very well." Satisfied with the desired effect, the rat turned away, gazing contemplatively into the depths of the misty sea, leaving the swordsman alone, his eyes flickering with unease and inner turmoil. His true name was Higa, a swordsman from the Frostmoon village in the East Sea. With his remarkable dual-wielding swordsmanship, he had established a dojo that attracted numerous disciples each year, allowing him to live quite comfortably. However, earlier this year, he suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of a brash youth from the rival dojo, causing his stature among his disciples to plummet, compelling him to close his dojo and rely on his savings for sustenance. If that were all, it might have been bearable. The accumulated wealth would have sufficed for a peaceful old age. Yet, he possessed an unfortunate penchant for gambling. After losing everything in a single bet, Higa, consumed by desperation, frantically scoured for money upon returning home, ultimately breaking into his neighbor's house. After emptying the cash within, he intended to return to the casino for another gamble. Fate conspired against him as he stumbled upon his neighbors returning from spring outing. After a brief, tense silence, the gambling-addled Higa drew his katana and mercilessly struck down the family of four, leaving them to bleed out before swaggering off to the casino. It wasn't until the police arrived at dusk that he realized the gravity of his actions. Overwhelmed by regret and fear, he fled, breaking through the encirclement and sprinting to the harbor, where he commandeered a fishing boat and set sail, becoming a fugitive on the open sea. This last month, while drinking in an inn, he inexplicably struck up a conversation with a rather unsavory-looking man, and within moments, they found themselves sharing a bond over their mutual vices. He was quite inebriated at the time, inadvertently revealing much of his past through his words. Upon awakening, he was astounded to find himself confined alone in a prison within a naval base. At that moment, he realized that the man with whom he had so merrily conversed was, in fact, a naval colonel. The reason for his apprehension was to compel him to undertake a task that, merely contemplating it, sent shivers down his spine. To impersonate a notorious figure in the East China Sea, the most formidable bounty hunter, Yasuo. With this thought, he instinctively shuddered, his mind abruptly snapping back to reality. He furtively glanced at the mouse before him, feeling the perspiration trickling from his palms due to anxiety, and could not help but swallow hard. At Prolos Harbor, as the sun ascended higher in the sky, the mist enveloping the coastline began to dissipate, gradually widening the field of vision. A peculiar little boat, resembling the head of a bluefish, docked at the easternmost side of the harbor, exuding an air of understated presence. On board, Carl and Patty, clad in thick winter garments, had their hands tucked into their pockets, engaged in casual conversation while casting furtive glances towards the shore, as if awaiting something. After a while, two dark figures suddenly emerged within view. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Patty's eyes brightened, and he promptly stood on tiptoe, waving his hand and calling out, "Hey, over here!" On the shore, a boy with curly golden hair immediately turned his head towards Patty's direction, joyfully proclaiming to the tall figure beside him, "We found them. Shano, look, they're calling us from over there." "Yes, I heard them too," replied the tall figure with a slight nod, slowly removing his black hood, revealing a youthful face brimming with vitality amidst the biting cold wind. His eyes, akin to polished ebony, and his sword-like brows arching gracefully, framed a visage defined by strong lines. A cascade of black hair was neatly tied at the back of his head, presenting an image of refreshing cleanliness. This was Summer Nua. In stark contrast to 2 years prior, the youthful innocence had vanished from his face, replaced by a serene and composed demeanor. Standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, he epitomized the ideal of a young idol for many girls of his age, having recently crossed the threshold into adulthood. However, the subtle sharpness that occasionally flickered between his brows and the formidable muscles concealed beneath his black hoodie hinted at the terrifying level of strength he had attained over the past 2 years. His gaze drifted towards the direction of the earlier call, and he immediately spotted Patty and Carl standing atop the bluefin tuna number 1. A gentle smile graced his lips as he waved in greeting. Beside him stood the golden-haired youth, Sanji, who promptly waved his arm and then followed closely behind Summer Nua toward the shore. The once impish child had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although merely 13 years of age, he now stood nearly 7 meters tall, and the cherubic roundness of his face had completely dissipated. In his actions and speech, he now bore a hint of the dashing figure he would later become. Upon approaching, Summer Nua's attention was instantly drawn to another small vessel beside bluefin tuna number 1. He could not help but admire it. The order placed just yesterday morning had been fulfilled remarkably quickly by the shipyard, leaving him to believe he would have to wait until his next visit. Ha ha ha. After all, this is an enterprise under the Pross family. Their efficiency is nothing short of impressive. Moreover, Chef, your requirements were minimal, and the shipyard personnel only needed to make slight modifications, which certainly could be accomplished within a day. Patty grinned, casting a proud glance at Carl. Good thing I went by the shipyard early this morning. Otherwise, we would have been waiting until next time. As for you, Carl, you were the one insisting that my visit was a waste of time. Well, this just proves how astute I am. Fine, fine, you win this time, Carl retorted with an exasperated roll of his eyes, scoffing. What's the point of bragging about being a bartender when it's clearly unattainable for you? What did you say, you jerk? Huh, didn't you hear me? Do I need to repeat myself? As the two prepared to bicker once more, Summer Nua sighed and rubbed his forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, Enough. Let's board the ship first. We should return to the restaurant early, and who knows, we might even catch lunch. As for the matter of bartending, Ziano glanced at Patty and said, If you still wish to take on the role, you can start in a couple of days. The tavern's business has been flourishing lately, and we are nearly overwhelmed. Adding 2 more individuals would certainly be beneficial. Really? Patty exclaimed with delight, his excitement causing him to leap onto the shore and embrace Ziano. In contrast, Carl furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before looking at Ziano with a peculiar expression and inquiring, I must ask, is it truly wise to entrust the tavern's affairs to this fellow? Ziano, with a face full of disdain, pushed Patty away. Upon hearing his words, he was momentarily taken aback, then burst into silent laughter, shaking his head as he remarked, what else is there? Hasn't everything that needed to conclude already come to an end? Chapter 76. The mouse and alone. Carl paused for a moment, then awkwardly replied, Ah, indeed. It's true. I didn't quite process it at first. It's nothing. After all, we've been living like this for the past few years. Now that it's suddenly over, it's a bit disorienting, not just for you, but for me as well. Ziano smiled faintly. Yes, Carl nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with the sentiment. Meanwhile, Patty looked utterly bewildered. What are you two talking about? Why can't I comprehend a single word? It's nothing. Perhaps it's better that you don't understand, Ziano said, patting him on the shoulder. All right, let us set off. It's getting late. The others responded in unison, each boarding the ship. Among them, Carl and Patty naturally took their place on the bluefin tuna No. 1, while Sanji, wishing to avoid the cramped conditions of their earlier journey, hastened aboard the new vessel ahead of them. Ziano did not immediately follow, but instead lingered on the shore for a moment, silently surveying the small vessel that belonged to him, a flicker of emotion shimmering in his eyes. As he had just discussed with Carl, with the passage of time, many matters had reached their conclusion, entering the final stages of their existence. This included the true purpose of the Tree Hollow Tavern, Carl's clandestine eavesdropping for intelligence, and his own culinary journey at Bartai. All of these chapters had come to a close. The fleeting years had swiftly elapsed, and he now stood on the threshold of adulthood, ready to bid farewell to Bartai and embark on his voyage into the vast unknown. This was an unspoken agreement between him and Zep, as well as a step towards his aspiration of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, the path that must be traversed. To remain confined to a corner would never elevate one to true strength, especially in the realm of pirates, amidst the boundless and tumultuous seas. With a slight sigh, Ziano withdrew his gaze and, without further delay, strode purposefully towards the bow of the ship. On another note, the reason they had come to Prose Island was to prepare the vessel and supplies necessary for Ziano's departure. Now that everything was arranged, his plan was to return to Bartai for a lunch before officially saying his goodbyes. Meanwhile, as soon as Sanji stepped onto the deck, he could hardly contain his curiosity and swiftly dashed into the cabin to explore. The cabin was modest, with a narrow corridor flanked by just 2 rooms, one being a cramped bedroom containing only a wooden bed, while the other served as a storage area. However, since it was a newly acquired ship fresh from the shipyard, it was essentially empty, devoid of any belongings. I had expected there to be a dojo for sword practice, Sanji remarked, scratching his head after exiting the cabin and encountering Ziano. By the way, Ziano, when you were at the restaurant, you had set up a wooden post for sword training in the vacant room. Why hasn't that been arranged on this ship? Well, I had contemplated such matters prior to visiting the shipyard, Ziano replied. Not long after Shano boarded the vessel, he was adjusting the angle of the sails beside the mast when he heard a voice. Without pausing his work, he merely glanced back and replied with a smile. Firstly, this ship is rather small. It would be quite unreasonable to create an additional room. Secondly, for me, practicing swordsmanship in the dojo has become rather futile. His tone was calm, as if he were merely remarking on the pleasantness of the day. However, Sanji, after a moment of surprise, inexplicably believed him, responding with a soft "oh" and falling silent. Before long, the sails were properly adjusted, and Shano untied the rope securing the stern of the ship to the wooden post by the shore. He then gestured towards the bluefin tuna No. 1, prompting Patty and Carl inside to simultaneously take their seats in the cockpit, their legs synchronously resting on the footboard. Moments later, both ships set sail simultaneously, heading towards the outer harbor of Prolos Island. Wow, how fast! Exclaimed Sanji, leaning over the railing at the bow, watching the splashing waves and the swiftly retreating water. At that moment, under the embrace of the morning light, the small boat had already outpaced the bluefin tuna No. 1 by 5 or 6 meters, with the gap continuing to widen. Indeed, it is surprisingly agile, Shano remarked with a slight nod, somewhat taken aback. It is worth noting that the bluefin tuna No. 1 was known for its speed due to its powerful engine, not to mention that it was being operated by the exuberant duo of Carl and Patty. Truly, this was a testament to the prowess of the East Sea's premier shipbuilding family, whose techniques have been innovating and advancing every year. As Shano marveled at the vessel's construction, Sanji suddenly interjected with a curious exclamation. "Shano, look! What is that?" Zeno's attention was instantly captivated once more. He turned to gaze in the direction pointed out by Sanji, only to behold a colossal shadow gradually emerging from the depths of the mist. As the distance closed, the thin fog dissipated, revealing a scene that became increasingly distinct. A large, pristine white warship suddenly came into view. The sails of the Navy's 16th Division bore the unmistakable numeral representing its designation, which Zeno recognized at a glance, causing him to momentarily pause in surprise. Beside him, Sanji, upon discerning the sight, remarked with a puzzled expression, "Isn't that the nearest division from the east? What are they doing here instead of at their base? Who could possibly know?" Zeno furrowed his brow slightly, and then shook his head, remarking, "Perhaps there is a mission that happens to necessitate passing through here. We need not concern ourselves with him. Let us proceed on our own path." Unlike Sanji, he was acutely aware of the nature of Colonel Mouse, the commander of the Navy's 16th Division. In the original narrative, this individual was not only cowardly, but also brazenly colluded with vicious pirates for personal gain, driving innocent civilians into the abyss of death, entirely disregarding his duty as a naval officer. Such a person should be kept at a distance unless absolutely necessary. Speaking of which, upon encountering Colonel Mouse, Zeno was reminded of an enigma that had long perplexed him. According to the original storyline, Arlong and his crew were supposed to have appeared in the East Blue 2 years ago, yet to this day, no one had seen any trace of them. Moreover, the nearby Kokoshia village was remarkably peaceful, devoid of any distressing news of a massacre. This left Zeno in a state of bewilderment, leading him to surmise that perhaps some changes had been set in motion since his arrival, stirring the wings of a butterfly, thereby altering the fate of the Arlong pirates, a group he had yet to be entangled with. Chapter 077. Turning back to cause trouble, the Navy's 16th Division warships navigated along the central shipping lane of the port, while Zeno and his crew sailed along the easternmost exit. Thus, without any intersection, the warships glided past them, heading toward the shore. Suddenly, an ear-splitting cheer erupted from the shoreline, resonating across the entire harbor. Both Shano and Sanji were startled and instinctively turned to look back. In the next moment, they beheld a gathering of at least several hundred people on the western side of the Prose Island harbor, standing on either side, wildly waving colorful flags. Occasionally, they could see fireworks soaring into the sky, bursting into splendid displays. "Yasuo! Yasuo! Yasuo!" As the warship drew nearer, the cheers from the crowd gradually transformed from a chaotic clamor into a unified chant, eventually coalescing into those two syllables, resonating louder and clearer until they reached the ears of all present. Yasuo. Upon recognizing the name, Sanji was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Isn't that the name of the strongest pirate hunter from East Blue? Has he come as well?" "Shano, that is Yasuo. Why don't we go take a look?" Excitedly rising to his feet, Sanji turned to share his thoughts with Shano, only to suddenly notice Shano squinting intently at the warship, his expression somewhat peculiar. Sanji hesitated for a moment, scratching his head before asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Zeno narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing deep within. As the architect of the formidable pirate reputation of Yasuo in the EC, he had adhered to a philosophy of striking under the cover of night, executing his deeds and vanishing without a trace. He had never revealed himself before the public, nor had he ever claimed a bounty from any nearby naval branch. Consequently, while his true identity remained concealed, his name garnered an increasingly positive reputation among the residents of the EC. Occasionally, when he overheard patrons in a tavern extolling his exploits, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling a twinge of pride. However now, an unexpected display had arisen to welcome Yasuo's arrival, yet he found himself absent from that very warship. With a recollection of Captain Mouse's notoriously vile nature, an unsettling suspicion crept into Zeno's mind. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of nonchalance. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Sanji and said, "You take the helm of this vessel and accompany Carl and the others back to the restaurant. I have matters to attend to and must return to the island." Sanji was taken aback. "What's going on? Zeno, are you planning to leave us behind and go off to enjoy the spectacle on your own? What nonsense are you spouting?" Shano furrowed his brow and shot him a glare, then shook his head and said, "Stop asking so many questions. Just go, or it'll get chaotic, and leaving later will be troublesome." In an instant, he leaped into the sea, startling Sanji, and then surfaced, resembling a silver fish as he swam towards the shore with astonishing speed. The waves splashed around him, and in the blink of an eye, he had created a considerable distance from the boat. What incredible speed! On board, Sanji was left dumbfounded, taking a moment to regain his senses before suddenly remembering something. He hurried to the railing, shouting with all his might, "Hey, Shano, both ships have already left. How are you planning to come back?" However, the only response he received was the wind whipping against his face, tousling his golden hair. The surface of the water shimmered, and Shano's silhouette had transformed into a small black dot, gradually fading from his sight. On the shore, beside a medium-sized sailboat measuring over 10 meters, a group of young ruffians paced back and forth with visible impatience. At the bow, a boy with a green mohawk leaned against the mast, sweating profusely as he fiddled with the tangled ropes above. "Hey, Bartolomeo!" Unable to contain his frustration, a youth with an ear stud climbed aboard and shouted, "You idiot! It's been 5 minutes. Are you done yet? We need to reach Roadtown before the next storm." Almost done, Bartolomeo, the boy who had previously knocked over KB, replied meekly, not daring to retort after being scolded. He explained softly, "Some of the ropes have lost their elasticity and need to be completely replaced. Otherwise, if they snap once we set sail, it could lead to trouble." "Who cares about your pathetic excuses? Hurry up." The youth with the ear stud snapped back, causing Bartolomeo to quickly shut his mouth and hasten his task. After approximately 2 minutes, the ropes on the mast were finally replaced. Bartolomeo stood up and let out a sigh of relief, just as the impatient ruffians surged forward and quickly boarded the ship. Gazing at the warship anchored on the west side of the harbor and the increasingly lively crowd on the shore, Bartolomeo scratched his head and turned to his busy companions, saying, "Everyone, isn't that the strongest bounty hunter, Yasuo, disembarking over there? Aren't you curious to go take a look?" The ruffians paused in surprise, exchanged glances, and then burst into laughter. "This fool actually thinks the title of strongest belongs to some bounty hunter. It's hilarious, right? Whether they are pirates or bounty hunters, they are merely stray dogs fleeing across the sea. Establishing the largest underground club in the East Blue is what we should truly aspire to." Absolutely. Moreover, the reason we arrived at Rodtown ahead of schedule is undoubtedly due to that individual's arrival, Bartolomeo. You, boy, seem to be idolizing him. Do you wish for US to abandon you to the sea to feed the fish? As we moved along, many companions began to speak with a tone that was less than amiable. Bartolomeo, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly waved his hands and chuckled awkwardly. Just kidding. I merely mentioned it in passing. Since everyone is disinterested, let us proceed without further ado. That is more like it." The previously silent youth with the earring snorted in response, turned to the helmsman at the bow, gestured for everyone to prepare, and then officially set sail, slowly making their way toward the harbor's outskirts. However, at that moment, amidst the surging waves, a shadowy figure emerged from the distant sea, swiftly revealing the upper half of his body and rapidly swimming toward the shore. The speed was astounding, drawing the attention of everyone aboard, who gazed in astonishment. Chapter 078. Advance and Strike. That fellow swims incredibly fast. Indeed, he moves like a swordfish, even swifter than Captain Dura himself. This is not the crux of the matter. Swimming in the ocean in the dead of winter? Truly fearless. A few ruffians instinctively gasped in awe, but sharp-eyed individuals quickly recognized something amiss. "Wait, that person seems to be on a direct line with our ship." The others paused, quickly scrutinizing the situation, and indeed, they discovered that the paths of both were entirely overlapping and growing perilously closer. At this rate, in a mere 10 seconds, they would collide directly. Not good. Quickly, get out of the way, Bartolomeo shouted urgently to the helmsman at the bow. Fortunately, it appeared that the swimmer had also realized the predicament, slightly adjusting his course to the right, successfully evading the ship's forward path. Bartolomeo and the still-dazed helmsman both exhaled in relief. Yet the earring-clad youth, who had been silently observing the sea, folded his arms and coldly remarked, "We will also turn the helm. Do not stop. Ram into them." What? This revelation stunned not only Bartolomeo and the helmsman, but also the other ruffians, who turned in bewilderment. One muscular man with exposed skin could not help but exclaim, "Captain Dura, the other party has already evaded. Why must we still?" Indeed, at this speed, a collision could result in fatalities. Bartolomeo interjected in alarm. After all, they were merely ruffians, unaccustomed to such scenarios. Though they had caused chaos in the neighborhood, most would feel uneasy about resorting to such extreme measures. There is no reason. Just ram into them. In the midst of a gathering, a young man named Dura cast a chilling glance over the crowd, his demeanor turning icy as he spoke. "How is it that, as men poised to formally enter the underworld, you lack the audacity to take a life?" If you fear confrontation, what business do you have in Rogtown? One and all, get off my vessel. Such small-town folk should content themselves with their mundane lives. Though he suspected that the earlier discussion regarding the superior swimming skills of another had provoked this ire, the palpable menace in Dura's gaze left the helmsman no room for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly adjusted the vessel's course. Instantaneously, the ship, which had been sailing in a straight line, veered sharply, propelled by the wind towards a silhouette in the distance. What on earth is happening with this wretched ship? Beneath the surface, as the shore drew nearer, Shano prepared to accelerate and reach land sooner. However, from the corner of his eye, he spotted the oncoming vessel, and his heart sank. I clearly moved aside, yet they still come for me. Nevertheless, evasion was imperative. Shano had no desire to test the resilience of his own head. He promptly dove beneath the surface, leveraging his waist to pivot forcefully, altering his trajectory towards the westernmost edge of the shore. Yet, what was this relentless pursuit? Glancing back at the ship that had now altered its course to chase him, Shano felt a surge of irritation. Do they think me an easy target? With a frosty expression, he shifted to a backstroke, retreating slightly before suddenly drawing the Lake Toya sword from his back. With a deft flick of his wrist, he thrust the blade towards the prow of the ship. In that instant, a sharp whoosh filled the air as an invisible force surged forth from the sword's tip with tremendous velocity, hurtling towards the ship above. With a thunderous rip, the sound of fabric tearing echoed from above. The thugs aboard, having been momentarily stunned by the sword's might, were now gripped by fear as they looked up, witnessing the ship's white sail split in two. One half was swept away by the wind, while the other fell helplessly, descending towards the deck amidst their horrified gazes. With a resounding splash, the chaos unfolded at the shore. Xano removed his damp black hoodie and casually draped it over a wooden post on the nearby dock. He turned back to glance at the sea, observing a ship that was now rocking wildly due to the sudden loss of its sail. The crew aboard was vociferously lamenting as they were struck by the heavy canvas, prompting him to nod in satisfaction as he secured Lake Toya back at his waist. Ah, how advantageous it is to possess ranged attack capabilities, he mused inwardly. The earlier slash, had it been witnessed by Swordsman, would undoubtedly elicit gasps of astonishment, for that strike was imbued with an exceptionally potent sword aura, commonly referred to in the piratical world as a soaring slash. This technique is an assault method derived from the insights gained by martial artists during their training, where the essence of energy is solidified for an attack. Broadly speaking, this technique is not exclusive to swords. Other weapons can wield it as well. Similar to the principles behind the Navy's 6 styles, particularly the Gale Foot technique. The ability to execute a soaring slash with a sword is precisely what distinguishes a true swordsman, as exemplified by Zoro's hallmark achievement of mastering the troublesome Phoenix technique in the original narrative. 3 years prior, when Xano first grasped the steel slash, the sword aura he unleashed could provoke waves several meters high in the ocean before him, appearing quite formidable. However, that method of attack was fundamentally disconnected from the essence of energy and sword intent. It merely manipulated the surrounding air currents through wind manipulation swordsmanship, creating fluctuations due to atmosphere pressure. Even after accumulating a certain force of whirlwind, the third tornado he conjured operated under the same principle. Now, however, Xano viewed those techniques as superficial. Their efficacy was decidedly limited. Otherwise, he could have simply lifted Crocodile with a single tornado, negating the need to swim over and deliver the finishing blow. Yet, the present was different. After several years of relentless honing, Xano's strength had experienced exponential growth. Alongside the enhancement of his physical attributes, his mastery of wind manipulation swordsmanship had also advanced to an intermediate level, having amassed sufficient proficiency. At this stage, his technique transcended mere appearances and genuinely began to approach the core of Yasuo's legacy, encompassing the intricacies of energy perception and sword intent. Moreover, in accordance with the system's peculiarities, a newly unlocked skill had compensated for certain deficiencies, elevating his combat capabilities to a terrifying degree. Name: Xano Hero Level. Level 5, 36. 984, 000. Strength, 67 Agility. 79 Wind Manipulation Swordsmanship. Intermediate Proficiency 1, 218 for 130. 000 Skill. Steel Slash. Level 3, a forward thrust of the sword that cleaves through all in its path. Upon hitting, Steel Slash gains a layer of Whirlwind Fury effect, lasting for 10 seconds. After accumulating the effects of 2 layers of Spiral Slash, Steel Flash will generate a whirlwind capable of launching enemies into the air. The Forward Slash, Level 2, harnesses the power of the Tempest, allowing for a swift advance towards the target enemy. Should one cast Steel Flash during this charge, the blade will manifest in a circular arc to rise from the dead. When embroiled in a team battle, each enemy slain will restore a certain percentage of health, thereby enhancing one's endurance on the battlefield. The path of the Wanderer is to rise from the dead. Offense is indeed the best defense. Reputation, insignificant. Chapter 079. What a coincidence. You are out for a stroll too? The forward slash. This skill can be deemed the very essence of Yasuo within the game, as the dream of every casual Yasuo player is to recklessly unleash E amidst a throng of foes. As for its efficacy in the real world, after several trials, Shano found it to be rather satisfactory. In a certain light, its effect bears a striking resemblance to the Navy's 6 forms, particularly the technique through, which also serves as a means to traverse the battlefield with remarkable agility. The distinction lies in the fact that Zuru is executed by a martial arts master who strikes the ground over 10 times in an instant, utilizing the resultant explosive force to propel oneself. In contrast, the forward slash requires the locking onto of an enemy's presence, maximizing one's agility to launch a surprise attack with the wind's swiftness. In essence, the forward slash can only advance towards living beings with a detectable aura, whereas Zuru does not share this limitation. Shano pondered whether this constraint would dissipate with skill enhancement, yet as it stands, the versatility of the forward slash seems somewhat inferior to that of Zuru. As these thoughts meandered through his mind, Shano gravitated towards the crowd gathering on the western side of the port, reflecting on the earlier incident with those who carelessly bumped into him. He mused that they were indeed fortunate. Had he not been preoccupied with his urgent task and wished to avoid a commotion, he would have effortlessly utilized a forward slash to ascend the deck, imparting to them a lesson on the fleeting nature of life. Yasuo's popularity is truly astounding, evoking a rather complex emotional response within him. As he drew nearer to the throng, the cheers reached a crescendo, nearly deafening in their intensity. Shano found himself massaging his temples. The scene resembled that of a concert in full swing, with some of the exuberant youths in attendance likely being his ardent admirers. Unbeknownst to him, leveraging his extraordinary physique, Shano successfully maneuvered to the front rows, and the spectacle before him transformed accordingly. A crimson carpet, spanning 5 or 6 meters in width, unfurled from the entrance of the town to the edge of the shoreline, with a welcoming crowd pressed along either side of this grand avenue. At the end of the red carpet, the naval vessel from the 16th Division lay quietly anchored, its sails furled and anchor dropped, with a contingent of solemn-faced sailors standing at attention on the deck. Beneath the ship, on the Crimson Runner, a naval officer clad in a crisp white uniform was engaged in lively conversation with a brown-haired young man in a tailored suit, surrounded by a throng of soldiers, all the while wearing a broad smile. With just a fleeting glance, Shano recognized the lanky officer with a scraggly beard as Mouse. However, the jubilant cheers from the nearby spectators drowned out their conversation, rendering the content inaudible. Frowning slightly, he cast his gaze around, ultimately resting it on a slight figure to his right. This individual, possessing a cherubic face and appearing to be in his early 20s, wore round spectacles that lent him an air of scholarly demeanor. In stark contrast to the surrounding uproar, his expression remained composed, his eyes occasionally darting towards Mouse and his entourage at the end of the red carpet before swiftly returning to scribble notes in a thick notebook. Shano discreetly cast a glance above, only to swiftly retract his gaze in disappointment. The handwriting was exceedingly messy, reminiscent of the scrawls often seen from doctors in his past life, where deciphering a single word felt akin to encountering a ghost. After a moment's contemplation, he gently patted the shoulder of the person beside him. As he turned to meet the questioning gaze, he smiled and gestured towards a group of distant figures, asking, "Excuse me, good sir, I am newly arrived. Could you kindly inform me which one among them is the bounty hunter Yasuo? Is it the gentleman in the brown hair and suit?" "Oh, so that is what you were asking," the lean figure replied, slightly taken aback. "In the future, please refrain from suddenly patting my shoulder. You startled me." Initially, the slender man shot Shano a disgruntled glare, but his expression softened as he glanced at the young man with brown hair. He shrugged disdainfully and remarked, "That is not Yasuo, that is Watson, the heir apparent of the Pross family, who is also the family's principal successor. The head of the family, due to his advanced age, could not attend the port, so this welcoming event is being personally hosted by young Master Watson. So he is the scion of the Pross family," Shano mused, responding with a simple "oh" before inquiring further, "But what of Yasuo? Why have I not seen him around?" "Isn't that an obvious question?" the lean man retorted, rolling his eyes. "What kind of reputation does Mr. Yasuo hold? What is his standing?" Countless media representatives are gathered here. Surely he is meant to make a grand entrance at the end. Just wait a bit. Once young Master Watson has concluded his discussions with that naval colonel, I suspect he will make his appearance. Media? Ziano turned his head in surprise, and, indeed, at the far end of the red carpet, he spotted a throng of individuals resembling journalists, each clutching a camera. A few of the more ostentatious ones even carried a mobile phone, fixated on the warship, exuding an aura of readiness. Goodness, must it be so exaggerated? Ziano estimated that there were at least 20 reporters, his eyes widening in disbelief. He couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Isn't Pross Island known for shipbuilding? Why are there so many media outlets? It's just a pirate hunter. Does it warrant such a grand spectacle? As soon as the latter half of his remark escaped his lips, the locals, regardless of age, cast him scornful glances. Ziano hastily retracted his neck, forcing a couple of awkward laughs to defuse the tension. It seemed that his other identity held considerable weight in the eyes of this crowd. What did he mean by merely a pirate hunter? A slender figure furrowed his brow and adjusted his glasses, peering at Ziano from beneath the frames. You young people are just too naive. You fail to discern what constitutes significant news. Mr. Yasuo is making his first public appearance. An entire EC is eagerly awaiting the news from here. If this isn't noteworthy, what is? He gestured towards the assembled journalists, continuing, Do you think these individuals are all local media from Pross Island? They have come from various newspapers across the EC, and even colleagues from the Grand Line are present. Just wait. Tomorrow, you might find that every front page you can buy features a special photograph of Mr. Yasuo. Now I understand. Ziano slightly nodded, then furrowed his brow as he gazed into the distance at the mouse, engaging in jovial banter with Watson. What could this fellow possibly seek to gain from drawing such attention in front of numerous media outlets? Suddenly, as he pondered this, a delayed thought flashed through his mind. Ziano abruptly turned to the slender figure who had resumed scribbling in his notebook. Did you just mention a colleague? Are you, perchance, a journalist as well? The slender figure lifted his gaze, regarding Ziano with a hint of amusement. Aren't you asking a question you already know the answer to? Can you see I'm busy composing my on-site report? How could I possibly decipher your cryptic scrawl? Ziano internally scoffed, yet maintained an awkward yet polite smile on his face. Oh, my apologies. I failed to recognize you momentarily as you hadn't produced your camera. I see. The camera is still in your pocket, and since it is not yet time for its use, there's no need to take it out. This is the mark of a true professional. Do not compare me to those novices over there. The slender figure waved his hand dismissively, and then, as if suddenly recalling something, fished a business card from his pocket and presented it. Well, since we seem to have a good rapport in our conversation, let us make each other's acquaintance. Here is my business card. Ziano, indifferent to the identity of the individual before him, nonetheless accepted the card out of courtesy. A cursory glance at its contents prompted an immediate reaction. Upon discerning the text, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth fell agape, revealing his utter surprise. What has transpired? The slender figure inquired, momentarily taken aback. Yet, as if struck by an epiphany, he burst into hearty laughter. Could it be that you have heard my name before? I can hardly believe that in the world of journalism, merely engaging in casual conversation leads one to encounter admirers. How serendipitous. Indeed, it is quite the coincidence, Ziano replied after a brief pause, lifting his gaze and fixing the slender man with an odd stare. Prolos Northwest News, reporter and literary editor, Mr. Sika. Yes, that would be me, Sika responded proudly, nodding in affirmation. He then snapped shut his pen with a flourish, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, seemingly hoping to detect a semblance of reverence or excitement on Ziano's face. However, to his bewilderment, upon receiving confirmation of his identity, the young man clad in black exhibited a subtle twitch at the corner of his eye, as if striving to suppress some inner turmoil. Ultimately, his right hand rested upon the wooden sword at his waist, and he silently began to draw it forth with deliberate slowness. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, Ziano exuded an imposing aura. As he advanced, Sika's smile faltered, his expression growing tense as he instinctively retreated a couple of steps, clutching his camera tightly. What is it that you intend to do, my lord? He stammered nervously. What do you think? Ziano's fingers gently tapped against the hilt of his sword as he gazed into his eyes for a moment. Finally, he let out a soft sigh, tucked away his thoughts, and smiled, saying, It is nothing. It's just that seeing a name I've only ever read in newspapers stirred a certain excitement within me. Is that so? Zika remarked, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at the sword at Ziano's waist. Indeed, Ziano replied sincerely, only to find Zika staring at the business card in his hand with a look of confusion. His tone shifted abruptly to one of concern as he pondered aloud. Given that you are an ace reporter and a seasoned editor, Why have you been assigned to the front lines for reporting? Moreover, you don't even have an assistant? Ahem. Zika's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he raised his notepad, exuding a sense of helplessness. Compared to those in the industry, our Pros Northwest news is rather modest in scale, and our sales in the EC do not rank highly. Therefore, it is quite normal for someone like me to personally cover these events. However, this does have its merits. Being present at the very moment news unfolds and documenting it firsthand is indeed a privilege in our profession. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Shano immediately chimed in, clapping his hands in a symbolic gesture to avoid appearing dismissive, yet his demeanor remained languid. Nevertheless, he pondered aloud. Has our esteemed organization ever contemplated why newspaper sales have persistently stagnated? After a moment's reflection, he added, well, I've been a long-time subscriber to the Pros Northwest news over these past years, so I suppose I can be considered a loyal patron. Huh? Is that so? We are truly grateful. Zika initially expressed surprise, sporting a knowing smile, before he sighed, acknowledging that we have indeed contemplated the issue of newspaper sales. However, we are faced with insurmountable challenges. Firstly, our funding is inadequate, limiting the number of reporters we can deploy. Secondly, the newspaper lacks genuine talent. Whether in layout design or the interplay of text and imagery, it all appears rather conventional. Oh, certainly. It seems something has sparked a thought in Zika, as he grinned and remarked, to be honest. The only highlight within our pages is likely my column articles and exclusive reports. After all, I am a man juggling both the roles of reporter and editor. Indeed, it appears you remain as unabashed as you were 3 years ago. Shano silently scoffed, then reached out his long and powerful right hand towards Zika, requesting the notebook. What for? Zika was taken aback, instinctively clutching the notebook tighter, wary that Shano might attempt to glance at the on-site report she had just penned. Dismissing Zika's concerns, Shano effortlessly snatched the notebook away and extracted a pen from the pocket of Zika's shirt. Flipping to a blank page, he began to write with remarkable speed, his handwriting surprisingly neat. In the blink of an eye, several substantial paragraphs filled the page. This was Shano's series of actions were undeniably abrupt and clumsy, executed with such swiftness that Zika hardly had a moment to react before Shano had already closed the pen and tossed the notebook in his direction. In a flurry, Zika caught the notebook, his expression still marred by displeasure. However, upon merely glancing inside, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Then, with a sudden clap, he excitedly snapped the notebook shut, his gaze lifting in astonishment to meet Shano's eyes. Ah, within were some suggestions that should significantly boost your newspaper sales, perhaps even multiplying them several times over. Shano smiled, noticing that Zika was still staring at him in a daze. For a moment, he feared that the other had seen through him, prompting him to nervously touch his chin. Clearing his throat, he assured, rest assured, it will certainly be a success. At that moment, a resounding firework erupted in the sky, and amidst the brilliant display, the surrounding crowd suddenly surged with excitement, fervently chanting Yasuo's name as they directed their fervor towards the warship. Shano was momentarily taken aback, while Zika was also jolted from a reverie. In unison, they turned their heads towards the end of the crimson carpet, where, as expected, a tall figure clad in a black warrior's garb had materialized on the deck. This imposing individual, appearing to be in his 30s, bore twin blades at his waist and donned dark sunglasses, his expression inscrutable. He descended from a warship with a leisurely gait, flanked by a dozen naval soldiers, exuding an aura of authority. As he approached, the throngs of people along the shore grew increasingly animated, their jubilant cheers rising in a crescendo. How utterly arrogant, Shano thought, wincing slightly as the raucous cheers reverberated painfully in his ears. He squinted, fixating on the man whom the townsfolk hailed as the swordsman Yasuo, his smile gradually fading as his hand instinctively returned to rest upon Lake Toya. Fia was now brimming with exhilaration. In fact, from the very moment he stepped off the warship and onto the crimson carpet, his excitement was palpable. The sight of the massive crowd welcoming him, coupled with the flash of cameras at the other end of the carpet, caused his breath to hitch, his heart racing uncontrollably in his chest. The last time he experienced such grandeur was during his initial establishment of a dojo in Frostmoon Village, when villagers gathered to congratulate him. At that time, the local dojo had yet to be founded, and the man known as Gung Shiro had not yet returned to his hometown. Thus, after showcasing his exceptional swordsmanship, he basked in a moment of unparalleled acclaim. This memory had become one of his fondest reminiscences during his years of fugitive existence. However, the magnitude of the current spectacle, both in terms of the crowd size and fervor, far surpassed that day. observing the thrumming crowd and the incessant cheers that filled his ears. Fia had never felt such profound happiness. A sense of vanity and satisfaction welled within him, threatening to overflow at any moment. Chapter 081. Glory resides in the heart. Not an appearance driven by this sense of vanity, Fia seemed to have forgotten the tension and unease he had felt aboard the warship, instead beginning to relish the experience with an air of entitlement. When a young heir of the Pro's family extended a hand in welcome, he cast a sidelong glance from beneath his sunglasses, hesitated momentarily, and then languidly offered a brief handshake. What followed was a swarm of media, with a flurry of flashes and microphones thrust towards him, enveloping him in a euphoric daze. Mr. Yasuo, may I ask how many pirates you have dispatched in the past 3 years? Mr. Yasuo, what are your thoughts on the title of the strongest pirate hunter in the East Sea? Does the cumulative bounty exceeding 100 million berries not entice you? How do you feel about entrusting such a sum to someone like Colonel Mouse? The earlier atmosphere was quite pleasant, with the naval personnel watching the unfolding events with cheerful expressions. However, as the final question rang out, an awkward tension enveloped the gathering. The Mouse's countenance darkened, and he was on the verge of erupting in anger. Yet, upon noticing the press badge adorning the chest of the journalist who posed the question, his pupils constricted, and after a few forced, humorless grunts, he averted his gaze. The reporter hailed from the World Economic Journal of the Grand Line, a mere colonel from the East Blue Branch, someone not to be trifled with. Fortunately, after putting on a FA Fia still addressed several inquiries, including the rather incisive question from the World Economic Reporter. Having received prior counsel from Mouse, he adeptly navigated the response, not only detailing the changes in treatment for the Naval Base soldiers, but also extolling the virtues of the Mouse, nearly elevating his integrity to be on par with the esteemed name of Yasuo. This revelation brought forth a genuine smile from the Mouse, who internally sighed with relief. In truth, his visit to Pro's Island served a dual purpose: to engage in covert transactions with the largest shipbuilding family in the East Blue and to enhance his reputation through the media, thus establishing himself as a figure worthy of trust. After all, while he had amassed considerable wealth through inflated claims and corruption over the years, there had also emerged unfavorable speculations about him, some of which edged perilously close to the truth. Having Yasuo personally refute these allegations was undoubtedly the most effective solution. As this thought crossed his mind, he cast a satisfied glance at Fia, nodding in approval. It seemed he had not erred his choice, although Fia often appeared somewhat disheveled when adorned with the aura of the strongest pirate hunter. He bore an undeniable resemblance to a lone swordsman traversing the night in his black samurai attire. Yet at that moment a furious shout erupted from the crowd. Nonsense! This man is not Mr. Yasuo. The voice boomed, shattering the surrounding atmosphere into fragments. As the crowd turned to discern the source of the outcry, all eyes fell upon a middle-aged man in a pale blue kimono, standing to the right of the red carpet. He appeared to be in his early 40s, with an unremarkable face, a short beard, and a bundle of medicinal herbs cradled in his arms. His kimono was quite soiled, giving him a weary appearance. Yet a katana hung from his waist, marking him as a swordsman. As the collective gaze turned toward him, the middle-aged swordsman instinctively took a step back, seemingly filled with regret. However, upon catching a glimpse of Fia, who had removed his sunglasses from a distance, he hesitated for a moment before shouting, "I know him. He is a swordsman from my village, named Fia. A year ago, he killed the innocent Mr. Pinsaru's family and fled. He is a wanted murderer throughout the East Blue. Infamous. How could Mr. Yasuo possibly be associated with such a person? What? How is it possible? Is this true? This fellow is actually a wanted criminal. Surely, he must be spouting nonsense." As these words escaped his lips, they detonated like a depth charge, reverberating in the hearts of the gathered crowd. Hundreds of onlookers, including naval soldiers just disembarked from their ship, erupted in disbelief, their incredulous gazes darting back and forth between Yasuo and the middle-aged swordsman. "Sir, are you aware of what you are asserting?" The rat's demeanor instantly turned frosty. He flicked his long whiskers and replied nonchalantly, "If you claim that this gentleman beside me is not Mr. Yasuo, you ought to present some evidence. Wouldn't you agree? It is quite improper to spread baseless rumors in front of so many media outlets. I already mentioned it, didn't I? This man was clearly loitering in the casino of Frostmoon Village just a year ago, escaping to the sea only this spring. Meanwhile, Mr. Yasuo has been renowned across the East Sea for 2 years, making it utterly implausible for them to be the same individual." Seeing even the naval officers beginning to question him, the middle-aged swordsman felt a surge of panic and hastily defended himself. "Such statements hardly count as evidence. the rat observed, his composure unshaken by the other's reaction. With a sinister chuckle, he added, even if what you say is true, it pertains to a criminal named Scarlet Fawn. What connection does that have with Mr. Yasuo here? What? You. The middle-aged swordsman widened his eyes in disbelief. You are part of the Navy, right? Shouldn't you simply check the wanted list to ascertain the truth? Gritting his teeth, he continued, if all else fails, I am willing to swear my honor as a swordsman that there is not a shred of falsehood in my previous words. A swordsman's name, you say? What worth does that hold? The rat sneered dismissively, maintaining his indifferent expression. However, Yasuo, standing behind him, appeared somewhat unsettled upon recognizing the middle-aged swordsman named Wuzhen, and quietly readjusted his sunglasses. Wuzhen fell silent. He was no fool, and had begun to piece together the private connection between the rat and Scarlet Fawn. Yet, the present circumstances left no room for retreat. After taking a deep breath, he quietly set down the medicinal herbs he held, then slowly drew his katana, pointing it at Scarlet Fawn, and declared solemnly, in that case, I respectfully request a duel with Mr. Yasuo, relying solely on our swordsmanship to determine the victor. Should he best me, I, Wuzhen, shall acknowledge him as Yasuo and apologize for my earlier statements. Chapter 082. Glory resides in the heart, not in form. The rat narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating before breaking into a jovial smile. Very well, let us proceed as you propose. As he spoke, he turned to cast a glance at Fia, his expression imbued with regret. It is truly unfortunate that Mr. Yasuo has been subjected to such vexation due to unforeseen circumstances. However, I trust that Mr. Yasuo will have no trouble against this nameless swordsman. Yet, apart from Fia's perspective, none noticed the fleeting glint of malevolence that flickered in his eyes as he uttered the final sentence. Of course, there is no issue at all. A chill ran down Fia's spine, yet he dared not betray any sign of it. Slowly, he drew his katana, turning his gaze towards Wumara, and spoke in a tone that belied the tension within him. A swordsman from Frostmoon Village in the east? While this may seem somewhat oppressive, since you have issued a challenge, I shall acquiesce to your wish. Despite his words, Fia's heart was rife with trepidation. After all, he had once been defeated by a mere novice from the Isen dojo, although he had not clashed with this opponent. Given that Wumara was a disciple of that very dojo, it was likely that his prowess was not to be underestimated. Stop pretending. Wumara, evidently unimpressed by Fia's demeanor, bellowed as he stepped forward, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. He charged at Fia, his blade glinting coldly in the air as he aimed a deadly strike at Fia's head. Fia, refusing to be careless, hastily raised his katana to block the attack, while his other hand discreetly drew a short blade from his waist, aiming to thrust it silently into Wumara's chest. Fortunately, Wumara caught a glimpse of this movement out of the corner of his eye. He quickly retracted his blade, evading the thrust by a hair's breadth, then gritted his teeth and roared in anger, launching another horizontal slash from a different angle. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, engaging in a fierce contest for several rounds. The onlookers on either side of the crimson carpet were captivated, while not far away. The rat's expression grew increasingly tense and troubled. Clearly, as the unfolding situation indicated, the two combatants were evenly matched. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it became. Should they continue trading blows for dozens of rounds, irrespective of whether Wumara emerged victorious, Fia's potential victory would inevitably raise suspicions among the observant. This would significantly undermine the efficacy of his scheme to have someone impersonate Yasuo in front of the media. With this thought, a glimmer of resolve flickered in the rat's eyes. He narrowed them slightly, his hand concealed within his sleeve, bending subtly. When he extended it again, a steel ball, no larger than a grain of rice, rested between his index and middle fingers. Fixing his gaze on Wumara, who was entangled with Fia in a fierce struggle, the rat measured the situation for a moment. When a moment was ripe, he deftly flicked his fingers, sending the nearly invisible steel ball soaring through the air, covering a distance of 7 or 8 meters before striking Wumara's kneecap with unerring precision. Crack! A faint sound of bones cracking echoed, and in the next moment, the astonished onlookers beheld Wu Village, who had raised his sword to parry Yasuo's descending strike, suddenly buckle at the knees, letting out a piercing scream as he collapsed onto the ground. The timing of the mouse's intervention was impeccable, and to the crowd, it appeared as though Wu Village had been unable to withstand the force of Yasuo's blow. Consequently, many hearts swelled with admiration, and they began to chant Yasuo's name once more. Upon the crimson carpet, Fia momentarily froze in disbelief, but soon elation flooded his senses as he directed his gaze toward Wu Village on the ground. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he brought his sword crashing down, aiming straight at Wu Village's chest, who was now paralyzed with fear. Clearly, after being exposed by this former village comrade, Faya's trepidation had dissipated, and he was resolute in his intent to leave no survivors, irrespective of whether the mouse had issued any commands. How astute this fellow is in critical moments. Not far away, the mouse observed the scene with satisfaction, stroking his whiskers. His initial plan was precisely this. The swordsman from Frostmoon Village, known as Wu Village, had to perish. Whether it was an open assassination or a covert strike mattered little. He could simply fabricate a charge against him later. Most importantly, Faya's swift victory over Wu Village would unfold before the crowd. However, the mouse's smile abruptly faltered. Just as the tip of Faya's sword was about to pierce Wu Village's body, a sudden rush of air erupted from the crowd, crashing against the blade with a thunderous roar. The sound echoed sharply. The force of that gust was unfathomable. In a blink, the previously confident Yasuo found himself unable to maintain his grip on his weapons, both his katana and wakizashi clattering to the ground as he staggered back several paces, barely managing to regain his balance amidst the residual force. Who dares? Without needing to ponder further, Faya recognized how disheveled he appeared. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he abandoned all pretense of composure, turning sharply to bellow at the crowd flanking the crimson carpet. Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself. His fierce demeanor, coupled with the stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, instilled fear in the onlookers, causing them to instinctively retreat. For a moment, no one dared to respond to his challenge. Pardon me, I am right here. At that moment, a languid voice emerged from the throng, instantaneously captivating everyone's attention. As the crowd parted, revealing a young boy cradling a wooden sword beside the now vacant crimson carpet, he appeared with a charmingly innocent visage, an aura of tranquility, and an endearing, slightly bashful smile, embodying an image utterly devoid of malice. Upon discerning the age and appearance of the individual who had spoken, Fia was initially taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and cast a sidelong glance at the expression of the young warrior on the ground, who appeared to have narrowly escaped a calamity. This audacity to confront me after launching a surprise attack is truly remarkable for the youth of today. With a slight pivot of his toes, the great sword on the ground sprang back into his grasp. He then fixed his icy gaze upon the sword-bearing youth, his voice laced with chilling intent. Ultimately, you are but a child. If you are unaware of the fundamental rule that outsiders must not interfere in a duel between swordsmen, then do not blame me for taking it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Otherwise, my reputation as the most formidable pirate hunter of the East Sea may be irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 083. The crowd's fractured resolve before his words had fully dissipated. Fia moved with astonishing speed, his great sword glinting ominously as it swung horizontally toward the young swordsman. Ignorant fool, prepare to face the consequences of justice. In that instant, the atmosphere along the shore grew tense, as countless eyes followed the trajectory of the blade, envisioning the gruesome fate that awaited the youth beneath its deadly arc. Yet, in the next heartbeat, to the disbelief of all present, the young swordsman vanished from sight. A fleeting afterimage flickered, and he reappeared, having deftly maneuvered past Fia, now standing behind him. Simultaneously, a somewhat exasperated voice echoed along the crimson carpet. You really do talk too much, uncle. With a sudden, visceral sound of steel piercing flesh, blood erupted forth, and Fia's body froze in place, his malicious grin momentarily suspended as his pupils dilated in shock. The great sword clattered to the ground. Ultimately, after a brief tremor, Fia collapsed with a resounding thud, lying motionless. This fellow, so deeply ensconced in his role, despite being a 30-year-old washed-up uncle. How can he be so melodramatic? The sword-bearing youth was none other than Shano. At this moment, he withdrew his weapon, Donya Lake, from the back of the fallen figure, the blade tilting slightly as he flicked off the blood with a sigh of mild irritation. Such weakness is beyond redemption. He fell to a mere forward slash. Reflecting on the earlier events, Shano had merely been an observer, watching this individual flaunt his self-proclaimed notoriety. While he felt a twinge of annoyance, he had no intention of intervening. After all, with so many witnesses, Shano, accustomed to solitary nocturnal wanderings over the past 3 years, preferred not to draw attention to himself in such a setting. If a reckoning were in order, he could always wait until the welcoming ceremony concluded and then find a secluded alley in town to settle the score. However, the unexpected emergence of Wuzuan, a person seemingly from the same village as the imposter Yasuo, had taken him by surprise, leading to an unanticipated confrontation with genuine weapons. There was no alternative. To prevent any potential calamity caused by this man, he had no choice but to draw his sword, ensuring that the incompetent elder before him met his demise. After all, he appeared to be a murderer, and dispatching such individuals weighed not at all on Shano's conscience. As he slightly raised his gaze and surveyed his surroundings, Shano was taken aback to discover that the atmosphere at the Pros Harbor could only be described as bizarre. The crowd on either side of the red carpet, along with the hundreds of naval soldiers stationed beside the warships, were all gaping at him with mouths agape, their expressions blank and bewildered. An entire 10 seconds elapsed in utter silence, an eerie stillness that was palpable, causing an unsettling chill to creep in. Excuse me, everyone, Shano finally spoke, feeling slightly embarrassed under the intense scrutiny, despite his thick skin. He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. While I am aware of my own handsomeness, there is truly no need to stare at me so intently. This remark seemed to shatter the silence, as the vacant expressions on the residents' faces began to show signs of movement. Suddenly, a delayed exclamation erupted from somewhere in the crowd, igniting a frenzy throughout the harbor. Good heavens, this lad has slain Mr. Yasuo. With a single strike, he defeated Mr. Yasuo with just one blow. How could Mr. Yasuo, renowned for having vanquished countless pirate crews and hailed as the strongest pirate hunter in the East Sea, fall so effortlessly to a mere boy? Instantly, a multitude of dubious gazes converged upon the equally astonished Colonel Mouse. Hey there, naval officers. Please clarify for us, what is the truth behind Yasuo? The first to voice his disbelief was an elderly man adorned with black-rimmed glasses. Despite his frail appearance, his face flushed with indignation as he bellowed at Colonel Mouse. If this is indeed a false Yasuo, even if you are a naval officer, we shall not let you off easily. Indeed, to deceive us with a counterfeit pirate hunter. What is this? Do you take us for fools? A burly man in his 20s, bald and robust, joined in the uproar. Yes, yes. In an instant, a surge of emotions swept through the crowd as countless individuals converged upon Colonel Mouse, who stood at the water's edge, creating an overwhelming tide. Observing this, the surrounding naval soldiers hastily shielded their commander, retreating towards the warship. However, the residents closest to the sea had anticipated this turn of events, forming several rows to block the pathway to the vessel. Consequently, Colonel Mouse and his companions found themselves utterly encircled by hundreds of residents, rendered immobile. Indeed, it was evident that strength held paramount importance. How could one seek out impostors without a formidable presence? TSK. Even the onlookers could discern the absurdity of the situation. Shano cast a glance at the flustered Colonel Mouse, a smirk of schadenfreude playing on his lips. At last, he would not be the one in the spotlight. Seeing that Colonel Mouse was now ensnared and had no chance of escape, Shano refrained from rushing forward. Instead, he returned to his previous position on the red carpet and extended a hand towards the still agonized Woomera, who lay on the ground. Thank you. With Shano's assistance, Woomera finally managed to rise, albeit with a noticeable limp, a clear indication that the injury inflicted by the steel pellet, stealthily launched by Colonel Mouse, had been quite severe. This prompted Shano to express his remorse. I apologize for my delayed reaction. It seems you have sustained quite a serious injury. Nonsense. This minor wound is hardly significant. A fortnight of rest will suffice. Woomera quickly waved his hands in dismissal. In truth, I should be the one feeling embarrassed for acting rashly and incurring your displeasure with the Navy. At this point, Woomera's countenance darkened, clearly disheartened by Colonel Mouse's earlier demeanor, which had led to a growing disappointment with the Navy. The prospect of the ensuing repercussions of Shano's confrontation with Colonel Mouse only deepened his unease. It's merely a trivial matter. Just wait, I have a score to settle with that fellow shortly, Shano remarked nonchalantly, glancing at the distant warship and shrugging his shoulders with a smile. To divert the conversation, his gaze fell upon the scattered medicinal herbs on the ground, which Woomera had previously cradled with care, thankfully remaining largely unscathed amidst the chaos of battle. Chapter 084. Taking action due to Woomera's impaired mobility. Shano bent down to gather all the scattered herbs, handing them to Woomera amidst the latter's grateful gaze. So, Woomera, did you venture out to sea solely to procure these herbs? Not quite, Woomera replied, carefully placing the herbs into a cloth bag. He scratched his head and continued. This time, I was hired by a merchant convoy as a guard, accompanying them to earn some money. The herbs were purchased at a low price from the convoy, intended for the children at the dojo to bolster their health. Now I understand. Ziano suddenly realized. Initially, his first reaction upon seeing these medicinal herbs was that they were meant to treat Guena. However, He quickly remembered that Guena had passed away several years ago, rendering that thought utterly irrelevant. Whenever Shuangyue village was mentioned, one couldn't help but think of Zoro, that green-haired fool who seemed to have been born in the same year as Sanji. By now, he should be around 12 or 13 years old, with only 4 years remaining until his official departure to sea. At this thought, a flicker of wicked amusement danced in Zeno's mind. In the original story, one of Zoro's motivations for setting sail was to challenge Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, in order to enhance his own strength. If within these 4 years, he could reach a level akin to Mihawk's, perhaps when the narrative converged with reality, the peak Zoro aspired to climb would become his own. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. For a moment, an almost mischievous expression crossed Zeno's face, but the bewildered gaze from Wu Zhuang swiftly grounded him, prompting Zeno to rein in his wandering thoughts. Due to Wu Zhuang's knee injury, which required treatment in town, they exchanged a few casual words before bidding farewell. Zeno then redirected his attention to the warships at the port. In the next instant, he couldn't help but place a hand to his forehead, feeling an inexplicable sympathy for the Navy. In just a short while, the situation with the rat had become considerably dire. Not only the residents, but also the reporters, who had been lurking nearby, surged forward, jabbing microphones into the faces of the Navy personnel, who were forced to withstand the cacophony blaring from dozens of loudspeakers. Conversely, the rat, heavily shielded within, remained unscathed. The entire 16th Division of the Navy had truly drawn the short straw with such a superior. With a sigh, Zeno's expression gradually turned cold. He took a deep breath and, unhurriedly, made his way towards the end of the red carpet, his gaze landing on the visibly agitated face of the rat. In his perception, the rat's aura was gradually locked onto him, and as Zeno gently pressed the tip of his right foot down, he suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing towards the center with astonishing speed. With a swift strike, in an instant, a sharp sound erupted amidst the sudden gust of wind. Those who were near the line of his attack, whether furious residents or startled Navy soldiers, felt an irresistible force surge towards them, causing their bodies to involuntarily topple aside, creating a clear path. Thud! As Zeno's heel struck the ground, the fallen Navy personnel instinctively turned to look back, only to be met with the alarming sight of the young man in black who had previously defeated Yasuo. Now standing behind Colonel Rat, expressionless, with a plain wooden sword poised against the officer's throat. "What are you doing? You bastard, let the colonel go. Are you declaring war against the Navy?" In an instant, the furious roars of the naval soldiers surged like a tidal wave, followed by the sudden alignment of their weapons towards the front. Meanwhile, the previously agitated residents fell into an eerie silence, staring blankly at Shano, who stood in the midst with an air of indifference, scarcely believing their own eyes. Although they had been filled with rage, their intention was merely to demand an explanation from the Navy. Yet, this individual had audaciously drawn his sword to threaten a naval colonel. Such an act seemed akin to courting death itself. Coughing under the pressure of his breath, the rat's face flushed crimson. He desperately turned his head, fixing a piercing glance at Shano from the corner of his eye, and stammered, Who are you? What do you want?" Zeno cast a fleeting glance at him, then offered a subtle smile. Leaning closer to the mouse's ear, he whispered in a tone audible only to himself, "Of course. You might not be unfamiliar with my other name. Yasuo, the pirate hunter." Boom! This proclamation struck the mouse's heart like a thunderclap, causing his pupils to constrict instantaneously, a flicker of terror unmistakably crossing his face. Yasuo. This seemingly youthful lad was, in fact, Yasuo. In that instant, a whirlwind of thoughts surged through the mouse's mind. He comprehended everything at once. No wonder the adversary had targeted Fia. No wonder he was seized just as he was about to escape to the warship. No wonder the demeanor of this individual was so hostile, claiming to seek retribution from him. Whether it was the substantial bounty he had illicitly amassed under this name over the years, or the farcical act he had orchestrated with the impostor Yasuo, it was clear that the genuine Yasuo would find both utterly unforgivable. Was his demise inevitable? No, perhaps there was still hope. Suddenly, a crucial realization flashed through the mouse's mind. He tightened his grip around his neck, lifted his gaze to meet Zeno's devilish smile. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "So what if you're Yasuo? Surely, you do not intend to seek vengeance against me? Do not forget, you are the pirate hunter, and I am a Navy colonel. We are supposed to be on the same side. Moreover, the port is currently teeming with at least 20 media outlets. If you were to kill me here, it would be a direct affront to the Navy." At this juncture, the spark of vitality rekindled in the mouse's eyes, though his words were labored. They resonated with an undeniable confidence and conviction. "When that time comes, mark my words, forget about your identity as a pirate hunter. I assure you, You will suffer more than many pirates. The officers at headquarters will not let you go. After uttering these words, half warning and half pleading, he fixed his gaze intently on Shano, seemingly hoping to detect any signs of uncertainty or regret in his expression. However, the outcome was destined to disappoint him. Shano merely paused for a moment in silence before breaking into another smile, the tip of his blade inching closer imperceptibly, nearly causing the mouse to faint from the pressure. Enough with the chatter. Heed my words. Do as I instruct you, and remember this. That is all you need to know. Chapter 085, The Great Blade. 21 crafts at the harbor's edge, amidst a tense atmosphere. The journalists who had been knocked to the ground by Shano helped one another to their feet. After much effort in reassembling their interview equipment, they were bewildered to see the cloaked youth whispering a few words into Colonel Mouse's ear, then turning to regard them with a mysteriously enigmatic smile. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, Shano gently cleared his throat, drawing the attention of all the journalists, and solemnly stated, "Next, I will pose 3 questions to Mr. Mouse. I trust the answers will bring a significant surprise to everyone. It would be wise for you all to prepare your recording devices to ensure you can secure the first-hand report. Especially you, Mr. Zika." His gaze fell upon Zika, who appeared bewildered amidst the crowd. Zika smiled broadly, and Shano added, "When you report on this, do not forget the techniques I have taught you. Perhaps today will be the day you turn your fortunes around." "What?" Zika instinctively nodded. Then his mouth fell agape in astonishment. What did this mean? However, Shano had already turned away, surveying the residents with a glance before lowering his gaze to Mouse. He calmly inquired, "The first question, who was the person I just killed?" Faced with the curious gazes of the crowd at the harbor, Mouse hesitated, unable to utter a word for a moment. Yet soon, a suffocating pressure gripped his throat. A faint metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils, sending a shiver through him. Thus, he steeled himself to respond. "He was a fugitive I found at sea, named Fia, hailing from Frostmoon Village in the East Sea." At this revelation, a wave of shock surged through the crowd. Turning to glance at the body on the red carpet and then at Colonel Mouse, the ordinary citizens stood frozen in astonishment. Meanwhile, the journalists quickly sprang into action, feverishly dialing their newsrooms, and soon the sounds of ringing phones mingled with their excited reports, creating a cacophony. Though many had harbored doubts after Shano's swift defeat of Fia, the weight of Colonel Mouse's personal acknowledgement rendered their suspicions irrelevant. "Very well," Shano noted with a slight nod, clearly pleased with the chaotic scene before him. Although his expression remained impassive, he cast a glance at Mouse and continued with his calm inquiries. "The second question, since you were aware of that fellow's true identity, why did you allow him to impersonate Yasuo?" This time, Mouse was far more forthcoming, replying despondently, "I had no choice. Although I previously announced that Yasuo donated all his bounties to the naval branch, over time, people began to question the nature of his relationship with me and the whereabouts of the bounty. I do not actually know Yasuo. Without a decoy, how could I silence those who were skeptical?" This revelation not only infuriated the residents, but also irked the journalists, who had been focused solely on reporting the scene. No wonder so many media outlets were given advance notice. Mouse intended to use them to achieve his own ends. Was he treating these self-proclaimed intellectuals as mere pawns? Well done. Continue. The fluctuations in the journalist's emotions did not escape Shano's notice. He nodded imperceptibly and then inquired for the third question. "Since the true Yasuo has no connection to you, what is the total bounty of the pirates, and how has it been utilized?" My hesitation lingered for a moment, but ultimately, under Shano's icy gaze, I struggled to articulate. Over the years, the accumulated bounty amounts to 150 million, of which 10 million was allocated for the construction of our branch base. The remainder has largely been spent by me. Spent by me? As anticipated, upon hearing the third answer, even the naval soldiers who had fervently protected me were left utterly speechless, their expressions mirroring those of the residents, filled with unbridled anger and dissatisfaction. Had it not been for their rationality and adherence to naval regulations, they would likely have abandoned their protective circle and charged in to deal with me alongside the crowd outside. Is it truly this way? Without acknowledging the crowd, Shano turned his gaze towards me and remarked, "Even if you spent 10 million, there remains over 100 million berries. Given the short span of time, how could it have been squandered so swiftly?" Instinctively, my eyes darted towards my waist, but I quickly averted my gaze and clenched my teeth, stating, "There is nothing much to elaborate. This world is filled with extravagant and costly items, and one misstep can lead to expenditure. Who remembers what was purchased? This time, you seem less than candid." To my surprise, Shano had keenly observed my fleeting glance and, after raising an eyebrow, reached out with his empty hand to draw forth the sword that hung by my side. "No, don't." I instinctively exclaimed, yet under Shano's expressionless gaze, I could only swallow hard and resign myself to silence. The sword's hilt, adorned in a cream hue with simplistic patterns, was complemented by a completely white sheath that exuded elegance. As Shano slightly tilted it with his thumb and drew the blade, a piercing glint erupted forth, the steel blade shimmering as though cloaked in a delicate frost, sending a chill down one's spine. A rather impressive sword, indeed. As a formidable swordsman, Shano possessed an exceptional eye for such matters. After merely examining it for a brief moment, a knowing smile graced his face. I must say, Mr. Mouse, such a caliber of sword seems beyond the means of a branch colonel in the Navy, does it not? From a moment Shano drew the sword, my complexion paled significantly, and upon hearing his clearly mocking inquiry, I could only lower my head in defeat. What? Do you not intend to introduce me to this sword? Ziano emitted a slight scoff. Then with a subtle flick of his left wrist, the blade gracefully returned to its sheath. The rat displayed an expression of utter desolation, lamenting that he had spent an entire 100 million berries, his hard-earned savings, 2 months prior in the black market, to procure this blade. As for the sword's name, it was the Frostblade, a renowned weapon of the 21 craftsmanship level. Chapter 086. The Death of the Rat indeed. Frostblade is of the great blade caliber, Ziano remarked with an expression of anticipated surprise. In the world of pirates, swords and blades abound with quality, categorized by rank from inferior to superior as follows: 50 craftsmanship good blades, 21 craftsmanship great blades, and 12 craftsmanship supreme great blades. For a swordsman, possessing even a 50 craftsmanship good blade is a matter of great honor, let alone those of higher quality. You spent over 100 million berries? Such an exorbitant price would move any other swordsman to tears. Assessing the blade in his hand, Ziano fixed a bemused gaze upon the rat. Yet, as far as I know, Mr. Rat, your proficiency in the swordsmanship seems rather lacking, does it not? If you intended to bolster your strength, such a sum could have procured a devil fruit instead. What purpose do you seek in acquiring a great blade? As the saying goes, a sword reflects its master. Most renowned blades in the pirate world are wielded by formidable swordsmen. For instance, the world-renowned greatest swordsman, Mihawk, wields the supreme great blade, the Black Blade Knight. It seems rather implausible that someone like the rat would expend a significant portion of his ill-gotten gains on a sword, suggesting it is not for personal use. Is it necessary to delve deeper into this matter? The rat appeared reluctant to respond, but upon encountering Ziano's suddenly frigid gaze, he broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly confessed, "Very well, I shall disclose it. Since 1511, I have been stationed at the 16th Division for 3 full years. According to the regulations of the headquarters, come spring next year, I will have an opportunity to return to the headquarters for a performance review. Based on my merits over the years, it is quite possible that I may be nominated as a candidate for the rank of Rear Admiral." The rat spoke dryly, and from the intel I gathered, the individual responsible for my assessment will be Major General Dauberman, a swordsman of considerable prowess, reputed for his fondness for collecting renowned swords from around the world. So you intend to bribe him? Ziano scrutinized him, a tinge of mockery lacing his tone. Do you truly believe that everyone in the Navy is like you, idling away and concocting such nefarious schemes? Do you not think that once you present your offering, Dauberman may very well dismiss you entirely, relegating you to the role of a mere foot soldier? The Navy boasts a considerable number of vice admirals. However, Ziano only recalls a select few, among whom is Vice Admiral Dauberman. As one of the 2 vice admirals who pursued the Whitebeard pirates in collaboration with the Kainu during the latter phase of the Top War, he is known for his unwavering demeanor and hawkish approach akin to a Kainu. His formidable prowess in swordsmanship and mastery of the 6 styles allow him to confront even formidable opponents like Shanks, bravely rebuking them to their faces. Given all indications, aside from the anomaly that is Carp, Dauberman may very well be the most powerful vice admiral in the Navy. How could such a steadfast individual, who upholds his convictions, ever be swayed by a mere charlatan like the rat? The rat gulped nervously, offering a forced smile that shouldn't be the case, for this renowned sword is indeed priceless. I encountered it with great difficulty in the black market. You may wish to give a try. Ziano scoffed lightly, yet suddenly, as if recalling something. He tightened his grip on Lake Toya and shook his head in regret. Unfortunately, it seems you no longer have any opportunities left. A glance around revealed that, at this juncture, the emotions of those present had been effectively stirred by Ziano. The fury of the nearby crowd was palpable, and just observing the increasingly agitated reporters indicated the potential uproar the rat's earlier remarks would incite throughout the East Sea. It was evident that this individual would face significant repercussions, Not only would he struggle to secure a promotion, but retaining his current position would also be a challenge, with severe penalties from headquarters being inevitable. Mr. Yasuo, the rat began, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Xiano's words, a look of desperate pleading crossed his face as he whispered in a tone audible only to himself and Xiano. While it was indeed wrong of me to have someone impersonate you, you have not suffered any loss, have you? Let this fine blade, Frostbite, serve as my token of apology. If it proves insufficient, I have several million berries saved up. As long as you can spare me this time, anything is negotiable. Spare you? Xiano, in a state of ennui, absent-mindedly scratched his ear and then gestured towards the crowd outside. Well, even if I were to let you go, do you truly believe that, given the current circumstances, you could escape? He added confidently, rest assured, I possess a fair degree of certainty regarding this matter. Upon hearing a hint of concession in Xiano's words, the mouse hastily replied, if I can manage to extricate myself today, I solemnly vow never to exploit the name of Mr. Yasuo for personal gain again. Furthermore, should you require anything in the future, no matter what it may be, I shall endeavor to fulfill your request to the best of my ability. It certainly sounded appealing. Xiano stroked his chin, appearing somewhat swayed by the moment. After a fleeting glimmer in his gaze, he retracted his arm, moving the Lake Toya that was poised against the mouse's throat, and calmly stated, first, I must apologize to everyone present. Then, before I am overwhelmed by your wrath, I shall hastily take my leave. Of course. The mouse, momentarily taken aback, only realized he had been spared after feeling his neck, and joyously turned around, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. I am truly grateful. Very well, Xiano smiled, be on your way. The mouse nodded, scanning the surrounding crowd, and then cleared his throat with a deliberate cough. His demeanor suggested he indeed intended to apologize to the residents as Xiano had requested. Consequently, those who had prepared to rush at the mouse upon Xiano's release halted in their tracks, directing their furious glares at the mouse, awaiting his words. Unbeknownst to them, as the mouse wiped the blood from his neck, his hand subtly descended, stealthily grasping the handgun concealed within his embrace. Meanwhile, a glimmer of resentment and hatred began to surface in the corner of his eye. In an instant, caught everyone off guard, the mouse abruptly turned, raised the gun towards Xiano, and without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! In that fleeting moment, the bullet erupted from the chamber, leaving the onlookers and the conflicted naval soldiers with no time to react, as they could only watch helplessly as the cold, gleaming projectile hurtled towards Xiano, who stood mere feet away. You bustat! Amidst the hissing sound of the bullet slicing through the air, the mouse laughed maniacally, roaring, what do you think you are? How dare you threaten the Navy? What, the so-called strongest pirate hunter, Yasuo? You're all a bunch of dogs. Clang! A sharp metallic sound abruptly interrupted the mouse's tirade, stifling the remaining curse in his throat. Upon realizing what lay before him, his expression twisted in shock. Frozen in place, as his Adam's apple bobbed twice, a chill coursing through his limbs. Chapter 087. A new storm has emerged only 3 meters, the distance separating the mouse from Xiano. Logically, with the bullet fired, the other party should have had no chance to react. Yet now, a pristine white longsword was held horizontally between them, the blade slightly unsheathed, with a distinct white mark at its tip, evidently left by the bullet's impact. Truly, it was a fine weapon indeed. Xiano cast a fleeting glance at the frost-cold sword he held, his fingers brushing lightly across its surface, causing the faint marks to vanish without a trace, leaving it pristine as if nothing had transpired. To deflect an opponent's bullet with their own blade is a delightful irony. His gaze shifted slightly, returning to the face of the rat, as Xiano smiled faintly. With a subtle flick of his right wrist, a glint of cold light flashed through the air, and the tip of frost cold was pressed firmly against the rat's chest. Colonel, might you repeat what you said about the pirate hunters? In nothing, the rat stammered, his complexion paling as the edge of frost cold bore down upon him. His lips trembled, and just as he was about to offer an explanation, he suddenly felt a warmth on his face, mingled with a metallic scent of blood. Looking down in confusion, he was taken aback to find a headless corpse materializing before him, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless puppet, while he himself was propelled upward like a ball thrown into the air, soaring higher and higher. Who was that? Why are they clad in garments identical to mine? This was the last thought to flit through the rat's mind before he was engulfed by an infinite darkness, losing consciousness entirely. Thud! The severed head fell heavily beside the crimson carpet, emitting a dull thud, and coincidentally, several teenage girls nearby let out startled screams, instinctively leaping up to clutch tightly onto the bewildered Sika beside them. A miscalculation in the point of impact. Xiano, feeling somewhat awkward, withdrew Shuanghan, shook off the bloodstains, and gradually sheathed it. After casting a glance at the headless corpse on the ground, he slightly raised his head and scanned the surroundings. At that moment, aside from a few trembling girls who were terrified by the severed heads nearby, the expressions on everyone's faces were identical, their features contorted, mouths agape, and their eyes nearly bulging out, making one wonder if a passerby might mistake them for a gathering of the bewildered. However, once Xiano's gaze swept over them, they seemed to awaken from a dream, abruptly reacting. Remarkably, the responses among the different groups varied dramatically. The journalists, predictably, didn't need much encouragement. They immediately succumbed to their professional instincts, frantically jotting down reports. Even Sika, who was uncomfortably close to the bewildered girls, hesitated not at all to push them aside and excitedly uncapped her pen. In stark contrast, the ordinary onlookers were unconcerned with the underlying news significance of the event. They were simply elated that the corrupt scoundrel who had exploited their admired leaders for personal gain was finally dead. A wave of exhilaration washed over them, and cheers erupted, with some youngsters, still feeling unsatisfied, rushing over to the rat-esque corpse to deliver a few vigorous kicks. Of course, among all present, those with the most complex emotions were the naval soldiers. Upon learning that the rat had squandered funds meant to enhance their benefits and strengthen their military provisions on bribery, they felt a chilling sense of betrayal and even shame and anger for having such a superior. Nevertheless, a commanding officer remained a commanding officer, and military protocol was still in effect. After a brief moment of hesitation, the soldiers instinctively formed a perimeter, aiming their guns at Xiano. Yet, due to the tumult of emotions within, none dared to fire the first shot, resulting in over 100 naval personnel silently confronting Xiano. Confronted with a row of dart gun barrels, Xiano merely smirked, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and sighed. "I say, your Division 16 has been duped by the rat for so long. I've helped you replace your commander. Shouldn't you at least express your gratitude? What else with the guns pointed at me?" The young naval soldiers were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, the onlooking residents could no longer contain themselves. The very swordsman who had avenged them was now surrounded by the navy. Someone initiated a rallying cry, raising a fist and shouting for his release, and soon, the rest joined in, the entire port resonating with the thunderous demand. "Let him go. Why should you detain him? Indeed, let him go." The protests reverberated in his ears, escalating like a surging flood. Amidst the fervent crowd, a naval sergeant, unable to contain himself, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, retracting his firearm, stepped back a few paces to stand beside a middle-aged man sporting a distinctive mustache. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Mr. Billy, what course of action should we take in this predicament?" "How should I know?" retorted the mustachioed man, draped in a white cloak, the sole individual aboard the naval vessel clad in an officer's uniform. In fact, he held the rank of major and was one of the deputy commanders of the 16th Division, currently the highest-ranking individual among the group led by the rat. The audacity of that fellow to deflect bullets at such close range was unfathomable, and considering the multitude of civilians observing, it was far from simple to resort to violence. Casting a disdainful glance at the naval sergeant, Billy glared at the headless corpse lying on the ground not far away, muttering, "It's all that rat's doing. Humph. He stirs up trouble and expects us to clean up his mess. What a scoundrel. It's a stroke of luck he wasn't sent to the front lines." Though the sergeant sighed and wore a grim expression, he acknowledged the urgency of the situation, realizing that further delay was untenable. Otherwise, the reputation of the 16th Division would be tarnished, and higher-ups would undoubtedly lay blame upon them. Humph. Our division's reputation has long been in tatters. What more is there to discuss? Yet, dragging this out is indeed not a viable solution. Billy initially scoffed, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned solemnly to a young soldier nearby and commanded, "You, go aboard the ship to the communications room. Find a way to report our situation to headquarters, and simultaneously relay it to the nearby divisions. Inquire if there are any commanders patrolling the vicinity. If so, request their assistance. It is impossible for me to express my sentiments upon the launch. I shall never be able to do so in this lifetime. I am neither adept at eliciting pity nor at charming my audience. Thus the only recourse I have is to diligently update and humbly plead for subscriptions. I cannot prevent piracy, and I am reluctant to implement anti-piracy chapters. The cost of reading this book is merely 4 or 5 yuan a month, which is comparable to what the esteemed individuals could spend on a single session of League of Legends at an internet CAF. The thrill of reading cannot compete with the excitement of gaming. Therefore, to those who engage in piracy and utilize book tracking tools, I would be immensely grateful if you might consider contributing a token subscription. However, I sincerely hope that everyone can remain on the original platform, as the experience here is far superior to that on external sites. Reading alone on a pirated website is rather dull, devoid of companionship. And the vibrant discussions in the book review section and chapter comments on the original site are filled with talented individuals whose eloquence I greatly admire. Prior to the launch, I predominantly offered single updates, occasionally two, akin to slapping my own face in frustration. I felt too embarrassed to solicit votes or rewards. But now that the work is launched, I must approach it differently. Today, I will release the final free chapter in the daytime. And if the official launch occurs at midnight, I intend to deliver 5 consecutive updates initially before resuming my writing after a good night's sleep. Therefore, once the launch takes place, I kindly ask for your votes, monthly tickets, and recommendations. Additionally, for every 20,000 subscriptions, I shall provide an extra update. I aspire to linger within the top ranks of the two-dimensional bestseller list, even if only for a day. For instance, if the initial subscription reaches a baseline of 1,800, I shall add an update for every additional 200 subscriptions. After all, it is only through the support of subscribers and patrons that I, as an unremarkable individual, can sustain myself without facing the fate of being abandoned. Lastly, I would like to share the book club group number, 6348887847. I fear not the pressure for updates or the critiques of authors. After all, the group is filled with ladies, albeit some masquerade as gentlemen, who are undeniably more skilled than the peers mentioned in the chapter. Newcomers should proceed with caution. Chapter 088. Are you foolish? I possess a magnificent bird. Indeed, sir. The young soldier exhaled in relief, unhesitatingly saluting Billy before extricating himself from the crowd and dashing toward the warship. As he observed the figure gradually receding from view, Billy turned back, squinting at the indifferently surrounded Shano, and solemnly commanded, "Relay my orders. Dispatch 30 personnel to maintain order and prevent the civilians and journalists from advancing. The rest should gradually constrict the encirclement. Do not fire until I give the command, but under no circumstances allow this individual to escape." Understood. Including the sergeant who had just asked the question, the surrounding naval soldiers responded in unison, and shortly thereafter, a small squad emerged from within, forming a human barricade to shield the agitated residents. The remaining soldiers, adhering to Billy's orders, cautiously approached the center, their weapons pointed at Shano. It appeared they had no intention of letting him escape. Shano, with a hint of resignation in his eyes, sighed softly. Yet if they believed such tactics could ensnare him, they were woefully naive. He tucked Frostbite at his waist, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, concealed Toya Lake within the gap between his back and clothing. At that moment, the naval soldiers had drawn near, allowing him to distinctly observe the beads of sweat forming on their brows. Billy had also stepped forward, drawing his long sword, and shouted at Shano, "You inside? We do not wish to incite a conflict between the Navy and civilians. If you possess even a shred of conscience, raise your hands and come aboard the warship with us. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." How fearsome indeed. Ziano let out a soft hum, and then, under the gaze of all present, performed an action that left them utterly perplexed. He tilted his head upwards. Indeed, amidst the encirclement of countless gun barrels, the besieged youth clad in black did nothing but slightly raise his neck, gazing leisurely at the horizon, basking in the sunlight as if he were a free soul. This inexplicable act caused the naval soldiers to follow suit, looking up at the sky, while the residents, whose view was obstructed, were even more baffled and raised their heads in confusion as well. Thus, under this contagious behavior, nearly 1,000 individuals by the harbor simultaneously adopted this posture of gazing skyward, creating quite a spectacular sight. Suddenly, after a prolonged gaze at the heavens, someone finally noticed something unusual. The individual pointed towards the southeast apex of the sky and shouted, "Everyone, look! What is that?" The others instinctively turned their necks towards the source of the voice, and there, in the direction indicated, they beheld a small black dot rapidly approaching the horizon. However, due to its altitude, no matter how much they strained their necks, they could not discern what it truly was. At that moment, a piercing cry of an eagle resonated through the air, echoing across the freshly cleared sky after the snow, seemingly emanating from the heavens above, distant yet ethereal. And in a fleeting moment, it appeared to be drawing near, exploding in a sound right beside them. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of all, a black falcon, its wingspan measuring 2 to 3 meters, emerged from the thick clouds. With its sharp eyes sweeping over the harbor, it dove down at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the dense crowd below. The residents, who had been looking skyward, now changed their expressions dramatically, erupting in exclamations. What a large falcon. What is it intending to do? I don't know, but I think I saw it in town this morning. Be careful, it's coming straight for us. As the falcon approached, the wind generated by its wings struck like a tempest. Those residents farther away managed to retreat just in time, but the nearby naval soldiers were not so fortunate. Even though they instinctively covered their eyes and steadied themselves as the falcon swooped in, they were still buffeted by the sheer force of the wind, nearly losing their balance. Some quick-witted soldiers attempted to raise their weapons to shoot, only to find that under such wind pressure, they could not aim properly, resulting in a few scattered shots that ultimately led to nothing. Well done, Shano remarked, almost simultaneously as the falcon landed. He leapt onto its back with grace. And to everyone's astonishment, the once fierce falcon emitted a joyful cry, turning its neck to affectionately nuzzle against Shano's chest. All right. You've grown so big yet still behave this way. Aren't you embarrassed? Faced with the approaching eagle-headed creature, Shano couldn't help but chuckle as he affectionately ruffled its head. Once securely positioned upon its back, he gently urged, "Let us depart." With a sharp cry, the falcon obediently nodded, its demeanor swiftly shifting to one of cold ferocity. In an instant, it soared into the sky, carrying Shano aloft like a streak of black lightning, hurtling toward the heavens. How infuriating! Such a mount exists. On the ground, Billy's white cloak billowed in the wind behind him, his face contorted with rage. Abruptly turning, he bellowed at his subordinates, who were still dazedly gazing at the sky. "Fire! Everyone, take aim and shoot. Bring that eagle down. We must capture that brat." "Yes, sir." At the sound of his roar, the naval soldiers snapped out of their stupor, raising their weapons to the sky. In the next heartbeat, they pulled the triggers in near unison. Bang! 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 A torrential downpour of bullets erupted, most veering wildly off course. Yet due to the sheer size of the falcon, 3 or 4 dozen bullets found their mark, hurtling toward the creature's body. What nuisance! Glancing down at the pursuing soldiers, Shano sighed. In that fleeting moment, his right hand had silently found its way to the hilt of the Toyo Lake sword. Aye, horizontal 1 character. With a low exclamation, Shano's gaze sharpened, and his grip on the hilt quickened, unleashing the wind pressure generated from drawing the sword. In a flash, he slashed horizontally through the oncoming hail of bullets. Boom! A gust of fierce wind surged forth from the blade, the shimmering cold light of the sword radiating outward. Under the influence of its sword energy, the bullets seemed to enter a suspended state, bizarrely hovering in midair. In the next instant, all the projectiles shattered simultaneously, transforming into countless particles that drifted gently to the ground, much to the astonishment of the naval soldiers. Chapter 089. The name emerges from the East Sea. The naval lieutenant's jaw dropped in disbelief, nearly reaching his chest. Did he truly just deflect so many bullets? Moreover, a sergeant beside him wore an expression of shock, remarking, "Such prowess is comparable to that of the generals back at headquarters, isn't it?" The other sailors, upon hearing this, instinctively nodded. Though many had never witnessed the grace of the headquarters generals, the scene before them imbued their thoughts with a profound sense of truth. What nonsense are they all spouting? However, at that moment, Billy, who had previously been in a daze, regained his senses. He glared fiercely at the soldiers, chastising, though that fellow's display was indeed formidable. "Do not forget who we are dealing with. How dare you compare that brat to the monsters among our generals?" "I apologize profusely." The naval soldiers exhibited expressions of guilt, hastily offering their apologies. Meanwhile, Billy, after watching the dark streak in the sky fade into the distance, sighed, and, somewhat disheartened, waved his hand, saying, "What purpose does it serve to speak of this now? That fellow has already fled." He instructed, "Send a few men to retrieve Colonel's remains and bring them back to the ship." With a furrowed brow, Billy added, "I shall bid farewell to the Pross family before departing. Inform headquarters and await their directives." "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison. As Billy nodded and prepared to step towards the red carpet, he suddenly felt a chill at the tip of his nose and noticed a few cold, white snowflakes descending from the sky. It's snowing again. Initially, the snowflakes were sparse, but they soon fell more frequently, the sunlight waning and the sky darkening. This melancholic scene stirred feelings of sorrow within Billy, prompting him to pause for a moment before he sighed deeply and resumed his stride. However, after taking only a few steps, he heard a commotion behind him. Billy frowned and turned to inquire, "What is it?" To his surprise, his subordinates all simultaneously gazed skyward. Upon hearing his question, several soldiers trembled and pointed towards the heavens, stammering, That fellow seems to have returned." "What?" Billy's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly looked up. Indeed, After squinting for a brief moment, he spotted a small black that rapidly approaching from the distant northwest. In mere seconds, that familiar and infuriating figure reappeared before the eyes of all present. Confronted by the gazes of the Navy, Shano scratched his head and offered a somewhat bashful smile. "Apologies, I forgot something just now." "What does that mean?" murmured the crowd below. "Is this guy returning to surrender?" "What a scoundrel!" The murmurs began anew, yet Shano paid them no heed. Instead, he slowly drew Lake Toya from behind him and gently patted the head of his falcon. With a sharp cry, the falcon understood the cue and, after a piercing shriek, flapped its wings vigorously, hurtling towards the naval vessel docked at the harbor under the watchful eyes of onlookers. The two were merely 30 or 40 meters apart, nearly instantaneous in their approach. Just as the dark streak was still a mere 10 meters from the ship's deck, the black-clad youth atop the falcon suddenly drew his sword and slashed towards the distant vessel. With a whoosh, the sound of slicing air erupted, the sword's energy surging forth. In an instant, Shano unleashed a flurry of over a dozen strikes, then, without hesitation, withdrew his blade. "Ha, let's go!" accompanied by the resounding laughter echoing through the sky. The black falcon suddenly altered its course, soaring upwards with wings spread wide, resembling a dark, stunning rainbow. Amidst the intensifying snowfall, it ascended gracefully, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Countless gazes followed the direction indicated by the sword energy of Shano, fixating on the central white sail of the battleship. With the emblem of the Navy, a blue seagull was prominently displayed. Upon discerning the large characters left by the sword energy above the emblem, disbelief washed over the faces of all present. At that moment, the hatch of the battleship was abruptly pushed open from within, and the young soldier previously dispatched by Billy to the communications room burst forth, his face alight with excitement. Before he could even reach the deck, he exuberantly shouted down, "Mr. Billy, great news, great news." Colonel Smoker from Lowtown just sent a reply, saying he is patrolling nearby and will be here shortly. Having spoken most of his message, the young naval soldier finally noticed the unusual atmosphere below deck. Observing all his comrades, including the steadfast Major Billy, fixated on something behind him, he halted in surprise, scratching the back of his head in confusion as he turned around. "Huh, what's that?" In the next instant, the young sailor was left utterly speechless, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. After a prolonged moment of shock, he stammered out the words, "Yasuo." In that fleeting moment, both aboard the battleship and at the port, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone's gaze remained riveted on that white sail, their astonishment barely contained upon their faces. This stillness persisted for several seconds before being shattered by a gasp from the edge of the crowd. "Holy cow, that's Mr. Yasuo." Those nearby instinctively turned towards the voice, discovering a green-haired youth with a look of sheer disbelief, flanked by a group of ruffians. As the crowd's attention shifted, the leader of the group, adorned with an earring, darkened in expression and delivered a sharp rap to the green-haired boy's head, urging him away from the gathering. Yet, such a scene bore little significance in the grand scheme. Once the ruffians had distanced themselves, nearly 1,000 residents at the port awakened from their stupor, exchanging glances filled with suppressed excitement. In that moment, their emotions reached a critical mass, erupting in a cacophony of cheers. "Yasuo! So that is the esteemed Lord Yasuo. Ah, Inuit. Such prowess deserves the title of the strongest pirate hunter in the East Blue. Indeed, that previous impostor was nothing but a farce. Colluding with that rat. No wonder he couldn't withstand even a single strike from Lord Yasuo." The resounding cheers surrounding him were deafening, akin to a tempest, more fervent than any occasion prior. Even the increasingly dark and obscure sky, coupled with the flurries of snow cascading down, could not diminish this fervor in the slightest. Observing the enthusiastic residents around him and the reporters in the distance, who seemed to be engulfed in a frenzy of joy, Billy felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a nearby sergeant, he might have collapsed to the ground. Yet, despite this, his face bore an expression of profound disillusionment as he murmured, "It's over. Our 16th Division has truly gained notoriety." Chapter 090. Smoker's unfortunate day. There's an inexplicable thrill in this. High above, several hundred meters in the air, Shano reclined on the back of an eagle, peering through the thick veil of snow towards the harbor. He lazily rested his arms behind his head, half lying down, and exhaled contentedly. Even from such a distance, the resounding cheers from the harbor, interspersed with the cries of Yasuo, were distinctly audible, stirring a sense of pride within him, alongside a hint of satisfaction. Indeed, The reputation he had cultivated over the past few years was undeniably solid and unshakable. It is worth noting that Shano had always adhered to the principle of repaying kindness with kindness and retaliating against grievances with resolve. He had never shown an ounce of mercy towards those he deemed deserving of punishment. The earlier act of releasing the mouse was merely a test of its reaction. Regardless of whether it genuinely apologized to the residents or attempted to ambush him, Shano had never intended to spare it. In essence, from a moment he felt compelled to act, the mouse was as good as dead. In contrast, the ordinary naval soldiers were considerably more fortunate. Shano held no murderous intent towards them. Thus, when surrounded, he opted to depart. Had he chosen to confront them, given his current strength, dispatching the 100 or so naval personnel would have taken no more than 10 minutes. Of course, sparing their lives did not absolve his displeasure at being fired upon. Consequently, after his departure, he unexpectedly returned, employing the etching style familiar to the East Blue residents, delivering a resounding slap to the Navy in public. However, as his gaze meandered through the snowy landscape, Shano's thoughts raced, his brow slightly furrowing before his expression transformed into an indifferent grin as if he had come to a realization. It seemed that his dual identities as a pirate and a hunter of pirates would soon be laid bare. Yet, who was to fear whom? After all, from the moment he eliminated the mouse, regardless of whether he retained the name Yasuo, the Navy would inevitably target him for investigation. The exposure was merely a matter of timing. In any case, he was about to set sail from Baratai, and whether he was wanted or not, he bore no concern for implicating anyone else. It was the East Blue Navy that would likely bear the brunt of this humiliation. Upon contemplating the throng of journalists gathered at the port, as well as a certain solitary individual within their midst, Shano couldn't help but glance back at the increasingly distant harbor, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he muttered, "Good luck, Mr. Sika." A loud sneeze suddenly erupted from the bow of a pristine white warship anchored in a nearby sea, reverberating throughout the vessel. On the deck, a fair-skinned girl with dark hair rushed over upon hearing the sound, her vision slightly blurred. However, upon spotting a figure standing on the deck, she couldn't contain her discontent and remarked, "Mr. Smoker, it's already snowing, and in such frigid weather, how can you still wear so little? Can't you add some layers?" At the railing stood a tall and robust man, who turned to face her with an expressionless demeanor. His hair was slicked back, and a lit cigar smoldered at the corner of his mouth, emitting ethereal wisps of smoke. Draped in a white coat that fluttered in the sea breeze, he wore nothing underneath, revealing his muscular chest. After a moment of silence, his gaze fell upon the girl, who appeared to be around 16 or 17, and he coldly instructed, "Put on your glasses before speaking." Oh, the girl was momentarily taken aback, but as comprehension dawned, she hurriedly retrieved a pair of thin-framed glasses from her pocket and donned them, focusing her gaze ahead. Indeed, she found herself staring at the ship's side, devoid of anything of interest. Quickly pivoting, she glanced to her right rear and noticed Smoker, a few meters away, wearing an expression of exasperation. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Smoker." Her cheeks flushed, she quickly bowed deeply, assuring him that such a situation would never recur. "If you cannot manage even this minor task, how can you concern yourself with my well-being?" Smoker scoffed softly, retracting his gaze and taking a puff from his cigar, stating matter-of-factly, "Do not presume that everyone is as frail as you. As a member of the Navy, if you cannot withstand this chill, how will you capture pirates amid harsher conditions?" Yes. Chastened by his words, the girl lowered her head further, rendered speechless by shame, just as Smoker was about to continue with his admonishment. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from distance. A naval soldier hastily emerged from the ship's cabin, saluted Smoker, and presented him with a document. Upon receiving the file and glancing through its contents, Smoker's brow furrowed deeply. What is the matter? Despite her still flushed cheeks, the girl couldn't suppress her curiosity upon witnessing his reaction. Has there been new information from Division 16? Indeed. A hint of gravity shadowed Smoker's expression as he pondered for a moment before casually tossing the document aside and stating, "We've encountered a bit of trouble. The one who killed the rat has just escaped the encirclement. However, the crux of the matter lies not here. This young man's identity is somewhat peculiar, and it is likely that the repercussions will not be insignificant. Take a look for yourself." The graceful young woman fumbled to receive the documents tossed by Smoker, her expression one of confusion as she opened them and began to read attentively. Yet, after only a few lines, she could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? That fellow is actually Yasuo?" Indeed, although it is yet to be definitively established, based on the description of the scene, it is highly plausible. Smoker's gaze drifted through the falling snow towards the distant east, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. How utterly laughable. Dashki. It has been over 3 months since we were reassigned to Logtown, has it not? Ah, the elegant young woman momentarily paused, then quickly began to calculate in her mind, adjusting her glasses after a moment of contemplation and uncertainly responding, we set off in August. It is now November, so it should indeed be 3 months. A trace of annoyance briefly surfaced on her forehead before vanishing without a trace. Smoker maintained his usual impassive demeanor, his voice cold as he stated, the reason I was sent to Logtown was twofold. Firstly, to oversee this crucial passage to the Grand Line and to preemptively quell any nascent pirate threats. Second, it was due to the notorious pirate hunter known throughout the East Sea. Chapter 091. The Naval Headquarters Recruitment Plan. Huh. The young woman, named Dashki, was momentarily taken aback. Such matters had escaped her notice. Indeed, it was personally directed by Rear Admiral Menard, which is why I had not mentioned it to you previously, Smoker explained. For our Navy operating in the Grand Line, a pirate hunter from the East Sea, no matter how renowned, would hardly cause a stir at headquarters. However, it so happens that Rear Admiral Menard is also from the East Sea and was previously the direct superior of that rat. So he has been attentive to the situation in the East Sea in recent years. Upon learning of my transfer, he promptly reached out to me, urging me to keep an eye on this pirate hunter named Yasuo. Mr. Menard? Dashki rested her chin in her hand, her delicate features etched with bewilderment. He has tasked you with monitoring a pirate hunter? Why? Well, it is likely that someone at headquarters has taken an interest in him, Smoker replied, exhaling a long plume of smoke. In the eyes of many within our Navy, the profession of bounty hunter is regarded as an unstable element. Were it not for the current pirate scourge, the government would undoubtedly prohibit its existence. Certainly, he extinguished the cigarette, but in his hand, a figure like Yasuo, who remains indifferent to fame and fortune, stands apart from the rest. It is not just Menard in the Navy who holds him in high regard. Even I find myself quite fond of him. Regarding the recent orders, should I encounter him in the East Sea, I could intensify my efforts to win him over. If successful, I might be granted a military rank at the headquarters upon entry. I am aware that as fellow swordsman, you have always admired him, but at this moment. As Dashki opened her mouth, displaying a look of envy, Smoker glanced at her sideways and remarked, since that fellow dares to kill naval officers, such treatment is naturally out of the question. Indeed, Dashki paused for a moment, then sighed, expressing her regret. Regardless of his past, this time he has gone too far. To describe it as a heinous crime would hardly be an exaggeration. The matter is not yet settled. I do not wish to jump to conclusions, Smoker said, turning his gaze to the bow of the ship, his expression cold. We shall discuss it further once we arrive at Prose Island and ascertain the situation. However, I must admit I am increasingly intrigued by that individual. At that moment, a light sound suddenly echoed against Smoker's cheek, causing a chill to run across his skin. He made no immediate reaction, merely nonchalantly retrieved a cigar and lit it with a lighter, exhaling a puff before stating, such large snowflakes. It seems that while the climate of the East Sea may not be as capricious as that of the Grand Line, it possesses its own peculiarities. As he spoke, Smoker noticed Dashki across from him, her expression one of innocent bewilderment, her fingers trembling as they pointed to her forehead, seemingly wanting to say something. When she caught his gaze, she cautiously began, Mr. Smoker. Smoker frowned at her. What is it? That doesn't seem like snowflakes, Dashki murmured, swallowing hard. It looks more like a large clump of bird droppings or something. Smoker's body stiffened suddenly, and he raised his hand to touch his forehead. Upon investigating, he found a white, semi-liquid substance mixed with hints of green in his palm, accompanied by an unpleasant odor that occasionally invaded his nostrils. A peculiar silence ensued. Mr. Smoker? Seeing him slightly bow his head in silence, Dashki wondered if he had become entranced by the droppings and gently prompted, Are you all right? Nothing, Smoker replied stiffly, flicking the bird droppings away. He then drew his white sword from behind and looked up at the sky, gritting his teeth as he said, I simply did not expect any birds to fly over in this weather. Nevertheless, it seems fitting, as I was just contemplating a meat stew today. As the final word fell, in the next instant, his entire lower body abruptly dissipated into a wisp of delicate white smoke. After gathering momentum, he propelled himself upwards like a rocket, soaring towards the heavens. The white smoke launcher. Instantly, a billowing cloud of white smoke enveloped the air above the warship. And amidst the astonished gazes of all the naval soldiers, Smoker ascended with an unparalleled grace, charging towards the dark silhouette that glided across the sky. However, before he could reach a height of 20 meters, several bursts of white liquid cascaded down from above. Plop, plop, plop. Perhaps due to the vaporization causing an increase in volume upon impact, these white droplets struck Smoker's face with astonishing precision, each sound resonating loudly. Damn it! Smoker instinctively halted his ascent, slowing his speed as he suppressed his nausea to swiftly wipe the excrement from his face. Consumed by rage, he glared upwards, searching for the location of that beast. At this juncture, he had no intention of capturing it personally. Instead, he resolved to eliminate it with a gunshot for efficiency's sake. However, as he lifted his gaze, another peculiar substance fell upon his face. Upon confirming that the texture was not that of bird droppings, Smoker breathed a sigh of relief and peeled it away, revealing a vibrant green root. Wait, that's not right. Just as he was about to discard it carelessly, realization struck him. He held the root before his eyes, and, upon closer inspection of its shape, his expression changed dramatically. This seemingly ordinary root was broken and fragmented in the middle, adorned with traces of saliva-like liquid, clearly indicating it had been chewed and discarded. Someone was up there. With this thought, Smoker's pupils constricted, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, looking deeper into the cloud cover. Yet the heavy snowfall and howling winds obscured any sight of that wretched bird. Ah, it's freezing. I'm going to freeze to death. At high altitude, the temperature was significantly colder than below, and the wind and snow were more ferocious. Shano, seated upon the eagle's back, rubbed his reddened hands together and, exhaling a puff of breath, peered downward with a hint of confusion. Hey, little Luo, did something just shoot up from the sea? The snowstorm raged fiercely, accompanied by a shroud of clouds that obscured visibility. Consequently, he had only sensed some movement beneath him, but could not discern what it truly was. As for Xiao Luo, that name was bestowed upon the falcon by Shano. Initially, he intended to adhere to the original league's nomenclature and simply call it Hualuo. However, upon reflection, he realized that this creature was a new life he had nurtured from the moment it hatched, and such a dismissive name seemed inappropriate. After much contemplation, he opted to retain the latter character of the original name, as it conveyed a sense of intimacy. Chapter 092, A Sudden Change in the Restaurant Admittedly. This name turned out to be rather perfunctory. Upon hearing his inquiry, Xiao Luo simply shook its head, prompting Shano to cease his further inquiries. As the biting cold intensified, he instinctively tightened his neck and bent slightly, pressing himself against the soft feathers on the falcon's back, which provided some relief from the chill. It is worth mentioning that, given his physique, he was largely unperturbed by such weather. Being bare-chested posed little issue for him. However, that was on solid ground. At this altitude, the conditions were markedly different. The swirling snow and wind had significantly lowered the temperature, and having foolishly shed his sweatshirt by the harbor, he found himself quite uncomfortably cold in just a single layer. Speaking of clothing, Xano turned his gaze back towards the path he had traversed, his expression reflecting a mix of annoyance and bemusement. It was perplexing that he had failed to notice the wooden post by the shore earlier. Who would stoop so low as to pilfer his clothing? Nevertheless, despite this irritation, Xano chose not to dwell on it for too long. With a resigned sigh, he redirected his attention forward. As time gracefully slipped by, 2 to 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to him, the snowfall began to diminish, and the sky brightened considerably. After soaring through the clouds for another 10 minutes, the oddly shaped blue fish vessel of the Barati restaurant finally re-emerged within his line of sight. It was likely that the snow would cease before noon, allowing him to set sail after enjoying a hearty lunch. Upon returning to familiar surroundings, Xano's spirits lifted considerably. With a simple command, he and his eagle dove from several hundred meters above, landing deftly before the entrance in the blink of an eye. Disembarking from the eagle's back and stepping onto the wooden planks, Xano pushed open the slightly ajar door and shook off the remaining snow from his shoulders. As he entered, his gaze swept across the hall, only to find it eerily deserted, devoid of any patrons. Given the heavy snowfall, Xano was not surprised by the absence of diners. He turned to glance at Xiao Luo, who appeared both weary and famished, his head drooping in a lethargic manner. Observing this, Xano affectionately ruffled the little creature's head, chiding him lightly. Now that we are home, why the sad demeanor? The kitchen is just over there. Go find something to eat. But remember to stick to your portion, no exceeding the limit. As if anticipating his words, the little fellow nodded eagerly, excitement coursing through him as he flapped his wings and zipped past the hall, heading straight for the kitchen. Xano chuckled softly, shaking his head before making his way to the spiral staircase at the center of the hall, ascending towards the second floor. According to his past experiences, if there were no guests, the chefs would typically be resting in their quarters at this hour. However, to his surprise, the second floor was as silent as the first, and as he ventured deeper down the corridor, he found not a soul in the rooms flanking him. Even Sanji's chamber lay empty and desolate. How peculiar indeed. Xano furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before returning to his room to tidy up his belongings. There was little to organize. Apart from his toiletries and a few sets of clean clothes, he also had the peculiar telephone bug he had acquired from Keys. It is worth mentioning that after he had hung up on the call from the Braith family, he had not received any further communication from them. Years have swiftly passed, and the telephone bug has become increasingly familiar with him, gradually considering Shano as its master. Remarkably, it sprouted black hair atop its head, tying itself into a neat bundle at the back, and upon closer inspection, bore an uncanny resemblance to Shano himself. Conversely, during a casual chat with guests, he overheard discussions regarding the Braith family's inexplicable venture to confront the Bucky pirates, only to be met with a cannonade that obliterated their estate. The family was scattered in disarray, leading to their utter downfall. Of course, Shano was privy to the true circumstances. However, given his audacity, he had no intention of shouldering the blame. Upon exiting his room, Shano ascended to the 3rd floor, glancing into Zep's room only to find it equally devoid of life. After wandering about for a while, he ultimately relinquished his search and descended the stairs. Filled with suspicion, could he be in the kitchen? Returning to the hall, he casually placed his neatly packed belongings on the nearest table. Frowning, he muttered to himself and proceeded towards the kitchen. Due to little Luo's earlier mishap, the kitchen door now stood ajar, creating a rather eerie atmosphere from the outside. Not only was there no sign of life, but even the recently arrived falcon was nowhere to be seen. An unsettling silence enveloped the space. Little Luo? Shano attempted to call out. Yet, no response echoed back. Furrowing his brow once more, he pondered for a moment before shouting, Hey, you old rascal, are you in there? The atmosphere remained eerily silent in the kitchen, with Shano repeatedly calling out the names of Sanji and Padikar, yet receiving no response. Sensing the unusual tension, Shano narrowed his eyes, instinctively placing his right hand upon the hilt of his sword behind him. After a brief pause, he inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he forcefully kicked the door open and strode inside. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford stood a colossal fortress commanding the crescent-shaped harbor. Countless heavy artillery pieces and naval vessels flanked it, glistening magnificently in the sun-dappled waters, exuding an air of formidable majesty and solemnity. Within the fortress lay numerous chambers, with the highest floor housing the Navy's General Conference Room and the office of the Fleet Admiral. Below that level resided the 3 admirals, and further down, the hierarchy continued to descend through ranks of vice admirals, rear admirals, and the offices of various advisors. The Intelligence Management Room, located at the fortress's lowest tier, though less renowned than the Navy's elite combat forces, was undoubtedly an indispensable component of the headquarters. At that moment, the room was bustling as usual, with a dozen peculiar telephone bugs, most engaged in calls, emitting a continuous stream of chattering sounds. The Navy soldiers tasked with gathering intelligence were tirelessly at work. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the doorway, blocking the incoming light. After scanning the room, the newcomer proceeded directly to a teal telephone bug situated in the southeast corner. Fixing their gaze upon a Navy officer diligently writing on documents nearby, they spoke in a calm tone. How is it going, Ensign Finbudi? Have you organized the intelligence from Branch 16 in the East Blue? Chapter 093. The death of Tardo. Startled by the abrupt call, Ensign Finbudi instinctively jolted, quickly turning around. Upon recognizing the figure before him, he immediately straightened up, saluting with precision. Reporting to Major Maynard, "It has all been organized." "Excellent, bring it here. Let me have a look." The visitor, dressed in a light purple striped suit and donning tinted sunglasses, was none other than Maynard, who had previously been dispatched to oversee the East Blue. As he received the documents and merely flipped through a few pages, Maynard's brow furrowed tightly. While continuing to peruse, he inquired in a low voice, "Who sent these, Major Billy or Smoker?" "Part of it was sent by Major Billy, but about an hour ago, Colonel Smoker also contacted headquarters using the telephone bug, and I included that as well." At this point, Finbudi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously asked, "Is there a problem, sir?" The document itself poses no issues. However, the formatting and organization leave much to be desired. It fails to meet even the most fundamental requirement of separating and integrating the reports of Billy and Smog for comparative analysis. Maynard's tone was terse yet powerful as he furrowed his brow and closed the document, casting a glance at the visibly embarrassed Finbudi. Understanding dawned upon him, and he remarked coolly, "I have heard that among the naval soldiers at headquarters, you are considered quite skilled, often engaging in sparring with your colleagues from the same department. And you even carry the moniker Iron Fist?" Finbudi, momentarily taken aback, soon wore an expression of excitement. "Indeed, how is it that even you, Mr. Maynard, have heard of my reputation?" Maynard's gaze swept over the iron gauntlets in Finbooty's hands, and after a brief silence, he replied coldly, I have heard a few things, which leads me to believe that placing you in the intelligence management department is undoubtedly a misstep. Finbooty was left speechless, his mouth opening as he struggled to formulate an explanation. However, Maynard continued with an impassive demeanor. A lack of intelligence paired with mere brute strength. What a pity it would be to keep such a naval officer from the front lines. As it happens, Major Drake has been assigned a mission to lead a fleet to the East China Sea. I'll have the personnel department arrange for you to go directly. He added, furthermore, I have an important meeting to attend shortly, so I shall not linger. Wait, Finbooty exclaimed, panic overtaking him. He hastily removed the gauntlets from his hands and called out to the retreating Maynard, please, let me explain. I promise I will never make such a mistake again. Reconsider. I do not wish to go to the front lines. Wait. Yet, regardless of how fervently he shouted, Maynard did not turn back. His figure clad in a pale, purple suit gradually receding until he vanished around the corner of the corridor. On the third floor of the headquarters fortress, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the stairwell, growing closer as they approached a door on the east side. Pausing before the antique sliding door, Maynard did not hesitate to push it open and enter. Before him lay a grand conference room, spanning over 100 square meters, flanked by several low tables. Behind most of these tables sat naval officers of varying ranks, sitting cross-legged with solemn expressions, their white justice cloaks draped behind them, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. You have finally arrived? Maynard spoke a middle-aged man at the head of the table. With a punk hairstyle and a short beard, he bore an unusual appearance. It exuded a subtle air of authority that seemed to permeate the room. As Maynard entered, it appeared he had been instructing the officers present, for he merely glanced at Maynard and gestured toward an empty seat to his right. Please, take a seat. Yes, Mr. Mole, Maynard replied. Maynard nodded slightly, then proceeded directly to the table, sitting cross-legged after placing the documents upon it. He wrapped his arms around his chest and silently surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the presiding General Mole and himself, the remainder of the assembly consisted of individuals at least of the rank of lieutenant colonel, with another major general present, thus creating a formidable gathering. It seemed that a significant pirate was about to make an appearance. After scanning the room, Maynard's gaze ultimately settled on Mole, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. He was currently attending a regular meeting held by the Navy headquarters, specifically convened to discuss and deliberate on adjustments to pirate bounties. Typically, such meetings would be chaired by officers of the rank of Major General like himself, and only when a bounty exceeded 100 million would it warrant the involvement of someone of Mole's stature. At that moment, upon seeing Maynard seated, Mole redirected his attention to the faces of the others, continuing with a serious demeanor. As I mentioned earlier, this matter has been personally overseen by Admiral Sengoku, and even I lack the authority to alter it. Thus, the final bounty for the pirate Bartholomew Kuma has been formally removed from today's agenda. Does anyone have any objections? The attending naval officers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, yet Maynard felt somewhat bewildered. After pondering for a moment, he slightly turned and lowered his voice to inquire of another major general beside him. What is this about Bartholomew Kuma? What did Mr. Mole just say? Why has the discussion regarding his bounty ceased? Indeed, it's a significant affair, the other major general replied, tilting his head slightly and lowering his voice. A little over 10 days ago, Kuma massacred the Tardo pirates, who had a bounty of 200 million berries. You are aware of this, I presume? Certainly. It is quite astonishing the notorious pirate of the natural element could be effortlessly dispatched by him. Maynard nodded slightly, furrowing his brow. If memory serves, this incident caused quite a stir within the headquarters, and Bartholomew's bounty was personally raised to 296 million berries by Admiral Akainu. But what does this have to do with what Mr. Mole just mentioned? There is indeed a connection. The Major General sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. Just a few days ago, following the widespread impact of the incident, Admiral Sengoku convened a high-level meeting, reportedly inviting Kuma to join the Shichibukai to fill a vacant seat. Initially, we had our doubts, but judging by Mr. Mole's demeanor today, it seems Kuma has likely agreed. The outcome of this matter is now almost certain. Chapter 094. Surprised. Or not. I see. That's why Mr. Mole notified us in advance that he would personally preside over the meeting today. A glimmer of realization flickered across Menard's face as he turned his head, seemingly recalling something, and let out a cold snort, his eyes momentarily flashing with derision. Committing so many crimes, yet being spared. Such is the essence of the warlord system. On the main seat, after introducing the newly emerged pirate from the North Sea and ultimately assigning a bounty of 40 million berries, the weasel concluded his tasks. He lifted his teacup, moistening his throat, and directed his gaze at Menard, stating calmly, "Major Menard, you have retrieved the East Blue pirate information I requested. Haven to you?" "Indeed, Mr. Weasel." Menard replied with a slight nod, handing over the substantial stack of documents from the table. The number of pirates in the East Blue requiring bounty reassessment was not extensive, amounting to merely 4. This included the notorious pirate Admiral Click, who already bore a bounty of 400 million berries. The other 3, however, were all newcomers. Please take a look. "Oh, by the way," he added, appearing to recall something, his brow furrowing. "Among these 3, one's status as a newcomer is still debatable. This individual has been a focal point of my previous attention. We must await further confirmation from the East Blue to ascertain the specific identity." Weasel responded with a soft acknowledgement, remaining silent as he set down his teacup and began to peruse the documents. In the interim, all naval officers sat upright, their gazes fixated upon him. The atmosphere in the room grew hushed, the only sound being the soft rustle of pages turning beneath Weasel's fingertips, occasionally punctuated by a crisp flutter. Thud! With a precise elbow strike, he forcefully collided with the iron door of the cabinet. After a muted thud, the door swung open, revealing a spacious interior filled with numerous unprocessed ingredients, all seemingly ordinary. Casually shutting the cabinet door, Shano turned around to survey the desolate kitchen before him, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. In the last few minutes, he had traversed the kitchen several times, despite the modest size of the space. He had thoroughly searched every conceivable hiding spot, yet to no avail. It is well known that as a bonded pet owner, Shano possessed a unique empathic connection with his falcon, Luo, enabling him to issue commands based on this ability. For instance, during his recent escape from the port of Prolos, he successfully directed Luo, soaring high above, to come and retrieve him. At this moment, according to Shano's instincts, Luo remained nearby, within the confines of the Bartai restaurant. However, despite his calls, the little creature did not respond, and an eerie silence enveloped the entire establishment. Just as he was about to leave the kitchen to investigate upstairs, a sudden flash of blinding light caught his peripheral vision. Curiously, he turned his head and discovered that the light had emanated from the opposite porthole. Approaching the porthole, he gazed out onto the narrow platform on the west side of the restaurant, beyond which lay the vast ocean. Although the heavy snowfall obscured his vision, Shano could still make out a massive shadow lurking beneath the near shore, quietly submerged. After a moment of contemplation, unable to discern the shadow as form, Shano swiftly recalled Lake Toya, turned without a second thought, exited the kitchen, and pushed open the Bartai restaurant's grand door with a resounding bang. Rushing onto the westward platform, peering into the sea, he saw that the shadow now loomed a mere 7 meters away. However, it appeared to be submerged quite deeply, making it difficult to discern through the shimmering surface of the water. Could it possibly be a creature of the deep? Shano scratched his head, caught in a moment of hesitation as he contemplated whether to unleash his sword aura. Suddenly, the ocean before him began to churn violently, sending splashes of water into the air. To his astonishment, a dark figure gradually began to rise from the depths, accompanied by lively, rhythmic music that abruptly filled the air. What on earth? Even the Sea Kings now make their entrance with a soundtrack? As Shano gaped in disbelief, the shadow emerged further from the water, and the waves grew increasingly tumultuous, with the music crescendoing in sync. Finally, as the waters calmed, a vessel reminiscent of a smaller Bartai restaurant abruptly appeared before him. In the next moment, the hatch at the top of the ship was flung open from within, and a figure with a gourd-shaped head and a raccoon-like face leaned out, grinning broadly as it waved at the shore. Well, long time no see, chef. Patty?" Shano blinked in surprise, instinctively asking, "Why are you here? Where are the old man and Sanji?" And he gestured at the green vessel with a pained expression. "What in the world is this?" Ha! I knew you would react like this." Before Patty could respond, another figure squeezed out beside him, Carl, dressed in a white chef's uniform. Upon seeing the bewildered expression on Shano's face, he began to pound on the ship's roof, laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. "How's it feel? Did you search high and low inside without finding anyone?" Ha! They're all in here waiting for you. Hey, don't steal my lines. Do you have any idea how rare it is to see the chef show such a reaction, you fool?" Patty snapped in frustration, grabbing Carl by the neck. Seizing the opportunity while Carl's face turned crimson and he struggled for breath, Patty turned back to Shano, grinning mischievously and winking. "So, chef, this is our restaurant's new ship, the underwater dessert vessel, the Little Girl. Everyone's inside preparing a grand surprise for you. Don't you want to come in and take a look?" "Ugh, you're the fool." Carl, still being choked, suddenly shot his hand out, desperately trying to cover Patty's mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Let him in already. If he knows, how can it still be a surprise?" Oh, that's true. Patty paused for a moment, but then, in a fit of anger, slapped Carl across the face. "Such a simple question. Of course I know. Do I need you to tell me?" Ziano gazed vacantly at the farcical scene unfolding before him, his heart seemingly overrun by a stampede of countless alpacas. This chaotic spectacle had become a daily occurrence for the two bumbling chefs over the past 3 years. No one paid heed to their antics, except, of course, when Ziano, already in a foul mood, found himself ensnared in their shenanigans. At that moment, clearly, his spirits were far from elevated. Suddenly, as if in a violent eruption, Patty and Carl, still entangled in their playful brawl, were struck by an overwhelming force that sent them hurtling backward before they could even comprehend the situation. With 2 splashes, they plummeted into the frigid waters on either side of the vessel. Fortunately, both possessed decent swimming skills. After a brief moment of disorientation, they regained their composure. However, when they glanced upward, they were bewildered to find the shore devoid of any figures. Turning back, they were astonished to see Ziano already atop the ship, his expression inscrutable as he cast a glance their way before stepping through the hatch and vanishing from sight. Chapter 095. Setting sail upon entering the ship's interior. The temperature rose sharply, enveloping him in warmth that dispelled much of the chill brought by the howling snowstorm outside. As Ziano jumped down the staircase and struggled to steady himself, a voice filled with surprise reached his ears. "Ziano, how did you get down here first? What about Patty and Carl?" Recognizing the voice immediately, he turned to see Sanji, his expression one of confusion, holding a square serving tray adorned with 2 bottles of sake and 2 steaming plates of food, seemingly just retrieved from the kitchen. "Just 2 fools, let them be," Ziano replied lazily, feeling parched. He casually grabbed a bottle of sake, downing it in one swift motion, and then surveyed his surroundings. What is the situation with this ship? Where are the others? Why are they all acting so mysteriously, hiding from me upon my return? The ship itself is nothing to worry about. Sanji scratched his head. It's one that the old man previously ordered from Prue's Island. It's intended to serve as an underwater dessert restaurant. Interestingly, this idea was inspired by your Tree Hollow Tavern, Ziano. They believe that establishing a unique character is essential to attracting customers consistently. I didn't open my Tree Hollow Tavern for that, Ziano silently scoffed. As for why everyone is keeping secrets from you, it's all in the name of surprising you. Don't forget, today marks the official day of your departure. Seeing Ziano remain silent, Sanji continued with a cheerful tone. On a day like this, how can we not host a grand farewell banquet? Ziano curled his lip, choosing silence as he strode purposefully towards the end of the corridor. Sanji, momentarily taken aback, soon broke into a wide grin and hurriedly followed him like an eager shadow. At the corridor's terminus stood an ornate wooden door, exuding a vintage charm. As Ziano pushed it open, a blinding light rushed forth, compelling him to squint and blink several times before his eyes adjusted. However, upon finally discerning the scene before him, he found himself frozen in astonishment. Before him lay an opulently decorated dining hall, where Gothic elements adorned both the furniture and the walls. At a long table, at least 30 or 40 chefs sat in a circle, engaged in hushed laughter and conversation. Yet, as they noticed the commotion at the doorway, their chatter ceased abruptly, and their collective gaze turned towards Ziano. Why are they all staring at me? Ziano thought, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. He feigned nonchalance, saying, "We haven't seen each other for just a day. Is this really necessary?" Yet, what transpired next far exceeded his expectations. After sharing glances that seemed to convey a silent agreement, all the chefs rose in unison from their seats. To Ziano's utter disbelief, they began to produce an array of makeshift weapons, brooms, spatulas, and knives, from beneath their chairs and corners of the room, approaching him with mischievous grins. "Wait, what are you all planning?" Ziano stammered, instinctively retreating while frantically drawing his weapon, the Lake Toya, and brandishing it towards the advancing chefs. "Let me warn you, don't act recklessly. Have you all forgotten how I subdued you before?" "Bah," they retorted, seemingly unimpressed. The stoutest among them declared indignantly that their previous restraint was solely due to their inability to best him, and now that he was on the verge of leaving, they could not let this chance slip away. "Indeed, we cannot allow him to escape. This is our one opportunity," echoed a tall, lean chef in the back. "Let us all charge him and teach this little rascal a lesson. With our numbers, he stands no chance against us." The shouts of encouragement grew louder and more fervent. Yet Ziano waited in vain for someone to advance. Suddenly, he felt a twitch in his eyelid, and with exasperation, he exclaimed, "Hey, are you all just going to talk big? Are we fighting or not?" The chefs fell silent, momentarily taken aback. After 3 years of witnessing Xiano's prowess against various foes, from nameless recruits to notorious bounties worth millions, they were all too aware of his formidable reputation. However, vengeance was still on their minds. After a lengthy exchange of glances, the leading chef finally gritted his teeth and roared, "Why not fight? Let us do this." As soon as he finished speaking, he brandished a large iron spoon in his hand and charged toward Shano. Seeing their leader finally appear, the others' courage surged, and they roared in unison, following suit. This was a culmination of years of resentment. Awaken, Shano! In an instant, the crowd surged like a mountain of bodies, and from an outsider's perspective, Shano's predicament could be aptly described as being overwhelmed by a throng of robust men. As for the outcome, it seemed that during the banquet, aside from Shano and Sanji, everyone else, including the late arrivals, Patty and Carl, who eagerly joined the fray, ended up bruised and battered, some with noses bleeding profusely, creating the appearance of an entirely different group. This led Zepp, entering the room with the last dish in hand, to nearly believe he had boarded the wrong ship. Fortunately, this atmosphere did not linger until the banquet's conclusion. Regardless of Zepp's personally prepared dishes and an array of enticing wines, most guests found themselves pleasantly inebriated, sharing laughter and jest, effectively dispelling any lingering sorrow of parting. In truth, there was no genuine sorrow. If there were any, it stemmed from the resentment of not being able to retaliate, only to be taught a lesson by Shano in return. Unbeknownst to them, the wind and snow outside had finally ceased. The sky gradually brightened, and the warm winter sun shattered the dense clouds, casting its unrestrained light across the vast ocean. Following the farewell banquet, after a hearty meal, all the chefs gathered on the floating platform at the entrance, prepared to bid farewell to the departing Shano. Zepp did not attend. True to his character, he adhered to the principle that a man's farewell need not be accompanied by tears, remaining hidden in the underwater dessert restaurant. However, he sent Sanji to present Shano with an old book bound in yellow leather, claiming it to be his logbook from his adventures on the Grand Line, an essential possession for a qualified captain in the age of pirates. After casually flipping through its pages, Shano stored it in the cabin of his small vessel. Although he doubted he would ever need this logbook, it was, after all, a token of the old man's sentiment, and it wouldn't do to return it. Moreover, he always felt that the old man might be peering from behind a window, secretly observing the events unfolding by the sea. Chapter 096. The color of forgiveness under the winter sun. In addition to the logbook, the chefs of Bartai had prepared a veritable mountain of provisions for Shano, ranging from flour to canned meats and lively fish, nearly capsizing the small boat. Ultimately, Shano assessed the vessel's weight capacity and decided to take only 2/3 of the food, while the chefs, with faces marked by regret, returned the remainder to the kitchen. Shano, wait a moment. Just as Shano was about to board the ship, Sanji, who had been lingering on the shore, suddenly appeared to recall something, calling out to him before swiftly darting towards the restaurant. What on earth is this kid up to? Shano pondered, his mind tinged with curiosity, when Sanji re-emerged at the doorway, rushing towards him with a wooden box now prominently in hand. Breathless upon reaching Shano, Sanji extended the box towards him, his face alight with relief as he exclaimed, "I'm so glad I remembered. I had a bit to drink during lunch and nearly forgot." Xiano opened the wooden box and discovered that it was divided into 2 sections. One on the left holding a glass food container filled with exquisitely crafted sushi, while the right contained an old, green hat. "What do you think, Xiano? These sushi are made by my own hands. With this, you won't have to cook for yourself tonight." Sanji chuckled, his confidence evident after years of honing his culinary and combat skills under Zeph's tutelage. "I assure you, the taste is exceptional. And then there's this," he said, pointing to the hat. "Do you remember? This is the hat you gave me when we first arrived at the restaurant. During those cold nights a few years ago, I often used it as a sleep cap. If possible, could you keep it with you as a memento?" Hearing the earnestness in his voice and gazing at the hopeful expression on Sanji's face, Xiano felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Despite 3 years of growth, Sanji still bore the traces of the Na'vi boy he once was, his attitude unchanged, a shadow of the clingy little brother lingering on. Perhaps this was rooted in the trauma of being bullied by the Vinsmoke brothers during his childhood, leading him to unconsciously transfer his brotherly affection onto Xiano. Yet, that did not justify keeping the hat so close. Xiano sighed inwardly at the sight of the scout hat in the box. He had merely placed it there to silence Sanji, thinking it would be discarded the next day. Who could have imagined that this boy would take it to his room and keep it all this time? The surrounding chefs watched with sentimental expressions, prompting Xiano to gather his thoughts and muster a gentle smile. He ruffled Sanji's hair and took Timo's hat from the box. The pastries are delightful, so I shall take them. However, you should keep this hat. Sanji? Sanji's face lit up with surprise, but confusion soon followed as he looked up. Why? You know, this is a precious keepsake. In our adventures at sea, unforeseen events are inevitable. It would be a shame if I lost it accidentally. Yasuo replied with a warm smile. It is better for you to hold on to it, wouldn't you agree? Sanji instinctively nodded, finding the reasoning sound. Then let this hat symbolize our bond as I strive for my dreams. I hope that when we meet again, you will have achieved your aspirations, and at that time, you can return the hat to me. Yasuo placed the hat firmly upon Sanji's head and, with a serious demeanor, declared, I say, you have sworn an oath to the sea, to become the greatest chef in the world, and to seek the dream of the Azure Sea, all Bulu. This is indeed your aspiration, is it not? The gentle and compelling voice echoed in the air, leaving Sanji momentarily stunned. However, a subtle smile began to grace his lips, and ultimately, he nodded earnestly, his face radiant with joy. Yes, the sunlight bathed both of them in a soft, golden glow as they turned to gaze at the boundless, cerulean ocean, brimming with untold possibilities. Yasuo untied the ropes and hoisted the sails, waving goodbye to the chefs on the shore with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, this time, we are truly setting sail, my friends. Hurry up, you fools. Do you really think anyone would miss you? Indeed, indeed. Hey, wait. How do you say that? Yet why are you crying? You always have to speak out of turn, you fool. And why are your eyes red as well? Amidst the seemingly ceaseless clamor by the shore, the small vessel departed from the dock of the Barati restaurant, gradually receding into the distance until it vanished beyond the boundless horizon of the sea. It must be noted that the weather on the day of Shano's voyage was rather pleasant. Although the morning was beset by strong winds and snow, the skies cleared by noon, revealing no further signs of ominous clouds. The temperature steadily rose, and the sea breeze that once chilled now provided a sense of comfort. The vastness of the ocean often leads one to lose track of time. Before long, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The small boat had sailed northeast for several dozen miles, and the familiar sights had long since faded from view. At this moment, Shano sat on a small stool beside the hatch, clad in a thin black shirt. His thick coat was draped over the hatch's edge, while he held the sword Lake Toya in one hand and weighed the merits of Frostcold in the other, his face a portrait of indecision. The choice was indeed challenging. For a swordsman aspiring to enhance his prowess, exceptional swordsmanship is undoubtedly paramount, yet the intrinsic qualities of the swords themselves cannot be overlooked. Otherwise, the world would not categorize swords into various grades based on their quality. Shano found himself embroiled in the dilemma of which sword to choose. Frostcold, being one of the 21 fine blades, was impeccable in both sharpness and durability, making it an undeniable choice for Shano. In comparison, Lake Toya hardly measured up. Although he had once enhanced this wooden sword, elevating it beyond mere practice tool status, he felt certain that if the two swords were to clash with equal force, Lake Toya would undoubtedly shatter. For an ordinary person, the decision would be effortless, favoring Frostcold without hesitation. However, Shano was different. As a Virgo with deep-seated obsessive tendencies, he was inherently nostalgic and reluctant to part with Lake Toya. Additionally, his mild aversion to filth made the thought of wielding Frostcold, a blade that had been in the possession of someone as vile as a rat for several months, utterly disconcerting. Chapter 097, The Idle Fish and Serendipity. If only I could enhance it once more, sighed Shano, his gaze lingering on Lake Toya. In a realm of pirates, the current state of Lake Toya pales in comparison to the splendid Great Blade. Were it possible to elevate its quality to that of the Great Blade, he would unhesitatingly cast Frostcold into the water, or rather, find a way to sell it, for it holds a value exceeding 100 million. After some contemplation, he refrained from making an immediate decision. Instead, he summoned his attribute panel with a subtle thought. Name, Shano Hero Level. Level 5, 37,084. 000. Strength, 67 Agility. 79 Wind Blade Technique. Intermediate Proficiency 1, 219, 030, 000 Skills. Steel Slash. Level 3, / Level 2, Embrace Death Unyielding Spirit. Not yet comprehended. Requires advanced proficiency in Wind Blade Technique. Wine Barrier. Not yet comprehended. Requires advanced proficiency in Wind Blade Technique. Tempest Final Slash. Not yet comprehended. Requires master level proficiency in Wind Blade Technique. Reputation. Insignificant. The evolution of these statistics reveals that Shano's prowess has undergone a remarkable transformation over the past few years. Not only have his hero level and Wind Blade Technique improved, but he has also mastered the /. More importantly, his fundamental physical attributes have surged exponentially, while the prerequisites for mastering the remaining skills have become apparent. 3 years prior, during his confrontation with Chloe, even with Uncle Tato by his side, he expended half a day's effort. However, if Chloe were to challenge him again now, all those intricate maneuvers would seem trivial. Shano is confident that should he wield his sword, it would be a swift end for Chloe. Nonetheless, it is precisely because Shano's strength has surpassed the capacity of the EC that the enhancement of proficiency and hero level has become an unprecedented challenge. For instance, after defeating both Mouse and Scarlet Fong earlier that day, he only gained 10 experience points. In contrast, when he first transformed into Yasuo and engaged in Midnight Carnage, even a non-bounty officer would yield far more than that. Surely, even Mouse, a colonel in this faction, possesses greater strength than such trifles. Thus, it is imperative for Shano to venture into the open sea without delay, and he must head towards the Grand Line. The East Sea has devolved into a mere fishing pond, teeming with insignificant small fry that hardly suffice to satiate his appetite. The prospect of grinding for experience to level up here seems an interminable affair. Returning to the matter at hand, Shano gazed despondently at the array of data before him. What conditions must one meet to trigger the next enhancement? He lamented, collapsing onto the deck in a star shape. Shielding his eyes from the blinding sun, he murmured, despite all the data improving, why am I still denied an opportunity for enhancement? Even a common player shouldn't be treated this way. Will this absurd system not grant me a reprieve? At that moment, a peculiar rustling sound abruptly echoed through the cabin. Summer's first instinct was to scramble up from the deck, but after surveying his surroundings, he quickly grasped the situation. Rolling up his sleeves in a fit of anger, he kicked open the cabin door, bellowing, "Come out, you little rascal." With a soft thud, the strange noise within the cabin ceased, and soon the storeroom door creaked open. A rather dejected shadow emerged into the corridor, cautiously lifting its head to glance at Summer. Upon witnessing the fury etched on his face, the little hawk complied and flapped its wings, slowly making its way out. As it drew nearer, Summer noticed that the creature was clutching a can in its beak, and his frustration surged. He snatched the can away and struck the hawk's head with it, exclaiming, "Are you still eating? Haven't you had enough for lunch? Were you not taken aboard by Patty for a feast at the very start of the banquet? How can you be hungry again after just 2 or 3 hours? Do you spend your entire day merely indulging in food?" The little hawk trembled under the reprimand, lowering its head in dismay. Summer caught a glimpse of the can and discovered it was a tin of salted fish, which only fueled his ire further. He struck the hawk's head once more, declaring, "You are a hawk, you fool. If you must eat, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why don't you catch some for yourself? If you had the skill to capture a sea creature, I wouldn't mind at all. But resorting to stealing salted fish? Do you not realize that in your current state, you are no different from that fish, you adult?" Observing the little hawk whimpering while shielding its head with its wings, Summer's expression morphed into one of exasperation. It infuriated him to think that, despite being a companion creature bound to him, this being was clearly a combat unit, not a conventional pet like a cat or dog. Yet, here it was, displaying none of the innate talents it was supposed to possess. 3 years had passed, and it was still not fully grown. Its wingspan had yet to reach 3 meters. When it had carried him from Pros Island to the Barati restaurant, it had nearly faltered and gasped for breath. At this rate, how could he expect to soar through the skies and traverse the world with such a clumsy bird? Just as he was scolding the little hawk as one would a troublesome child, Summer suddenly noticed that his small vessel was shrouded in an immense shadow. He paused, turning to look behind him, and was astonished to see a colossal sailing ship looming less than 10 meters to his right, towering like a 6- or 7-story building. Following closely behind this behemoth were several slightly smaller vessels. With no pirate flag hoisted and such a large ship in sight, could it be a merchant fleet? Gazing upon the mast of the foremost colossal vessel, Shano quickly formed a conjecture. In the East China Sea, few could muster such a grand fleet to set sail. This narrowed the identities down to 4 categories: the Navy, pirates, merchant fleets, and noble traders. With the first 2 eliminated, and given the ship's decor leaned towards the simple and utilitarian, it was highly probable that this was a merchant convoy. Their routes appeared to intersect little, nonetheless. To avert any potential collision, Shano gently adjusted his course with a few careful strokes of his oars, intending to allow the merchant convoy to pass unhindered. Before long, the first 2 ships glided past Shano's right side, heading northeast without incident. Shano then turned back, ready to continue his lesson for the young Luo. At that moment, however, a voice filled with unexpected delight rang out from the deck of the 3rd merchant vessel. "Oh, it's you. What are you doing here?" Xiano instinctively glanced around, ensuring no other vessels were in sight. Only when he confirmed that the voice was indeed calling for him did he turn his gaze in that direction. His eyes fell upon the speaker by the railing, and to his surprise, he found himself taken aback. It was you? Chapter 098. A Shift in Identity. The man, with hair just a few inches long and a scruffy beard, donned a samurai outfit, appearing to be in his 40s. It was none other than Womura, whom Xiano had parted ways with not long ago. Upon seeing Xiano turn his head, Womura could no longer contain his joy, bursting into a hearty laugh. Indeed. It is you, Mr. Yasuo. I thought I must have misseen you just now. What a remarkable coincidence to meet again so soon. Ah, it truly is quite a coincidence, Xiano replied. Xiano scratched his head, pondering his response. When on the ship, Wuzhong joyfully called out, "How about it, Mr. Yasuo? Would you care to join me for a moment? I have yet to properly express my gratitude for your earlier assistance." Although Xiano had no intention of accepting, the warm invitation made it difficult to refuse. After nodding at Wuzhong, he began to row towards the side of the third vessel. As he approached, Xiano anticipated the descent of a soft ladder or rope, but suddenly, the deck before him emitted a resonant hum and revealed a circular passageway that was both spacious and profound. Measuring a generous 6 or 7 meters in width, ample enough for a small boat like us to pass through with ease. It bore a resemblance to the structural design of the Sunshine, a ship of great repute. The concept of a ship within a ship is not uncommon in the world of pirates. Even the Bartai restaurant shares this trait. Initially startled, Xiano soon acclimated to the sight, furled his sail, and wielding his oars, guided his small vessel into the passage. However, little Luo exhibited a clear reluctance, seemingly hesitant to enter such a confined space. With little time for debate, Xiano decisively kicked the creature along with the salted fish and it clutched overboard. As the small boat entered, the wooden boards at the entrance of the passage slowly descended to seal it. After securing his vessel, Xiano descended the stairs and soon arrived on the deck. "Lord Yasuo, over here," a voice called from the left as he stepped onto the deck. Turning around, he saw Wuzhong leaning against the railing, beaming and waving. As Xiano approached, he noticed the thick plaster cast encasing Wuzhong's leg. No wonder he'd been so cheerful yet stationary for so long. Uncle Wuzhong, encountering the very person he had saved at sea, lifted Xiano's spirits. He grinned, saying, "I thought you would be recuperating on Prose Island for a while, but here you are back at sea so soon." "Ah, necessity compels me," Wuzhong replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "Fortunately, the doctor assured me that the steel ball did not penetrate deeply into the bone. As long as I avoid strenuous activities, I should heal in a few days. Otherwise, I would have had to return to Frostmoon Village early, and where would that leave me in terms of my duties as a guard?" Upon hearing this, Xiano realized that Wuzhong's earlier mention of the ship's dock passage being open for him implied he held considerable authority. Curiosity piqued, he surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "By the way, Uncle, what position do you hold among the guards here? This merchant fleet appears to be quite significant, with so many grand vessels that could rival any in the East Blue. The caravan indeed boasts a significant pedigree, being associated with the esteemed Draman family, a distinguished commercial dynasty of the Eastern Sea. As for myself, I have managed to attain the position of deputy captain within the escort team, albeit through the swordsmanship honed under my senior's guidance." Noticing Xianua's surprise, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me and clear my throat, adding, "This is merely a reflection of the generally mediocre abilities within the ship's guards. Collectively, they would scarcely match the prowess of Mr. Yasuo. Otherwise, such an opportunity would not have presented itself." "I did not mean it that way." Xianua coughed heavily, his discomfort palpable. At that moment, he appeared even more awkward than I, a rare blush gracing his cheeks upon hearing my last remark. "And you need not refer to me as Lord Yasuo. It feels rather odd. Just call me Xianua." "Yeah, no." Wu Siyuan was taken aback, a perplexed expression crossing his face. "Isn't it Yasuo? Is this your true name?" "Then, well, my true name, Yasuo, is merely a pseudonym I adopted a few years back while dealing with pirates," Xianua replied, nodding. Trusting Wu Siyuan, a man of noble swordsmanship, I felt inclined to share this information. This confidence in my abilities stemmed from my belief that I could handle matters without inviting trouble. At this moment, Xianua had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. In terms of pirate bounties, he could dispatch those with rewards in the millions with just a few strikes. If one were to equate his prowess to naval ranks, he believed he could contend with a rear admiral based solely on his physical skills. Of course, as he had yet to master hockey, he found himself at a disadvantage against natural type abilities. However, he mused, among those unfortunate souls with natural powers who had not yet attained the rank of captain, there seemed to be only Smoker. Speaking of that fellow smoker, I wondered if he had arrived at Logtown for duty. It seemed a bit early. Perhaps he was still traversing the Grand Line. Unbeknownst to Shano, who was lost in contemplation, he had been the unwitting recipient of a bird's droppings from smog that morning. Meanwhile, across from him, Wutsuin displayed a hint of hesitation, pulling Shano aside to quietly inquire, "Are you aware of what transpired at the port after you left this morning?" "Huh?" Shano was taken aback. "What happened?" "The Navy from Rogtown has arrived, apprehending everyone at the port and meticulously interrogating them about the events that unfolded. They even came to my clinic to question me. Fortunately, the lead investigator was a young woman, and she was not particularly difficult with me. However, I must urge you to brace yourself for what I am about to reveal," Wutsuin said, taking a deep breath and locking his gaze with Shano, his voice solemn. "Given these circumstances, Shano, it is highly likely that you are now a target of the Navy's manhunt." Ziano fell into silence for a moment, then yawned and chuckled nonchalantly. "I was wondering what you meant, but it turns out, Uncle, you were referring to this. The matter of being wanted was already a foregone conclusion when I dealt with that rat. No matter how justified I may be, after slapping the Navy in the face. Do you really think they would let me off the hook? Rest assured, I had anticipated this long ago. Indeed, that is true, but do you realize that, as a result, the reputation for justice you painstakingly built over the past 3 years will vanish?" Witnessing Ziano's demeanor, Wu Zhuang grew even more indignant than he was, exclaiming passionately, "Moreover, the Navy will no longer acknowledge you as the strongest pirate hunter in the East Sea. For the sake of their own pride, they will manipulate public opinion to tarnish your image, turning you into a genuine villain whom everyone will seek to hunt down." Chapter 099. Setting Sail, Destination, the Grand Line. Hey, Uncle, there's no need to be so worked up," Ziano remarked, dodging the spittle flying his way. Locking eyes with Wu Zhuang for a moment before conceding with a shrug, "Even so, there's nothing I can do about it, as I lack a grandfather with a high rank in the Navy. Besides," Ziano lazily lifted his gaze towards the depths of the sky, where a black eagle, clutching a can of salted fish, had just taken flight. "In this vast ocean, one's identity is inconsequential. What truly matters is to uphold one's principles. For instance, would you, Uncle Wu Zhuang, fear that I would resort to plundering and slaughter simply because I became a bounty-hunted pirate? Of course not. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you on my ship." Wu Zhuang instinctively shook his head, but then furrowed his brow, saying, "There's no but, Uncle Wu Zhuang. There are no pills for regret in this world, and besides, I have no regrets." Ziano interrupted him, then withdrew his gaze from the sky, offering him a faint smile, "And this isn't my first time being wanted. I've long since grown accustomed to it." Wu Zhuang appeared somewhat bewildered, as if he wished to inquire further, but seeing Ziano's reluctance to delve into such matters, he hesitated for a moment and changed the topic. "So what are your plans moving forward? If you continue to drift across this sea, I can guarantee that stronger navies will come specifically to capture you. As for the future, of course, I won't remain in the East Sea," Ziano said, gazing towards the northeastern horizon with a smile. "Since I've set sail, I must venture into the Grand Line. Although the dangers there far exceed those of the East Sea, it is undoubtedly better than remaining here as a sitting duck." "The Grand Line?" Upon hearing those 4 words, Wu Zhuang was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly became animated, clapping his hands excitedly. "What a coincidence! Our merchant fleet is headed for the Grand Line as well. This means we can travel together." Ziano was taken aback, unable to believe it. "Wait, Uncle, your merchant fleet is so small, and yet you dare to venture into the Grand Line? Why not?" Wu Village cast a puzzled glance at him, and then, as if a realization dawned upon him, patiently elucidated. "Although the number of merchant fleets venturing to the Grand Line from the East Sea is not substantial each year, it is certainly not non-existent. Provided that a seasoned captain leads the way, supplemented by an arsenal of weaponry and cannons, the chances of successfully traversing Reverse Mountain are significantly heightened. Conversely, those pirates who are blindly confident in their own abilities often find themselves in peril midway." "It seems he is indirectly referring to me," mused Shano, rolling his eyes inwardly. "Yet, to be fair, I have indeed neglected to thoroughly investigate the matter of crossing Reverse Mountain." At that moment, he too came to the realization that his previous line of thought had been ensnared in a blind spot. For pirates of the 4 seas, the Grand Line represents a lofty yet treacherous path. Only the most formidable pirates emerge unscathed from such a realm. This is inherently tied to their profession and intentions. They must actively engage in plunder, risk their lives against rivals, while evading pursuit from a navy. Coupled with a lack of extensive seafaring experience, a group of novices fresh from the beginner's village faces a daunting probability of annihilation. In contrast, Ordinary merchant fleets encounter far fewer adversaries and are disinclined to instigate trouble, as long as they do not confront natural disasters or formidable pirate crews. Their odds of successful round trips are considerably greater. What do you think? If you're willing to accompany us to the Grand Line, I can make every effort to secure a position for you as a guard, Wu Village said with a hint of concern in his eyes, urging for that way. You would not only be able to remain aboard the ship openly, but also receive a handsome reward upon reaching the destination. Xiano felt a flutter of excitement, though not due to the monetary compensation, but rather for the assurance of safety while traversing the treacherous mountains. After pondering for a moment, he voiced his only concern. What about my identity? If the rest of the caravan discovers who I am, and someone seeks to claim the bounty by informing the Navy, what then? Although they may not catch me, it could bring trouble upon your caravan. Identity? Indeed, that seems to be a concern. Wu Village initially furrowed his brow, but then shook his head. However, it is not insurmountable. The caravan resupplied on Pros Island last night and will not make any further stops before entering the Grand Line. Even if someone wishes to alert the Navy, they will have little opportunity. If necessary, you can remain aboard this ship, the number 3 vessel. Where the guards are my acquaintances, many of whom are bounty hunters who have long viewed you as an idol. You could trust them completely. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Xiano felt a slight shiver of reassurance. Indeed, the name Yasuo embodied justice and perfection in the East Sea. Even if the Navy sought to tarnish that reputation, it would likely require considerable effort and time. For the time being, Xiano could leverage it to his advantage, which was quite delightful. Very well. Looking at Wu Village, who regarded him with eager anticipation, Xiano smiled and nodded. Uncle Wu, let us proceed as you suggest. After finalizing the arrangements with Wu Village, the subsequent developments exceeded Xiano's expectations. The owner of the caravan appeared to be quite affluent, as he readily acquiesced to the request for an additional guard while Wu Village discussed matters aboard the flagship. The remuneration offered was not less than that of the other guards who had originally boarded, amounting to over 200,000 berries. This was undoubtedly aided by Wu Village's esteemed reputation aboard the ship. As the vice-captain, Wu Village not only possessed considerable experience, but also formidable strength. The only individual visibly stronger than him was the captain of the guard, a middle-aged woman named Yver. Xiano had only caught a glimpse of her once. She was quite attractive, but perpetually wore a stern expression, devoid of mirth. According to Wu Village, she served as the personal bodyguard to the matriarch of the Draman family, having single-handedly dispatched a pirate with a bounty of 8 million berries. Prior to Xiano's boarding, she was considered one of the caravan's greatest assets in Wu Village's eyes. Thanks to Wu Village's earlier caution, Xiano remained aboard the number 3 vessel without wandering about aimlessly. The only individuals to notice him were some of the guards on the ship, none of whom recognized his identity. Thus, he spent the entire afternoon in a state of comfort and tranquility. After finishing dinner, Shano, who was not on duty, was assisted by Wu Village to settle into a small room at the end of the second floor of the cabin. Strangely enough, despite his severe bed selection syndrome, Shano, perhaps due to the exhaustion from the day's exertions, fell into a deep slumber as soon as his head touched the pillow. He was so oblivious that he did not even notice the little Luo, who had stealthily slipped in through the window after tiring from flying in the sky. The night passed in silence. Under the caress of the sea breeze, the caravan sailed nearly 100 nautical miles. As the moonlight gradually waned, the eastern horizon began to brighten imperceptibly, heralding the dawn with a whisper of morning light. Chapter 100. The approaching pirate crew. As the first light of dawn enveloped the vast, boundless ocean, it appeared as if draped in a delicate golden veil, radiant and beautiful. Just past 6 o'clock, Shano awoke early. After unceremoniously kicking the little Luo, who had taken refuge at the foot of his bed, out of the window, he stepped out to freshen up, returning to his room invigorated. According to the ship's schedule, his official shift would not commence until noon, leaving him with a leisurely morning to lean against the bed and peruse the nautical log left by Jipu. August 10th, clear to partly cloudy. Today is a momentous day. My companions and I have officially entered the Grand Line from the Upside-Down Mountain. During our journey, we encountered a whale named Labu, which relentlessly battered the red Earth continent, emitting mournful cries as if waiting for its companions to return. We said nothing, yet a shared melancholy lingered within our hearts. If we are to realize our dreams, I believe this will be our final voyage. Hey. Is it really wise to set such a flag right at the beginning? This flag is rather conspicuous. ISMT it? In his hands, the weathered maritime logbook lay, its yellowing pages awaiting exploration. Before even finishing the first page, Shano found himself overwhelmed unable to suppress a smirk. The subsequent pages were filled with meticulous accounts of the weather, which held little intrigue for him. He swiftly flipped past them, pausing only for a moment when he encountered information that piqued his interest. On August 13th, a sudden downpour forced us to change course, leading us to Dolu Island, the westernmost starting point of the Grand Line's 7 routes. From that day forth, we embarked on a new journey. On August 25th, we arrived at Carnival City, where the newly constructed sea train tracks offered a direct and convenient route to Water 7. However, after much deliberation, we unanimously decided to press on along the route of our choosing. By September 14th, we reached Gourmet City, a place that could only be described as paradise for chefs like us. On October 30th, we passed by the city of the Spring Queen, with the perilous and unpredictable Mystic Triangle looming ahead. Choosing to circumvent it, we headed towards the Shambodi Islands. Having skipped the tedious sections, the logbook proved to be increasingly insightful, and before he realized it, Shano was engrossed, exclaiming to himself, "Those old men certainly had it easy. I wonder how long it will take me to traverse the first half of the Grand Line." Just as he was eager to turn the pages further, curious to know if the old crew had ventured into the new world, a sudden and heavy knocking at the door jolted him. Startled, he quickly tucked away the logbook and leapt from his bed to open the door. Standing outside was a youthful guard, no more than 17 or 18 years of age. Shano recognized him as Rancher, a cheerful boy with a sunny disposition, though now his expression appeared taut with concern. Shano felt an uneasy premonition wash over him. "What happened? Is there trouble outside?" "It seems a pirate ship has been spotted near the main vessel," Rancher replied, nodding. "Uncle Wu Zhuang asked me to wake everyone on duty and gather them on deck." He turned to leave, urging, "Hurry, Shano. I still have to call others in different rooms. Rest assured, I shall be there shortly." Watching Rancher sprint down the corridor, Shano furrowed his brow. The Delamon family's trading fleet was undeniably vast. The heavy artillery on either side of the third ship alone was formidable, let alone the larger main vessel. Surely, no ordinary pirate would dare to target them, lest they invite their own demise. Nevertheless, the adage that one must repay kindness with kindness holds true. In light of this situation, Shano could not remain indifferent. He promptly retrieved the Tia Lake from the corner, donned his coat, and hurried down the stairs, racing towards the ship's deck. Upon reaching the deck, he observed that nearly all the guards had gathered at the railing on the left side, and a glance at the 2 ships ahead revealed a similar scene. Shano quickly pushed his way to the front, positioning himself beside the railing. Standing next to him was Uncle Wumpkin, whose bandages had been partially removed, indicating a significant improvement in his condition. At that moment, he was peering through a telescope, his expression grave as he scanned the horizon, gripping the railing tightly, utterly engrossed in his task, oblivious to Shano's arrival. Seeing Uncle Wumpkin in such a state, Shano sensed that the impending threat was substantial. Refraining from interrupting him at once, he followed his gaze, and, indeed, on the vast expanse of the sea, a gigantic ship was gradually approaching, its size only slightly smaller than that of the merchant fleet's main vessel. A black pirate flag billowed proudly from its mast, however, due to the distance. Shano squinted for a long while, without discerning its details. He then gently prodded Wumpkin's arm and whispered, "Uncle, do you recognize which pirate crew that might be?" "Not yet. They are still too far away to ascertain their identity," Wumpkin replied, instinctively turning the telescope away upon hearing Shano's voice. A flicker of surprise crossed his face upon recognizing Shano, but it was quickly subdued. He cleared his throat and explained in a low voice, "Nevertheless, every ship in our fleet is already prepared to engage. Although the opposing pirate crew appears to be quite formidable, as long as we can demonstrate sufficient strength to deter them, we should be fine. Indeed, pirates typically avoid undertaking overly challenging ventures, lest they suffer greater losses." Shano nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before extending his hand. "Uncle Wumpkin, may I borrow the telescope for a moment?" Without hesitation, Wumpkin handed over the telescope. After expressing his gratitude, Shano raised it to his eyes, once again directing his gaze towards the earlier sight. The image of the ship came into much clearer view. He could faintly discern a crowd gathered on the deck, though the pirate flag remained somewhat indistinct. Patiently, he held the telescope aloft, awaiting the ship's approach. Finally, after half a minute, the pirate vessel's outline became increasingly distinct. Shano's spirits lifted, and he squinted to examine it closely, only to be captivated by the emblem on the sails. In the next instant, upon recognizing the design, Shano nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment, utterly speechless. No way. Could it be such a coincidence? Upon the white sails, filled with the sea breeze, there loomed an enormous white skull, strikingly reminiscent of the Jolly Roger that crowned the mast. menacing and intimidating. Yet, what captured the eye most was the round, prominent red nose adorning the skull's visage. The Buggy Pirates. Chapter 101. The heart-wrenching journey of Captain Buggy. Meanwhile, aboard the Baikadaupu, the deck was teeming with over 100 pirates, each brandishing an array of weapons, their greedy gazes fixated upon the approaching merchant convoy. At the forefront stood a towering figure clad in an orange captain's hat and a bright yellow coat. However, the paint and scars on his face, combined with the round, red nose, diminished the imposing presence his stature might have commanded, rendering him akin to a ludicrous clown. This comical individual was none other than Buggy the Clown, captain of the Buggy Pirates. In fact, apart from him, the attire of the other crew members was equally bizarre, resembling a veritable circus. For instance, on the right side of the deck, one pirate, peering through a telescope towards the convoy, was swathed in a ring of white fur atop his head, resembling a sheep. Even the lion he was perched upon wore a dopey expression, as it nonchalantly yawned and dozed off, bubbles emerging from its nostrils, appearing to enjoy a delightful slumber just as battle loomed. This peculiar character was none other than Machi, the Buggy Pirate's first mate, renowned for his beast-taming prowess. As he gazed at the distant convoy through the lens, saliva dribbling from his mouth, he chuckled to himself. What a remarkable prize. Truly, Captain Buggy has the luck of the gods. Even a morning urination led to such a target. It seems today fortune smiles upon us. At this proclamation, the crew members erupted in laughter, save for one individual nearby, obscured by a black and white checkered scarf, whose hair concealed half his face. Provoked by the raucous laughter, he could not restrain himself, bellowing, "Machi, stop gloating over there. Tend to your foolish lion. It's high time to awaken from its slumber, much like its master, hopelessly lost." "Kabeji, is that you?" Machi snapped, turning to glare fiercely at Kabeji, before stroking the mane of his lion with indignation. "There are few beasts as adorable as Ricky. The only one who bullies it aboard this ship is you, the epitome of arrogance. You wouldn't understand the joy of having a companion. You'll be forever bound to your unicycle." "What did you say?" Kabeji fumed, stepping off his unicycle to confront Machi. Clenching his fists, he prepared to strike, while Machi, equally unyielding, rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in a brawl. "Cease this at once." At that moment, a furious shout erupted abruptly on the deck, causing Kabaji and Machi to freeze in their actions. After exchanging a heated glance, they reluctantly released their grip. Why is it that at critical moments, I find myself faltering? Is this what it means to possess the consciousness of a prominent member of the Buggy Pirates? At the bow of the ship, Buggy remained steadfast, his figure silhouetted against the sea breeze, the orange coat billowing dramatically behind him, exuding an air of authority in the eyes of his subordinates. Casting a sidelong glance at Kabaji and Machi, he noticed their expressions tinged with shame before redirecting his focus to the distant merchant ship. Taking a deep breath, he turned and bellowed, "You there? Listen up, Buggy the captain." The pirates on deck immediately straightened, responding in a chorus of fierce shouts. "Remember, aim for the enemy's flagship and commence cannon fire once within range." Buggy grinned, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "After that, do not hesitate, close in swiftly. Though they may have many ships, once we forcibly board their flagship, the others will certainly refrain from firing recklessly." "Ha, how astute of Captain Buggy." Another chimed in. "Indeed, we are masters of boarding tactics. The merchant fleet's guards are utterly ineffectual. Once we are aboard, won't they be at our mercy?" "Absolutely. Captain Buggy is truly magnificent, undeniably worthy of the bounty of 18 million berries." Flattery wafted through the air like the sea breeze, and Buggy's smile deepened, radiating self-satisfaction. Yet beneath that facade, a particular phrase tugged at his memory, conjuring unwelcome recollections that left him in a state of agitation. The infamous pirate Buggy, with a bounty of 18 million berries, ground his teeth in frustration, reflecting that his bounty had previously remained below 10 million. A bunch of fools. Did they think I desired this? In truth, he had no inclination for such notoriety. As a former apprentice aboard the ship of the Pirate King, Roger, upon returning to the East Blue to establish his own crew, Buggy had always sought to keep this past identity concealed, even from the few he trusted, Kabaji and Machi. He aimed to avoid drawing the attention of the Navy's eyes, which could lead to endless troubles. Moreover, he firmly believed that a pirate's primary duty was to plunder treasure, and throughout his years as a pirate, his interests had indeed only ever lay in the pursuit of wealth, never concerning himself with anything beyond that. It is precisely due to these two reasons that the Buggy Pirates have maintained a relatively low profile. Even Buggy himself has been reluctant to allow the Navy to inflate his bounty excessively. Thus, since their arrival in the East Blue, He has carefully managed the level of his bounty, avoiding any major troubles. However, unexpectedly, a noble family named the Brights began to target him relentlessly over 2 years ago, placing a bounty on his name and attracting numerous bounty hunters, which led to Buggy being harassed for a full 6 months. Unable to endure the torment any longer, he finally discovered the address of the Bright family and sailed his pirate ship directly to their estate, obliterating it with a cannon blast. While this act provided him with some satisfaction, it also resulted in him being placed on the Navy's watch list, causing his bounty to nearly double, reaching 18 million, a figure even higher than what he would encounter years later when Luffy set sail. Consequently, over the past 2 years, the number of bounty hunters eyeing Buggy has significantly increased, although he dismisses these novices as inconsequential. The incessant arrival of reckless challengers has proven to be more bothersome than before he dismantled the Bright family, leaving the underlying problem unresolved. Thus, the mere thought of this situation fills Buggy with rage. Had Shano been aboard, aware of these twists and turns, he would likely be laughing uncontrollably. While he brooded in frustration, a pirate atop the crow's nest suddenly lowered his telescope and shouted below, "Captain Buggy, we are now within firing range." Buggy paused, turning to see that, unbeknownst to him, their distance from the merchant fleet had significantly diminished. Instantly invigorated, he stomped on the railing, raised a hand high, and bellowed, "What are we waiting for? Everyone, rally up and prepare for battle." Chapter 102. The boarding battle begins. Oh. A roaring cheer erupted, echoing like a tidal wave, and the atmosphere became electrified. Suddenly, the left side of the Buggy pirate ship, the Q-tip, revealed a section that flipped open, exposing 12 ominous black cannon mouths, all aimed squarely at the distant merchant fleet. Boom! Accompanied by a series of thunderous roars. Over a dozen black cannonballs were simultaneously fired, hurtling toward the center of the merchant ships. However, at such a distance, the firing of cannons serves primarily as a means of deterrence, with a dismally low hit rate. For instance, on this occasion, the latest shells landed merely a few meters off the side of the ship, plummeting directly into the sea. Naturally, the merchant fleet did not hold back its return fire. Upon receiving orders from the flagship, all 9 colossal vessels of the convoy commenced their counterattack. Although each ship's firepower paled in comparison to that of the bestow, the sheer volume of cannon fire from so many vessels created a spectacle, with shells filling the sky like a dark cloud, a truly magnificent sight. Consequently, despite the equally disheartening hit rate on this side, the vast number of projectiles resulted in several shells striking the deck of the bestow, inflicting some casualties. Do not delay, accelerate and charge forward. At this juncture, Kabaji stepped forth, embracing his responsibilities as chief of staff. Drawing his sword, he stood at the bow and bellowed, "As long as we approach one of their ships, their cannon fire will cease. Move faster." Meanwhile, Baki, despite witnessing a subordinate being blown apart beside him, his arms severed and bloodied, remained draped in his coat, arms crossed and defiantly facing the wind on the deck. His eyes gleamed with avarice as he surveyed the 9 merchant vessels, grinning with a sinister chuckle. So many plump sheep. From which one shall I begin my slaughter? Not good. On the flagship, a middle-aged lookout in the crow's nest suddenly changed color, lowering his telescope to shout below, "Report. The enemy is hoisting full sails and approaching us at maximum speed. It appears they intend to engage in boarding combat. Can we discern their precise course?" A slender yet frost-faced, red-haired woman at the rail of the deck furrowed her brow slightly and coldly inquired. "It should be positioned near the 3rd ship, though it's still a bit distant, and there may be some deviation," the middle-aged lookout replied uncertainly. "I understand." The red-haired woman responded succinctly, then turned her gaze upon the dozens of guards surrounding her like stars encircling the moon. In a low, resolute tone, she declared, since they wish to play hardball, let's oblige them to the fullest. Let it be known that our Draman family is not akin to those pitiful souls who whimper in the presence of pirates. Pirates are simply asking for a lesson. Are we prepared? Ready, Captain, came the unified roar from the surrounding guards, their expressions resolute and devoid of any hint of panic. Unlike the guards hired from other ships, those on the flagship were elite personnel directly trained by the Draman family, well prepared and disciplined. And the red-haired woman was none other than the captain of the guard, Yver. Excellent. Eiffel nodded slightly, then turned her gaze towards the merchant vessel behind and calmly began to issue commands. The personnel aboard ships 3 and 4 should number around 80, of which 50 are guards. Notify them to continue the bombardment while all vessels slowly converge. Non-combatants on these 2 ships are to withdraw to either side, while the guards from the fore and aft ships should gather in the center, striving to establish an overwhelming numerical advantage before the pirates board. Understood, came the resounding response from the deck. Seeing this, Eiffel wasted no time and led the charge towards the stern, her loyal subordinates following suit without hesitation. A few remained to maintain firepower, while the rest closely trailed behind. Haha, we're almost there. On board, the Baikudapu. As he gazed at the merchant ship, now just a few meters away, Buggy could no longer contain his excitement. He turned and shouted, "You lot." "Yes, Captain." The crew responded with even greater enthusiasm. They were exhilarated, despite the loss of at least a dozen comrades to cannon fire moments prior. The sight of their imminent prize invigorated their spirits, awakening their bloodlust and greed. They could hardly contain their eagerness to leap onto the opposing deck. Furthermore, as they drew closer, other merchant ships had begun to cease fire to avoid friendly fire. "Charge! Eliminate the guards on the ship, and then all the treasures shall be ours." Buggy's voice was cold and laced with cruelty. His first mate, the beast tamer Machi, quickly reacted. With a sinister chuckle, he retrieved a hooked rope from beneath his fur clothing and, after a brief flourish, hurled it towards the merchant vessel. With a resounding thud, the hook firmly latched onto the railing on the left side of the deck. The other pirates soon followed suit, throwing their ropes, hastening the approach of both ships. They leapt from their deck, knives clenched between their teeth, and swiftly climbed across with remarkable agility. "The pirates are coming. Everyone be cautious." On the deck, the forward guard shouted in terror, causing everyone's nerves to tense. The speed of the pirates was indeed alarmingly swift, and the approach to board was relentless. After a round of ineffective gunfire, the guards had drawn their swords, forming a vague formation as they braced for the impending arrival of these sea demons. How infuriating it was that they had chosen the third ship, where the number of guards was significantly fewer than on the main vessel. In the center, surrounded by the guards, stood Wu Zhuang, whose legs were still bandaged. His right hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword, his face etched with worry as he watched the grinning pirates draw nearer. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, "At this point, I can only hope that Captain Yiver and his team arrive with reinforcements soon." Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shano, who remained remarkably composed. Wu Zhuang sighed inwardly. He held a deep admiration and trust for this reputed strongest pirate hunter of the East Sea. He even believed that the high-ranking officers of the opposing pirate crew would be no match for him. However, no matter how formidable Shano was, he was still just one man, and he could not withstand the sheer number of pirates. If they dispatched a few officers to engage Shano, the mere 20 or 30 guards aboard their ship would face a devastating onslaught. Even if they did not suffer total annihilation, the casualties would surely be severe. How could they then ensure the safety of the merchant fleet once they entered the Grand Line? Wu Zhuang pondered gloomily. Yet, little did he know that Shano's thoughts were in stark contrast to his own. "Ah, so they have chosen this ship as their target for a forced landing?" Shano mused, observing the swarming pirates with an air of mild boredom. His expression remained unfazed, even hinting a yawn. Must they really bring about their own demise? This scene feels oddly familiar. In truth, the only impression he had of the aggressively approaching pirates was one of annoyance. He wished to cleave them all into the sea with a single stroke of his sword. As a severe perfectionist, once the thought crossed his mind, he felt compelled to act. Thus, just as Wu Zhuang was preparing to command the guards to fight, he was taken aback to see Shano, who had been silently standing by, suddenly scratch his head and lazily stroll through the crowd towards the railing. The morning sun was somewhat blinding as it cast its rays upon the deck, creating a stark contrast between the hundreds of roaring pirates charging forward and Shano's nonchalant figure advancing slowly, seemingly oblivious to the chaos. It appeared as though at any moment that black-haired, black-clad figure would be mercilessly crushed beneath the tide. In his agitation, Wu Zhuang could not help but shout, "Shano, come back quickly. There are too many of them. You will be overwhelmed." "Indeed, young one, it is exceedingly perilous for you to venture forth alone. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Return at once." A middle-aged guard, sporting a bushy beard, echoed the sentiment, urging caution. "There are many adversaries before us. If we are to advance, let us do so as a united front. Newcomer, temper your impulsiveness." The other guards chimed in, striving to dissuade him. Yet despite their pleas, Xiano continued his forward march, gradually arriving at the railing, coincidentally encountering the first batch of pirates who had just leaped down from the rope. At the forefront was Kabaji, who had gained speed by gliding down the rope on a unicycle. At this moment, observing Xiano calmly gazing up from the bow of the deck, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. How intriguing. It seems there exists a bodyguard on this merchant ship who fears not for his life. Haha, what fearlessness! This lad is merely a reckless youth. Indeed, Commander. Draw your swords swiftly and teach this fool a lesson. The pirates following Kabaji could not contain their laughter, pointing at Xiano in mockery. Yes, indeed, death is inevitable, Kabaji declared, tightening his grip on his long sword. He abruptly propelled his unicycle, leaping high into the air, then descending heavily, grinning wickedly as he swung his sword towards Xiano's face at a remarkably vicious angle. Acrobatics, summer fireworks. As this fierce cry echoed, Kabaji's sword glinted coldly in the sunlight, illuminating Xiano's slightly turned face. Faced with this sudden attack, Xiano appeared somewhat taken aback, even forgetting to draw the sword at his waist. In Kabaji's eyes, Xiano had transformed into a mere corpse, which elicited a cruel delight as he envisioned the gruesome scene of brain matter splattering beneath his strike. However, in the next instant, an unexpected sound of blades clashing resonated across the deck. No flesh was pierced, no blood spattered. Kabaji paused in astonishment, only to discover that his lethal strike had been thwarted by the seemingly ordinary wooden sword wielded by the black-clad youth before him. The youth's gaze lingered on the black and white checkered scarf around Kabaji's neck for 2 seconds, then glanced at the fringe obscuring half his face, before inquiring, Kabaji? Huh? Although in the midst of battle, Kabaji was momentarily stunned by the question, responding with confusion. How do you know? Oh. Without answering, Xiano merely emitted an unintelligible sound, flicking his wrist casually to deliver a horizontal slash with the sword, then, without sparing him another glance, retracted the wooden sword, stating, a salted fish. Off to the sea you go. A faint sound echoed across the deck, and as the pirates behind Kabaji exchanged puzzled glances, they were suddenly gripped by terror. They realized, with mounting dread, that their chief strategist stood on the unicycle, yet his pupils had lost focus, and a deep sword wound marred his chest, from which blood flowed incessantly. Staining the long sword he held defensively across his torso. The blade itself was riddled with cracks, visibly pierced through, appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. Thus, amidst the incredulous gazes of the pirates, the unicycle could no longer support the lifeless body. With a slight roll backward, both the man and the vehicle tumbled over the railing, plummeting with a splash into the depths of the sea. Chief Strategist, Mr. Kabaji. At that moment, waves of pirates leaped from the ropes, gathering in groups of 70 or 80 at the railing, their eyes wide as they beheld the body bubbling below. Anger and sorrow gradually etching their faces. What have you done, you bastard? Shouted Machi, the beast tamer riding a lion, who abruptly turned his head. Although he often enjoyed bantering with Kabaji aboard the ship, he regarded him as a comrade and could not accept this reality. Wiping away tears, he bellowed, how dare you do this to Kabaji? I, Machi, will not let you go unpunished. Below, the foolish lion, Ricky, roared in response, adding to the atmosphere of fury. In stark contrast to Machi's raging spirit, Shano maintained a calm demeanor, with a glimmer of interest. He glanced at Machi's tuft of white fur before casually striking out with his sword. You fool, join him in the sea. What? Machi was taken aback, not anticipating this young man would strike again. Yet, the instincts honed through years of battle compelled him to reflexively raise Ricky's paw to block the attack. In the next instant, the crew of the buggy pirates witnessed a scene that was almost too horrific to fathom. A green beast claw shot up high, blood spraying in all directions, while Ricky, in pain, let out a furious roar and began to leap wildly, casting Machi off his back. As if merely casting him aside was not enough, Machi remained unresponsive until he flew beyond the railing, plummeting into the sea. It was only then that his body succumbed to inertia, snapping in two, clearly a victim of the silent sword strike that had cleaved him in half, extinguishing the life of this vice-captain of the buggy pirates. Chapter 104. If you seek death, it is as easy as turning your hand. Machi. Amidst the cacophony of panic-stricken cries from the pirates, Shano's gaze subtly shifted once more, landing upon the figure of the lion, Ricky. A fool indeed, though its flesh may prove delectable. Perhaps due to the lingering agony from its severed claws, this azure lion continued to leap about frantically. Shano approached decisively, grasping its neck firmly and lifting its entire form with ease, before abruptly hurling it backward. With a dull thud, Ricky was sent sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily against the ship's cabin, and succumbed to unconsciousness with a pained moan. As for the other pirates, their eyes scanned the multitude gathered before and behind the railing. Some had already ascended to the deck, while others clung to ropes with blades in their mouths. Yet at that moment, their expressions were unified in one of sheer stupefaction. Gazing blankly at the sea below, momentarily forgetting their intended actions, a throng of layabouts, they too might as well plunge into the depths. A glint of coldness flickered in Shano's eyes as his right hand once again rested upon the hilt of Lake Toya's blade. silently locking onto a pirate positioned centrally among the throng. With a forward slash, the sound of slicing wind suddenly erupted upon the deck, as Shano's form blurred into a mere shadow, moving with an untraceable speed to the heart of the pirates. Before he even came to a halt, Lake Toya was already drawn in a sweeping arc. The sword's aura howled, its afterimage slicing through the air with a cold brilliance akin to frost. Instantly, it swept through all directions surrounding him. In the next heartbeat, the blade was retracted, and Shano, now standing upright upon the ropes, calmly sheathed Lake Toya back at his waist. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Sunlight cascaded upon his shoulders, casting a soft halo around him, while the expressions of all the pirates around him were frozen in shock, seemingly still grappling with the incredulity of Shano's sudden appearance among them. However, the guards on the deck observed with clarity. These pirates, once brimming with ferocity, now bore deep sword wounds upon their bodies, some in their chests, others at their waists, or even upon their foreheads. No matter the angle, they appeared devoid of life, without exception. Finally, in the next moment, with a resounding splash, the body of a deceased pirate succumbed to gravity, plummeting into the sea. Yet this was merely the beginning. As if triggered by some chain reaction, the nearly 100 pirates encircling Shano fell like autumn wheat, collapsing to the ground in unison. Blood flowed forth from the lifeless bodies, staining the railings and the sea with a vivid crimson hue, the pungent scent of blood so thick it seemed almost tangible. It meandered between merchant vessels, casting an eerie reflection upon the solitary figure of a young boy clad in black, who stood in the dawn light as if he were the very embodiment of death itself. Time appeared to come to a standstill in that moment. On the deck, the only sound was the heavy panting of breaths. Wu Village stood in a daze, gazing at the scene before him. He could distinctly hear his guard beside him swallow hard, murmuring in a quivering tone, "Who on earth is this person?" Though spoken softly, the words echoed across the desolate deck, and all the guards, in their stupor, instinctively nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting profound understanding. "Is this really the end?" A youthful guard could not help but voice. "It should be nearing the conclusion," replied another dryly. "Nearly all the pirates have been slain. It seems there is but one remaining on the opposing ship. Who is it?" "It appears to be the captain of that pirate crew, the infamous Buggy the Clown." "Huh? That individual is a notorious pirate of the East Sea. Can that newcomer possibly contend with him?" The individual wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling his lips dry as he remarked on the terrifying swordsmanship he had just witnessed. Indeed, it was remarkable. However, they failed to notice that Woodsman, who had been staring blankly ahead, was gradually regaining his composure. Yet, the look he cast toward Shano was still filled with awe. It was not merely a possibility, but a certainty that he could confront him. Woodsman murmured softly to himself, pondering whether this was truly the strength of the most formidable pirate hunter in the East Sea. Such mastery of the sword surely deserved the title of a swordmaster. As a swordsman, having witnessed the earlier display, his admiration for Shano had transcended mere respect, elevating to reverence. Coupled with the remarkable feats Shano had accomplished over the past 3 years, he found that in his mind, Shano's image rivaled that of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, a decision floated through his mind. Upon returning to the island, he would share stories with the children at the dojo, speaking less of Mihawk and more of the legendary exploits of Master Shano, which were equally captivating. Meanwhile, oblivious to the gazes and reactions of those around him, Shano withdrew his attention from Lake Toya and directed it towards the opposite ship, the Baikadop. There, a pirate adorned in an orange cloak, resembling a clown with a red nose, gaped at him in astonishment, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. "Ah, the great Buggy," Shano mused, a peculiar smile creeping across his face as memories of familiar scenes flashed in his mind, evoking a sense of inexplicable fondness. In his youth, while perusing the original tale, Buggy had always served as the comic relief in One Piece, causing Shano to laugh until his sides ached. Now, witnessing him in person, he felt no animosity, but rather a twinge of embarrassment. Was it somewhat inappropriate to have eliminated all of his crew? Upon noticing Shano's gaze, Buggy was so startled that he nearly lost control, retreating several steps in a flurry, causing his dagger to clatter to the ground as he exclaimed, "You don't come any closer." Ziano was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Buggy with a hint of confusion. This fellow was clearly a user of the chop-chop fruit, entirely unfazed by slashing attacks. After all, he had once mingled with formidable figures in the past, so why was he now so utterly terrified? Just as Ziano pondered this enigma, Buggy across from him suddenly began to rummage through his own pockets. After a considerable time, He finally extracted a crumpled piece of paper from his right trouser pocket, trembling as he unfolded it. He alternated between glancing at the paper and then back at Xano, the terror in his eyes intensifying. His lips quivered as he struggled to articulate a few words. It really is you. What chaotic situation this is. Shano furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of foreboding creeping into his heart. After a moment's contemplation, he took a step towards Baki, only to find that with each advance he made, Baki retreated in kind. By the time Shano reached the railing of the bike-adop, Baki stumbled perilously close to the cabin door. Why are you running? Shano halted in displeasure, letting out a cold huff. Show me that paper. Huh, just the paper? Upon hearing this request, Baki's face lit up with relief. He cautiously glanced at Shano before his right hand shot out unexpectedly, propelling the paper over a distance of 5 or 6 meters into Shano's grasp. Once Shano took hold of the paper, Baki quickly withdrew, appearing fearful of Shano's sudden movements. Is this a bounty notice? The moment the paper touched his hands, its dark yellow hue and the texture reminiscent of cardstock immediately informed Shano of its significance. As he flipped it over and cast his gaze across the contents, he was momentarily frozen in shock. The most striking feature of the bounty notice was undoubtedly the large photograph in the center. It depicted a head, indistinct in features, being thrown high into the air, while a slender youth clad in black attire, with dark hair, was depicted sheathing a snow-white longsword, droplets of blood still glistening on the blade, adding a menacing aura to the image. Below the photograph, black text conveyed a startling message that made Shano's eyes widen in disbelief. Swift Wind Swordsman Shano. Formerly known as the pirate hunter Yasuo, bounty, 89 million berries. By the gods. After processing the information, Shano was utterly astonished. 89 million berries? Goodness. The Navy has no shame. It was merely the slaying of a rat, and they inflated the bounty to such an outrageous degree. Although Shano had suspected that the Navy would uncover his dual identities and account for the chaos he had caused alongside Tato in the port, this was beyond reason. I'm only 16, still a youth. The highest bounty in the East Blue was under 20 million berries. Why must they go to such extremes against me? At this moment, Shano inadvertently overlooked the fact that a swordsman capable of executing the flying slash was a rarity even in the Grand Line, and that his prowess indeed warranted such a bounty. From a certain perspective, had he not spent the last 3 years under the guise of Yasuo, eliminating pirates, the sheer volume of his conquests would have likely led to an even higher bounty. Fortunately, it was not 100 million. Otherwise, he might have faced the peril of being directly pursued by a vice admiral. Xano mused quietly to himself, yet his face remained impassive as he crumpled the bounty notice into a ball of paper. If the sum had exceeded 100 million at this moment, he knew all too well that his ill fate would be sealed, destined to be pierced by some vicious attack. After all, he had yet to master his formidable powers. And when facing a formidable adversary of the vice admiral rank, his chances of success were virtually non-existent. Well, if confrontation was inevitable, then let it be. If indulgence was warranted, then indulge he would. He couldn't recall a time when he ever faltered. With a slight internal scoff, his gaze returned to Buggy, and he raised the crumpled paper in his hand, inquiring, "Is this something from this morning's newspaper?" "Indeed," Buggy replied, swallowing hard, a forced laugh escaping his lips. The World Economic Journal was just purchased from a newsbird half an hour ago. So it was as suspected. Xano nodded slightly, and the previous confusion dissipated entirely. No wonder Buggy had remained motionless, and no wonder he had retreated in fear upon seeing Xano approach. This fellow had already recognized him. Although he had once been an apprentice crew member of the Roger Pirates, Buggy had always been adept at self-preservation. It was likely that he was intimidated by his own bounty, unwilling to confront Xano. In truth, Xano had surmised the situation quite accurately. Initially, Buggy had not recognized Xano due to the pirates obstructing his view. However, upon witnessing Kabeji being slain by a single sword strike, the captain felt a surge of rage erupt from his chest to his forehead. He immediately activated his devil fruit powers, separating his upper body in preparation to take revenge. Yet before he could even step onto the deck, he saw another subordinate, Machi, also being dispatched in an instant. At that moment, he recognized Xano's face, identical to that of a wanted poster he had seen that morning. Being in the East Blue, Buggy had memorized Xano's astonishingly high bounty, vowing to avoid him in future encounters. Realizing that he had inadvertently walked into danger, Buggy was left dumbfounded, wishing he could slap himself twice. After much internal conflict, he dared not approach, especially since Xano's killing pace was alarmingly swift, leading to the demise of all his crew and leaving him utterly alone. All right. Observing Buggy's anxious demeanor, Xano suddenly seemed to recollect something, and with a half-smile, beckoned him over. "Come here." Buggy, taken aback, sniffled and cautiously inquired, "What do you want?" The more he looked at this fellow, the more he felt a sense of pity. Had he perhaps wronged him in some way before? A flicker of confusion crossed Shano's mind, yet he exhibited no outward signs of it. Calmly resting his hand upon Lake Toya, he gradually approached, all the while under Buggy's fearful gaze. "It's nothing, merely an experiment," he said nonchalantly. Before Buggy could fully comprehend the situation, Shano deftly employed his Iato technique, swiftly delivering a slash. With a sharp sound, the cold gleam flashed, and Buggy's waist was instantly cleaved in two, reminiscent of the unfortunate Machi who had perished earlier. However, unlike that ill-fated soul, the incision was flawlessly smooth, devoid of any bloodstains, while Buggy himself remained lively and animated. "Hey, what are you doing?" Buggy initially failed to notice, but upon realizing that his upper body was instinctively floating half a meter above the ground, he suddenly reacted, consumed by a mix of surprise and fury. He disregarded his previous demeanor toward Shanu and bellowed, "You bastard! Are you trying to ambush and kill me?" "Enough with the noise," Shanu retorted, stuffing a paper ball into Buggy's mouth. "I am aware that you possess the powers of the chop-chop fruit. Ordinary slashes are ineffective against you, so cease your shouting." Muffled sounds escaped Buggy's lips until he struggled to expel the paper ball with a forceful pft. Gasping for breath, he glared at Shanu and demanded, "If you already know of my prowess, then why did you strike me?" Chapter 106, Buggy's Day of Catastrophe. "I merely intended to test it," Shanu replied. Ziano paid him no heed, resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he swiftly lunged at Buggy, delivering a strike with astounding speed. This time, he employed the steel slash. The wind howled, and the force of this attack exceeded the previous one by at least 2 or 3-fold. With a sharp thrust, the blade pierced through Buggy's chest. "Are you back for more?" Buggy exclaimed, having just settled back onto his legs when the sword startled him into levitation once again. His face flushed crimson with rage as he glared fiercely at Ziano. "What do you take me for?" "Do not presume that your status as a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million makes you formidable. Speak again, and the great Captain Buggy shall not hold back. Go ahead, turn against me." "I am waiting," Ziano retorted, successfully provoking Buggy into a verbal tirade. However, with all his men lying lifeless, the greatness of Buggy was momentarily irrelevant. Did he still consider himself a captain? Buggy was momentarily at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity while Buggy was still processing, Ziano smirked and stepped forward to deliver another strike, executing a quick series of attacks that culminated in another steel slash, mercilessly cleaving Buggy in two. Yet, astonishingly, Buggy remained unharmed. Though his life was intact, his composure was shattered. In that moment, Buggy felt like a puppet being toyed with, and the fury within him could no longer be contained. Despite knowing Ziano was a formidable opponent, he grit his teeth and declared, "Very well. You have pushed me to this." Splintering guillotine. With a roar filled with indignation, Buggy brandished 4 daggers in each hand, his head suddenly detaching from his body. His arms spun rapidly, limbs whirling like a meat grinder as they hurtled toward Ziano. This scene unfolded with startling abruptness. A normal person would likely be reduced to mere fragments by such daggers. Yet, Ziano remained unperturbed, deftly deflecting the dagger aimed at his chest and following up with a swift strike that severed one of Buggy's flying arms in two. "Ah! Futile, utterly futile. In the end, you are merely a swordsman, lacking the true essence of swordsmanship. Such singular attacks cannot possibly harm me," Buggy boasted, bursting into triumphant laughter. Meanwhile, his severed arm rapidly reattached itself in mid-air, and with a swift maneuver, he aimed to ambush Ziano from behind with his dagger. The ability to perceive in all directions is an instinct that an exceptional swordsman should possess. With a mere slight tilt of his head to the right, Shano deftly evaded the incoming strike. However, Baki's assault was relentless, coming from all angles, even concealing sharp daggers within the soles of his shoes, making defense nearly impossible. Although Shano's agility was terrifyingly high, allowing him to swiftly parry each dagger with his sword, a slight ache began to radiate from his wrists, instilling within him a fleeting sense of fatigue in the face of the onslaught. "How about that? Have you come to recognize my prowess? If you know what's good for you, concede now, and perhaps I might spare your life." Baki's laughter grew more boisterous, yet deep down, he understood that while Shano's slashes were ineffective against him, he too found it challenging to inflict harm upon Shano. The dazzling flurry of strikes he had just witnessed left him feeling somewhat unnerved. In this moment, he could only hope that Shano would retreat, allowing him to sail away unscathed. As for the merchant caravan, with all its men perished, who would dare to plot against it? However, This arrogant demeanor, when contrasted with his previous behavior, appeared to Shano as a manifestation of madness. He regarded Baki with a hint of pity, then suddenly took a small step back, firmly gripping the hilt of his sword in a classic drawing stance. Previously, he had executed the steel slash twice, and the accumulated essence of the Gale Sword was now sufficient for him to unleash that technique. This was, in fact, what Shano truly intended to use to gauge Baki's capabilities. Baki, be cautious, he grinned, offering a playful warning. Huh? Instinctively, Baki glanced at Shano's sword, and as he beheld the scene before him, he stood frozen in disbelief. Surrounding the blade was a translucent wave of energy, and if one listened closely, a faint whisper of wind could be discerned, a sound so subtle yet it wafted gently into the ears, imparting a slight chill. With a sharp exclamation, Shano suddenly drew his sword, executing an upward slash. A flash of white light sliced through the air, and the waves of energy on either side transformed into a fierce wind, rapidly converging towards the sword's tip. Within mere moments, it had gathered enough force to manifest as a small tornado, towering several meters high, which then surged forward with a deafening roar, catching Baki completely off guard. Boom! The tornado moved with astonishing speed, swiftly enveloping all of Baki's dismembered limbs suspended in midair, under the relentless force of the wind. His garments were shredded to pieces in an instant, leaving him with nothing but a pair of tattered shorts made of an uncertain material, barely concealing a peculiar 3-centimeter appendage. That hurts. This time, Baki did not trigger his ability to split apart again. As the tempest lashed at him, every part of his body felt as though it were being pierced by 1,000 blades. The internal pressure of the tornado, growing thinner due to centrifugal forces, made breathing increasingly difficult for Baki. Unable to suppress his cries, he shouted, "You bastard! Let me down now, or you'll regret it later." "Oh, such a deteriorating attitude," Shano remarked with a dismissive click of his tongue, ignoring Baki's furious outburst as he remained transfixed by the spectacle before him. Akin to watching a clown perform at a circus. Fortunately, the tornado did not last long. After a few seconds, it began to dissipate. Just as Baki regained his breath and was about to smile with relief, he suddenly felt a tremendous force striking his cheek. Down you go, with a resounding thud. Baki's head was uncontrollably propelled upwards, soaring over the railing and plummeting towards the sea. Meanwhile, on the deck, Shano nodded in satisfaction, leisurely retracting the lake-sized force he had just unleashed. Baki's limited mastery of his abilities rendered him utterly defenseless against the pain within the tornado, as this power could not shield him from blunt force trauma. After testing his techniques thoroughly, Shano's 2 consecutive moves had driven Baki into a corner. This strategy stemmed from a casual thought Shano had years ago while reading comics, pondering how a swordsman devoid of any other abilities might deal with Baki. He concluded that while there was essentially no solution on land, aboard a ship, one could simply seize Baki's head during a splitting phase and leap into the sea, ensuring that the landlocked duck would choke on enough seawater to meet his demise. Approaching the railing, his gaze subtly shifted towards the surface of the sea. Although the technique recently employed by Shano was not as ineffective as he had initially presumed, the outcome remained unchanged. This stirred within him a sense of anticipation, as he wondered if the fate of Buggy, the individual reputed to possess the Luck fruit, would indeed be brought to an end by his own hands. Chapter 107. The Luck fruit, however, just as he lowered his head, something surged forth from the ocean, slicing through the air with a swift whoosh, narrowly missing Shano's head. He paused momentarily, then quickly turned to look back, and indeed, what had just flown past was none other than Buggy's severed head. Perhaps, as he was on the brink of being submerged by the seawater, he regained control over his own body. At that moment, he was on the deck, hurriedly attempting to reassemble his scattered form. Hey, what are you doing piecing yourself back together? Do you think you're some sort of Lego? Shano, with a feigned air of nonchalance, made a sarcastic remark before mentioning Lake Toya. He turned and approached Bucky, his expression fraught with exasperation. Don't run off recklessly. Gathering you back together is quite the hassle. How about you just split apart and let me try again? He exclaimed. Bucky was utterly flabbergasted, yet he dared not engage in further banter, his desire to escape the presence of Shano overwhelming. At that moment, having just managed to reassemble himself, he gasped as Shano approached slowly, and in a panic he turned and fled. With nowhere to run, surrounded by the vast ocean, he couldn't even leap away. Was he trying to play hide and seek with me on the ship? Regardless of Shano's relentless jibes, Bucky did not look back, sprinting several meters away to the stern, where a formidable cannon awaited. To Shano's astonishment, he watched as Bucky, panting heavily, produced a match from seemingly nowhere, ignited the fuse, and hurled himself into the cannon's mouth. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated across the deck as Bucky, clad in nothing but his shorts, was propelled skyward by the force of the cannon, eventually shrinking into a mere speck against the azure sky. Yet amidst the chaos, a voice filled with determination echoed from above. "Ziano, you wait right there. I shall return." The voice diminished gradually, ultimately fading into silence. Ziano stood in a daze for a prolonged moment, gazing at the still smoking cannon before lifting his eyes to the vast blue expanse above, his face a picture of bewilderment. What on earth? Is this truly possible? To escape by launching oneself from a cannon is an endeavor that one might expect only from someone like Buggy. After all, that fellow has frequently amused himself by firing his underlings, who are often ridiculed for their prominent noses, from cannons. It is no wonder that his recent maneuver was executed with such finesse that even he seemed momentarily taken aback. After maintaining a bewildered expression for a couple of seconds, Shano sighed, resignedly averting his gaze from the sky. The cannon aboard Buggy's ship, the Baikadaupu, was specifically crafted for Buggy's unique ammunition, designed for speed and long range. It was evident that Buggy had employed such a cannon just moments ago. At this juncture, it seemed unrealistic to expect little Luo to pursue him. Moreover, Shano was disinclined to chase after him. Although Buggy had fired the cannon decisively, the surrounding expanse was nothing but ocean, and during his journey, Shano had not encountered any islands within several dozen miles. To fly out and land in such a vast sea would leave a landlubber with virtually no means of survival. In light of this, if Buggy were to somehow survive, Shano would have little left to say, except to acknowledge the existence of a phenomenon beyond the fruit of appearances, something he would term the fruit of luck. While grappling with these rather absurd thoughts, Shano maintained an outwardly composed demeanor as he returned to his original position. With a graceful leap onto the railing, he traversed the rope back to the merchant ship. However, upon his arrival, he was startled by the scene before him. The third ship was no longer merely a vessel of guards. It was now teeming with unfamiliar faces, many of them towering and armed, evidently reinforcements from other ships. A cursory glance revealed that there were easily 200 to 300 of them. At this point, they were no longer idling, but had gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing something in hushed tones. Occasionally, snippets of conversation drifted with the sea breeze into Shano's ears, rife with phrases such as one-strike kill, grim reaper, and references to the notorious pirate Buggy being treated like a mere plaything, which left Shano feeling somewhat embarrassed and compelled to quicken his pace. As soon as he stepped onto the deck of the merchant ship, it was as if the entire crew had coordinated in advance. All discussions abruptly ceased. In an instant, the ship fell silent, and all eyes, filled with admiration, converged upon him. Ziano felt a throbbing headache. He had indeed been rather ostentatious earlier. Vanquishing all the members of the Buggy Pirates with a single stroke had surely left an indelible impression on this group. For now, they were filled only with reverence. But what expressions would they wear once they discovered his true identity? Just as he contemplated disregarding the crowd and retreating to the cabin for some rest, he suddenly heard Wutsuin's voice calling out from among the throng. "Ziano, over here." Ziano was momentarily taken aback and turned to glance, only to discover Wu Village standing at the bow of the ship. Not far behind him stood a striking red-haired woman clad in warrior attire. Her voluptuous figure, captivating, yet exuding an aura of frosty aloofness that kept others at bay. She seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be the captain of the guard, Ivel? As he pondered this, Ziano approached the two, reflecting on how this woman appeared to be in her 30s, yet her youthful appearance was deceiving. However, he couldn't help but wonder why she was standing so close to Uncle Wu. Did they share a clandestine affair? His unreliable speculation quickly fell apart when Wu Village cleared his throat and excused himself, leaving a perplexed Ziano alone with Ivel at the ship's bow. "Are you Ziano?" Ivel's expression remained as frigid as ever, yet as she scrutinized him, Ziano could discern a flicker of curiosity. Was he the recruit Mr. Wu had brought in just yesterday? "Yes, that's me." Ziano, uncertain of her intentions, could only respond with vague affirmations. "Is there something you need from me, Miss Ivel? This is, after all, your approval, right?" "It is not I who seeks you," Ivel replied, slightly shaking her head as she gestured behind her. "I am merely a messenger. The one truly looking for you is my master." Ziano was momentarily taken aback. The master of Ivel? Could that possibly be the owner of the entire caravan? The head of the Delmon family? Such a wealthy magnate, suddenly seeking him as a bodyguard. What could be the reason? Could it be that his earlier display of skill had left an impression, prompting the notion that the remuneration of 200,000 belly was insufficient? and now they wished to elevate his position and salary? Chapter 108. Reunion. With a heart full of questions, Ziano followed Ivel directly to the main ship. Along the way, he noticed that the several vessels of the caravan had unexpectedly aligned, forming a continuous chain, allowing for effortless passage from one to another. No wonder so many bodyguards could so swiftly assemble on the third ship earlier. Before long, they arrived at the main ship. Unlike the other vessels laden with cargo, this grand ship was exclusively designed for the rest of the caravan's leaders, adorned with opulent decorations and spacious cabins. The corridors within twisted and turned, and Ziano mused that if Zoro, that notoriously directionally challenged individual, were here, he might never find his way out. Ascending directly to the third floor, they found only one room. Ivel gently knocked on the door and, after waiting a moment, opened it, stepping aside and gesturing for Ziano to enter. Ziano curiously stepped inside. The suite was an expansive 200 square meters. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, but upon entering, he discovered a bedroom and bathroom that were fully equipped. He found himself in the reception hall. By the window, on a delicate lavender sofa, a young woman, possessing a figure even more svelte than Ivel's, reclined languidly, raising a bottle of red wine to her lips, drinking directly from the bottle. In one continuous motion, she downed nearly half the bottle, spilling wine over herself, which elicited a suppressed laugh from Ziano. However, the amusement on his face quickly vanished. At that moment, the young woman set down the bottle and turned her gaze toward him, revealing a face that was both beautiful and faintly alluring. With long black hair cascading down her waist, accompanied by a radiant smile, she appeared incredibly captivating. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The reason for Ziano's change in expression lay in the unsettling familiarity of her visage. Irlita, no matter how he scrutinized her, this enchanting countenance bore an uncanny resemblance to Irlita after consuming the slippery fruit in the original tale. In an instant, Ziano's mind was engulfed by a tempest of thoughts, plunging him into a state of incredulous shock. "Why are you staring at me like that?" The alluring woman chuckled lightly, crossing her legs and glancing at him sideways. "What? Are you captivated by my looks? Come now, don't tease." The playful tease only solidified Ziano's certainty regarding her identity, prompting him to sigh. "What a remarkable coincidence. Miss Irlita, it seems we meet again." Now, it was the enchanting woman's turn to be taken aback. She rose to her feet, her face a portrait of astonishment as she regarded Ziano. "How did you recognize me?" "Well, that's a bit difficult to explain. Perhaps it's merely an instinct of sorts, as my senses are rather acute." Ziano shrugged nonchalantly, brushing off the situation with a few casual remarks. With their identities now exposed, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Ziano comfortably settled onto the sofa opposite, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then inquired about the reasons behind Yalita's transformation in appearance. Though somewhat puzzled by how Ziano recognized her at first glance, Yalita elaborated on the matter. Essentially, 3 years ago, after bidding farewell to the folks at Bartai, Yalita returned home and divulged everything to her father. Upon hearing the news, the old man was understandably furious, and, having given up on aspiring to noble lineage, gradually distanced himself from the bright family, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his own business. As the saying goes, what doesn't tea kill you makes you stronger. After Yalita relinquished her fantasies of romance and took over the family business, the Draman family flourished, ultimately positioning itself as one of the largest commercial families in the East Sea following the acquisition of a similarly sized consortium earlier this year. With her newfound wealth, Yalita could not overlook her dissatisfaction with her appearance. She decided to invest a substantial sum to procure means that could enhance her looks. Ultimately, she succeeded in a black market auction 2 months prior, purchasing a so-called devil fruit, rumored to rejuvenate one's appearance, for an exorbitant price of 170 million berries. It goes without saying, this fruit was none other than the smooth fruit. Such is the power of wealth. After absorbing Yalita's account, Ziano comprehended the circumstances. It was no wonder she had chosen to consume the smooth fruit despite the considerable deviation in her fate. The market price for devil fruits typically hovers around 100 million berries, and the smooth fruit is arguably among the least desirable varieties. It is unlikely that it could even fetch the average price, yet Yalita was willing to part with such a staggering amount. Investing nearly 200 million berries in a transformation truly exemplifies the capriciousness of affluence. Fortunately, the results were indeed commendable. Yalita had blossomed into an undeniable beauty, her allure rivaling that of Nami and Robin. It was hard to fathom that the once unsightly figure was the same person. Ziano found it no longer necessary to avert his gaze as he had in the past. The influence of wealth is undeniably profound. Unexpectedly, Yalita continued from Xiano's musings, smiling gently. However, in the vast sea, strength surpasses wealth in importance, wouldn't you agree? For instance, had you not intervened earlier, our confrontation with the buggy pirates would have resulted in significant losses, regardless of the outcome. With that, Yalita rose once more, reminiscent of her demeanor at Bartai, and bowed deeply to Xiano, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. I am truly grateful to you. Ahem, it was merely a coincidence that when I was brought aboard by Uncle Wutsuin, I had no inkling that this was indeed your family's merchant convoy. The alluring scent wafted through the air, bringing a sense of embarrassment to Shano, prompting him to subtly shift his position to the side after a light cough. Thus, there is no need for gratitude. Moreover, could you refrain from addressing me as Lord? It sounds rather uncomfortable. Although he found Alida to be quite beautiful at present, and she seemed to harbor a fondness for him, Shano had no inclination to enhance their intimacy. The memories from 3 years ago lingered deeply in his mind, and they were not something one could simply erase. Regardless of coincidence, you have saved me twice. However, the undeniable truth remains. Lita would not be ungrateful. Upon hearing Shano's response, Alida first shook her head, then reseated herself, looking earnestly at Shano as she said, "Therefore, please rest assured, Shano, you are absolutely safe aboard this vessel. No one will report you to the Navy." Report? Report what? Xiano was momentarily stunned, and then suddenly came to his senses, gazing at Yarlita with surprise. "You know about the bounty on my head?" "Of course," Yarlita replied with a smile, her lips curving playfully. She then bent down to rummage through the somewhat disordered coffee table. After a brief search among a pile of magazines, she pulled out several folded newspapers and handed them to Xiano. "Here, these are a few newspapers delivered this morning, and they all mention you. How could I possibly be unaware?" Upon encountering his bounty notice at Baki's, Shano felt compelled to discover how it was reported in the newspapers. He hastily took the papers, unfolding them one by one, and began to skim through the contents. There were a total of 4 editions, 3 from local EC publications and 1 from the World Economic Journal of the Grand Line. While the latter merely mentioned him in a small section in the middle, the former featured him prominently on the front page, detailing the entire sequence of events surrounding his bounty. With remarkable speed, he absorbed the articles, exclaiming in mild surprise. He had anticipated that the Navy's interference would result in severely distorted media coverage. However, to his astonishment, the 3 local newspapers maintained a commendable level of integrity, accurately recounting the happenings at the port. Notably, the Pros Northwest News dedicated an extensive segment reflecting on the achievements of the EC's most formidable pirate hunter, Yasuo, over the past 3 years. This unexpectedly brought him a sense of solace, though he believed this was merely a consequence of the Navy not having had the opportunity to suppress all media outlets on the first day, which would likely lead to a gradual shift in public opinion. It still pleased him to see that the journalists who had witnessed the events firsthand did not entirely abandon their principles. When he initially glimpsed the newspapers that morning, he found it hard to believe. At that moment, he was met with the gentle laughter of Yarlita. "I never imagined that Lord Shano was indeed Yasuo. Even more surprising was that 3 years ago, you were already a bounty criminal worth millions." "Come now," he replied. "I did not expect news of this magnitude to spread so swiftly across various media outlets. This is not particularly advantageous for me. My current strength is insufficient, and attracting too much attention can be perilous." After contemplating this, Shano set the newspaper aside and turned to Yarlita. "Since you have seen the newspaper, why is it that no one else in the caravan recognized me while I was outside? When the news bird passed by, it only stopped at our main ship to collect 4 copies, all of which are here." Yarlita explained, "I initially purchased only 1 copy of the World Economic Journal. Upon reading the information about you, I felt compelled to acquire more. Fortunately, the others who bought newspapers were either not members of our family or were business partners traveling with us, all of whom are quite agreeable. So, I simply requested the remaining copies." "Ah, I see," he responded. Xiano nodded thoughtfully. "In the world of pirates, newspapers are not a luxury that everyone can afford on a daily basis. Moreover, most of the crew aboard ships are guards, who seldom pay attention to the affairs detailed in the newspapers, further diminishing the likelihood of purchases." It's worth mentioning that before Xiano's arrival in this realm, he often observed fervent fans of pirates using newspapers as a unit of exchange. They would naively equate the cost of a 100 berries newspaper to merely 1 yuan in the real world, thereby deducing an exchange rate of approximately 100 to 1 between berries and the Chinese yuan. Some even jested that Luffy's bounty was insufficient to purchase a modest apartment in Shanghai. At that time, he found such reasoning rather absurd. The affordability of newspapers on Earth stems from a well-established industrial system supporting everything from printing to distribution. In contrast, the technological landscape in the pirate world is fundamentally flawed. With newspapers being delivered by newsbirds, how could one possibly compare production costs? Furthermore, these newspapers frequently contain numerous wanted posters, and the sheer expense of the sturdy cardstock alone surpasses that of an ordinary newspaper on Earth. If this were not the case, even Nami, despite her notorious obsession with wealth, would not complain for an extended duration over a mere increase in the price of newspapers from 80 to 100 berries. It is a matter of chance. Otherwise, with so many eyes and ears around, one cannot guarantee that no chaos will ensue. As Shano pondered internally, the figure across from him, Yarlita, suddenly inquired, "Speaking of which, is it true, as Mr. Wutsuin suggested, that your esteemed self has deigned to serve as a bodyguard in order to accompany us into the Grand Line?" "Indeed, that was the original plan," Shano nodded, his brow furrowing as he continued. "However, it now appears somewhat impractical. If a newspaper were to publish my bounty and the crew were to catch wind of it, the Navy might pursue, and that would surely complicate matters for you. Perhaps I should disembark then? The Grand Line presents only minor challenges, particularly near Upside Down Mountain. The rest is manageable." No, you misunderstand my intention." Yarlita hastily waved her hand, clarifying, "I merely wish to confirm. Since you do indeed plan to venture into the Grand Line, I shall assist wherever possible. How could I wish for you to leave?" Sensing Shano's apprehension, she pondered aloud. "As for your identity, only Mr. Wutsuin and I are aware aboard this vessel. I haven't even informed Ivel, so rest assured, prior to entering the Grand Line, I will ensure that daily newspapers are intercepted, eliminating any risk of exposure." "Such measures seem to evoke a sense of being shielded by capital," Shano remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone. "If that were true, I would indeed feel reassured, though it may prove somewhat troublesome." "Not all troublesome, I assure you, Lord Shano," she replied earnestly. "Then I am grateful." Shano rose slightly, nodding in appreciation. "In return, should the caravan encounter peril in the coming days, I shall intervene promptly to mitigate your losses." Their conversation reached a natural conclusion. It was evident that Yarlita wished to continue with light-hearted banter, yet Shano, citing his early rising, excused himself, departing the room amidst her reluctant farewell. Under Ivel's guidance, he made his way downstairs. However, before reaching the deck, as he descended the stairs, Shano abruptly halted, and, amidst Ivel's puzzled expression, he initially froze before suddenly displaying a visage of sheer astonishment. For at that very moment, the long-forgotten mechanical chime of the system echoed in his mind. From the tiny acorn grows the mighty oak. Congratulations! Your reputation level has risen to notable. You have received a gift from the Valoran continent. Bronze chest X1, opportunity for weapon advancement X1, random talent point X1. The rewards for your first reputation increase have been fully granted. Please check. Chapter 110. From Nonconformity to Europe. Mr. Shano? Upon encountering the taciturn Shano, Ivor's face was etched with confusion, prompting her to gently remind him. "Ah, it's nothing. I just suddenly recalled something and got lost in thought. My apologies." Shano replied, regaining his composure, aware that this was not the appropriate moment to inspect rewards. He swiftly expressed his regrets and continued his descent down the stairs. Upon reaching the deck, Shano observed that the merchant fleet had gradually resumed order. The guards, once gathered at the third ship, began returning to their own vessels, suggesting that they would soon set sail again. Consequently, he bid farewell to Ivor and departed from the main ship, making his way to his quarters. Along the way, numerous individuals greeted him with admiration, yet Shano, preoccupied with the anticipation of collecting his rewards, merely nodded absently in acknowledgement. Thus, he navigated through the crowd and finally arrived at his modest abode. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Xiao Luo squatting on the floor, enthusiastically tearing into a spotted sea fish, approximately 70 to 80 centimeters long, caught from who knows where. Upon noticing Shano's entrance, Xiao Luo excitedly gestured with its wings, as if to boast that this was not mere dried fish, but rather a catch it had procured from the sea itself. However, Shano was disinclined to engage with such antics. The overpowering fishy odor in the room was rather suffocating. As Xiao Luo bent its head to continue pecking at the fish, Shano swiftly kicked it out the window and expressionlessly closed it. "Ah, now it's peaceful." Leaning against the wall beside his bed, Shano willed his attribute panel to materialize before him. His gaze swiftly traversed the rows of attributes, landing directly on his backpack. As anticipated, he discovered a gleaming bronze chest occupying an additional slot. "Interesting. Has the system gone awry?" aware that opening the chest required a key obtained through further upgrades. Shano merely took a cursory glance, intending to explore the other rewards. Yet, it was precisely that glance that revealed the astonishing fact that this particular bronze chest was unsealed and could be opened directly. What is this? A benevolent gesture from the game for a common player who has managed to survive amidst a sea of challenges? Oh, speaking of the bronze chest, it was impossible not to recall the 2 chests he had obtained over the past 3 years, which had yielded random hero equipment. 2 years ago, when he opened the first of these chests, he harbored the hope that fortune would finally smile upon him, especially considering the previous 2 occasions where the system had led him astray. Surely, this time it would not be remiss in providing a Sword Saint set to alleviate his trepidation. The outcome is the Gravedigger. The weapon bestowed upon him is a shovel. At that moment, Shano was immensely frustrated, especially since a drunken pirate was wreaking havoc in the restaurant, smashing tables. Without a second thought, he seized the shovel and promptly escorted the ruffian to the seaside, where he unceremoniously kicked both the man and the shovel into the water. Subsequently, with great anticipation, Shano opened another reward, yet the reality was often far more disheartening than fantasy. The random hero was Mundo, and the weapon, a kitchen knife. In truth, this turned out to be rather practical. In the days that followed, this knife became Shano's signature tool as a chef. However, Patty and the others often found themselves bewildered, witnessing Shano's grimace as he sliced meat with the blade. Thus, Shano, weathered by the storms of life, had developed a mindset as steady as a toothpick in a vast barrel, and even upon realizing that the system had lifted the key restrictions, his heart remained undisturbed, perhaps even inclined to nibble on salted fish. You currently possess a bronze chest X1. Would you like to open it? As customary, after his gaze lingered on the chest for 2 seconds, a dialogue box appeared. Ah, yes, Shano murmured weakly to himself. You have opened the bronze chest, which contains a random hero equipment package from Valoran. Please wait as it rotates. All right, continue. Shano commented, shall I take a wild guess? This time it's blind monk, and the weapon is a stinky foot, right? Congratulations, rotation successful. This time's random hero is the Flame of the Mountain, Ornn. You have received Forged Holy Hammer X1, Lava Armor X1, and Fiery Shield X1. Wait a moment. Who? The notifications rang in his ears, and the dazzling new equipment in his backpack left him astonished. Upon hearing the first announcement, Shano leapt from his bed, his face a mask of disbelief as he scrutinized the attributes. The Flame of the Mountain, Ornn? Is that really what it says? After confirming the words, Shano found himself in a state of utter confusion. Who on earth is this? I don't recognize him at all. ISNT, that season driver, Shano? What is this? A Dota hero crashing the party. Before his transmigration, League of Legends had just introduced its 137th hero, the Shadow Reaper, Kayn, and prior to that, Shano had tried every hero. Yet he had never heard of this one in Valoran. Could it be that this hero was released only after his arrival? Wow, impressive system. I never expected you, who usually seems so dull, would have such an ability to update at any moment. After pondering, he concluded that there was no other plausible explanation. Filled with curiosity, Shano swiftly scanned through the equipment in his backpack. Although he was unaware of this hero's background, just hearing the previous announcement suggested it was far superior to any shovel or kitchen knife. However, in the next moment, Shano realized the magnitude of his error, one that was utterly egregious. The Forging Holy Hammer, a sacred artifact utilized by demigods wandering among mortals, can be placed in the backpack inventory for use, enabling the forging function. Under certain conditions, it allows for the enhancement and upgrading of existing weapons, as well as other forging projects. A demigod. Ziano's mouth gaped wide, his voice trembling with excitement. He directed his gaze towards the ceiling, unleashing a boisterous and triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha. At last, I have transcended from the mundane to the extraordinary. With a sudden, forceful gesture, he proclaimed, by the heavens, I am truly no longer burdened by misfortune. The notion of a demigod, a being of such stature in the Valoran realm, was staggering. If endowed with his original powers in the world of pirates, he could easily annihilate vast oceans with a mere flick of his wrist. To his astonishment, the treasure chest he had opened contained a complete set of weapons belonging to a demigod. Prosperity has arrived. Fortune has smiled upon him. Ziano's face flushed with excitement as he quickly focused all his attention on the textual description of the weapon. He pondered its purpose, wondering why it couldn't be wielded directly and instead had to remain in the backpack to activate the forging function. Where, he mused, would he carry out this forging? Just as he was contemplating these questions, Ziano suddenly noticed a new, independent section in the upper right corner of the attribute panel. It contained two square slots, one labeled main and the other sub, along with a long blank bar on the left, accompanied by the bold inscription auxiliary material entry. Chapter 111. The first investment of real money. Is this the forging section? Shano stroked his chin, his gaze subtly shifting to a button located at the bottom of the forging panel. A dialog box swiftly materialized, presenting several options: material forging, fusion forging, enhancement upgrade, and disintegration essence. After a moment of contemplation, Shano noted that the latter two options were grayed out, suggesting that certain conditions must be met for their unlocking. After a period of research, Shano could not discern how to unlock these latter options and thus refocused on the first two, clicking into each to explore their descriptions. Much to his surprise, both options contained textual explanations. After several minutes of reading, he finally grasped the distinctions and purposes of these two functionalities. First and foremost, material forging, as the name suggests, appeared to be the most fundamental feature of the forging panel. By placing a sufficient quantity of materials within, the system would automatically produce weapons, a quintessential display of advanced technology. However, Shano felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that the selectable weapon types seemed limited to traditional melee weapons such as swords and axes. The prospect of crafting an RPG or even a starship weapon like the ship girls remained a distant fantasy. Fusion forging was a more advanced functionality, allowing the merging of two weapons into one. In this process, the primary weapon would be retained, while the secondary weapon would be disintegrated, its essence absorbed into the primary weapon. Upon reaching this point, Shano's eyes brightened. This is useful for me, as a person plagued by obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He had long been troubled by the decision of whether to select Lake Toya or the superior Frostcold. Now, with the forging system at his disposal, he could disintegrate Frostcold and merge it into Lake Toya. How delightful. As for why he wouldn't fuse Lake Toya as the secondary weapon into Frostcold, Shano held steadfast to his reasoning. This sword had been used by a mouse for several months, and his aversion to filth prevented him from wanting to use it. The mere thought of this made Shano feel an itch of urgency, prompting him to hastily retrieve Lake Toya and extract Frostcold from beneath the bed, where it had remained untouched since last night. Just as he was contemplating how to place these two weapons into the forging panel, a line of bold black text suddenly appeared on the attribute panel. You currently possess the weapon Great Knife XX Frostcold and a player-created item Wooden Sword. Would you like to proceed with fusion? What on earth is a player-created item? Are they looking down on us common players? Shano muttered in mild exasperation, then silently nodded in affirmation. Please select the primary weapon. The bold text faded, and a new dialog box emerged. Lake Toya? No, the player-created item, the Wooden Sword. Shano's tone grew increasingly exasperated. Primary weapon confirmed. Secondary weapon, Great Knife XX Frostcold. Upon completion of the fusion, your primary weapon will be reborn. This action is irreversible. Would you like to spend 500 experience points to proceed with the fusion? Of course I confirm. Wait. Shano's eyes widened in disbelief. It requires experience points too? In response to him was the prolonged silence of the system. Truly, one exasperating situation. To think that forging would cost 500 experience points. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to accumulate experience? Shano instinctively raised his gaze to scan his attributes and couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. I barely have over 3,000 experience points. I was on the verge of breaking 4,000 for an upgrade, and now this deduction is so significant. Why don't you go and steal it instead? If it were 3 years ago, it would have been a different story. Now, with his increasing prowess, acquiring substantial experience points had become an almost insurmountable challenge. Just consider the recent battle. He had eradicated over 100 members of the buggy pirates, and yet he received the confirmation. Your hero experience points minus 500. Forging has commenced. Due to your weapon enhancement level being relatively low, the success rate is approximately 95%. Please be patient. What on earth? Shano was taken aback, realizing for the first time that no matter the auxiliary system of any game, its primary purpose was to entice players to spend money. Despite the lamentable intelligence of his character, it too exhibited a heartless greed. Thus, under Shano's furious glare, the experience bar on his attribute panel mercilessly diminished by a large fraction, while the Lake Toya and Frostbite in his hands simultaneously vanished from reality. In the forging panel, a blaze of molten brilliance flashed by, accompanied by the sound of hammering that only Shano could hear. After what felt like an eternity, the radiant light gradually subsided. When he looked again, Frostbite had vanished without a trace, leaving only the sword Lake Toya. Congratulations! The main weapon player crafted item has been successfully forged. Please collect it. Weapon name: Material, refined steel from hardwood hardness, 4569 sharpness, 5172 durability, 8775 special effects. A weapon forged by the hammer of Orn, capable of switching between two forms. It even provided intuitive data for the weapon. How straightforward and blunt, yet I find it quite appealing. Lake Toya reappeared in his grasp, the familiar wooden texture returning to his palm. However, Ziano's attention was wholly captivated by the text description emerging on the attribute panel, especially when he reached the latter part. He was momentarily puzzled, exclaiming, "Two forms to switch between? What on earth does that mean?" The attribute panel did not provide a clear explanation, leaving Ziano to investigate on his own. He held Lake Toya horizontally at eye level, scrutinizing it thoroughly several times before he finally noticed something unusual. The mouth of the carp and the base of the blade seemed different from before. After a moment of contemplation, Ziano formed a conjecture. He suddenly pressed down on the blade with his left hand while gripping the hilt tightly with his right. With a swift, forceful pull in the opposite direction, he exclaimed. A dazzling cold light illuminated Ziano's face in that instant. He looked down in disbelief, only to be astonished to see white patterns emerging along the sides of the carp's mouth and the hilt, while the blade transformed into a pristine white longsword made of refined steel. The original wooden blade of Lake Toya had remarkably become a hollow shell, resembling a scabbard, now held solely in his left hand. Gently lifting the steel-crafted blade, its cold gleam flowed like water. Ziano stared in awe for a considerable time, before beginning to comprehend the meaning behind the weapon's two forms, as stated in the forging panel. A sword within a sword. Chapter 112. Farewell, EC. On the verge of being deceived, Ziano gazed at the longsword that bore an uncanny resemblance to the original Frostcold. Taking a deep breath, he sheathed it back into the wooden scabbard before once again gripping the hilt and slowly drawing it out. This time, what lay before him was no longer a blade of tempered steel, but rather a plain and unadorned old wooden sword, indistinguishable from the original Lake Toya. At this sight, Ziano felt a sense of relief wash over him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Initially, upon seeing the wooden sword, he was somewhat unsettled, believing it merely a facade hiding the transformed Frostcold within. However, he soon realized that the system would never commit such a fundamental error regarding the hierarchy of primary and secondary weapons. Indeed, it became apparent that the wooden sword was merely a deceptive exterior, with the true transformation residing in the blade itself, seemingly influenced by Ziano's own intent. Just as he was pondering this, a dialogue box suddenly appeared on the attribute panel that had yet to be dismissed, its bold black text instantly capturing Ziano's attention. Detection indicates that your current weapon is unique. Would you like to utilize the weapon enhancement opportunity provided? Indeed, there were other rewards. He nearly forgot about them in the midst of this affair. Ziano, with a sudden spark of inspiration, glanced at the Toya lake in his hand and nodded without hesitation. In the next moment, he distinctly felt the Toya lake quiver slightly in his grip. Within less than a second, a new line of text appeared in the dialog box. Congratulations, enhancement successful. Weapon, Toya lake, player-created item, hardness, 7571 sharpness, 8875 durability, 9679 special effect. A weapon forged by the hammer of Orn, with two forms available for transformation. Oh! As Ziano's gaze swept over the new data, he emitted a soft exclamation, his face reflecting a hint of surprise. What is this? The enhancement levels of the two forms differ? In comparison to before, the data for the wooden sword form has skyrocketed, while the standard steel longsword form shows only minimal improvement, swiftly being outclassed. Consequently, the Toya lake, which previously only had slightly superior durability, now boasts comprehensive advantages across all metrics. This indicates that, after the second enhancement, the Toya lake's rank has ascended from a fine swift blade to the status of a grand swift blade of the 21st tier, even surpassing the Frostcold, valued at over 100 million berries. I find myself inexplicably intrigued. With a clearer understanding of the transformation, Ziano felt a surge of excitement. Well, with this development, encountering minor foes will require no more than the swift unsheathing of the sword. Merely using the sheath blade will suffice. For slightly stronger adversaries, the Frostcold form will be adequate, while the true Toya lake form shall remain a formidable artifact reserved for encounters with genuinely powerful opponents. Imagine a day when I could sever the black knife, Yoru, with a mere wooden sword. A glimmer of eager anticipation flickered in Shano's eyes. Indeed, on that day, the possibility was not insignificant. He withdrew his gaze from Lake Toya and redirected it to the attributes panel. Shano recalled that he still had one final reward awaiting him, the random talent point, which he had yet to claim. He was uncertain what this talent point entailed. If it were akin to the talent points in League of Legends, it would be categorized into fundamental talents and keystone talents. According to the rules, one must first invest in the foundational talents to gradually unlock the corresponding keystone talents. With only 9 keystone talents in total, each one appearing in the pirate world could bestow upon him formidable advantages. How exhilarating it would be to acquire the decree of the Thunder Lord, summoning a bolt of lightning from the heavens. Shano mused, his gaze sweeping over the interface until he finally located the claim option beside his inventory. Without hesitation, he opted to receive it. The attributes panel lit up once more with a dialog box. You have utilized the random talent point reward X1, and a talent reward is being randomly generated for you. This feels somewhat ominous. Shano squinted his eyes. This scene bore a resemblance to when he previously opened a bronze chest to randomly rotate heroes. The rotation concluded, and a message appeared. Congratulations. You have obtained the talent point Wanderer. Wanderer, a cunning foundational talent that grants an additional speed boost while in a non-combat state. Currently at level 1. It serves as a prerequisite for learning the Keystone Talent Storm Night Surge. Indeed, it seems that one cannot expect to receive a Keystone Talent as a reward on the first attempt. Ziano was not taken aback by this revelation. Rather, he found the talent bestowed upon him to be quite commendable. His spirits lifted significantly, especially upon observing a rare increase of 3 points in his agility stat on the attribute panel. Enhancing his movement speed felt perfectly suited to him. Indeed, it seemed that today marked a pivotal transition from obscurity to prominence. After claiming all the rewards, Ziano felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As he prepared to depart from the East Sea, these enhancements undoubtedly elevated his capabilities to a new tier, instilling him with greater confidence when facing the myriad challenges of the Grand Line. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, an entire week had elapsed. During this period, the Draman family's convoy advanced toward Reverse Mountain with remarkable efficiency, journeying both day and night. Thanks to the currents and monsoons, by the dusk of the 8th day, the imposing silhouette of the red soil continent finally emerged on the horizon. As its name suggests, the continent is characterized by its predominantly red topsoil. This circular landmass intersects with the Grand Line, creating 2 points of convergence with the similarly circular Grand Line itself. The second intersection is the Holy Land of Mariewa, situated in the heart of the Grand Line, one of the 2 passageways into the New World. The first intersection, however, is the very Reverse Mountain that loomed ahead. As a gateway to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain features 5 waterways arranged in an X formation, with 4 streams flowing towards the summit, and the final one leading into the Grand Line. Each day, countless vessels from the 4 cardinal seas rely on this extraordinary current to navigate toward the Grand Line, and the Draman family's merchant ship, despite its impressive size, was merely a small ripple in this vast torrent. However, Ziano found it peculiar that, although Reverse Mountain was now within sight, all 9 ships of the convoy had simultaneously come to a halt. Initially, he presumed it was due to the turbulent convergence of currents requiring early adjustments. Yet, as he stepped out onto the deck and beheld 3 naval warships silhouetted against the twilight haze, he realized his assumption had been entirely misguided. Mr. Smoker, an unidentified fleet approaches. On the vast expanse of the ocean, the 3 naval ships were lined up in formation. At the center vessel, a black-haired girl with glasses abruptly lowered her telescope and called out, I see it too." Smoker maintained his usual attire, bare-chested with a cigar in his mouth, gazing expressionlessly ahead. Send someone forward to inquire about their origins. If they appear suspicious, initiate a search immediately. Understood. Daki, without hesitation, saluted him and hurriedly made her way toward the communications room in the rear cabin. Before long, a slightly smaller warship on the right received the command and began to close in, gradually approaching the main vessel of the Delamon family's merchant fleet. A naval lieutenant, accompanied by a dozen soldiers, boarded the ship and engaged in conversation with Yalita and others who had come to greet them. What a complication this is. On the third ship, Shano had quietly retreated to the second floor, peering through the porthole to observe the situation. After scanning back and forth between the warship and the main vessel, he furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, 3 warships, you say? This is quite an impressive assembly in the EC. Just whose navy is this? Report. Mr. Smoker, according to Lieutenant Larry's earlier message, this merchant fleet belongs to the Delamon family, and it is led personally by the matriarch of the Delamon family, who is here to conduct trade in the Grand Line. On the deck, Daki, having just set down the snail phone, spoke gravely to Smoker. Ah, the Delamon family, is it? Smoker's brow furrowed slightly. If memory serves, they are one of the largest commercial families in the East Sea, are they not? Indeed, Mr. Smoker. Daki recalled, adding, moreover, according to local family credit records, this family has always maintained a good reputation, with no criminal records, and they have previously aided other naval branches in eradicating several bands of pirates. I see, Smoker replied, narrowing his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he said coolly, since their background poses no issues, let Larry and the others return. Allow them to pass and continue inspecting the next fleet. Our naval branch still requires the support of such prominent local families. We must not offend them too much. Understood. Daki promptly saluted and then took a step back, whispering softly into the snail phone. Moments later, Lieutenant Larry received the order and swiftly withdrew, leading his soldiers back to the warship. With the Navy's clearance, the Delamon family's merchant fleet finally set sail once more, heading toward the horizon where the upside-down mountain awaited. The East Sea's Swordmaster, Gale Shano, withdrew his gaze from the receding fleet, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. His cold eyes fixated on the distant sea as he murmured, to allow such a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million to emerge from the EC is undoubtedly my negligence. No matter what, I must eliminate you in the East Sea. I shall not grant you the opportunity to reach the Grand Line. More than a week ago, the demise of Colonel Mouse and the mastermind, Shano, who managed to retreat unscathed amidst the siege, spread like wildfire throughout the vast seas, igniting significant commotion in numerous locales, including the naval headquarters. Particularly after clarifying the sequence of events and uncovering Shano's other identity as a champion of justice. Many within the Navy felt as though they had been dealt a stinging slap, their faces flushed with indignation. The headquarters vice admiral, a weasel, regarded this incident as one of the greatest humiliations of the year. In light of its gravity, he raised the bounty on Shano to a level far exceeding what was deemed appropriate for the East Blue and subsequently issued a stern command to Smoker, who had recently established his presence in Lowtown, insisting that he must eliminate the still at-large Shano in the shortest possible time, regardless of the consequences. However, the vastness of the East Blue posed a significant challenge, despite Smoker's eagerness to apprehend Shano following the orders from above. It was impractical to scour the seas daily aboard a warship. Thus, he resorted to a more strategic approach, choosing to position himself at the foot of Reverse Mountain during this heightened period of scrutiny, hoping to encounter his elusive target. After all, many notorious pirates, drawn by the allure of fame and fortune, often venture away from their homeland to brave the Grand Line, rendering this choice not without merit. Moreover, the primary objective of his deployment to Lowtown was to quell any nascent threats in this crucial juncture. Therefore, even if fortune did not smile upon him in locating Shano, he could still accrue notable achievements by apprehending lesser pirates who ventured into dangerous waters. Fortunately, no incident transpired. From behind the porthole, as he observed the distance between the naval vessel and his own ship increasing, Shano exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to return to his quarters. Although the ordinary East Blue Navy posed little threat to him at this juncture, context was crucial. At this pivotal moment of nearing Reverse Mountain, he was unwilling to provoke any complications that could delay his journey or cause significant trouble for the merchant fleet willing to transport him. Upon entering his room, Shano closed the door and sat beside his bed, retrieving Zepp's nautical journal, which he read with great interest. The past few days had been rather monotonous. There were no suitable locales aboard for him to hone his skills. Aside from meals, sleep, and occasional playful banter with little Luo, the only respite from boredom came from perusing this journal, which barely sustained his daily routine. It must be said that the experiences of Zepp and his crew were fraught with challenges, and after a cursory glance through the pages, Shano found himself compelled to revisit certain details multiple times, captivated by their narrative. The only regret is that since their arrival at the Shambody archipelago, the entries in this log have come to an abrupt end, leaving Shano utterly in the dark about whether Zepp has ever ventured into the New World. Speaking of which, they are about to traverse Reverse Mountain. After perusing a couple of pages, Shano suddenly recalled something, raising an eyebrow slightly as his gaze drifted to the open window. That rascal, Xiao Luo, seems to have gone fishing this afternoon. It is nearly sunset now. Shouldn't he be returning soon? Chapter 114. An unexpected turn of events. The sun gradually tilted towards the west. The turbulent ocean currents converged before Reverse Mountain, causing the sea surface to be anything but tranquil. Even 3 naval ships, distanced by 7 or 8 miles, were swaying gently amidst the rolling waves. Smoker stood on the deck, silently listening to Tashiji's report. The sky would soon darken, and it wasn't uncommon for vessels to attempt crossing Reverse Mountain at this hour. In just a short time, the Navy had already searched 2 more fleets. Mr. Smoker. Tashiji hesitated for a moment after concluding her report, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Since it will be night soon, should we return to Logtown early to rest? We have been busy all day, and I noticed many soldiers appearing somewhat disgruntled. Disgruntled? Smoker scoffed softly, narrowing his eyes. What reason do they have to complain? They slack off during training, but when it comes to field missions, they push and shove each other. It's been 3 months since we arrived in the East Blue. And haven't you noticed the disparity between these individuals and the elite soldiers we brought from headquarters? But we cannot entirely blame them, can we? Tashigi furrowed her brow. After all, this is merely the East Blue. Its environment and resources cannot be compared to the Grand Line. Differences in physical abilities are to be expected. Physical capability is but one aspect. What matters more is tenacity and conviction. Smoker slightly shook his head, replying coolly, Tashigi, you must understand. This is precisely why the two groups. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry echoed from the sky, interrupting his words. Smoker frowned and glanced upwards, catching sight of a shadow darting through the crimson clouds. A Black Hawk? Smoker paused, his eyes flickering with a hint of recollection. As he observed the shadow plunging like a shooting star towards a ship belonging to the Draman trading fleet in the distance, his pupils dilated, and he roared, Tashigi. Yes, sir. Tashigi, startled and somewhat bewildered, quickly stood at attention, saluting sharply. Order all naval ships to turn around and proceed at full speed. Smoker barked. Intercept them before the Draman family fleet attempts to cross Reverse Mountain. Understood, sir. Daki responded without hesitation, her voice resonating clearly. Yet a wave of bewilderment washed over her face as she softly inquired, but Mr. Smog, did you not previously mention that we should not provoke such prominent families from the East Blue too severely? Why is it different now? Smog, his gaze fixated on the retreating merchant fleet, exuded an air of chilling determination, replied, under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. However, the present situation is far from ordinary. Our esteemed swordsman from the East Blue, Shano, is concealed among those merchant vessels. Shano? Daki was momentarily taken aback, her delicate features reflecting disbelief. After a brief hesitation, as if contemplating further questions, she ultimately remained silent, biting her lip in a moment of resolve before hastily making her way to the communication room. A soft knock echoed suddenly, rousing Shano, who had been engrossed in the nautical log by his bedside. Without a second thought, he hurriedly descended from his bed to open the door. Upon seeing the visitor, a smile illuminated his face. What brings you here, Uncle Wu Zhuang? Is there something amiss? Standing at the threshold was indeed Wu Zhuang, whose leg injury had largely healed over the past few days, the bandages now removed. With a warm and cheerful demeanor, he replied, nothing urgent. Just a reminder that we shall soon commence our passage over Reverse Mountain. If I recall correctly, this is your first venture into the Grand Line, dear Shano. Would you care to join me on the deck for a glimpse? Huh? Have we already arrived at Reverse Mountain? Shano expressed his surprise, contemplating for a moment before responding with a gentle smile. Very well. I suppose it will be quite tumultuous shortly, and remaining in the cabin would be rather restless. Grabbing his Lake Toya, Shano followed Wu Zhuang downstairs. Coincidentally, just as they stepped out of the cabin, they were greeted by a sight of little Luo descending from the sky with a large fish clutched in its beak, landing on the deck with glee and eagerly approaching him. Xiano paid no heed to it, and, alongside Womura, arrived at the railings at the bow of the deck. Indeed, as Womura had previously stated, the caravan was now situated directly beneath the majestic upside-down mountain. The waters on either side surged with increasing ferocity, ultimately converging before the mountain, swirling upwards and creating a peculiar current that flowed against the tide. Looking around, they observed that the sails of all the ships in the caravan were fully unfurled, and the crew had largely emerged from their cabins, each person appearing busy and hurried, making final preparations for the imminent ascent of the upside-down mountain. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from behind, startling the people aboard the vessels, who turned in confusion. In the next instant, everyone's faces contorted in terror as they beheld a barrage of black cannonballs hurtling from the sky, crashing into the waters near the caravan, sending waves of air rippling and causing several merchant ships to jolt violently. It's the Navy. The Navy is firing upon us. Someone shouted in panic. No, they are not firing at us. It is a warning. Womura's expression was grave, yet he remained significantly calmer than the others, quickly discerning the situation. The Navy was intentionally firing to the sides, attempting to compel them to halt. Xiano remained silent, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance at the 3 warships advancing towards them, a sense of foreboding gradually rising within him. Indeed, the next moment, a voice amplified by a loudspeaker resonated from the direction of the ships. It belonged to a middle-aged man, rugged, and commanding. Each word articulated with utmost clarity. To the Delamont family merchant fleet, we are the naval forces of Rogtown in the East Sea. We hereby issue the following announcement. A bounty of 89 million berries is placed on the notorious pirate, Swift-Wind Swordsman Yasuo, who is highly likely to be concealed among your merchant vessels. To avoid unnecessary risks, please halt your ships immediately, cooperate with the Navy, and submit to inspection. Repeat. To avoid unnecessary risks, please halt your ships and cooperate with the inspection. On the deck, the previously cacophonous clamor gradually subsided into an eerie silence. Countless astonished gazes converged towards the center of the deck, ultimately fixating upon Yasuo. Gulp. The sound of a young guard swallowing hard shattered the stillness aboard the ship. He stared incredulously at Yasuo. Disbelief etched across his face. Is Master Yasuo a pirate? And a pirate with a bounty of 89 million berries? How could this be? Is the Navy lying? Or has Master Yasuo deceived us? At this moment, not only he, but all the crew members could not help but voice their doubts. Upon witnessing Yasuo's continued silence, they exchanged anxious glances, their expressions reflecting panic as they instinctively retreated towards the periphery. Chapter 115. Turning back to the waves. Silence. Everyone, quiet down. At last, seeing the crew's reaction, Woomera could no longer contain himself. He bellowed, "What is everyone panicking for? So what if he's a pirate? Does his identity alone mean that Master Yasuo will harm you? If that were the case, why did he save you before? Are you all devoid of reason? Do you possess no ability to discern right from wrong? What is there to be afraid of?" Instantly, the crowd fell silent. After exchanging glances, most wore expressions of hesitation. The young guard looked at Yasuo and stammered, "But there is no but." Woomera shot him a glare, interrupting his words. Then, with a furrowed brow, he turned to Yasuo and whispered, "Master Yasuo, what should we do now?" His inquiry regarding what to do was not about how to calm the crew, but rather how to confront the relentless pursuit of the Navy. Indeed, it is somewhat troublesome. What Woomera did not expect was that, at this moment, Yasuo displayed a hint of a smile, although he was uncertain why the Navy had suddenly changed their stance. Since this predicament had arisen due to his actions, it was only fitting that he alone bear the burden. "Uncle Woomera," Yasuo glanced towards the main ship and said, "You all may proceed. The sky is growing dark. Delaying further will only increase the difficulty of traversing the inverted mountain." Wutsun was taken aback. "And what about you?" "Do not worry about me. I assure you I will be fine." Yasuo gently shook his head, inhaled deeply, and with a smile, waved goodbye to the crew members who remained. "So farewell, everyone." At that moment, the silent figure of Shano, who had been crouched nearby, suddenly unfurled his wings with great synchronicity. Yasuo mounted him securely, and Shano stood tall, his over 3-meter frame appearing quite imposing, with piercing eagle eyes gleaming ominously, exuding an air of intimidation. After a few powerful flaps of his wings, Shano soared into the sky, propelling Yasuo upward. "Lord Yasuo!" Wutsun finally regained his senses and shouted urgently, but the dark streak was already fading into the distance, leaving no sound of the merchant ship behind. Wutsun could only lower his voice and murmur a prayer. "Please be careful." Caw! The sharp cry of the eagle pierced the heavens, echoing across the vast expanse, reaching every soldier aboard the naval vessel. Colonel Smuker. The target has separated from the Draman family's convoy and is heading towards us. A naval lieutenant, holding a telescope, suddenly turned pale and shouted, "What about the Draman family? Did they not stop?" Smoker inquired with a slight frown. "Report, negative." The lieutenant raised the telescope for confirmation before responding loudly. "The Draman convoy consists of 9 ships, none of which show any signs of stopping. Only the target and his falcon are returning." "Very well, I understand." Smoker nodded slightly, gazing at the dark streak approaching from the horizon. Emotionless, he drew the white 10-handed weapon from his back. "Dasky, relay the command. The ships are to halt their advance. All soldiers should load their ammunition and prepare for battle." "Yes, Mr. Smoker. 3 warships have all rallied. Their number should be considerable." On the broad back of the eagle, Yasuo slightly leaned forward, squinting against the oncoming gale as he surveyed the distant scene on the sea. After all, they were merely the East Sea Navy, and dealing with them should not prove too challenging. However, the next moment, when he noticed a naval officer standing resolutely on the deck of the central warship, bare-chested and white-haired, his expression abruptly froze. "What the?" Yasuo opened his eyes, a hint of exasperation gradually appearing on his face. "Smoke man, there is still a full 6 years until the onset of the pirate saga, and yet this fellow has already arrived in the East Sea. Moreover, he has crossed paths with me. This could prove to be quite troublesome." With a slight furrow of his brow, Ziano swiftly adjusted his mindset, his thoughts racing like lightning. According to his original plan, he intended to retreat alone, swiftly eliminating his pursuers to render the 3 naval ships powerless, and then have little Luo take him back. After all, traveling to the Grand Line was far safer aboard a merchant ship from the Draman family, as the height of Reverse Mountain was beyond the capabilities of the still underage little Luo to navigate directly. However, now, amidst a crew of hapless naval soldiers, the sudden emergence of Smoker as a formidable opponent escalates the difficulty manifold. After all, Ziano has yet to master hockey, making the task of defeating Smoker far more challenging than vanquishing Buggy. Boom! Just as he was lost in contemplation, a sudden, piercing sound of air slicing through reached his ears. Startled, Ziano quickly glanced downward, only to realize he had nearly entered the firing range of the naval ships. The 3 warships were now unleashing a barrage of cannon fire at him, countless shells raining down toward his position. Who do they think they're trying to intimidate? Ziano curled his lips in disdain. The height of several hundred meters certainly made it absurd for the gunpowder technology in the pirate world to reach him. Nevertheless, despite the lack of genuine threat posed by the cannonballs, he felt a rising ire within, since they had gone to such lengths without a word. Ignoring the deafening roar of cannon fire, Ziano gazed coldly at the warships on the distant sea. Let them come. Damn it, what is it but a smoke man? I have neither provoked nor offended you. Yet here you are, defecating on my doorstep. How can I possibly tolerate that? Taking a deep breath, Ziano gently patted the head of Xiao Luo, who immediately understood. With a powerful flap of her wings, she let out a piercing cry that echoed through the skies, then dove down toward the sea. As they approached, Ziano gradually entered the range of the Navy's cannon fire, their figures becoming increasingly discernible below. How bold of them to descend. On the deck, Smoker, who had been gazing slightly upward at the sky, took in the scene with a cold snort. Suddenly, he stomped on the deck, his lower body swiftly becoming ethereal. Amidst the billowing white smoke, his figure shot upward to confront Ziano in the heights. Then leave him to me, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 89 million berries, the Gale Swordsman, Ziano. Today shall be his end. As for the excuse for my absence, let's be honest. I have been catching up on One Punch Man these past few days, and tonight, before writing, I clicked on the 6th episode, intending to finish it before getting to work. However, here I am, now watching the 10th episode. Damn, it's truly captivating. I can't stop. I even lost all desire to play Infinite Firepower. How did I, in 2015, completely miss this anime? I sincerely apologize. There will be no update tonight. So no need to wait, esteemed readers. I owe a total of 16 chapters, 7 for normal updates and 7 for rewards, all accumulated due to my negligence. Saitama-sensei, I humbly ask for your assistance in making up for this lapse. Chapter 116, Face the Gale. Part 1, with a hiss. The smoke fruit was activated to its fullest extent, propelling Smoker to a speed that rivaled that of cannonballs. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters in the air, his white tin hands tightly gripping as he slashed down towards the descending Ziano. Just in time. On the back of the eagle, Ziano's gaze sharpened. His movements betrayed no hesitation. With a swift draw of his sword, like flowing clouds in water, a glimmer of cold light flashed as Lake Toya was cleaved downward, crashing into the tin hands with a thunderous impact. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Ziano felt a fierce force transmit through the blade, numbing his hands. Even Xiao Luo beneath him slowed considerably due to the sheer force of the impact. Truly, he was a formidable elite hailing from the Navy headquarters. A shiver ran through Shano's heart. Judging for their recent confrontation, Smoker's strength seemed to be on par with his own. Continuing their aerial entanglement would likely yield no swift victory, so he resolved to engage on the deck below. After all, speed was his true forte, rather than sheer power. Having made his decision, Shano hesitated no longer, as Smoker launched another barrage of jabs. He merely deflected them with a slight gesture before urging Xiao Luo to swiftly dart through the haze, diving downward. Noticing this, Smoker quickly turned his head, narrowing his eyes with a glint of cold determination. So you prefer not to battle me in the air. At least you possess some awareness. In truth, Smoker himself wished to avoid a protracted aerial skirmish. He was merely utilizing the propulsion of his smoke fruit to momentarily ascend, a state that could not be sustained for long. As Shano approached the deck, Smoker wasted no time and pursued him closely. On the central warship, a naval sergeant, observing the rapid descent of the Black Falcon that narrowly brushed past Smoker, urgently called out, "Everyone, be alert. The target is heading our way." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the naval soldiers shifted, a tense atmosphere rapidly enveloping them. However, a naval commander, the highest-ranking officer present aside from Smoker, stepped forward. With Smoker absent, he swiftly assumed command, drawing his sword skyward and commanding in a grave tone, "Stay calm. All soldiers prepare to fire. At my signal, concentrate your fire and eliminate the target." Yes. With clear orders given, the soldiers regained their composure. Instantly, hundreds of gun barrels were aimed at the approaching Black Falcon, and at the commander's decisive shout, they simultaneously pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a barrage of bullets erupted, their whistling sound resembling a fierce storm, creating an overwhelming spectacle. However, in the face of such a formidable assault, Shano's expression remained unperturbed. He tightened his grip on the sword resting on Lake Toya and, in a swift motion, slashed horizontally from left to right at the low altitude before him. In that fleeting moment, as the blade descended, the air currents at low altitude seemed to pause. An invisible sword chi erupted from the tip of his sword, surging forth with an irresistible force. And all the bullets that collided with this sword chi were cleaved in twain, plummeting toward the sea below without even a moment's delay. Upon witnessing this, Shano slightly nodded, glancing back at the approaching Smoker. He gently patted the eagle's back, prompting Little Lot to accelerate, continuing their flight towards the central warship. Thus, Shano effortlessly traversed through the hail of gunfire, akin to partaking in a meal, ultimately landing on the deck amidst the astonished gazes of the naval soldiers below. Almost as soon as he touched down, Shano dismounted from the eagle, while Little Lot, in perfect synchrony, took to the skies in the opposite direction of the pursuing Smoker, swiftly vanishing into the clouds. Merely 2 or 3 seconds later, Smoker landed on the deck, but unlike Shano, a choking white smoke began to spread around him, causing nearby naval soldiers to cough violently. "Ah, there are quite a number of them," Shano mused, surveying the naval soldiers while gripping the Lake Toya, an excited glint flickering in his eyes. "This is a veritable trove of experience points. If I can engage in a thrilling battle, perhaps I can recover the experience points lost in the system's crafting column." With this thought, Shano couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems that the earlier skirmish has bolstered your confidence." Just then, Smoker's indifferent voice drifted over. Following the sound, Shano noticed Smoker slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, regarding him with a rather aloof gaze. "Is this pride warranted merely for having withstood one of my strikes? Indeed, I have overestimated you." Ziano's eyes suddenly grew vacant as he gazed at Smoker, a strong urge to inform the stoic man of his misunderstanding bubbling within him. However, why bother with words when one could simply act? With his aura firmly locked on his Smoker, he lunged forward, initiating a swift strike in an instant. In a fleeting moment, Ziano transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Where did he go? The soldiers of the Navy stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of a living, breathing individual right before them, their gazes darting around in confusion, just as they began to doubt their own senses. A dark silhouette suddenly flickered in the air behind Smoker. In a swift motion, Ziano thrust his sword towards Smoker's heart. With a soft sound, the blade pierced through Smoker's body with almost no resistance. Yet that was all it accomplished. In the next moment, the area where the sword had struck began to shimmer and fade, revealing that Smoker had sustained no injury. Instead, a dense cloud of smoke erupted from the wound, enveloping the arm that wielded the sword. Indeed, it seemed that the attack had little effect. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Shano withdrew without hesitation. His initial strike was merely a curious experiment with the smoke for it, devoid of any expectation of inflicting real harm upon Smoker. However, despite lacking hockey and the ability to directly damage a Logia user, he was still a master swordsman, a swift wind swordsman at that. If it had been any other elemental fruit, he might not have even looked back, having fled far away. Yet, Smoker's body was composed of smoke. With sufficient wind, what smoke could not be dispersed? Chapter 117, Confronting the Tempest. Part 2 was at speed a technique known as Saru. Meanwhile, having disregarded Shano's slash, Smoker narrowed his eyes, his gaze towards Shano now tinged with a hint of cold malice. Indeed, such a perilous adversary should be dealt with swiftly. With this thought, Smoker ceased to hold back. Taking a leisurely puff of his cigar, he slowly raised his left arm, directing at the distant Shano, and expressionlessly uttered, "White snake." In an instant, a hissing sound erupted as Smoker's arm quickly transformed into smoke, swirling and reshaping itself like a colossal python, roaring forth toward Shano. Shano, reacting with alacrity, did not hesitate to execute a horizontal slash, meeting the serpentine smoke head-on in a resounding clash. Useless. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, coldly regarded the depths of the smoke, dismissing such an attack as laughable in the face of his abilities. Laughable indeed, yet a thunderous shout abruptly interrupted his musings. Startled, Smoker turned towards the sound, only to find, to his astonishment, that his serpent-like smoke had been cleaved into several segments, while Shano had already darted several meters away, leaping high and aiming a downward strike at his forehead. With a sharp thrust, confronted with the blade, descending like a tempest, Smoker coldly snorted, transforming his entire body into smoke, causing Shano's charged attack to once again miss its mark. Not this trick again. As his sword plunged into the smoke, the sensation of striking something soft and unyielding was deeply unsettling for Shano. He retracted his blade, preparing to leap out of the smoke to launch his next offensive when suddenly, a chill surged up his spine, a sense of impending danger washing over him. Without a moment's thought, he drew his sword in a defensive stance and swiftly turned to slash upward. Clang! A dull thud resonated through the air, swiftly followed by the jarring sound of metal scraping against metal and the flicker of sparks igniting. Confronted by the sudden appearance of a white, multi-armed figure before him, Shano's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he slid the blade of his sword through the gap in the figure's arms, exerting a forceful push that sent it reeling back. In an instant, he flicked his wrist, unleashing a devastating slash that pierced through Smoker's throat. Futile, the latter scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the location where the blade had struck, from which faint wisps of smoke began to billow, as he parried Shano's attack with his arms. A mere thought summoned countless tendrils of white smoke to detach from his upper body, swirling menacingly toward Shano, who stood but a breath away. I once harbored some reservations regarding your title as a swordsman, Smoker remarked, his tone dripping with condescension. Yet after this encounter, it is evident that you, a mere fish from East Blue, are utterly oblivious to the concept of hockey. With this in mind, your chances of victory are non-existent. It would be wise for you to surrender without further delay. Oh, so your focus has been fixated on the trivial matter of whether or not I possess hockey all along. Xano had long since maximized his venomous attributes. Upon hearing this, he rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, no wonder you, even after acquiring a natural fruit, remain nothing more than a mere underdog in a place like the Grand Line. Smoker's expression immediately turned frosty. What did you say? It seemed that the remark had struck a nerve. Xano curled his lips in disdain, swiftly retreating as he faced the encroaching mass of vines. Yet, there was no hint of panic on his face. Rather, a glimmer of eager anticipation shone in his eyes. At this very moment, atop the sword's tip above Lake Toya, a nearly translucent wave of energy rippled gently. Gripping the hilt of his sword with resolve, Xano abruptly halted his retreat. In the astonished gaze of Smog across from him, he unsheathed his sword in an instant. The cold blade shimmered with a brilliant white light, entwined with the whispers of the wind that swirled around him, rising slightly as he unleashed a single, powerful strike. In that fleeting moment, a tumultuous wave of energy erupted from the deck, sweeping outward with terrifying force. Caught off guard, the naval soldiers staggered, some even tumbling to the ground. As they regained their footing and gazed back toward the encircling chaos, they found themselves engulfed in utter shock. The once gentle sound of wind ceased abruptly, and a colossal tornado, towering at least 10 meters high, materialized on the deck, rushing toward the slightly dazed Smog amidst the howling winds, with the fury of the tempest unleashed. Boom! The sound of the wind pierced the sound barrier, resonating like thunder. Along its path, both the manifested smoky vines and Smog's very form were swiftly thinned and dissipated, offering no resistance against the ferocity of the tornado. What in the world is happening? This man's swordsmanship has reached such a terrifying pinnacle? How infuriating! Is this truly the strength of a swordmaster? In an instant, the naval soldiers displayed expressions of sheer panic, retreating in clusters. But it was not over yet. Scanning his surroundings, Xano flashed a smile, forcibly suppressing the fatigue that surged through his body. This was the first time he had unleashed his full power. The tornado he had conjured was several times larger than any previous attempt, nearly exhausting 30 to 40% of his stamina. However, this was merely the beginning. With a swift motion, a chilling light re-emerged, and several sword energies surged forth in rapid succession amidst the still lingering shockwaves. In a mere few seconds, Xano executed a series of flying slashes in various directions. The sword energies danced like fireflies and glistened like snow, their coldness palpable as they intertwined like a web. Some angled toward the ship's mast, while others pierced through the crowd, cutting a swath of devastation. Regardless of their trajectory, the destructive power of the sword energies was unequivocally demonstrated. The white sails, emblazoned with the Navy's blue insignia, crumbled under the assault, while the soldiers poised with their weapons found themselves either dead or grievously injured from the onslaught of sword energy. In that moment, the cacophony of explosions and screams merged into a horrifying symphony, while the tornado continued to roar with fury. The entire warship resembled a hellish slaughterhouse, gradually stained by the spreading crimson, witnessing the ebbing of countless lives. How exhilarating! Shano, who has witnessed all of this, displays not a trace of discomfort upon his face. Over the past 3 years, he has transformed into the Reaper of the Night, having committed countless acts of slaughter at sea, gradually becoming somewhat indifferent to the grim reality. Yet at this moment, everything is strikingly different. The significant elevation of his target's identity and strength, coupled with the increased difficulty of combat, has caused a surge of hormones within him, allowing him to once again experience a long-forgotten thrill of excitement in battle. If a mere smoker from the East Sea can evoke such feelings, what might the true titans of the Grand Line inspire? Shano licked his lips, the fervor in his gaze intensifying. For the first time, he felt a tremendous anticipation for the world beyond the inverted mountain he was about to scale. Taking a deep breath, he redirected his focus to the severely wounded Navy personnel, narrowing his eyes as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, Lake Toya. Regardless of whether they were Navy or pirates, he harbored no intention of sparing anyone who dared to confront him. This is the world of pirates, where the law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong survive while the weak perish. There exists only allegiance, devoid of right or wrong. Chapter 118, Slaughter. Let the carnage commence. Seizing the moment while Smoker remains incapacitated, a cold glint flashes in Shano's eyes as he steps forward to strike. With a subtle push of his toes, he leaves behind a series of afterimages before launching himself into the fray with terrifying speed, penetrating the ranks of the Navy soldiers. The glint of his blade dances through the air, countless streams of blood erupting as, under his overwhelming prowess, ordinary soldiers and petty officers alike meet their demise before they can even discern his face. The only one capable of withstanding Shano's assault is the lieutenant colonel who had commanded the soldiers to open fire. However, before he can even breathe a sigh of relief, he is horrified to see his sword shatter into two under the shockwave of the previous clash. The subsequent strike effortlessly rends his throat asunder. Is this man a monster? Mr. Lieutenant Colonel was dispatched so swiftly, we stand no chance of victory. Where is Colonel Smoker? Why hasn't he intervened? Could he have perished in the recent maelstrom? It must be so. Everyone flee. We have 2 warships remaining. If we swim to them, that fiend cannot touch us. In the wake of witnessing the gruesome fates of their comrades and superiors, the remaining Navy soldiers aboard the warship succumb to utter panic. Even some Navy officers can no longer contain their fraying emotions, scrambling in a frantic rush toward the stern of the ship alongside their subordinates. However, Yasuo, showed no mercy to those who had fled. With a slight snort, he pursued them towards Lake Toya, relentlessly chasing after them. Unsurprisingly, most of the naval soldiers barely made it to the edge of the railing, perishing instead in the onslaught of the sword energy that surged from behind. Ultimately, only a scant few naval personnel managed to leap into the sea, desperately swimming towards the remaining warships amidst the tumultuous currents. Occasionally, one would glance back, hoping to see if Yasuo was in pursuit. At that moment, their eyes were filled solely with terror. A demon. Indeed, at this juncture, Yasuo had transcended the label of a mere monster in the eyes of the surviving naval soldiers. The term Great Pirate could no longer encapsulate the dread he instilled. Only the cold-blooded demon could accurately describe the horrific impression Yasuo left in their hearts. The mere thought that they had dared to provoke such a being sent shivers through their bodies, causing their scalps to tingle. And some even harbored resentment towards Smoker in their hearts. At the railing, observing the remnants of the naval forces swimming farther away, Yasuo chose not to pursue. Although the 2 other naval vessels remained unaware of the reason for their inaction, they had already aimed their heavy cannons in this direction, ostensibly to cover the soldiers' retreat. Exhausted from exertion, Yasuo doubted his ability to navigate through a hail of cannonballs and emerge unscathed. Furthermore, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Turning around, his gaze fell upon the deck a mere 10 meters away, where the wind had begun to die down, soon to vanish entirely. Yasuo's physical state could no longer sustain the magnitude of a tornado. Nevertheless, a serene expression graced his face as he exhaled contentedly, approaching the bow of the ship with the demeanor of one leisurely enjoying a performance. On the deck, the tumult gradually subsided. The smoke that had been swept away by the fierce winds silently converged back towards the center. Just as these wisps coalesced into a humanoid form, a detached voice emerged. So, you can wield the power of the wind? No wonder you are dubbed the Gale Swordsman. Amidst the smoke, Smoker's visage gradually came into focus. Casting a glance at the scene of scattered corpses in the distance, anger began to surface in his eyes as he glared at the bloodied Shano nearby. However, without hockey, no matter how powerful the wind, it cannot harm me. Thus, Shano, this is where it ends. Oh, is that so? Shano was leisurely wiping the blood from the blade of his sword when, upon hearing a remark, he seemed to recall something. He glanced at Smoker with a hint of playful mockery and said, "While I certainly lack the imposing presence, tell me, Colonel Smoker, have you perhaps misplaced something?" Smoker momentarily froze, and as he pondered over the words, he sensed an unsettling void. When his entire being transitioned from smoke to corporeal form, he was taken aback to discover that the white jutty he had been firmly grasping had inexplicably vanished. What? Smoker's expression shifted dramatically, his composure shattered. He intended to search for his jutty, but from the corner of his eye, he was astonished to find the very spot where Shano had just been was now utterly vacant. "I'm right here, where are you looking?" At that moment, a soft chuckle echoed behind him. Smoker's pupils constricted, and before he could turn around, an icy sensation coursed down his spine, followed by the sickening sound of a blade piercing flesh. Blood began to trickle down, creating a rhythmic patter as it struck the ground. The pain, long absent, surged back, fiery and intense, spreading from the wound. Stunned, Smoker looked down in disbelief, only to witness the sharp white jutty emerging from his chest. With a sudden eruption, blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the deck beneath him. Weak and trembling, Smoker sank to his knees, acutely aware of life's essence swiftly ebbing away. He struggled to lift his head and managed to utter a few words. "How did you know?" However, the moment the jutty remained lodged within him and twisted violently, Smoker's words were abruptly silenced. His sturdy frame stiffened momentarily before collapsing to the ground, eyes wide with shock, veins bulging at his temples, unmistakably lifeless. "You were about to inquire how I knew that the tip of your jutty was crafted from sea prism stone, correct?" With a flick of his wrist, Shano withdrew his 10 blades, gazing at the lifeless body of the white hunter before him. He smirked, lazily muttering to himself as he stretched and stood up. "I would love to enlighten you, but alas, the villain often meets their demise due to excessive chatter. You, an elite of the Navy headquarters, might already be adept in the 6 powers. If I do not slay you, how can I feel secure traversing the upside-down mountain? Furthermore, you, a natural devil fruit user, persistently wielding sea prism stone weaponry to provoke other ability users, are inadvertently exposing your vulnerabilities. Have you no awareness of your precarious position, having become such a mere shadow of your former self?" Chapter 119. No need to gather the wind? Having finished his lament, Shano surveyed his surroundings. Blood stained the ground nearby. Silence enveloped the scene, and in the distance, 2 Navy ships hastily set their sails, fleeing with palpable trepidation. Clearly, upon witnessing the gruesome spectacle and the downfall of Admiral Smoker, the remaining Navy personnel had lost all fighting spirit, eager to vacate these waters at the earliest opportunity. Seeing this, Shano hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to pursue, but when he turned to find the Drammond family's merchant ship navigating the currents of the upside-down mountain, he promptly abandoned the idea. He swiftly called down Little Low and leaped onto the back of his eagle, setting off in pursuit. The evening sky blazed with magnificent hues, and the fiery clouds swirled in a tumultuous dance. High above, the sharp, cold wind struck his face, reminding him that winter had indeed arrived. "It's still a bit chilly," he mused, tightening his coat and rubbing his numbed hands together. As he gazed into the distance, estimating the distance to the merchant ship and confirming he could catch up, a slight grin spread across his face, easing his mind. "Well, it seems I can finally make my way to the Grand Line in peace." Speaking of which, Smoker truly brought this upon himself, of all the people to provoke. He chose to antagonize Shano, a cunning individual. It is worth noting that whether during his time on Andric Island or after 3 years of growth, Shano's temperament had remained largely unchanged. He was indeed disinclined to meddle in others' affairs, but should someone seek him out, he would unleash his fury, leaving the opponent unrecognizable to their own parents. "Good grief, we are on the brink of leaving the East Blue, and yet you insist on stopping me, firing cannons without hesitation. Do you truly believe I possess an amiable disposition? Have you forgotten the fate of the pirate crew that was completely annihilated? The very name that sends shivers down the spines of all pirates in the East Blue. Do you think it is merely a hollow reputation?" Shano inwardly scoffed. "Speaking of which, Over the past 3 years, the number of lies he had claimed was no fewer than 800, if not 1,000. One could only blame his overly low-key approach during this period, which allowed the arrogant smoker to perceive him as nothing more than a soft target. Upon their first encounter, Smoker had aimed to eliminate him, but Shano could only express his apologies. After all, their positions were inherently adversarial. Given that Smoker was an immensely talented user of a Logia fruit, it would be foolish to allow such an opportunity to pass. Should he treat him like that Navi Luffy, sparing him for the sake of rivalry in the New World? Absurd. He had no intention of losing face. Being hunted while granting mercy was akin to being a floundering fish. Casting a glance back, he observed the solitary warship adrift beneath the setting sun, its damaged mast and capsized sails presenting a picture of desolation. Shano curled his lip and turned away. Speaking of which, his gaze swept across the captured sword, and a rare glimmer of anticipation ignited in his eyes. This was a weapon embedded with sea prism stone. If he could synthesize it in the forge and transfer its properties to Lake Toya, merely imagining it was delightful. As a man of action, Shano was resolute. He promptly opened his attribute panel. However, as soon as he did, he was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened as he realized something extraordinary. He quickly redirected his gaze back. At that moment, the experience progress bar had surged significantly to the right, and the previously stagnant hero level had finally shown signs of change. Name: Shano Hero Level. Level 6, 40, 256. 000. Strength, 70 Agility. 86 Wind Swordsmanship. Intermediate Proficiency, 123. 703, 0000 Skills. Steel Slash. Level 3. Forward Slash. Level 2. Live to Die. Indomitable. Not yet mastered. Requires advanced proficiency in Wind Swordsmanship. Wind Barrier. Not yet mastered. Requires advanced proficiency in Wind Swordsmanship. Gale Severing Slash. Not yet mastered. Requires master-level proficiency in Wind Swordsmanship. Reputation. Somewhat renowned what? His experience had surged by over 700 points? Shano counted on his fingers, utterly astonished. Goodness. Smoker's experience reward was astonishingly high. Previously, when he was in the forge at Lake Toya with Frostbite, he had around 800 experience points. But after being robbed of 500 by that frustrating forge, he was left with just over 300. Yet, after defeating so many naval soldiers, he was still far from recovering that amount. And now, just from Smoker alone, he had gained over 300 experience points, enabling him to level up with ease. Truly, Smoker was renowned in the Navy for being a formidable opponent, a veritable human experience automaton. Xianhua chuckled softly, and then quickly turned his attention to the backpack compartment. Although he had disabled the voice notifications of the system, it did not impede the distribution of rewards. As he had anticipated, his 6-slot backpack was now brimming with items. In addition to the hero equipment he had yet to discard, a bronze chest had notably appeared. Beside the backpack compartment, a prompt materialized, indicating that he currently had 1 skill point available. He decided to attempt to open the bronze chest. However, there was no immediate reaction. It seemed that the system remained as it always had, its nature unlikely to change easily. The previous occasion when a key was granted alongside a reputation upgrade was merely a rare exception. As for the skill point, Shano gazed upward at the skill bar, and at present, his active skills were limited to the forward slash and the steel slash. The passive skill to live and die could not be manually allocated. During his last upgrade of the forward slash, he found it to have little impact, seemingly only reducing stamina consumption slightly. In contrast, the steel slash, upon reaching level 3, unleashed a whirlwind with a force 2 or 3 times greater than before. It was precisely this power that enabled him to momentarily counter the abilities of the Smoke Man aboard the warship, allowing him to seize the opponent's sea stone weapon. Otherwise, as the battle prolonged, he would have found himself in a far more precarious situation. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, Shano resolved to upgrade the steel slash first. With a subtle flash of light, the suffix description of the steel slash in his skill bar silently transitioned from level 3 to 4. A brand new skill introduction emerged under Shano's astonished gaze. Steel slash, level 4 strike forward. The fierce sword energy will cleave everything in your path. Upon impact, the steel slash will rapidly accumulate the essence of the Gale sword, and after expending a greater cost than a normal strike, it will generate a whirlwind capable of sending enemies flying. The old salt's grievance last night, after a new chapter was released. Some individuals began to stir discontent in the review section, claiming that the protagonist character had collapsed, that the author had lost their way, and speculating on the future direction of the plot. I was truly at a loss for words. Please, esteemed readers, I possess a comprehensive outline. Can the demise of Smoker truly derail the narrative? Such a notion underestimates my capabilities. If Ziano had not been wanted, it might have been different. But now that he is face to face with the Navy, what courtesy remains? Do you not believe that if he were to let them escape, more readers would emerge to criticize me for being too merciful and leaving potential threats? This story does not tread the path of darkness. The protagonist will not engage in indiscriminate slaughter, and he has always maintained his principles and boundaries. Nevertheless, when adversaries come seeking to kill you, must you not retaliate? Should one allow a sworn enemy to linger through the new year? At any rate, there are only a few pirate fanfictions worth reading on the starting point. I also enjoy Pirate Codex, Supercard System. If you feel so inclined, why not create your own and attempt to surpass me? Authors have their tempers too. I admit my usual update pace can be sluggish, but I assure you, each chapter is crafted with care, devoid of malicious intent, plagiarism, or excessive filler. As a novice writer, it often takes me 2 or 3 hours to produce a chapter late at night, only to be met with such fierce criticism. A newcomer with a fragile heart would have broken down by now. Is it only when the starting point has another abandoned work that you would be satisfied? Well, as an old salt, TT, such remarks do not affect me greatly. Venting has alleviated some negativity. I apologize for projecting my frustrations onto you all. In a few days, this chapter will be deleted. This is the first update. I shall continue writing, and a second update will follow shortly. In any case, you have long harbored grievances regarding my updates, and despite my lengthy musings, you won't offer me any words of comfort in this chapter, will you? Oof. How vexing. Chapter 120. Dashki's Nightmare, After reading the line several times, Shano was momentarily perplexed, but eventually confirmed that it meant he could summon a tornado merely by expending greater energy. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him, and he felt an urge to experiment. However, as he unsheathed his sword, he immediately realized his wrist was sore and weak. His stamina significantly drained from the recent colossal tornado. With the daunting task of traversing the upside-down mountain ahead, he pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to set this endeavor aside for now. Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on weapon synthesis first. Ziano's attention shifted back to the casting area, for he was quite eager about the sea tower stone in Shirsho's possession. If he could extract its essence and perfectly fuse it in a Lake Toya, it would undoubtedly enhance his prowess significantly. However, reality proved that common players remained just that, common. The fortunate offers for first-time spenders were not destined to recur. 1,000 experience points? Gazing at the dialogue box that sprang forth from the attribute panel, Ziano nearly felt compelled to cleave the item to shreds with a single stroke. The last time he forged a great sword, it required only 500 points. Yet this time, they audaciously demanded 1,000? This was not merely robbery. It was outright plunder, shamelessly blatant, with a mere 4,000 accumulated experience points. How could they dare to demand a quarter of it? What was he to do afterward? With a slight grimace, he glanced at his experience points. After some contemplation, Ziano resolved to stow Shirsho away for the time being. Although he could indeed afford the 1,000 experience points, he had just leveled up and was precariously perched at the 4,000 mark. Should the unscrupulous system deduct his points and cause him to regress, it would be a grave matter. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted nearby, akin to a tempest, resounding in his ears. Startled, Ziano quickly looked up, only to discover that Xiao Luo had already brought him to the base of the inverted mountain. Gazing upward, he could just make out the stern of the last merchant ship belonging to the Drelleman family, approximately 200 or 300 meters away. Goodness, the current flows so swiftly. Ziano, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to Xiao Luo's head, exclaiming with irritation, "For heaven's sake, can't you move any faster? If you continue to dawdle like a lazy fish, how will you carry me to the Grand Line?" Stung by the blow, Xiao Luo initially felt a twinge of grievance, but upon hearing the latter part of Ziano's words, instinctively raised its gaze toward the mountain's peak. After gauging the height and considering Ziano's weight upon its back, a wave of dread washed over it, rendering the threat of not being allowed to eat canned fish far less daunting. In a flurry of panic, spurred by Ziano's urging, it flapped its wings vigorously and surged upward. Upon the dilapidated naval ship, corpses and blood were strewn about, the air thick with the stench of death, lingering even after the passage of several minutes. Between the cabin and the deck, the odor drifted slowly. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would stir, causing the white sails, overturned on one side of the ship, to emit a faint rustling sound. Beyond that, silence reigned. Cough, cough, cough. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when suddenly, the edge of the sail was lifted from within, revealing a young girl with black hair, her delicate features marred by dust as she coughed violently. Her face was smeared with grime, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, presenting a pitiful sight. Her legs appeared injured, and with great effort, she struggled to rise from the ground, limping painfully to the side of Smoker's lifeless body. There lay the familiar visage, now cold as ice, eyes wide open, staring blankly at the sky, a look of disbelief etched upon her face. Mr. Smoker. The tears of the black-haired girl began to flow uncontrollably, cascading down her cheeks as she grasped Smoker's cold, rigid right hand, rubbing it incessantly, murmuring, "This can't be real, it can't be, right? Mr. Smoker, you must be playing a trick on me, right?" Yet no answer came. The deck remained shrouded in silence, and the chilling temperature radiating from the corpse seeped into her palm. Bastard. Despite being a seasoned naval officer, she was still merely a 16-year-old girl. After enduring a prolonged silence, Tashigi finally teetered on the brink of collapse. Crying, she drew her sword and struck fiercely at the nearby railing. Splinters flew in all directions as Tashigi, in a tempest of sorrow and rage, bellowed at the sea. Why? Why must I witness all of this? Just a bunch of pirates. How dare they defy the Navy's capture? What do they think they are? Those who turn to piracy and refuse to accept justice do not deserve the title of swordsman. With a voice hoarse from shouting, it seemed that she had once again struck a raw nerve. Dasky let out a muffled groan, clutching her chest as she coughed for an extended period, then sank down weakly. Burying her head deep between her thighs, she stared blankly at the floor, now stained a grim shade of dark gray from the gunfire. Murmuring to herself, as if in a trance, "They are all dead. Everyone is dead." Scenes from moments ago flickered incessantly in her mind, and she closed her eyes in anguish, her face etched with despair, as if she could not fully grasp the harsh reality before her. Just a short while ago, facing Shano as he leaped from the back of an eagle, Dasky had put down her communication device with the other warships and, like the rest of the Navy, had instinctively aimed her firearm at him, preparing for a second round of collective fire, striving to eliminate the threat as effortlessly as possible. Yet, the ensuing spectacle was far beyond her expectations. A colossal tornado roared to life, and an onslaught of blinding sword lights surged forth with terrifying speed and force. In the blink of an eye, the entire naval crew aboard the warship was vanquished, and Dasky herself, caught completely off guard, was struck down by the collapsing mast and sails, rendering her unconscious. When she groggily regained her senses, the ship lay in ruins, the Navy in a state of utter flight, and by a cruel twist of fate, the first sight that met her eyes was Shano executing Smoker and then departing on the Eagle. In that instant, the entirety of Dasky's world crumbled. For as long as she could remember, Smoker had loomed large in her mind as an embodiment of strength and valor, his prowess with the natural fruit instilling in her the belief that, through their efforts, the pirates of the East Sea would soon be eradicated. After all, they had a swordsman here who had struck fear into countless pirates, accomplishing so much for the Navy over the past 3 years. And yet, everything was over. Chapter 121. 3 Women, Admiral Dasky. As Dasky stood in a daze, a somewhat timid voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Dasky froze in shock, and upon turning around in disbelief, she beheld a young naval soldier, bloodied and struggling to rise from the ground. "Didn't?" Dasky exclaimed, her body trembling as she widened her eyes in astonishment. You are still alive?" The soldier appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, with an unremarkable appearance. However, being the only soldier in the Roachtown Navy younger than herself, Dasky recognized him at once. Hastening forward, she assisted the soldier named Denon to his feet, only to discover that his leg was positioned awkwardly, particularly the right one, which seemed to be broken. She quickly stood upright and urged, "You wait here for a moment. I will search the storeroom for bandages and medicine to help you dress your wounds." "No, that won't do." To Dasky's astonishment, immediately after she uttered those words, Denon hurriedly seized her leg, halting her actions. Amidst a sea of bewildered gazes, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on his face as he stammered, I actually have nothing to worry about." He straightened his posture, seemingly eager to prevent Dasky from misunderstanding him, and deliberately shook his leg to demonstrate that he was uninjured. "What?" Dasky was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, "And what you just did was unavoidable. That pirate named Shano is truly terrifying." Denon scratched his head, a look of discomfort crossing his features as he confessed. "We were utterly powerless against him. The bullets were deflected, and we certainly did not wish to meet our demise, so we had no choice but to feign death." At this point, he clasped his chest in relief, adding, "Fortunately, that fellow did not discover us. Otherwise, we would have met our end today." Feigning death. Dasky's gaze momentarily blanked before she swiftly regained her composure, gripping Dinan's collar with fury and shaking him forcefully while exclaiming, "What nonsense are you speaking? You were engaged in battle with pirates. As a member of the Navy, how could you act in such a manner? Do you not feel any shame?" "I had no choice, Commander," Dinan replied, feeling dizzy from the shaking. After a moment, he managed to muster a resigned expression and muttered, "Besides, I wasn't the only one. Why am I being singled out? Not just you." Dashi was momentarily taken aback, but soon seemed to regain her composure, hastily glancing back. To her astonishment, she beheld several naval soldiers, about 7 or 8, assisting each other to sit up amidst the lifeless bodies sprawled across the deck. Upon meeting Dashi's shocked gaze, these men exchanged awkward glances, their expressions betraying a sense of embarrassment. Majestic and perilous. Such was the first impression that every newcomer to the inverted mountain would harbor in their hearts. At this very moment, in the upper reaches of the inverted mountain, 9 colossal merchant vessels were aligned in a serpentine formation, making their way towards the summit. None of the ships had their sails unfurled. Rather, they were tightly gathered to minimize the conflict between wind and current. Due to the angle of the vessels, the crew dared not stand boldly upon the deck as they had before, retreating mostly to the cabins, leaving only a handful to assist the helmsmen in maintaining their course, ensuring they could swiftly respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, exceptions abound. On the main ship, 2 elegantly statuesque women stood at the threshold of the cabin. The younger of the 2, exuding an air of grace, held a slender cigarette between her fingers, the smoke curling around her as her gaze lingered thoughtfully on the swirling waters ahead, as if preoccupied with some hidden concern. The woman behind her, slightly older, stood motionless like a statue, her fiery red hair contrasting sharply with her icy expression, revealing no hint of emotion. These 2 were none other than Yalita, the matriarch of the Draman family, and her devoted bodyguard, Ivel. "We are about to ascend the inverted mountain," Yalita mused, her eyes drifting towards the ever-approaching peak as she exhaled a cloud of smoke, a wistful expression gracing her features. Suddenly, she smiled and pointed to a spot on the sea, saying, "There, Ivel, do you remember? That is where we first met." Ivel glanced in the direction indicated by Yalita's delicate finger, remaining silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. "I knew you would respond this way," Yalita smirked, though she did not dwell on it. Teasingly, she continued, 2 years ago when I rescued you here, you were not so reticent. After serving as my bodyguard for 2 years, you've grown increasingly taciturn. I suspect you harbor some secret known only to yourself." Ivel shook her head, softly replying, "There is nothing to speak of." Although she had jested earlier, Yalita's concern was genuine. It was not healthy to remain perpetually melancholic. She brushed off the ash from her cigarette and turned to Ivel, her tone suddenly serious. "Perhaps, upon our return from the Grand Line, we should conclude our agreement. I shall pay you the remaining 3 years' compensation in advance, and thereafter, you need not accompany me any longer." Evelyn remained silent for a considerable time, yet a glimmer of contemplation flickered in her eyes, indicating her wavering resolve. However, after a lengthy pause, she shook her head. "You rescued me from the sea, and I pledge to remain by your side as your guardian for 3 years, until the Draman family truly flourished." Her clear gaze met Alita's, her voice steady. "Although the Draman family is now on the right path, such promises must not be easily forsaken. Moreover, if I were to leave, your safety would be compromised. Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from suggesting such things in the future." "Oh, I knew it," Alita sighed in exasperation, preparing to respond when a soft creak suddenly interrupted the moment. The wooden door was pushed open from within, revealing a youthful boy with damp hair, clad in a freshly changed black hoodie, who unexpectedly appeared at the cabin entrance. Alita was momentarily stunned, staring at the handsome boy in disbelief. "You just returned less than 2 minutes ago, didn't you? I asked you to take a shower, and you're done already?" "Yes, I'm done," the charming boy Shano replied with a perplexed expression. "What's wrong? Is it strange? It's just a shower. 2 minutes felt excessively long to me. You came back covered in blood." Alita began to retort, but upon catching a whiff of his scent and detecting no unpleasant odor, she could only facepalm in resignation. "Forget it. Do as you please." Indeed, even Lord Shano, in this regard, is no different from those carefree, uncouth men. Why concern oneself with the duration of a shower? For a single man, if he takes too long to bathe and emerges looking frail, that would be a genuine issue. Ziano opened his eyes, inwardly expressing his thoughts. As he dried his damp hair with a towel, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Ivel, curiosity piqued by their recent conversation. It seemed that this individual was not an ordinary guard but possessed a certain gravitas. Indeed, as Alrita had previously mentioned, this woman, perpetually wearing a stoic expression, had independently vanquished a pirate with an 8 million bounty. Certainly a formidable figure within the EC. One could hardly fathom how she could be so easily employed by a commercial family, unless there were exceptional circumstances at play. Nevertheless, curiosity aside, Shano deemed it inappropriate to probe into her personal affairs. He redirected his gaze upwards, where the surging currents revealed the distant peak of Flip Mountain. Turning to Alrita, he inquired, "How much longer until we reach the summit?" "Not long," Alrita replied with a smile. "Generally speaking, ascending from our location takes about 6 minutes, while descending is slightly shorter, perhaps a little over 4 minutes. Given our current altitude, we shall soon surmount the peak in no more than a minute." "Huh? Such precision?" Shano exclaimed, surprised. "It seems you're no stranger to the Grand Line, are you?" "Indeed, I ventured there once last autumn." Alrita nodded thoughtfully, her demeanor shifting to one of somber reflection. "However, at that time, our family's experience was insufficient. We chose the wrong moment and were struck directly by a whale. Out of the 7 ships in our convoy, only 3 reached Twin Cape." "A whale?" Shano paused, instinctively asking, "Was it Laboon?" "Yes, that very creature." Alrita looked at Shano with mild surprise before extinguishing her cigarette, exhaling deeply. "It is said to be the largest island whale in the world. I'm not certain what madness has possessed it, but for 50 years, it has been ramming its head against the red Earth continent. Countless fleets from the 4 seas have met their demise beneath its onslaught." Upon hearing this, Shano fell silent, while Yarlita remained oblivious. He was acutely aware of Labu's connection to the Rumbar pirates from 50 years ago. Throughout the decades, Labu had relentlessly rammed its head against the indestructible red Earth, leaving itself battered and emitting sorrowful cries, all in the hope of witnessing the return of its master. Yet, unbeknownst to Labu, apart from Brook, who was resurrected by the Yomi Yomi no Mi, all the members of the Rumbar pirates had long since turned to bones in the sea, rendering any reunion impossible. It was a poignant tale that evoked deep sympathy for Labu from many, including Luffy and his companions in the original story. However, Shano understood that such sentiments held little significance for Yarlita. Often, principles outweighed emotions. Thus, he simply inquired, "What about this time? Are we not at risk of encountering Labu?" Yarlita shook her head gently, assuring him there was no danger. "Now, we all possess experience. That whale named Labu may incessantly ram the upside-down mountain, but it does take breaks after tiring itself out. Its cries reach this side of the mountain, allowing seasoned crews to pause before entering the mountain's entrance, waiting for its wails to cease before setting sail. This interval is ample for vessels from all seas to reach Twin Cape." As she spoke, Yarlita's demeanor gradually returned to normal. She glanced at Shano and smiled softly, remarking, "In truth, we have been rather fortunate. Just before we entered the currents of the upside-down mountain, the wailing from that direction conveniently came to an end, and the mountain ceased its tremors." "You must have heard it as well, Lord Shano. Is that so?" Shano found himself in a state of bewilderment. He truly felt enlightened this time. Recalling his initial experience with the original manga, he remembered that Luffy and his companions had never inquired about the particulars of Reverse Mountain, recklessly ascending without foreknowledge. Consequently, their descent coincided perfectly with Laboon's arrival. Had it not been for the recoil of Cannonball that allowed them to evade Laboon, the tale of the Pirate King would have unfolded quite differently. However, employing a cannonball fired from small vessel to dodge Laboon was indeed a privilege reserved for a protagonist like Luffy. One must remember that at that time, the Straw Hat Pirates were still aboard the modest Going Merry, which hardly boasted such formidable firepower. Thus, Shano had often pondered how an ordinary person might circumvent Laboon while traversing the Grand Line, and it was only today that he heard a plausible solution from Alrita. But just then, Alrita suddenly displayed a hint of hesitation, and with a tinge of remorse, she addressed Shano. "Speaking of which, when you returned to confront the pursuing navy, I contemplated issuing an order for the main ship to halt and await your arrival. However, we had already entered the mouth of Reverse Mountain, where the currents were treacherous. If the vessels ahead were to suddenly stop, the entire convoy would be obliterated. As the head of the Drammond family, I bear the responsibility for so many subordinates. So I hope you can forgive me, Lord Shano." "Oh, I thought you were about to say something else." Shano quickly shook his head, expressing a hint of exasperation as he replied, "It's quite all right. I have ascended, haven't I? Rest assured, my bird is quite formidable. Perhaps when it reaches maturity, it may even carry me directly over the upside-down mountain. If anything, it seems that I have caused you trouble." "Not at all," Yarlita interjected, seemingly attuned to his concerns. "What Lord Shano means to convey is his apprehension regarding potential troubles with the Navy, correct? Truly, there is no cause for alarm. Esteemed commercial families like the Draman clan contribute substantial taxes to the government annually. Unless there is concrete evidence of collusion with notorious pirates, the Navy will not take action against us. In situations such as the one we just encountered, even if the Navy were to come seeking answers, the family could easily dismiss any inquiries under the pretext of ignorance, thereby ensuring that we remain unaffected. Chapter 123. Entering the Grand Line. That is reassuring. Shano exhaled a sigh of relief. For himself, it was of little consequence, as he had already become a pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million. However, to inadvertently endanger so many others would be utterly unacceptable. Having conveyed most of what needed to be said, Shano temporarily ceased his conversation with Yalida and cast his gaze out towards the sea. At this moment, the current had slowed considerably compared to when they first ascended the mountain. Standing on the deck, the turbulence was markedly diminished. Yet every helmsman at the bow of the ships displayed not a hint of relaxation in their demeanor. Shano understood that the anticipation of crossing the mountain peak, where the current transitions from opposing to favorable, poses a formidable challenge to both the structure of the vessels and the expertise of the helmsman. The peril involved here is even more significant than at the entry point. With the journey not yet halfway complete, utmost caution remains imperative. As he shifted his gaze backward, he noted that with the ascent, his field of vision expanded, allowing him to glimpse the two warships that had previously fled. When he turned his eyes southward and beheld the horizon gradually becoming hazy in the twilight, it suddenly dawned upon him that continuing southward would lead him into the doldrums, a region he could traverse directly to reach the Grand Line. However, for him at this moment, the doldrums appeared far more treacherous than the inverted mountain, teeming as it is with ferocious sea kings. Indeed, even the Grand Line, where formidable beings abound, few dare to attempt the audacious feat of crossing the doldrums. Of course, when little Luo comes of age, perhaps he could attempt the exhilarating experience of flying over it. But for now, it would be best to forego such endeavors. Shano harbored doubts about whether little Luo, with a maximum flight altitude of 400 to 500 meters, might not end up as a mere snack for some monstrous sea king that might suddenly emerge from beneath the waves. Moreover, considering the stamina of his foolish bird, such a venture was utterly impractical. Previously, when carrying a passenger from Pruz Island to Baratai, it had appeared as if little Luo were on the verge of collapse. The doldrums would surely cause them to plummet halfway through. He hoped it would not be long before he could navigate the doldrums with ease, relying solely on his own strength. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Shano's eyes. Just then, the ship's gravity shifted abruptly, catching him off guard and nearly causing him to stumble. Grasping the nearby mast for support, he looked up to discover that they had already crested the mountain peak and were hurtling downwards at an exhilarating speed. Whoa, this feels amazing. The fierce wind roared, whipping up the waves and striking his face with a refreshing chill. The muscles in Shano's cheeks tightened, and his long black hair, fluttering behind him, tickled his neck. Yet, despite this, he could not suppress a hearty laugh as he gazed at the sea beneath the twilight's embrace. For at this moment, he truly found himself amidst the Grand Line. Above, the sky blazed with fiery clouds, while below, the ocean shimmered under the sunset's glow, cloaked in a veil of golden mist. Faintly, he could make out a towering lighthouse in the distance. That was Twin Cape. Yalita stood firm amidst the wind and waves, seemingly unaffected, perhaps due to the powers of her devil fruit. She believed Shano was unaware and pointed towards it with a smile, saying, "Vessels from all seas are guided by that lighthouse, converging at Twin Cape before setting forth to the starting islands of the 7 routes of the Grand Line." "Huh? I see it too." Shano nodded, yet his focus was not on the lighthouse, but rather on the tumultuous sea below, his eyes scanning diligently for any trace of Labu. He vividly recalled that within Labu's belly resided a formidable figure, Kuroka's. While he appeared to be merely an ordinary old man fond of floral shirts, he was, in fact, the ship's doctor aboard the Pirate King, Roger's vessel. Although Shano had previously encountered Buggy, a fellow member of the pirate crew, in the East Sea, they were worlds apart. One was a veteran personally invited aboard by the youthful Roger, while the other merely joined later as an apprentice. In terms of status and experience, they were utterly incomparable. Buggy did not accompany Roger to Raftel, but Kuroka's undoubtedly had. Suddenly, Shano recalled a perplexing matter that had long intrigued him. How had this old man managed to serve as the lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape for several decades? Shano harbored a genuine curiosity about these once illustrious figures in the pirate world. Regrettably, as he descended from the mountain, carried by the surging currents, he failed to catch a glimpse of Labu, letting out a sigh of disappointment. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, the velocity of the water diminished significantly. Yalta promptly issued orders for the main ship to raise its sails and clear the exit at the mountain's foot. The merchant vessels behind, well versed in such procedures, unfalteringly followed suit, unfurling their sails in a neat formation as they navigated out one by one, lining up across the sea. After a while, the reports from all the vessels arrived. Yalta merely glanced over them before exhaling in relief, closing the report and smiling at Shano. Thank heavens! We are indeed fortunate this time. Not a single ship was lost on the treacherous mountain, and only 5 or 6 sailors and guards encountered mishaps, an optimistically low casualty rate. She remarked, but did someone still meet with misfortune? Shano was momentarily taken aback, glancing back to observe the 9 ships. The entire caravan must consist of at least 300 to 400 individuals. The turbulent winds and waves around the upside-down mountain were formidable. It was not every sailor who could, like him, stand resolutely on the deck amidst the storm without a hint of disquiet. It was entirely plausible for someone to inadvertently be swept away by the sea. He offered a silent tribute for the crew, but upon noticing Yalta's seemingly content demeanor, Shano realized that, under normal circumstances, the casualty rate for a fleet traversing the upside-down mountain would likely be significantly higher. It was conceivable that those less fortunate could face total annihilation. After a brief respite, the fleet set sail once more. Shano had initially thought that Yalta would have the caravan anchor at Gemini Cape for the night. However, after her explanation, he comprehended the peril inherent in such a decision. Ordinary fleets would find it exceedingly dangerous to overnight at the base of the upside-down mountain, given its position as a confluence of ocean currents. Furthermore, other vessels would be descending from the mountain at night, creating a chaotic and potentially hazardous environment, an eventuality the caravan could ill afford. Thus, as darkness enveloped the sky, the fleet departed from Gemini Cape, steering towards their destination, Little Island. This island served as the westernmost point among the 7 routes of the Grand Line, and it was the course initially chosen by the chef pirate crew of Zeph. According to Yalta, caravans such as theirs lacked the strength to venture deep into the Grand Line. Their so-called trade routes ultimately concluded at these starting islands. For Shano, the choice of route was inconsequential. Since the Drammond family was heading to Dulu Island, he resolved to follow the western path. If necessary, upon reaching Dulu Island, he could part ways with the caravan and alter his course independently. As night gradually descended, the sky was sparsely adorned with dim, scattered stars, devoid of the moon's glow, which significantly reduced visibility over the sea. It was precisely for this reason that neither Shano nor the sailors aboard the last ship noticed the swift vessel trailing the caravan from a distance, its black pirate flag fluttering ominously. Chapter 124. The Green Pirate Crew. It is worth noting that many pirate ships, in contrast to ordinary merchant vessels, possess a distinctive characteristic. Their length-to-width ratio is somewhat greater, resulting in a more elongated hull. This design often grants them a speed advantage over cumbersome merchant ships, facilitating the pirates' ability to engage in boarding and plunder. The pirate ship, lurking behind the Drammond family's caravan, undoubtedly exemplified this principle to its fullest extent. However, with increased agility, the ship's capacity for crew members was inevitably diminished. At this moment, while the crew outside numbered merely 20 or 30, the deck was already crowded to near capacity. Captain Green, the caravan ahead is beginning to decelerate. What should we do? Should we also reduce our speed? A tall, lean figure clad in a blue bandana called down from the lookout tower after surveying the scene ahead. Of course, we must reduce speed. What if we are discovered prematurely? The speaker was a robust, bald man, wielding a massive axe at his waist, with a scar on his face left by a bullet, giving him an exceptionally fierce appearance. At that moment, he lifted his head and roared, "Are you an imbecile? Is such a simple matter worthy of your inquiry?" My apologies, Captain." The tall, skinny man quickly stammered, retracting his neck in fear. Only then did the bald man snort coldly and shift his gaze, directing it towards the distant fleet. With a tone of bitterness, he muttered, "Damn it, I, Green, was once a notorious pirate in the South Sea. If it weren't for my misfortunes this year, why would I be facing such complications with a mere merchant convoy?" The subordinates exchanged glances, too apprehensive to speak freely. Only a bespectacled man with a small mustache, standing closest to him, hesitated for a moment before reluctantly offering, "Boss Green, this is beyond our control. Those 2 fellows are simply too formidable. The leader is a true monster. It's only natural that we cannot prevail against them." Upon hearing this, the bald man's expression darkened further. He narrowed his eyes at the small mustached man and, enunciating each word, asked, "Are you implying that I fled to the Grand Line because I couldn't defeat those 2? And no, that's not it, Boss Green. You misunderstood. The bald man's gaze was chillingly fierce, nearly causing the small mustached man to soil himself in fright. He hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "That is not what I meant. It's merely a case of them being hidden while we are exposed. There are only 2 of them, while we originally had a grand fleet of 5 ships. It's only natural we suffered significant losses from their ambushes." That term, what was it again? Under the cold scrutiny, the small mustached man scratched his head for a long while, until suddenly his eyes lit up, and he smacked his palm, exclaiming, "That's it. It's a strategic retreat." The bald giant fixed his cold gaze upon him for a moment before revealing a semblance of recognition. Nevertheless, he sensed an awkward atmosphere aboard the ship. It seemed that in recent days, the glances from his subordinates contained significantly less reverence than before. To understand this shift, one must delve into events from months past. The bald man, known as Green and nicknamed Blood Axe, was one of the few notorious pirates in the South Sea, with a bounty exceeding 10 million. He commanded the Green pirate crew, boasting 5 ships and a crew numbering around 600 to 700, thereby establishing dominance in their frequent waters. Half a year ago, after raiding a small town on an island, Green, as was customary, unleashed a brutal massacre. However, in a moment of carelessness, 2 youngsters hiding in the forest managed to escape. Given their tender age of merely 14 or 15, Green and his crew dismissed the incident. Yet 2 months later, just as Green was on the verge of forgetting the affair, a nightmarish act of retribution descended upon him, steeped in bloodshed. Initially, one of the ships dispatched to plunder a merchant vessel was attacked, resulting in the complete annihilation of over 100 crew members. Following this, his first mate, who had ventured ashore for leisure, met a gruesome fate, dismembered by unknown assailants. In a state of panic, Green summoned all his crew, only to find that the attackers were the very boys who had escaped. Confronted by his adversaries, Green, consumed by rage, bellowed orders for his men to overwhelm and swiftly eliminate the 2 miscreants to avenge their fallen comrades. However, the tide of battle took an unexpected turn, shocking Green to his core. He could scarcely believe that the leading boy had somehow acquired the powers of a devil fruit user, wielding formidable abilities that allowed him to effortlessly draw the weapons of the Green pirate crew and turn them against their owners. As a result, the Green pirate crew was on the brink of annihilation, suffering heavy casualties in a matter of moments. Stricken with fear, Green abandoned his flagship, fleeing with a handful of subordinates in a speedboat. Subsequently, as they evaded capture, desperation drove them to traverse the upside-down mountain, where they finally managed to escape their pursuers. Though the immediate danger had passed, the crew had dwindled drastically, leaving Green with only about 30 members, including a few officers. He sorrowfully recognized that he had become one of the weakest pirate crews ever to enter the Grand Line, even in the face of considerable wealth loss. The prospect of raiding a merchant convoy required extensive deliberation. For instance, the crew they were currently shadowing had disembarked a few minutes earlier from the waters of Upside Down Mountain, and in a state of ravenous hunger. Green immediately set his sights on them. However, in terms of scale, the number of guards on the opposing side is undeniably substantial. Coupled with the rows of artillery displayed openly, it is somewhat embarrassing, yet Green nonetheless issued the command to follow stealthily, waiting for the moment when the adversary disperses before seizing the opportunity to strike. Just wait, it is merely a merchant convoy. Under the watchful eyes of everyone on the deck, the bald giant licked his lips, a menacing glint flickering in his narrowed eyes. Once the numerical advantage is diminished, I shall make you acquainted with the true essence of despair. In comparison to the East Sea, the climate of the Grand Line can only be described as capricious. One moment the sky is a brilliant blue, and the next, torrential rain may descend. There are instances when one is joyfully extending a hand to catch the delicate flurries of snow, only to find, mere moments later, that they must protect their bruised arm from the hailstorm. Many crew members with weaker constitutions succumb to ailments under such tumultuous conditions. Even seasoned sailors like Shano found themselves nearly overwhelmed, as happened one evening when he was ensconced on the second floor, engrossed in nautical logs, only to be caught off guard by a sudden tempest that burst through the window, nearly sending him tumbling into the depths. Adaptation was indeed a challenge, yet time at sea always slipped away so silently that it was difficult to perceive. Just as Shano began to comprehend why so many from all corners of the world perished beneath the caprices of the Grand Line-esque climate, for days had swiftly passed. With the dawn's light, the silhouette of Little Island, one of the starting islands of the merchant convoy's destination, finally emerged on the horizon. Chapter 125, Substantial Reward and the Record Pointer. Little Island is a location of considerable ruggedness, with towering peaks reaching hundreds of meters in the north, while the southern part gently recedes, forming an expansive natural harbor. How grand, was Shano's initial impression upon sighting Dulu Island. The coastline before him stretched over 100 miles. A stark contrast to the islands he had previously visited in the East Sea, resembling a colossal beast lying prostrate upon the waves. However, as he cast his gaze over the seemingly sparse natural harbor, where only a few dozen vessels were anchored, Shano scratched his head, perplexed. Why does it appear that there are so few ships docked here? As one of the 7 starting islands of the Grand Line, and possessing such an excellent refuge from the wind, one would expect a continuous flow of vessels coming and going. It was indeed quite strange. Behind him, Alida, also gazing at the harbor, furrowed her brow. This is odd. When I visited last year, it was at least 10 times more bustling. It has barely been a year. How could it have become so desolate? Once we land, we should inquire with the locals to find out. Shano casually mentioned it without giving it much thought. He turned to glance at Yalita and smiled. I have heard that Dulu Island is renowned as a paradise for fish along the Grand Line, teeming with large fish in its coastal waters, and its inhabitants are mostly skilled fishermen. Is that correct? Ah, does Lord Shano even know such things? Yalita was momentarily taken aback, responding with a hint of surprise. Indeed, it is the route furthest to the west, not far from the doldrums. Coupled with ocean currents and climatic factors, the waters adjacent to Dulu Island are rich in nutrients, resulting in an abundance and variety of fish. Consequently, the entire island has gradually come to depend on fishing for its livelihood. The local residents not only catch fish, but have also established various processing factories, with their income derived from selling these specialty fish products to distant markets. As she spoke, she gestured towards her fleet behind her and smiled softly. Speaking of which, our visit to Dulu Island serves 2 purposes. One is to sell the goods we brought, and the other is to procure some fish products to return to the East Sea for resale at a higher price. Certain fish unique to the Grand Line are indeed highly sought after among the nobility in the East Sea. Is it truly as she says? Previously, Shano had only glimpsed a brief introduction to this island in Japu's nautical log. Now, upon hearing a more detailed explanation, his curiosity was significantly piqued. The mention of fishing evoked a wave of nostalgia, reminding him of his time on Anric Island, where he had to fend for himself, relying solely on his daily catches to scrape by. As these thoughts surfaced, memories of his years in Orangetown began to flow through his mind. He found himself missing his 3 little companions, the ever-hungry chubby Roy, the shy freckled boy Bill, and the precocious bespectacled Anderson, the mayor's nephew. It had been over 3 years since they last met. Surely, they had undergone considerable changes. He wondered how they would react upon seeing his bounty poster, which boasted a staggering reward of 89 million berries. A chuckle escaped his lips as he pondered this. Just then, he noticed that the fleet had unknowingly sailed into the harbor of Dulu Island. Glancing toward the shore, he observed a throng of people awaiting their arrival. These were the island's merchants. Sensing Shano's confusion, Yalita smiled and elucidated. One of the prominent factory owners here has maintained a long-standing commercial relationship with our Draman family. We informed them in advance via the telephone bug, so those intending to trade have gathered here at the port for our convenience. Shano nodded slightly, but these matters held little significance for him. Thus, from the moment the caravan docked at the port until the sailors completed their unloading, he remained silent. It was only when he spotted Musa Shimura from the 3rd ship approaching that his eyes brightened. He hurried over to request the release of his small boat, intending to bid farewell to the friends with whom he had journeyed for the past fortnight. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, Yalita was not one to dither. She did not attempt to persuade him to stay a few more days. Instead, she readily acquiesced and, much to Shano's bewilderment, tossed him a substantial package. Goodness, it was heavy. Caught off guard, Shano nearly dislocated his wrist. Upon opening the package, he was momentarily blinded by a dazzling array of colors within. To his astonishment, the entire bag was filled with money. Instantly, his composure faltered, and he awkwardly exclaimed, Hey, what's the meaning of giving me this much money? It's your reward. Have you forgotten? Seeing Shano's flustered demeanor brought a gleeful smile to Yalita's face, nearly causing her to double over with laughter. Lord Shano, you are indeed our family's appointed guardian. Now that the mission has concluded, are you truly refusing your rightful reward? It's merely 200,000 berries, after all. Shano glanced again at the package, feeling increasingly unsettled. How much is this? It must be at least 1 to 2 million berries, right? To be precise, it is 3 million, Yalita replied, extending 3 fingers with a cheerful grin. Do not forget, the guards on the ship are compensated based on their abilities. Previously, you had not revealed your identity, which is why the payment was at that lower rate. Given your reputation now, it's only fair to provide you with a bounty that matches the highest rewards in the East Blue, don't you think? Shano opened his eyes, reluctantly acknowledging the wisdom in the other's words. Although he was not in want of money, his status dictated otherwise. To decline further would indeed seem somewhat pretentious. Hence, amidst the disdainful expression of his companion, Xiao Luo, he huffed and puffed as he carried the package into the storage room. With a stoic demeanor, he returned to the deck, not sparing a glance as he kicked the foolish bird watching the commotion into the sea. Ah, and then there was this. Yalita observed the entire scene, nearly suppressing her laughter. She retrieved a small wooden box from Eve behind her and handed it to Shano, speaking mysteriously. I just had Eve procure this from that merchant we are collaborating with. You cannot traverse the Grand Line without it. Upon hearing this, Shano's curiosity was piqued, and when he opened the box to reveal a transparent glass orb nestled within, his suspicions were confirmed. He could not help but take out the glass sphere, placing it in the palm of his hand, scrutinizing the metallic needle within. Indeed, it was a recording needle. He had almost forgotten about it while following the merchant convoy. The islands of the Grand Line are interconnected by magnetic chains. The so-called 7 routes are essentially 7 magnetic links. Ordinary compasses are rendered useless here, and neither the climate, clouds, nor wind can serve as reliable indicators of direction. The only recourse is the recording needle. However, to guide one's path, the needle must first record the current island's position. And since each island possesses differing magnetic properties, it requires varying durations to accumulate the necessary magnetic force. To Shano's astonishment, this particular needle had evidently been prepared with care, as it was already saturated with the magnetic energy of Delu Island. This meant that Shano need not linger on this island, but could embark at any moment. Clearly, for him, at this juncture, this recording needle held far greater value than 500,000 berries. His gratitude was profound. After sincerely expressing his thanks, Shano secured the needle, untied the mooring ropes, and hoisted the sails. With a gentle sea breeze at his back, he waved cheerfully at Yalita, who was receding into the distance, saying, "Farewell." Chapter 126. The navy of our division, due to the fortuitous favor of the wind, Shano departed at a remarkable pace. In merely 4 or 5 minutes, the small vessel had transformed into a distant black dot. It was not until his figure vanished entirely from sight that Yalita gently smiled and shook her head before turning away. In her heart, she held a deep respect for Shano and wished to consider him a close friend. Otherwise, she would not have taken the effort to prepare a recording pointer filled with magnetic energy. Casting a glance towards the dock, she noted that the cargo aboard had nearly completed the inventory transfer. What remained was her journey to the city to negotiate with a significant family partner on Duru Island regarding subsequent pricing matters. Since taking over the family business, Yalita had become quite adept at such affairs. Thus, when she noticed the inquiring gaze of Ethel beside her, she simply uttered a soft, "Let us proceed," and strolled leisurely towards the gangway. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught a sudden ripple on the surface of the sea at the far right of the port. Through the shimmering waves, she discerned a shadow looming above. Yalita paused, turning her head to look. The sight that met her eyes caused her complexion to pale significantly. The navy? Indeed, at that very moment, 3 colossal white warships emerged upon the sea, their sails emblazoned with the blue seagull insignia holding a balance, strikingly prominent in the morning light. How could this be? In an instant, Yalita recalled the naval vessels that had previously pursued Shano in the East Sea. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Didn't Shano deal with those navy ships? How could they have crossed over the upside-down mountain and come here?" As merely a merchant, she harbored no fear of the navy. However, the critical point was that her savior, Shano, the notorious bounty criminal, had only just departed from this very port a mere few moments ago. Miss remained calm. Behind her, Ivor noticed her slip and slightly furrowed her brow, gently whispering in her ear, "The Navy adheres to strict regulations. Each branch is assigned to a specific maritime zone. This region is part of the Grand Line, thus it is unlikely to be the East Blue Navy. Speaking of which, I recall that the Navy's G-17 branch is not far from here, and it is quite probable that the naval officers from that branch are merely patrolling this area." Upon hearing this, Yalita scrutinized the distant warships and realized they were indeed distinct from those encountered previously in the East Blue, their sizes markedly larger, which immediately alleviated her concerns. However, at that moment, a commotion unexpectedly erupted nearby, drawing her attention. Turning her head, she observed several prominent partners involved in the current transaction, gathered together, laughing and discussing while pointing toward the distant fleet. "I say, Mr. Tutt, is that the fleet dispatched by headquarters?" "Ah, indeed. It seems to have arrived just the night before last." "Have you heard about Mr. Adi, who has just returned from the sea?" "Haha, of course. Upon my return last night, the staff at the shop informed me. I hear the commander leading them is a young officer who, after merely appearing at the dock once, managed to frighten off all the pirates on the island. Thanks to him, there have finally been no disturbances these past few days. Really? How impressive. No wonder they are the Navy from headquarters. Comparatively, the personnel from the branches simply cannot compete. By the way, since you seem well informed, have you discovered their purpose for being here? Well, coincidentally, a few Navy soldiers dined at our establishment yesterday, and I gathered some information. It appears they are here to execute a special mission in the East Blue, but the leading officer, for reasons unknown, suddenly altered course and crossed the comm belt, heading directly into the Grand Line. From what you say, it seems these naval officers have received a more significant assignment. I find myself somewhat perplexed, having only heard the soldiers lamenting that they have been aimlessly drifting in the nearby waters for the past few days, seemingly due to some discord among the high-ranking officers. The conversation between the two grew increasingly amicable, thereby enlivening the atmosphere at the dock. However, they remained oblivious to Yalita, who had yet to descend from the main deck of the ship, standing there in utter shock as if she had just received some thunderous revelation. Naturally, Shano was unaware of the events transpiring at the port. In fact, by a stroke of coincidence, he had departed from the eastern side of the harbor, while the naval vessels from headquarters were set to enter from the western side a mere 10 minutes later, resulting in a perfect misalignment of their paths. At this moment, he had long since left Dulu Island, braving the vast, boundless sea, grilling fish. Yes, grilling fish. The journey had been remarkably smooth, and it wasn't until he had traveled 20 to 30 nautical miles that he remembered he had not eaten breakfast. Recalling Yalita's earlier descriptions of the waters surrounding Dulu Island, he decisively stripped off his shirt and leapt into the sea, only to triumphantly emerge with 2 fish measuring around 20 to 30 centimeters, caught barehanded. It was astonishingly effortless. The abundance of fish in these waters led Shano to believe that with a bit of practice, anyone could sustain themselves on these fish for a lifetime, free from worries of hunger. It was no wonder Dulu Island was dubbed a paradise for fish. The storeroom aboard the ship was well stocked with salt, cumin, and various spices. Remarkably, the chefs from Bharati restaurant had even prepared some iron skewers for him. So he set up a makeshift grill and expertly threaded the fish on his skewers to roast them. He then uncorked a bottle of sake. Thus, he savored the sea breeze while indulging in grilled fish and sipping wine, truly relishing the moment. As for Little Lo, he remained true to his peculiar habits. Refusing to eat cooked meat, Shano did not insist on him trying his culinary skills, but instead tossed some dried, cured meat from the storeroom his way. The two of them, man and eagle, feasted contentedly. What a delight! With one final gulp, he polished off the remaining half bottle of sake, letting out a satisfied sigh. The alcohol is not particularly strong. When it first slides down his throat, it is as bland as water, with only a faint hint of rice fragrance lingering between his lips and teeth. However, its potency soon reveals itself, as waves of inebriation surge from his chest to his mind, causing a subtle blush to rise on his cheeks. Nevertheless, his mind remains remarkably clear. While savoring the grilled fish, he subtly summons his attribute panel, contemplating the data displayed before him as he begins to devise his future plans. Chapter 127. Encountering Rivals First and Foremost. His primary goal in the world of pirates remains unchanged since his early days practicing fundamental swordsmanship in Orange Town, to surpass all swordsmen and become the world's greatest swordsman. Although this ambition seems distant at present, having made a promise, Xiano's character dictates that he will never abandon his pursuit, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to achieving it. Whether driven by his desire to hone his skills or by the system's inherent nature, he understands that high-intensity battles and sparring are essential, as the rewards accumulated from enhancing his experience and swordsmanship proficiency are truly remarkable. Endless battles, perhaps. Lost in thought, Xiano gazes at the azure sea, suddenly putting down his bottle and breaking into a grin. In his previous role as the head chef of Baratai, he had many reservations due to his position, only able to strike at pirates intermittently from the Tree Hollow Tavern. However, the situation has drastically changed since embarking on this journey. Having reclaimed his identity as a pirate, he now finds himself unencumbered and free, no longer needing to act cautiously under the cover of night. Moreover, he has access to numerous sources of experience. Compared to the East Blue, the Grand Line presents a different caliber of strength, both among the Navy and pirates. Now, if the Navy wishes to capture him, the scoundrels among the pirates seem to hurl themselves onto his sword. Xiano muses that if he had already established a pirate crew, rather than sailing alone in this small boat, countless troubles would likely have already come knocking at his door. Next, he contemplates the matter of his sailing route. Initially, he had been uncertain about which path to choose before parting ways with the trade fleet. However, Having now acquired the magnetic record pointer filled with the magnetism of Duru Island, there is no further debate. Xiano has set sail along the westernmost route, heading toward his next island destination, Carnival City, Sanfarud. Recalling the entries in Zep's navigational log, Xiano estimates that by following this route, he will successively arrive at the city of gastronomy and the city of the Spring Queen, ultimately encountering the mysterious Bermuda Triangle, a place rife with perilous beings, beckoning to those with a spirit of adventure. Yet, he has other options. Carnival City boasts a well-established maritime express train that has been operational for years, providing direct access to Water 7, arguably one of the most beautiful cities on the Grand Line. Since he has arrived in the world of pirates, Xiano is eager to see it for himself. Taking another hearty bite of fish, the rich, juicy aroma instantly tantalizes his taste buds, prompting an involuntary exclamation. The fish here is simply exquisite. If I could enjoy such fare throughout my journey, I would hardly need to spend money on provisions. The vast expanse of the sea stretched before him, a desolate sight. In truth, Shano had uttered those words merely for his own reassurance. However, to his utter astonishment, a coarse voice, laden with mockery, suddenly resonated from behind him. "Hey there, kid, those were your own words. Since your culinary skills are so exceptional that you no longer require any money, why not graciously hand over all the berries in your possession to me? How about it?" Huh? Xiano was momentarily taken aback. He turned his head and noticed, to his astonishment, a small vessel had appeared just 10 meters behind him, seemingly only 3 or 4 times larger than his own, in a state of disrepair. A group of menacing-looking brutes were gathered at the railing of the deck, leering at him with lewd expressions. The one who had spoken earlier was a bald man at the center. One of his legs was propped on the bow of the ship, a cold smirk playing on his lips, displaying a demeanor slightly less intimidating than his companions. However, his head was exceedingly smooth, devoid of eyebrows, resembling an egg, instantly evoking in Xiano a powerful sense of déjà vu regarding a certain individual. What on earth were these beggars doing here? Overall, the first impression was rather poor. Yet, Xiano soon realized that the profession of maritime beggars did not exist. He then glanced upward along the mast, only to be taken aback by the sight of a black pirate flag fluttering above. Shano's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression resembling that of an adorably confused hound. He glanced at the ragtag group of 20 or so individuals aboard the decrepit ship, feeling a wave of dismay wash over him. Is this truly the infamous pirate crew of the Grand Line? Am I not merely experiencing a glitch? Returning to the novice village? Ha! Look at this foolish lad, utterly bewildered. Has he finally recognized our true identities? On the deck, upon noticing Shano staring blankly at the pirate flag, the bald giant could no longer suppress his sinister laughter. How Navi, in these treacherous waters plagued by pirates, he dares to exhibit such carelessness. Hey kid, have you been frightened into silence? With that, he abruptly raised his massive axe towards Shano, his face contorted in a menacing grin. I am the overlord of the South Sea, the infamous Blood Axe Green, with a bounty of 15 million berries. You pretty boy. Upon encountering me, do you not intend to hand over the money you acquired from that woman? The pirate flag fluttered in the wind, accompanied by the sound of rustling sails. Time seemed to freeze as Shano stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the bald man before him. It suddenly struck him, recalling the initial words spoken by this brute, rendering him momentarily speechless. Huh? How do you even know about that? Of course I know. Do you think I've been trailing behind you for days on end without reason? Green rolled his eyes. However, halfway through his tirade, he realized how demeaning such a statement was and swiftly altered his tone. Enough with the nonsense. Hand over the money. That large bag should contain at least several tens of millions of berries, right? At this point, a hint of sorrow flickered in the bald giant's eyes. Damn it, it hasn't been easy. After all this time following, he was on the verge of losing the fearsome reputation he had painstakingly built. Initially, he had faltered in front of a merchant convoy due to their numerical and firepower advantage. Then, during the days of tracking, he struggled with the chaotic climate of the Grand Line, almost losing the trail. Additionally, 2 of his crew members had been swept away by a storm while relieving themselves at the stern, never to return. Finally, when they managed to see the merchant convoy dock and unload, he thought they had a chance to strike. Yet, the sudden appearance of a naval fleet at the port sent him fleeing, although the Navy did not pursue him. His heart felt as if it had been frozen in despair. Fortunately, fortune favors the bold. Green fixed his gaze on the bewildered Shano and licked his lips. Before the Navy had arrived, they had spotted, through their telescope, the beautiful woman, clearly the owner of the merchant convoy, handing a substantial sum of money to Shano. At the time, Their attention had been on the merchant vessel, allowing this boy to escape the port. However, since the big fish was out of reach, perhaps devouring this delectable little treat wouldn't be such a bad alternative. As for the identity of this lad, a delicate young man who had just received a hefty sum from the merchant ship, Green would bet his life that this scoundrel was undoubtedly a kept boy of that wealthy woman. Chapter 128. Tornado destroys the parking lot. Millions of berries upon hearing the words of the bald man, Shano instinctively cast a glance into the cabin. Suddenly feeling a wave of discomfort, it dawned on him that he seemed to have been duped by Alida. In the world of pirates, there existed currency in the thousands. Yet all he possessed were bills of 100, accompanied by a considerable number of coins. Goodness, was this a jest at his expense? And now, he had inadvertently become a target for pirates. One could hardly jest in such a manner. Alas, there was nothing to be done. He would simply have to wait to eat later, for it would not take long, and the food should remain warm. With a heart full of regret, Shano reluctantly set down the grilled fish in his hand, slowly rising to his feet. He lifted his gaze slightly, locking onto the grinning, bald giant on the deck. It could be said that having the experience of skewering meat delivered right to him was rather fortunate. As this thought crossed his mind, Shano's right hand had already settled on the hilt of his sword, the Lake Toya. With a swift draw, he unleashed a strike towards a nearby ship, the wind howling dramatically around him as he shouted, "Hasaki," perhaps due to the slight intoxication from earlier drinks. A phrase that typically would not escape his lips now erupted in a fierce roar, emanating an impressive aura. Ah, the folly of drunkenness. As he executed the sword strike, a small tornado, approximately 4 to 5 meters high, suddenly formed on the surface of the sea between the two vessels, surging towards the ship with a terrifying speed, sweeping across the deck. Indeed, the power and scale were somewhat diminished. The physical exertion was greater than anticipated, leading Shano to contemplate the necessity of gathering wind for future encounters with formidable foes. This thought lingered in his mind as he observed the tornado's trajectory, deep in reflection. Having recently ascended to level 6, he had refrained from testing his limits due to his limited stamina, making this his first attempt at directly summoning a tornado without gathering wind. The results could only be described as mediocre. In truth, after extensive training and elevating his wind sword technique to an intermediate level, each of his sword strikes had been an accumulation of the intent of the swift wind, allowing him to effortlessly unleash the tornado on the third attempt. It was not merely a limitation imposed by the system on his skills. Meanwhile, on the other side, the bald man, Green, was contemplating whether to dispose of the young man after acquiring the money or to leave him on the ship as a prize for his famished subordinates. However, in the next instant, he found himself lifted into the air by the tornado, colliding with his similarly airborne subordinates. How is this possible? Amidst the blinding winds, Green glanced towards the small ship ahead and was taken aback to see the young man, whom he had dismissed as a pretty boy, wearing a smug grin, leisurely enjoying the spectacle of his crew being tossed about in the sky. This detestable fellow. Could he also be a devil fruit user? Not being a fool, Green, having witnessed this inexplicably powerful strike, finally grasped the reality of the situation. This was the Grand Line. He had just crossed from the South Sea and had failed to adapt his mindset. A person brazen enough to navigate a small ship alone in the Grand Line could not possibly be weak. If one could conjure a tornado with a single sword strike, he was undoubtedly a formidable devil fruit user. Regret washed over him. He had been far too careless. In that moment, Green felt as if his insides were turning to regret. While he himself had only sustained minor injuries in the vortex, his subordinates were not as fortunate. Glancing around, he estimated that nearly half of them had already fallen. It is utterly abysmal. The current Green pirates are nothing like they used to be. The number of survivors has dwindled to less than 10%, comprising only the most formidable elites who manage to endure. The loss of each member is an unbearable blow to him. Otherwise, in his former self, he would have swiftly dealt with the doubts cast by his subordinates days ago without a second thought. Now, however, he finds himself perilously close to becoming a mere figurehead. Yet, reality often proves to be more brutal than anticipated. Soon, Green realizes that losing a few subordinates is not the gravest misfortune. For as the fury of the tornado wanes and the ship is about to descend back onto the deck, the ominous cracking sound of splintering would suddenly reverberate from below. This vessel of the Green Pirates is merely a small boat that was once an auxiliary craft of their flagship, constructed with mediocre quality, and has been battered by the peculiar climate of the Grand Line over the past few days. Thus, an unforeseen calamity unfolds amidst the tornado's wrath. The entire ship can scarcely endure for a brief moment before it begins to disintegrate. The disintegration occurs with alarming rapidity, and when the tornado finally dissipates, the sea reveals no sign of the ship, only countless wooden planks adrift. The pirates, having just fallen from the sky, plummet into the water like dumplings. Splash! Splash! The surface of the sea erupts with splashes. Apart from a few who have already perished, the remaining pirates choke on mouthfuls of seawater. Those with better swimming skills manage to struggle on the surface, for there are scattered planks nearby to cling to as lifelines. However, those with average swimming abilities who are also injured fare far worse, gradually submerging amidst bubbling foam. It is indeed the vessels crafted by the Pross family that inspire trust. Witnessing the chaotic plight of the pirates, and casting a glance at the drifting planks and masts on the water, Shano silently scoffs. Then, with a slight flick of his wrist, he tilts the tip of his sword forward. His earlier intent was merely to test the tornado's effects. He would not let such an opportunity for experience slip away unseized. However, at that moment, Shano's peripheral vision catches sight of a small boat emerging from the direction the pirates had pursued him from. Though distant, it is evident that this vessel is even smaller than his own, and he can faintly discern two figures on the deck. Only two individuals. Could they be local fishermen? Frowning slightly, Shano contemplates before deciding to take action. Given the proximity to Dulu Island, the presence of a fishing boat is not particularly surprising. To avoid any unnecessary complications, swiftly eliminating these pirates and departing is the wisest course of action. With this thought in mind, he proceeds to act accordingly. Thus, after a series of relentless sword energies sliced through the air, regardless of where the pirates found themselves or their identities, they met their demise amidst their anguished cries. Chapter 129, The Defeat of Young Kid. 63 experience points. With the blade returned to its sheath, Shano cast a glance at his attribute panel and let out a sorrowful sigh. Despite the presence of nearly 30 pirates, the experience gained was disappointingly minimal, with the majority stemming from that bald man who boasted a bounty exceeding 10 million berries. This implied that the remaining pirates yielded scarcely a point of experience each. How lamentable. How had the quality of pirates in the Grand Line sunk to such depths? Surely, even the most insignificant of fish should not be so lacking. With a resigned sigh, Shano returned to his barbecue grill, picking up the half-eaten skewer of grilled fish and bringing it to his mouth. The fish was not merely warm. It retained a delightful heat, and with each bite, a wave of satisfaction washed over him, rekindling his spirits. However, in the next moment, just as he contemplated whether to open another bottle of wine, a furious roar erupted from behind him, startling him so much that he nearly drove the skewer into his own nostril. What on earth? Is this never-ending? Shano, with a face devoid of hope, set down the grilled fish and turned his head, only to discover that the small boat in the distance was racing towards him with fervent urgency. As it drew nearer, the figures he had previously regarded as mere fishermen began to come into clear view. At the forefront stood a youthful boy, seemingly no older than 14 or 15, with fiery red hair styled in a spiky fashion. He wore goggles atop his head and stood defiantly at the bow of the vessel, shouting vehemently in his direction. Behind him was another youth, similarly young, with disheveled golden hair that obscured half of his face, diligently rowing with a wooden paddle to compensate for the lacking wind. Just a couple of brats, Shano murmured to himself, having completely forgotten that he too was merely months shy of 17. He observed the two boys laboring to reach him, and after a moment's contemplation, he rose and moved to the mast, lowering the sail. The boat's speed diminished significantly, and soon enough, the small vessel had arrived alongside him. The boy with the spiky red hair leapt onto the deck, his face a mask of righteous indignation. He scrutinized Shano from head to toe before. Amidst the bewildered stares of onlookers, he erupted in furious outcry. "You scoundrel! It was you who just slaughtered the crew of the Green Pirate Gang, wasn't it?" Indeed. Shano barely managed to evade the onslaught of spittle, and upon hearing the latter part of the statement, he instinctively nodded, only to find himself engulfed in further confusion. Gazing at the two youngsters before him, he felt an inexplicable sense of disquiet and inquired, "Why do you ask such a question? Are you both, perchance, subordinates of that infamous Green?" Hearing this, the two boys exchanged glances, and then the one with the fiery red, spiky hair erupted into laughter. His amusement so profound it seemed as though he had encountered the most ludicrous of jokes. He doubled over, nearly unable to stand, exclaiming, "Ha ha, you fool! How dare you associate me with that scoundrel Green?" Suddenly, his mirth vanished, and his expression shifted to one of grim intensity as he fixed a cold stare upon Shano. "Do not jest, you imbecile. What do you take me for? I am destined to find the One Piece, the illustrious Eustace Kid." The silent, blonde-haired youth behind him interjected softly. Yet at that moment, his words fell on deaf ears, for for the red-haired boy was preoccupied with maintaining a fierce demeanor. Meanwhile, Xiano's expression transformed into one of utter disbelief, his mouth twitching slightly, revealing his profound exasperation. Good heavens! It turns out they are those two brothers. Xiano felt a sense of unease enveloping him. Earlier, he had found the attire of the two individuals somewhat familiar, though he could not place it at the moment. However, upon hearing their names, he instantly matched them with the figures from the comic. In the original narrative, they were none other than Eustace Kidd, the captain of the Kidd Pirates, who ranked among the 11 supernovas alongside Luffy, boasting the highest bounty among them, and his comrade Killer, a notorious figure in the worst generation with a staggering bounty. These two individuals would, in the timeline of the original story, become formidable adversaries renowned for their brutality, their names echoing throughout the first half of the Grand Line. Kidd, in particular, was known for his unabashed ambition towards the One Piece, and anyone who dared to mock his dreams would find themselves relentlessly pursued, a character so formidable that even the Navy found him troublesome. Upon entering the New World, his bounty soared to an astonishing 470 million berries, making him the most bountied individual Xiano had encountered since his arrival in the world of pirates. However, what truly vexed Xiano was not this revelation. He had always perceived that when these brothers first appeared in the original narrative, though Kidd had a cocky demeanor, they generally maintained a cold and aloof persona. Logically, if they had such personalities as adults, they should have exhibited similar traits in their youth. Why then do they appear so juvenile now? Having confirmed the identities of Kidd and Killer, Xiano finally felt a spark of energy return, no longer languid as before. With keen interest, he scrutinized these two young men and spoke. Since you have no ties to the Green Pirates, why step in to defend them after I've dealt with them? Who said we're here to defend them? Kidd retorted with a derisive laugh. I've always wanted to avenge them myself. I traveled all the way from the South Blue to the Grand Line for this very purpose, and what do I find? He cast a fierce glance at the wreckage of a ship not far from the surface of the sea, gritting his teeth as he continued. Just when I was about to catch up, you, scoundrel, killed them all. In an instant, Kidd drew a long knife from his waist, pointing it directly at Xiano's forehead, his expression inscrutable as he coolly declared, in that case, you shall bear the consequences in their stead regarding the pursuit of books. It appears there are approximately 20,000 readers. It is imperative to clarify that my work has not been authorized by the platform in question. Therefore, even if readers pay for a subscription, it remains a form of piracy, and I receive not a single penny. Initially, I considered contacting the editor to have my book removed from that platform. However, after careful contemplation, I decided against it. The subscription fees on both platforms are identical. Thus, I sincerely hope that those with the means will choose to support the original work on the proper platform. Thank you. Chapter 130. How to Become the Pirate King Without Being a Delinquent. Upon hearing this, Shano could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. So that was the situation. Ignoring the long blade pointed at him, Shano glanced at the cold-faced Kidd and then at the silent Kira behind him. The thought of the Green Pirate group trailing behind him for several days, while these two little rascals had been pursuing them, suddenly conjured a phrase in Shano's mind. The cicada captures the yellow warbler, while the mantis lurks behind. Indeed, there was no fault in that analogy. Yet now, with the weakest cicada gone, what was the mantis doing prancing about and seeking trouble with the yellow warbler? His gaze shifted to the long knife, and after a moment of contemplation, Shano extended his right hand. In a manner reminiscent of a student borrowing an eraser from a desk mate, he effortlessly took hold of the blade. He examined it several times, dusted it off with a finger, and nodded in approval, stating, this possesses the quality of a fine blade. It is indeed a good sword. How dare you? Kidd, caught off guard by the sudden theft of his long knife, stood there momentarily stunned. Only after Shano had thoroughly inspected the weapon did he react, his demeanor transforming into one of fury as he bellowed. Are you incapable of understanding human language? I expected you to be prepared to face the consequences, yet here you are, brazenly stealing my knife. What is your intent, you scoundrel? The air was thick with an almost juvenile bravado. Oblivious to the absurdity of his earlier actions, Shano felt a pang of annoyance. Just as he intended to return the knife, he saw Kidd suddenly clenching his fist and roaring, "Return my knife." In an instant, a surge of immense force surged from Kidd's hand. Shano was momentarily taken aback. Before he could comprehend the situation, the long knife violently wrenched itself from his grip, soaring towards Kidd, who caught it deftly. This feels oddly reminiscent of swordcomb. Xiano's eyes suddenly brightened. It turned out that this young man had consumed the magnet fruit. How intriguing. He had always harbored a curiosity about the devil fruits, eager to witness firsthand the extraordinary abilities he had once glimpsed in manga. However, regrettably, Despite having spent over 6 years in the pirate world, Ziano had never encountered a devil fruit or met more than a handful of users, having already tested his mettle against Buggy and Smoker before their confrontation. Now, faced with the magnet fruit, his youthful exuberance surged once more. Clap, clap, clap. He hurriedly applauded, then handed over a skewer from the barbecue grill, taking a deep breath and expressing earnestly, "Please, do demonstrate your powers once more." "Huh, kid." Just tightening his grip on his sword, froze momentarily. "What did you say? I mean, could you activate your fruit ability again?" Ziano raised the skewer in his hand apologetically. "I couldn't quite catch your previous move. Might I experience it again? Are you out of your mind?" The words nearly escaped Kid's lips, yet he quickly shook off the momentary bewilderment. He glared at Ziano, the coldness returning to his gaze. "You, knowing I'm a devil fruit user, dare to adopt such an attitude? That is quite audacious." Steadying his stance, he raised his sword high, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes as he swung it down viciously towards the unsuspecting Ziano. "Prepare yourself, you insufferable fool." Meanwhile, behind Kid Killer, who had remained mostly silent, retrieved two slightly curved black scythes from seemingly nowhere, and, in perfect synchrony, launched an attack from another direction. Oh, he is truly furious. Observing the two approaching adversaries, Ziano merely smirked. He did not retreat. Instead, his expression grew serious. His right hand had unknowingly found its place on the hilt of the Tia sword. Then, with terrifying speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, he drew his blade. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy surged forth in an instant. Kid felt as though he had collided head-on with a mountain, engulfed by tumultuous waves. In the next moment, he was horrified to see a crack forming at the tip of his sword, rapidly spreading until, within just a few breaths, it shattered completely. How is this possible? Kid muttered instinctively. Yet he forgot that he, too, was within the range of this astounding force. Thus, after merely a second of stunned disbelief, he was effortlessly hurled into the water by the residual power. Cough, cough, cough. Transformed into a clumsy landlubber after consuming a devil fruit, Kid found himself choking on several mouthfuls of water, his body succumbing to a wave of weakness as he teetered perilously towards the depths of the sea. Just then, a hand reached out and firmly pulled him back onto the deck. Freed from the suffocating embrace of the water, Kid gasped for air, gradually regaining his composure. Wiping the moisture from his face, he waved a hand dismissively behind him, expressing his gratitude to Killer. However, he was taken aback upon realizing that his brother, Killer, was equally drenched, evidently having just emerged from the ocean as well. The question lingered in his mind. Who was the figure behind him? Confused, he turned around to find the infuriating black-haired youth, who wore a smug grin and inquired, "So, have you had enough fun?" To Kid, this remark reeked of arrogance. Yet he felt powerless to retaliate. The earlier confrontation had made it abundantly clear that this individual was not to be trifled with. Even combined, he and his brother were no match for their opponent, prompting him to sulk and mutter a reluctant acknowledgement. Had enough fun? That is splendid. I absolutely detest juvenile delinquents. The audacious Shano, having conveniently forgotten his own earlier exuberance, scolded the two brothers in a tone reminiscent of an adult reprimanding children. He then gestured toward the barbecue grill behind them, curtly instructing, "Sit down." He retrieved several skewers of grilled fish from above and tossed them toward the two youths. "Eat." His voice was short and authoritative, igniting a rebellious spark within Kid who instinctively prepared to refuse. Yet in that very moment, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Cursing under his breath, he glanced at Killer, who was discreetly swallowing hard, and recalled that since their entry into the Grand Line, they had been subsisting on meager rations due to inadequate preparation. This morning, they hadn't eaten anything at all, and their stomachs were now painfully empty. After a brief struggle with his pride, Kid surrendered, offering a hasty thanks before both brothers eagerly seized the grilled fish, devouring it ravenously, oblivious to its heat. Chapter 131. The daily life of Fat Tiger. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Little Luo, perhaps feeling fatigued, lay sprawled on the deck, dozing sporadically. Ziano reclined with his arms resting behind his head, half lying against Shaluo, observing the two brothers were still indulging in their feast, a peculiar expression etched upon his face. To appease these two little rascals, Shaluo had initially gone out to catch a fish that measured nearly 80 to 90 centimeters in length. Meanwhile, Ziano had opted not to prepare skewers, instead simply cleaning the fish and roasting a whole before serving it. To his astonishment, after devouring the fish, the two brothers still appeared unsated, their expressions reflecting a lingering desire for more, compelling Ziano to retrieve some provisions from the pantry to satisfy them. It is worth noting that the entire fish weighed over 30 kilograms. If it were up to Ziano alone, he might not have finished it in 2 or 3 days. Yet at this moment, all that remained was a massive skeleton. Goodness, Ziano now comprehended how the voracious eaters in the pirate world were forged. This was merely Kid, and one could only imagine how much Luffy could consume in a single sitting, potentially exhausting his entire family's resources. Moments later, I am finally full, Kid exclaimed, placing the empty biscuit tin down, contentedly patting his belly before letting out a hearty belch. He turned to Ziano with a grin and said, "By the way, your roasted fish was truly delightful. I am immensely grateful." Ziano smirked. "Gratitude is unnecessary. Just refrain from wielding a knife against me for no reason." Shano curled his lips in disdain, dismissively waving his hand before shifting his gaze to Kira. This little fellow was of a similar age to Sanji, possessing rather peculiar tastes. He exhibited no interest whatsoever in the biscuits and toast that Shano had offered. Instead, he fixated on the sealed package of noodles, which he proceeded to boil himself. With a pair of chopsticks, he devoured the noodles heartily, occasionally smacking his lips, clearly relishing the flavors. As if sensing Shano's stare, Kira slightly lifted his head, glancing at him and then at the enormous fish skeleton that had been entirely consumed. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks as he set down his bowl and murmured, "I sincerely apologize for the trouble I've caused you." It's nothing. Please, enjoy your meal," Shano replied. Ziano was aware that the lad had misconstrued his intentions, and he quickly waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Do eat more. That is not what I meant. Have you not noticed how your brother devours so much yet still wears that infuriating grin? I have not reprimanded him either." Kira, in silence, nodded and resumed his voracious consumption of noodles. Hey, what do you mean by an infuriating grin?" Kid shouted from across the table, feeling quite displeased. However, upon receiving a cold glare from Ziano, a chill abruptly coursed down his spine, rendering him subdued. He silently swallowed the remainder of his words. This rascal was truly not to be trifled with. "Oh, by the way, my lad," Ziano gazed at Kid, pondering for a moment before inquiring with a hint of curiosity, "You mentioned earlier that you pursued that fellow named Green all the way from the South Sea to here. Could you elaborate on that?" At this question, Kid was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief hesitation, he carefully recounted the events leading up to their chase. It turned out that they were survivors from a town that had been mercilessly slaughtered. Upon hearing this, Ziano was struck by a sudden realization. It was no wonder these two young men dared to traverse the treacherous upside-down mountain in pursuit of the Grand Line. Given such a profound vendetta, he mused, even if his adversary fled to the New World, he too would relentlessly pursue them to the ends of the earth. It appeared that this was a transformative period for the brothers Kid and Killer. Initially ignited by the annihilation of their hometown, their pent-up rage gradually intensified throughout their pursuit of the Green Pirate crew, ultimately shaping them into individuals prone to fits of rage and a penchant for inflicting cruelty upon innocent civilians. Presently, although the brothers exhibited starkly contrasting personalities, one brash and the other composed, they still embodied the essence of youthful exuberance, bearing a significant difference from who they would become in a few years. Reflecting on this, Ziano felt a pang of guilt for having so swiftly dispatched the Green Pirate crew, seemingly undermining the arduous journey these brothers had undertaken. With this thought in mind, he straightened up from the warm embrace of little Luo's soft fur and asked, "Now that Green is dead, what are your plans?" Kid appeared momentarily stunned, then scratched his chin in contemplation. "Our plan, I suppose, is to return to the South Sea. There's still a few minor issues we need to address there. Once we establish ourselves as the most formidable pirates in the South Sea, we shall return here and conquer the Grand Line." Return to the South Sea? Ziano was taken aback by such a response. Kid, who had already consumed the devil fruit, posed little resistance before him due to his limited development. Yet, when it came to the South Sea, he was practically capable of dominating the region. In such circumstances, remaining there seemed rather futile. Why did this child lack any ambition? Was there any hope for a slacker like him? However, Ziano suddenly recalled something and turned to Kid, saying, returning Isen T an issue, "But do you possess a log pose?" "A log pose?" Both Kid and Kira, who was engrossed in his noodles, were momentarily stunned. Kid, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "What is that?" "Huh?" Ziano was equally taken aback. "You don't even know what a log pose is, yet you ventured into the Grand Line? How did you make it here?" "We came with the Green Pirate crew." Kid scratched his head, then remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Although I have no idea what this log pose you mention is, the Grand Line truly lives up to its reputation. I've been thrown overboard by storms several times. Thankfully, Kira was there, or it could have been quite perilous. Isn't that just stating the obvious?" Ziano gazed at the boy before him, with his spiky hair reminiscent of a certain archetype, feeling a hint of disdain. Yet, the abundance of absurdities left him at a loss for words, prompting him to exhale deeply. He proceeded to explain the peculiarities of the Grand Line and the significance of the log pose in detail. Upon hearing this, Kid appeared utterly bewildered, inquiring, "So what should I do now? Should I buy one?" "Buy?" Ziano retorted. "Why didn't you think of that back at Drum Island? Now, with the vast ocean before us, where would you procure it?" Ziano shot him a disapproving glare and continued, "Even if you could buy it, do you possess the funds?" Kid shook his head with a blunt honesty, then chuckled mischievously. "However, if I can't buy it, I could always steal it. Don't forget, I'm a pirate now." "Steal? You must be joking." Ziano, losing his patience, promptly delivered a swift smack to Kid's head, causing him to clutch his throbbing skull and cry out in pain. "What a brat. You're all talk about stealing. A pirate, without even a bounty to your name, dares to call yourself one?" Chapter 132. An unexpected visitor who says I don't have one. As Ziano prepared to deliver another swift blow, Kid instinctively recoiled a couple of steps in trepidation. In a fit of anger, he produced 2 faded yellow bounty posters from his pocket and slammed them onto the deck with a resounding thud. "Take a look at this." "Oh, you actually have one?" Ziano let out a soft click of his tongue as he picked up the bounty notice, casting a glance upward. One offered a reward of 12 million, while the other stood at 3 million. Quite impressive indeed. "What deeds have you undertaken?" "Humph. Now you see the gravity of the situation." "Do you?" At this moment, Kid began to tremble with excitement, boasting, "This is merely from last week. After we dispatched the vice-captain of the Green Pirate crew, the Navy issued these bounties. Now that Green himself has met his demise, just wait. Our bounty will soar once more. Who knows, I might even surpass 20 million. Ah, what a delightfully languorous sense of pride this brings," Ziano lethargically remarked. "Even so, isn't there nothing to boast about when it comes to plundering? Wasn't your dream to find the one piece? Try not to engage in actions that diminish your stature." Moreover, Ziano gestured toward the certain direction behind them. The site where the Green Pirates had met their demise, now but a distant memory. "Do not forget, although the Navy is likely to hold you accountable for this, it was I who dispatched Green. Well, if that were not the case, why would we be here confronting you?" Kid rolled his eyes, expressing his reluctance. "If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't best you, I would have already sent you swimming with the fishes. All this incessant lecturing. Who do you think you are?" At this point, Kid suddenly recalled that after feasting and chatting, he still lacked knowledge about the identity of the individual before him. He had only inquired about his name while enjoying grilled fish. He then lifted his head and asked, "Hey, now that we've discussed our bounties, you still haven't revealed your identity, have you? You certainly do not appear to be an ordinary individual. Could it be that you are a bounty hunter?" "Me? I indeed used to be a hunter." Shano reclined once more upon the soft belly of Xiao Luo, resting his head while gazing dreamily at the distant expanse of the sea. "However, it seems that in this moment, I should consider myself as your companion. From a certain perspective, I might even be deemed a predecessor. Wouldn't you agree?" "Ah, are you a pirate as well? What is your title?" "I have purchased numerous newspapers in the past, yet I have never heard of you." Kid initially appeared taken aback, but then, as if struck by a thought, he broke into a wide grin, laughing heartily. "Ha ha! Could it be that your bounty is less than mine, hence your reluctance to reveal it? Fear not, speak boldly. I shan't mock you." Ziano, indifferent to the disturbance, continued to gaze at the picturesque seascape before him. At that moment, Kira's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of unease. He set down the noodles in his hands and prodded his brother Kid, who was laughing heartily. "What is the matter?" The laughter abruptly ceased, and Kid shot an irritated glare at Kira. Without uttering a word, Kira silently turned away. Their ship was tethered to the stern of Ziano's vessel by a thick hemp rope, allowing him to leap easily onto the deck. Kira swiftly entered the cabin and emerged with a dark backpack. Upon returning to Ziano's ship, Kira unzipped the backpack and began rummaging through its contents. "Isn't this the bag you used to collect the latest bounty posters of pirates?" Kid remarked with curiosity. "It still has them?" He paused, recalling that he hadn't paid much attention to this since they set sail. "But why are you taking it out now?" "Nothing, Kid," Kira replied, his tone remaining calm. However, Kid noticed beads of sweat forming at Kira's temples. Kira then produced a relatively new bounty poster from within and handed it to Kid. "You should take a look at this." Kid furrowed his brow as he accepted the poster. Upon inspection, he was taken aback to see the image of a strikingly handsome young man clad in black, wielding a pristine white sword. The youth's expression was stern, and above him, a disembodied head soared high into the sky, its features obscured. Very striking, Kid thought to himself, impressed. The composition of the photograph was exceptional. exuding an aura of menace far superior to the deliberately grotesque images often presented by other pirates. Then, his gaze fell upon the bounty amount, an astonishing 89 million berries, approaching a staggering 100 million. Such a bounty in the South Sea was unfathomable, considering that the highest bounty among pirates in that region barely exceeded 30 million. Yet, the more he scrutinized the photograph, the more familiar the figure appeared. Kid felt a dryness in his throat as he glanced at Shano, who was slightly squinting against the sea breeze. He compared the face in a wanted poster with that of Shano and was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Clutching the bounty poster, he looked up at Kira, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I want to be killed by him, will I? That is difficult to say. Kira replied with a hint of amusement at Kid's predicament, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. But I believe that a pirate with such a high bounty, if provoked by someone like you, would certainly not let you survive the night. Implicitly, he suggested that Shano would not react in such a manner. Haha, Kid forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace. Just as he was about to say something to lighten the mood, he noticed Shano suddenly rise from his reclined position on the eagle's back, causing him to shudder. With a nervous tone, he exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" "It seems I have made an error." Shano paid no heed to the incessant murmurs, merely extracting the recording pointer for a fleeting glance. With a slight furrow of his brow, he remarked, "While I was grilling fish for you earlier, the wind direction experienced a subtle shift, which I failed to notice. It seems our course has deviated slightly." "What?" Kid was taken aback, but Kira interjected calmly. "It shouldn't be a major issue, right? It's only been an hour. If we adjust our direction promptly, we'll merely take a longer route." That is indeed the case, but the current predicament is far more troubling. To the brothers' astonishment, Shano exhibited no signs of relaxation. Instead, his expression darkened, and he slowly placed his right hand upon the hilt of his sword. Just as Kid felt a surge of panic, fearing he was about to face retribution, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from the deck. In an instant, Shano unsheathed his sword, shouting fiercely as he struck downwards towards the sea surface 5 or 6 meters ahead. "Whoever lurks there, reveal yourself." With a sharp whoosh, the sword's energy sliced through the air, plunging into the water and creating a cascade of splashes. Through the crystal-clear azure depths, a faint crimson hue began to rise, swiftly staining the sea. In the next moment, a piercing scream erupted, and the surface exploded into a massive wave, revealing a colossal figure nearly 3 meters tall, suddenly materializing before Shano and his companions. Upon witnessing an actual ambush from below the water, both Kid and Kira momentarily froze. When they finally discerned the figure's appearance, they could not suppress their astonishment. A fishman, with pale gray skin, an impressively muscular physique, and glistening razor-sharp teeth. The identity of the newcomer was unmistakable. It was indeed a merman. This fishman sported 2 prominent spikes atop his head, with his right chest exposed, revealing a deep sword wound that bled profusely, evidently inflicted by Shano's earlier strike. "You despicable race, ultimately just a wretched breed," the fishman growled, clutching his injury as he surveyed the 3 on the deck with a grim countenance. "Daring to launch a sneak attack. Today, you 3 shall remain here. Ridiculous. You are the one who hid beneath the water, plotting an ambush." Kid's temper flared, and without hesitation, he retorted vehemently, "What despicable race indeed. Just look at yourself. Ugly as you are, how dare you show your face to frighten us?" The fisherman initially focused on Shano, but now, with Kid's escalating animosity, he turned his icy gaze towards him, seething. "The red-haired brat dares to speak disrespectfully to the noble fisherman race? Are you seeking death? In my opinion, it is you who is courting death, is it not?" Kid retorted defiantly, preparing to continue the verbal sparring when a hand reached out from beside him, halting his words. He turned in astonishment to see Shano, frowning slightly, gazing at the merman outside the vessel. This fellow seems somewhat familiar. Shano's gaze swept over the sun emblem emblazoned upon the chest of the merman before him, then glanced at the black belt fastened around his waist. After a protracted moment of contemplation, he finally unearthed a familiar image from the obscure recesses of his memory. It was the cadre of the evil dragon pirates, Black Belt. Indeed, it was he, one of the notorious trio of merman officers who had once followed Arlong to wreak havoc in the East Blue, and ultimately met his defeat at the hands of Sanji when he clashed with Luffy and his crew. In the real world, 2.5 years prior, Shano had read in the newspapers about the dissolution of the Sun Pirates and the subsequent separation of Arlong and Jinbei. He had initially anticipated that Arlong's gang would soon resurface in Sicily Village, yet as time passed, he had not encountered any of them in the East Blue. Now, he pondered how this merman had appeared here. As his thoughts lingered in uncertainty, The black belt across from him seemed unable to endure kids' taunts any longer and finally made his move. With a sudden surge, he propelled himself off the waves, soaring high into the air, and as he descended towards the ship, he bent his arms backward, harnessing the surrounding atmosphere pressure to unleash a thunderous strike aimed squarely at Kid S's face. Merman karate, direct death route, he bellowed, as the colossal hand descended with increasing velocity. Kid, caught off guard and unable to react in time, stood frozen, while a sinister smile crept across Black Belt's lips, revealing his sharp teeth. Inexplicably. However, in the next instant, a powerful wave of air surged toward him, and Black Belt felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall. His movement stalled abruptly, and before he could comprehend the situation, a long, powerful hand had seized his neck, gradually tightening its grip. The suffocating pressure surged through his throat, causing his face to flush crimson, blood rushing to his head, and his eyes began to fill with blood vessels. Struggling to twist his head, he followed the wrist to find a youthful, dark-haired boy staring at him impassively. Down, came the calm command, and in the next heartbeat, Black Belt felt an irresistible force pulling him downward. With a resounding thud, he crashed heavily onto the deck. Gasping for breath, Black Belt raised his head, ready to utter a retort, only to be silenced by the glinting tip of a snow-white longsword pressed against his throat. The merman, with the sword's point resting against Black Belt's neck, lowered his gaze slightly, locking eyes with him. You've been following us for at least 5 or 6 minutes, haven't you? If you hadn't surfaced, it would have been difficult to detect your presence. So, can you tell me what you intend to do? Unlike the relatively peaceful Four Seas, the Grand Line is rife with piracy and various nefarious underground forces. Here, countless acts of violence occur daily. For someone who has been lurking in the shadows for so long, regardless of whether they have confirmed their adversary's identity, most would not extend a cordial welcome. How arrogant. Witnessing Shano's nonchalant demeanor, Black Belt felt an inexplicable irritation rise within him. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "It was merely luck that allowed you to discover it ahead of time. An inferior race is still an inferior race. Do you expect me to explain it to you?" Yasuo let out a prolonged "oh," and then contemplatively gazed at the disdainful merman before him, who stubbornly refused to answer even the simplest of inquiries. It seemed he had not been sufficiently subdued. 5 minutes later, "It hurts, it hurts. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I'll tell you I will." Once again, they found themselves on the same deck, but the once proud merman, who had stood there with an air of arrogance, was now reduced to a mere puddle of mud on the ground, his body so battered that not a single intact piece of flesh could be found. Despite desperately shielding his head with his hands, he could not conceal the wretched howls emanating from within. Beside them, Kid and Kira watched in horror. Fortunately, they had not truly offended him earlier. Casting a cautious glance at Yasuo, who was turned away from them, the two brothers exchanged a look, each finding a glimmer of relief in the other's eyes. "So, have you finally realized the importance of responding appropriately?" Yasuo let out a cold chuckle and gestured towards the barbecue grill still smoldering with embers. "Allow me to inquire once more, what is your intention in stealthily following me? Otherwise, as fate would have it, our vessel is currently in need of meat. Today's lunch shall consist of pepper-salted roach fish." Upon hearing these words, the Black Belt felt a sudden shiver run through him. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at Yasuo with his swollen eyes, and managed to utter with great difficulty, "This is not a place for your kind. I am merely executing my leader's orders to prevent humans from approaching. I apologize for not updating last night. This is a supplementary update. There will be another update tonight." Chapter 134. The Dragon Pirate Crew. Leader? Yasuo slightly squinted his eyes. "It is a long, isn't it? How do you know?" The Black Belt was immediately taken aback. "Let's not dwell on that for now." Yasuo, feeling disinclined to elaborate further, extracted the navigation pointer to observe the current course, which had increasingly veered toward the east. A slight frown creased his brow as he surveyed the expanse of sea ahead. He then lowered his gaze, speaking coldly. "You mentioned that this is not a place for us. What precisely do you mean by that?" "It is quite simple. If an ordinary human were to wander into this vicinity, they would have long since met their demise at our hands. The wretched human race possesses no right to set foot upon that island. Are you implying that your sudden ascent was intended to eliminate us here and now?" Yasuo disregarded certain word choices with a sidelong glance. "Surely, despite your demeanor, you must hold a position of authority? Such trifling matters shouldn't necessitate your personal intervention. This is merely a routine task for every member. Even those in leadership cannot be exempt. Besides, some humans are not typical kin that can be dealt with casually. Thus, we must take on this responsibility." Even after being reduced to a mere shadow of himself, the Black Belt's tone dripped with mockery. "Speaking of which, I advise you to alter your course promptly. Proceeding further would lead you into a zone of heightened alert. While I must concede your strength is considerable, perhaps slightly superior to my own, venturing recklessly near the island will guarantee your untimely and gruesome demise. Oh, is that so? I appreciate the warning. Yasuo shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the words spoken. He then reclined beside Shao Luo's form, resting his arm behind his head, and lazily gestured towards Kid. That fellow, steer to the right, hoist the sails to the fullest, and continue onward without pause. All right, no problem, Kid instinctively responded, only to suddenly realize something amiss as he approached the mast and began to tug at the ropes. What the hell? Why am I following that guy's orders? Nevertheless, glancing at his round belly, Kid hesitated for a brief moment, sighed, and continued to follow Yasuo's instructions. He reasoned it was merely repayment for consuming so many grilled fish. After all, in a few days, once they acquired the recording pointer, he and Kira would depart from this ship. As for staying with Yasuo, well, Kid felt little interest in being with someone who appeared to be an elegant youth, but was, in truth, a violent psychopath. Not heeding advice, are we? On the edge of the deck, the black belt, struggling against the pain that rendered him nearly immobile, let out a cold laugh. Observing Yasuo's disinterest, he lowered his head slightly, effectively concealing the murderous intent that flickered in his eyes. This was acceptable, at worst. He would return to be mocked by Xiao Ba and Ajio. Yet, if he could procure a few high-quality goods, Along would surely be pleased. It was early winter, with clear skies and a warm sea breeze sweeping away the lingering chill. 3 colossal, pure white warships soared with billowing sails, cutting through the waves in this azure expanse of ocean. At the bow of the deck, dozens of naval soldiers stood in impeccable military posture, forming 2 rows with their backs to the ship. Each soldier was robustly built, muscles well-defined. Yet, regardless of who they were, they all maintained a silent vigil. Not a sound breaking the stillness for an extended period. The only noise was the rustling of the sea breeze against their uniforms, presenting a striking spectacle. Clearly, this was a cadre of highly trained, elite naval personnel, entirely incomparable to the idle sailors Yasuo had previously encountered in the East Sea. Tap, tap, tap. The steady sound of footsteps echoed from the ship's cabin, growing nearer. Suddenly, 2 tall figures draped in white cloaks appeared on the deck, advancing towards the bow with measured strides. As they passed, the soldiers flanking them maintained their standard posture, yet all eyes were fixed on the 2 imposing figures, filled with awe and respect. Only after a complete salute did they collectively divert their gaze. Had they already been sailing at full speed for 2 hours? It seemed so. As they approached, 2 figures came to a gradual halt before the railing, gazing out at the distant sea. The one slightly in front suddenly spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, uttering a single, measured phrase. Clad in a dark blue suit and donning a standard naval cap, he sported a neatly groomed, dense black beard. His unusual appearance was likely attributed to the length of his skull, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Indeed, it was Mr. Stolleberry. According to the coordinates you provided earlier, we should arrive in no more than an hour, replied the tall figure beside him with a nod. Compared to the individual in front, his appearance was considerably more conventional, if not for the X marks on his chin and chest. Along with a slightly incongruous hooked nose that marred his overall attractiveness, he could easily be described as handsome. Had Shano been present to witness this visage, he would likely have gasped in astonishment, for this hook-nosed man was none other than the notorious pirate X Blake, who, in the original timeline, would make landfall on Shambody Island 6 years hence, with a bounty of 200 million berries. However, at this moment, he was merely a rear admiral in the Navy, a rising star within the elite training camp, known for his exceptional accomplishments in recent years, still far removed from the identity of a pirate. Well, that is reassuring, Stolleberry said, his expression unchanged as he slightly nodded. He then glanced back at Drake, who appeared hesitant. Sensing his indecision, Stolleberry narrowed his eyes and remarked, Admiral Drake, if you have something to say, please do so openly. We are colleagues in the same department, and there is no need for such reservations. I understand, Mr. Stolleberry, Drake replied, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he voiced his concern. If I recall correctly, you ordered us yesterday to rest on Dulu Island for a period before proceeding to the area in front of Reverse Mountain, inspecting the nearby routes centered around Whiskey Peak. Why the sudden change to head towards Sea Area 26 today? It's quite simple, Stolleberry replied. According to the intelligence I received, the pirate named Shano is concealed within a merchant fleet which arrived at Dulu Island in the early hours. So your brief disappearance while docked at the port was to investigate that merchant fleet? Drake quickly deduced. Indeed, given the vastness of the Grand Line, tracking a bounty criminal is exceedingly challenging, particularly when the individual has maintained a low profile. Initiating with the merchant fleet from the Eastern Sea undoubtedly proved to be the most prudent approach. Stalaberry withdrew his gaze from the distant sea, casting it upon Drake, his countenance remaining devoid of any expression. Despite the merchant's lady vehemently denying any connection to the target, fortune favored us, under the allure of certain profits. Not all aboard maintained their original stance, allowing us to acquire some relatively useful intelligence. Upon hearing this, a hint of derision flickered in the corners of Drake's eyes. However, he concealed it skillfully, and Stalaberry, seated opposite him, remained oblivious, continuing in a calm tone. Just 4 hours prior, the target departed from Dulu Island, advancing along the westernmost route. You should comprehend the implications of this. The velocity of an ordinary pirate ship pales in comparison to that of a warship, signifying that as long as we adhere to this course and establish contact with a nearby naval branch, the likelihood of apprehending the adversary is considerably high. Drake nodded, only to furrow his brow once more. If that is the case, why have you ordered a course deviation towards Area 26? Would it not be more advantageous to head directly to Sanfa-Delu? Stalaberry regarded him with a sidelong glance, refraining from elaborating, and merely produced a folded document from his pocket, extending it with a nonchalant remark. Peruse this, and you shall understand. Drake accepted the newspaper, glancing at it momentarily, his expression shifting dramatically, and upon digesting the entirety of its contents, his visage turned ashen. These ruffians truly revel in creating trouble, he muttered. Observing Drake's reaction, Stalaberry let out a slight sigh. Now you comprehend why, in the final days of your escort mission, the kingdom of Goya's demeanor shifted so abruptly. Do you not? I believe I am beginning to grasp it, Drake replied, slowly refolding the document and stowing it away. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his head, his expression grim. To think they would dare to abduct and negotiate with a royal princess of a world government member state. Those imbeciles must be unaware of the magnitude of the trouble they have invited upon themselves. The year is 1514 of the Oceanic calendar. The Quadrennial World Conference is convened as scheduled in the sacred land of Mariehua. Delegates from over 50 countries across the globe will send their royal representatives to convene and deliberate on matters concerning global security and order. This year's World Conference, extending longer than any in recent memory, has been marked by an unprecedented concern that plagues the majority of nations, the Revolutionary Army. This year, under the leadership of the revolutionary figure Monkey D. Dragon, the Revolutionary Army has made significant strides worldwide, toppling several governments within a few months and emerging as the foremost threat in the eyes of global authorities. Consequently, the conference, which commenced in September, was repeatedly postponed, finally concluding just recently at the end of October, allowing the various royal representatives to return to their territories from Marigeos. During this time, Drake, who was on leave at the headquarters, received a mission to lead a fleet and escort the royal family of the Goya Kingdom across the doldrums to the East Sea. The journey was remarkably smooth. The doldrums presented no challenges, as typically only naval vessels equipped with sea stone can navigate through. Upon entering the East Sea, the 3 warships from the naval headquarters were more than sufficient to deter most pirates, and any who dared approach were swiftly dealt with by Drake, a rear admiral of the headquarters. However, just as the fleet arrived successfully and the royal family prepared to host a farewell banquet for the Navy, an urgent dispatch from the capital transformed the king's demeanor. Without any explanation or attempts to retain them, he unceremoniously dismissed the Navy personnel. This abrupt turn of events left Drake in a state of discontent on the return journey. Even as he received a call from Stalaberry and hurried to rendezvous with him at the Grand Line, the unease lingered. Despite the significant status of a rear admiral in the eyes of the common populace, the royal families of the allied nations, particularly the Goya Kingdom, held such titles in little regard, especially compared to their own elevated status among the world's aristocracy. At last, the truth has come to light. Some individuals persist in believing their racial identity can shield them from all consequences. Stalaberry's calm voice drifted from ahead, yet Drake sensed an undercurrent of chill within it. Unfortunately, those who remain ignorant, like frogs at the bottom of a well, fail to realize that when they breach the limits, neither the privileges once bestowed upon them, nor any transactional alliances with the enigmatic entities of the New World can offer them any semblance of protection. Ultimately, the canon of justice shall shatter all. As Drake observed his principled superior, he initially felt a deep resonance with Stalaberry's sentiments. However, memories of certain racial grievances involving Stalaberry nearly a decade ago caused the corners of his mouth to curve slightly upwards, revealing a hint of skepticism. Almost there. Upon the expansive back of the eagle, Shano, reclining suddenly sat upright, gazing intently at the horizon of the sea, offering a reminder. Beside him, both Kid and Kira felt a surge of spirit, straining their eyes to behold, and indeed, in the eastern direction ahead, an unmistakable crescent-shaped island materialized, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist that obscured the details of its landscape. What a peculiar place, Kid mused after surveying the scene. Unable to suppress a tug at his hair, he turned to Shano and exclaimed, "Hey, I say, even if that grotesque fishman were to attack us, wouldn't it be simpler to just eliminate him? Why must we venture to that island? It feels decidedly perilous. Are you afraid?" Shano cast a sidelong glance at him. "Nonsense. Who's afraid?" Kid retorted, his temper flaring as he shouted at Shano. "I merely wish to inquire about your reasoning. All right? Let's not forget. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million. Yes, indeed. I wouldn't dare provoke," Shano replied. Ziano curled his lips slightly, slowly rising to his feet. His gaze fell upon the black belt, now a mere puddle on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and remarked, "If I were to be candid, it might be driven by a certain adventurous spirit. Compared to conventional routes, perhaps wandering about could prove to be far more intriguing. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 136. Black market transactions, really? Kid squinted, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Why do I feel as though you're trying to pull my leg?" Needless to say, Ziano shot him a glare and, without uttering another word, delivered a sharp blow to his head. In pain, Kide clutched his head and began to wail. "Damn it. Of course, I had to phrase it that way. I can't just admit that I'm here solely for the sake of experience." Time swiftly passed. After about 10 minutes, the small boat gradually approached the island, and visibility became clearer. Through the delicate mist, one could faintly discern the crescent-shaped island's indentation, which formed a natural, diminutive harbor. Several vessels were anchored nearby, yet they appeared quite dilapidated, resembling fishing boats long abandoned. "I suppose if we approach from that harbor, we are likely to be easily detected. Aren't we?" Kide, his head still smoking from the earlier blow, began to ponder deeply and suggested, "What if we change our course and land from a more secluded area?" However, the island was not particularly large, leaving little room for alternatives. Zano gently shook his head, casting a glance at the dark-skinned figure sprawled on the deck, and remarked, "Let's not forget, our adversary is a fishman. Although our journey thus far has been relatively tranquil, it is entirely possible that fishmen have already detected our presence lurking beneath the surface. Thus, the direction from which we approach the island is ultimately of little consequence." Indeed, Kid scratched his head, and suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned and strode towards the dark figure. With a forceful kick to the abdomen, he snarled, "Hey, you hideous creature. Speak frankly, how many of your kind are on the island? What trickery do you intend by gathering together and preventing humans from approaching?" Most humans harbor a natural aversion to the unsightly fishman, and Kid, having narrowly escaped an ambush, felt particularly incensed. The force of his kick elicited a muffled groan from the dark figure, who clutched his stomach in pain. Yet, despite his discomfort, he remained silent, glaring defiantly back at Kid. The hostility in his expression only served to further ignite Kid's fury, prompting him to raise his foot once more, ready to strike again. "Save your energy, boy." Ziano found it quite amusing and lazily remarked, "I believe we have asked nearly all that can be asked. Although many among the mermen are fools, they exhibit an astonishing unity. Betrayal is a rarity among them. Do you still expect to extract any specific intelligence from him?" Kid was momentarily taken aback. "Oomph. It's good that you understand. We mermen are not like you. We do not engage in the despicable act of betraying our kin." Upon hearing this, Black Belt suddenly lifted his head, his expression dark and menacing. "Yet, even if I were to share with you, what would it matter? I reiterate, your lowly race will inevitably regret encroaching upon our territory." "Your territory?" Ziano smirked, feeling no inclination to elaborate further. The dilapidated fishing boats that had just brushed past the port spoke volumes. Glancing at the approaching coastline, he took a few steps forward, seizing the Black Belt by the neck and dragging him to the bow of the ship. "A mere repetition, are you? Is the cultural level of the fishmen tribe truly this low? Threats and more threats. Do you not recognize whether this island belongs to you?" With a soft thud, the bow of the ship touched the soft earth at the water's edge. In the next moment, Ziano stepped forth onto the island. The evil dragon pirate crew, was it? Enveloped in mist, he surveyed the lush primeval forest before him. A moment of nostalgia washed over him, but soon he broke into a grin. Over 2 years ago, at the Bartai restaurant, he had been a bounty hunter seeking to cause trouble for these scoundrels, yet the opportunity had eluded him. Now, several years later, he found himself a high bounty pirate, unexpectedly crossing paths with them on the Grand Line. Such is the intricacy of fate. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind the twists of destiny that led them away from the East Blue, Xiano still arrived with the intent of stirring trouble. If all went as expected, these degenerate fishmen would likely follow the same path as before. Experience, indeed, I am here. In the next moment, a clear voice drifted from ahead, reaching the ears of the still-dazed kid and killer. Hurry up and catch up, we landed. The room was quite spacious, adorned with a lavish decor, though somewhat dim due to the dense forest outside blocking the sunlight, casting a chilly ambience within. At the center stood a large round table, surrounded by a dozen figures, all silent. Notably, most of them were fishmen, while 4 humans dressed in black occupied the area near the door. After a prolonged silence, a fishman wearing a blue vest and a bone necklace opened a gray briefcase on the table and, after a glance inside, spoke in a notably languid tone. Hey, I recall reminding you both during our conversation, 240 million berries, not a single cent less. This barely contains 200 million berries. Are you not here to trade? Among the gathered fishmen, this particular one had a notably pronounced articulation, often ending his sentences with a peculiar inflection that rendered his tone quite odd. However, the expressions of the black-clad men remained composed. One bearded man, puffing on a cigar, slowly exhaled a ring of smoke and replied nonchalantly, Indeed, there are not 200 million. The total in the case amounts to 160 million. However, we all agree that this price is entirely sufficient. What? The expression of the long-mouthed merman suddenly shifted, followed by a cold sneer as he spoke in a somber tone. Let us not forget that among this batch of merchandise is a genuine princess. Unlike the so-called princesses from the small islands we previously dealt with, you are undoubtedly aware of her value. To drive the price down so significantly, are you not taking too much for yourselves? Too much? I would argue that you're taking too little. I have warned you before. There are certain matters best left untouched. Underestimating the intelligence network of a navy could lead to severe repercussions. The bearded man's gaze landed on him, his tone calm as he replied, While our family, as intermediaries, can shoulder this risk without much concern, the financier may not be so fortunate. Moreover, the subsequent costs associated with packaging, transportation, and promotion of the product are considerable. Therefore, the price of a national princess may not be as valuable as you presume. The long-mouthed merman's fury surged, ready to erupt. However, at that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from the head of the table, drawing the attention of everyone present. Ha ha ha. The laughter came from a saw-toothed shark man with pale purple skin, his laughter distinctive as he lounged with one leg crossed over the other, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon noticing the gazes directed at him, he tilted his head toward the long-mouthed merman and grinned, Achio, do not be so stubborn. The price offered by these two from the Don Quixote family, while indeed low, is still somewhat acceptable, 160 million berries, sufficient for our leisurely pursuits for quite some time. However, the long-mouthed merman, referred to as Achio, displayed a troubled expression, about to voice a concern, only to be abruptly silenced by a vigorous wave of Along's hand. There is nothing more to discuss. After all, it is not easy for them either. If we hope to expand our business in the future, we must rely on them. A little concession this time may not be a bad thing. Right, Mr. Yate? The latter part of his statement was directed at the man in black with a cigar. The man in black nodded slightly, responding coolly, Indeed, Lord Along possesses a broad perspective. As long as you can consistently provide a stable supply, within the standards of our auction house, it would not be difficult to fill this small island with berries in the future. Why fuss over such trivial profits? Excellent. Now that the price has been settled, let us proceed to discuss the specific matters regarding the transfer of the slaves. Along uncrossed his legs, preparing to embark on the formal proceedings. Yet, at that moment, the door to the room was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, causing everyone to turn in astonishment. A tall, light blue merman appeared at the entrance, his expression slightly flustered. After scanning the round table, he hurriedly approached Along from behind, bending down to whisper a few urgent words in his ear. Before he could finish speaking, Along's eyes narrowed as he gazed upon the tall, anxious merman before him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke darkly, Very well, I understand. You may leave for now. Once I have concluded my tasks here, I shall join you. The moment there is any discovery on the island, I will promptly signal. Understood. The tall merman dared not utter more, hastily acquiescing and cautiously retreating towards the door. Once the heavy door of the room was firmly shut, the man in black, with a cigar dangling from his lips, glanced out the window and remarked nonchalantly, What troubles you, Lord Along? It appears your kin have encountered some difficulties. Morelia feu insignificant busts. Along replied, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes, though it was quickly suppressed. Resting his right hand upon the round table, he lightly tapped the surface with his knuckles. Laughing heartily, rather than dwell on this, let us expedite the conclusion of this transaction. It is quite unsettling to have a substantial sum before me that does not rightfully belong to me. The crescent-shaped island, aside from the port and the central area which were relatively spacious, was predominantly enveloped in dense forest. A network of pathways, formed by years of trampling, intertwined throughout the island, connecting most regions. Perhaps due to a heavy downpour the previous day, the foliage was largely damp, and the paths appeared somewhat muddy. At this moment, near the edge of the clearing, 3 figures concealed themselves behind tall shrubs, observing the unfolding scene. On the ground behind them lay a black-clad figure, bound tightly and battered. Unable to move, with his mouth gagged by a piece of cloth resembling a foul sock, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. Indeed, the architectural style bore a striking resemblance. Shano stood at the forefront, his vision surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Even with the thicket obscuring his view, he could still discern the intricate details of the central isle. Murmuring softly to himself, is Arlong's obsession with establishing the Fishman Empire truly so fervent? Not far ahead, a grand array of structures came into view, resplendent in their architectural style, with pools and trees artfully interspersed. The central edifice loomed majestically at over 10 meters high, reminiscent of a palace from a tropical nation. This architectural ensemble was familiar to Shano. It closely resembled the base that Arlong and his crew had established in Kokoyashi village, differing only in the absence of the large iron gate and surrounding walls, to the point where one could say it was virtually identical. Indeed, tracing back to its origins, Shano recalled how Chopper had once informed Luffy and the others that this design was inspired by the amusement parks of Sabaody Archipelago. In their youth, Arlong and his crew had harbored aspirations of human society, which influenced their decision to construct their stronghold in such a similar manner. What are we still lingering here for? After a brief pause, Kid grew increasingly impatient, letting out a huff as he remarked, "Didn't you just say you wanted to head in and see what these fishmen are up to? It's been several minutes. How much longer must we wait?" With that, he began to part the thicket in front of him, prepared to charge forth. However, before Shano could make a move, Kira beside him grasped his arm. Speaking in an unusually calm tone, "Wait, Kid, look over to the east of the pool, at the 3 o'clock position. What do you see?" Kid paused, momentarily perplexed, then turned to follow Kira's direction. Being on the outskirts of the Fishman Paradise, he had a strain to find the right angle. Finally spotting the eastern side of the pool through a gap between the buildings. Upon discerning the scene, his eyes widened in shock. There, he beheld an arched doorway, shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view of what lay beyond. The entrance appeared low, resembling a gateway to a basement. Flanking the door were 4 or 5 towering fishmen, herding a group of humans toward the archway, kicking those who lagged behind with brutish force. Among these humans, most were young women, their expressions weary and desolate, their wrists and ankles shackled with heavy chains. Despite their evident indignation, they exhibited no means of resistance, silently shuffling toward the ominous archway. "What is happening here?" Kid exclaimed in outrage after observing the scene for a moment. "These fishmen bullying our human girls. What kind of cowardice is this? If they have the courage, they should come after me." Ah, the fervor of youth. Ziano cast a glance at Kid, noting that he was still rather youthful, with his disdain unmistakably apparent. Yet, one must acknowledge that in circumstances where one's kin are oppressed, it is only natural for humans to instinctively harbor a deep-seated aversion towards other races. Even if it were the more brutal Captain Kidd from the original story, several years later, he would likely share the same contempt for those fishmen. It was evident. Setting aside his musings, Ziano gazed pensively towards the archway and murmured, "If I am not mistaken, this band of fishmen must have seized this island, which was once a fishing village, slaughtered its fishermen, and turned it into a hub for slave trading." Chapter 138. The shocking news, what? Kid was momentarily taken aback. Then his entire demeanor erupted with fury. A massacre? They are treating women as commodities for sale? These grotesque creatures truly regard humanity with disdain. He himself had fled due to a pirate crew that razed his village, and had it not been for the fortuitous acquisition of a potent devil fruit, he might have never had the chance for vengeance. I must rescue those girls first, and then teach those scoundrels a lesson. With that, he prepared to leap from the thicket, but Ziano personally pulled him back, nearly causing Kid to stumble. Enraged, he turned and shouted, "Why are you stopping me? You are too slow. Let me handle this." Ziano merely placed a gentle hand on his shoulder in response. Before Kid could fully comprehend the situation, Ziano's body sprang forth like a lithe cheetah, darting from the underbrush and leaving a myriad of afterimages on the muddy path. In an instant, He had traversed several buildings and was heading toward the archway. How fast? Kid was left in stunned silence. Having only recently crossed paths with Shano, he had previously sensed his impressive swordsmanship and formidable strength. The fishmen, with their boastful tenfold superiority in brute force over ordinary humans, paled in comparison to this individual. Yet now, he realized he had been mistaken. Shano's true strength lay in his incredible speed. Regaining his senses, Kid found himself unable to locate Shano. A shiver ran down his spine as he quickly turned his head, ultimately catching sight of Shano in a secluded corner by the large water basin. At that moment, he could faintly see Shano resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, gradually drawing it as the distance between them diminished. Step forward and strike. Slash of steel. When the distance closed to about 10 meters, Kid could hardly believe his eyes and instinctively rubbed them, for in that instant, Shano's figure had vanished, only to reappear in the midst of the 4 towering fishmen in the next heartbeat. Yes, it was indeed instantaneous movement. Kid took a considerable time to convince himself that it was real, and an overwhelming shock surged within him. Subsequently, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a curved, chilling gleam. The 4 fishmen had not even discerned the identity of their adversary. In one moment, they retained their combative postures, and in the next, they lay sprawled upon the dust. A strong presence lingered in the air, and as whispers reached his ears, Kid turned to behold Kira, who stood there in a daze. Although obscured by unkempt hair, it was evident that his hands trembled slightly. Is this the prowess of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 80 million? How rare it is to witness you in such a state. Kid smirked and glanced into the distance, noting that, due to the angle, the other fishmen remained oblivious to the anomaly, while the human slaves, seemingly paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place. Fortunately, at that moment, Shano had sheathed his sword and was offering comfort to the frightened individuals. Though unable to discern the words exchanged, Kid could sense the human slaves gradually calming down, their expressions of terror slowly fading away. Let us move swiftly. Observing Shano, particularly as he made an impression in front of a youthful maiden of similar age, Kid felt a surge of irritation. Tugging at Kira, he dashed toward the archway. This time, no one obstructed his path. With a light leap, he cleared the thicket and, in a few strides, surpassed the outermost structures. Wait, what about this fellow? Kira had not forgotten the unconscious figure of the fishman lying on the ground. Seeing Kid running off without a care, he grew somewhat anxious. After a moment's thought, he delivered a precise strike, rendering the towering fishman unconscious, then dragged him along to catch up. The ordinary fishman was considerably heavier than a human, and the 3-meter-tall figure likely weighed around 400 pounds. Having not consumed a devil fruit, Kira relied solely on his swordsmanship and physical prowess, making the burden particularly arduous. It took him over 2 minutes to navigate through the dense underbrush before finally arriving at the archway. Kira, accustomed to a stoic demeanor, usually maintained his composure and refrained from displaying excessive emotion before others. Thus, upon encountering Shano and Kid, even though he felt a twinge of frustration, it only manifested as a mild remark. I knocked him out. What should we do next? Shano, who had been conversing with a blue-haired girl, turned upon hearing Kira's words. He glanced at the unconscious fishman, seemingly struck by an idea, and approached. Drawing his sword, he swiftly pierced the fishman to death. He's dead. What the hell? Kira could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. With his composure shattering, he momentarily resembled Kid, erupting in exasperation. I went through great effort to drag him here. Didn't you say he would be useful? Why did you just kill him? Well, it's quite simple, really. Shano cast a perplexed glance at Kira, entirely unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Kira's mind. He perceived this young fellow as somewhat juvenile and capricious. Initially, Shano had intended to retain Kira in order to elucidate the circumstances at hand. But Kira's reluctance to provide a detailed response left him with a sufficient understanding of the situation. Thus, it seemed prudent to resolve matters swiftly. Kira took a deep breath, recognizing that this was not the time for idle chatter, and directly inquired, "Very well, setting that aside, what course of action should we pursue now?" Naturally, the answer was to continue their mission of rescuing others. Shano cast a glance at the blue-haired girl beside him. After rescuing these individuals, only this seemingly 15 or 16-year-old girl remained unperturbed, responding to several critical questions with remarkable composure. He briefly reflected on their exchange before turning to introduce the current situation to Kid. The circumstances align closely with my previous conjectures. These individuals are slaves captured by the fishmen, intended for a transaction with an underground family on the Grand Line. The representative of that family is currently on the island. Arlong, the leader of the fishmen, is engaged in discussions with his cadre in the large house to the west. Additionally, there are around 30 to 40 fishmen on the island. Defeating them should be relatively straightforward for me. However, before proceeding, we must first ensure the safe extraction of all captives to avoid any unforeseen complications. As he unsheathed his sword to sever the shackles of a nearby girl, Shano gestured towards the dark archway, indicating that there were still many others inside. You all come over and lend a hand, swiftly now. Kid and Kira nodded in agreement, advancing to draw their blades and assist in freeing the enslaved humans from their chains. Though their weapons were inferior to those of Lake Toya, making their task considerably more arduous, the three of them managed to work more efficiently together. After approximately 2 minutes, all shackles had been broken into 2 pieces. All right, let's proceed. Observing the tearful gratitude of the girls before him, Shano offered them a few words of comfort and instructed them to remain calm. He then beckoned to Kid, taking the lead to sever the iron lock on the door. With a vigorous push, accompanied by a somewhat jarring sound of friction, he swung open the iron-forged archway. Light flooded in, revealing a moss-covered dark passage. Shano grasped the hilt of his sword and stepped confidently inside, with Kid quickly following suit. Kira, meanwhile, remained at the entrance to tend to the newly liberated girls and to remain vigilant of their surroundings. Although this area was situated in the remote eastern part of Fishman Paradise and several guards had been silently dealt with by Shano, there still loomed the danger of being discovered by passing fishmen. Here, take this key. Upon entering the passage, Shano removed a large set of keys from his waist, tossing half of them to Kid. With these, we shall split up and act swiftly to rescue as many people as possible. He had acquired these keys from the 4 fishman guards, and while he could not interrogate the deceased, he surmised that these were likely the keys to the dungeon where the slaves were confined. All right, whether it was the gratitude expressed by the young ladies that invigorated him, Kid now appeared more spirited than ever. Without any need for Shano's encouragement, he eagerly took the key and hastened towards the depths of the secret passage. In doing so, he swiftly outpaced Shano by a considerable margin, and the distance between them continued to widen. This fellow, with a sigh of resignation, Shano quickened his pace. Upon initially setting foot on the island, his intent had been to charge directly into the lair of Aaron and confront the merfolk, intending to dismantle that absurd, amusement park-like empire of the malevolent dragon. However, upon discovering the location where slaves were held captive, he pondered for a moment and resolved to rescue the enslaved souls first. It was not that he feared Aaron. Rather, he was concerned that the desperate merfolk might resort to violence and slaughter the imprisoned souls in his absence. Should such a tragedy occur, Shano would undoubtedly feel a pang of guilt. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he followed Kid and unwittingly turned a corner, arriving at a corridor. Unlike the previous dark and narrow passage, this corridor was considerably more spacious, with torches illuminating the walls at intervals, casting a bright glow. A quick glance revealed at least a dozen cells on either side, and he could faintly see numerous slaves confined within, perhaps due to the sheer volume of their footsteps. The moment the two appeared in the corridor, all the slaves seemed to sense their presence. Some rose to peer through the bars, while the majority merely lifted their gaze momentarily before returning to their dejected postures. Observing this scene with curiosity, Shano was suddenly met with a deep, gravelly voice that resonated through the corridor. Humans, not merfolk. So today is the day of the transaction. The volume of the voice was immense, akin to the clamor of a broken drum, causing a sharp pain in Shano's eardrums. Turning to investigate the source of the voice, he saw a solitary figure in a large cell on his left, crouched but towering at least 7 or 8 meters high. A giant, perhaps? Shano was somewhat taken aback. He had initially assumed that the slaves below would resemble those outside, young and beautiful maidens. However, he soon realized that among them were not only numerous robust young men, but also individuals of various other races. At that moment, it dawned on him why the group had shown no excitement upon seeing him and Kid. They must have mistaken them for members of an underground faction come to assess the merchandise. Amused yet exasperated, he exclaimed, "What kind of transaction is this? We are here to rescue you. Come out." With that, he approached the cell of the giant, and, after rummaging through the keyring, found the appropriate key. He swiftly inserted it into the lock and yanked open the iron gate. The imprisoned giants remained silent, their eyes, the size of wash basins, fixed intently on Shano for a moment before one of them grumbled, "Are you truly here to rescue us?" Of course. Shano had no time to engage in idle chatter with the towering giant. Just as he turned his head, he noticed Kid had already opened several prison doors in succession. Without hesitation, he approached and cleaved the giant's shackles in two with a single stroke of his sword. He then pivoted and sprinted towards the remaining cells, leaving behind a terse admonition. Either come out and lend a hand quickly, or remain in your cell and keep quiet. The next cell housed two frail old men, languidly slumped in the corner. Ziano found it perplexing how such individuals were deemed valuable enough to be enslaved. Yet this did not hinder him from swiftly unlocking the door before continuing deeper into the corridor. A glance ahead revealed the giant finally emerging from his cell, though his enormous stature forced him to bend low as he cautiously maneuvered through the passage. Ziano did not expect immediate assistance from him, so he averted his gaze and approached the third cell. As he neared, a foul stench assaulted his senses, a nauseating blend of blood and mildew. The acrid odor nearly caused Ziano to regurgitate the grilled fish he had consumed that morning. He quickly covered his nose, selecting a key to unlock the door while casting a glance at the captive within. That fleeting look rendered Ziano's movements abruptly frozen. He stared at the middle-aged man huddled in the corner. Disbelief etched across his face as he finally managed to utter, with a tremor in his voice, "Uncle Babiki?" Though his voice was hardly loud, the moment those words escaped him, the previously expressionless middle-aged man visibly flinched, slowly turning his head to face Ziano, revealing a countenance smeared with blood and grime. Most striking was his right eye, slightly bulging and clouded, exhibiting a yellowish-white hue that signaled it had been blind for quite some time. Upon witnessing this tragic sight, Ziano's heart sank, prompting him to quicken his pace and rush inside. As he approached, the already pungent odor intensified to an unbearable degree, nearly overwhelming him. However, upon recognizing the man's identity, Ziano paid little heed to such trivialities. He crouched down, extending his hand to assist the middle-aged man to his feet. Unexpectedly, before he could even touch the man's tattered clothing, a grimy hand shot out, pushing him away. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man edged back cautiously, his expression rife with suspicion. In a hoarse whisper, he warned, "Stay back, keep your distance." Ziano was momentarily taken aback, but soon he regained his composure. This was no longer the same era. After 3 years of growth, he had undergone significant changes in physique, appearance, and demeanor. It was entirely understandable that the other party failed to recognize him. Yet, witnessing the cautious demeanor of the individual before him stirred a pang of bittersweet nostalgia within his heart. Was this truly the same Uncle Beachy from before? The former captain of the 1st Division of the Tato pirate crew, wielding a massive sword with ease among pirates? The boisterous man who could guzzle down several barrels of liquor and still smile while toasting to his own adventures? Fearing he might have startled Uncle Beachy, Ziano made an effort to speak gently. "It's me, Ziano, from 3 years ago in the EC, following the old man with the red feet. Don't you remember?" The middle-aged man, Beachy, gazed at him in confusion, initially seeming unable to process the information. However, as Ziano repeatedly murmured his name, a spark ignited in his once vacant eyes. He remembered, of course he did. Stammering and repeating the name several times, Beachy gradually regained his composure under Ziano's reassuring gaze. He grasped Ziano's shoulders, unable to contain his excitement. "It truly is you, you little rascal. How on earth did you end up here? This is the Grand Line. What about Captain Zepp? Is he around? And what of Sanji and the others?" Slow down, slow down. Don't get too excited. Be careful not to strain your wounds." Shano felt a sharp ache in his shoulders from the grip, and he couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. However, witnessing the sudden resurgence of anger in Beachy brought him a sense of relief. As he cautiously pried apart Beachy's large hand, he explained, "I am here alone. There is no one else. Grandpa Japu and Sanji are still in the East Sea." "Still in the East Sea?" Beachy was taken aback. Just as he was about to respond, his expression suddenly paled, and he doubled over in agony, clutching his abdomen. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his face gradually contorted in pain. "What is wrong?" Ziano hurriedly lowered his head, following the direction where Beaky was covering. Upon that glance, his pupils instantaneously constricted. There, on Beaky's abdomen, through the tattered fabric, he could distinctly see a gaping wound that nearly perforated the entire body. This gash was as wide as a bowl, situated perilously close to the heart, with the surrounding flesh already in a state of decay. Had it not been for Beaky's extraordinary physical resilience, he would have likely succumbed to his injuries long ago. Who could have done this? Gazing at Beaky, who had suffered such grievous harm and had lost sight in one eye, Ziano felt for the first time what true rage felt like. A visceral impulse to unleash violence from the depths of his being. He struggled to maintain his composure and, gritting his teeth, inquired, "Was it that scoundrel Arlong?" Though Beaky remained unable to speak due to the pain, Ziano noticed that upon hearing Arlong's name, Beaky's lips twitched noticeably. Indeed, it was that bastard. Ziano took a deep breath, steadied Beachy, allowing him to lean against his side, and then, attempting to maintain a relaxed demeanor, shouted toward the door, "Kid, come here." Footsteps echoed rapidly, approaching from afar. Moments later, Kid appeared at the doorway, clutching a large bundle of keys. He ruffled his hair and cast a curious glance at Beachy, who was being supported by Shano, asking in bewilderment, "What is going on?" Shano, weary of unnecessary chatter, swiftly tossed the remaining keys into the air, declaring, "These are the keys to the other cells. Hurry and unlock the doors," allowing the slaves to emerge. Every soul, still capable of drawing breath, must gather at the entrance. "I shall join you shortly." "What? Aren't these your responsibility? Why must I do it?" Kid was momentarily taken aback, yet upon witnessing the displeasure etched on Shano's countenance, he quickly suppressed his retort, grasped the keys, and dashed out of the room. At that moment, a fit of coughing erupted from within his embrace. Shano promptly leaned down to investigate, only to find that, despite Beaky's pallid complexion, his eyes had fluttered open. After a brief hesitation, Shano cautiously inquired, "Uncle Beaky, what are the others aboard the ship? Why, after all this time, have Tato and the others not come to your rescue?" Upon hearing the name of Captain Tato, Beaky struggled to lift his head, weakly responding, "They have perished." "What?" In an instant, Shano felt as if struck by a thunderous blow. Tato, that notorious pirate, had been under a bounty exceeding 100 million for 3 years. He was a formidable force, having consumed a Logia-type devil fruit. Even when facing a rear admiral, he possessed the capability to engage in combat. When Shano had first witnessed Tato wield the powers of the swamp fruit at the port of Plo's Island, he had thought of the damp-haired Carib and surmised that Tato might not survive to see the storyline commence 2 years hence. At that moment, he had primarily considered Tato's advanced age and the likelihood of natural death due to frailty. Yet now, in the year 1514 of the sea calendar, there remained a full 6 years before the plot would begin. How could that be? He stood there, stunned, unable to regain his composure for quite some time, until he heard Beachy's voice faltering beside him. "Raku is dead. The cook Lilica is dead. Everyone is gone. Only Chiral and I managed to escape, but we later became separated. Then I encountered Storm, and when I awoke, I found myself confined here for over a week." Chapter 141. It seems I have discovered a treasure. The voice in his ears grew increasingly faint, dwindling until it suddenly ceased. Shano was taken aback, lowering his gaze. He discovered that Beachy had closed his eyes. Alarm surged through him, and he quickly reached out to check for breath beneath his nose. Thankfully, the breaths were steady. After a moment's assessment, Shano exhaled in relief. It was evident that Beachy was merely weakened. Having been agitated too suddenly and reopening his wounds, his life was not in immediate danger. However, there was no time to waste. Shano promptly supported Beachy and slowly extricated him from the confines of the cell. Upon stepping outside, Shano was astonished to find that most of the slaves had already been rescued. The corridor was filled with people, encircling Kid tightly. Gratitude radiated from every face, as they continually expressed their thanks to him. Kid, caught in an awkward position, was left with no choice but to stand there, a grimace on his face as he tugged at his hair in discomfort. Fortunately, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Shano emerging from the room. Instantly, his eyes lit up, and he pointed at Shano, exclaiming, "It is he. He is the benefactor who rescued you. I merely accompanied him. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards him, not me." "Huh?" Shano was utterly bewildered, and in the next moment, he found himself the center of attention as all the slaves turned to scrutinize him. The sensation of being observed by so many individuals simultaneously was decidedly unsettling, particularly under the gaze of so many men. Indeed, unlike before, every slave in the dungeon, ranging from youthful men in their 20s to elderly men with graying hair, was unequivocally male. Not a single woman was present. It was hardly surprising that Kid had been so eager to rescue someone earlier, only to now hastily distance himself from these individuals. As Shano felt a creeping discomfort from the stares directed at him, a burly man with a thick beard suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. It was as if a domino effect had been triggered. First 1 or 2, then 5 or 6, and in the blink of an eye, the entire surroundings were filled with kneeling figures. "Thank you. Thank you." The bearded man, typically robust in stature, was now overcome with emotion. His forehead pressed deeply against the ground, his voice choked with tears. "I have been here for 3 long months, and finally, someone has come to rescue me." His heartfelt sobs struck a chord among the slaves present, many of whom found themselves stirred by their own sorrows, shedding tears despite their rugged appearances. Each wept more profoundly than the last, rendering the previously gleeful onlookers, including Kid, silent in the face of such raw emotion. "What is happening here?" Shano was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure. He hurried forward, grasping the hand of the first person who had knelt, pulling him upwards while calling out to those around. Do not act this way. It is merely a trivial effort. Please rise quickly, for we have pressing matters to address outside. The bearded man initially hesitated to stand, but upon hearing the latter part of Ziano's plea, his expression paled, and he nodded vigorously, hastily rising to his feet. He then turned to the assembly and shouted, "Everyone, please stand up. Let us not burden our benefactor. We must prioritize confronting the enemies outside." Benefactor? Ziano furrowed his brow slightly, finding the term somewhat awkward. However, seeing the others rise in understanding, he deemed it inappropriate to correct them on the spot. At that moment, a bearded man shouted, "There are too many fishmen above. Relying solely on our benefactor is undoubtedly perilous. If anyone still has the strength to fight, step forward. Together, we shall vanquish those scoundrels." To Ziano's surprise, he anticipated a lack of response. Yet merely a second later, someone raised their hand without hesitation, exclaiming, I still have strength and can lend a hand to our benefactor." Another young man, bald but sporting a small braid at the back of his head, echoed, "Me too. I can help. Count me in. I am able," came the chorus of voices. In an instant, fervor surged through the crowd, with hands rising in a continuous wave. To Ziano's astonishment, apart from the visibly injured and weak slaves, the vast majority had raised their hands, including the two elderly men he had rescued earlier. A quick glance revealed that there were likely 30 to 40 individuals eager to join. "No need for this commotion. I alone am sufficient," he declared. Shano regarded Aaron and the others with a dismissive air, shaking his head in refusal as he surveyed the pallid faces of the slaves before him. Moreover, the strength of the fishmen far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Your involvement would be perilous. It is best if you remain at the dungeon entrance. I shall arrange for your protection. As for the rest, I will deal with those ruffians before we proceed further. Benefactor, do not underestimate us." Before he could finish his thought, the burly man with a beard interjected, pointing vehemently at the shackles that Kid had recently severed from his feet. "Had we not endured daily beatings and starvation, confined within this iron prison, those fishmen would hardly have posed a challenge to us." Shano paused, taking note of the man's robust physique, clearly a testament to his strength, which was indeed remarkable given their dire circumstances. Instinctively, he inquired, "And you were?" "I am Delamp, the former bosun of the Urbound Navy," the bearded man declared proudly, puffing out his chest. "Known as Warhammer, with a bounty of 17 million berries." Urbound Navy? Initially, Shano was taken aback, but suddenly a message surfaced from the depths of his memory, prompting him to recall that this was not unlike one of the 8 pirate crews from the Land of Flowers, specifically the 8 Treasures Water Army, which had joined Luffy's Straw Hat Grand Fleet in the original timeline. This was a pirate crew that had made its mark in the New World. How had they fallen to such a state? Moreover, this individual had already garnered a considerable bounty. As Shano pondered this, he glanced at Kid beside him, and indeed, the lad's face had turned a shade of green, his eyes wide with disbelief, seemingly struggling to accept this harsh reality. However, what was even more astonishing lay ahead. After the burly man with the beard disclosed his identity, the others began to speak in turn, and the words that emerged from their mouths only deepened Shano's astonishment. Besides the war hammer-wielding Dramp from the 8 Treasures Water Army, there were 3 other pirates among them with bounties exceeding 10 million. Additionally, there were a dozen others with bounties in the millions. A young man, bald yet adorned with a small braid at the back, named Peaster, revealed himself to be a bounty hunter from the West Sea and claimed to have been one of the most formidable bounty hunters in that region. The final speaker was the giant, who had been crouching due to the cramped conditions of the prison. Once the others had finished speaking, he swallowed hard and, in a low voice, stated, "Giant soldier pirate crew, Bone Bull. As for my bounty, it may seem distant, but if I recall correctly, it should be around 40 million berries." Chapter 142. Confrontation with Arlong. After this exchange, Shano was genuinely stunned. Initially, upon seeing the frail-looking girls above, he assumed the individuals below would be similarly weak, only to discover that none of the enslaved individuals in the dungeon were mere decorations. From pirates to bounty hunters and various other professions, nearly everyone possessed some remarkable skill. Even the 2 frail, white-haired old men hailed from Water 7, renowned shipwrights in that area. Indeed, not everyone holds value enough to be traded as slaves. Just as this thought arose in Shano's mind, a commotion erupted from the dark passage around the corner, the noise loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Kid immediately reacted, calling out to Shano, "It's Kira. He must be engaged in combat with those fishmen." I know." Ziano seemed to have foreseen the unfolding events. He glanced back at the unconscious Beachy on his back. gingerly placing him down before instructing Kid. "This is my friend. Please keep an eye on him. I shall ascend first, and you will bring the others along shortly." "Understood," Kid replied, but before he could fully grasp the situation, a sudden gust of wind rushed past him, startling him into turning around, only to discover that Ziano's figure had vanished around the corner. How swift! Does he not fear colliding with the walls? Kid scoffed, before turning his attention to the eager slaves around him. Licking his lips, he grinned and boomed, "Hey brothers, since we all thirst for vengeance, stay close to me, and let us ascend together to tear apart those scoundrel fishmen." The response echoed like a thunderous roar, as nearly all the slaves, save for those too weak, shouted in fervor. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable sense of battle readiness. Having been confined by the fishmen for so long, resentment simmered in everyone's hearts. This moment was ripe for retribution. At the entrance of the dark passage, as he quickened his pace, the light beyond the archway drew nearer. Ziano narrowed his eyes, a frigid intensity glimmering within. The harrowing image of Beachy's plight lingered vividly in his mind. Although Beachy had succumbed to unconsciousness before he could glean the full extent of the calamity that had befallen the Tado pirates on the Grand Line, he was resolute that this reckoning would be directed squarely at Arlong. If previously, when ambushed by Black Belt, Ziano's curiosity had merely compelled him to investigate what the fishmen were up to, now, regarding Arlong, only a profound and unyielding desire for annihilation remained. Arlong must perish. Unbeknownst to him, the light before his eyes suddenly became blinding, for he had arrived at the entrance. Shano retracted his thoughts and stepped forth through the archway, his gaze subtly shifting to survey the outside world. At that moment, beside the arch, the previously rescued young women huddled together, trembling in fear, while Kira stood before them, gripping his scythe and breathing heavily, as if he had just engaged in battle. Further afield, a group of tall, menacing fishmen encircled the dungeon, led by a shark man adorned with a felt hat, whose dark expression surveyed the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. With just a glance, Shano recognized the identity of this individual. His gaze drifted over the fishmen's corpses lying on the ground, causing him to pause slightly in astonishment. For there were as many as 7, whereas he had only dispatched 5 fishmen, including the Black Belt. This implied that, within the brief span of time, 2 more fishmen had fallen to Kira's blade. This young man possesses a modicum of strength, he mused. Casting a glance at Kira, he noticed the blood still trickling down the scythe, leading Shano to speculate that after Aaron and his subordinates had arrived, they had underestimated Kira, sending forth 2 minions against him, resulting in this grim tableau. "Kira," he called, and Kira, noticing Shano's presence at the entrance, instinctively uttered his name. After a brief moment of hesitation, he inquired, "Why are you alone? Where's Kid?" "They're behind me. They'll be here shortly," Shano replied, patting Kira on the shoulder before turning his cold gaze toward Aaron. "You should step aside and protect those girls. I shall handle the rest." Kira, unlike the obstinate and spirited Kid, seemed to possess a considerable trust in Shano's prowess. He nodded and, retracting his scythe, stepped back. "Ah, so someone has finally emerged from within," came a chilling voice. Aaron withdrew his gaze from the corpses and turned to Shano, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I thought you little brats would remain tucked away like frightened turtles. It was merely a brief conference, allowing you pests to jump around for a moment." His cold, piercing gaze swept over the fishermen's bodies and the cowering young women. Grinding his sharp teeth, he raised an arm menacingly toward Shano, declaring, "How dare you, a lowly human, lay hands upon the noble fishmen? Such an affront is utterly unforgivable." With a thunderous roar, Aaron abruptly swung his arm, transforming his fist into an open palm, and with a resounding crack of air, he thrust it downward toward Shano. "Strike the water." In the next instant, the sound of slicing wind resounded abruptly, and a colossal droplet of water, comparable to the size of a fist, violently detached from his wrist, hurtling towards Shano with a terrifying velocity. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the nearby Corrado, who was shielding the girls, felt his pupils constrict. In that fleeting moment when the droplet was released, he quickly deduced that if this entity were to launch such an attack against him, evasion would be utterly impossible. Moreover, attempting to block this explosive strike with his 2 scythes would prove exceedingly challenging. This meant that with just this singular blow, he would sustain severe injuries. This individual was entirely unlike the 2 ordinary fishmen from earlier. Corrado inhaled deeply, clenching his fists, acknowledging the formidable strength displayed. However, this was merely his predicament. If it were Shano, he ought to be able to handle it, right? As this thought flickered through his mind, Corrado glanced toward Shano's location, only to find himself rendered speechless. For, at that moment, the area was completely devoid of Shano's presence. Where could he have vanished to? Chapter 143. The True Threat. TCH. Has he truly evaded it? Upon witnessing his water attack miss its target, Arlong narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning the surroundings with a chilling gaze in search of Shano's whereabouts. But just then, a bone-chilling coldness surged from behind him, sending a shiver down his spine, as if a voice in his mind was frantically sounding an alarm. Almost instinctively, he darted to the side. With a soft sound, a glimmer of cold light flashed by, and Arlong felt a sudden chill at the crown of his head. As if something had just grazed him, he reached up to touch the top of his head, only to discover it was entirely bare, while several meters away, a hat had been cleaved in two and was floating downwards. On the opposite side, that detestable black-haired youth was retracting a pristine white longsword back to his waist, casting a mildly surprised glance in his direction. Clearly, the earlier strike had originated from him. You lowly human dare to launch a sneak attack on me. In Aaron's eyes, a fierce glimmer was evident. Had it not been for his years of combat experience and his instinctive awareness of danger that allowed him to evade the attack, he might have suffered grievous injury from that sword strike. Enraged and startled, he unhesitatingly drew his weapon from his waist, a fearsome, serrated long knife measuring a full 2 meters in length. Gripping it tightly, he let out a low growl and charged toward Shano. This fellow is no weakling. Shano was somewhat taken aback that Aaron managed to evade his sudden frontal slash. Initially, he had assumed that, based on the character's bounty of 20 million, Aaron would be merely stronger than the likes of Baijai Kluo. A single sword strike should suffice, but it seemed that his opponent was far more formidable than anticipated. Nevertheless, this posed no concern. If one sword could not resolve the issue, 2 would suffice. As Aaron surged forward without any intention to block, Shano merely twitched his wrist, swiftly drawing his sword with a speed several times faster than Aaron's, executing a horizontal slash. The technique was known as II, horizontal one character. Observing that Shano's sword was quicker than his own knife, Aaron furrowed his brow. After a brief moment of hesitation, he snorted coldly and continued his downward slash, believing that as a member of the fishman race, with their tough skin and flesh, he could withstand a strike from a human as long as it did not target a vital area. Since the boy before him was not evading or blocking, he was certain that his blade would spell the end for Shano. However, the unfolding events quickly revealed the discrepancy between expectation and reality. At that moment, at the entrance of the dungeon, Kid, burdened with Piki, finally emerged from the dark passage. As he peeked out, he found his brother Kira standing bewildered at the door. Gazing upward, following his gaze, Kid beheld a colossal figure soaring high into the air, only to crash down with a thunderous roar against the back of a 3-story building, creating a deep pit riddled with cracks in its sturdy wall. Then, with a resounding crash, the entire structure collapsed. Witnessing this scene, Kid fell silent for a considerable time. He glanced at the stunned fishmen in the distance, and then at the figure slowly approaching the ruins from the cloud of dust. He chuckled awkwardly and turned to Kira, inquiring, "Is this over now?" "Well, perhaps," Kira replied, his gaze fixed on Aaron, who was struggling amidst the rubble, desperately attempting to rise. His tone was peculiar, you know? "Kid, I suddenly feel that anyone who can withstand 2 of Shano's sword strikes and still be alive is quite a strong individual." "Indeed," Kid mused, recalling the earlier incident when he had sought trouble with Shano after feeling disgruntled about losing a kill, only to find himself drenched. He nodded, acknowledging. That guy's swordsmanship is indeed terrifying. Otherwise, the Navy wouldn't have labeled him a swordsman on the bounty notice. Wait, that's not right. As the conversation lingered, Kid suddenly came to a realization and glared at Kira with a hint of anger, exclaiming, "Hey, if my memory serves me right, you've never once called me brother since our childhood, yet now you refer to that guy as Big Brother." At last, Kira turned his head, but the unruly strands of hair obscured his expression. Under Kid's penetrating gaze, his attention shifted toward the dark passageway behind the archway. "Why are there only 2 of you? What about the slaves below? They should be freed by now. It's just that there's a giant too tall to get out from this side. Everyone is helping to find a softer spot to break through." Kid crossed his arms lazily and remarked, "It's such a hassle for him to get out by himself. I wonder how that group of fishmen managed to stuff him in there. Oh, he is out." As he spoke the last part, excitement surged within him, and his gaze fixated intently on the wall behind Kira. Successfully diverting the topic, Kira turned to look as well, just in time to see the ground about 7 to 8 meters from the south of the pool, where the soil was continually surging to the sides, revealing an ever-enlarging opening. Soon, a filthy, enormous hand grasped the edge of the opening, and a massive figure struggled to crawl out, brushing off the dirt from his clothes as he stood upright, nearly blocking out all sunlight from the dungeon. Great God, Elbaf, you have not forsaken your people. Having languished in the confines of the prison for so long, the scruffy giant, upon inhaling the fresh air, became exceedingly animated, raising his arms skyward and exclaiming, I'm out. Thank you, God of War, for sending your benefactor. I'm finally free. The giant's voice resonated with the same magnitude as his stature, and as he bellowed, it reverberated like thunder, echoing in all directions. Kid and Kira instinctively covered their ears at the sound. This guy thinks he is so impressive just because he is tall. Despite this, Kid's eardrums throbbed painfully, and he grumbled, it's unbearably loud. I feel like jumping up and taping this guy's mouth shut. If you jump, you'd probably only reach his knees, Kira retorted coldly, showing no mercy to his brother. Kid, infuriated, was about to settle the score regarding the earlier name-calling when a detached voice suddenly echoed in the skies above this den of vile dragons. Raging foot. The two seemingly ordinary words, calm yet frigid, carried an unsettling weight. In the next instant, Kid was struck with profound shock as a crescent-shaped, white shockwave materialized in the distance, then hurtled through the air at an alarming speed, hurtling toward them. Chapter 144, boom. Under the astonished gaze of Kid and his companion, a white wave imbued with a faint blue glow ultimately descended precisely into the central pool, erupting into an astonishing spray that soared 7 or 8 meters high. Not only did it splash water everywhere, but it also shattered the tiles at the bottom of the pool, causing a series of explosive sounds that echoed with immense force, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Who? The first to erupt in chaos were the gathered fishmen. Having already felt unease at the sight of their leader, Arlong, in dire straits, their panic intensified. Meanwhile, the long-nosed fishman officer, a Jew, looked around frantically, unable to locate the source of the earlier wave. Overcome with fear and rage, he bellowed, Who dares to ambush us? Hiding like cowards is no skill. Show yourselves. On the other side, Shano, who had just approached the site of the collapsed building, diverted his gaze from the barely conscious Arlong. This was not due to a lapse in his habitual vigilance, but rather because the recent scene and the earlier utterance of two familiar words struck him profoundly. Raging Gale, a technique from the Navy's 6 styles. It utilized air to unleash sharp, slicing kicks, a formidable martial art reserved for the elite forces of the Navy headquarters and select individuals within certain special divisions of the world government. It was also one of the few aerial attack skills employed by certain madmen clad in purple during the mid-game. Yet, how could such a technique suddenly manifest on this remote island, far removed from the western sea routes? A sense of foreboding washed over Shano as he instinctively placed his right hand on the hilt of Lake Toya's sword, his expression growing increasingly grave. In the next moment, his suspicions were confirmed. An ambush, is it? Is it the reasoning of your fishman tribe? The chilling voice, imbued with indifference, resonated once more within the dragon's paradise, accompanied by a continuous sound of rushing wind. A tall white figure abruptly emerged at the edge of the eastern woods, stepping forth gracefully to the ground. Standing approximately 2.5 meters tall, the imposing figure rivaled the fishmen in stature, clad in a billowing white cloak that fluttered in the sea breeze, emblazoned with the word justice. The distinctive naval cap atop his head drew attention, and as his gaze swept over the scene, both the fishmen and the recently liberated slaves from the dungeon felt an unsettling chill, as though they were being scrutinized by something exceedingly perilous. Simultaneously, the sound of delicate footsteps emerged from the depths of the forest. Through the foliage, numerous white figures could be discerned, drawing closer. Is it the Navy? Indeed, it is the Navy. Why are they here? What are the promises made by the Don Quixote family? Did they not say that the Navy would not come ashore to inspect? Aaron and his companions were engulfed in panic, their faces etched with a blend of indignation and betrayal, as if someone had previously assured them that the slave trade here would remain untouched by naval oversight. In stark contrast, the slaves displayed 2 extreme reactions after a brief moment of shock. The majority instinctively took a step back, their faces reflecting astonishment, while the first group of girls rescued could only huddle together, weeping tears of joy. We are saved. We are saved, they cried, their voices ringing with exhilaration as they finally grasped their fate. The Navy has arrived. We can finally return to safety. These words drew frowns from the other slaves. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts. After all, it was but human nature. These girls, each a vision of beauty and frailty, have been sold into slavery for purposes that could be easily surmised. If there was a chance to alter their destinies Their exuberance was hardly surprising. The unfortunate truth, however, was that their circumstances differ greatly. The slaves who were later rescued from the dungeon by Shano and Kid were primarily pirates, adversaries of the Navy. Their initial response upon seeing the Navy would hardly be welcoming, especially considering the formidable figure before them, who had already unleashed a devastating long-range attack before even making an appearance. This did not appear to be a weak opponent in the least. Bloody hell, that guy is a rear admiral, Kid exclaimed, his keen eyes recognizing the insignia on the man's shoulder. A cold sweat broke out as he gripped his hair tightly, muttering, "We're doomed. We're doomed. A rear admiral has come to the island. He must know that the pirates are gathered here, and he's come to wipe us out. We're finished." "I believe he is likely after those fishmen," replied Killer, maintaining a semblance of calm, though his expression was grim. "It's just uncertain whether he is a branch rear admiral or a headquarters rear admiral. If it's the former, we might still have a chance to escape." "Nonsense. A rear admiral is a rear admiral, whether from the branch or the headquarters. Does it make any difference to us?" Kid retorted vehemently, gesturing wildly towards the weakened slaves behind him. "Can't you see that everyone is in a fragile state? Even if that guy aims to deal with the fishmen first. What do we have to resist him? Your brother Shano?" Indeed, the sentiment expressed is not unfounded. Although just moments ago the slaves appeared to be brimming with righteous indignation and a thirst for vengeance, their ire was directed solely at their adversary, Arlong and his cohorts. Their physical conditions remained far from favorable. Sending such a beleaguered group to confront a vice admiral of the Navy, even with the presence of a colossus, would surely result in their swift annihilation. Kira found himself at a loss for words, having initially thought of their steadfast leader, Shano, and entertained a fleeting sense of reliance upon him. However, this notion was quickly dismissed with a hint of self-deprecating irony. After all, even if Shano's prowess seemed almost inconceivable, capable of effortlessly dispatching pirates of considerable renown, such strength could hardly be deemed comparable to that of a Navy vice admiral. Could it? Nevertheless, Kira inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Shano, who stood in solemn silence amidst the ruins of a collapsed building. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Since embarking on this journey, he had found few allies. Perhaps Shano might yet bring forth a miracle. As for the young Kira, he had yet to grasp the harsh realities of life, which invariably exceed one's expectations. Almost immediately after this thought crossed his mind, Shano, the man he believed capable of miracles, sprang into action. With a swift and decisive stroke, he dispatched the still-breathing Arlong, and as the crimson spray erupted, he sheathed his sword. A fleeting glance was cast toward the Navy vice admiral emerging from the dense thicket, and then, with astonishing speed, he bolted toward the dungeon. What the hell? Kira was utterly stunned. He watched in disbelief as Shano sprinted closer, nearly crushing the handle of his scythe in his grip. Where was the promised miracle? This was quite the slap in the face. In the brief moment of his lament, Shano had already reached him, seemingly about to surpass his position. Noticing Kira and Kid standing there, bewildered, he turned and inquired, "What are you two doing? Aren't you running? Planning to enhance your credentials in Impel Down? Hey, you're a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million. Kid, equally astonished, interjected before Kira could respond. "Do you truly have no confidence at all? Even if you don't, at least say something bold. Escaping like this, what about your dignity? Are you out of your mind? I don't want to die." Ziano cast a sharp glance at him, then turned away, quickening her pace while leaving behind a terse remark. "Enough with the nonsense. If we're to run, let us run. If not, you can stay back and draw fire for me." The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The two brothers exchanged glances, each perceiving the discomfort reflected in the other's eyes. With a collective sigh, they hastened to follow suit. Along their path, numerous slaves joined the ranks of the fleeing, while a small contingent chose instead to converge towards the Navy. Clearly, in the eyes of those unmarked by bounty, the Navy was their true savior. An unexpectedly intriguing character has emerged. At the edge of the dense forest to the east, Strawberry stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the retreating throng of slaves, murmuring with an impassive expression, "Is it truly possible to achieve such results merely by clearing out this slave market along the way? I wonder whether I am simply fortunate or if you are rather unfortunate." At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and a bearded Navy lieutenant rushed forward, saluting sharply. He reported with utmost seriousness, reporting to Vice Admiral Strawberry. "The Dragon's Paradise has been fully purged, with a total of 32 fishmen captured, and illicit goods exceeding 700 million berries have been confiscated." 700 million? Strawberry turned his gaze towards him, a slight frown creasing his brow. Wasn't he the initial estimate supposed to be at least several billion? Why is it so little? Sir, this is the result of our immediate search across the entire island, as per your instructions. The lieutenant explained. Rest assured, we have effectively sealed off the entire island from all directions, ensuring that no fishman escapes into the sea. However, as he spoke, the lieutenant hesitated, struggling to articulate something that seemed difficult to express. What is it? Strawberry's expression darkened, and he coldly demanded, Speak plainly. What is there to conceal? Ah yes, the lieutenant, well aware of Strawberry's notorious seriousness at Navy headquarters, broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing the shift in his demeanor. He hurriedly continued. We encountered ships belonging to the Don Quixote family at the back of the island, seemingly preparing to set sail. The Don Quixote family, indeed. The earlier intelligence had proven accurate. Their clandestine support was integral to the underground market operations here. Strawberry narrowed his eyes slightly. So, you did not board their vessel to conduct an inspection? Indeed, although it is widely believed that the remaining plunder was swiftly taken by them amidst the chaos, we ultimately decided to return to the island after some negotiations. With each utterance, Strawberry's gaze grew increasingly intimidating, making it more arduous for the naval commander to speak, as he quietly murmured. After all, the opposing party consists of direct subordinates of the warlords of the sea, and they have just disrupted a transaction. The leader's tone was quite aggressive, and we truly cannot impose ourselves upon them. Strawberry fell into silence for a moment, withdrawing his gaze from the subordinate's face and looking far ahead, declaring, Very well. Although the Don Quixote family has been engaging in more nefarious activities in recent years, it is indeed inappropriate to impose restrictions at such a time. We shall first conclude our current affairs. At this moment, the slave girls who had fled from the dungeon were drawing nearer, and the naval soldiers had begun to approach to greet them. Observing these elegantly dressed, yet visibly distressed young women, the bearded commander could not suppress his ire, exclaiming, These fishmen are truly despicable. Kidnapping robust pirates to sell in underground auction houses is one thing, but to specifically target the daughters of affluent families is a blatant offering to the nobles of Mariejois. Strawberry regarded him coolly, his tone unwavering. For this is one of the tacit rules of the world today. We in the Navy can only turn a blind eye. Were it not for the involvement of a princess from a member nation of the world government, would everything here not continue as usual? The bearded commander clenched his teeth, fully aware of the truth in Strawberry's words. Yet the directness of his statement felt as though it had ruthlessly stripped away certain facades, leaving him, who had long embraced the Navy's absolute justice, somewhat unsettled. Then let us prepare to withdraw. Casting a calm glance over the ravaged dragon paradise, Strawberry stated, Just now, a captain named Fimbity under Rear Admiral Drake sent word via a din mushy that his squad has located the mischievous princess and confirmed her identity. This indicates that, thanks to the intelligence department of CP, this mission has proven unexpectedly smooth. All that remains for you is to clear and organize the vicinity of the dungeon. Yes, Admiral Strawberry. The bearded commander promptly saluted with solemn respect and began to turn away. However, after taking only a few steps, he seemed to recall something, hesitating as he turned halfway. Sir, is there not still that pirate named Shano we are supposed to target? He just escaped with a group. Do we not need to pursue him? No need. Strawberry succinctly dismissed his doubts, then turned his gaze towards the distant western forest, his expression impassive as he stated, My purpose in departing from headquarters this time is solely to fulfill the request of the Kingdom of Goya. As for such trivial matters, they do not warrant my direct involvement. Leaving it to Drake suffices, for he has long yearned for personal retribution. Major General Drake? The bearded colonel paused, stroking his head, uncertainly replying, If my memory serves me correctly, he and Mr. Smog were both contemporaries under Admiral Zifa, sharing a brotherly bond. Indeed, and their prior relationship seemed to be rather amicable. No wonder. The colonel suddenly comprehended, recalling the terrifying force he witnessed Drake unleash 6 months prior during training at headquarters. An involuntary shiver coursed through him, followed by a sense of schadenfreude as he glanced towards the direction where the slaves had just vanished, silently mourning for the individual named Shano. After all, with the notorious Tyrannosaurus from the Navy headquarters involved, there could be no escape for those few individuals. They were merely fledglings fresh from the East Sea. Boom! With a tremendous roar, an ancient tree, thick enough for 4 or 5 people to embrace, was abruptly swept to the ground before being swiftly uprooted by a colossal hand, continuing to clear a path outward. The one capable of wielding such a massive tree was, of course, the giant known as Bonox. With each sweep, a new expanse of flat land emerged in the forest, and Shano and his companions closely followed the route he had forged, fleeing towards the forest's edge. This situation is rather dire. A voice muttered from the forefront of the group, naturally belonging to Shano. At that moment, he was sprinting alongside Bonox, carrying the unconscious Beachy on his back, though his complexion was far from favorable. Despite the unexpectedly smooth journey, where not only had Stalaberry not pursued them, but they also encountered few ordinary naval soldiers. The more effortless it became, the stronger Shano's foreboding anxiety grew. Reflecting on the earlier appearance of the naval forces led by Stalaberry at Dragon Paradise, he realized that the most shocking aspect was not the nearly defeated Eren nor the recently liberated slaves, but rather himself. As a reincarnator who has perused 500 to 600 episodes of the One Piece manga, he recognized the identity of the individual appearing in Strawberry almost instantaneously. After all, there are merely 16 vice admirals in the Navy headquarters, and this fellow's resemblance to a certain distinguished figure with a pale complexion and a well-groomed beard was quite distinctive. Zano found it impossible to feign ignorance. The presence of a vice admiral, accompanied by such a considerable force of Navy personnel on this remote island off the western route, could only signify one thing. Zano surmised, without a moment's hesitation, that it was undoubtedly related to Smoker. It had been a few days since he had not encountered any news in the papers regarding his elimination of that particular colonel from headquarters, which had left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Previously, the Navy had reacted with indignation and embarrassment over the mere demise of a feeble colonel, increasing his bounty several-fold and dispatching a formidable figure like Smoker to pursue him. How could it be that after he had avenged himself against Smoker, the Navy remained utterly silent? Now, witnessing a vice admiral personally intervening, the reasons began to crystallize. The loss of 2 colonels at the hands of small pirate from the East Blue was undeniably humiliating. Clearly, the Navy had opted to withhold this information from the media for the sake of preserving their dignity, instead planning to erase him from existence on the high seas. This raised a critical question. Could he possibly contend with a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters? Perhaps it was only worth discussing when a level 6 lackey could rival a level 18 fully equipped ninja. As he contemplated, his gaze swept across the tranquil forest on either side when he suddenly heard a voice of discontent nearby. "Hey, I say, where exactly are we headed? Wasn't our ship supposed to be in the east? Why are we running west?" Turning around, he discovered it was indeed Kid, the hot-headed youth, who had exerted himself to catch up, drenched in sweat and evidently fatigued. Shano shot him an irritated glare, saying, "Then by all means, run east. I have not hindered you, but allow me to offer a friendly reminder. Our 2 shabby vessels are significantly slower than a warship, and that large contingent of Navy personnel just emerged from the woods to the east." Kid immediately altered his stance, scratching his head as he replied, "However, even if there are no Navy forces here, we still lack a ship. In that case, would we not be left to await our demise on the shore?" It was an inescapable reality. Remaining there would indeed mean certain death, whereas fleeing in this direction might still afford them a glimmer of hope. Ziano let out a sigh and gazed towards the rear of Kid's group. At this moment, only around 30 slaves remained trailing behind. The earliest rescued maidens and certain individuals from the dungeons who were not marked for bounties had not followed, such as the pirate hunter from the North Sea and the 2 elderly shipwrights from Water 7, whose absence was conspicuous. However, there was an exception. Right behind Kira, a blue-haired girl who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 was running breathlessly. Despite seeming somewhat fatigued, she remarkably managed to keep pace with the others. Ziano recognized her as the only girl among those he had encountered previously who remained remarkably composed and accurately answered several of his crucial inquiries. Her name, if he recalled correctly, was something like Aishali, though he hadn't paid much attention to it. Since this young lady was able to keep pace, he decided to allow her to accompany him, as he had no burdens to bear. After fleeing for a few more minutes, Ziano noticed that the trees around them were becoming increasingly sparse. It dawned on him that they were nearing the edge of the dense forest. He promptly lifted his voice and called out, "Bone Bull, look towards the beach and see if there are any ships. We shall head in that direction." "Understood." Bone Bull, true to his giant heritage, was undoubtedly the most spirited among the slaves, having broken free from the shackles of the dungeon. Without pausing his efforts to clear a path through the colossal trees, he raised his gaze towards the shore. To the northwest, there are 2 ships. After a brief search, Bone Bull excitedly lowered his head and exclaimed, "And there are 2 large vessels, just setting sail and yet to leave the coastline. If we hurry, we will surely make it in time." 2 large ships, just setting sail? At this revelation, Ziano furrowed his brow in confusion. It was not unusual to find large ships, as the island's fishermen undoubtedly possessed their own vessels. However, it was normal for them to be docked there. Why were they setting sail? Could it be that some fishmen had managed to escape the naval encirclement before them? Disregarding the troubling thoughts for the moment, Xiano decided to focus on the present. He signaled for everyone to follow, and Bone Bull slightly adjusted his course. Soon, they emerged from the dense forest, revealing the vast expanse of the ocean once more before them. Indeed, there were two large ships. At that moment, two dark red vessels appeared on the northwestern coastline, merely a few hundred meters away from Xiano and his companions. Upon witnessing this, the spirits of everyone lifted, and they quickened their pace towards the shore. However, at that precise moment, Xiano, who had been leading the group, suddenly changed color, halting his steps. As Kid Kira glanced at him in confusion, Xiano abruptly dodged, leaping onto a massive rock. What was going on? Just as this thought crossed Kid's mind, he perceived a glint of cold light flash before him, as if something had whisked past his face, sending a chill down his spine. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered that a sharp four-bladed axe had mysteriously appeared in the very spot where Xiano had been standing. There is someone to our right. Kid's pupils instantly constricted. Recalling Shano's earlier reaction, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist without hesitation, roaring, "Everyone, be cautious. The Navy has caught up to us. Prepare for battle." The slaves behind him were not blind. Upon catching sight of the axe, they slowed their pace, cautiously surveying their surroundings while drawing closer together. At that moment, the coast was deserted, save for the two distant ships, but as the slaves congregated, a deep male voice resonated from the dense forest. In such circumstances, is it still possible to evade detection? Your reaction is commendable. Who's there? Kid exclaimed, his eyes darting around. But he could not find a trace of anyone. He could not help but shout, "If you have guts, come out." Sneaking around to launch a surprise attack is cowardly. Are you not a man? Am I hiding? The low voice echoed again after a brief silence, and this time, Kid was stunned, for he realized the voice came from behind him. A chill ran down his spine, and he hastily turned around, only to find his view entirely obstructed by a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall. Looking up, he saw a man with an eye patch and an X-shaped mark on his chin and forehead, gazing at him with an indifferent expression. The major's insignia on the white cloak he wore gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. In that fleeting moment, regret washed over Kid. He realized he needed to curb his reckless tongue. Now, he had drawn the ire of such a formidable foe directly from Shano. "I'm an ADC, not an MT." Rather than hiding, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that your strength is too feeble to perceive me. Amidst Kid's panicked expressions, the hawk-nosed man spoke casually, slowly gripping the hilt of his sword. Such arrogance at such a young age is truly intolerable. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and with a slight flick of his wrist, he drew his sword, thrusting it directly towards Kid's face. Swish! The speed of the blade was astonishing, and Kid had no time to react. He could only watch as the tip of the sword loomed larger in his vision. In that moment, despair enveloped him, for since acquiring the devil fruit, he had never felt death so close. However, just then, a sharp, clear sound of clashing blades rang out, and the sword that had been aimed at him was abruptly halted less than 5 centimeters from his forehead, blocked by an unassuming, ancient wooden sword. Shano. With surprise, Kid turned his head and indeed found Shano had appeared at the other end of the wooden sword, shielding him from the attack of the hawk-nosed man. However, Shano's expression was quite grave. Upon hearing Kid shout, he merely cast a glance before returning his focus, embodying the demeanor of someone facing a formidable adversary. How intriguing. I expected you to seize the opportunity to flee, yet here you are, daring to strike at me, Kid mused. Upon witnessing his strike thwarted, the hawk-nosed man seemed disinclined to prolong the stalemate. With a slight twitch of his wrist, the ornate western sword danced gracefully through the air before being sheathed once more. On the opposite side, as the pressure of their opposing forces dissipated, Shano also temporarily retracted his long sword. He gazed at the familiar figure of the naval rear admiral before him, inhaling deeply, his eyes filled with a sense of gravity. "Drake? Ah, a little pirate from the East Blue. And you recognize me?" Drake responded, momentarily taken aback by Shano's address, yet soon a cold smirk crept upon his lips. His gaze, veiled by an eye patch, radiated an icy intent. "But this is fortuitous. I need not waste time introducing myself before I exact vengeance for Smoker's disciple." Indeed, it was this individual, and trouble was brewing. Although Shano had surmised the identity upon seeing the man's face, hearing the confirmation tightened his chest instinctively, and his countenance darkened. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, user of the Tyrannosaurus fruit, Drake. No wonder Stalaberry did not pursue. It turns out there was someone else here, lying in wait like a hunter for unsuspecting prey, glancing at Kid, whose expression reflected a mix of relief and survival, and at Kira, who stood frozen in the distance. Shano felt for the first time the significance of age. Among the 11 supernovas who had arrived at Sabeti Archipelago on the same timeline, 6 years ago, Luffy was merely a sniveling child, enduring rigorous training under Garp in the Goa Kingdom, while Kid and Kira were still mere adolescents, unable to contribute anything but a burden in the face of such formidable combat. Meanwhile, Drake, whose bounty paled in comparison to theirs, had already matured into a man of 27, having not yet defected from the Navy to form his own pirate crew. But his position as a rear admiral attested to his capabilities. Even if he fell short compared to 6 years hence, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Now, confronting such a formidable adversary was undeniably a headache and a source of trepidation. Observing Drake's predatory gaze nearby, Shano understood that, given the speed he had just displayed, aside from himself and Brook, the others would likely be unable to assist and could very well become liabilities on the battlefield. There was no recourse left. With a soft sigh, a surge of battle intent ignited within his eyes. He slowly gripped his sword, Lake Toya, and assumed a standard Iato stance. Since retreat was not an option, as a swordsman, he would fight. Chapter 148, Turning the Tide. In almost an instant, Shano sprang into action. His figure flickered and reappeared behind Drake, delivering a swift, reverse slash. Whoosh! The sword's speed was remarkable, leaving trails in the air, but just then, Shano perceived a flicker of movement before him, and his strike met only empty air, accompanied by a chilling presence approaching from behind. From behind, the naval officer, adept in the six forms, was a formidable opponent. Without hesitation, Shano countered with a defensive slash, and indeed, the moment their blades clashed, they met with a resounding impact. Drake, having swiftly maneuvered behind Shano, gazed at him with an expression tinged with surprise. Very well, impressive speed. However, your strength is lacking, far from sufficient. Drake's voice was low and curt, resembling a conversation with an unseen adversary. Yet, as his words faded, his right arm erupted with immense force, catching Shano off guard as his sword was thrust downward by a good 30 centimeters, nearly pressing against his forehead. Drake's rapier, slender and exquisite, appeared quite ostentatious. However, the force it wielded was entirely contrary, vigorous and ferocious. As the blades clashed, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like waves, and with Drake's notable height advantage, Shano felt a peculiar numbness in his grip, sensing an impending inability to withstand the onslaught. Gradually, his breathing grew heavy, prompting him to steal a glance at the composed Drake. This was the first time he had been utterly overpowered by an opponent. The Drake before him, a true officer of the Navy headquarters, was on an entirely different tier than all his previous adversaries, including Smoker, particularly due to his fruit abilities. In terms of sheer strength, he was not far off from some of the Navy's vice admirals. No, he could not allow this to continue. As thoughts raced, Shano glanced towards the distance, noting that Kid and the others had the sense to recognize the futility of intervening and were hastening towards the two large ships on the beach. For that was their only escape route. If he could merely hold Drake here, preventing him from disengaging, he would ultimately be unable to escape the fate of being pursued and perishing in this place. Since Storyberry had not arrived, he must force Drake into a disadvantageous position, inflicting sufficient damage to render him incapable of further combat. With this resolve, a glint of determination flashed in Shano's eyes. He roared, exerting strength in his right hand, abruptly deflecting Drake's downward pressing blade. Seizing the moment before Drake could exploit any flaw, he launched an assault, transforming his technique into a downward slash aimed directly at Drake's face. What a rear admiral! He had no retreat left. The ocean lay behind him, and all that remained was a fierce battle to the death. Clang! The blades clashed once more, erupting with a thunderous sound of steel meeting steel, sparks flying as a whirlwind swept through the surroundings, rustling their garments with a fierce roar. Again, in a mere moment of stalemate, before succumbing to the disadvantage, Shano swiftly retracted his sword and, with even more terrifying speed, transformed the slash into a thrust. Striking again. This time, as he drew his sword, a faint translucent aura enveloped the blade, and at the instant of strike, the aura converged at the sword's tip, buzzing ominously, before erupting explosively. Boom! The sword's energy howled, surging forth alongside the sudden, fearsome gale. Faced with this strike, the previously calm and composed Drake's expression finally shifted slightly. His eyes narrowed, yet he remained steadfast, shouting a low command as he brought his sword down without a hint of hesitation. The sword, equally astonishing in speed, descended with a blade that suddenly radiated a blinding white light. A terrifying pressure of the sword surged forth, brewing for but a fleeting moment before erupting to an astonishing degree, colliding thunderously with Xiano's sword energy. As he already grasped the essence of sword energy, amidst the cataclysmic winds stirred by their clash, the two swords remained locked in a stalemate, neither yielding an inch. Above, Drake, his face partially obscured by a mask, wore a faintly mocking expression. Alas, I too am a swordsman. To lack sword energy would indeed be a source of great shame. However, contrary to his expectations, Xiano merely lifted his gaze in response to the taunt, saying nothing. Instead, he silently exerted himself, deftly deflecting Drake's strike and altering his angle to launch another assault. Xiano was somewhat surprised that Drake could wield sword energy as well, yet this revelation did not hinder his resolve to continue battling. Moreover, he had never intended to turn the tide of battle solely with a single stroke of sword energy. While Drake could overpower him with sheer strength, Xiano aimed to outpace his opponent with his speed. For now, the initiative in the duel remained firmly in his grasp. Perhaps Drake could keep pace with him for the moment and respond in kind, but what about later? Xiano was resolute in his belief that the opponent's agility could not possibly match his own. Inevitably, Drake swung his sword once more, firmly blocking Xiano's assault and gradually pushing him back inch by inch. However, upon witnessing Xiano's unwavering resolve to retract his sword and strike again, Drake's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips. Your prowess has indeed taken me by surprise. Nevertheless, a disparity remains. Your strength cannot truly harm me. So let us bring this to an end. Drake's tone carried a noticeable shift, reflecting his growing annoyance after enduring Xiano's relentless approach of not engaging in a single decisive clash. Renowned for his formidable strength within the Navy, he prided himself on being superior to Xiano in this regard. Yet, in their recent exchanges, he felt as though he were striking a fist into cotton, unable to exert any force, which finally began to test his patience. Thus, the azure hue in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a dark, ominous shade of green, as his pupils began to morph into an inverted triangular shape. This was, upon witnessing the scene, Shano was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly grasp the situation with an inner curse. He withdrew his blade and swiftly retreated several paces, increasing the distance between himself and Drake. In the next instant, a deafening roar erupted from the beach, resonating through the air. Near their battleground, a terrifying aura surged forth, and amidst the suddenly swirling gusts, a colossal figure, towering over 10 meters, abruptly emerged from the dense forest. Chapter 149. A ship descending from the sky, a dinosaur. At this moment, the originally handsome and imposing naval major general had vanished, replaced by a gigantic dinosaur. With dark brown skin, a robust, streamlined body, powerful thigh muscles, sharp claws, and a mouth full of glistening, menacing teeth, it unmistakably showcased the terrifying explosive power contained within its form. This ancient beast of the Zoan type, the Tyrannosaurus fruit. A message had just emerged in Shano's mind when, not far away, a dinosaur roared and raised its claws, preparing to strike him with great force. The ferocious gale, accompanied by a hissing sound, swept through the air. Observing the enormous claws that were larger than himself, Shano felt a chill in his heart. He had no intention of confronting it head-on. Instead, he retreated several steps, while simultaneously drawing his sword with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, the surface of Lake Toya rippled slightly as he unleashed a single sword strike. With the drawing of the blade, the wind song surged on the beach, and the transparent waves of air that had long encircled the sword's edge swiftly transformed into a small tornado, reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters, rushing toward the dinosaur. However, Shano did not pause in his assault. Based on his previous experiences in combat, he understood that once a tornado was unleashed, the outcome was often predetermined. Yet, at that moment, he realized that this tornado, despite its ferocity, would struggle to defeat Drake, let alone inflict any significant damage. It would merely serve to entrap the opponent for a few fleeting seconds. But that was sufficient. Upon witnessing Drake's transformation, Shano's previous strategy of rapidly striking had become futile. He had to adapt. Previously, Drake had expertly utilized swift movements in his human form, making it exceedingly difficult for the tornado to land a hit. However, the situation had changed. As a master of the Gale Blade, even if he merely summoned a torrent, could it be said that a fully powered creature equipped with enhancements could evade his onslaught? In the next moment, the tornado engulfed Drake. Although its height was insufficient to lift him off the ground, it significantly impeded his movement. Observing this, Shano swiftly maneuvered, executing a forward slash to position himself behind the beast. He drew his sword and struck at the rough surface of its back before retreating with remarkable speed, positioning himself in front of it once again. Taking a deep breath, Shano gazed at the Tyrannosaurus before him, his expression grave. Initially, after Drake's transformation, he had intended to accumulate momentum, seizing the brief opportunity when the tornado momentarily hindered his opponent's progress to launch attacks from various angles. While these strikes might only inflict minor wounds, he believed that, over time, they would accumulate. And even the formidable constitution of the Tyrannosaurus would struggle to withstand such relentless onslaught. However, the scene before him was somewhat unexpected. Although this fellow, transformed by the Tyrannosaurus fruit, had taken on the form of a dinosaur, it was evidently not comparable to the ordinary kind represented by the term. Its skin was as impenetrable as steel. Even the slash of the steel cutting flash that Shano had just executed barely pierced the surface, leaving only a mere scratch without a drop of blood flowing. If this continued, the situation could become dire, for the steel cutting flash was not an ordinary strike. It required the concentration of the wind sword intent, which was considerably taxing for Shano at this moment. Should he fail to incapacitate his opponent before succumbing to exhaustion, it would spell his doom. Nevertheless, there was little choice left. He shifted to another direction while searching for a flaw in the Tyrannosaurus before him. For the first time, he truly felt how utterly insignificant swordsmanship techniques were when faced with overwhelming power. As a swordsman, was this all he could resort to? Such petty tricks? A roar like thunder erupted as the transformed Drake perceived Shano flitting around, intermittently hindered by whirlwinds. To Drake, Shano seemed like an annoying little insect buzzing about. Enraged, he unleashed a thunderous roar and brought both claws crashing down upon the ground where Shano stood. This time, the area of impact was significantly larger. Having just employed a forward slash, Shano found himself unable to relocate quickly enough to evade the onslaught and could only retreat and roll to dodge. However, to his astonishment, Drake concealed his true strength. As the claws descended, their trajectory subtly shifted and their speed surged to nearly double. Caught off guard, Shano was struck squarely by the right claw. Boom! An irresistible force surged forth, sending Shano soaring like a kite severed from its string, the wind howling past his ears. In the next instant, he crashed heavily beside a massive rock, his throat tasting iron as he coughed up a copious amount of blood. As his consciousness faded momentarily, Shano struggled to open his eyes. Upon looking down, he was horrified to see a gaping, half-meter-long gash across his chest. In the distance, the cold-eyed Tyrannosaurus approached with deliberate steps. This bastard claims I lack the guts to face him head-on, yet he resorts to monstrous transformations. In a duel of swords, who is afraid of whom? After silently cursing, the metallic taste of blood surged again, but Shano forced it down and, with great effort, used his sword to prop himself up. Noticing that his ribs were intact, he spat defiantly and drew his blade once more, steeling himself to confront his foe again. As a swordsman, bearing wounds upon one's back was an indelible disgrace. Having reached this point, he was prepared to fight to the death. He was still young, capable of indulging in youthful bravado for a couple more years. Who was afraid of whom? On the beach, the massive and ferocious Tyrannosaurus stood in stark contrast to the diminutive figure of the black-clad youth at its feet, and in that moment, the atmosphere grew almost tragically heroic. Shano suddenly felt that the greatest regret of his malfunctioning system was its inability to exchange for some background music. Otherwise, in such a moment, playing something like Victory would have been incredibly exhilarating. However, reality swiftly proved to him just how cruel this world could be, as the unfolding plot was eternally beyond the expectations of even the protagonist. With a thunderous roar, a colossal ship, measuring 20 to 30 meters in length, plummeted from the sky and crashed down upon Drake's head. The impact against the dinosaur's iron-like flesh caused the vessel to explode instantaneously, fragments of sails and masts scattering across the ground. Yet, the massive dinosaur let out a pained roar, momentarily halting its advance. Upon witnessing this scene, Shano suddenly recalled something important and turned to look back, only to find that the two large ships preparing to depart had now dwindled to just one. The original crew had been cast into the water, angrily cursing from the surface, while Kid and his crew had already taken over the deck. On the deck, a gigantic skeletal bull, resembling a mountain, maintained a posture as if it were about to throw something. Upon seeing Shano's gaze, it erupted into hearty laughter. "Hey, benefactor, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on board. Let us leave together." In that instant, Shano was utterly stunned, gazing blankly at the astonishing sight before him, his heart racing as if a herd of alpacas were galloping through it. The sensation was akin to having unleashed an exhilarating playlist, stirring a surge of fervor within. Yet he soon realized that the first track that wafted into the air had been stealthily replaced with HOP. Chapter 150. Life is filled with ups and downs, of course. Despite his complaints, Ziano understood that this was not the time for hesitation, as the situation was critical. Without delay, he sprinted to the shore and leapt into the water with a splash, sending ripples across the surface. Ziano possessed extraordinary swimming skills, arguably surpassing those of most individuals. However, this did not grant him the luxury of disregarding the immense scar etched across his chest. The frigid waters of winter, mingling with his torn flesh, sent a sharp sting coursing through him, compelling him to stifle a groan and slow his pace considerably. Nonetheless, he dared not halt for even a moment, for behind him, Drake, days from his recent impact, was regaining consciousness and bellowing as he staggered forward. If Ziano failed to distance himself from the shore in time, enduring another blow would surely seal his fate. Just as this thought crystallized in his mind, he suddenly felt a force grasping him from the depths of the sea, lifting him skyward. Startled, he instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword, but as he beheld the scene before him, he was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to draw his weapon. He found himself ascending to a height exceeding 20 meters, the grotesque visage of the bone bull looming before him, the giant holding him firmly in its grip. Upon noticing Ziano's gaze, the bone bull grinned widely and gingerly set him down at its feet, exclaiming with a thunderous laugh, "There, we are safe now, benefactor." The sound resonated like thunder, nearly shattering his eardrums. Ziano rubbed his ears in discomfort, muttering under his breath about the overwhelming stimulus, and struggled to rise, leaning against a nearby wall. "Excellent, benefactor. You have made it up," he heard someone exclaim. "Is your injury serious?" That monstrous naval officer was utterly despicable, inflicting such grievous harm. "Where is the doctor? Wasn't there someone aboard who claimed to possess medical skills? Hurry, we must attend to the benefactor's wounds." As he finally regained his footing, a cacophony of voices surrounded him, each clamoring for attention. Ziano, momentarily bewildered, glanced around and realized he had been transported to the deck of a grand ship, encircled by the very slaves he had rescued, each displaying an exuberant countenance. "Goodness, we have truly made it up here." Ziano was utterly astonished. His gaze traversed the stern of the ship, looking back to see that, with the vessel's advance, the coastline was gradually receding. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus, transformed by Drake, stood at the water's edge, its expression one of furious rage as it roared towards them. "That creature must surely be a wielder of a devil fruit," he mused. At that moment, a gentle female voice reached his ears. Turning his head, he discovered the blue-haired girl, named Eliza, had somehow approached him, a look of relief gracing her features. She chuckled softly. "Otherwise, if that monster were to chase us into the sea, we would truly be finished." Indeed, as Ziano observed the ship slowly distancing itself from the shore, a sense of calm washed over him. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, he suddenly noticed the blue-haired girl stepping forward, her hand extending toward the bloodstain on his chest. The delicate touch of her slender fingers brought a cool sensation to his skin, and he was taken aback. "What are you doing, you beast? Don't move." Eliza cast him a sharp glance, then steadied his chest with one hand while retrieving a roll of bandages from a small bag on her back. Carefully unwrapping it, she began to tend to Ziano's wound with meticulous care. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Ziano had not anticipated that her approach was solely for this purpose. He scratched his head sheepishly and murmured, "I apologize for my earlier tone." "It's all right," she replied, her focus unwavering as she continued to gently bind his injury. Once she had finished, she looked up at him, her brow slightly furrowed, and spoke softly, "Time is of the essence. Although I am a doctor, I can only find bandages aboard this ship. I lack any anti-inflammatory or pain relief medication. If we are not careful, the wound." Ziano gently touched his chest, where blood continued to seep through the bandages, albeit at a significantly reduced rate. He offered a faint smile, reassured, "It's nothing. As long as I can apply pressure and stop the bleeding, that's sufficient. My health is quite robust. Do you have any medicine?" "It wouldn't matter much." "That is reassuring," replied the blue-haired girl, carefully stowing away the remaining bandages. She cautioned him, "Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, it will be best for you to refrain from fighting until you fully recover. If the wound were to reopen and medical assistance is unavailable, excessive blood loss could indeed be fatal." "I understand. Thank you." Ziano nodded thoughtfully, as if suddenly struck by a realization. He turned his gaze towards the distant figures adrift on the sea, those unfortunate souls cast overboard by the bone oxen. They were still shouting furiously, their voices strained with anger, yet the distance rendered their words inaudible to Ziano. It was a rather tragic sight, Ziano murmured to himself. Yet he was acutely aware that any presence in these waters could not belong to an ordinary merchant fleet. He turned and shouted, "Where's Kid?" Is he around? Here, here, came the reply from above. Ziano looked up in surprise to find the lad perched atop the lookout tower, tugging at something from the mast. Upon hearing Ziano's call, Kid leapt down, grinning as he asked, "What do you need me for?" "Nothing much, just curious about the people aboard this ship." Ziano gestured towards the figures floating in the sea. "It seems you've managed to drive them off quite swiftly. There shouldn't be any formidable foes among them, right?" "Ah, indeed, they are rather weak," Kid replied absently as he began to fold what he had brought down from the mast, which appeared to be a flag. "Most of them are just ordinary folks, wielding only handguns. The leader seems to possess the powers of a devil fruit, but was swiftly ambushed by Kira and kicked into the sea. As for their background, I believe I heard them cursing us earlier, mentioning something about the Don Quixote family. I haven't heard of them before. They must be some minor nobility from who knows where." Before he could finish, he suddenly sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. When he looked up, he found Ziano staring at him with a vacant expression, as if constipated. Kid stammered, bewildered. "What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect?" "To your head." A roar erupted, and Ziano swiftly snatched the flag from Kid's arms, yanking it open. Upon glancing at the design, his expression morphed into one of evident discontent. "What's the matter?" Kid scratched his head, feeling even more perplexed. He had already examined it. It was a peculiar flag, somewhat resembling a pirate flag, but instead of a skull, it bore a white circular smiley face with the lower half slashed out. He found it quite ugly and had intended to stow it away and replace it with another flag. Why then? Did merely seeing the design change Ziano's demeanor so drastically? Chapter 151. The Aftermath. Never mind. After a prolonged silence, Ziano sighed sorrowfully, tearing the flag into shreds before casting it into the sea. His voice was filled with weariness. When one is infested with lice, one ceases to care about the itch. Under Kid's bewildered gaze, he languidly reclined against the railing and turned to the blue-haired girl. "That's Eliza, right? I have a friend who fainted earlier and is quite injured. Since you're a doctor, could you assist in looking after him?" "Of course." The azure-haired maiden smiled and nodded, bringing a momentary sense of relief to Shano, who then allowed Kid to escort her to the cabin to attend to Biggie. Above in the sky, the piercing cry of an eagle suddenly echoed, as if a dark silhouette was weaving through the clouds. Shano glanced upward, let out a huff, and then averted his gaze. The utility of his eagle was regrettably limited at present. Had it not been for the bird's size, which could only bear his weight, he would not have had to remain behind to engage in a fierce battle with Drake. After all, while he could abandon those slaves in a critical moment, rescuing Uncle Biggie was an absolute necessity. It seems that in the future, he must dedicate time to thoroughly train this creature. Ziano scratched his head, harboring hopes that this fellow would mature quickly and master the keen perspective of an eagle, thus becoming a significant asset to him. Otherwise, what purpose did it serve to keep him around? Wait a moment, is eagle meat delicious? This question appeared rather constructive, prompting Ziano to ponder earnestly. However, just as he found himself torn between the choices of grilling or stewing, a cacophony of frantic shouts erupted from the bow of the ship, jolting him back to reality. "Not good. The Navy's warships are closing in." It was the voice of Erbau, the helmsman from the water army, Dramp. Ziano sprang to his feet and turned to gaze behind him. Indeed, he could see 3 Navy warships swiftly approaching from the opposite side of the island, roughly 4 to 5 miles away, evidently heading straight for them. Was it truly Stoloberry who had come in pursuit? Shano was momentarily taken aback, but as he observed the approaching warship drawing nearer, he swiftly regained his composure and shouted to Dramp, "Hoist the sails to their fullest, steer to the right, and accelerate to shake them off. We have done all we can." Dramp, drenched in sweat and filled with urgency, did not dare to pause his actions. However, the naval vessel was equally swift, and while we could only ensure that we were not being closed in upon, the peril would escalate should they decide to open fire. Open fire? Shano furrowed his brow at once. Although he need not worry about Stoloberry approaching if the naval warships were unable to catch up, the formidable firepower of standard warships from the naval headquarters could not be underestimated. With 3 ships now present, concentrated fire could indeed spell disaster for them. Just as his concern deepened, a voice amplified through a loudspeaker resonated from the distant warships, faintly reaching the deck. "Attention, slaves ahead. You have inadvertently committed a heinous crime. However, if you surrender Her Highness the Princess and hand over the wanted criminal Swiftblade Shun, you shall receive the Navy's pardon. I repeat, surrender Her Highness the Princess and the wanted criminal Shano, and whatever wrongs you have committed will be forgiven." The announcement echoed repeatedly, leaving Shano momentarily bewildered. "The princess? What is that? Why does the Navy seek me?" Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The other demand posed a genuine threat. Instinctively, Shano glanced at the nearby slaves, eager to gauge their reactions. To his relief, nearly all the slaves regarded the distant warships with expressions of incredulity. The giant bull, in particular, spat and burst into laughter, declaring, "They must be dreaming if they think they can capture our benefactor. The Navy shall have to step over my dead body first." "Exactly. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on our benefactor will have to contend with me." Daniel. "To hell with the Navy. We barely escaped. I have no desire to return. From now on, I, Ross, will follow our benefactor." "Me too. Take me with you." The slaves took turns voicing their sentiments, their fervor palpable. Even Shano, typically hardened by his experiences, felt a surge of emotion. He raised his hands to quell the raucous voices, which gradually subsided, all eyes now fixed upon him, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. After pondering for a moment, Shano could not summon any eloquent words and simply shrugged. "Since the Navy has already uttered my name, you need not refer to me as benefactor. Just call me Shano." Furthermore, Ross was right. At this point, he glanced at a middle-aged man who had been particularly animated earlier, one of the 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. With a flourish, he raised his arm and echoed the words, "To hell with the Navy." The others paused for a moment, then, inspired, raised their arms in unison, roaring, "To hell with the Navy! To hell with the Navy! To hell with the Navy!" A convergence of over 30 voices surged forth, piercing the heavens and resonating across the vast expanse of the sea, ultimately echoing gently in the waning light of the setting sun, landing upon the decks of the distant warships. Aboard the 3 vessels, more than 1,000 elite naval personnel from headquarters listened intently, their expressions shifting from confusion to a pallid hue and then to unrestrained fury. The bearded colonel, who had been delivering the report, cautiously glanced towards the imposing figure standing at the bow and hesitantly inquired, "General Stolleberry, what course of action should we take? The pirates have made off with the Don Quixote family's swift ship. Pursuing them may prove futile. Open fire." The figure at the bow, none other than Stolleberry, now appeared far less composed, his countenance dark and foreboding. "The Princess of the Goya Kingdom remains aboard. We must intercept that ship at all costs." "Why, yes. But what if we accidentally harm the princess?" The colonel hesitated. Better to risk her injury than allow her to be taken by a band of pirates. Stolleberry shot him a cold glare. "If the Goya Kingdom lays blame, I shall bear the full responsibility. Issue the command. Fire upon the target vessel." "As you command, sir." With the vice of a vice-admiral's authority ringing in his ears, the colonel had no further objections. He turned to execute the battle orders, but as he pivoted, a thought struck him, prompting him to glance towards the railing. There, a Navy ensign clad in a pale, purple-striped suit, wearing iron gauntlets, lay despondently on the deck, his face ashen. The colonel scoffed, fuming, "You wretched fool. If it weren't for your false report claiming the princess had been found, we would not be in this predicament." The ensign remained silent, his pallor betraying his despair. The colonel, still seething, delivered a fierce kick before storming off the deck, heading towards the communication room within the ship's hold. Chapter 152. A swift turn of fate. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted across the expansive sea, accompanied by a warning from Dramp at the bow. "The Navy is firing. Everyone, be cautious." As the crowd turned their gaze, they indeed beheld several dozen black cannonballs whistling towards them, instantly revealing expressions of anxiety. Among them, a few notorious pirates, including Ross and Daniel, exchanged glances and instinctively armed themselves, making their way to the stern deck. Some wielded swords, others brandished hammers, and a few clutched axes, all weapons recently acquired from the Don Quixote family. Clearly, should a cannonball strike the ship, these men were prepared to withstand the impact with their own bodies. In a brief span, the Navy's initial barrage had concluded. As it was a trial round, not a single cannonball had found its mark. The closest detonated in the water mere meters away. Yet, no one dared to relax, for all were acutely aware that more ferocious bombardments loomed on the horizon. "Allow me," sighed Shano, feeling a sense of helplessness. He reached for his trusty blade, the Lake Toya, at his waist. While he was moved by the sacrificial spirit of his comrades, he recognized that a desperate fight would surely lead to heavy casualties. Comparatively, his own weapon seemed a far more reliable choice. Yet, glancing down at the massive wound on his chest, wrapped in bandages, he muttered to himself, "It should be fine, right?" At that moment, his eyes caught sight of Bone Bull above, who appeared eager to catch the cannonballs with his bare hands. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Shano. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was fixated on the incoming projectiles, he swiftly accessed his attribute panel and retrieved an item from his backpack. With a forceful throw, he shouted, "Bone Bull, catch this." "Huh?" Bone Bull, whose attention had also been on the cannonballs, instinctively turned his head. To his astonishment, a massive iron block loomed larger in his sight. He hurriedly extended his hand to catch it, only to discover it was an enormous round shield. Towering at least 4 or 5 meters high, adorned with dark red, swirling patterns against a pitch-black backdrop. Clearly a remarkable artifact. Hey, where did this come from, Lord Shano? Bone Bull scratched his head in confusion. Don't ask now, just hold on tight. Shano called out, it's your responsibility to block the cannonballs. Is that all right? Absolutely, Bone Bull exclaimed, striking the shield with a hearty thud that resonated pleasantly. This shield is sturdier than I anticipated. Rest assured, I've got this covered. With a shield, the giant race fears no attack. As if to validate his claim, no sooner had he spoken than several cannonballs hurtled towards the mast. Bone Bull swiftly raised the shield to intercept them. With a thunderous bang, the cannonballs were deflected, plummeting harmlessly into the sea, while the surface of the shield bore not even a single mark. Impressive indeed, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Shano observed the Bone Bull effortlessly deflecting several waves of cannonballs, and he immediately felt a wave of relief. He reclined once more against the railing, gazing at the distant warships, a grin spreading across his face. Did you expect this? Neither did I. The item he had just summoned was none other than the Burning Fire Shield, one of the orange sets he had acquired during his prestige upgrade from a bronze chest. Previously, while aboard the Drammond family's merchant vessel, he had tested it in his room, and upon its emergence, the shield had inadvertently sent Little Low, who was dozing on the windowsill, tumbling into the sea, nearly toppling the ceiling with its nearly 5-meter stature. At that moment, Shano's expression had been one of utter disbelief. Was this new hero named Orn truly so enormous? Was this device intended for ordinary humans? Initially, he had hoped the new equipment would prove useful, but it turned out to be as impractical as a gravedigger's shovel or Mundo's cleaver. Can you imagine the image of the blade dancer lugging a massive iron shield across the sea? Fortunately, he had not immediately discarded the item, as his backpack still had space. Otherwise, he would not have had it at his disposal now. A peculiar sense of satisfaction washed over him, akin to transforming waste into treasure. Gently murmuring to himself, he finally redirected his gaze from the distant warship. Their vessel had initially been moving at a similar speed to their adversaries, but now, due to the Navy's relentless cannon fire, they had fallen behind. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Strawberry and his crew would be unable to pursue them any longer. Farewell, Navy. How infuriating. On board the warship, as the cannonballs dwindled without breaching the enemy's defenses, the bearded colonel slammed his fist into the adjacent wall, gritting his teeth and seething. To think they escaped us so easily is utterly unforgivable. Ahead, Strawberry stood in silence, his gaze fixed on the dark red vessel, growing more distant. Slightly narrowing his eyes as he spoke coolly, it will not be so simple for them to evade the Navy's pursuit entirely. The naval branches of the Grand Line are not like those incompetent fools of the EC. However, I must admit, I was indeed careless to have agreed to Major Drake's plan for vengeance, allowing them to slip away from our grasp. Shifting his gaze towards the island's shore, he noticed Drake had reverted to human form, rallying the remaining naval soldiers. Contact headquarters immediately and report the situation accurately. I will accept full responsibility. The bearded colonel paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Strawberry's demeanor, but his military instincts compelled him to salute promptly, responding, Yes, Admiral. By the way, there's also... Strawberry gave a thoughtful hum, pausing for a moment before issuing his command. After the meeting with Rear Admiral Drake, instruct him to submit a detailed battle assessment report. Last time, our headquarters overlooked that matter, and now that the enemy has escaped, we must not be complacent. Let headquarters renegotiate the bounty, enlisting the aid of external bounty hunters, and coordinate with the naval divisions to eradicate the foe in the shortest possible time. Understood. Lieutenant Beard responded before turning to carry out the orders. Strawberry sighed, intending to return to the cabin for a moment's respite when suddenly, a naval soldier, visibly agitated, called out, Vice Admiral Strawberry, come quickly and see what that is. Strawberry was momentarily taken aback, but then turned to follow the soldier's pointing finger. Upon glimpse, his eyes widened in shock, and his expression shifted drastically. Chapter 153. Collective Ascension in the distance. The sea, once tranquil, began to bubble ominously, waves undulating, revealing a colossal silhouette lurking beneath the surface. A sea king. As a vice admiral, Strawberry possessed vast experience, and he recognized it immediately. It was a large sea king. Although it had not fully breached the water surface, its length could be inferred to exceed 800 meters. The mere swish of its tail generated ripples that could be felt by naval vessels several nautical miles away. Such a formidable sea king was rare, even in the first half of the Grand Line, let alone in the Calm Belt. Stalaberry believed he could easily vanquish ordinary sea kings. But the sheer magnitude of this creature left him feeling helpless, devoid of any notion of confrontation, especially considering the safety of the thousands of naval soldiers aboard 3 warships. Relay my orders. After a deep breath, Stalaberry resolutely decided that all warships should immediately turn back, seeking refuge at the island's edge to ensure their safety. Yes, sir. Huh. Why are the Navy pursuing anymore? On the dark red vessel, Shano, having not heard cannon fire for some time, straightened up in confusion and inquired. I have no idea. Bone Bull replied in a gruff voice, watching the Navy's sudden change of direction with a hint of disappointment. He pouted, saying, "We were just getting into it. I didn't expect them to stop so soon." Enough. Are you still enjoying this? Shano shot him a glare. Is the Navy's artillery such a source of amusement? Wait until your energy runs out. Then, let us see how you fare. Oh, Bone Bull nodded obediently and reluctantly glanced at the round shield in his hands. He bowed respectfully, offering it back to Shano. Since they are no longer pursuing, I shall return this to you, Lord Shano. No, keep it for yourself. Ziano, troubled by the thought of this item merely occupying space, quickly waved his hand. Although it may still be somewhat small for you, it seems you lack any suitable weapon at the moment. Thus, it could still prove useful. Oh, is that true? Bonyo was momentarily taken aback, but then joyously returned with the round shield, expressing profound gratitude. To be honest, the quality of this shield is hardly inferior to the weapons produced in our Elbaf. That is reassuring. As Shano merely nodded, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back, akin to being doused with a bucket of water, leaving him thoroughly drenched. Startled, he turned his head to gaze ahead, only to discover that as the vessel continued its journey, the waves before them grew increasingly tumultuous, crashing against the deck in relentless surges. What was occurring? In a state of confusion, he abruptly realized that the situation was even more peculiar. Although he remained still at the railing, the surface of the sea appeared to be receding gradually, the frothy crests diminishing in his line of sight. Strangely, this alteration in position did not manifest as a mere change in distance horizontally, but rather vertically. In other words, the entire ship was ascending. Witnessing the increasing distance from the sea, Shano could no longer maintain his composure. He sprang to his feet, leaning over the railing to peer below the ship, where a slender yet colossal dark blue form suddenly came into view. The scales on its skin were densely arranged, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Shano was instantly taken aback. It was a marine leviathan, a true sea king. At that moment, the others began to gradually realize the unsettling situation, and panicked cries echoed from the opposite railing. It's an enormous sea king. We are right above its head. Upon hearing this, Shano promptly rose to his feet. From this vantage point, the details remained obscured, yet it was evident that the other side had a clear view. Indeed, once he dashed to the railing on the opposite side, he discerned not merely scales, but a colossal serpent's head bellowing ferociously. Yes, a serpent's head. This was the first notion that struck Shano. The triangular, chilling eyes and the elongated tongue it flicked out bore an uncanny resemblance to the ferocious pythons of the terrestrial realm. Of course, he soon comprehended that the creature below was evidently a formidable sea king. Thus, in essence, it resembled a massive azure serpent rising from the ocean's surface. By the gods, this was indeed the world of One Piece. Encountering sea kings in the Grand Line was hardly a rarity, but to find oneself perched atop the head of such a creature, along with the ship, was an extraordinary turn of events. As the vessel swayed violently in rhythm with the serpent's movements, Shano felt as though he had just endured an intense workout, his expression a blend of disbelief and alarm. Given the current predicament, descending was out of the question. If this sea king merely tilted its head, the entire ship could be swallowed whole. That would certainly lead to a gruesome demise, reduced to fragments and mingled with excrement. Such a scene was too vivid, too ghastly to contemplate. Fortunately, Shano, having weathered many storms, took a mere 2 or 3 seconds to force himself to regain composure. He then turned and shouted with all his might, "Everyone, remain calm. Hold on to something nearby to stabilize yourselves. Do not let yourselves be thrown overboard." Yes, Lord Shano. The others were still engulfed in panic and astonishment. Yet Shano was their anchor. Upon hearing his command, almost all instinctively clutched nearby objects, be it the mast or the wall. Even the towering giant, a bone bull standing 30 meters high, seemed somewhat intimidated, cradling the upper mast and the entire lookout tower in its embrace. Nevertheless, despite these precautions. Everyone continued to sway like unanchored reeds in the wind, the situation perilously precarious. At that moment, the helmsman Dramp suddenly slapped himself across the face, filled with self-recrimination. This is all my fault. I failed to heed the disturbances in the waters ahead. Had I done so, we could have evaded this sea king, and none would be ensnared in such peril. His voice was laden with remorse, but it was swiftly countered by a slave named Ross, who, in a fit of anger, retorted, "Stop blaming yourself. This is not your fault. You must remain focused on steering. We all overlooked the signs. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon us." The group nodded in agreement, rallying together to offer words of encouragement. Ziano felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, just moments ago, the attention of nearly everyone had been fixated on the incoming naval shells, leaving the movements beneath the sea unnoticed. Otherwise, even if escape were difficult due to proximity, such risks might have been averted. It was no wonder the naval forces had suddenly veered away with such agility. They too had likely been frightened off by this monstrous creature. After all, as the saying goes, better a friend die than a Taoist priest. Not to mention their adversarial relationship with the Navy. Chapter 154. The escape time slipped away gradually. The sea creature, resembling a green serpent, surveyed its surroundings for a brief moment before its tough skin and sturdy physique detected the ship above. Feeling insulted, it let out a furious roar, arching its upper body and sending the entire vessel flying through the air. As the ship plummeted, the immense wind pressure caused everyone's faces to contort wildly, their clothing and hairstyles thrown into disarray. Kid's goggles were swept off the ship, while Gila's unruly hair transformed into an explosive mess. Ziano fared even worse. The blue ribbon that held his hair was torn away, and his long black locks danced wildly in the wind, slapping against his face and rendering him utterly disheveled. "We're doomed." Kid, closest to the railing, clung on tightly, his voice hoarse as he shouted to Ziano amidst the tempest. "Think of something quickly, Ziano. We're so high up, and beneath us is the vast ocean. If the ship capsizes, we all perish. I have no damn solution." Ziano shot him a glare, retorting, "And you would be the only one to perish. There are so many of us here, all of whom are strong swimmers. Only you little brat, are a devil fruit user." That remark struck precisely where it hurt. Kid, filled with a mix of rage and despair, yelled with tears streaming down his face, "Damn it. Why must I risk my life alongside a scoundrel like you?" Ziano, dismissing the chatter around him, turned his gaze outward, squinting as he contemplated the situation. Indeed, while words were merely words, Kid's assertions held a grain of truth. The formidable size of the Sea King, even with only a portion of its body protruding, loomed hundreds of meters above the surface of the sea, an altitude comparable to the maximum flight distance of that fellow, Little Luo. If the ship were to merely capsize, it could still be salvaged, but with the Sea King lurking menacingly behind, their group would surely face dire consequences. However, the ship had 4 sides, and the probability of the bottom landing on the sea surface was, at best, 1 in 4. Logically, they should have a chance. Yet Ziano remained acutely aware of his ill fortune, preparing himself mentally for the worst. And indeed, mere seconds later, he once again felt the weight of his misfortune. The ship, which had been descending straight, began to tilt to the right as the Sea King's body shifted, altering the wind's direction. This slight angle was negligible, but one must remember that the vessel was plummeting rapidly. With increasing acceleration, even the smallest miscalculation could lead to catastrophe. Yet hope flickered. A sudden inspiration struck Ziano. He inhaled deeply, resolutely focusing his attention on the rapidly approaching ocean below. The angle of the tilt grew increasingly pronounced. If he weren't gripping the railing so tightly, he felt he might slide from the bow to the stern. Many aboard seemed to sense the impending capsizing, their faces betraying despair. Having just escaped from the fishman's dungeon, they now confronted a vice admiral of the Navy, and after painstakingly evading capture, they were now faced with an insurmountable Sea King. Was their luck truly that abysmal? In an instant, the ship plummeted several dozen meters, the turbulent waves now alarmingly close. At that moment, Ziano sprang into action. His right hand released the railing, grasping the hilt of the Tiya's sword. In an instant, his eyes flashed with icy determination. With a swift motion, he drew the blade. The sword's tip, enveloped in a whirlwind of energy, erupted in a powerful display, sweeping through the air and, just as the ship threatened to overturn, conjuring an awe-inspiring vortex above the water's surface. With a thunderous roar, the opposing winds surged forth. Within a second, the towering vortex, measuring over 10 meters, exerted its influence. righting the ship and significantly slowing its descent. Ultimately, amidst the splashing waves, the vessel landed with a resounding splash upon the sea surface. Everyone aboard was momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances before erupting into jubilant cheers. What a relief! The ship had not capsized. We have survived. All of us have emerged unscathed. Oh, what a miracle! A miracle indeed. Many have released their grips on whatever they were holding and erupted into jubilant cheers upon the deck. Yet, a considerable number remained composed. And Kira could not contain his ire as he exclaimed, "What miracle! It was only through Brother Shano's intervention that we were saved. Is this really the time for celebration? We are not yet free from peril." The cheers quickly diminished, and the realization struck that a formidable sea creature still lurked behind them. Doubts began to cloud their minds, and their gazes shifted towards Shano, their unwavering pillar of strength, accustomed to facing challenges head-on. However, they were taken aback to witness Shano, who had just unleashed a breathtaking tornado, struggling to turn towards them after sheathing his sword. He managed only a strained smile before swaying and collapsing to the ground. Within the confines of a dimly lit conference room on the third floor of the Marineford Fortress, a dozen figures encircled the table, each adorned in white justice cloaks. Judging by their shoulder insignias, it was evident that none held ranks lower than colonel. A Navy soldier stood by, solemnly reading from a document, and when he closed it, the atmosphere in the room grew noticeably heavy. To easily defeat the bounty of 57 million on the Fishman Arlong, and then to merely find ourselves at a slight disadvantage against Rear Admiral Drake. A somber-voiced Rear Admiral broke the silence. It appears this pirate named Shano possesses greater strength than we had previously anticipated. Indeed, and according to the recent reports from Stoloberry, numerous slaves had successfully escaped alongside him. This indicates that he is no longer the same as he was in the East Blue. He is now gradually establishing his own power. Another Navy Rear Admiral exhaled a plume of smoke, uttering such words from the shadows. His gaze fell upon the soldier holding the document, who calmly inquired, "What is the report from the Don Quixote family regarding the dismantling of the underground trading post in the G16C area?" There has not been enough time for news to circulate. Well, the intelligence processing room. Have they released their analysis report? It has been completed, including a character analysis of the target. Read it. Yes, sir. Chapter 155. September, I shall not indulge name. Seong Nua male, 17 years of age. Hailing from Andric Island in the East Sea, an orphan with no familial ties, it is surmised that his father was a notorious pirate drunkard Cost, who was once offered a bounty of 16 million berries. For years ago, he fought alongside the Tato pirate crew to vanquish the alliance of the Black Cat pirates and the Silver Shark pirates, directly defeating the infamous Kuro, for which he received his first bounty of 10 million berries. Personality-wise, he prefers to traverse the seas alone, having yet to establish a pirate crew. Presently, he is not engaged in any acts of aggression against civilians or the Navy, nor does he possess a history of plundering villages. However, he exhibits a profound resistance to being captured by the Navy and retaliates ruthlessly, resulting in considerable damage to the Navy's reputation due to the ferocity of the encounters. In terms of strength, according to the final analysis from the intelligence processing room, the target wields a sword as his primary weapon and has reached the preliminary realm of a Swordmaster, capable of unleashing sword chi. He also possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate wind, albeit he is not a devil fruit user. He is deemed capable of contending with a Rear Admiral from headquarters, slightly surpassing a colonel in strength. Overall assessment. Potential remains undetermined, with a singular method of attack. His forces appear to be in the process of formation, yet currently amount to nearly nothing. Thus, the overall threat level is assessed to be relatively weak, and it is suggested that the bounty need not be significantly increased. The analysis report concluded, and the meeting room fell into a deep silence. Overall, the evaluation was quite objective. Amidst the swirling smoke, the deep voice of the Navy Rear Admiral, who had spoken second, echoed. However, the suggestion regarding the bounty seems somewhat lacking in consideration. Let's not forget, the Princess of the Goya Kingdom remains in his grasp. Indeed, this matter is quite troublesome. The Rear Admiral, wearing tinted glasses, raised a document in hand and furrowed his brow. Over the past week, the royal family of the Goya Kingdom has urged us 10 times. If this continues, the pressure will become truly overwhelming. Then, let us not deliberate any further. Let us proceed with the amount we previously agreed upon. The last to speak was a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, a man with a mohawk hairstyle, who was Rear Admiral Wusong, the presiding officer of this meeting. He cast a solemn glance around the room, noted the absence of dissenting voices, and slowly rose. This meeting is adjourned. as Shano slowly regained consciousness. The first sight that greeted him was the ceiling above and the nearby porthole. The sky appeared to be shrouded in twilight, with the evening glow seeping through the window, casting a dreamlike ambience in the room. Was this a cabin aboard a ship? His mind still felt somewhat foggy as he turned his head to survey his surroundings. He discovered he was lying on a low wooden bed, covered by a thick blue quilt. Not far away, neatly folded on a table, lay his set of clothes. Upon seeing the garments, an unsettling realization dawned upon Shano. With a bleary gaze, he lifted the quilt and reached down to investigate. To his dismay, apart from a bandage wrapped around his chest, he found himself entirely unclothed. A chilling breeze slipped through the gap he had created, subjecting him to an unexpectedly brisk sensation. Goodness! Shano felt a twinge of discomfort. Just as he was about to rise from his bed and don his clothes, a soft creaking sound emanated from the doorway. Looking up, he saw the wooden door of the room being pushed open from the outside, revealing a girl with waist-length blue hair, who appeared at the threshold holding a basin of warm water. Upon noticing the awake Shano, she stood frozen in place. Her gaze fell upon Shano's hand, which was nestled beneath the covers, and she seemed unable to believe her eyes, stammering, What are you doing? What do you mean by doing or not doing? Shano, feeling a bit perplexed, scratched his head before a sudden realization washed over him. He then extended his hand to examine it closely. Goodness! His earlier gesture might indeed lead to a misunderstanding. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat twice, convinced that the more he tried to explain, the more tangled the situation would become. Thus, he deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, Where am I now? Am I still on the ship? The girl with azure hair cast him a sidelong glance, let out a small huff, and approached the bedside with a cup of warm water. She twisted a towel from within and handed it to Shano, saying, Here, dry yourself off. Once you're done, put your clothes on quickly. He replied, I thought you were going to help me with that. Shano mumbled as he took the towel, wiping his body while inquiring, You haven't answered my question yet. It's already dark outside. Have I been unconscious for several hours? What about the others? Are they all alive? Several hours? The blue-haired girl cast him a peculiar glance. You've actually been unconscious for 3 days. What? 3 days? Shano's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it's been over 3 days. The blue-haired girl seated herself on a small stool beside the bed, resting her chin on one hand while gesturing toward the outside with the other. But you needn't worry too much. As of now, we are indeed still on the ship, and everyone is alive. Are we safe now? Shano sighed in relief, then suddenly appeared puzzled as he recalled something. Wait a moment, I passed out that day. If the sea monster was still pursuing us, how did you manage to escape? I'm not entirely sure. The blue-haired girl shrugged, her delicate features reflecting a hint of confusion. It seems that a large pirate crew happened to pass by at that time. I don't know how it happened, but they inexplicably opened fire on that sea monster, which in turn enraged it, causing it to seek trouble with them. We took the opportunity to set sail and escape. Open fire? Shano was taken aback. Isn't that insane? Which pirate crew would be foolish enough to provoke a massive sea monster? Were they that confident? What happened afterward? I'm afraid I don't know. The blue-haired girl shook her head. We were in a hurry to flee and hardly paid attention to that. She then scratched her chin, expressing a sense of wonder. However, that pirate crew was indeed quite large, boasting more than a dozen ships. They should be capable of holding their ground, shouldn't they? That remains uncertain. Shano curled his lips in disdain, no longer inclined to pursue the topic, and prepared to inquire about something else. However, at that moment, his stomach emitted a soft rumble. The atmosphere instantly shifted into an awkward silence. The blue-haired girl, with a cheerful smile, stood up, retrieved his towel, and placed it in the basin. You must be hungry, right? It makes sense, as I haven't fed you this afternoon. Just a moment, I'll fetch you something to eat and inform everyone that you have awakened. They have all been quite worried about you, especially that rather peculiar uncle, who has been anxiously waiting these past few days. Shano had yet to fully grasp the situation when the azure-haired girl adeptly tidied the basin of hot water, humming a tune as she departed. After lingering in bed for a moment, he finally came to the realization that, according to the girl, Uncle Beachy had awakened. This news brought him a wave of delight. But soon, a more significant thought struck him, causing Shano to stumble in shock, nearly toppling from the bed. What had she just said? Hello? Chapter 156. What is your name? After a prolonged moment of bewilderment in bed, Shano recollected the azure-haired girl's earlier instructions, promptly rising to dress himself. It was at this juncture that he noticed a remarkable detail. The area on his black hoodie, previously marred by Drake's claws, had been expertly mended from the inside, leaving no trace of damage visible from the outside. Had that fellow done this? Pondering thoughtfully, he glanced out the window and, after some contemplation, chose not to recline back into bed. Instead, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Upon stepping out, Xiano was taken aback. The deck before him was blanketed in thick, white snow, and the biting cold air rushed toward him, prompting a visible exhalation that transformed into a plume of mist, drifting away into the frigid atmosphere. His emergence stirred nearly everyone aboard the ship, and a booming voice echoed from above. "Lord Xiano." The tone was brimming with joy. Recognizing the deep voice, Xiano looked up to see Bone Ox squatting there with his arms crossed, the snow and wind having turned his beard white. "Good afternoon, big guy." Xiano greeted with a smile. "Good afternoon." Bone Ox replied with a hearty laugh. "You finally awakened. When Eliza stepped out earlier and mentioned you were conscious, we were all set to come in and check on you. Yet, we hesitated, fearing that too many of us might disturb your rest. It appears, however, that your condition is far better than we anticipated." Xiano glanced around, noticing that the remaining crew members on the deck had gathered, each displaying an expression of fervent excitement. He deliberately patted his chest and laughed heartily, declaring, "What is there to worry about? I merely fainted from exhaustion earlier. See, I am awake now. Everyone, rest assured." His words were delivered with a commanding presence, brimming with a spirit of bravado. However, in the next instant, a dark figure suddenly descended from the heavens like a bolt of lightning, crashing into his embrace. Taken completely off guard, Xiano was knocked to the ground, shattering the jubilant atmosphere entirely. Xiao Luo, with a mouthful of feathers expelled in a huff, Xiano forcefully lifted the incessantly nuzzling head in his arms, his voice a mixture of embarrassment and anger. "You rascal. You've gained weight and are pressing down on me. Do you have any idea how heavy you are now?" "Ugh." Taken aback by his scolding, Xiao Luo raised her head, emitting a soft, plaintive whimper. "Ha ha 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 ha." The onlookers erupted in laughter, particularly Kid, who found great amusement in witnessing Xiano's disheveled state, clutching his belly in near hysteria. In that moment, it was as if the entire ship had been bathed in the warmth of radiant sunshine, filled with a joyful ambience. Xiano, after finally extricating himself from Xiao Luo, as he stood up, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he spotted Bichi leaning on a wooden cane, smiling warmly at him. Xiano's eyes widened in surprise, and he rushed over, enveloping Bichi in an exuberant embrace, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Uncle Bichi, I'm so glad you're all right. Cough, cough, take it easy." "I'm not fully recovered yet." Bichi, caught off guard by Xiano's sudden bear hug, gasped for breath and managed to utter these words with some difficulty. As Xiano promptly released his grip, he glanced down and, indeed, noticed that the bandages adorning Biki's body far exceeded his own. Various ointments coated his face and neck, with scars still vividly apparent. "I sincerely apologize, Uncle Biki," Xiano said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "I was simply overwhelmed with joy and failed to consider your condition. Just be more mindful next time. It's not a significant matter," Biki replied with a resigned sigh. He then looked at Xiano, who was nearly of equal height, and remarked with a sense of nostalgia, "Time truly flies. I recall when you were just a sprightly little lad, barely reaching my chest, and now you're almost my equal. After all, for years have passed." Xiano responded with a playful grin. Xiano broke into a smile upon observing that Bichi no longer resembled the frail, near-death figure he had seen in the dungeon. His heart swelled with genuine joy. Furthermore, Bichi's words stirred memories within Xiano, evoking a sense of nostalgia. A thought suddenly crossed his mind as he noticed the various potions adorning Bichi's form. Hadn't it been said that there were no supplies aboard the ship? What could these have come from? Additionally, raising his gaze to the snow accumulated on the mast, he recalled that the island where the dragon and its cohorts resided was in the midst of summer. Where exactly had they arrived? Did they pass through Carnival City? They had indeed traversed an island, yet Carnival City had not come into view. Before Bichi could respond, a gentle feminine voice resonated through the air. Xiano turned in surprise to see a blue-haired girl named Eliza approaching, delicately carrying a tray. Noticing Xiano's puzzled expression, she offered a gentle smile and explained, "As for Carnival City, it is the name of the next island along the western route. While the ship is equipped with navigational instruments, the presence of the G-14 Naval Division there, coupled with the urgency of our escape, made it improbable for us to continue along the designated course." With that, she set the tray down on a nearby wooden table and beckoned to Xiano, saying, "All right, I've just warmed some food. Come and eat." Despite the lingering doubts in Shano's mind, the persistent grumbling of his stomach compelled him to take a seat at the table. The food on the tray was quite simple: 2 slices of toast, a fried egg, and a bowl of plain congee garnished with minced meat. Shano understood that this was due to his recent recovery and the need to avoid overly rich foods, so he did not mind and began to eat heartily. To his surprise, these seemingly unpretentious dishes were remarkably delicious, almost rivaling his own culinary creations. After swallowing a mouthful of congee, Shano glanced at the blue-haired girl, astonished, and asked, "Did you prepare this?" "Of course." The girl with blue hair replied cheerfully, a smile brightening her face. With a hint of pride, she continued, "Don't let my age deceive you. I possess a wealth of skills. From culinary arts to medicine, astrology, and divination, I dabble in many disciplines, even sailing." Ziano increasingly found the conversation absurd. However, the individuals around him began to chime in, affirming, "Indeed, Miss Eliza is a truly versatile talent. Yes, it's truly impressive." He mused, lifting a fried egg and exclaiming, "Now I feel at ease. When I heard the Navy mention Princess Ivy was aboard our ship, I suspected it might be you. But now it seems utterly impossible. How could a princess possess such diverse skills?" At this point, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon glancing up, he noticed the blue-haired maiden, her hand tucked behind her hair, blushing slightly, seemingly on the verge of speaking but shyly hesitating, murmuring without uttering a word. "Goodness!" Ziano exclaimed, nearly choking on his food. He quickly wiped the crumbs from his mouth, staring at the blue-haired girl with a look of utter disbelief. "What is this reaction? Don't tell me you're truly a princess of that Goya kingdom." Chapter 157. Her Highness the Princess, the blue-haired maiden slightly lowered her head, and after a prolonged moment of silence, she softly responded, yes." The atmosphere on the ship instantly froze. Everyone stared at the elegantly simple blue-clad girl, their expressions morphing into sheer astonishment. "You're actually a princess?" It was Kid, the young boy, who first broke the silence. He had been peeling an orange and eating it, but now the orange segments lay scattered on the ground. Oblivious to the fact that he was nearly finished with the peel, staring blankly, he asked, "Then why didn't you stay on the island with the other girls? Why did you have to run away with us?" "Because I snuck out," the blue-haired maiden replied after a moment of contemplation, her voice barely a whisper. "Staying in the palace felt like being imprisoned. It was a struggle to escape, and I have no intention of returning to the Navy." "How reckless," Kid remarked, pouting lazily. "The palace must be so fascinating. If I had such a privileged background, I would definitely stay inside all day, indulging in food and sleep. What could be more comfortable?" Ziano, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with this scenario, weakly retorted, "Why do those of you born into privilege always forsake a good life to seek adventure? Don't you realize that if things went awry, you could end up being sold to the underworld by those fishmen? At that point, regret would come too late. Also, your real name is Ivy, right? Choosing a name like Eliza, reminiscent of maid, is quite a disservice to you." "Eliza was indeed the name of my personal maid," the blue-haired maiden softly clarified. "I sneaked out of the palace with her. I feel guilty for putting her in danger, as we were captured by the fishmen and spent several days in the dungeon. Fortunately, I had her assume my identity on the island, allowing her to return to the Navy. No wonder Strawberry didn't pursue us initially." Upon hearing this, Shano suddenly grasped certain matters and, somewhat awkwardly, remarked, "So, it's because your maid was recognized that the naval ship pursued us, isn't it?" The blue-haired maiden found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, she abruptly stood up and bowed deeply to everyone present. "I sincerely apologize for my actions have caused you all trouble." Initially, the crowd was taken aback, but her gesture of contrition prompted a flurry of reassurances. "What are you thinking? This has nothing to do with you. We are all pirates, and it is only natural for the Navy to pursue us. Indeed, even if you weren't aboard the ship, the Navy would still come after us." Dramp, who was at the back of the crowd, called out, "Don't forget, Lord Shano's bounty is exceptionally high. That naval commander might have targeted him from the very beginning." Bone Bull added in agreement. In truth, Shano was the primary target, and if anyone were to be implicated, it would be he who had inadvertently drawn them into this predicament. Hey, you all are being rather excessive." Ziano opened his eyes, initially feeling indifferent. But as the conversation progressed, he sensed an increasing dissonance. "Am I truly regarded as your benefactor? Such familiarity seems misplaced, especially now as you shift blame to comfort someone. Is this what they call superficial brotherhood?" Nevertheless, Ziano discerned that the princess named Ivy had evidently made a favorable impression on everyone during these past few days. Otherwise, her mere identity as a girl would not elicit such protectiveness from those accustomed to navigating the tumultuous seas. "Thank you, everyone. However, it should still be Lord Ziano who makes the decision. If he disagrees, I will voluntarily disembark and contact the Navy to return to the kingdom of Goya." As she spoke, her eyes grew misty, and she bit her lip, desperately holding back her tears. "I truly do not want to part with all of you." Upon hearing this, Everyone collectively gasped, their expressions shifting to one of realization. After exchanging glances, they abruptly turned their piercing gazes towards Shano. Very well. Faced with the multitude of eyes fixed upon him, Shano remained unflinching and replied succinctly before returning his attention to his meal. Surprised by Shano's prompt agreement. The blue-haired girl paused, then incredulously asked, "You accepted that so readily?" "Of course," he replied. "If I had refused, do you think these people would hesitate to toss me into the sea?" As Shano munched on a fried egg, he looked up and rolled his eyes at the remark, mumbling inarticulately that he would have preferred to express his refusal with a trio of civilized gestures, but was unable to resist your theatrical performance. The blue-haired girl, akin to a mischievous child caught in the act by her parents, nearly leapt in surprise. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, casting a sidelong glance at the jubilant crowd nearby. With a playful bite of her small canine tooth, she glared at Shano, huffily gathered the tray from the table, and made her way towards the kitchen. Humph, it is evident that her outward gentleness is merely a facade. A princess who can stealthily escape from a heavily guarded palace and possesses such knowledge cannot possibly be an innocent simpleton. Shano, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, internally scoffed, only to suddenly realize his folly. He promptly rose to his feet and shouted towards the direction where Ivy had vanished. "Hey, come back. I haven't finished my meal yet." Laughter erupted around him, as everyone gleefully observed Shano's disgruntled expression. In truth, many had noticed that the blue-haired girl had initially offered a sincere apology, but after being ridiculed by Shano, she resorted to a mere theatrical retaliation. They all played along, and witnessing Shano's humiliation brought them considerable amusement. Over the past few days, the camaraderie among the 30-odd individuals aboard the vessel had flourished remarkably. Having weathered numerous trials together, they had escaped the clutches of peril as a united front. Those who did not share this bond had long remained on the island, and they were loath to see such a commendable companion depart. Amidst the laughter, Shano grumbled, "Enough with the laughter. What a farce." As the merriment lingered, he huffed in irritation and gazed out at the sea, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Moreover, you have yet to inform me of our current location. Where did the medicinal supplies come from?" "Let me address the matter," he continued. Upon broaching the subject, the laughter gradually subsided. From the helm, Dramp grinned widely and recounted, "A couple of days ago, we landed on a small island, which turned out to be a neutral trading town. There were numerous apothecaries there, and we initially intended to disembark to procure some medicine. However, upon discovering naval warships at the harbor, we had to circumvent that area. Then, on the opposite side of the island, we inadvertently capsized a small boat. There was only one person aboard, and we quickly rescued him. It seemed he had no idea who had caused the incident, and when he regained consciousness, he was exceedingly grateful. Upon learning of our medicinal shortage, he generously gifted us a considerable amount of supplies." At this juncture, Dramp scratched his head, seemingly a bit embarrassed, although they were rather commonplace medications. The sheer quantity he provided was commendable. One must admit, that fellow is quite the good Samaritan. "Quite a bounty of supplies?" Shano remarked, somewhat incredulous. It was already perplexing to have to steer clear of the naval warship, but now such serendipitous fortune seemed almost too good to be true. "So, what was that individual's identity? A doctor, perhaps?" "That appears to be the case," Dramp mused, and he spoke with considerable pride about never charging for his services. "I wonder just how skilled such a doctor truly is." Suddenly, it seemed a thought struck him, and with a look of surprise, he exclaimed, "Oh, I remember. He mentioned his name, something like Dr. Seark or maybe Silurk." Chapter 158, Little Garden. "Who?" Initially, Shano was momentarily taken aback. He snatched 2 oranges from Kid S' hands and began to peel one to indulge in its sweetness. However, the next moment he was caught off guard and choked, coughing as he turned his head in astonishment and exclaimed, "Seark?" Indeed, that was the name. At this juncture, the Lamper dared to confirm, scratching his head and inquiring, "What is it, Lord Shano? Do you know him?" "No, I have merely heard of him," came the reply. Shano's expression bore a subtle nuance as he observed the entirely potion-coated Piki beside him. A sense of discomfort washed over him, almost prompting a desire to wipe it all away. The name Silka was one he was well acquainted with. After all, he was Choba's first mentor. The man was indeed commendable, having never charged for his medical services, yet his skills were rather questionable. It seemed that a person suffering from a mere cold could be rendered a vegetable under his care. Thus, it could be said that rather than a mediocre physician, he was more akin to a professional purveyor of medical mishaps. Could the potions he provided truly be of any use? Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Shano chose not to pursue the idea of changing the potion. After all, they had Ivy aboard, whose medical skills were far more reliable. Since she had previously voiced no objections, it likely indicated that there was no cause for concern. That fellow was presumably the doctor of Magnetic Drum Island, which lay along a central route. Turning to the others, Shano offered a brief explanation and furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "So, does this mean we have completely deviated from our course these past few days and have been sailing eastward?" "Ah, indeed," Dellamp exclaimed, his face lighting up with astonishment. "We have indeed been sailing eastward. It seems, Lord Shano, that you possess quite an understanding of the Grand Line's nautical charts. I had assumed you were merely a pure swordsman. I have merely perused a comic. I know nothing of nautical charts," Shano replied dismissively. Shano silently muttered a complaint in his heart. He found himself somewhat unaccustomed to such flattery. As he scratched his head, he noticed Dramp across from him, continuing, "However, according to Miss Eliza, Miss Ivy's previous remarks, we are still quite distant from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. At present, we are likely situated between the 3rd and 4th routes on the western side, not far from our starting point. It's surprising that we have ventured this far." Shano rubbed his forehead in mild discomfort, having initially intended to follow the same route as Zep from years past. Now, however, he found himself wandering far off course. With this thought in mind, he inquired, "What lies ahead? Where do we go next?" "I cannot say," Dramp replied, shaking his head. "The previous island was guarded by naval vessels, and since we did not land, the recording device failed to capture any magnetic data. Consequently, our vessel is now aimlessly sailing eastward. Miss Ivy suggested we await your awakening before making any decisions." Shano refrained from further inquiries. With the change of the shipping route, the nautical log he had perused had lost its relevance. Gazing at the boundless expanse of the sea, he suddenly found solace in the uncertainty that lay ahead. The unpredictability was far more intriguing than adhering to the monotonous course charted by Zeph. Casting a glance back at the others, who were still watching him, Shano broke into a smile and proclaimed loudly, "Let us continue our voyage. Everyone, disperse and attend to your own tasks. I have nearly regained my strength, so there is no need for concern." The crew trusted his words. After all, Shano's spirited demeanor was unmistakable. After exchanging friendly greetings with him, they scattered. Those on duty resumed their posts, while others took their much-needed rest. Before long, the deck once again became desolate, leaving only Shano and Uncle Beachy. "Uncle Beachy, with everyone gone, there are matters that need clarification," Shano said, cutting to the chase as he beckoned Beachy to sit cross-legged on the ground opposite him. Observing the older man, whose visage bore the marks of time, Shano's expression grew somewhat complex, and he spoke in a grave tone. "Now, you must elaborate on the situation concerning Uncle Tato and the others. Alongside alone, they are merfolk possessing advantages in the sea. It is understandable that a beleaguered Beachy could be inadvertently captured by them. Otherwise, the dungeon would not be filled with pirates boasting bounties exceeding 10 million. Yet, what precisely transpired with Tato and the rest? What peril did they encounter that could lead to the disintegration of the formidable Tato pirate crew? Fortunately, much like when they first met 4 years ago, Beachy remains as straightforward as ever. He had seemingly wished to converse with Shano earlier, but refrained from doing so in the presence of others. Now that Shano had taken the initiative to inquire, there was scarcely any need for further prompting. Beachy began recounting the tale from the very beginning. As time passed, the dusk deepened, and by the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the light on the deck had entirely faded. It was then that Beachy nearly concluded his narrative. To understand everything, one must start from 4 years prior. At that time, the Tato pirates had just bid farewell to Shano and his companions, passing through Road Town and entering the Grand Line via Reverse Mountain, embarking on the quest to discover the ultimate pirate dream, One Piece. The Grand Line is perilous, yet for a band of adventurers, it is also extraordinarily enchanting. No one could predict what awaited them next, with myriad novel experiences that could render the journey perpetually captivating. Naturally, to venture further in such treacherous waters, strength is an indispensable element. After various trials, the Tato pirates' crew had made significant progress, their bounties soaring ever higher. Beachy's bounty had ascended from a mere 20 million to 50 million, while their captain, Tato, boasted an impressive 200 million, becoming a striking new star that year. This news astonished Shano, but what truly left him in shock was yet to come. After several months of traversing the Grand Line, Tato and his crew encountered a pirate crew composed of fishmen near Water 7. These fishmen were heading in the opposite direction, having come from the Red Line, where Mariehua is located. They were rampaging through a village on a small island, led by none other than Arlong. Though Tato and his crew were pirates, They adhered to their own principles and lines of conduct. They could never stoop to plundering innocence. Witnessing fishmen commit such atrocities against their own kind ignited Beachy's fiery temperament, prompting him to charge forward with his sword drawn, and naturally, the rest of the Tato pirates quickly joined the fray. Upon hearing this, Shano recalled that this particular moment coincided with the world government's release of fishmen. When Arlong and Jinbei parted ways, and some members of the Sun Pirates returned to the East Blue. Coincidentally, due to his own circumstances, the Tato pirates had set sail for the Grand Line a few days later than in the original timeline, resulting in this unexpected encounter. Chapter 159. The Seven Warlords of the Sea, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. The outcome was seemingly predictable. Although the fishmen possessed formidable combat prowess, they stood no chance against a wielder of a natural devil fruit. In a matter of moments, the Don Quixote pirates faced a dismal defeat. After incurring heavy casualties, the remaining fishmen, disregarding their vessels, fled in utter panic. As for the Tato pirates, they had never regarded these fishmen as a serious threat. After rescuing the villagers, they continued their adventurous journey, receiving warm farewells from the locals. The Grand Line is fraught with myriad twists and turns. After 2 full years of exploration, they had traversed half of their journey, finally arriving near the Sabati archipelago, where they intended to coat their ship and pass through Fishman Island en route to the New World. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, they encountered a man, the infamous Don Quixote, Doflamingo, known as the Celestial Nightmare, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This individual, terrifying in both strength and status, seemed to be merely passing by, leisurely soaring through the skies. However, upon sighting the Jolly Roger of the Tato pirates, he unhesitatingly directed his wrath towards them. But why? Ziano could not help but inquire, genuinely astonished by the revelation. Initially, based on his previous assumptions, he believed that since they had not yet ventured into the New World, the one targeting Tato was likely a vice admiral from the headquarters, or perhaps they had simply encountered a Kainu by misfortune, resulting in their complete annihilation. But what was the connection with Don Quixote Doflamingo? The Tato pirates had no prior interactions with him. Reflecting on Beachy's earlier description, a sinister figure with a chilling laugh descending from the heavens immediately came to mind. Could it be that this individual was merely indulging in a fit of madness, seeking amusement? Yet, Beachy's subsequent words shattered this hypothesis. Arlong. It is because of Arlong. Beachy seethed, his voice thick with resentment. This band of despicable fishmen harbored grudges against us after our victory, forced them to flee. They retreated to the starting point of the Grand Line, established their base, and exploited their racial advantages to engage in the nefarious trade of slavery upon the seas. As their enterprise flourished, they allied themselves with the grand vessel of the Don Quixote family, becoming both partners and nominal subordinates to Doflamingo. It was only after these fishmen paid a staggering price that Doflamingo was compelled to take action against us in retribution. Thus, everyone perished. The might of that individual was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Even Captain Tato could not endure for long. Only Chiral and I managed to escape, as the ship's planks cracked and sank into the ocean during the battle. At this juncture, Beachy's eyes reddened, and with a deep breath, he continued with great difficulty. Initially, we were unaware of this information. However, I did not manage to flee far before being struck unconscious at sea. When I awoke, I found myself in that dungeon. It was then that the fishman named Arlong, having nearly beaten me to death, divulged these truths. So this was the reality of the situation. In that moment, Shano's heart was illuminated. The long-standing confusion dissipated like mist. It became clear why the Tato pirates had met their demise, why the village of Sicilia in the EC had remained untouched, and why Peachy had found himself in that dungeon. A fiery rage ignited within him at the mention of Doflamingo, swiftly spreading through his chest. Shano had never felt such fury before, and it took every ounce of his strength to suppress his anger, clinging desperately to a semblance of reason and composure. Observing Peachy's despondent demeanor and the myriad of scars adorning his body, Shano fell into a prolonged silence. Finally, he extended a hand and gently placed it on Peachy's shoulder, speaking softly, "Do not worry, Uncle Peachy. One day, I shall ensure that scoundrel pays for his deeds." As night gradually enveloped the surroundings, a myriad of stars adorned the sky, their serene glow cascading down. Lying on his bed, Shano gazed expressionlessly at the ceiling. In the invisible space where others could not see, his attribute panel quietly floated, emanating a faint blue glow. Name: Shano Hero Level 6, 42, 806, 000. Strength: 75, Agility 90 Wind Blade Technique. Intermediate Proficiency 1, 305, 630. 000 Skills. Steel Slash. Level 3. Forward Slash. Level 2. Facing Death to Live Unyielding. Not yet comprehended. Requires advanced proficiency in Wind Blade Technique. Wine Barrier. Not yet comprehended. Requires advanced proficiency in Wind Blade Technique. Gale's Absolute Slash. Not yet comprehended. Requires mastery in Wind Blade Technique. Reputation. Somewhat notable it's too slow, he muttered, his gaze shifting restlessly between the various statistics. After an indeterminate amount of time, a soft sigh echoed in the dim room. Indeed, I'm still quite weak. The last time he had examined his attribute panel was half a month ago, and despite the passage of time, his attributes had barely improved. His hero experience, further hindered by the previous weapon enhancement, still had a considerable distance to cover before he could level up. However, his proficiency in the Wind Blade Technique had increased by several hundred points after his confrontation with Drake, nearly tenfold compared to alone. Yet, this was hardly a source of solace. Rather, it served as a stark reminder of Drake's superior strength. After all, he was merely an ordinary person by bloodline, devoid of any miraculous upgrade aura in critical moments. Had it not been for Bone Bull and the others seizing control of Don Quixote's ship at a critical juncture, and Drake being an inexperienced sailor, Shano mused that he might have met his end that day. In just half a month since traversing the Upside-Down Mountain, he had been pursued to such an extent. Clearly, the overall might of the Grand Line and the East Blue were not of the same magnitude. The starlight outside cascaded onto his face, and with a mere thought, he retracted the attribute panel, folding his arms behind his head and casting his somber gaze upon the tranquil night. The days ahead may not unfold favorably. The Navy would persist in their pursuit, and he must exact revenge for Uncle Tardo on behalf of Mingo. Currently, his strength was insufficient to contend with these colossal entities. Shano was acutely aware of this reality. Nevertheless, this was not a reason to retreat. This was an era of grand piracy. Since stepping onto the Grand Line, Shano had already collided with the surging currents of this tumultuous sea, with no avenue for evasion. In the face of suffocating pressure, some would crumble and depart in despair, while others would grit their teeth, quicken their pace, confront everything head-on, and ultimately trample all obstacles beneath their feet. He, of course, belonged to the latter. Chapter 160. The new bounty the following day, at dawn. As Shano opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, save for a faint glimmer of light on his right side. After a moment of contemplation, he rolled over with a hint of melancholy, ultimately finding himself sprawled on the floor beside the bed. It felt as though he had entered an entirely new realm, as the light abruptly brightened. Oh no, this is becoming increasingly serious. Bracing himself against the edge of the bed, Shano struggled to rise, his gaze falling upon the blanket that had tumbled to the floor. Suddenly, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He had merely rolled off the edge of the bed to sleep. Yet this time he had ended up beneath the bed itself. With a sigh, he retrieved the blanket and spent 20 minutes meticulously folding it into a neat square, smoothing out all the creases of the sheet before feeling a semblance of satisfaction as he clapped his hands and stepped out the door. Fortunately, at least my obsessive tendencies have found a remedy. No sooner had he stepped outside than a cacophony of voices reached his ears from the staircase. Curiously, he turned to see a gathering of 7 or 8 individuals, including Kid and Dramp, embroiled in a heated debate, their voices resonating loudly. Ah, Lord Shano has emerged. Dramp, facing him directly, was the first to notice Shano's presence, his expression a mixture of surprise and delight as he waved frantically, exclaiming, "Hey, Lord Shano, over here, what's going on?" Shano ambled leisurely to the staircase, casting a glance at those present. Upon seeing Kid's flushed face, visibly agitated, he couldn't help but chuckle. What a ruckus so early in the morning. It's not just a quarrel. There's something significant at hand. Dramp hastily produced a stack of papers from his pocket and eagerly handed them over, exclaiming, "It's the bounty. Everyone's bounty has increased." Shano was somewhat taken aback as he accepted the papers, glancing down to discover that they were indeed wanted posters, numbering over a dozen. Just as he was about to examine them one by one, Dramp, brimming with excitement, swiftly pulled the bottommost sheet and placed it on top, saying, "Here, Lord Shano, this one is yours. Hurry and take a look at this figure. It's truly remarkable." Ziano was momentarily taken aback, but his gaze soon fell upon the prominently displayed wanted poster. The bold black characters stood out starkly against the faded yellow paper, and the accompanying image remained unchanged. A strikingly handsome youth clad in black, his expression severe, with a long sword in hand, blood trickling down its blade, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Behind him loomed a throng at the port, where a head adorned with a naval cap plummeted from a great height into the dust. The bounty on the renowned swordsman Shano was set at an astronomical sum of 150 million berries, regardless of life or death. Indeed, it had surpassed the million mark. In contrast to his previous moments of distraction, Shano's reaction this time was remarkably composed. He squinted slightly at the astronomical figure at the bottom of the bounty notice, lost in thought. To be fair, he had anticipated this amount. After effortlessly dispatching a rat at the port, his bounty had been set at 89 million berries, and he had found it peculiar that there was no change following his subsequent defeat of Smoker. It now appeared that by eliminating 2 naval colonels, he had effectively dealt 2 resounding slaps to the Navy, prompting them to attempt to send an official from headquarters to eliminate him, and, unexpectedly, he had managed to escape from Staloberry due to a series of fortuitous circumstances, which had led to the current reckoning of prior accounts. Lord Shano, that is an incredible 150 million berries. While Shano pondered, Dramp could no longer contain his excitement. Even in the Grand Line, it is rare to find pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. You are now a great pirate. Indeed, we in the North Sea have never witnessed such a high bounty. Others chimed in enthusiastically. Even among the 7 warlords, some have bounties lower than that of Lord Shano. Dramp beamed with pride as if the bounty were his own, marveling, a staggering 8 zeros. It's terrifying. I recall that notorious pirate crocodile only had a bounty of a little over 80 million berries. Around them, a chorus of murmurs of awe ensued. Enough nonsense, Shano chuckled, folding the bounty notice and tucking it into his pocket. He shook his head lightly, saying, those years have long since passed. The bounties of that time were far more valuable than they are now. The 7 warlords are not as you imagine. There are no weaklings among them, and one cannot simply measure their worth by the bounties of yesteryears. As he spoke, Dramp nodded vigorously, but then suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes widening with curiosity. How many zeros did you say? 8, Dramp replied. Puzzled, he scratched his head, contemplating for quite some time before finally expressing his confusion. But 100 million berries is just 9 digits, isn't it? I counted 8 zeros, did I not? Shano was momentarily at a loss for words. He was tempted to jest that his math skills must have been imparted by a physical education teacher. However, recalling the earlier claim that this individual had likely never even opened a book, he decided against voicing his thoughts and continued to peruse the subsequent bounty notices. As for the time he himself had miscalculated the bounty for Tardo, Shano had completely forgotten about it. After all, he had been quite young then. Who among the mischievous youth does not have a few embarrassing moments in their past? The stack of bounty notices was neither scant nor overwhelming. He swiftly finished reviewing them. Upon rough calculation, there were over 30 individuals aboard, and it appeared that the bounties had generally increased. However, the enhancements were not as drastic as his own, as they had merely exerted some effort during their confrontations with the Navy. The highest bounty belonged to the Bone Bull, a member of the giant race, who seemed to be particularly esteemed, having risen to 50 million berries. Meanwhile, the other 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million, DeLong, the first mate from the 2nd Treasure Water Army, Daniel from the North Sea, and Ross from Water 7, had their bounties increased to nearly 20 million. Upon reaching the final notice, he found Kid's bounty. This young fellow's bounty had also risen from 3 million to 6 million berries. Just as Shano was about to return the bounty notices to DeLong, he sensed something amiss and turned to Kid, curiously inquiring, what about yours? Why is your bounty notice not among these? Have you tucked it away? None of your business. Kid, who had been brooding silently, erupted at the mention. He shot his head up, glaring at Shano with clenched teeth, seemingly on the verge of launching an attack. Yet, whether he remembered the painful lesson from the past or not, he scoffed and retorted with a dismissive remark before turning away in frustration. What was going on? Had this little brat been provoked? Shano wondered aloud, only to find DeLong, Daniel, and the others exchanging knowing glances and chuckling softly. Meanwhile, Kid's companion, Kira, appeared somewhat embarrassed as he quietly approached from behind and whispered, Kid's bounty hasn't increased at all. Shano instantly comprehended the situation. As he observed Kid vanish at the end of the corridor, an inexplicable sense of desolation washed over him. Poor child, he mused. It is no wonder that this fellow had turned crimson with rage earlier. He had presumed himself to be a close second to a certain individual, only to discover that his bounty scarcely registered at all. For a prideful youth, still entrenched in his rebellious phase, it is likely that thoughts of departing from the group have even crossed his mind. P.S. This is the first update. There will be more today. Additionally, I wish to emphasize that there are no contradictions regarding the Tato pirates. Please remain calm. It is important to note that different parties may acquire disparate information concerning the same matter. Chapter 161. Unexpected gains. Oh, by the way, Lord Ziano. Just as Ziano withdrew his gaze from the corridor, Dramp seemed to suddenly recollect something important and scratch his head, saying, besides the matter of the bounty, there is another issue that requires your decision. Ziano was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at him. What is it? You'll understand once we head upstairs, Doran replied with a grin, leading the way up the staircase. After a moment of contemplation, Ziano followed, surrounded by the others. The structure of the Tankide family's vessel was rather peculiar. Over the years, Ziano had encountered numerous ships of similar scale, which typically featured dining areas and kitchens on the first floor, along with storage and conference rooms, while the upper levels served as crew quarters. This was the case with the former flagship of the Draman family, and he recalled that Luffy's Thousand Sunny was similarly designed. However, this ship was strikingly different. The first floor boasted 5 or 6 dozen isolated rooms for resting, devoid of any dining hall, and the kitchen was rudimentary, occupying merely a small corner. Since Ziano had only awakened late the previous evening, he had not explored the rest of the ship, leaving him curious about what awaited him upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they approached the staircase and peered inside, revealing a remarkably simple layout. A broad corridor ran straight through the center, flanked by walls that separated the space into 2 distinct areas, each accessible through a solitary wooden door. Astonishingly, the entire second floor contained merely 2 large rooms. Despite their surprise, the group continued onward, as Doran guided them directly to the left room's entrance, pushing open the imposing door that stood over 3 meters tall. As the scene within came into view, even Ziano, typically composed, found himself momentarily stunned, instinctively narrowing his pupils. A weapons cache? Before him lay an astonishing array of armaments. Everything from katanas and daggers to pistols and rifles, a veritable cornucopia of weaponry, with even a dozen heavy black cannons positioned in the corners. Indeed, this was an armory of no small scale. The sheer quantity of weapons was sufficient to equip a small army. Noticing Ziano's astonishment, Doran chuckled, "There's plenty more in the room to the right." We were all taken aback when we glimpsed it the day before yesterday. Were they truly engaged in arms trading alongside the slave trade? Ziano furrowed his brow slightly, as a grand vision of an underground empire suddenly took shape in his mind. This situation had become rather troublesome. The sheer quantity of weaponry amassed here undoubtedly held considerable value. Coupled with the slave trade that Ziano had previously disrupted, it was likely that the Don Quixote family would incur a loss of at least several hundred million berries. Given the personalities of Doflamingo and his subordinates, Ziano surmised that this matter was far from over. They would probably seek him out for retribution before he even had a chance to confront them. However, observing the excitement of Delrump and the others, it was evident that they were unaware of the terrifying nature of the Don Quixote underground faction. Ziano felt it unwise to divulge too much. Worrying excessively served little purpose. He turned to the group and said, "No one here has any suitable weapons at hand, right? Let's summon everyone. The items here are of no use if we don't equip ourselves first." "All right," Delrump exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. A skilled marksman, he had long coveted the fine firearms within. Daniel and the others shared similar sentiments, each with their own needs. But they felt it prudent to let Ziano take the lead in this matter before taking any action. Before long, the entire ship was abuzz with activity. Excluding the peculiar Bone Bull and Kid, everyone else eagerly flocked to the armory to select weapons, and even Ivy was no exception. "What's this?" At the height of the excitement, a soft exclamation emerged from a corner, and Ross stood up holding a wooden box, curiosity etched across his face. "Ah, I thought it might be a fine sword." Daniel, the bearded swordsman from the North Sea, glanced over with disappointment. He was also a swordsman, his bounty ranking just below Ziano and Bone Bull on the ship, and his greatest dream was to possess a magnificent blade. Faced with merely a wooden box, he remarked, "Why not just open it and see?" "I can't," Ross replied, scratching his head in frustration. "The lock is too sturdy. I even tried to chop it with my sword, but it wouldn't budge." "That's because you lack skill in swordsmanship," Daniel retorted with a roll of his eyes. He took the wooden box, drew his sword, and declared, "Allow me. I assure you, with just one strike, if I need a second, I'll consider it my defeat." With that, he shouted and brought his sword down forcefully. A metallic clang resonated as the blade flashed through the air, striking the lock dead center. In the next moment, amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the chain merely bore a faint white mark, remaining intact, while Daniel's blade suffered a triangular notch. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere, as Daniel stared at his sword in disbelief. Hilarity erupted in laughter around him. Dramp was the first to succumb to laughter, clutching his belly as his infectious mirth spread through the group. causing everyone to join in the joviality. This was no malicious mockery. The atmosphere aboard the vessel had always been amiable. However, the stark contrast between the present situation and Daniel's earlier resolute demeanor was simply too amusing, prompting even Shano to stifle a chuckle. "All right, allow me," he said, suppressing his laughter. He approached Daniel, patted him on the shoulder, and drew his sword, Lake Toya, positioning its tip against the chain. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the blade sliced effortlessly through the metal, akin to cutting through tofu, and the chain snapped with a resounding crack, clattering to the ground. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They were no ordinary folk and could discern the extraordinary power contained within that single strike, far beyond mere weaponry. Indeed, to sever steel with such ease was the hallmark of a true swordsman. As for Daniel, the bearded giant, he remained in a state of stupefaction, mouth slightly agape, exuding an endearingly dazed expression. Shano, feeling a twinge of compassion, smiled and opened the box, handing it to Ross. "Here, take a look." However, as he began to speak, his motion froze, and a look of astonishment crossed his face, eliciting a soft gasp. The rest of the group, upon glimpsing the contents of the box, found themselves equally stunned. Within the wooden container, resting on a bed of purple velvet, lay an oval-shaped, pale yellow fruit, adorned with spiraling patterns, presenting a most peculiar sight. Chapter 162, Giraffe, Fruit Devil Fruit. This term flashed through everyone's minds simultaneously. Unlike the isolated East Blue, they were in the Grand Line, surrounded by individuals well-versed in the legends of this extraordinary item. As realization dawned, curiosity drew them closer, each person eagerly inspecting the enigmatic devil fruit. Such an unexpected treasure. Ziano examined the shape of the fruit, utterly perplexed as to its identity. With a hint of uncertainty, he raised it aloft and inquired, "Does anyone know what this devil fruit is?" Responses varied. Some expressed ignorance, while others speculated that its oval form suggested it might belong to the paramecia category. Is there such a theory? One pondered. It seems there is still no consensus. The atmosphere grew increasingly animated, yet none could provide a reliable answer, leaving Ziano somewhat disheartened. Indeed, with the myriad types of devil fruits and the fact that only a few powerful factions possess comprehensive encyclopedias, it was unrealistic to expect the small gathering to identify it. Why debate this matter? Just consume it, and soon enough, we shall know the outcome. At that moment, Dramp, with his boisterous demeanor, chimed in, laughing heartily. "Lord Ziano, please eat it swiftly. Everyone is eager to witness the effects. Eat, eat, eat." This chant ignited the atmosphere. As the crowd enthusiastically rallied behind him, their excitement reminiscent of the fervor seen in some heartless readers from Ziano's past life, who were elated upon seeing their author in women's attire. Ah, how the world has declined. Ziano opened his eyes, glancing at the fruit in his hand before diverting his gaze. As a pure swordsman, he had never intended to consume such a thing. Not only would it undermine the exceptional swimming skills he had honed since childhood, but the bizarre nature of the devil fruits left one to wonder what abilities they might bestow. If it were something akin to the hormone fruit, the consequences could be dire. Ultimately, it all came down to luck. As for his own fortune, Ziano was well aware of his standing. This fruit was discovered by Ross, wasn't it? After a moment's contemplation, Ziano's gaze settled on the young man from Water 7, and he spoke with a gentle smile. "According to the maritime tradition of distributing spoils, it belongs to the one who finds it. Perhaps you should consume it?" To Ziano's astonishment, Ross, who had been eager to pry open the box and unveil its contents, now recoiled in horror, shaking his head vigorously as he exclaimed, "No, no, no. I'd rather you eat it." Ziano was taken aback. "Why not?" "Because I've eaten one before," Ross replied, his eyes fixed on the fruit as he swallowed hard. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, tinged with a hint of discomfort. The taste was unbearable, worse than eating bananas and dates together. "I couldn't keep it down and ended up vomiting." "Is it really that dreadful?" Ziano pondered, momentarily bewildered by this revelation. Yet, he quickly realized this was not the crux of the matter. "Wait, if you've consumed it, why aren't you an ability user now?" "I'm not quite sure," Ross reflected, scratching his head. "A friend I grew up with found it when we were young. We didn't understand what it was, so we split it in half. For reasons unknown, he transformed into a giraffe, while I remained unaffected." Ross reminisced, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "We were both terrified at the time, but thankfully, he eventually reverted to his human form." "A giraffe?" Ziano's brow furrowed slightly. This was indeed one of the forms associated with the Zoan-type devil fruits. His thoughts drifted to CP9's Lucci. There was indeed a subordinate named Kaku who possessed such a power. "What was your friend's name?" Feeling a tinge of uncertainty, Ziano pressed on. "Have you kept in touch?" "His name is Built," an orphan. Shortly after acquiring his fruit's powers, he set sail and has been wandering ever since. We haven't been in contact for quite some time, Ross replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Then, as if recalling something hopeful, he added, however, we promised each other that he would return to Water 7 to see me. I truly believe we will reunite. After a moment of contemplation, Shano realized he had never heard of the name built. However, given that there exists only one type of devil fruit, and with Kaku's presence, it was possible that the childhood friend Ross had been anticipating might have encountered some misfortune. Yet, CP9 is a clandestine arm of the government, and Kaku might not be his true name. Thus, it is plausible that Kaku and the childhood companion Ross spoke of could indeed be the same individual. With 6 years remaining until Luffy sets sail, it follows that CP9 spies are not expected to infiltrate Water 7 until next year, rendering any attempts at confirmation futile. With this thought, Shano decided not to dwell on the matter further and smiled at Ross, saying, what is remembered will surely echo. I believe you shall reunite with him upon your return to your homeland. Ross, filled with gratitude, cast a meaningful glance at Shano and nodded appreciatively. With the matter having been declined by the concerned party, everything returned to its original state. Shano, gazing at the devil fruit in his hand, felt a wave of concern wash over him. Given his current predicament, selling this item would be inappropriate. If either he or Ross were to consume it, there would be no objections. However, distributing it among the others presented a dilemma. With over 30 individuals aboard, and aside from a few exceptions, at least half would likely wish to try it. It seemed unfair to designate one person to consume it over another. At that moment, a sudden flurry of wings caught everyone's attention. Shano turned in surprise to see little Luo, who had appeared at the window, landing gracefully and dropping a knife fish at his feet. With exuberance, he called out and affectionately lunged toward Shano's chest. Whoa, beast! Don't come near me. Sharn suddenly turned pale with fright. He had been severely crushed by this rotund bird during their previous encounter, and the memory was still vivid in his mind. He quickly sidestepped, causing the little bird, Luo, to miss its target and crash into the wall with a resounding thud. The noise was quite substantial, and as everyone witnessed Luo's dizzy and disheveled state, laughter erupted around them. To them, having Sharn as a master could only be described as a stroke of misfortune. Meanwhile, after a struggle, Luo finally managed to rise from the floor, still somewhat disoriented. Suddenly, it sensed something peculiar in its mouth, and, almost instinctively, opened its beak and swallowed whatever it was. The laughter came to an abrupt halt. Upon noticing this, everyone stood there dumbfounded, a sense of foreboding creeping into their minds as they stiffly turned their heads to gaze at the wooden box in Sharn's hands. The base remained adorned with luxurious purple velvet, yet the top was entirely empty. Chapter 163. The useless bird 5 minutes later, on the deck. Luo huddled tightly against the railing, its body pressed firmly, eyes filled with terror. A circle of onlookers surrounded it, while in the center, its master crouched slightly, gazing at it with an impassive expression. Listen well, foolish bird. Ziano's tone was remarkably calm, even gentle in its essence. I shall grant you 3 more minutes to exhibit the abilities you have acquired. Should you continue to dawdle and exhibit a lack of cooperation, as before, I assure you that everyone shall enjoy a feast of barbecue delights at noon today. Do you comprehend? Shall. With a pitiful blink of her eyes and an expression of grievance, straightened up hurriedly upon catching a fleeting glimmer of coldness in Ziano's gaze, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Excellent. Ziano inhaled deeply, rose to his feet, and then gestured for the onlooking crew members to step back slightly, creating a spacious area for Xiao Luo. With a tone and demeanor reminiscent of coaxing a child into experimentation, he smiled and said, Now, let's hasten to try it out. This rascal truly responds only to gentle persuasion. Observing Xiao Luo finally beginning to contemplate his own abilities, Ziano retreated a few meters, crossing his arms over his chest and let out a weary sigh. Moments ago, upon confirming that the fruit had indeed been consumed, everyone had been petrified for quite some time, while this little scamp acted as if nothing had transpired, casually clutching a salted fish and preparing to escape through the window. Fortunately, it was proven that, regardless of the circumstances, a firm hand is always effective. After receiving a sharp reprimand from Ziano, Xiao Luo finally understood what he was supposed to do and obediently followed him to the deck. As for why they did not experiment on the second floor, Ziano stated that he did not wish to meet an untimely demise. The area was littered with ammunition, and should it fortuitously turn out that the fruit was of the explosive variety, the consequences would be dire indeed. Lord Ziano! At that moment, a fervent shout suddenly echoed from above. Xiano looked up to see the skeletal bull, merrily munching on a large loaf of bread while enjoying the commotion on the deck below. Noticing Xiano's gaze, he tore off a piece of the bread and handed it over, grinning as he said, "This was just made by Ivy. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Perhaps you could fill your stomach with this." The loaf was substantial. Even the piece he tore off was nearly the size of a basin, clearly tailored for this giant. Xiano initially intended to decline, but upon catching a whiff of the delightful aroma of cream and ham emanating from the bread, he realized he was indeed a bit hungry. Thus, he smiled, expressed his gratitude, and extended his hand to accept the offering. However, to everyone's astonishment, at that moment, an invisible wave of energy swept through the air, akin to a sudden gust of wind, bringing a chill that brushed against them, causing even Xiano's long hair, tied at the back, to sway. Immediately following was a sharp crack, and the loaf in the skeletal bull's hands inexplicably broke into two pieces, one half falling to the ground while the other remained in his grasp, the cut smooth as though sliced by a razor. What on earth is happening? The skeletal bull, clearly taken aback, stared at the half of the loaf remaining in his hand. A look of confusion etched across his face as he scratched the back of his head. Shano was similarly momentarily taken aback, his pupils constricting in response. Compared to the bone bull, he perceived the recent wave of air with greater intensity. It was unmistakably a blade of wind, notable for both its velocity and power, catching him completely off guard even before he sensed the impending chill. Where did it originate? Was there an ambush? This thought briefly crossed his mind, only to be swiftly suppressed as he recalled something seemingly extraordinary. The scythe fruit? He abruptly turned his head toward the railing at the bow of the deck. There, Xiao Luo had just retracted one of its flapping wings, raising its head in a self-satisfied manner, emitting a triumphant cry that was undeniably infuriating. In the kitchen, Ivy, who had been humming a tune while preparing breakfast for the crew, suddenly heard a tremendous roar from outside. She turned her head in confusion, delicately tapping her chin with her slender fingers, murmuring, "What on earth is happening now? I should go take a look." The previously silent young boy beside her abruptly paused his actions, uttering a brief comment before turning to leave. With disheveled hair obscuring his face, it was hard to discern his features. Who else could it be but Kira? He found himself in the kitchen due to an inexplicable fascination with pasta. Having expressed his distaste for Western cuisine, preferring to indulge in solitary noodle making, having someone else inquire about the situation on his behalf was most welcome. Ivy smirked and resumed her melodic humming. Moments later, the wooden door of the kitchen swung open forcefully, and Kira appeared in the doorway, his footsteps noticeably heavier than before. He struggled to drag a rope with both hands, as if he was hauling something substantial. Ivy, curious, glanced at the floor behind him, spotting black feathers, broad wings, and a sharp beak. Was it a bird? Indeed, it seemed likely that a hapless avian had been shot down and was now destined to serve as a reserve for their culinary endeavors. With this thought, Ivy nonchalantly turned back to her bread baking. After all, bird meat, particularly that of a robust hawk, could yield delightful flavors when roasted or stewed. Wait a moment. A hawk? A figure that once soared through the skies like a bolt of black lightning flashed through her mind, causing Ivy's expression to freeze in realization. She swiftly turned around, surveying the unconscious form of the enormous falcon on the ground, her eyes widening in shock. A gasp of disbelief suddenly reverberated throughout the kitchen. Kira appeared startled, momentarily frozen in place before recalling someone's earlier instruction. Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, he said, "Sister Ivy, I apologize for the trouble. But Brother Shano requested that you chop this bird into pieces to prepare skewers for the evening's feast in celebration of our motherland's birthday. I would like to apply for a day off at the beginning of the month." Chapter 164. The beginning of a turnaround moments earlier. As Shano began to discern the nature of that fruit, he patiently guided little Luo, ultimately encouraging the young one to soar into the sky. In doing so, he managed to showcase its abilities comprehensively while avoiding any disturbance to the ship's deck. In the original animation, the scythe fruit is attributed to the mercenary whirlwind, Eric, who possesses the power to compress the air with a swift motion of his hand, generating slashing attacks akin to the wind. The potency of these strikes is determined by the speed of the hand's movement and the number of wind blades produced. Notably, these wind blades are colorless and formless. Without a sufficiently strong observation hockey, opponents can only vaguely perceive the deformation of the air to deduce their trajectory, rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. In the eyes of Shano, this fruit possessed considerable power. Regrettably, its user was merely the inept Eric, much like the explosive fruit in the hands of Mr. Five, failing to unleash its true potential. In contrast, the might displayed by Xiao Luo this time was rather unexpected. after transforming his hands into robust wings spanning several meters. The wind blades he conjured surpassed Eric's in both size and speed by a significant margin. Following a few direct encounters using the hard surface of Lake Toya, Shano discovered the sheer destructive force was so formidable that even he would struggle to withstand it using mere physical techniques without relying on sword energy. As for the others aboard the ship, it was safe to say that apart from Bone Bull, the likelihood of anyone else prevailing against this bird was slim, especially considering that Xiao Luo had only just consumed the fruit and was still in the nascent stages of developing his abilities. This implies that given a little more time, Xiao Luo would successfully transition from a mere mount to a formidable combatant, ranking as the second in command. The notion of a salted fish turning the tables could not be more apparent. Therefore, the idea of barbecuing eagle meat was merely a jest. The reason for binding Xiao Luo and sending him to the kitchen was solely to teach this arrogant fool of a bird a lesson. With such a lethargic pet, even minor achievements could provoke a display of bravado. As the saying goes, 3 days without discipline lead to the roof being torn off. Shano believed that unless he took action, it was only a matter of time before this creature truly devolved into a lazy fish. However, the announcement of a banquet that evening was indeed genuine. It seemed as though it had been prearranged, for all aboard had been bustling throughout the afternoon in preparation. As the tendrils of twilight gradually spread across the horizon, the festivities on the deck commenced in earnest. It is worth mentioning that the idea for this banquet had been proposed 3 to 4 days prior to celebrate their newfound lives. Yet the protagonist of the evening, Shano, had still been in a state of unconsciousness at that time. They had not forgotten that their escape from the trifecta of the dungeon, the Navy, and the Sea Kings was due to his efforts. On the spacious deck, several long tables were dragged out from the cabin, assembled together, and laden with an array of dishes. Fine wines and roasted meats were indispensable, and at the center lay a knife fish over a meter long, perfectly cooked and appearing extraordinarily enticing. Due to the constraints of being at sea, there was insufficient timber to construct a bonfire, which was somewhat regrettable. However, the absence of a fire did nothing to diminish the joyous atmosphere aboard the ship. People gathered together, indulging in hearty toasts and laughter that echoed in the air, startling the nearby seagulls. The vessel belonging to the family of Don Quixote was originally intended for long-distance transport, and the stock of exquisite wine on board was indeed astonishing. Not long after the feast commenced, many guests were already quite inebriated, swaying unsteadily, appearing quite comical. Among them, the most intoxicated was undoubtedly Shano, as everyone, even the less seasoned drinker Ivy, eagerly clinked glasses with him. With over 30 people, that amounted to more than 30 toasts, and after several rounds, Shano's face was flushed. His mind remained clear, yet his legs felt as if they were treading on clouds. Just at that moment, Delromp Daniel was not inclined to let him off easy, approaching with boisterous laughter to toast and pour more liquor. To make matters worse, he had switched to a larger cup, and these burly men, seasoned at sea, possessed remarkable drinking capacity. As they put it, the previous toasts were mere formalities, a light affair. Now, it was a true contest of manly endurance. What a ridiculous notion, to refer to downing over 30 cups as a light affair. Gazing at the newly replaced mug, which was nearly the size of his own head, Shano felt utterly astonished. Goodness, must they be this relentless? Each one of them could drink like champions. He would rather face a bull than be subjected to the torment of these 2 drunken brutes. Suddenly, a commotion arose from above, and looking up, he saw Bone Bull struggling to tie together several barrels of wine, pouring them into his mouth. Hearing the ruckus, he scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Did Lord Shano just call for me?" "No, never mind. Excuse me." Upon seeing those towering barrels, Shano took a deep breath, decisively issuing a 3-part toast, and, amid Bone Bull's bewildered gaze, gritted his teeth and raised his glass, clinking it against Dilromp's with a resounding crash. "Cheers. What is drinking after all? Who is afraid of whom? As a man, one must never show weakness in their drinking capacity." The night had fallen, and at worst, he would suffer a hangover. But after a pleasant stupor, he could sleep soundly, awakening to find all troubles resolved. Ultimately, Shano had previously moderated his drinking to avoid wasting time training with his sword, and after becoming a pirate, to prevent any foolishness that might lead to capture by the Navy. However, the circumstances were different now, surrounded by comrades and navigating uncharted waters. In the vast ocean, following fixed routes would make them easy prey for the Navy lurking on various islands. But now, he didn't even know where he was. What grounds did the Navy have to catch him? Bring it on. In the blink of an eye, several large cups had been downed, and this time, Shano was truly intoxicated. Under the exhilarating influence of alcohol, his spirits soared, and he found himself confidently engaging in drinking contests with Delramp and others, gradually seizing the upper hand. Who claims I lack the capacity for drink? Observing the once boastful giants, who had proudly flaunted their drinking prowess, now bowing before him as he let loose, Shano erupted into hearty laughter. After besting Delramp, the last contender, he cradled a cup of liquor in one hand, while the other held some roasted meat. He settled against the ship's cabin, indulging in his feast with a tipsy abandon. Beside him sat Bone Bull, who was still joyously gulping down his drink. Perhaps feeling a bit warm, he shed his coat, draping it over a nearby mast, and even removed his long-neglected horn hat, placing it aside. What a remarkable capacity for indulgence. As Shano observed the rows of empty wooden barrels at Bone Bull's feet, he marveled quietly before returning his gaze to savor the flavors of the roasted meat. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something falling from Bone Bull's head. Was it white? Scalp flakes, perhaps? As Shano casually remarked, he was taken aback to witness, rather coincidentally, that the object began to flutter in the breeze before gradually drifting toward him. Chapter 165. The Bonds of Century Ago. Charnatan was taken aback. While he could jest about it, the thought of dandruff landing on him was quite repulsive. He hastily rose from the ground and stepped aside, only bending down to inspect the object once it had settled. To his surprise, it did not resemble dandruff at all. Before him lay a small piece of white paper, roughly the size of a palm, its edges frayed and slightly yellowed, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. Ziano picked up the object and examined it closely, finding no discernible markings upon it, nor any particularly remarkable features elsewhere. Initially, he contemplated discarding it as mere refuse. However, upon further reflection, he decided to err on the side of caution. He raised his voice and called out to the towering figure of Bone Bull, "Hey, big guy, you dropped something." Bone Bull, clearly a bit inebriated, took a moment to process the shout, mumbling something incoherent before rubbing his eyes and bending down to look at Ziano. "What is it? Lord Ziano, is this your possession?" Ziano presented the white paper before him, stating, "It just fell from your head. If it holds no value, I shall dispose of it." Bone Bull's expression shifted to one of palpable confusion as he gazed intently at the paper. After a moment, his eyes widened in realization, as if a long-buried memory had been resurrected. He opened his mouth, momentarily speechless, before eagerly extending his hand to grasp the paper, tears of joy and sorrow mingling as he brought it to his lips, kissing it fervently. In a sudden outburst, this colossal figure let forth a primal roar, his eyes becoming red-rimmed, and under the shimmering moonlight, 2 streams of tears cascaded down his cheeks, plummeting onto the deck with a resounding thud. What on earth is happening? Ziano stood frozen, engulfed by a wave of bewilderment. He observed Bone Bull's tear-streaked visage, utterly astonished. He had not witnessed such an emotional display when rescuing him from the dungeon. How could such a towering man be reduced to tears? "Hey, Bone Bull." Ziano could not contain his curiosity. "What is this? Why is it so significant to you?" "Significant? Indeed, it is of utmost importance." Bone Bull, still caught in a whirlwind of emotions, wiped his tears, yet his eyes remained red and puffy. After a prolonged moment, he choked out, "This is a life card. It belonged to my captain. He entrusted it to me 90 years ago, and I thought it lost forever. I never expected to find it again." "A life card?" Ziano was taken aback. Wasn't this something exclusive to the New World? How could it possibly be here? Wait a moment. As he regarded the colossal figure of the skeletal bull, Ziano suddenly recalled that this creature had mentioned belonging to the giant pirate crew, of which all members hailed from the warrior village of Elbaf in the New World. This made perfect sense. However, the skeletal bull had just mentioned that this was his captain's life card. 2 formidable figures flashed through Ziano's mind. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "Are you saying that this is the life card of either Bragi or Dory?" "Indeed, this belongs to Captain Bragi," the skeletal bull replied. "Captain Dory did not distribute life cards to us," he instinctively explained, but then suddenly realized, his expression shifting to one of surprise and joy. "Lord Ziano, have you heard of our captain's name?" "Ah, they are quite renowned pirates in history." Certain matters were naturally best left unspoken, so Ziano could only offer a vague response. He then glanced curiously at the life card in the skeletal bull's grasp, remarking, "Given the significance of such an item, you ought to safeguard it properly. Why did you claim to have thought you lost it earlier?" The skeletal bull appeared momentarily dazed, examining the life card in his hand before touching his bald head. Suddenly, as if a memory had struck him, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I know." Ziano then observed as the bull seized a horned hat that had been set aside, flipping the leather lining inside out. Upon peering closer, Ziano was astonished to find a small, worn hole with visible stitching nearby. It was so precious that after parting ways with the captain and the others, I entrusted a human friend at the time to sew this life card into my hat. This hat is something I brought from Elbaf village, so I could never part with it. This way, the life card would never be lost. After a brief pause, the skeletal bull continued, a hint of sadness in his voice. Who would have thought that after several decades, I would forget the location of a life card? Believing I had accidentally lost it, I mourned for several days, thinking I would never see the captain and the others again. Little did I know it was right here. Shano was nearly taken aback, gazing at Bone Bull at a loss for words. It is often said that the giants, due to their imposing stature, are rather boisterous and combative, possessing a simpler mindset with fewer concerns. Yet, he could hardly believe that this colossus was so straightforward, capable of such a blunder as this. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the lifespan of giants is indeed thrice that of humans, yet their memory is akin to that of mankind. After a century, it is only natural for certain memories to fade into obscurity. For instance, the two captains of Bone Bull, the red demon Brokey and the blue demon Dory, once engaged in a fierce battle for supremacy after each had hunted a sea king, all sparked by the innocent curiosity of a little girl. They contended for over 100 years, yet when later questioned by Luffy, both titans had completely forgotten the origins of their rivalry. Truly, a fascinating race. At that moment, the remaining crew members gathered around, drawn by the commotion. Except for those who were inebriated beyond consciousness, everyone formed a circle at the feet of Bone Bull, observing the giant's sorrowful demeanor. One compassionate soul could not help but exclaim, "Do not be disheartened, Bone Bull. Have you not found a life card?" Another added, "Indeed. This means that even if you wish to locate your captain, it should be a simple matter now." However, some like Kid, a country bumpkin from the North Sea, appeared utterly baffled, muttering in confusion, "Life card? What is a life card?" Shano cast a glance at him. "Thank you, everyone." Bone Bull hastily wiped away his tears and addressed all present. "Though many years have passed, I do long to see the captain and the others. However, given the current circumstances, it is certainly not appropriate. Not to mention that we are all being heavily pursued by the Navy, and we have no idea how far away they are from us." Chapter 166, Davarishi Vodka. Upon hearing these words, the people on the deck fell into silence. Indeed, this vast ocean is overwhelmingly expansive, shrouded in haziness and fraught with peril. Often, a parting can last for years, and the hope of reuniting with old comrades is a daunting challenge. Bone Bull, why not recount your past? At that moment, Ivy, leaning against the nearby railing, suddenly broke the silence. Sipping her juice, she tilted her head curiously and asked the giant soldier pirate crew, that was quite some time ago, almost a drifting legend on the seas, "Were all you giants?" Her inquiry elicited nods of agreement from those around, clearly indicating their interest in Bone Bull's experiences from a century past. "Indeed, it has been many years," Bone Bull acknowledged, pride evident in his voice. "Back then, our pirate crew was formidable. Every member was a warrior hailing from our village of Elbaf. Though few in number, the Navy dared not underestimate us. None of our bounties were below 10 million. Captains Brokey and Kinneman were both notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, all above 10 million. 100 million? And there were two of them. My goodness, what an extraordinary pirate crew." The deck erupted in astonished exclamations. After all, a crew where every member's bounty surpassed 10 million is a rare sight, even in the New World, let alone having two members with bounties over 100 million. Such a phenomenon could only occur among the formidable giant race, one might assume. "Then why did you part ways with the captain?" Ivy asked, puzzled. "Did the pirate crew disband?" "Yes, it disbanded." At the mention of this, Bone Bull's spirits dampened. He briefly recounted the hunting competition from that time, then, with a heavy heart, added, "We did not wish to part ways, but the two captains insisted on determining a victor. No matter how we tried to persuade them, they would not relent. Eventually, they grew tired of us and announced the disbandment of the crew, urging us to seek our own paths." "And then? Did you continue as pirates?" Kira interjected from the side, his expression devoid of any inebriation, leading one to suspect he had secretly swapped his drink for juice earlier. "No." The Bone Bull shook his head. The captain was no longer present, and as time passed, everyone developed their own thoughts. "I returned to Elbaf village for a while, having only recently embarked on a career as a mercenary. As for the others, while it is true that some joined different pirate crews, it seems that a greater number, like me, chose the path of maritime mercenaries." "Ah, speaking of which," the Bone Bull suddenly seemed to recall something. Scratching the back of his head, the Navy had always sought to recruit our giant kin. A few members of our crew did indeed pledge allegiance to the Navy, and it appears they fared rather well. LeCavel, Longs, and John, I have heard, have ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. Rear Admirals in the Navy. The onlookers aboard the ship gasped in astonishment, their expressions shifting to one of awe as they gazed at the bone bull, utterly surprised that this seemingly simple giant had such formidable companions. Meanwhile, Shano, who had been quietly listening, also momentarily stood stunned. He knew that the Navy, in a bid to bolster its image, had indeed promoted some recruited giants to high ranks. But it was unexpected to learn that a substantial number of these giants hail from the legendary giant warrior pirate crew of Cavel and Longs, if memory serves, were among those who had been swiftly dispatched by Little oars during the Battle of Marineford. Reflecting on the impression those giant rear admirals left on him, Shano, after a brief moment of astonishment, soon dismissed it. After all, even among rear admirals, there were distinctions in rank. If we consider Carp as an exceptional case, then Dogfighter, Weasel, and Stalaberry belong to the second tier of elite rear admirals, while those stationed in significant branches fall into the third tier. As for the giant rear admirals, Shano speculated that the Navy valued their longevity and straightforward nature. In terms of sheer strength, even Drake would likely surpass them. Nevertheless, compared to them, I still yearn for Captain Broggy and Captain Dory. The bone bull slightly bowed his head, gazing at the small piece of paper in his palm that fluttered gently in the wind, murmuring, "A century has nearly passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder if they're still fighting, if a victor has emerged. I sincerely hope this continues no longer. It should have concluded by now." Someone whispered, "After all, it has been 100 years. Perhaps not, for giants possess remarkably long lifespans." Others shook their heads, offering differing perspectives. Regardless, one might argue that such captains have indeed been somewhat negligent, a sentiment echoed by many in agreement. The sea breeze gently caressed, as Shano took a sip of his drink, squinting at the moonlight that was cool as water. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Time passed slowly, and just as a somber atmosphere began to envelop them, everyone suddenly heard Shano's voice. "What are your plans once this night has passed?" Everyone was taken aback by the sudden question, staring blankly at Shano. "I mean to say, the Navy will not be able to locate us anytime soon. Upon reaching the next island, what are your plans?" Shano poured himself another glass of wine, then raised his gaze to the crowd, speaking earnestly. "What are our plans?" The group fell silent, but after a brief exchange of glances, it seemed they had all found shared answer. The inebriated Dramp, raising his wine glass high, laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Nonsense. Of course, we will follow you, Lord Shano." Indeed, the burly Daniel pounded his chest with fervor, shouting, "You have saved my life twice. It rightfully belongs to you now. Absolutely. Take me with you. Count me in." In an instant, the atmosphere on the deck became fervent once more. Nearby, Ivy, with wide eyes and a hand covering her mouth in astonishment, watched the drunken men laugh boisterously as they clinked their glasses together with a resounding crash. Then down their beer with great gusto. Huzzah! Gulp, gulp. The beer soon ran low, and the flushed faces, still adorned with smiles, filled the scene. No one raised objections, and no one expressed dissatisfaction. All that remained was an abundance of trust and anticipation. Ziano was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile. He turned to the skeletal bull and gestured, "Hey, big guy, hand me that life card." The skeletal bull looked at him with a hint of confusion, yet, driven by unwavering trust, he did not hesitate and promptly handed over the life card. Upon receiving the card, Ziano glanced at it and, under the astonished gaze of the blue-haired maiden beside him, stepped forward and forcefully placed it into her hands. "Here, take it." "Wait, what?" Ivy exclaimed, startled by this unexpected turn of events. "What are you doing? Aren't you the navigator of the ship now? Just take it. You'll understand soon enough," he replied. Ziano smiled faintly, turning to see that everyone was looking at him with confusion. He suddenly took a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of strength within him, and shouted with a resounding voice, "Listen up, everyone. It is I, Lord Ziano." Almost instinctively, all present stood upright and responded loudly in unison. "Set sail, hoist the sails, and head towards the direction indicated by the life card." Ziano tilted his head back and downed the remaining contents of the bottle in one swift motion, letting out a hearty laugh amidst the chilling sea breeze. Since everyone was willing to embark on this journey together, they would first assist Bone Ox in fulfilling his long-held aspiration from a century ago. They would confront those two scoundrels. Chapter 167. Arrival at the little garden in the tranquil embrace of the night. Ziano's words resonated through the wind, traveling far and wide, and in the next moment, the entire ship was enveloped in jubilant cheers, perhaps spurred on by the effects of alcohol. The deafening applause persisted for quite some time after Ziano declared his intention to aid Bone Ox. However, as clarity began to return to their senses. Everyone became acutely aware of a pressing concern. Just how far away were Brokey and Even? According to Bone Ox's recollections, he could barely recall that the fateful island where the two had dueled lay somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line. Yet he could not recall the specific route. If the distance were short, it would be manageable, but if it were far, who could say how many waves of the Navy they might encounter along the way? It couldn't be too far. Shano stumbled and settled onto the floor in front of the cabin, then exclaimed with a cheerful smile, "Everyone, believe in me. Perhaps, by a stroke of good fortune, the next island we encounter will be our destination." His words were spoken with unwavering conviction. Although the others deemed such luck to be a distant dream, they were momentarily swept up by his enthusiasm and encouragement, their laughter rekindling the vibrant atmosphere on the deck. In the gentle caress of the sea breeze, Shano's mind began to clear. He lifted his gaze to meet the tearful eyes of Bone Ox, managing a relaxed smile. Although he had been slightly inebriated, leading to some rather whimsical remarks, his decision to assist Bone Ox in meeting Brokey was not merely a spur-of-the-moment whim. After all, while he might not know the precise location of Little Garden amidst the vast ocean, based on his recollections of the original route taken by Luffy and his crew, this island lay within the earlier section of the fourth route, not far from Whiskey Peak. Given that their ship had just traversed the third route and encountered Silverk, it was reasonable to surmise that Little Garden was likely in the vicinity. Shano felt that, as long as his luck was not entirely abysmal, they might reach their destination without encountering the Navy. 5 days later, upon the tranquil azure sea, the morning sun bathed the deck in a gentle glow, enveloping the entire ship in a soft halo. At that moment, Ivy stood at a makeshift blackboard at the bow, her expression serious as she gestured animatedly. Meanwhile, a dozen individuals led by Dramp sat cross-legged on the ground, resembling attentive schoolchildren, their focus unwavering. This was a foundational lesson in navigation, though somewhat dry in nature. The perils of the Grand Line had become starkly evident to all. Those seasoned in the treacherous waters might be unfazed, but newcomers like Kid and Killer, having just crossed from the North Sea, were understandably anxious. Thus, they listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions. Time passed swiftly, and an hour slipped by. Ivy's impromptu class gradually transitioned to its final segment, addressing the peculiar and capricious climate of the Grand Line. From a meteorological perspective, the myriad islands within the Grand Line could be classified into 4 categories: spring islands, summer islands, autumn islands, and winter islands, each possessing its own distinct seasons. Consequently, to traverse the Grand Line, one must endure a journey from the summer of the summer islands to the winter of the winter islands, enduring 16 phases of seasonal change. Furthermore, due to the subterranean magnetic chains that align these islands, the climate over the waters between them becomes remarkably unstable, rendering it incomparable to the 4 seas and the Red Land. Ivy's voice was melodious and crystal clear, allowing even someone as naive as Kid to grasp the situation in an instant. The red-haired boy with a spiky hairstyle abruptly straightened his posture, opening his left hand and striking his right palm with a fist as he exclaimed, "So that is how it is. No wonder the temperature has fluctuated so much over the past few days. Just the other day, I had to wear a winter coat. Yet today, I could go without any clothing at all. Indeed, I never expected this. It relates to the different seasonal islands, and there is such a marvelous pattern to it. Truly, the Grand Line is remarkable." "Yes, precisely," Ivy continued after pausing to acknowledge the agreement from below. "However, this situation arises only along the conventional routes. We are currently traversing the Grand Line according to the guidance of the life card, which renders the climate even more unpredictable. It is entirely possible for 2 islands to have the same season." As she reached this point, noticing that everyone had comprehended her explanation, she turned around slowly to put away the blackboard. Stretching her arms leisurely, she cheerfully added, "Since the climate in the seas between islands can become quite chaotic, conversely, the islands themselves, or the nearby coastal waters, tend to have a much more stable climate." A prolonged sound of agreement echoed from the deck. Kid could not help but interject, "So, since yesterday, we haven't encountered any storms or heavy snow. If that's the case, does it mean we're very close to the islands now?" "Not just close, we are almost there." Ivy had yet to respond when a rough voice suddenly boomed from above. Everyone froze, looking up to see it was Bone Bull, who had been quietly listening, now standing. His face was alight with excitement as he pointed into the distance and shouted incoherently, "Look ahead. An island has appeared. It's right there." The group was momentarily stunned, exchanging glances, realizing that if it were merely an ordinary island, Bone Bull would not be this animated. His fervent reaction likely indicated that this island was none other than the Little Garden. Indeed, as they rose to the railing and gazed into the distance at the island. Bone Bull's voice erupted once more in uncontainable joy. That's it. The shape is unmistakable, completely covered in forest. There's even a volcano in the center. That's the little garden. It's absolutely correct. Ha ha ha. Captain Broggy, Captain Dory, just wait a little longer. You will soon see me. The hearty laughter of Bone Bull echoed across the deck, and after exchanging glances filled with understanding, everyone could not help but smile with delight, their anticipation growing. After all, encounters such as this, which occur only once in a century, are indeed rare, especially considering that the other party comprises two formidable individuals who have left numerous legends upon the sea. Chapter 168. Arrival on the island nevertheless, amidst the excitement. There was a pressing issue that required resolution. Where is Lord Shano? Delamp inquired, observing the assembled crew on the deck. Following Bone Bull's confirmation of the distant island's existence, nearly all the crew members had emerged, yet one individual was conspicuously absent. He wondered aloud, what is going on? Has he not returned yet? No. Ivy replied from a short distance away, shaking her head. She then chuckled nonchalantly. Isn't it quite normal? As long as the weather is fair. He often takes little Low for a flight nearby. I believe he mentioned training Low to acclimatize to his devil fruit abilities. This was indeed the case. Yet Delamp noted that he typically returned within half an hour. But today, he left early in the morning, and it has been over 2 hours now. What if something has happened? Indeed, Lord Shano is alone. If he encounters a pirate crew, it could be troublesome, Ross remarked with a hint of concern. Troublesome? Please. Have you forgotten who that fellow is? Kid scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Even if he were to cross paths with a pirate crew, it would be them who would find themselves unfortunate. The crew fell silent for a moment, realizing they had little to counter such a statement. Suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle resonated from the heavens, reverberating across the ocean and causing their eardrums to ache, capturing everyone's attention instantly. Looking up, they beheld a shadow emerging from the clouds, which then descended like a streak of black lightning, swiftly cutting through the air before landing firmly at the bow of the ship. A magnificent and powerful black hawk appeared before them, standing proudly. Well, it truly is as they say, they mused, dismissing the increasingly flamboyant hawk as they watched the black-haired youth leap from its back. A collective sigh of relief washed over the crew. Noticing Shano's damp hair, Ivy turned and entered the cabin, returning shortly with a warm towel, which she offered him. Thank you, he replied. Ziano accepted the towel with a smile, drying the moisture from his hair, while Ivy gazed at him with curiosity, scratching her chin and inquiring. Where have you been? It seemed like the clouds only lingered for a moment. It didn't even rain. How did you end up so drenched? Enough of that, Ziano retorted, a frown etching across his face. He turned back to glare at Xiao Luo, who, in her overzealous excitement, had carelessly plunged into the gathering storm clouds. If I hadn't reacted swiftly, I would have been thoroughly soaked. A hearty laugh escaped Ivy as she blinked in surprise, then asked, How did you know to return? You hadn't flown far. I could hear the bellowing of the Bone Bull from the sky. His voice is remarkably loud. Ziano gazed at the island that emerged on the horizon. Is that the little garden? Indeed, my lord Shaloa. The skeletal bovine promptly interjected, a hint of excitement in its voice. Captain Brokey and Captain Chingley are there. I understand. Ziano nodded thoughtfully, gazing at the island for a moment before a realization struck him. With a tone of gravity, he addressed Dramp. Hasten your pace and navigate around the eastern side to disembark. It is imperative that we avoid the western approach. Why? Dramp, who was at the helm, was taken aback. That would mean taking a considerable detour. Do as I say, Ziano replied firmly. I will elucidate the reasons later. For now, let us reach the shore. Dramp, though still somewhat puzzled, trusted Ziano implicitly and promptly turned the wheel to the right. Instantly, the vessel altered its course, braving the waves as it sailed towards the little garden. In the absence of any reference points, estimating distances over the sea proved to be quite challenging. Thus, even though the little garden came into view, it took more than half an hour for the ship to finally dock at the shore. As soon as the vessel touched land, before it had even steadied, Bone Ox sprang up with uncontainable excitement. With a thunderous thud, he landed heavily on the island, sending mud flying and causing nearby shrubs to tremble and topple. Goodness, do you think you're Gaia? Ziano thought to himself, feeling a twinge of annoyance at such an ostentatious entrance. He immediately recalled the notorious Earth Devastator, realizing that if Bone Ox repeated such landings, the forest might soon be reduced to a plain. However, it was not entirely Bone Ox's fault. Although the ship belonging to the Don Quixote family was indeed spacious, it was still rather unfriendly for the giants. During their days adrift at sea, Bone Ox had mostly remained seated or squatting, only daring to shift when necessary. And even then, he had to carefully maneuver to the stern for a moment of relief, wary of the sea breeze, causing an unfortunate incident for the crew. "Come on, let us disembark together." Regaining his senses, Shano chuckled and greeted the group before leaping from the bow of the ship, landing steadily on the ground. The others followed suit, employing a similar method, while those of lesser stamina, such as Ivy, opted to descend cautiously via the soft ladder. Finally, the task of tidying up fell to Kira. Though younger than Kid, this lad proved to be far more dependable, swiftly completing the necessary procedures of anchoring and stowing the sails. Within mere minutes, everyone converged at the shoreline, then collectively made their way toward the heart of the island. Leading the charge was the imposing figure of Bone Bull, who was in high spirits, humming an unfamiliar yet spirited tune. The melody was quite rousing, though it seemed to be in the tongue of Elbath village, leaving Shano and the others unable to decipher a single lyric. As they traversed the path, they were enveloped by lush forests, ancient towering trees standing sentinel, their roots and vines intertwining in a complex tapestry. The humidity was palpable, suggesting that this place had remained untouched for ages, even the soil emanating an air of antiquity. The stark contrast to the outside world ignited an insatiable curiosity among the group, who frequently paused to gaze around. Had it not been for the towering Bone Bull clearing the way, they likely would have stumbled over the vines every few steps. "Look over there. What is that?" A sudden exclamation from the left drew everyone's attention. Turning to see Daniel struggling to carry an enormous mushroom, the group was taken aback. It was truly massive, standing at least a meter tall, nearly obscuring Daniel entirely. Kid could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "That must weigh at least 20 to 30 pounds. It surely tastes delicious. I'm a bit hungry. How about we roast it and feast?" Colorful yet highly toxic, Kira chimed in from the back. "Kid, when did you become such a glutton?" Kid's enthusiasm dampened immediately. He shot a glare at his increasingly sarcastic younger brother and retorted, "What do you know? Every strong person in this world is a hearty eater. If you don't consume enough, how can you expect to grow stronger?" Meanwhile, young Ross had made a discovery beneath a nearby tree, an abandoned beehive. Roughly the size of a bathtub, devoid of bees, yet still containing a significant amount of honey. This prompted a chorus of astonishment from the others, who quickly divided the sweet treasure among themselves. This is the epitome of an unspoiled primeval forest. Even the largest woods I encountered in the kingdom of Goya pale in comparison to this, Ivy remarked, her keen eyes surveying the surroundings as she savored her share of honey. It's quite astonishing that after all these years since the establishment of the world government, and especially near the starting point of the Grand Line, such undeveloped islands still exist. "That's hardly surprising," came the reply. "The ocean is always more elusive than the land. If the government's control were truly that formidable, there wouldn't be so many pirates roaming the seas." In a rather indifferent tone, Shano, who was positioned toward the rear, casually remarked, though the comic merely brushed over the subject. He possessed a certain understanding of the situation in the small garden. On this island, where even towering dinosaurs of 100 meters in height roamed, it was evidently reminiscent of an ancient climate. What significance could such colossal mushrooms and beehives possibly hold? The dangers lurking on this island seemed rather numerous. Should he perhaps alert the others? While contemplating this, he suddenly sensed an unusual shift in the surrounding light, as if something was obstructing the sunlight above. Then, an acrid stench wafted towards him from behind, prompting a wave of nausea. What could it be? It was not just him. The others also detected the anomaly and turned to look, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were collectively taken aback. A massive dark blue silhouette loomed ahead, an enormous saber-toothed tiger, towering at 7 to 8 meters. Undoubtedly, this behemoth was the one casting the shadow below. A dinosaur? In an instant, disbelief etched itself on the faces of everyone but Shano, while Kid was so astonished that his goggles fell from his face. Could such a creature truly exist? It seems that thoughts do indeed manifest into reality. Observing the saber-toothed tiger's bloodthirsty demeanor as it gazed hungrily at them, Shano couldn't help but twitch his lips in surprise. As the creature caught sight of the group, it promptly opened its gaping maw, revealing a fearsome visage. Its sharp fangs glistened ominously in the sunlight. In the next heartbeat, it leapt forth with a deafening roar, lunging towards the group. The roar reverberated through the air, jolting everyone awake to the peril that loomed before them. Daniel and Ross exchanged knowing glances and in perfect synchrony drew their sword from their waists to meet the threat. In the blink of an eye, a flash of cold steel cut through the air, followed by the sickening sound of blade meeting flesh. The two figures passed by the saber-toothed tiger, halting a few meters away, while behind them, the once ferocious creature emitted a mournful cry before crashing to the ground, its massive form motionless, clearly devoid of life. Mission accomplished. The two swordsmen maintained their poised stance for a moment, then exchanged a triumphant high five, sheathed their blades, and grinned as they returned. Quite impressive indeed. Observing the two swordsmen effortlessly vanquish the saber-toothed tiger, Shano felt a sense of satisfaction and nodded appreciatively. In truth, he had been on the brink of drawing his sword, but upon noticing Daniel and Ross seemingly poised for action, he hesitated, eager to witness the prowess of these two individuals. The outcome was unmistakable. The substantial bounty of over 10 million that loomed over them spoke volumes. Their speed and strength in wielding their blades were commendable, and Shano surmised that even he might struggle to surpass their swordsmanship in a confrontation with Yasuo. As Daniel and Ross absorbed Shano's simple praise, their faces flushed with embarrassment, and they shyly scratched their heads, leaving Shano momentarily bewildered, suspecting there might be some undisclosed bond between them. Little did he know, as fellow swordsmen, his mastery of cleaving steel and unleashing sword energy had become an insurmountable benchmark for them, coupled with the life-saving favor he had previously extended. Daniel and Ross regarded him as an idol. Thus, their overwhelming reaction to a mere compliment was entirely understandable. Let us proceed and mark this location. Upon our return, we may utilize this dinosaur for our food reserves, Shano instructed, casting a glance at the fallen creature. Observing the relaxed demeanor of his companions, he reminded them, everyone, be cautious. While we can manage against such dinosaurs, the real peril lies in the myriad of insects. Should we be ensnared by them, it could lead to significant trouble. His caution stemmed from a recollection of the original narrative involving the Straw Hat Pirates, where Nami had been bitten by insects in this very locale, contracting a tropical virus that forced them to divert their course in search of a physician. Shano found himself in a somewhat analogous predicament, lacking medical assistance. The others nodded instinctively, acknowledging the region's climate, which was indeed conducive to the survival of various insects. Furthermore, given the island's larger fauna and flora, a bite from an oversized mosquito could render them utterly despondent. Chapter 169. A reunion after a century in stark contrast to the primordial forest encircling the island's periphery. The central region, though equally verdant, offered a much broader vista. Several volcanoes loomed in the distance, but the most striking features were the two colossal white skeletons, towering even above the volcanoes themselves. These were the remnants of the Sea Kings hunted by Captain Broggy and Captain Dory. Amidst the curiosity of the crowd, a boisterous voice belonging to Bone Bull resonated from above. The towering figure spread his palms, gazing at the vigorously pulsating life card above him, and exclaimed with a broad grin, "Indeed, this is the place. Captain and the others must surely be nearby." Huh? Is that a Sea King? Except for Shano. Everyone momentarily fell silent, before someone could not help but exclaim in awe, how enormous. The skeleton alone measures at least several hundred meters in length. If it were still alive, its size would be comparable to that of the Sea King we encountered previously, wouldn't it? This remark instantly garnered a chorus of agreement. Bone Bull, unable to contain his pride, declared, "Indeed, although we belong to the giant race, only Captain Brokey and his crew from the entire Elbaf village could achieve the feat of defeating such colossal Sea Kings." Due to his overwhelming excitement, his voice boomed thunderously, causing Shano and the others to instinctively cover their ears. However, they soon realized this was futile, for just as Bone Bull's words faded, an even more resounding laugh echoed. "Giagia Jagia, what a delightful surprise. Brokey, hurry over and see what I have discovered. Kapapapapa, do not underestimate me, Dongli." This voice unmistakably belonged to Bone Bull. Even after a long separation, it remained vividly etched in his memory. Accompanied by this distinctive, rugged laughter, the ground suddenly trembled, and to the astonishment of all, two colossal figures, resembling mountains, slowly rose from the other side of the Sea King skeleton, revealing themselves to the crowd. One figure bore a strikingly different visage from the other. The left figure donned a horned hat, wielded a massive axe, and possessed a round face with nostrils pointed skyward, evoking in Shano a sense of DJVU reminiscent of Zhang Fei. In contrast, the figure on the right wore a half-bronze mask, brandished a long sword, and had a slender face with a flowing beard, resembling the renowned warrior Guan Yu. These two were none other than the red demon Brokey and the blue demon Dongli, their faces coated in dust, panting heavily, appearing to struggle merely to stand, while Shano surmised that their weariness stemmed from a recent duel. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, the phrase after the battle surfacing in his mind. On the other side, upon seeing Brokey and Dongli, Bone Bull momentarily froze, his eyes reddening, tears welling within. He then took a deep breath and, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward to embrace the two tightly, exclaiming, "Captain Brokey, Captain Donley, after 100 years, I have finally reunited with you. Giagia, it truly is you, unchanged in the slightest. Kapapapapa, it brings me immense joy to see my old friends still alive." Three giants embraced each other, their laughter echoing through the air, but before long, their joviality devolved into playful squabbles, exchanging punches and kicks amidst tears of mirth. Enormous droplets cascaded from their eyes, nearly converging into a small river within the forest. This extraordinary greeting ritual of the giant kin left the onlookers below in a state of astonishment, rendering the scene momentarily silent as they exchanged bewildered glances. At a loss for words, it was Kid, the master of disruption, who, after some time of watching the giants' antics without any sign of them ceasing, could no longer contain himself. He leaped up to the top of an ancient tree and bellowed with all his might. "Hey, you three, enough already, you rascals." Although he shouted with every ounce of his strength, his voice was utterly eclipsed by the giant's laughter, quickly drowned out. Brokey, Donley, and the others took a good few seconds to register the fleeting interruption, as if it had taken a moment for the spark of realization to reach them. Eventually, the laughter subsided. Brokey wiped away the remnants of tears from his eyes, bending down to gaze at the crowd concealed by the foliage, inquiring with curiosity, "Oh, Bone Bull, you've brought so many humans with you? Are they all your friends?" "No, they're not brought by me." Bone Bull shook his head, observing the astonishment on Brokey and Donley's faces. A broad grin spread across his face as he chuckled. "Rather, I should say, I am the one who was brought by them. They rescued me and helped me find you." "Really?" Donley, the blue demon, exclaimed with surprise, rising to his feet and laughing heartily. "So, they're not just friends, but your benefactors?" "Indeed, benefactors," Bone Bull affirmed earnestly, nodding as he glanced at the crowd below, before turning back to Brokey with a grin. "Now, allow me to introduce my companions." Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively looked up, their eyes filled with anticipation to see how this endearing giant would present his newfound friends. From culinary arts to astrology and navigation, meet Miss Ivy from the Eastern Sea. Unexpectedly, the first individual introduced was Ivy, who had been jotting down notes nearby. Taken aback momentarily, she quickly regained her composure, setting aside her writing to offer a friendly smile to Brokey and the others. "Here are Mr. Daniel and Mr. Ross, both masters of swordsmanship, as well as Mr. Drump, an expert marksman with extensive experience at sea." Next, the focus shifted to three individuals who had bounties exceeding 10 million. A fitting description prompted the trio to share knowing glances and smile, subsequently giving a thumbs up to Bullock. Following them were Kid and Killer. Bullock did not hold back on his praise, directly bestowing upon Kid the title of a formidable devil fruit user, which elicited a smug grin from the young, spiky-haired rogue who adjusted his goggles, appearing even more insufferable than Little Law. Even Killer, standing nearby, could not bear it any longer and discreetly kicked him off the tree. Before long, Bullock introduced all 30-odd members of their group to Shano, who observed from the back. It was somewhat surprising that this seemingly foolish giant managed to remember everyone's names and could succinctly describe them. Such remarkable memory was almost ruthless. After all, though they had weathered several significant storms together, they had known each other for less than half a month. Even Shano could only vaguely recall everyone's names, and it was utterly impossible for him to know each person's strengths as Bullock did. Were it anyone else, it would undoubtedly indicate a profound cunning and keen attention, qualities Shano typically kept at arm's length. However, Bullock, being a naturally straightforward giant, achieving such a level of familiarity could only imply that he genuinely regarded Shano and the others as companions and family. The warmth in that sentiment was something he had not experienced in the decades he spent adrift on the sea. Lost in thought, Shano suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. His curiosity piqued. He glanced around and noticed that all eyes were fixed upon him, filled with anticipation and smiles, seemingly waiting for a significant moment to unfold. "Captain Brokey, Captain Dory." In the next instant, as if to affirm the atmosphere, Bullock's booming voice resonated once more, directing his words at Shano with a solemnity imbued with respect. "This individual is our benefactor and the unanimously recognized leader, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 150 million berries, the Gale Swordsman from the East Blue, Shano." Wait, is this suddenly getting formal? Sensing the shift in mood, Shano momentarily paused, but upon seeing the astonished expressions on Brokey and Dory's faces, he quickly composed himself, extending a hand with a gentle smile. "Well, although Bullock may be exaggerating a bit, I must say to you both, it's a pleasure to meet you. His words were delivered with impeccable tone, striking a balance between politeness and an endearing familiarity through the use of the term uncle. However, Shano seemed blissfully unaware of one crucial detail. The customary handshake was evidently inapplicable to the giants. In the next moment, everyone watched in horror as Brokey and Dongli exchanged a glance, then simultaneously bent down and extended their hands. Caught off guard, Shano found himself enthusiastically shaking hands with both of them, who erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, we are immensely grateful. Young Shano, it is thanks to you that we can meet that scoundrel, Bone Bull, once again, though it was termed a handshake. The sheer size of the two giants meant that their grip enveloped Shano's entire right arm. To make matters worse in their excitement, the two clumsy giants began to shake his hand vigorously, nearly rattling his very bones apart. Within mere seconds, Shano realized the folly of his earlier greeting. He hastily withdrew his arm and offered a nervous chuckle to the bewildered giants before turning away, somewhat disheartened, cautiously touching his own bones with his other hand. Thankfully, they remained intact. Thus ended this brief, yet dramatically charged encounter. As naturally cheerful and straightforward giants, Brokey and Dongli, in perfect harmony, decided to venture into the depths of the forest to procure a fitting feast for their visiting friends. Shortly thereafter, to the astonishment of all present, each returned bearing a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex, towering over them at several meters high. Even more astonishing was what transpired next. After casually discarding the dinosaur onto the ground, the two giants skillfully wielded their weapons, expertly skinning and deboning the creature, draining its blood and cleaning its innards with dizzying speed. Their motions were fluid and effortless, leaving the onlookers utterly spellbound. The young swordsman Ross, hailing from the city of Seven Waters, remarked that it was akin to witnessing his mother slaughtering chickens back at home, a sentiment shared unanimously by those around him, from kid to tramp. I believe you are all rather young, Shano, as the leader, interjected thoughtfully. This is not merely a matter of the giants' eyes. It requires over 20 years of solitary practice to achieve such speed. Even I, who once spent 3 years as a chef, could not replicate such finesse. As for these two giants, having resided on this island for over a century, it would indeed be peculiar if they lacked such dexterity. A collective sigh escaped the crowd, and soon, apart from Ivy and Peach, everyone exchanged glances, an unexpected wave of melancholy washing over them. Before long, the two formidable Tyrannosaurus Rexes had completed their task, slicing the usable portions into chunks of varying sizes. To their astonishment, the colossal creatures then turned toward the skeletal remains of a sea king, emerging moments later with several bottles of seasoning and several barrels of wine. Dong utilized the trunk of an ancient tree to support a barbecue grill, applying a layer of oil to the dinosaur meat as he rotated the trunk, skillfully roasting it. The crackling fire flickered gently, with the occasional snap of charcoal punctuating the air, and with each turn, he adeptly added a sprinkle of barbecue seasoning. In no time, the rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, enticing Shano and the others, their appetites ignited. Ultimately, it was Kid, now fully embracing his inner gourmand, who could no longer contain himself. With a jubilant exclamation, he rushed forward, heedless of the heat, seizing a piece of leg meat to devour. And the others quickly followed suit, bursting into laughter as they playfully jostled for their share. In the winter of 1514, the frost clung to the trees, and heavy snow fell upon the streets of the sacred Mary Geos. Yet, in a small garden miles away, the climate remained amiable, warm as spring. One must admit, the flavors were indeed exquisite. Half an hour later, before the majestic wall formed by the Sea King's skeleton, a group of satisfied individuals sat in relaxed postures, their bellies full. Shano, rubbing his stomach, let out a contented sigh, remarking, "This is certainly far better than anything I could make. Compared to that old man Zepp, I doubt it could be far off. Perhaps the dinosaur meat added to the flavor," he mused. Beside him, Kid appeared equally content, lounging with his legs crossed, using a toothpick crafted from a twig to pick at the remnants in his mouth, casting a sideways glance at Shano with a grin. "I remember your grilled fish was quite delightful as well. This time, it's likely because we've never tasted dinosaur before, making it particularly delectable. Indeed, I never imagined such a colossal creature could be so delicious. It feels as if a new world has opened up," Shano replied lazily, taking a sip from his wine glass. Kid nodded in agreement, then suddenly seemed to recall something, scratching his chin as he said, "Hey, Shano, remember that Navy major who drew blood from you on the island? That guy seems capable of transforming into a T-Rex too. If we encounter him again, do you think we could?" He abruptly coughed, trailing off. Ziano nearly choked on his drink. a look of exasperation crossing his face as he glanced at the drooling Kido. Without uttering a word, he delivered a sharp knock to Kido's head, exclaiming in frustration, "What a ridiculous notion. Do you think you're Bear Grylls?" The red-haired boy with a spiky hairstyle yelped and instinctively cradled his head, leaping up in surprise. Nearby, Kira found the scene amusing. After downing the contents of his cup, he observed the pair of drunken Brorky and Bone Bull, who were still huddled together, babbling incessantly despite their inebriation. With a hint of curiosity, he remarked, "These fellows have been chatting for quite a while. Are they still not finished?" After not having seen each other for over a century, it was only natural they would have much to discuss. Shano turned his gaze back thoughtfully, pondering, "I wonder what their next decision will be. Will Bone Bull and the others choose to remain together, or will they continue this endless cycle of duels?" Duels? Kia, still slightly dazed from the alcohol, initially struggled to comprehend, but quickly regained his senses as a thunderous explosion echoed from the outskirts of the forest. Boom! The sound of the detonating shell was deafening, reverberating in waves without a hint of cessation. Instantly, everyone else was jolted awake. Amidst their confusion, Ivy suddenly sprang to her feet. Panic etched across her face as she pointed in the direction of the forest, exclaiming, "It's coming from the southeast. The cannon fire is emanating from the southeastern edge of the island. That's where we landed, and our ship is still anchored there. Tonight, I will resume regular updates. I apologize for the delay in updates over the past couple of days due to personal matters. Regular updates will recommence this evening." Chapter 171. The bald men who could take the stage are all strong. What's happening? The others also stood up, and as Kido followed Ivy's pointed direction, he scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "Could it be the Navy has come after us? That seems unlikely." Shano was initially taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure. Although the sound had been quite loud, it was evident that only a single cannon had been fired, leading him to conclude that the naval presence in the Grand Line could not possibly be so meager. Upon hearing his reasoning, the others began to nod in agreement, realizing that their previous anxiety stemmed from being relentlessly pursued by the Navy. It was likely that they were dealing with pirates. At that moment, Ivy also swiftly composed herself and softly articulated her thoughts. Based on our observations over the past 2 days, it is unlikely that merchant fleets would traverse near this island. Rather, the probability of encountering pirates is significantly higher. Regardless, we must investigate further. Shano turned to glance at the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded in a deep voice, "Daniel, Ross, each of you take a few individuals and accompany me. The rest of you remain here and do not wander about until we return." "Certainly." Daniel and Ross exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they replied in unison. Perhaps it was due to their shared experiences as swordsmen and their time spent behind bars that their bond had recently intensified, growing ever more harmonious. The previous instance of drawing their swords simultaneously to vanquish a Tyrannosaurus served as testament to their burgeoning synergy. Now, the prospect of fighting together spurred both of them to see this as an opportune moment to showcase their swordsmanship to the illustrious Shano. "Huh, what about me?" Kid, standing nearby, finally grasped the situation, his expression one of astonishment as he pointed to himself and exclaimed, "I not going with Kira?" "You need not," Shano replied briefly, and upon seeing the little imp's furious expression, he helplessly added, "Uncle Biggie has just recovered from serious injuries, and Ivy and the others also require protection. I cannot bring all of you with me. It is essential to leave capable individuals here to remain vigilant, is it not?" "Ah, you should have said so earlier." "Rest assured, with me around, everything here will be perfectly fine." Kid's anger transformed into delight in an instant as he crossed his arms over his chest, revealing a smug grin that conveyed his understanding. Meanwhile, by the roaring bonfire, the conversation among the giants abruptly ceased. Brokey and Dongli, gazing at Shano and the others, who were preparing to set off, inquired with astonishment, "Young brother Shano, are you truly ready to depart?" "Ah, no. We are merely going to address a few minor inconveniences." Shano was picking up the Lake Toya when he casually explained the situation. Upon raising his head, he was taken aback to see the 3 individuals merrily toasting with barrels of wine, completely engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to the cannon fire resonating from the distant forest. On the southeastern side of the island, by the shore, a small boat, less than 10 meters in length, had lowered its sails and anchored near the entrance of the river. As the cannon fire subsided, 3 figures emerged at the bow of the boat, gazing intently at a massive dark red vessel in the distance. This was the very ship that Shano and his companions had seized from the Tang Chihua family, having been docked for 2 to 3 hours since morning. At this moment, the ship's mast and ram had been utterly destroyed, tattered sails drifting upon the sea, and the walls of the hull bore numerous dents of varying sizes. The smoke had yet to dissipate entirely, lingering faintly upon the deck. The stout figure on the right gazed at the completely wrecked mast, suddenly releasing a long sigh of relief, followed by a chuckle. Ha! It appears the results are quite satisfactory. Indeed, this is a new type of weapon procured from the Gmail family, responded the tall, slender figure on the left, grinning widely. A cowboy hat obscured the freckles on his face, yet what captured the most attention was the silvery rocket launcher slung over his shoulder. Rumored to have been given a peculiar name by those technological oddballs, RPG or RNG, something of the sort. Regardless, in terms of power, it was significantly superior to the assortment of inferior weapons we had previously employed. Remarkable, truly a fearsome weapon, the stout one remarked, a hint of awe in his voice. The black market price appears to have soared to 8 million belly, nearly equivalent to our total income over the past 6 months. It's something that an ordinary bounty hunter could hardly afford. That may be true for you, but not for me, the lanky figure retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Just last month, while we were in the West Sea, I used this rocket launcher to take down the Adigia pirate group in 2 shots, and I collected 6 million belly from the Navy. At this rate of return, what does the black market price even matter? Wait, so it was you who eliminated the Adigia pirate group? Well done, Fick, the stout one exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. Previously, the 77th Division issued a notice claiming it was the base commander's solo achievement. I thought that pretty boy actually had the capability. Turns out there's more to the story. Of course, if I couldn't take down a bounty of several million, would I dare accompany Lord Daz to the Grand Line? The slender figure replied, annoyance evident in his tone. Bah, those Navy pests are merely after the glory. He seeks promotion while I seek wealth. There's no conflict there, as long as the money flows. Who cares about the credit? By the way, as he spoke, the bounty hunter named Fix suddenly realized that he and his companion had become rather engrossed in their conversation, nearly forgetting their leader's presence. With some effort, he unshouldered the rocket launcher and thudded it heavily onto the ground. He then turned to the tall, silent figure in the center and scratched his head, inquiring, Boss Daz, by the way, this ship isn't even flying a pirate flag. You had me fire the cannons from such a distance. If there aren't any pirates aboard, that would certainly lead to significant trouble. The man in the center merely shifted his gaze slightly without turning around. He was a towering figure, standing over 2 meters tall, clad in a black and white embroidered coat, his muscular physique accentuated by a buzz cut. His face, chiseled and angular, bore a hardened demeanor as he squinted at the battered vessel in the distance, uttering calmly, Are you questioning me? His voice remained tranquil, his expression unperturbed. Yet at the moment those words left his lips, both bounty hunters turned pale. The lanky Fick hastily waved his hands, stammering, No, that's not it, Boss Daz. I was merely asking out of curiosity. The portly one quickly chimed in. Indeed, we have complete faith in you. How could we ever doubt you? Otherwise, we wouldn't have followed you last winter all the way from the West Sea into the Grand Line. That's good to hear. The man in the embroidered coat cast a cold glance at them before shifting his gaze toward the seemingly endless expanse of the island's primordial forest. By the way, you two have been bounty hunters for over 3 years now, haven't you? Yet, even now, you lack the most basic instincts of a bounty hunter. If you cannot even determine whether there are pirates aboard a ship, have I truly overestimated your abilities? But, the weight of his words hung heavily in the air, and the two exchanged apprehensive glances, cold sweat trickling down their brows. The shorter one stuttered. Aside from the pirate flag, there are indeed other ways to ascertain identity, but isn't it a bit reckless to destroy their ship before even reaching the island? Reckless? The buzz-cut giant's gaze remained fixed on the depths of the river, yet a slight smirk crept upon his lips, laced with derision. How absurd! You must understand that you're dealing with pirates, a rabble of scoundrels who know nothing but to pillage and plunder across the seas. Confronted by this group of individuals, and with their departure from the ship having already transpired, the foremost action that should have been undertaken by us, be we bounty hunters or naval officers, ought to have been the destruction of the pirate vessel, effectively trapping them with no avenue of escape. Regrettably, as this thought crossed my mind, the burly man finally turned around, his expression impassive as he regarded the 2 bounty hunters before him. The naval officers I encountered in the West Sea lacked even this basic awareness, perpetually allowing pirate crews to slip through their fingers right under their noses. The question of credit was of no consequence. It was this sheer incompetence that rendered me disinclined to collaborate with them. Amidst a profound silence, the vessel gradually navigated into the river's channel. In a flash, the burly man alighted onto the shore with remarkable speed, his calm voice resonating from ahead. Let us proceed. This is merely the beginning of our collaboration. I hope such doubts do not echo in my ears again. All superfluous words were forsaken, and without any weaponry in hand. The silhouette clad in a black embroidered coat gradually faded into the periphery of the primordial forest. The two bounty hunters remained rooted in place, taking a considerable time to regain their composure. The lanky one, with a sigh of resignation, removed his cowboy hat and casually tossed it towards the ship's cabin before hoisting the single-man rocket launcher anew, exclaiming, "Let us go. If that ship is indeed filled with pirates, their numbers are likely to exceed 100. We should brace ourselves for an unprecedented confrontation. All must exercise caution." "Ah, I understand," the stout one replied, glancing at the still smoldering dark crimson vessel, his brow furrowing. Nevertheless, his tone remained relatively lighthearted. "But we have Lord Bonus on our side, the most formidable bounty hunter in the history of the West Sea. I refuse to believe that these second-rate pirates, lacking even a pirate flag, could pose a threat to him. Lord Daz is Lord Daz, and we are ourselves. One must pick the softest fruit to squeeze. After all, we are on the Grand Line. Should we fall victim to an ambush, do you expect Lord Daz to arrive in time to rescue you?" The lanky figure cast a fleeting glance at him, then, shouldering a rocket launcher, leaped off the boat, firmly planting his foot amidst the thicket by the riverbank. The portly companion hastily organized his gear and hurriedly followed suit. As a professional bounty hunter, his equipment was notably comprehensive, encompassing firearms, blades, ample ammunition, and even a first aid kit replete with bandages and medicinal supplies. Notably, while the slender figure wielded a formidable rocket launcher, the portly one bore an incongruous frying pan strapped to his back, a sight that seemed rather out of place. The lanky companion often expressed his perplexity regarding this choice, to which the portly one explained that the frying pan was a parting gift from his uncle, a blacksmith, when he left his hometown. Not only did it serve as a keepsake, but it had also proven remarkably resilient, having shielded him from bullets and knife wounds on several occasions, rendering it a talisman of sorts. In the woods, the atmosphere was humid. Even under the blazing sun, the oppressive heat lingered in the depths. Perhaps due to their naturally darker complexions, the path they chose was fraught with thorns and the occasional flicker of venomous snakes, demanding their utmost attention and sapping their energy. The stout figure's stamina visibly waned. Burdened with equipment, he began to wheeze after merely 20 minutes, his pace slowing considerably, compelling the lanky one to pause beside an ancient tree, waiting for him to catch up. "I must say, your marksmanship far surpasses mine, yet your endurance leaves much to be desired. It appears worse than when we were by the Western Sea. What is the matter? Have you been indulging too much or exercising too little?" The lanky one remarked, handing over a canister that resembled an energy drink, his tone laced with exasperation. "Clearly, this cursed terrain is exhausting. We've never encountered such a place in the Western Sea, and this wretched weather is simply draining the life out of me." With a furrowed brow, the portly one accepted the drink, gulping it down in one go, which improved his complexion somewhat. He exhaled deeply, surveying the surroundings before expressing his confusion. Strange, where's Boss Daz? I don't see him. Didn't you keep up with him?" "I couldn't keep up. His speed is remarkable," came the response. The tall, slender figure chuckled wryly and shook his head. "Initially, I had intended to rely on my experience to navigate deeper into the forest by following the footprints left by the adversary. However, he gestured toward a distant point ahead, somewhat exasperated, and remarked clearly there's no longer any need for that since the enemy has revealed their position. Boss Daz has already accelerated ahead on his own." "What on earth?" the stout man queried in confusion, raising his gaze to follow the direction indicated by the tall figure. After considerable effort, he finally discerned two majestic mountain ranges in the far distance, from which a wisp of black smoke was slowly rising, as if something was being roasted. He withdrew his gaze, perplexed, and remarked, "Such a large plume of smoke. What on earth are those pirates cooking? Who knows? Let's just move on." The tall figure replied with a shrug, turning to take a step forward. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he dropped to the ground in a prone position. The stout man, momentarily taken aback, instinctively followed suit, flattening himself in the grass. He then cautiously lowered his voice to inquire, "What is happening?" "Someone's approaching from the 8 o'clock direction." The tall figure responded, his demeanor tense. As he unstrapped the rocket launcher from his shoulder, he whispered, "There are only 2 of them, but they're moving swiftly and seem formidable. They might be officers from that pirate crew, so we must proceed with caution." The stout man hesitated for a moment, having not noticed anyone in the forest previously. However, before he could voice his thoughts, a rustling of footsteps echoed from afar, accompanied by a suppressed voice filled with anger, piercing the air. "Hey, kid, you better stop right there." Chapter 173. The justice from above. The voice was loud, instantly allowing the two seasoned bounty hunters to pinpoint the direction of the newcomers. They cautiously peered from the underbrush, using the forest as cover to observe. Two figures emerged into view. Leading the way was a boy with spiky red hair, followed closely by a golden-haired youth who had just called out. Both appeared quite young. The golden-haired boy finally caught up to the red-haired youth and blocked his path, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? Didn't we agree to stay put together? Why did you sneak out on your own? TCH, so you noticed, huh?" The red-haired boy, naturally Kid, scratched his ear, displaying obvious impatience. "The reason I left is quite simple. I'm heading to the seaside to engage in battle. It's not my style to cower in place when unknown enemies are approaching. But you promised Brother Shano that you would help keep an eye on everyone." Kira frowned, concerned. "What if Ivy and the others are ambushed by the enemy?" "Indeed, I initially felt compelled to remain." Upon suddenly hearing that name, Kid instinctively felt a pang of guilt, his eyes darting nervously from side to side. After confirming that Shano and his companions were not in sight, he boldly placed his hands on his hips and declared, "However, I've already asked Bone Bull to pause his drinking and maintain a watchful presence. Coupled with those two even more formidable giants, there shouldn't be any danger, right?" Kira, with a dismissive curl of his lips, remarked lazily, nonetheless, "Are you not concerned that Shano might discover this, and, akin to the last time he caught you sneaking food in the kitchen at midnight, deliver a beating that leaves you bettered for days?" "Enough of this nonsense," Kid retorted, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment. He glared at Kira and gritted his teeth. "Hey, you, whose side are you on? Every day you refer to him as Big Brother Shano, but let us not forget, I am your elder brother. That is of little consequence." Kira replied, unperturbed by the spittle that landed on his face, his expression unchanged. "The pressing matter is that I must adhere to Shano's orders and escort you back to the camp." "Such a stubborn fool. Who cares about that?" Kid scoffed, preparing to retort when suddenly an unforeseen event transpired. Kira, blocking his path, abruptly erupted with a spray of blood from his shoulder. Amidst the splatter, the sound of a gunshot rang clear, and Kira, after emitting a cry of pain, collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound. An ambush! Witnessing this scene, Kid immediately reacted, crouching down to support Kira, his eyes fixated on the wound from which blood continued to flow. He could not help but ask, "Hey, Kira, are you all right?" "It's nothing, just a minor injury. We must first deal with the enemy." Despite his words, Kira's pallor was evident, a clear indication of the blood loss he had suffered. He glanced at his shoulder, and without a moment's hesitation, he reached in and forcefully extracted the bullet lodged within. With a flick of his fingers, the bullet fell into the nearby underbrush. As blood gushed from the wound, he swiftly tore off the sleeve of his shirt and bound it tightly around the injury. This action appeared agonizing, enough to make anyone wince, yet throughout, Kira's expression remained stoic. In stark contrast, Kid was far less composed. He sprang to his feet and shouted angrily into the surroundings. "Which scoundrel fired that shot? An ambush is no true skill. If you have the guts, step forward." His roar reverberated through the forest, followed by several seconds of profound silence. "Shall we head out now?" A short, stout figure peered at his companion from a thicket 300 to 400 meters away. "Not yet. Let us indulge these two foolish boys a while longer." The tall, lean individual lay there and remarked, holding a clearly modified rifle as he aimed at two distant youths. His tone laced with derision. "Though these boys appear to possess some strength, they evidently lack practical experience. They can't even discern sound direction. It seems I have overestimated them. Just give me a little more time, and watch as I eliminate them effortlessly. I don't recall their faces. They likely belong to the sort who barely command a bounty." The stout companion observed Kid Kira, who still failed to locate their position, and after a moment's thought, cautioned, "However, we shouldn't squander too much time. Given the enemy's numbers, it would be perilous if we fall too far behind Bostaz." "Indeed, that is a valid point." The tall, lean figure acknowledged this, and after a brief contemplation, set the rifle aside and retrieved a rocket launcher. Aiming through the scope of the two youths, he decided, "In that case, let's fire a shot to incapacitate them completely before we interrogate them. But let us not kill them outright." The stout fellow grinned, preparing to tease, when suddenly he felt something detach from his body. He looked down, astonished to find that the gun he had just been holding had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a fierce gust of wind surged, prompting him to instinctively glance up. To his utter shock, he beheld a massive cluster of weapons suspended in the air, including his own two firearms, the lean man's rocket launcher, and even a frying pan he had used for protection. What on earth is happening? Both men stood frozen, the scene before them clearly exceeding their comprehension. However, what terrified them further was the sight of the suspended weapons swiftly converging into a spherical shape before plummeting towards them. With a resounding thud, the weapons descended at an alarming speed, leaving them no time to react, and they collapsed to the ground with pained cries. At that moment, a somber voice echoed before them. "Ah, so this is where you are?" The voice was eerily familiar, evidently belonging to the same individual who had roared moments earlier. Both bounty hunters recognized the implication and swallowed hard, slowly lifting their gazes upward. Chapter 174. Daz bonus wait. Are you saying we've been targeted by bounty hunters? Came a startled exclamation beside a roaring campfire 20 minutes later. Ah, judging by the information we have received, it certainly appears to be the case. Standing beside the camp, Kid crossed his arms, observing the two battered bounty hunters on the ground, and replied with a smirk, "Unless these two are deceiving me. If that is the case, you should not have chosen to return to the camp first." Upon hearing Kid's response, Ivy, who had been somewhat surprised moments ago, gradually regained her composure. She glanced at Kid and Kira, her brows slightly furrowed. "Do Shano and the others know about this?" Not yet. I haven't informed them," Kid casually replied. But upon seeing Ivy's expression darken, he felt a chill in his heart. Hastily, he attempted to amend his words with a forced smile. "Well, Kira and I were just concerned about the camp's safety, so we rushed back immediately. As for Shano and the others, if they notice anything amiss on the shore, they should return promptly as well, right? If you two little brats truly understood the importance of watching over the camp, you wouldn't have sneaked out." Ivy, in a tone reminiscent of an elder sister, reprimanded the guilty Kid and the somewhat wrong Kira before turning her attention to the bounty hunters on the ground. "Did you two ascertain how many accomplices they have? How do they arrive? What is their purpose?" This barrage of questions left Kid somewhat bewildered. He scratched his chin with his finger, stammering, "It seems we didn't ask much before knocking them out. These bounty hunters seem to have no knowledge of our specific information, and it appears they only have one accomplice. They look quite amateurish, don't they? Are they newcomers?" Ivy shrugged indifferently. Since you were able to handle them with such ease, they must be insignificant characters with little renown, right? Huh? What do you mean by someone like you? Kid, initially calm, instantly flared up upon hearing the latter part of her statement. He gritted his teeth, ready to retort, when a feeble voice emerged from beside the stone. "That's not true." The voice came from the lanky bounty hunter, instantly capturing everyone's attention. At that moment, he raised his head slightly, panting as he spoke. "We, the two brothers, were once among the strongest pirate hunter teams in the West Sea." "One of the strongest?" Kid scoffed, stepping closer and grabbing the man's collar. "I say, why don't you drop the one apart? Isn't boasting supposed to have some limits? Even I don't recognize you, and you were taken out in one move. How dare you be so arrogant?" "Sorry," the lanky one replied, staring blankly at Kid for a long moment. "I don't know you." Puffed. This response instantly amused everyone present. Even the usually stoic Kira couldn't help but chuckle. He shrugged at Kid, teasingly saying, "Well, that's quite rare. I say, Kid, I still have your bounty poster here. Should I tell him you're actually a big shot with a bounty of over 10 million? How infuriating." Kid's face turned green with anger. Just as he was about to explode, he heard the lanky one struggle to say, "No wonder you have a bounty of over 10 million. Moreover, coupled with that peculiar ability from before, it must be a devil fruit, right? Truly, this is the grand line. We have scarcely encountered such individuals before." "Oomph. It is good to know." Kid scoffed, his expression softening slightly, indicating he possessed some self-awareness. Self-awareness of what? However, at that moment, a steady voice belonging to a middle-aged man suddenly resonated through the jungle, ruthlessly severing the momentum Kid had painstakingly built. In an instant, a profound sense of despair engulfed Kid, as if the entire world had conspired against him. Fuming with anger and humiliation, he turned his head and bellowed, "Who dares to prattle on? Come forth and speak to me." It must be said that Kid's voice was undoubtedly the loudest among Sharn and the others. His roar startled even the birds in the distant forest, and those closest to him nearly had their eardrums shattered. Yet, despite the uproar, the response was calm and indifferent, even carrying an air of contempt, as if looking down upon an ant. "What are you looking at? I am right before you." With a whoosh, a rush of wind followed, and Kid's peripheral vision caught sight of a shadow leaping down from an ancient tree not far away. Before he could react at all, muscular man with a buzz cut appeared before him without warning and, with a cold grunt, delivered a punch straight to his abdomen. The blow came with such suddenness that even Kid had no time to react. He instinctively raised his arm, but that fist, as large as a basin, struck him with unrelenting force. Bang! In an instant, Kid's shirt tore apart at his chest, and he felt as if a colossal hammer had struck him, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily against a rock 8 meters away. Gasping, as his head struck the ground, Kid felt as though his mind was reeling from the impact. After a struggle to dispel the stars swirling in his vision, he managed to steady himself, only to be met with a searing agony radiating from his abdomen. Instinctively, he looked down and was met with the shocking sight of his once perfect abdominal muscles now caved in, blood seeping forth in a steady trickle. How could this be? In that moment, Kid was engulfed in shock, cold sweat trickling down his temples as he stared at the expressionless buzzcut man standing before him. He found himself momentarily paralyzed, for in that brief encounter, he realized that this individual, in terms of both speed and strength, was far beyond his capabilities. That punch felt as though it were forged from steel. Had it been a regular person, even clad in the thickest armor, they would have likely been reduced to a lifeless corpse. Is this fellow also a bounty hunter? Ivy and Kira exchanged glances as they observed the severely injured Kid and the imposing, buzzcut man standing motionless yet radiating an aura of authority. In that moment, they simultaneously grasped the gravity of the situation. The atmosphere in the space grew tense. Then, the reaction of the tall, lanky individual who had just regained consciousness confirmed their suspicions. This man, who had appeared half-dead moments ago, was now flushed with excitement as he shouted exuberantly, "Boss Daz, you've finally arrived. These people are all pirates, and that red-haired kid has a bounty of over 10 million. We must not let them escape. This is our chance to make a fortune." Chapter 175. Overwhelming surprisingly, upon hearing the excited exclamation from the lanky man, the buzz-cut individual, referred to as Boss Daz, merely cast a cold glance at him before shifting his attention to the others present. "Bounty of 10 million, you say?" As all eyes were fixed on him with a mix of tension and apprehension, the buzz-cut man nonchalantly tilted his neck, producing a series of popping sounds, and then narrowed his eyes at Kid, musing aloud, "It seems the initial venture into the Grand Line is proving fruitful. Humph, they are indeed a group." Despite having sensed something ominous beforehand, Kid's expression darkened upon this confirmation. He turned to glance at the enormous bonfire beside the skeletal remains of a sea king, and suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he could not help but inquire, "Hey, Ivy, what about Bone Bull and those two big fellows? Weren't they here when I left? Where are they now?" At the other end of the island, Ivy replied helplessly, "Just a moment ago, after the volcanic eruption, Brokey and Dory mentioned something about the time for their duel and left the camp. Bone Bull followed them to watch. It's been 100 years. What could possibly take place now?" Kid's eye twitched, seemingly on the verge of voicing a complaint. But upon seeing the buzz-cut man approach him with an indifferent demeanor, he took a deep breath and refocused on the impending battle. "Forget it. Since we can't rely on them, we must depend on ourselves. Kira." It must be said that the level of understanding between the two brothers was remarkably high. Almost immediately after Kid's words fell, Kira had already adjusted the metal bracers on his arms, revealing two sharp scythes. With a swift movement, he darted from the side straight towards the buzz-cut man. In comparison to Kid, who relied on his devil fruit abilities, Kira's south prowess in close combat was significantly more formidable. His agility was remarkable. Within mere seconds, he had positioned himself behind the buzz-cut man, and with a slight flick of his wrist, the blades glimmered ominously as they descended towards the man's neck. A successful strike. The blade pierced the skin, and Kira observed with astonishment as his opponent neither flinched nor evaded, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger. A flicker of joy crossed Kira's heart. However, the next moment, he was shocked to discover that no matter how much force he exerted, the scythe struck against an impenetrable barrier, as though it were a wall of brass and iron. Failing to penetrate even a fraction, his opponent's neck remained smooth and unblemished. Not even a drop of blood was spilled. How is this possible? Kira's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the edge of his scythe, beginning to suspect that there might be a flaw in his weapon. When suddenly a thunderous shout pierced the air. "Kira, get out of the way." Looking up, he saw Kid's figure appearing before him. In stark contrast to before, he had now activated his powers, adorning his right arm with an array of equipment acquired from two bounty hunters, resembling a giant's iron limb. With a singular punch, he unleashed a gale, the force of which was utterly terrifying. Witnessing this scene, Kira felt a chill run down his spine, without a moment's hesitation. He withdrew his dual blades, performed 2 somersaults in the air, and retreated several meters. Simultaneously, the colossal fist forged from iron descended, crashing down upon the buzz-cut man. Boom! As dust erupted, the moment the giant fist struck the ground, the earth trembled noticeably. Kira instinctively rubbed his ears and looked up, only to see that even the grass beneath had developed a slight indentation, and the buzz-cut man who had been standing there had vanished without a trace. Is it over? Kira glanced at the panting Kid, his gaze lingering on the indentation as he prepared to verify whether the man still lay beneath. However, at that moment, Kid's clenched steel arm suddenly surged upward, and a chilling voice resonated from within. Dust slash. The 3 words, delivered in an unremarkable tone, seemed devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet, at the instant the words fell, a deafening roar erupted from the center of the colossal fist, as countless beams of cold light flashed, weaving in an intricate web. In the next moment, the entire iron-forged arm shattered completely before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. With a cacophony, numerous metal fragments scattered across the lawn, and as the dust settled, the imposing figure of the buzz-cut man re-emerged, standing as unyielding as a mountain before the crowd. Is this all there is? A calm voice resonated, laced with a hint of disdain, palpable even from a distance of several meters. It was then that Kira and the others noticed that the man, clad in a black and white embroidered coat, resembling a monk, had transformed his arms into the shape of blades, reflecting a piercing cold light under the sun. Are you a devil fruit user? Kira couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this bizarre sight from the sidelines. He began to comprehend the situation. No wonder this fellow had effortlessly blocked his scythe with nothing but his neck. But what kind of ability was this? Could it truly render one's entire body as formidable as a blade forged of steel? Kira's expression darkened. Such a capability was rather grotesque, almost akin to being a natural nemesis to a swordsman like himself. Correct, but regrettably, there is no reward, came a nonchalant response from the man with a buzz cut. A flicker of resentment crossed Kira's eyes. Although typically taciturn and disinclined to engage in arguments, he possessed a rather obstinate nature, and at that moment, feelings of unwillingness surged within him. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, he once again brandished his scythe, pivoted on his heel, and charged at his opponent with a fierce shout, dual blades aimed directly at the now sparsely haired head. However, upon seeing him charge, the buzz-cut man did not even lift his eyelids. He merely raised one hand languidly, and Kira's 2 sides collided almost simultaneously with the man's palm. This stalemate lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, after which the buzz-cut man gently clenched his fist. With a sharp crack, Kira's sides unexpectedly shattered in unison, clattering to the ground. What? Not only Kira, but also the bystanders, including Kid and others, were rendered speechless. They had previously witnessed the quality of Kira's scythes. Although they could not compare to the exquisite craftsmanship of superior blades, they were certainly of better quality than ordinary ones. How could they be so easily shattered by mere flesh? This implied that the opponent's physical robustness could not only withstand a blade, but could also crush steel. I'm not trying to dampen your spirits. The buzz-cut man began slowly amid the silence, seemingly relishing the astonished expressions of those around him. Yet his tone remained devoid of any emotion. I have never been harmed by a swordsman, not even a hair. A swordsman cannot defeat me. Chapter 176. Instant kill. A swordsman cannot defeat me. His cold voice echoed across the open ground before the remains of the Sea King. After a brief silence of 1 or 2 seconds, the tall, lanky observer finally snapped out of his daze. He had felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Kid, who had previously bullied him, being struck down, but fear of retribution had kept him silent. Now, gazing at the imposing buzz-cut man, his admiration surged to its pinnacle, and he could no longer contain himself, clenching his fists and exclaiming excitedly, "Ha ha ha," as expected a boss does, "simply magnificent." The raucous cheers awakened the previously unconscious hefty fellow. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, he glanced at his exhilarated companions and then at the scene before him. Hastily pushing the tall, lanky man, he whispered, "Hey, what's going on?" It seems we are about to strike it rich. Upon hearing his companion's inquiry, the tall, lean individual did not respond directly. Perhaps he was already overwhelmed with excitement. With a hearty slap on the back of the stout man, he chuckled, saying, "Don't ask too many questions, just watch closely. Once Captain Daz unleashes his prowess and takes care of these pirates, all we need to do is count the money." Meanwhile, observing the pirates who stood there, exchanging glances as if rendered speechless by his might, Desbonus couldn't help but reveal a faint, cold smirk. As a most formidable bounty hunter hailing from the West Sea, he had hunted countless pirates over the years. The reaction before him was all too familiar, reminiscent of those crew members from the pirate crews he had previously decimated. Particularly, it was always his delight to crush the hollow dreams of self-important swordsmen with a simple yet decisive hand strike, sending them plummeting into the abyss of despair. Today would be no exception. With this thought in mind, Desbonus cast a cold gaze over the crowd, his eyes finally landing on Kid. Transforming his right arm into a blade, he began to advance step by step towards his opponent, intent on beginning his conquest with this red-haired lad, subsequently dealing with all the pirates. While it was unlikely that every individual among them had a bounty, Allowing any to slip through his grasp was not a habit he wished to cultivate. However, as he approached, Dasbonus suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. Furrowing his brow slightly, he noticed the peculiar glances the pirates cast in his direction, particularly that of the spiky-haired youth, who wore a bizarre expression of schadenfreude, grinning at him in a manner that seemed to invite a confrontation. What was going on? Just as Dasbonus pondered this, a sudden rush of wind swept down from above, approaching at an alarming speed. He paused, turning his gaze skyward, only to be astonished by the sight of a black falcon, with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters, hurtling towards him with incredible velocity. Was there someone atop it? In just a fleeting glance, Dasbonus discerned the unusual nature of the falcon, and upon further contemplation, he surmised that the arrival was likely an ally, possibly the most formidable among them, which explained the pirate's expressions. Navi. His momentary surprise lasted but a second or two before Dasbonus resumed his cold demeanor. As he observed the approaching falcon, the figure atop it leapt down when the height diminished to about 7 or 8 meters, simultaneously drawing a sword from his waist and slashing towards him. Another swordsman? Dasbonus raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had initially anticipated that the individual whom these pirates regarded as their savior would be a formidable character. Had he possessed powerful devil fruit abilities, perhaps it would have required considerable effort on his part to subdue him. However, it has become painfully evident that such a notion is now utterly implausible. A mere swordsman, even if he stood immobile, could not be harmed in the slightest, regardless of how fervently his adversary might wield his blade. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Dasbonus acted accordingly. Thus, even as the edge of his opponent's sword loomed perilously close, he exhibited no inclination to evade. Instead, he lazily lifted one arm, making a token gesture of defense. In the following moment, he became acutely aware of the folly of his choice. A thunderous crash echoed as the shimmering, icy white blade struck his arm, which had transformed into a bastion of steel. Unlike any previous encounters with swordsmen, Dasbonus felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from his sword. A tempest of force that whipped his black and white embroidered coat into a frenzy, rendering him momentarily blinded by the onslaught. A crack resounded, akin to splintering steel, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. Dasbonus stood momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed incredulously upon his arm, which was now punctured deeply by the adversary's blade, blood gushing forth in a horrifying display. How could this be possible? The scene before him shattered Dasbonus's understanding of reality. Just as he remained dazed, an even more formidable pressure from the sword surged forth, and this time, he felt as though he had been thrust into the heart of a tumultuous storm, utterly devoid of any means to resist, before being violently slammed into the ground. Dust erupted, and fragments of grass scattered in the aftermath of the tremendous force, which even caused nearby boulders to crack. The ground beneath him was marred by a network of spiderweb-like fissures, while Dasbonus, who had once stood with an imposing presence, now found himself half buried in the earth, with only his neck and above visible, his visage smeared with blood and dirt, a pitiful sight indeed. This stark contrast left the two bounty hunters, a lanky figure and a portly one, who had been anticipating a spectacle, momentarily frozen in place. They gazed at Daz's dismal state from a distance, shivering involuntarily. After exchanging a glance, they seemed to reach an unspoken understanding, nodding silently. Meanwhile, Daz, trapped in the pit, began to regain a semblance of clarity. He surveyed the soil perilously close to his face, and then turned his gaze to the figure slowly sheathing their sword and advancing towards him, struggling to draw a breath. He managed to utter, "Who? Who are you?" Chapter 177. The issue of compensation. Dasbonus spoke in a low voice, his tone imbued with profound weakness. It was evident that the sword strike he had barely managed to withstand had drained much of his strength. The newcomer glanced at him, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but was abruptly interrupted by an exuberant voice from his side. "Xano, you finally returned." In an instant, a figure rushed down the hillside, and the eccentric youth kid abruptly appeared before them. Observing the disheveled Dasbonus on the ground, he squatted down, patting the latter's head while clucking his tongue in mockery. "Do you enjoy pretending? You thought you could best a swordsman? The steel blade is so formidable, right? And now look at you." One cannot deny that this individual, regardless of his other shortcomings, possessed an extraordinary talent for inciting animosity. Dasbonus, who had previously exhibited a wan expression, felt a surge of anger as his face darkened. He let out a furious roar, attempting to rise, but due to his weakened state, Kid effortlessly pressed him back down with a swift kick. At this point, even Xano found it difficult to watch. However, Upon noticing the ghastly wound on Kid's abdomen that continued to bleed profusely, he refrained from speaking further. He patted the young man's shoulder, signaling him to rest aside, then cast a glance at Daz Bonus, frowning as he inquired, Marwan? Daz, having finally suppressed his murderous intent towards Kid, awaited Xano's response. Yet, upon hearing the rhetorical question, he looked up with a hint of suspicion, asking, what are you talking about? Stop feigning ignorance. At this moment, Shano had little interest in playing coy with the other party. Noticing their reaction, his gaze deepened, and he coldly stated, be honest and confess, what brings you people from the Baroque studio here? Did Crocodile send you? To be precise, his current mood was rather grim. Were it not for certain questions that needed clarification, such as the true purpose of this individual's presence on the island, he might have been tempted to eliminate the threat with a single stroke. His frustration stemmed not from the prolonged absence due to an increase in the salinity of a certain salted fish, which had kept him off the scene for a whole month, but rather from the fact that half an hour earlier, after he and Daniel along with Ross's team had painstakingly traversed the forest to reach the river's estuary, they found it utterly deserted, save for a mere small boat a few meters long. The grand ship they had procured from the Don Quixote family was now left battered and broken by cannon fire. Xano and Daniel were rendered utterly speechless. Although everyone had heard the cannon fire moments earlier, none could have anticipated the severity of the attack, which resulted in the destruction of their vessel. The impact was undeniably significant, for the group had ventured to the small garden solely to deliver the bone cow. With the ship now obliterated and the island enveloped in a desolate, untouched forest, they were left pondering how they would navigate the sea. Consequently, once they regained their composure, everyone clenched their teeth and began their search of the island. Xano, however, was somewhat concerned about the remaining Bikia and Ivy. So he summoned Xiao Luo and took flight on his eagle, heading back to the campfire site. In doing so, he inadvertently stumbled upon the formidable scene of Daz Bonus effortlessly defeating Kid Kira. While airborne, Xano had not yet discerned the appearance of this individual, but he was somewhat taken aback by Kid Kira's defeat, realizing that a formidable player had entered the fray. It was only as he approached the ground that he recognized the distinct attire and the hairstyle that was a mere hair's breadth away from being bald. It was none other than Mr. One, Crocodile's most trusted subordinate, a user of the chop-chop fruit. Xano had a vivid recollection of this character in the original story. As the plot advanced to Alabasta, Zoro had endured a brutal thrashing from this opponent before grasping the path of cutting iron, ultimately managing to turn the tide and secure victory. Such a terrifying devil fruit ability could indeed be considered a boss-level threat for many newcomers to the Grand Line. However, although he too was a newcomer, Xano, who had been capable of severing steel since his time at the Bartai restaurant, regarded this so-called swordsman nemesis as merely a jest. Returning to the present, Daz Bonus seemed momentarily bewildered by Xano's barrage of inquiries. After a considerable pause, he finally raised his head, his expression one of confusion, and inquired, what exactly do you mean? Crocodile is the renowned pirate among the 7 warlords, isn't he? I've heard that name, but what is the Baroque works? Now, it was Xano's turn to be perplexed. He scrutinized the buzzcut man before him, and, given his straightforward demeanor, it did not appear as though he was feigning ignorance. Rather, he seemed genuinely disconnected from the Baroque works. When the world was going on, after a brief moment of contemplation, Xano vaguely recalled that Crocodile had begun scheming against the Alabasta kingdom only in recent years, while he was unaware of the exact founding date of the Baroque works. His recollections from reading the manga indicated that Robin would not enter the Grand Line from the West Sea until the following year, and her collaboration with Crocodile to join the Baroque works would not occur until the year after that. From this perspective, Daz Bonus's reaction was most likely sincere. This implied that, within the current timeline, Crocodile and Daz Bonus, the quintessential master and servant, had yet to intersect. This made Xano's line of questioning seem rather abrupt. Clearing his throat, he attempted to mask his earlier spoiler, then glared at Daz and demanded, so what precisely are you here for? Are you out of your mind? You came in and destroyed our ship without any provocation. Was there something we did to offend you? After all, that is a pirate vessel. Daz Bonus responded with remarkable decisiveness this time. He wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and cast a cold glance at the others, scoffing as he declared, is it not entirely justifiable for a bounty hunter, as a pirate hunter, to take action against you wretched sea vermin? A pirate hunter? Xano was momentarily taken aback, then unexpectedly glanced into the distance where, amidst the grass, the portly figure and the tall, lean one were stealthily crawling down the slope. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, are you saying that you all are bounty hunters, and that you acted only because you happened to see our vessel? This revelation genuinely caught him off guard. While he recalled that some members of the Baroque studio did indeed operate under the guise of bounty hunters, he had not anticipated that Bonus had been a pirate hunter even before joining their ranks. Indeed, Daz acknowledged, following Ziano's gaze before falling into a pensive silence. After a brief pause, his expression darkened as he remarked, "However, I am not acquainted with those two individuals." "Suit yourself," came the indifferent response. Ziano curled his lip, realizing that once the situation was clarified, matters would become manageable. Glancing behind him, he observed Kid, who, with Ivy's assistance, was bandaging his wounds. Previously, he had feigned nonchalance like a hedgehog, but now he was grimacing in pain. Yet, the moment Ziano turned away, the rascal donned a facade of stoic calm, as if undergoing a torturous treatment. Choosing to disregard him with mild irritation, Ziano shifted his gaze to Kira's face and subtly gestured towards the grassy slope below. Kira instantly understood, nodded, and swiftly descended the slope. In a matter of moments, he effortlessly apprehended the chubby duo amidst their cries of distress, tossing them onto the ground before Ziano. Excellent. Now that everyone was gathered, it was time to discuss the matter at hand. Observing the terrified figures of the blubbering fat man and the lanky individual, Ziano stood tall with a smile and inquired amiably, "First and foremost, could you kindly answer me honestly, among the three of you, who was it that fired the cannon, destroying my ship?" Chapter 178. A long-awaited name. Ziano's voice was soft and his smile sincere, presenting an appearance that seemed utterly innocuous. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the expressions of the two bounty hunters turned ashen, particularly the lanky one named Fike, who trembled in fear, as if he had summoned tremendous courage to finally stammer out two words. "It was me." He then pointed weakly at the remnants of the rocket launcher, now reduced to a pile of scrap by Kid, and added in a feeble tone, "It was that one that caused the explosion." Well, at least the admission was made with a certain decisiveness. Ziano casually replied, observing the two individuals trembling before him with a hint of curiosity. "Why are they all like this? Do I appear frightful?" No, absolutely not." Fick and the stout fellow hurriedly shook their heads, incredulous at the mere suggestion. Even a formidable figure like Leader Das had been effortlessly vanquished by a single sword strike from this terrifying adversary. Had they been aware of such a peril, even with 2 additional doses of courage, they would never have dared to set foot on the island and provoke such a fearsome being. Ziano pursed his lips, finding the situation somewhat tedious. Just then, Xiao Luo fluttered over, affectionately nuzzling against his chest as usual. With a gentle kick, he pushed the creature away while continuing with a smile. "In that case, let us discuss the matter of compensation, shall we, Delamp?" Present Lord Ziano. Delamp, who was assisting Ivy in bandaging Kid's wounds, hastily rose to his feet upon hearing the call. His marksmanship was commendable, yet he had been unable to contribute during the recent duel between Brother Kid and Daz Bonus, leaving him feeling somewhat abashed as he scratched his head and inquired, "What is it? You were once a first mate. You should have some knowledge in this regard. How much do you think a ship like ours is worth in the current market?" Ziano, oblivious to Delamp's embarrassment, pressed on. Delamp, caught off guard by the question, paused for a moment before stroking his stubble, appearing somewhat troubled as he replied, "Based on my experience, a vessel of that size would likely command around 15 million berries. But that was the market price from 2 years ago. Presently, it should have appreciated slightly." "Very well, let us consider it as 30 million then." Ziano had never been one to mince words. He decisively settled on the amount. However, as soon as he turned around, he was met with a simultaneous gasp of disbelief. "What? 30 million berries?" The exclamations undoubtedly came from 2 bounty hunters, whose expressions had darkened considerably upon noticing Ziano's gaze. The lanky one trembled slightly and timidly exclaimed, "Regardless, 30 million is truly an exorbitant sum. We are merely ordinary pirate hunters and do not possess such wealth." There they go again, feigning modesty at such a juncture. Before Shano could utter a word, Kid, unable to contain himself, activated his mocking mode and chuckled. "Weren't you all quite boastful earlier? What happened? You seem to regard a pirate with a bounty in the tens of millions as insignificant. Yet your own bounty barely exceeds 20 million. What pretense of poverty is this?" At that moment, Ross and Daniel returned with their respective teams. Initially disheartened by their fruitless search in the forest, they were greeted by this scene. After inquiring about the situation, they too gathered around, their gazes fixated on the group of pirate hunters, eagerly awaiting their response. Being scrutinized by dozens of muscular men was undeniably intimidating, especially with a fierce figure like Shano standing nearby. Fick felt a wave of dread wash over him, nearly on the verge of tears. "Damn it, do you think being a bounty hunter means I don't have expenses? Even if I had earned tens of millions of berries from my bounties, Spending on equipment like a rocket launcher would consume most of it, not to mention other expenses, such as dealing with the physiological issues that linger after years of drifting at sea. How can anyone save up that much money? Suddenly, it dawned on them. Fick and the hefty man exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously turned to the cold and stern Daz Bonus. It seemed that this Daz, whom they had only recently collaborated with, was not only one of the most formidable bounty hunters in the West Sea, but was also notorious for his lack of interests outside of hunting pirates and combat. He occasionally indulged in a drink at a bar, but beyond that, he had little need for daily expenses and had never been seen purchasing weapons. Yet, the bounties he had collected from slain pirates far surpassed the combined efforts of the two of them. Consequently, Daz must possess a considerable sum of berries, right? Daz Bonus, who had remained silent until now, noticed the hopeful expressions on their faces and furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned their thoughts and, with an unfriendly demeanor, coldly remarked, "Don't get your hopes up. I would rather perish here than humiliate myself begging for survival at the hands of pirates." Paying off pirates? Only you two could conceive such a notion. But if you don't give us money, we'll all die here. The two were alarmed by his words. Fick, disregarding the group of onlookers, lowered his voice in desperation. "Daz, I implore you. We've been in this together for a while now. Even if you're unwilling, you can't just watch us die here for nothing. Besides, wasn't it you who instructed me to fire the cannon, thus incurring the wrath of these pirates?" Perhaps moved by this plea, Daz Bonus displayed a slight shift in expression. But after a brief silence, his response remained cold and unyielding. "No." After another moment of silence, he added, "It's not that I want to pay. It's that I genuinely have no money left." What? Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of his two companions, Daz squinted slightly, adopting a tone laced with disdain as he coldly snorted. "What? Did I not previously inform you that not all who pursue the life of a bounty hunter do so merely for the sake of monetary reward? What does this mean?" Fick and the portly fellow stood there, utterly bewildered, while Shano and the other onlookers revealed a modicum of intrigued curiosity, their gazes fixated upon this self-proclaimed unique bounty hunter. The essence of a bounty hunter is to eradicate the scum that roams the seas, committing acts of arson and pillage. The bounties and accolades are but mere embellishments. To engage in battle continuously is my utmost satisfaction. It must be admitted that this statement was somewhat juvenile, and uttered by a captive in such a scenario evoked a strange sensation among those present, akin to witnessing a monk insult a bald man. They couldn't help but internally scoff. "Is this the reason you failed to save your money?" Kid was even more direct, scoffing derisively. TSK, what a sanctimonious demeanor. "Who told you that all pirates are scum? Are all bounty hunters virtuous?" If only all bounty hunters were like you, motivated by more than just greed for rewards. This is merely a difference in stance. Who taught you such nonsensical drivel? Initially, this comment was merely Kid's typical juvenile banter, and no one took it seriously. However, to their astonishment, Daz Bonus paused, his gaze sharpening as he turned to scrutinize this vanquished foe, and then replied in a frigid tone, "All of this I learned from my predecessor, a man worthy of respect, a true bounty hunter, and his name, I am certain, is known even among you wretched pirates, the swift Wind Swordsman, Yasuo." Chapter 179, The Fury of a Fan Silence. A profound silence, while the preceding words were manageable. The moment Daz Bonus uttered that final title, everyone, including Ivy Kid, stiffened, turning their necks awkwardly to gaze at the bewildered Shano. Although Shano had not often shared his past experiences in the East Blue, the repeated mentions in the Navy's bounty notices and the information published in the newspapers were unmistakable. Thus, nearly everyone on the ship was aware that Shano had once been a rather renowned bounty hunter, and the title he had amassed was none other than the Swift Wind Swordsman. This meant that, after all, this band of bounty hunters had inadvertently stumbled upon a fervent admirer of Shano. What is happening? Has a legendary flood swept through the Dragon King's temple? In an instant, the expressions of those present became remarkably vivid, especially Kid, who had just moments ago worn a mocking grin, now appeared as if he had been constipated for hours. The entire scene descended into an eerie, suffocating silence. "What? You haven't heard?" At this moment, Daz Bonus could no longer contain himself. He furrowed his brow, gazing at the individuals before him, and with a hint of irritation remarked, "The reputation of Senior Yasuo is widely known throughout our bounty hunter community. Even if this is the Grand Line, surely there's no one here who has not heard of him?" "I have heard of him," interjected Ivy, the usually composed, blue-haired girl, now looking at the stubbornly defiant man with a tone tinged with exasperation. "If you admire him so much, why is it that you can't even remember what your idol looks like?" This point was the only source of confusion for the group, and they instinctively nodded in agreement. Daz noticed their reactions and let out a cold snort. Do you think I don't wish to know? Since last winter, I've nearly worn out all the newspapers. But Lord Yasuo is simply too enigmatic. He has no desire for wealth or fame, and has never shown himself before the public. Even the journalists cannot capture his likeness. What can I do? At this juncture, he finally realized something was amiss and cast a dubious glance at Ivy. What does this have to do with my earlier statement? Of course it is relevant. Ivy sighed in exasperation. Now understanding that these individuals might have fallen behind on the news, or perhaps had not been paying attention to the newspapers lately, which is why they did not even recognize Shano, who was right before them. The others began to grasp the situation as well, redirecting their attention to Shano's face. Well, Shano said, his lifeless eyes betraying a hint of sadness, I feel like what is being said does not pertain to me, but not desiring fame is at least accurate. At that moment, Kira, who had been silent until now, suddenly rose. He rummaged through a light green backpack beside the rocks and, after a short search, pulled out a dark yellow bounty notice. He then produced a somewhat crumpled stack of old newspapers and approached Daz Bonus. What is this? Confronted by Daz's questioning gaze, Kira handed over the newspaper and bounty notice, casually remarking, take a look for yourself, before nonchalantly returning to his previous spot. Instantly, the attention of everyone present shifted collectively to Daz. Having spent some time together, the crew was well aware of the habit that the brothers Kid and Kira had developed, collecting wanted posters, with a backpack specifically designated for this purpose. The document Kira had just produced was undoubtedly that of Shano, further corroborated by related articles in the newspaper. Consequently, aside from Shano himself, nearly everyone was intrigued by the reaction of this notorious bounty hunter. The unfolding events clearly did not disappoint their expectations. Although somewhat perplexed by Kira's actions, Daz picked up the newspaper from the ground, his gaze scanning upward. The first thing that caught his eye was the name of the publication, the Northwest Prospector. Daz instinctively murmured it under his breath, furrowing his brow in response. He had not previously heard of this newspaper during his time in the West Sea, presuming it to be one of those obscure local publications. However, in the current context, such details were trivial, and he dismissed them as he continued reading. In the next moment, Daz was taken aback by the two sensational headlines nestled closely beneath. Shocking. 99% of EC residents are unaware of the true identity of the legendary bounty hunter. Men will fall silent upon reading, while women will weep. The truth, long concealed by the Navy, is revealed. The bold typeface occupied a staggering 1/5 of the entire page, making it strikingly prominent. Daz Bonus could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye. His inherently stoic and reclusive nature found these exaggerated phrases rather discomforting. Yet, simultaneously, he had to concede that the editor of this publication was nothing short of a genius. The allure of these lines was indeed more compelling than any newspaper headlines he had previously encountered, and the hints embedded within those sentences triggered a heightened awareness in him, igniting an almost impatient desire to uncover the specifics that lay beneath. Having noted the name of the reporter, Sika, adjacent to the headline, Daz swiftly directed his attention to the content below. At the center of the page was an accompanying image that immediately captivated him. The photograph depicted a port where a naval ship was docked, surrounded by a group of armed soldiers, encircling a dark-haired youth at its center, while an agitated crowd of ordinary citizens looked on, seemingly in the midst of a significant upheaval. Unfortunately, the distance of a shot made it challenging for him to discern the features of the black-haired boy, despite his efforts to scrutinize the image. Thus, merely a second or two later, he set the accompanying image aside and began to peruse the text of the report. As lines of information fell before his eyes, his expressions and reactions underwent subtle transformations under the intrigued gazes of the onlookers. Initially, there was a hint of surprise, accompanied by a palpable thrill, as if he had stumbled upon some exceedingly significant news. Yet, in mere moments, his brow knitted tightly, then contorted in fury, his gaze betraying a simmering anger. And even his right hand, which gripped the edge of the newspaper, unconsciously clenched into a fist. How dare they? Faintly, one could hear his teeth grinding as he muttered. East Sea 16th Division? Merely a naval division. How dare they act against Lord Yasuo? Chapter 180. The belief of Elbaf, they actually had the audacity to place a bounty on Lord Yasuo. What a pack of scoundrels. As he delved deeper into the article, the fury on Daz Bonus's face became increasingly pronounced, judging by the veins that were visibly protruding on his knuckles. Had there been any naval personnel from the East Sea 16th Division present, this man would likely have already delivered a crushing blow. Soon enough, he finished reading all the relevant articles on the front page. Daz took a deep breath, preparing to close the newspaper, but the corner of it folded. Dark yellow wanted notice caught his eye, instantly drawing his attention. Almost forgotten, the bizarre news on the front had momentarily made him overlook the existence of this bounty notice. However, now that he had noticed it, his spirits lifted, and he hastily revealed the paper. As the wanted notice was extracted and gradually came into view, this typically taciturn man with a buzz cut felt a tremor of excitement in his right hand. He had diligently sought information for nearly a year. Although it was thanks to those inept naval officers, today he would finally behold the visage of this legendary pirate hunter. With such anticipation, Daz lowered his gaze to the wanted notice before him. In the next moment, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. First, he froze, then appeared somewhat bewildered, and finally exhibited a flicker of incredulity as he rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the photograph on the notice, examining it up and down multiple times. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, the strikingly familiar face of the dark-haired, dark-eyed youth on the wanted notice seemed as if he had seen it just moments ago. Thud! In the midst of the silence, the sound of a newspaper falling to the ground rang out sharply. However, Daz Bonus was too preoccupied with the consequences of his slip to care. He turned his head stiffly, staring blankly at the somewhat helpless Shano in the distance. His mind a chaotic whirl. The two bounty hunters beside him looked on in astonishment. They had never witnessed the strongest pirate hunter of the North Sea display such a demeanor. The tall and lean Flick hesitated for a moment before finally breaking the silence. "Boss, what is wrong? Are you all right?" However, his inquiry went unanswered, as Daz Bonus appeared to be petrified, maintaining his expression without a hint of movement, resembling a statue. Fick scratched his head at a loss for words. At that moment, the onlookers could no longer contain their amusement. The scene before them was far more entertaining than Daz's reaction after being instantaneously defeated by Shano. Even the normally composed Ivy's eyes sparkled with mirth, while the majority of the crowd erupted in laughter. Even Kid, in his fits of laughter, inadvertently exacerbated his chest wound, causing him to leap in pain. "You guys are impossible." Among the group, the only one not inclined to laughter was likely Shano. He glanced at the petrified Daz, intending to chide his unamusing companions, when he suddenly noticed the hillside where he stood was engulfed in a colossal shadow, as if the very sky had darkened. Simultaneously, a thunderous voice boomed from behind. "Ka-pa-pa-pa, everyone is still here, how wonderful." "So, Shano, has the trouble been resolved?" Such a distinctly recognizable laugh left Shano without the need to turn around to identify its owner. He turned, raising his gaze slightly, and met the sight of several large faces that obscured part of the sky. With a tone tinged with exasperation, he remarked, "The issue has indeed been resolved. But it seems you two have been engaged in your duel for quite some time." Before him stood the giants Bragi, Dori, and the bull. And compared to 2 months, or even just 2 hours, ago, both Bragi and Dori bore numerous wounds, particularly Bragi, whose right wrist was grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, suggesting a severe dislocation, with blood oozing from his palm, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Ka-pa-pa-pa, such is the nature of things. With Bull observing this duel, we naturally had to exert ourselves more than usual to uphold the honor of the greatest warrior of Elbaf. The one who spoke was the red-haired giant Bragi, who, upon hearing Shano's remark, crouched slightly and replied with a hearty laugh. "So, has a victor been determined this time?" Shano cast a sidelong glance at the creature before him, half in jest and half in earnest. The reason for his jesting was clear. He recognized that, given the nature of these two giants as depicted in the original narrative, even if they were to duel for a century, they would likely remain evenly matched. It is worth noting that the giants are astonishingly straightforward. Prior to Shano's departure, he had mentioned addressing a minor inconvenience, primarily because he felt that with Brokey and Donley around, it would be exceedingly difficult for any adversary to pose a threat to their camp. Yet, who would have thought that these colossal beings would pay it no heed? After indulging in their meals, they promptly scampered off to the island's center to engage in a duel as soon as the volcano erupted. Indeed, Brokey candidly acknowledged this reality, scratching his head and chuckling. But it matters not. This marks our 565th stalemate. When evening falls, I shall undoubtedly triumph over Donley. The mere mention of such a staggering number left all within the camp in awe. After all, the span of a human life, whether long or short, amounts to merely 20 to 30,000 days. In stark contrast, engaging in over 70,000 encounters is undeniably a formidable figure. In the grand tapestry of the world, only the long-lived and inherently combative giants could achieve such a feat. Another duel at night? Ziano furrowed his brow slightly, while beside him, Kid could no longer contain himself. He pointed at the ghastly injuries adorning their bodies, particularly at Brokey's arm, which was dislocated and fractured, and remarked, "Hey, uncle, let us not forget the state you are in. Shouldn't you attend to your wounds first? What about that fellow Dory? Isn't he also gravely injured?" In response to Kid's well-meaning admonition, Brokey merely glanced down at his arm and dismissively waved his hand, cheerfully stating, "Our conditions are identical. Seeking excuses in a merciless battle for survival would be a disgrace." This phrase sounded familiar. Shano vaguely recalled Brokey saying something similar to Luffy in the original timeline. It seemed that the stubbornness of the Elbaf giants regarding combat was indeed unyielding. Thus, he simply shrugged and refrained from further persuasion. On another note, the giants' recuperative abilities surpassed those of humans by an immense margin. While humans might require several months of rest to heal from such injuries, giants often needed only a few days for substantial recovery. Otherwise, these two would not have been able to engage in battles that spanned centuries, even in times of scarce resources. Indeed, considering that this island had withstood centuries of conflict, yet remained so picturesque and serene, it was nothing short of miraculous. Ivy, possessing a healer's compassion, hurriedly retrieved bandages and medicine, intending to treat the two giants. However, upon witnessing the gash that was several times larger than her own body, she was compelled to silently abandon this impractical notion. The three giants once again settled cross-legged around the camp, the previous bonfire still ablaze. To Shano's astonishment, Brokey and Dory resumed their indulgence, consuming roasted meat heartily while savoring the remaining warm wine. Especially Brokey, with just a single bite, revealed a contented smile that radiated satisfaction, his carefree demeanor leaving the surrounding humans momentarily speechless. However, on the other hand, this atmosphere permeated the vicinity as the threat from the earlier bombardment had subsided, allowing everyone to relax and gather once more around the campfire. Interestingly, during their initial meeting, due to the century-long separation of Bone Bull and Brokey, the three giants had been reminiscing nostalgically, while Shano and the others indulged in the unfamiliar taste of dinosaur meat. Now, with everyone finally at leisure, they found common ground in conversation with the giants. After all, these legendary pirates had a wealth of stories to share, and the crew had previously heard a few snippets from Bone Bull aboard the ship. With the opportunity for face-to-face interaction, curiosity sparked a flurry of questions. The straightforward Brokey and his companions, perhaps due to a century of lacking attentive listeners, were more than willing, even delighted, to provide detailed answers, generously offering the remaining wine to Shano and his companions. It was unclear who stoked the fire, but the flames danced vigorously, casting flickering light upon the faces of the gathered individuals as time quietly slipped away amidst the rich aroma of wine, ancient tales, and the occasional crackle of charcoal. Hours passed in this manner. As dusk approached, the island grew increasingly dim under the waning sunlight. Perhaps due to the effects of the wine, the three giants leaned against the bones of the Sea King, dozing intermittently with loud snores echoing in the air. Meanwhile, the conversation around the campfire gradually shifted from the glorious past of the giant pirate crew to the current predicaments faced by Shano and his companions. A harsh reality loomed before them, impossible to ignore. "So what should we do now?" Kid mumbled absently, swirling the wine in his cup. "We were merely escorting Bone Bull, right? Now that this fellow has fulfilled his wish, what are we supposed to do? We don't even have a ship to leave. Are you getting anxious?" Kira, sipping his drink slowly, glanced up at him. "Of course," Kid replied, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. "What, do you actually want to stay here? The tale is indeed captivating, and the wine is undeniably exquisite, yet the allure of these elements is confined to such bounds." For the headstrong Kid, who has recently arrived from the South Sea to the Grand Line, thoughts of embarking on a grand adventure consumed him. The very idea of remaining on this ancient, desolate island felt akin to imprisonment, suffocating, driving him to the brink of madness. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that the ship was irreparably damaged. Despite his earlier attempt to sneak away from the camp, he had not reached the shore. But he had gleaned enough information from Daniel Rose and his companions about the dire state of the vessel. The ship had endured at least 5 or 6 cannon volleys, with multiple leaks in the hull and significant damage to the mast and sails. The prospect of sailing away from the riverbank was utterly impossible, and even repairs seemed a futile endeavor. As these thoughts weighed heavily on his mind, Kid's frustration intensified, compelling him to gulp down the remaining dregs of his drink. Others may not share his emotional tumult, yet they harbored similar concerns. Shano noticed this disquiet and, after a moment of contemplation, called over Kira, instructing him to summon the 3 bounty hunters who lingered down the slope. To resolve the predicament, it was essential to engage with the very individuals responsible for the vessel's destruction, regardless of whether Das Bonus was friend or foe. On the grassy slope, Daz sat against a tree, clutching a bounty notice tightly in his hand, his gaze vacant and unmoving, a visage of utter desolation. Beside him, two bounty hunters observed him with growing unease. From the moment they had read the newspaper, their leader had maintained this morose demeanor, remaining silent for hours. Was there something amiss with his mental state? As they pondered their leader's plight, a sudden soft cough startled them. They turned to see Kira, having approached silently, standing before them with a slight bow of his head. Perhaps it was the obscurity of his features that instilled trepidation. Both hunters felt a chill run down their spines. The tall and lanky Fick instinctively recoiled a step, adopting a defensive stance, his expression tense as he stammered. "WH, what do you want?" Although it appeared that their leader revered this pirate hunter, the two factions had previously been locked in fierce opposition. Given the current circumstances, was it possible that their inability to procure the 30 million berries demanded by the pirates would result in their immediate demise? Kira, observing the sudden panic of the two men, could not suppress a slight, amused smirk. However, accustomed to maintaining an impassive countenance, he revealed little on his face and merely stated, "Come with me." With that, he turned and made his way towards the campfire. The two hunters stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances before simultaneously turning their attention back to Daz. What Kira just articulated evidently encompassed each of the three individuals. Thus, it is only fitting to seek the opinion of the leader. At this moment, Daz had lifted his gaze, clearly having heard Kira's remarks. Noticing his two subordinates hesitatingly looking at him, his eyes flickered momentarily. He uttered nothing and proceeded to ascend the slope. Chapter 182. A bold idea in the early morning. As the gentle sunlight filtered through the gaps in the ancient trees, casting countless spots of light that delicately danced upon the ground, the black-haired youth, who lay sprawled on the earth in a deep slumber, finally yawned and, with bleary eyes, rose from the ground. "Quite well, I did not tumble from my bed. It seems my solitary existence is still salvageable." Ziano appeared somewhat bewildered, lazily glancing upward, and upon failing to spot the familiar wooden planks overhead, he mumbled a few words. Rubbing the corners of his eyes, he prepared to rise, but the heavy sensation in his legs nearly toppled him to the ground. It was only then that Ziano abruptly regained his senses. Lowering his gaze, he discovered Kid and Kira, each sprawled across one of his thighs, sound asleep, with drool pooling beneath them. Three distinct lines of annoyance etched themselves onto his forehead. An old, familiar irritation surged forth as he scowled, promptly delivering a kick to each of the two, sending them sprawling several meters away. Despite this, Kira remained undisturbed, while Kid, having collided with a massive tree upon being kicked, let out a pained yell. His eyelids fluttered as if he might awaken, but instead, a foolish grin spread across his face, and he resumed snoring. What on earth had they consumed last night to end up like this? Ziano's lips twitched in exasperation. He delivered a couple more gentle kicks, and upon noticing that Kid still showed no signs of waking, he lost interest in the two rascals. Shifting his gaze, he looked further down the slope. At the horizon, the vibrant crimson dawn blazed brilliantly, with sunlight bubbling like water, illuminating the ancient deserted island and dispelling the last vestiges of night. As his gaze refocused, he observed a haphazard assortment of individuals sprawled by the campfire on the lawn, each in various postures, their snores rising and falling in a cacophony. It seemed he was indeed the earliest riser among them. Just as Ziano silently critiqued the drinking capacities of his companions, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Upon hearing the address, Ziano, without a doubt, knew who it was. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a towering bald man, standing at nearly 2 meters tall. Daz Bonus, the formidable figure who had so fiercely bested Kid and Kira the previous day, now wore a face of trepidation. Seeing Ziano's gaze upon him, he nervously wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and inquired softly, "Lord Yasuo, have you given any thought to my request from yesterday?" With a considerable degree of caution, the situation fell upon Ziano's eyes, leaving him in a state of bemusement. To understand this, one must start from the events of last night. Despite knowing that the individual before him was a mere fan of his other identity, Ziano remained resolute in his intention not to let these bounty hunters off lightly. After all, that was a military vessel he had painstakingly seized from the Don Quixote family, now reduced to a mere wreck. Ziano harbored a burning ire within him. He was determined to demand restitution, and should they refuse, he would not hesitate to convert these miscreants into mere experience points on his attribute panel. Over the years, he had dispatched many foes, all devoid of innocent civilians. And while he would not proactively seek trouble with the Navy, He bore no qualms about eliminating foolish adversaries who presented themselves. However, it became evident that Xiano had underestimated his standing in Daz Bonus's eyes. Recalling the previous night, when he had instructed Kira to summon Daz to the campfire, Xiano had yet to utter a word before the man fell to his knees, choking on his apologies, tears streaming down his face in a display of remorse. This sight left Xiano feeling profoundly exasperated. The image of the cold-hearted assassin from the original narrative had completely shattered in his mind. Daz's demeanor resembled that of Bartolomeo when he encountered Luffy, exuding an aura of infatuated admiration. In all honesty, Xiano believed that his 30 years of solitary cultivation had rendered him impervious to emotional upheaval. Even if the Empress Boa Hancock were to kneel before him, weeping like a wilting flower, he would remain untouched. Yet, when faced with a muscular, bald man who incessantly berated himself in tears, any normal man would struggle to withstand such a spectacle. After much effort, Daz finally quieted down, and Xiano, now with a throbbing headache, had no desire to broach the matter of the 30 million berry compensation. At this juncture, it was clear to him that Daz was genuinely impoverished, and his sole hope was for the man to vanish from his sight as swiftly as possible. However, fate had other plans. Daz, seemingly oblivious to the situation, insisted on compensating for his mistake and proposed a remedy: to join Xiano's ranks as a voluntary servant. His two subordinates, who had arrived with him, would pilot their small boat to nearby islands in search of a larger vessel capable of accommodating dozens. Thus, Daz's presence bore an element of hostage-like significance. This had been Xiano's contemplation last night, amidst the lingering festive atmosphere and the effects of the alcohol clouding his judgment. He had opted to postpone an immediate decision, instructing Daz to await further news for deliberation and promising a response the following day. Yet now, it was unmistakable that he detected a hint of anticipation in Daz's tone. It seems that Daz does not perceive becoming his subordinate as a punishment. Rather, he eagerly anticipates the opportunity to accompany his idol. As Shano contemplated this, he glanced at Daz, and a wave of subtle melancholy washed over him. Why must all of them be towering, muscular figures? It's quite disheartening, my friend. Do not call me Lord Yasuo. That was merely a name of my past. Just call me Shano. Though he voiced his grievances, Shano would never allow such nuanced emotions to surface on his countenance. Noticing Daz nervously fidgeting with the hem of his clothing, he found it increasingly difficult to tolerate the complete upheaval of his established persona. Clearing his throat, he spoke. In that case, let us proceed according to your suggestion from yesterday. Really? The suddenness of the news seemed to leave Daz momentarily stunned, as he took a few seconds to process the statement. In the next instant, his face was aglow with uncontainable joy, his excitement rendering his speech somewhat disjointed. This is truly marvelous. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Lord Shano. Ah, still with the Lord. Xiano, feeling too lethargic to make corrections, cast a glance at Kid Kira and the others, who were still snoring away. His thumb inadvertently grazed the hilt of the sword resting by Lake Toya, and a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. Just yesterday, Daz had decisively bested Kid, and when that middle school syndrome sufferer awoke to discover that his opponent had become an ally, it was certain that there would be quite the commotion. Nevertheless, Daz's character remained trustworthy. After all, Xiano recalled that in the manga, when Crocodile was vanquished by Luffy and his companions, descending to the nadir of his existence in prison, it was only Daz who remained unwaveringly loyal, steadfastly following him amid the crumbling Baroque works. From another perspective, Daz's fruitability was undeniably formidable. Not only did he exhibit remarkable strength presently, but he also harbored substantial potential for future growth. With his addition, Xiano had acquired a capable lieutenant, significantly elevating the overall strength of their group. Apologies, Old Sand. The thought of Old Sand potentially languishing in solitude within impelled down caused no stir within Xiano's heart. In fact, it almost amused him. His gaze traversed the primordial forest, resting upon the infinite expanse of the ocean at the horizon, a notion that had first emerged in Xiano's mind long ago. It had remained unarticulated due to practical concerns, now gradually resurfaced before him. Chapter 183. Preparing the pirate crew. The world of One Piece was far from tranquil. The law of the jungle prevailed, with the strong preying upon the weak, and the delineation of power was distinctly clear amidst the eruption of conflict. Although myriad nations and islands scattered across the globe, the vast ocean, infinitely broader than land, was dominated by three principal forces: the Navy, the pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. Among these, the pirates, despite a few exceptional individuals like Mihawk, overwhelmingly allied themselves with pirate crews, for it was only through the strength of comrades that they could navigate the perilous waters and evade the relentless pursuit of the navy. As Shano withdrew his gaze from the sea, he murmured thoughtfully to himself. Indeed, what he contemplated was the establishment of his own pirate crew. This idea had begun to take shape from the moment Shano was targeted by the navy for eliminating the rat on Prue's Island. However, at that time, he had just set sail, and as an emerging pirate, his reputation was insufficient. Coupled with the absence of reliable companions, this ambition had temporarily flickered out. Now, however, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Following his victory over Arlong and his escape from the encirclement of Rear Admiral Stolleberry, Shano's bounty had surged to 150 million berries. This not only elevated his status among pirates, but also signified that he had officially entered the purview of the Navy headquarters. In the future, those dispatched to capture him would likely commence at the rank of at least Rear Admiral. The officers of the headquarters, reflecting on the prowess displayed by Drake previously, Shano felt a wave of apprehension. Those who ascended to such heights within the Navy headquarters were no mere trifles, and whoever he encountered would likely lead to a grueling battle. Should misfortune strike and the likes of Akainu take an interest, there would be no fierce battle to be fought, only the inevitability of being swiftly vanquished. However, such a scenario is unlikely, for the threat posed by Shano is not sufficient to warrant the attention of an admiral, a paragon of naval prowess. Regardless, the formation of a pirate crew has become an urgent necessity. This endeavor transcends Shano's individual aspirations and reflects the collective desire of the enslaved individuals he has rescued. In fact, prior to their arrival at the Little Garden, several among them, including but not limited to Dramp, had broached this subject on multiple occasions. In their eyes, they express a preference to address Shano as captain rather than by the honorific of Lord Shano. It is worth noting that when Shano initially liberated the slaves on the island, he saved over 100 souls, yet only about a third chose to accompany him. Their willingness to embark on this journey with Shano is undoubtedly rooted in trust and gratitude. Since they wish to follow him, Shano is reluctant to abandon them in favor of resuming a solitary existence he had grown accustomed to. The notion of traversing the Grand Line alone is, indeed, a fanciful illusion. Glancing back at his comrades, who remain peacefully asleep on the grass, Shano is suddenly filled with a sense of reflection. To be honest, when he first set sail in the swift vessel purchased by Zepp, navigating between the lighthouses at Reverse Mountain, he envisioned a carefree life on the open seas. Yet, it is now apparent that this was merely a misapprehension born from his insufficient understanding of the Grand Line. Not everyone possesses the fortitude of Dracul Mihawk, who can remain composed enough to sip tea amidst the tumultuous waves, even if his vessel were reduced to a coffin. To advance further in the harsh environment of the Grand Line, possessing a well-equipped team is nearly indispensable. Fortunately, among the slaves Shano saved, a diverse array of individuals is present. Dramp, having served as the first mate of the Second Treasure Navy in the Land of Flowers, is exceptionally well-suited to navigate and command the crew. Daniel and Ross not only possess a commendable foundation in swordsmanship, but have also acquired considerable expertise in the manipulation of cannons. As for Ivy, after spending so many days together, it has become abundantly clear that Her Highness, the Princess of the Kingdom of Goya, is not one to speak lightly. She excels in various roles, be it that of a navigator or a chef, and while her skills as a doctor may be somewhat lacking, she is quite capable of addressing minor ailments and injuries. As for the overall combat capability, that is the least of their concerns. For the majority of the crew hails from a background of piracy. Shano estimated that the total bounty of everyone aboard amounts to an astonishing 400 million berries, a figure that holds considerable weight even in the Grand Line. To put this in perspective, in the original narrative, even after Luffy's crew defeated Crocodile, their cumulative bounty was not even 200 million. Having contemplated this step, Shano, a person afflicted with severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, felt an urgent need to act without delay. As the sun ascended to its zenith, and nearly everyone had awakened, Shano gathered everyone on the slope to propose this idea. As anticipated, the response was overwhelmingly enthusiastic. Evidently, this topic had been long overdue for discussion. The atmosphere was even more exuberant than the previous night's bonfire feast, with even the usually disinterested Uncle Beachy joining in the conversation. The first order of business was, naturally, the name of the pirate crew, as a name serves as the face of any pirate entity. The challenge of naming a pirate crew has confounded countless individuals and will continue to present a headache in the future. One must recognize that this task is far more complex than naming one's own child, as a child has but one father and mother, whereas a pirate crew encompasses many individuals. After a lengthy deliberation, Kidd stood up confidently, hands on hips, and proclaimed the name Steel Pirate Crew, only to be met with dissatisfaction from Kira, who suggested Samurai Pirate Crew. Subsequently, a plethora of names emerged, including Breaking Wave Pirate Crew, Hunter Pirate Crew, Frenzied Blade Pirate Crew, and Keen Edge Pirate Crew. The suggestions varied widely in style, ranging from juvenile and over-the-top to overly artistic, cliché, and even absurd. However, it was evident that none of the proposed names resonated positively with the group. Complaints and disdain for each suggestion were rampant. Ultimately, it was Shano who could no longer tolerate the chaos. Drawing inspiration from his own reputation, he decisively declared the name Tempest Pirate Crew. Tempest Pirate Crew. Upon the utterance of this name, the previously clamorous crowd fell into an unexpected silence, with none daring to voice dissent. Instead, they instinctively nodded in agreement, displaying a remarkable sense of satisfaction. This was not due to the brilliance of the name itself. Indeed, Shano found it somewhat mediocre and uninspiring, but rather, when contrasted with the dismal reputation of the Mad Sword Pirates, it became evident that few words could more aptly embody the title of Swordmaster ascribed to Shano. Out of respect and gratitude towards him, the crew found themselves devoid of any reasons to oppose. In 2016, I embarked on my journey as an author on Shidian. During that inaugural year, a fellow writer, one whose work I greatly admire, casually remarked in our author group that one begins writing out of passion, yet concludes a story out of obligation. I wholeheartedly agreed at that time, as I was not only an author, but also an ardent reader, diligently following 2 to 3 dozen novels and harboring a deep disdain for authors who abruptly abandon their works. However, I never anticipated that, in less than 2 years, I would become the very person I once loathed as a reader. Due to personal circumstances, this book has faced several prolonged hiatuses over the past few months, the most recent of which lasted a staggering month and a half. While it was not truly abandoned, it nonetheless inflicted a reading experience far worse than that of an outright discontinuation upon my readers. Therefore, I must extend my sincere apologies to those who have continued to follow this book, as well as to those who, for various reasons, could no longer bear to wait and withdrew midway. I am truly sorry. This past half year has regrettably disappointed many expectations. Longtime readers may feel frustration at my inability to maintain a consistent update schedule like other authors, while familiar peers might be perplexed, questioning why a quality piece that debuted with such promise could not yield a steady income with just a few more updates. I also owe an apology to my editor for having received numerous recommendation placements and achieving explosive success at launch, yet failing to provide sustained and stable benefits to the Yuan group. There are various reasons for the hiatus, both objective and subjective. Some stem from unfortunate circumstances, while others arise from my own laziness. Frankly, the former plays a significant role, yet I am too ashamed to lament my plight here, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Whether I am deemed a slacker or otherwise, I accept those labels. What lies ahead is far more crucial. The pressing question remains, will this book continue? My answer is unequivocal, yes. Moreover, I vow to maintain a stable update schedule until its successful conclusion. Indeed, that is correct. I shall maintain stable updates. From the very beginning, I have held the belief that abandoning a work is a disgrace akin to forsaking one's own child. A book, to its author, is akin to progeny, something that ought never to be relinquished casually. Consequently, even my debut work on Shidian, which languished with a mere 300 to 400 subscriptions, has continued to see intermittent updates. Previously, I had convinced myself that as long as I was not completely ceasing to write, I could not be considered a negligent author. Thus, over the past few months, my habit of updating once a month was witnessed. In hindsight, such a notion was undoubtedly self-deceptive, akin to completely abandoning a narrative. Both represent a profound disrespect to the loyal readers who support the original work. Therefore, following this resumption, I assure all esteemed readers that I shall not arbitrarily halt updates without prior notice. I commit to stable updates until I fulfill my initial promise of completion, until Shano traverses the entirety of his path as a swordsman. I invite you all to hold me accountable and to strive together in this endeavor. On March 30th, at the stroke of midnight, Chapter 184, Shano vs. Brokey. After an hour of deliberation, the name of the pirate crew was officially determined. Ultimately settled upon Shano's proposal, the Gale Pirate Crew. Without a doubt, Shano emerged as the sole candidate for captain, and regarding the other positions aboard the ship, the harmonious atmosphere among the crew, which set them apart from other pirate crews, allowed for open discussions without reservations. This proved to be far more efficient than naming the crew. In just a matter of a few minutes, the fundamental structure of the pirate crew was established. The first mate would be Beachy, a gentleman whom Shano had known since childhood, now nearing 50 years of age. He had navigated the Grand Line for nearly 4 years, with a bounty reaching 40 million berries, and his nautical experience and combat prowess were incomparable to when he had first set sail in the East Sea. Thus, he was perfectly suited for the role of first mate. Delamp was appointed as the bosun, although Shano's crew was small in terms of basic coordination. There was no one else besides this burly man with a beard who could manage it effectively. The newly joined Daz, despite his formidable strength, was not yet familiar with the captain's other crew members, and their relationships were still in the nascent stage. Therefore, he was temporarily assigned no specific duties, serving instead as a cadre and Shano's personal attendant. As for Kid, Kira, and Ivy, they all fell into the category of free agents among the crew. The first two were deemed too young by Shano to be reliably entrusted with any responsibilities, and he preferred to wait for their growth over the next couple of years. Conversely, Princess Ivy possessed an exceptionally comprehensive skill set, making it inappropriate to assign her any specific role. In addition, the remaining ordinary crew members totaled 36, organized by Shano into 2 combat teams. Daniel and Ross, both skilled swordsmen, were appointed as captains of the first and second teams, respectively, each commanding a contingent of 18 members, undoubtedly forming the backbone of the pirate crew. With the resolutions concluded, only minor details remained, such as the pirate flag. Shano had a draft in mind, but decided it best to postpone its creation until the formal departure, especially since they currently lacked a ship. Unbeknownst to them, noon had arrived. As everyone had risen late, they opted to combine breakfast with lunch. The meal featured roasted meat sourced from the saber-toothed dragon encountered the previous day upon landing. After careful smoking, the flavor proved to be surprisingly delightful, complemented by some berries that Ivy had foraged nearby. In less than half an hour, the entire saber-toothed dragon was devoured, leaving only bones behind. Fick and another bounty hunter, after enduring a day of hunger, joyfully indulged in this feast. However, as soon as they had their fill, they were hurriedly urged by Daz to board a small boat, departing amidst the farewell of the others as they gradually vanished over the horizon. They were, as per the agreement between Daz and Shano, setting out to sea in search of a ship, with their destination being Whiskey Peak. This was the starting point of the route chosen by Daz and his 2 companions after traversing the upside-down mountain from the West Sea, a place where they had previously operated and were quite familiar with. To accumulate sufficient magnetic force, the record pointer in the quaint garden requires a full year. Thus, under such circumstances, Whiskey Peak remains the sole destination. According to the timeline within the manga, when Luffy and his companions arrive at Whiskey Peak, it outwardly appears to be a harmonious and picturesque town. However, it is in truth a stronghold for bounty hunters, comprising peripheral members of the Baroque works, obedient to Crocodile. Had Zoro not feigned inebriation, the Straw Hat Pirates would have nearly met their demise in this perilous locale, notorious among pirates. Yet, it is merely the winter of the year 1514 in the Sea Circle calendar. According to Shano's recollections, Crocodile's activities near the Kingdom of Alabasta were not to occur for at least another year. Furthermore, the Baroque works would not fully establish their plans until the year 1516, coinciding with the agreement reached between Robin and Crocodile. Shano inquired about Daz, noting that the town at the base of Whiskey Peak remains relatively normal. Due to its unique geographical location, it has attracted numerous pirates and bounty hunters, thriving more than many islands of similar size. The presence of shipyards and a natural harbor makes it an excellent place to purchase vessels. In addition, Dramp and Ross will accompany them as supervisors, carrying over 20 million berries, nearly the entire savings of the Gale pirate crew. Shano felt a degree of confidence in Daz, yet the 2 bounty hunters, who had been adversaries just yesterday, brought uncertainty. Thus, he decided to have his crew accompany them, firstly for oversight, and secondly, entrusting the selection of ships to Dramp, a seasoned sailor familiar with vessels. However, Shano was unaware that Ku and another bounty hunter harbored no ill intentions. In truth, they had been intimidated by the display of Shano's formidable strength the previous day and were deeply questioning whether they could continue to navigate the Grand Line with their meager skills after Daz's departure. The conclusion was unfavorable. The weapons they had purchased with their life savings had been rendered useless under Kid's devil fruit powers and relying solely on their individual prowess. They likely could not even contend with bounties in the millions. Thus, the unfortunate duo reached a tacit agreement shortly after leaving Little Garden. Once they assisted the pirate named Shano in procuring a ship, they would return to the West Blue for one final score, hoping to save up some money before retiring to their hometown to marry. Compared to the perils of the open sea, the allure of a comfortable life was indeed more enticing. That evening, Fick reflected on this sentiment with a blissful expression while enjoying canned herring aboard the ship. These trivial matters were, of course, unbeknownst to Shano, who, after several hours, found himself on the crest of a towering ancient tree, exhilarated as he gazed at two giants battling fiercely amidst a volcanic landscape several hundred meters away. Their roars echoed through the air, and the clash of axe and sword produced sparks the size of bowls, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping the island. This was genuine combat, devoid of mercy or room for error. It seemed that any misstep could result in bloodshed at any moment. Even from such a distance, Shano felt a shiver run down his spine, yet simultaneously, a thrill coursed through his veins. Before him stood two legendary figures, the captains of the giant pirate crew, renowned across the seas, with bounties exceeding 100 million from a century ago. Compared to them, previous formidable opponents, such as Smoker or X, Drake seemed insignificant. What splendid adversaries they were! Shano understood clearly and was acutely aware of his limitations. With his current capabilities, engaging in a direct confrontation with these two titans was undoubtedly a fool's errand. Yet, he felt an insatiable desire to test himself. If he could glean even a fragment of wisdom from their battle, allowing for personal growth through understanding, he would willingly endure defeat after defeat. In this world, true strength is forged through adversity. Chapter 185. Shano versus Brokey. 20 minutes later, the fierce clash between Brokey and Donley finally reached its conclusion. Both warriors lay battered and breathless upon the ground, appearing utterly incapable of rising. The outcome, as expected, was an impasse. Indeed, witnessing the inevitable conclusion of their duel, Shano shrugged his shoulders and, with a swift push from his toes, propelled himself upward like an arrow released from its bow, landing gracefully atop the nearest colossal tree after a few agile leaps. Huh? Is that not young Shano? The commotion was impossible to conceal from the two giants. Brokey's keen eyes caught sight of Shano nearby, and he turned with a broad grin, exclaiming, "What brings you here? Have you run out of drinks over there? If you need more, don't hesitate to ask. Both Donley and I still have some to share. That's not the matter at hand. Did this fellow see nothing but drink?" Shano was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, shaking his head before gesturing to the sword at his waist with a smile. "Gentlemen, I have come to seek your guidance in a spar." Spar? At the mention of this, Brokey and Donley were momentarily taken aback, their expressions suddenly brightening as they scrambled to their feet in eager unison. "I'm in." Their booming voices echoed simultaneously, only for Brokey to suddenly erupt in anger, snapping, "Hey, Donley, what are you doing? I clearly agreed first." "Nonsense. Just because you're older doesn't mean your hearing is any better. Did you not hear me say I was first?" Donley shot back defiantly. "Well, old man, not feeling challenged, are you?" Brokey swiftly yanked his massive axe from the ground. Growling, "Say that again, and I'll rip your beard right off." "Who is afraid of whom?" Donley retorted with a sardonic grin, drawing his own bronze sword with a flourish. "Tonight, let us have another match. The victor shall spar with young Shano." "Agreed. Let's do this." What a peculiar turn of events. Shano gazed at the scene unfolding before him with a look of utter bewilderment. He could hardly fathom that two giants would engage in a dispute over such a trivial matter. While it was true that the characters in the original story exhibited a rather eccentric and humorous disposition, this was merely a friendly sparring session, not a contest for a bride. Was it really necessary to escalate to this level? "Stop! Stop!" As the two giants brandished their weapons, poised to clash once more, Shano intervened hastily. When they turned their attention towards him, he sighed in exasperation. "It's just a sparring match. We can alternate turns. I'm not going to flee after my turn. Besides, Uncle, didn't you just finish fighting? Do you already have the energy for another round?" As soon as the words left his mouth, an unexpected rumble emanated from the bellies of the two giants, causing both Brokey and Dory to blush in embarrassment. After exchanging a glance, it was Brokey who cleared his throat and spoke first. "Let us find something to eat and satisfy our hunger, young Shano. You wait here for a moment. Dory and I are quite swift when it comes to meals, and we will return shortly." "Yes, that seems most appropriate," Shano replied, having no objections. He had no desire to take advantage of their fatigue. Although it was merely a routine sparring session, he genuinely wished for the two giants to showcase their true skills, as that would provide him with valuable insights. He couldn't help but wonder which unfortunate dinosaur on the island would suffer as a result of their hunger. Watching Brokey and Dory hurriedly depart into the sunset, Shano couldn't help but smirk, while they claimed to be merely filling their stomachs. Their appetites were such that a single meal for them could easily equate to a month's worth of sustenance for him. Only in a place like Little Garden could their voracious appetites be adequately met. Though he grumbled, he found himself understanding their fervent enthusiasm. Little Garden, an ancient island, was not part of any chain of islands along the Grand Line, rarely visited by humans. Even the occasional unfortunate soul who dared to dock their ship often harbored ulterior motives. Most would either end up as prey for the island's ancient beasts or, having heard of the giant's notoriety, would scheme against the kind-hearted duo only to meet a swift and deadly end, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the two giants, who had long been deprived of the opportunity to interact with others, felt an acute sense of loneliness. Otherwise, they would not have been so exhilarated upon encountering the skeletal bull yesterday. Now that they had forged a friendship with Shano and his companions, they cherished their presence even more. After bidding farewell to Fictoramp and the others at noon, Brokey had nervously requested Shano and his group to linger a while longer. In their words, given the unique circumstances of Little Garden, where the log pose would take an entire year to accumulate the necessary magnetic pull, and the likelihood of a naval presence was virtually non-existent, they thought it prudent to simply remain there for a year. It sounded quite reasonable. Yet Shano immediately rejected the idea. After all, it would mean an entire year. Not to mention that, in his view, there was no necessity to hide from the Navy. The myriad issues of survival would be exceedingly difficult to resolve. If they were to remain there for a whole year, it was likely that all the crew, including Ivy, would end up resembling wild men clad in animal skins. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and as he pondered these thoughts, a thunderous sound of footsteps approached from a distance, snapping Shano back to reality. He turned to see the figures of Brokey and Dongli re-emerging before him. The regenerative capabilities of the giant race were indeed formidable. Compared to earlier, both men appeared significantly revitalized. Though their bodies bore fresh scars, blood had ceased to flow, and signs of scabbing were evident. Furthermore, their previously sunken bellies now showed a slight bulge. Shano quickly realized he had misjudged the situation. After this meal, it seemed that the unfortunate dinosaurs were not merely one, but at least 3 or 4. The two men had evidently reached an unspoken understanding during their meal. Dongli settled against the largest and thickest tree, wearing a cheerful expression as if he were merely a spectator, while Brokey stood firmly in the center. With a powerful thump of his right fist against his chest, he raised his massive axe over his shoulder and bellowed with laughter at Shano. "Come on, young Shano, let us have a good fight." Regrettably, he wasn't Zazoey. After a casual quip, Shano straightened from the tree trunk, his right hand gently resting upon the hilt of his sword, gazing at Brokey, who stood a mere dozen meters away. With a nod, his expression gradually turned serious. "I apologize." These 3 unadorned words heralded the commencement of battle. In an instant, the trunk trembled violently, and a flurry of broad leaves cascaded down, while Shano's figure abruptly vanished from spot. "Iato /" he silently chanted in his heart, his gaze sharpening. Faced with the colossal Brokey, Shano exhibited no hesitation and initiated the forward slash, swiftly closing the distance between them. With a flick of his wrist, the blade was drawn from its sheath. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind Brokey, leveraging the nearby tree branches to propel himself. As he gripped the hilt of his sword, his movements quickened, and amidst the sudden rush of wind pressure, Shano shouted, executing a horizontal slash downward at Brokey, who was still facing the other way, seemingly caught off guard. Hasaki. Chapter 186. Power Suppression Buzz. An almost transparent wave of energy swirled around the blade of Lake Toya, and as the sword descended, the air pressure immediately coalesced, roaring downward like a tempest. The surrounding winds howled, causing Shano to squint slightly. Clang. However, the next moment brought forth a crisp sound of collision. Shano's sword did not pierce Brokey's body. Unbeknownst to him, a vast giant axe had materialized between the blade and Brokey, serving as an impenetrable steel curtain that thwarted all angles of attack from the sword's tip. So swift, a tremendous resistance jolted Shano's wrist, causing a tingling sensation. He glanced with a hint of surprise at the massive axe before him, but hesitated not a moment longer. Just as his form was about to plummet, he abruptly sidestepped and kicked off against the back edge of the axe blade, using it to propel himself swiftly down the handle towards Brokey's arm. "Hey Shano, you're quite swift." Brokey had fully turned around by this point, and upon witnessing Shano's movements, he immediately grasped his intention. With a wide grin, he laughed heartily. "However, I shan't grant you the opportunity to get too close." As he spoke, he gave a slight flick of his right wrist, causing the axe handle to tremble and flip over. Following this motion, he thrust it downwards, and misfortune befell Shano, who felt a sudden numbness in his heels. Before he could adjust his position, the enormous dark axe descended upon him with a resounding crash. Boom! In such moments, the sheer disparity in strength became evident. Despite appearing to be a casual counterattack, the impact sent Shano plummeting from dozens of meters above, resulting in a thunderous thud as he struck the ground, creating a pit 2 meters deep. For several seconds, silence enveloped the scene. "Hey, Brokey, you bastard. What are you doing?" Easton, who was watching from a distance, could no longer remain composed. He stood up, anxiety etched upon his face. "Shano can't possibly. Let me take a look." Brokey, momentarily startled, hastily set down his axe and crouched down. Just as he prepared to clear the pit, a faint stirring emanated from within, and soon enough, a muddy Shano emerged, struggling but alive. "Shano!" Both Brokey and Easton expressed their astonishment and relief. Coughing and spluttering from the dust that had choked him, Shano finally steadied himself. Facing the concerned gazes of the two giants, he rubbed his forehead and explained, "I'm fine, just a bit dazed from the impact." "That's a relief," Brokey exhaled, the weight of guilt lifting from his shoulders. Had Shano been severely injured due to his lack of control, he would have felt an unbearable remorse. After a brief pause, he inquired, "So, shall we continue?" "Of course." Ziano nodded, responding without a hint of hesitation. He then slightly stretched his limbs and picked up the fallen to a lake nearby, assuming a standard Ayajutsu stance. In truth, his condition was far from the nonchalant facade he projected. Although Brokey's previous strike had not been delivered with full force, the massive axe, weighing over 1,000 pounds, had indeed collided squarely with Ziano's body. Coupled with the fall from a height of 40 to 50 meters, he felt as though his entire skeletal structure was on the verge of disintegration, his mind resonating with a dull hum. Were it not for years of rigorous training that had significantly enhanced his physique, he would have been incapable of rising, even after a full day of rest. "Come on, old man." Ziano waited for a moment, and once Brokey had drawn his colossal axe and prepared for battle, he unsheathed his sword again. With a low growl, he charged forward, employing a forward slash. Although their previous encounter had ended in utter defeat, Ziano had come to realize the errors of his ways. A warrior of Brokey's stature, belonging to the giant race, was not nearly as cumbersome as he appeared, at least in close combat. His reflexes were remarkably swift. Ziano's earlier attempt to exploit his speed by leaping onto Brokey's shoulder with the axe handle was a grave miscalculation, akin to courting death. Understanding this, Ziano focused more intently on controlling his positioning in the subsequent exchanges, skillfully shifting about in search of an opportunity to strike while minimizing Brokey's chances of landing a blow, thereby seeking to deplete his opponent's stamina. However, it was evident that the giants possessed a physical endurance far beyond what Ziano could rival. After 5 minutes of entanglement, though Ziano's feints had somewhat agitated Brokey, revealing several vulnerabilities in his offense, Ziano himself was considerably fatigued. He narrowly missed several opportunities, with the sole moment of threatening Brokey occurring when he unleashed a towering whirlwind, a manifestation of his accumulated sword intent, which briefly threw the giant into disarray. The turning point arrived around the 10-minute mark, as Ziano leaped from the top of a towering tree, over 100 meters high, to evade Brokey's descending axe. He was slightly delayed due to exhaustion. The gust generated by the axe's blade grazed him, disrupting his strategy. Realizing he had little time to react, Ziano was compelled to counter with a strike of his own, meeting Brokey's neck swing head-on. The sound of the clash reverberated ominously in Ziano's mind. It was the first time he had truly endured the brunt of a giant's assault. A searing pain, akin to being torn apart, radiated from his right hand. After struggling to dissipate the force, he steadied himself on the ground, only to discover a gaping 3 to 4 centimeter gash in his palm, blood oozing forth. The sight of the wound was alarming, and the flow of blood increased rapidly. Gritting his teeth, Ziano inhaled sharply, yet without a moment's hesitation. He tore a strip from his belt and swiftly bound his hand to staunch the bleeding. Clenching his sword once more, he propelled himself upward with renewed resolve, ready to strike again. As for Brokey, he had paused with his axe in hand, observing Shano as he tended to his wounds. At this moment, witnessing Shano resume the battle without a word, a glimmer of respect appeared in his eyes. He refrained from saying anything further, letting out a roar as he too gripped his axe and brought it down with force. Time passed unknowingly, and the sun finally sank beneath the horizon. The night descended silently, enveloping the entire island in darkness. From a distance, only 2 or 3 flickering campfires could be seen at the center, their flames dancing gently in the night breeze. In the camp, shadows moved about busily under Ivy's direction. Nearly everyone was engaged in tasks. Following their discussions in the morning, it became clear to all that they would need to reside on this island for a while longer, waiting for Duramp and the others to return with a boat, which would take at least half a month for the round trip. Given this circumstance, Their accommodations could no longer be as casual as the previous night. Thus, from the afternoon until now, the dilapidated ship that Fick had bombarded with a rocket launcher had been stripped of its supplies, primarily consisting of materials for setting up tents, food, and fresh water. Additionally, due to the armory being located on the second floor near the stern and remaining dry, most of the firearms and ammunition were still usable and have been transported down as well. A new book has been released, and regarding its subsequent updates, the new work has just passed review. It is titled Exploding Imagination from the Pirates, which can be considered an infinite flow narrative. The chosen world draws from animated series and television shows that left a deep impression during the childhood of those born in the 90s. With the primary storyline focusing on pirates, it promises to be more thrilling than this current work. I hope those interested will support it with their collections. As for this book, it will maintain a daily update basis and is expected to conclude around the time the new book is launched, with approximately half of the remaining word counts still to be written, so there is no need for concern about it being abandoned. Chapter 187. Gains and Enhancements. Kid, come over here and help move these shells to the tent at the far west of the camp. Ivy, stationed at a high point and busy coordinating, called out to Kid as he passed by. The shells were solid and quite heavy. Only you can manage to lift them with relative ease. A trivial matter. Kid nodded in agreement, then walked toward the pile of shells. Without any visible effort, the shells on the ground began to levitate, following Kid's control as they slowly floated toward the western side of the camp. Strangely, Ivy possessed a quiet demeanor that made it hard for anyone to lose their temper at her. Generally, Kid spoke rather bluntly to others, except when in Shano's presence. However, he displayed a surprising level of compliance toward Ivy, almost to the point of being obedient. Having completed the task, Kid returned in just 2 or 3 minutes. The once towering pile of shells now relocated. With an easy smile, he asked, "Sister Ivy, is there anything else you need my help with?" "Let me see." Ivy was about to lower her head to peruse the notebook in her hand when her peripheral vision caught sight of a shadowy figure emerging from the flickering campfire in the northwestern corner of the campsite. The approacher appeared gravely injured, limping with a pace that resembled crawling. She was momentarily taken aback, and at that instant Kid, who had been quietly observing her expression, also took notice and swiftly advanced, barking, "Who goes there?" Kid's booming voice, renowned among the crew, almost instantly stirred half the camp, drawing a multitude of gazes into the darkness. Yet the next moment, a voice emerged from the outside, familiar beyond measure. "It's me." "The captain?" A chorus of gasps erupted within the camp, startling Ivy, who hastily discarded her notebook and rushed forward. The nearest crew members quickly followed suit, assisting Ivy in bringing Shano inside. As Shano settled beside the campfire, the sight of him left everyone wide-eyed with disbelief. He was covered in blood, his clothing in tatters, and the blue fabric that had once bound his hair was nowhere to be found, leaving his long hair in disarray. Numerous wounds adorned his body, particularly a gaping scar on the web of his right hand, which bore the unmistakable mark of a recent scab, an alarming sight indeed. "What on earth happened? Who on this island could inflict such harm upon you?" Kid gasped, taken aback, before suddenly realizing, could it be that enemies have infiltrated the island again? Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere of the entire camp shifted to one of tension. Shano remained silent. Accepting the cup of water Ivy handed him, downing it in one go before casting an irritable glare at Kid. "What nonsense are you spouting? These injuries are merely the result of a spar with Brokey and the others." "A spar?" Kid was left dumbfounded. If it was merely a spar, such injuries seemed excessive. "You didn't sustain such grievous wounds even during your last encounter with that naval major, Drake. It may appear severe, but in truth, they are merely superficial injuries. No fractures. Nothing of great concern." Shano nonchalantly shook his head, while Ivy had already fetched the potion and bandages to tend to his wounds. Once his wrist was properly wrapped, he cast a sidelong glance at Kid, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "What's this, you little rascal? Are you suggesting that in a sparring match one cannot sustain injuries? How about we engage in a friendly bout right now, and I grant you a taste of what it feels like?" No, that's not what I meant," Kid replied, his face paling at the notion. He let out a nervous chuckle, quickly shifting his gaze as he deemed it wiser to change the subject. "So what was the outcome? Who triumphed? You or Brokey and the others?" "Naturally, they emerged victorious," Shano replied. "After all, they're legendary pirates feared by the Navy even a century ago, far exceeding my expectations in strength." Shano had nothing to conceal and openly admitted it. As he reminisced about the gains and losses from the recent battle, a light-hearted smile suddenly graced his face. "However," he mused, "the rewards have surpassed my expectations considerably. Both of you gentlemen are quite commendable." Should you wish to enhance your prowess, I encourage you to seek a sparring match with them. I assure you, they would welcome the opportunity. The atmosphere among the camp's occupants shifted abruptly, their expressions momentarily frozen, followed by a wave of awkward laughter. What ist? They were well aware of Shano's formidable strength. After all, their own captain had suffered a humiliating defeat at his hands. If they were to challenge him, what if their opponent did not temper his strength? The prospect of meeting Gold Roger was far too daunting. Would they still dare to traverse the Grand Line? Shano did not expect everyone to possess such ambition. He smiled and refrained from pressing the matter further. However, he was oblivious to the fact that both Kid and Kira, upon hearing his casual remarks, exchanged glances that sparkled with eagerness and a hint of enthusiasm. As the commotion began to settle, Shano surveyed his surroundings and, upon observing the multitude of tents that had been assembled, he suddenly comprehended the nature of Ivy and the others' prior endeavors. Rising to his feet, he cheerfully declared, "All right, the day is drawing to a close. Let us all return and rest. You have all worked hard this afternoon. It is best to rejuvenate our spirits before tackling the remainder tomorrow. Captain, Shano's prestige is undeniably formidable at this moment." Thus, upon issuing a command, a harmonious chorus of responses resonated throughout the camp. Soon after, the tents began to illuminate one by one, and the crowd, which had gathered in the center of the camp, gradually dispersed. "How about something to eat? I could prepare it right away," Ivy suggested, her gaze lingering on the battered Shano, concern etched on her face. "No, I'm utterly exhausted. I lack the strength even to eat. I shall rest first, and we can discuss it in the morning." Shano waved his hand in polite refusal, then wearily dragged his body toward his tent. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the meticulously arranged grass, utterly exhausted. He felt too fatigued to even lift a finger. Today had truly drained him. After pushing his limits in a sparring session with Below, he had still managed to engage in a skirmish with Dongli, despite his overwhelming hunger. Now, all he desired was slumber. However, before succumbing to sleep, Shano summoned his attribute panel for a brief inspection. Name: Shano, hero level 642806000. Strength: 75. Agility: 91. Wind blade technique. Intermediate proficiency: 13856300000. Skills: Steel slash, level 3, forward slash, level 2. To live for death, indomitable. Not yet comprehended. Requires advanced proficiency in wind blade technique. Wine barrier. Not yet comprehended. Requires advanced proficiency in wind blade technique. Furious gale, execution slash. Not yet comprehended. Requires master proficiency in wind blade technique. Reputation: somewhat notable. Chapter 188. A month later, he had gained approximately 800 points in proficiency. Stifling yawn while glancing at the significantly fluctuating skill proficiency on his attribute panel, a rare smile graced Shano's lips. Although his primary intention in sparring with the two giants was to enhance his combat skills through practical experience, the unexpected increase in proficiency for the wind blade technique was indeed a pleasant surprise. Since establishing a solid foundation of strength, he had not experienced such a substantial increase in proficiency for quite some time. In the past, engaging in battles with minor characters in the East Sea for bounties of several million would yield hundreds of points. Yet his fierce confrontation with a formidable foe like Drake from the main navy only resulted in a mere 300 points, a testament to the arduous nature of his growth. Upon reflection, he had gained around 500 points after his bout with Beloki, and an additional 300 following his encounter with Dongli. This discrepancy was not due to a disparity in the giant's strength, but rather the duration and intensity of their battles. After sparring with Beloki for an extended period, Shano found his stamina nearly depleted, and his subsequent encounter with Dongli was merely a brief exchange. It was precisely for this reason that Dongli seemed particularly disgruntled. After parting ways with Shano, he had been covertly kicking Beloki in frustration. Shano could only agree to spar with Dongli again the following day, starting with him and then switching to Beloki once their bout had run its course. Tomorrow? Tomorrow. I'm uncertain whether I will manage to rise. Glancing down at the thick bandages adorning my body, I let out a sigh. My current physical condition is undoubtedly far superior to what it was during my time at the Bartai restaurant, and when compared to my frail former self, my recovery capacity is simply astonishing. Nonetheless, it remains a considerable challenge to achieve complete healing from my injuries with just a night's rest. The night passed in silence. Upon awakening the next day, I discovered that my injuries had indeed not healed, particularly the wound at the bend of my knee, which was aggravated during my rapid movements with the wave/technique. The intense pain was hardly the main concern. Rather, it significantly hampered my speed, making it quite impractical to engage in sparring with Brokey and the others. With time on my hands, I ventured to find an open space on the southeastern side of the island and began to practice the wind sword technique anew. Frankly, my foundational physical training had gradually ceased about a year ago, and it had been quite some time since I had reviewed the wind sword technique from start to finish. The cessation of physical training was due to my body reaching its current limits. I could only enhance my strength through level advancement and broadening my potential. As for the latter, my profound familiarity with the wind sword technique rendered further practice seemingly redundant until I grasped advanced swordsmanship. However, this perspective has recently shifted. After enduring several life and death experiences, I have suddenly realized that I might have discovered some opportunities for breakthroughs. My mastery of the wind sword technique encompasses more than just the forward slash and steel slash. It also transcends mere control of the tornado, revealing a wealth of knowledge to explore and comprehend between the waves and the swordsmanship. Amidst the sound of crashing waves, the sea breeze, having passed through the filtering embrace of the forest, lost all its roughness and ferocity. It caressed my cheeks like a delicate veil, refreshing and invigorating, even alleviating some of the sun's scorching intensity. Approaching noon, I remained as diligent as I had been in the morning, meticulously adhering to the swordsmanship principles that had become as clear as a mirror in my mind. With each stroke and every move, I practiced the entire set of sword techniques under the blazing sunlight, causing the hilt of my sword to subtly heat up, even emitting faint wisps of smoke. Yet, I remained oblivious, my entire focus still immersed in the fluidity of the swordplay. With a final, complete set of sword movements concluded, I sheathed my sword and exhaled deeply. At this moment, my clothing was entirely soaked with sweat, and the immense physical exertion had left my lips cracked and peeling. Even in this moment of rest, beads of sweat continued to cascade down my forehead, hinting at the potential for improvement that lay ahead. Stripping off his upper garment, Shano cast it aside onto a nearby boulder, his well-toned physique laid bare under the sun's radiant glow. Sipping the prepared fresh water, he found himself lost in contemplation. The third and ninth forms could complement each other. Once mastered, they could be employed in practical combat, enabling the execution of 3 consecutive sword strikes amidst the steel slash, the might of which remained untested for now, but at the very least would render the opponent momentarily confounded, thus achieving a surprising victory. Setting down his cup, Shano regulated his breathing, striving for a steady rhythm in his cardiovascular exertion, while his index finger gently caressed the hilt of the sword named Lake Toya, deep in thought. Furthermore, the fifth form could be isolated and slightly modified, allowing for a reverse strike against the enemy's back during the forward slash, leveraging the residual pressure of the air wave to unleash a subsequent blow with destructive force rivaling that of a miniature tornado, potentially even surpassing it due to quicker acceleration in combat situations. If he were to employ these 2 techniques following the accumulation of the Gale Sword intent through the steel slash, the resulting power could be truly terrifying. Provided he grasped the timing perfectly, even if Drake were to transform once more into an ancient Tyrannosaurus, he would not be without a chance of victory. The more he pondered, the clearer his thoughts became. The clearer his thoughts, the deeper his insights. After several minutes, Shano's plan matured in his mind, and through repeated analysis of the wind blade technique, he gradually identified numerous flaws that had persisted in combat despite his diligent practice. Almost there. As the rest period came to an end, Shano mentally reviewed his considerations one last time before resuming his practice with the drawn sword. While diligently repeating the wind blade technique, he began to explore and tentatively transform his theories into reality. In the days that followed, Shano adhered to a disciplined training regimen, engaging in sparring with Brokey and Dongli every other day. If he sustained only minor injuries, he would continue the next day. Otherwise, he would rest for a day, focusing solely on refining the wind blade technique and experimenting with new maneuvers. Thus, time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had gone by. One early morning, as the camp's inhabitants finished their breakfast and were tidying up the remnants of their meal, Daniel, standing atop a hillside, suddenly shouted with excitement, as if he had spotted something remarkable. "Look, is that not Drake and the others returning?" The group fell momentarily silent, including Shano, who was preparing to practice his swordplay at their usual spot, all turning to gaze towards the sea. Indeed, just as Daniel had proclaimed, a remarkably large vessel, its white sails billowing, was slowly approaching the shore from the southernmost river mouth of the island. Chapter 189. An unexpected turn of events let us go and take a look. Due to the considerable distance, although one could vaguely discern a few figures on the foredeck of the ship, the specifics of their faces remained indistinguishable. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Shano promptly decided to accompany the crew to the shore for a closer inspection. Naturally, there were no objections from the others, who eagerly followed behind, with the exception of Ivy and a few younger crew members who stayed behind to continue tidying up the dishes, leaving the entire camp momentarily deserted. The small garden, though not expansive, took them 20 minutes to reach the riverbank, where the large vessel had just docked, anchoring itself under the gaze of the onlookers. Indeed, it was Dramp. The first to speak was Daniel, who had previously served as a lookout and possessed remarkable eyesight. Standing on a low rise by the shore, he quickly recognized several individuals on the deck, including the two bounty hunters. However, he was puzzled by the absence of Ross. Over the past 2 months, Daniel had developed a close camaraderie with Ross, to the point where it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as a best friend. Thus, in the absence of his companion, Daniel's expression was tinged with both confusion and concern. Perhaps he was at the helm in the cabin. It was not a cause for alarm, after all. Kid, swaggering in behind, clapped Daniel on the shoulder and chuckled. With a ship this large, it's impossible for just anyone to control it from the inside. Just wait. He'll be along shortly. No need to fret. As he spoke, he removed his goggles and waved enthusiastically at the docked vessel, calling out, "Hey, over here, Uncle Dramp. And Ross, we're all here." This gesture ignited the enthusiasm of the camp, with everyone cheering and waving, both to welcome their long-missed comrades back and to celebrate the fact that the Gale pirates finally possessed a grand ship of their own once more. Observing Kid at the forefront of the jubilant crowd, Shano couldn't help but smile. It was rather astonishing to see Eustace Kid, whom he had previously known as a cold and ruthless leader with strictness towards his subordinates, so openly celebrating the return of his companions. Meanwhile, after the ship had stabilized, Dramp and his companions descended from the deck, lowering a soft ladder. The crowd, led by Shano, moved forward to greet them, but they quickly sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Approaching them, the expressions of Dramp and his companions were far from pleasant, with Dramp himself wearing an exceptionally grave countenance. What happened? Yasuo was acutely aware that something was amiss. As Dramp approached, he glanced toward the deck and confirmed that Ross had not come down. His brow furrowed slightly. Where was Ross? "Captain, there's been an incident," Dramp replied, lowering his head slightly, a hint of guilt in his demeanor. "Due to some of my mistakes, Ross was unable to return with us." Yasuo's heart sank momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. "Take your time. There is no need to rush. What happened to Ross? Is he in trouble?" This question echoed the concerns of the others, and upon reflecting on the myriad dangers of the Grand Line, many, including Daniel, felt their eyes welling with tears. Dramp, sensing the misunderstanding, hastened to clarify, "No, it is not that Ross is dead. It is merely that during our ship procurement, an unforeseen circumstance arose, and he was forcibly detained at Whiskey Peak. We were unable to bring him back." Upon hearing this, the anxious expressions of the group softened significantly, and Yasuo felt the tension within him dissipate. Observing Dramp's parched appearance, he refrained from pressing for immediate details, instead requesting some fresh water. It was only during the return journey to the camp that Dramp was able to recount the entire sequence of events in detail. After a lengthy discussion lasting upwards of 10 minutes, it was fortunate that Dramp possessed commendable storytelling skills, allowing the group to finally comprehend the situation regarding Ross. The origins of the incident were rooted in the various factions that had taken hold of Whiskey Peak. Originally, the small town nestled at the foot of Whiskey Peak was a chaotic place where various factions had engaged in covert struggles for years. However, due to the relatively equal strength among them, a delicate balance was established, rendering any rash actions unwise. It was this equilibrium that allowed Whiskey Peak to maintain its outward tranquility and enjoy a phase of prosperity and development. Yet, this serenity was shattered over half a month ago by an external force, the Iron Sword pirate crew, who traversed the upside-down mountain for the South Sea and docked at the Grand Line, while some of the crew indulged in the local taverns. A conflict arose over pricing, leading the furious vice-captain of the Iron Sword crew to brutally slay the tavern owner and bartender, inadvertently harming several patrons in the process. Ironically, among the innocent victims was a member of the largest bounty hunter faction in Whiskey Peak. This young man, named Tansang, was responsible for gathering intelligence and had recently been promoted to a core member due to his commendable performance. He was a promising recruit, favored by the gang leader for further cultivation, yet met an untimely and unjust demise. Naturally, the bounty hunter faction was incensed, and under their leader's guidance, they sought retribution, resulting in a fierce confrontation that culminated in the annihilation of the pirates. The vice-captain who had murdered Tansang was executed and displayed as a warning, leaving him in a state of utter disfigurement. This incident ignited a fervor in the region, with significant casualties on both sides. The Iron Sword pirate crew declared an all-out war against the bounty hunters, who adopted a similarly relentless stance. The ensuing days of conflict transformed Whiskey Peak into a chaotic battleground. While the bounty hunters were comparatively weaker, their familiarity with the terrain and alliances with other local factions bolstered their strength significantly. Conversely, the Iron Sword crew claimed to be the mightiest in the South Sea, led by the notorious Captain Iron Sword Brodel, whose bounty reached an astounding 60 million berries. The crew was composed entirely of formidable swordsmen. However, the adage "a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake" rang true, as their advantage in combat was considerably diminished by the relentless assaults of their adversaries, leading to a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand. As for Dromp and his companions, they had already secured a satisfactory ship for 20 million berries and were prepared to depart. Little did they know that they would encounter such turmoil. The initial battleground was the port, and to avoid being embroiled in the conflict, Dromp decided to wait at an inn in town for the situation at the port to temporarily subside before seizing the opportunity to set sail. However, that very night, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Chapter 190. Setting sail that evening, due to the availability of rooms at the inn, the group decided to split up for the night. Except for Ross, who was on the ground floor, the others occupied rooms on the second floor. In the dead of night, around 1 or 2 o'clock, the skirmish between the Iron Sword crew and the local bounty hunters spilled over to the vicinity of the inn. A severely injured young pirate, limping from his injuries, stumbled into the alley behind the inn while being pursued. Ross's room was fortuitously positioned to face this alley, and he was awakened by the sounds of chaos. Peering out the window, he caught sight of the unfortunate lad, appearing no older than 14 or 15, collapsing against the wall. Despite knowing he ought not to interfere, Ross hesitated for a moment, unable to disregard the plight of what seemed to be a mere child. Just before the pursuers arrived, he took it upon himself to drag the boy into his room, thus saving a life. In the darkness, the pursuers were thwarted, but little did Ross anticipate that the individual he rescued would turn out to be an ungrateful ingrate. In the early hours of the following day, upon regaining consciousness, the young pirate displayed no semblance of gratitude. Instead, he reproached Ross for his meddlesome interference. Seizing the opportunity while Ross ascended the stairs to confer with Dramp, the boy brazenly made off with his sword. Ross had personally selected this blade from the armory of the Don Quixote family's ship. While it may not have reached the caliber of a fine sword, it was nonetheless formidable enough for the battles in the New World, making it quite desirable for a pirate who had just ventured onto the Grand Line from the South Sea. However, this act would prove to be a significant blunder. For a swordsman, a sword is almost as vital as life itself. Upon discovering the theft, Ross was consumed with fury and dashed out of the tavern in pursuit. Yet, it was not until he had followed the thief to the very lair of the Iron Sword pirate crew that he realized the boy was none other than the younger brother of Captain Brodel, a notorious brat accustomed to getting his way. Not only did he refuse to return the sword, but he also incited his brother to imprison Ross. This entire debacle was an unexpected calamity for Dramp, who was preparing to depart. He had attempted to negotiate, employing both gentle and forceful tactics, even investing the remaining millions of berries from his ship purchase, but to no avail. The boy stubbornly refused to release Ross and provocatively inflicted a brutal beating upon him in Dramp's presence, exhibiting an exceedingly domineering demeanor. Aware that he was outnumbered and unable to contend with the group, Dramp had no choice but to retreat temporarily, seeking assistance from Little Garden. Thus, the situation unfolded. Now back at their encampment, upon hearing the details of the incident, Shano's expression had unexpectedly relaxed. He shrugged nonchalantly and remarked that rascal Ross, despite being in his 20s, truly knows how to stir up trouble. "It's my fault, Captain. I should have intervened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been detained by Brodel," Dramp lamented, filled with guilt, having lost a considerable sum of berries in the process. "This incident cannot be attributed to you." Xano appeared completely unfazed. He patted Dramp's shoulder with a faint smile. Of course, he bore no ill will towards Ross. After all, he was merely rescuing someone, and the other party seemed like just a child. "I would likely have acted similarly had I been in his position. If you encounter such a situation again, I hope you will still extend your hand in aid." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and added, "Oh, if the person's name is Tazizu, then that's that." Although none understood the reference to Tazizu, Xano's comforting tone resonated with everyone present, prompting Dramp to nod appreciatively without further elaboration. The little fellow was finally exhibiting some semblance of a captain's demeanor. All this was quietly observed by Beachy, who stroked his beard, reflecting on the swift passage of time. Just a few years ago, this boy was no taller than my chest. The anxious sentiments of those around began to dissipate, only to be replaced by a surge of anger. Daniel was the first to break the silence, asking, "Captain, What should we do now? Indeed, that boy and Brodell were utterly despicable. They must pay for their actions. If anything were to happen to Ross, I would make them pay dearly. Yes, absolutely. We must go rescue Ross. And let these rookies know that the Gale Pirates are not to be trifled with. The fervor was palpable, yet the final decision lay with the captain. Amidst eager gazes, Xano smiled and turned to Kid, saying, "Go to the northern volcanic region and speak with Uncle Brokey." Huh? Kid was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "What for? Are you foolish?" Of course, to bid them farewell. His tone remained light and casual. Yet Kid noticed Xano's index finger gently grazing the hilt of his sword, a habitual gesture to suppress his killing intent before battle. Those familiar with Xano understood this was his customary preparatory move. He added, "We will return in just a few days, so there is no need for a farewell feast. Just tidying up some remnants, that's all." For an individual plagued by severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, the principle of actions must follow words serves as a fundamental guideline. In other words, the slightest delay induces an overwhelming discomfort. Merely 4 hours after Dramp returned with news, the grand ship of the Storm Pirates had already departed from Little Garden, setting sail once more across the vast, boundless ocean. Prior to this, the weapons and ammunition from the camp had been meticulously transferred to the new vessel and the crew members, each fulfilling their designated roles, from lookouts to helmsmen and gunners, were fully prepared for battle as per the earlier arrangements. It must be noted that Dramp, the seasoned sailor, possesses remarkably keen insight. The ship he procured for over 20 million berries appears to be a product of the renowned shipyard in Water 7, boasting commendable quality in both its exterior and intricate details. Spanning over 60 meters in length from bow to stern, it is nearly twice the size of the armament ship previously seized by Kidd and his crew, and it does not pale in comparison to the standard naval vessels. As it navigates the waters, slicing through waves with aplomb, it presents an impressive sight. Internally, the ship is equipped with all necessary facilities, including a dining area, kitchen, and conference room. The cabins are evidently designed with care, taking into account both natural lighting and the number of occupants, ensuring a spacious and bright environment, complete with bedding. Once settled, the crew members are fortunate enough to experience a rare sense of homeliness. This feeling should not be underestimated, as it is crucial for fostering a sense of belonging among the crew towards the pirate group. In these waters, only those pirate crews that are internally united and regard one another as family can attain the strength to dominate their territories. The white-beard pirates, the red-haired pirates, and even the seemingly dysfunctional Big Mom pirates exemplify this notion. Though Shano is currently far from these maritime sovereigns, he finds pleasure in this reality. Therefore, after everyone boarded the ship, he summoned the still morose Dramp and, in front of all, lavished praise upon him, instantly brightening the spirits of the straightforward, bearded giant. Additionally, the matter of the pirate flag, which had remained unresolved a month prior, was swiftly decided upon today. The primary motif of the flag is traditionally a skull, with the top adorned by black hair wrapped in blue cloth, symbolizing Shano's hairstyle. Instead of the customary crossbones at the bottom, 2 long swords have been substituted. In terms of detail, the skull is not as white as those of other pirate crews. Instead, it leans towards a light silver hue reminiscent of blade material, exuding a strong metallic sheen, and overall appears more refined and orthodox. The design was conceived by Shano, with contributions from everyone, while the execution was entrusted to Ivy, who, hailing from a royal background, had received formal training in artistry. The completed pirate flag can be described as vivid and lifelike, with its interplay of black and white. Skull and sword, billowing in the wind, exuding an aura that seems capable of repelling foes from 1,000 paces. Chapter 191. The coming battle half a month later. At Whiskey Peak, in a dim alleyway, a pirate towering at an impressive height of 3.5 meters bent low, straining to squeeze himself out of what appeared to be a restaurant's attic. He carried a massive bag in his hand, hefty and burdensome, while behind him trailed several equally towering pirates, laughing and joking as they followed. "Have you taken care of everything?" the leading pirate inquired, walking towards the alley's mouth without turning his head. All dealt with a total of 3 men and 2 women, plus a little brat hiding in a cupboard. Not a soul escaped. One pirate, shouldering a sniper rifle, chuckled, remarking, "I didn't expect this restaurant, though modest in appearance, to be quite affluent. I found 300,000 berries just under the boss's bed. That's a nice little windfall." 300,000 is nothing, scoffed another one-eyed pirate. "Just yesterday at the largest inn in the north of the city, I alone uncovered 4 million berries. Although, it's a pity that most of it must be surrendered. Otherwise, we could have lived quite comfortably for years. Submitting is customary." This is just how we, the Iron Sword Pirates, operate. How many other crews can claim to thrive like us? The leading pirate shot him a glance and snorted. Let us not forget, if it weren't for the captain's impressive swordsmanship 5 days ago during the decisive battle, single-handedly slaying 5 high-ranking officers on the opposing side, we might not have emerged victorious against those bounty hunters. We wouldn't be able to scour this place clean before leaving. Indeed, I hear that the esteemed Lord Brodel can now sever steel with ease. The mention of their highly revered captain filled the one-eyed pirate's face with awe. Truly, he is deserving of the highest bounty in the South Sea, known as the Swordmaster. Captain Brodel is indeed formidable, but Captain Fennon is terrifyingly strong as well. The pirate with the sniper rifle, clearly quick-witted, began to flatter the leading pirate. If you ask me, the captain didn't give Captain Fennon a chance. Otherwise, he could have easily taken out 4 or 5 of those high-ranking officers too. Ha ha, you rascal! The towering pirate, named Fennon, felt his spirits lift significantly upon hearing those words. He cast an appreciative glance at his subordinate, but humbly replied, "It's not nearly as exaggerated as you say. The blind-eyed Navy has only placed a bounty of 2 million berries on me thus far. Those bounty hunters among the officers have each captured pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries. It's not as easy to deal with as you think." As they exchanged banter, the group had already exited the alleyway. This particular alley was situated on the southern side of Whiskey Peak, and as soon as they stepped onto the main street, the expansive view greeted them, allowing them to see the port clearly even from several hundred meters away. "Let us go. After searching all morning, everyone must be quite fatigued," Fennon said, shifting the enormous bag onto his shoulder with a grin. "Let's first take a short nap. Rest well for this evening. We shall gather on the ship and depart with the captain, officially embarking on our grand adventure across the seas." "Absolutely, Captain Fennon," the crew responded enthusiastically. However, moments later, a voice filled with panic interrupted. "You all look over there. What is that?" "Huh?" Fennon, perplexed, glanced at the panicked subordinate. The frantic expression on his face suggested he was not joking, prompting Fennon to turn and look in the direction indicated. Upon doing so, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Through the thin veil of sea mist surrounding the port, he could clearly see at least a dozen large ships approaching. Most of these vessels displayed pirate flags, while some did not. Nevertheless, each ship was no less than 50 meters in length, capable of accommodating 100 crew members or more. They lined up on the sea, subtly encircling the entire port. A chill abruptly coursed up Fennon's spine, and he swallowed hard as realization dawned on him. He suddenly turned around, eyes ablaze with fury, shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry to the town and find the captain. Gather everyone and prepare for battle." Yes, the other pirates, not lacking in wit, immediately grasped the severity of their situation. Responding swiftly, the Iron Sword Pirate crew's battle squad scattered throughout the town, fervently spreading the news of the impending attack to every comrade they encountered. Meanwhile, nearly 100 nautical miles away from Whiskey Peak, a magnificent ship, resembling a colossal whale, was gliding gracefully across the ocean. "It's been 12 days already," Shano mused, frowning slightly as he gazed out at the boundless sea. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to his helmsman, Dramp. "How much longer until we arrive?" "Report, Captain, I'm not entirely sure." After a moment of contemplation, Dramp hesitantly replied, "There are no sufficiently discernible reference points nearby. However, the climatic conditions during this voyage are quite similar to those I experienced upon my return. They are relatively stable, with limited variables. Moreover, on both occasions, I endeavor to sail at maximum speed. Thus, based on my previous experience, we should arrive by tonight at the earliest, or perhaps by noon tomorrow at the latest. Let's expedite our journey." Lacking experience in navigation aboard a large vessel, Shano could do little but offer this encouragement, hoping that the Iron Sword Pirate crew had not yet departed. Otherwise, locating Ross would prove to be a formidable challenge. "Rest assured, Captain, there should be no issue," Dramp reassured, scratching his head. "When I departed, they had just commenced battle. The Whiskey Peak is still quite sizable, and the strengths of both sides are fairly evenly matched. Such a conflict, barring external intervention, would typically endure for at least several days. Even if a victor has emerged by now, that remains inconsequential. Should the Iron Sword Pirates be defeated, Ross would have the opportunity to flee. Conversely, if they prevail, they will consolidate control over the underground forces of Whiskey Peak. Given the avaricious nature of those ruffians, it is improbable that they would leave without thoroughly exploiting this city." Indeed, Shano mused, initially raising the point casually, yet he was surprised by Dramp's extensive analysis, which alleviated some of his concern for Ross's safety. Noticing that Shano had ceased his inquiries, Dramp returned to his position, focusing intently on steering the ship. Meanwhile, Shano stood alone at the bow, enveloped by the sea breeze, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Chapter 192. Vice Admiral Cancer, the proficiency in swordsmanship was merely a fraction away from a breakthrough. Gazing upwards at the sky, one could faintly discern the figure of Xiao Luo spiraling amidst the clouds. Summer Nua's right hand unconsciously brushed lightly over Lake Toya, his eyes shimmering with a hint of eagerness. After enduring countless days of arduous training and combat, he had suffered grievous injuries at the hands of Brokey and Dong Li, teetering on the brink of death on more than one occasion. Yet, his fervent pursuit of the wind sword technique remained unyielding, even during the recent days spent aboard the ship. Over the course of the past month, Summer Nua had nearly depleted both his physical and mental reserves daily, enduring a training regimen akin to a hellish ordeal. Had it not been for his remarkably superior physique, he would have found himself overwhelmed multiple times. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit. During this month, Summer Nua's prowess had surged at an unprecedented rate, marking the most rapid advancement in 3 years. Name: Summer Nua Hero Level 6 42806000. Strength 83. Agility 101. Wind Sword Technique Intermediate Proficiency 287 903 0000. Skills: Steel Slash Level 3 / Level 2. Live to Die Reputation somewhat renowned among the various aspects. The most significant enhancement was undeniably in the wind sword technique, which had skyrocketed by approximately 15,000 points within just 1 month. The once distant prospect of mastering advanced swordsmanship now seemed tantalizingly close, whereas previously, Summer Nua had anticipated that it would require at least 6 months of dedicated effort. Additionally, his fundamental attributes had also seen considerable improvement, particularly in agility, which had finally surpassed the century mark. This milestone appeared to be a pivotal point in the exploration of human potential. Summer Nua had been stalled at this threshold for nearly 10 days, but once he transcended it, his capabilities were on an entirely different scale. Summer Nua's speed now reached new heights.